Introduction. An adventure born of divine will. The protagonist has been chosen as one of the inaugural testers, engaging in conquest and slaughter across countless familiar and unfamiliar realms. The Night King of the Others. How do we combat millions of winged avians? I'm waiting online. It's rather urgent. Lord Sargeras. Ants. Tremble beneath the might of the Titans. This radiant avian is quite bothersome. The Dark Lord Sauron. Submit to my supreme ring of power, mortals. Wait a moment, brother. Do not push my tower. Some laud him as the savior. Others vilify him as an invader, a harbinger of destruction. He stands as the sovereign and tyrant of innumerable worlds. This is the tale of an ordinary individual ascending to divinity upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Special chapter can be skipped. Summary of important characters appeared and unappeared. Castle. Seann Yanhuang. Savina, Mira, Della, Butler Howard, Headmaid Felice, Finney, Milshire, Chef Hunter, Captain of the Guard Zach, Machi, Steward Rafa, Finance Minister Francis. City of Miracles. Governor Ilrich, Clerk Daniel, Affairs Officer Khan. Tax Officer, Alvarez Morani, hailing from family of merchants, possesses a keen sense for numbers, adept at accurately calculating in the complex realm of taxation to ensure every tax is reasonably levied. Overseer of Slave Affairs, Gregor Hassan, cold and ruthless, experienced in managing slave affairs, well-versed in maximizing the value extracted from slaves. Logistics Management Chief, Vaga Mopatis, methodical and meticulous, capable of judiciously allocating various resources to ensure the city's daily operations. Military Supply Officer, Asta Egel, skilled in the collection and management of various military supplies, possessing unique insights into the reserves and distribution of war materials. Warehouse Chief, Otto Kern, rigorous and detail-oriented, intimately familiar with every item in the warehouse, ensuring safe and efficient management. Food Supply Officer, Melrak Charles, knowledgeable in the storage and allocation of food, able to secure the city's food supply in diverse seasons and circumstances. Building Material Officer, Conrad, well-versed in the quality and characteristics of construction materials, ensuring an ample and superior supply for urban development. Weapons and Equipment Officer, Morgo Blackfire, proficient in the performance and maintenance of various weaponry, capable of providing the army with the finest equipment. Arena Chief, Marcus, skilled in organizing various competitive events, able to elevate the arena atmosphere to a climax, attracting numerous spectators. Commercial District Chief, Baker, possessing sharp business acumen, adept at coordinating diverse interests, fostering the prosperity of the commercial district. Street Management Chief, Friedrich Schneider, responsible for the cleanliness, repair, and maintenance of order on the streets, ensuring the convenience of citizens' travels. Shop Management Chief, Fisher, well-versed in commercial regulations, able to handle disputes between shops fairly and justly, maintaining commercial order. Commercial District Patrol Captain, Wolf, vigilant, leading the patrol team to ensure the safety of the commercial district and combat various crimes. Commercial District Patrol Vice Captain, Joachim, assisting the captain, capable of responding swiftly to emergencies. Cathedral Bishop, Augustus Falls, esteemed and revered, devoutly propagating doctrine, serving as a core figure of religious faith. Cathedral Vice Bishop, Dictor, assisting the bishop in managing religious affairs, playing a pivotal role in religious ceremonies and the education of followers. Cathedral Priest, Gregory Ritter, responsible for daily religious rituals and spiritual guidance for believers, answering their queries. City Guard Commander, Ilrich, acting commander of the City Guard, responsible for daily defense and maintenance of public order. Vice Commander, Krosa, Northgate Guard Captain, Brenner, steadfast in duty, rigorously inspecting incoming and outgoing personnel, ensuring gate security. Northgate Guard Vice Captain, Schwartz, assisting the captain in managing gate guards and responding to emergencies. Yanhuang Port, City Defense Army Commander, Ryan Yanhuang. Vice Commander, Savano. Battalion Commander, Lantimo. Market Guard Captain, Kenfa. Vice Captain, Lavic. Clerk, Oliver, responsible for documenting various affairs of the port, possessing solid writing skills and a diligent work ethic. Affairs Officer, Thomas, handling miscellaneous tasks at the port, industrious and dedicated, ensuring smooth operations. Tax Officer, Stone, overseeing the port's taxation affairs, ensuring the accuracy of taxes on every import and export. Military Supply Officer, Henry, responsible for the storage and allocation of military supplies at the port, ensuring the material needs of military forces are met. Overseer of Slave Affairs, William, managing slave affairs at the port, possessing extensive experience in the buying, usage, and regulation of slaves. Trade Management Chief, James, well-versed in trade regulations, adept at expanding trade channels, promoting the prosperity of port trade. Dock Supervisor, George, responsible for the daily operations of the dock and management of ship berthing, ensuring efficient dock functioning. Dock Warehouse Supervisor, Edward, managing the storage and flow of goods in the dock warehouse area, ensuring safety and order. Material Management Chief, Robert, overseeing the management and distribution of port materials, ensuring their rational use. Port Trading Market Supervisor, Wilson, maintaining order within the trading market, promoting fair transactions, and fostering market prosperity. Port Trading Market Vice Supervisor, John, assisting the supervisor, handling daily affairs and emergencies within a market. Yanhuang Fleet Commander, Flagship Captain Alex, Vice Commander. System Army, Garrison of the Watchtower, led by Commander Cohen, well-trained and ever vigilant against surrounding threats, safeguarding the fortress's security. Watchtower Griffin Knight Squadron Leader, Knight, an adept equestrian, leading the Griffin Knight Squadron in aerial reconnaissance and combat missions. Garrison of the City of Miracles, under the leadership of Commander Clue, responsible for the military defense of the City of Miracles, always prepared to counter enemy assaults. City of Miracles Griffin Knight Squadron Leader, Hunter, possessing exceptional aerial combat skills, leading the Griffin Knight Squadron to provide air support for the city's defense. Zero Logistics Center Chief, ISA, overseeing all affairs of the Zero Logistics Center, ensuring smooth supply and allocation of resources. Zero Logistics Center Military Supply Officer, Rod, responsible for the management of military supplies at the Zero Logistics Center, ensuring the Army's material needs are met. Zero Logistics Center Clerk, Sophia, recording all affairs of the Logistics Center, providing data support for management decisions. Zero Logistics Center Guard Captain, Martinez, responsible for the security of the Logistics Center, preventing theft and damage of supplies. Zero Logistics Center Griffin Knight Team Leader, Lucas, leading the Griffin Knight team in patrol and escort missions, ensuring the security of the Logistics Center. Fortress 1 Chief, Samuel, bearing full management responsibility for Fortress 1, ensuring its defense and operational normalcy. Fortress 1 Logistics Management Chief, Thompson, responsible for the management and allocation of logistics supplies at Fortress 1, ensuring its material supply. Fortress 1 Guard Captain, Jacob, commanding the Fortress Guards, steadfastly defending against external incursions. Fortress 1 Griffin Knight Team Leader, Williams, leading the Griffin Knight team in aerial missions, providing air support for the fortress. Libero Mine Chief, Noah, responsible for the comprehensive management of the Libero Mine, supervising the extraction and transportation of ores. Libero Mine Extraction Chief, aiding, organizing, and managing mining operations to enhance or extraction efficiency. Libero Mine Slave Overseer, Levi, managing the slaves within the mine, ensuring their efficient work under harsh conditions. Commander of Barrow Fortress, Odyssey, responsible for the defense and management of Barrow Fortress, ensuring its security. Logistics Chief of Barrow Fortress, Anderson, in charge of the logistical supply management of Barrow Fortress, ensuring its normal operation. Captain of the Barrow Fortress Guard, Daniel, leading the guard squad to fend off enemy attacks and protect the fortress. Captain of the Griffin Knight Squad of Barrow Fortress, Oliver, leading the Griffin Knight Squad in aerial combat, providing air cover for the fortress. Commander of the 2nd Legion, Radger, Chief Administrator of Fortress No. 2. Radger oversees all affairs of Fortress No. 2, ensuring military defense and daily management. Logistics Chief of Fortress No. 2, Blake, responsible for the supply and allocation of logistics for Fortress No. 2, ensuring the fortress's material needs. Quartermaster of Fortress No. 2, Andrew Brown, managing military supplies for Fortress No. 2, providing support for military operations. Captain of the Fortress No. 2 Guard, Anthony Wilson, responsible for the guard work of Fortress No. 2, ensuring its safety. Captain of the Griffin Knight Squad of Fortress No. 2, Davis, leading the Griffin Knight Squad in executing aerial missions, enhancing the fortress's defensive capabilities. Chief Administrator of Gold Mine Fortress, Nicholas Taylor, managing all affairs of Gold Mine Fortress, ensuring the security and extraction of the mine. Commander of the Gold Mine Fortress Guard, Matthew, leading the Guard Corps, protecting important facilities and personnel of Gold Mine Fortress. Vice Commander of the Gold Mine Fortress, Ryan, assisting the commander in managing the Guard Corps, playing a significant role in battles. Captain of the Griffin Knight Squad of Gold Mine Fortress, Jack, leading the Griffin Knight squad in aerial patrols and combat, ensuring the security of Goldmine Fortress. Greenleaf Territory. Executive Officer of Greenleaf Territory. Lingya, Secretary. Lingxiao, Leader of Tribal Warriors. Lingjiao. Administrative Officer. Evelyn, responsible for handling various trivial affairs of Greenleaf Territory, ensuring the normal operation of the territory. Slave Overseer. Tyler, managing slaves within Greenleaf Territory, reasonably arranging their work and lives. Logistics Chief. Zoe, responsible for logistics management and allocation in Greenleaf Territory, ensuring the supply of materials. Quartermaster. Moore, responsible for the reserve and allocation of military supplies in Greenleaf Territory, ensuring the material needs of the military forces. Commander of the 1st Legion. Vittorio, Vice Commander. Elena. Nightfall City. Head of Nightfall City. Field Army Commander Ozer, jointly managing Nightfall City with Vice Commander Cilia Glowing Light, responsible for the city's defense and development. Ozer excels in strategic planning, while Cilia possesses unique tactical command advantages. Sunrise City. Head of Sunrise City. Elite Knight Commander Klaus, leading the Elite Knights, safeguarding Sunrise City, playing a crucial role in the city's security and external combat. Griffin Knight Corps. Commander of the Griffin Knight Corps. Elena, possessing exceptional leadership skills and superb horsemanship, leading the Griffin Knight Corps in executing various challenging tasks. Vice Commander of the Griffin Knight Corps. Flavai, assisting Elena in managing the knights, charging forward in battle, inspiring the morale of the knights. Vice Commander of the Griffin Knight Corps. Ribeiro, skilled in training griffins and knights, nurturing many outstanding members for the Corps. Chapter 1. Awakening. Wu Lei felt a heavy throbbing in his head, akin to the aftermath of a drunken stupor, as his consciousness gradually returned. Before he could acclimate to this discomfort, an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity enveloped him like a rising tide. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a dark and shadowy space, illuminated only by flickering orange candlelight. The shadows cast by the candlelight danced eerily in the darkness, revealing vague outlines. This scene was starkly different from his memory. In his recollections, there had been a room adorned with a cheap crystal chandelier and a flat ceiling, now utterly absent. Instead, he found 4 sturdy bedposts firmly supporting a heavy velvet canopy. The canopy was a deep sapphire blue, edged with exquisite golden lace, swaying gently with his movements and exuding an air of mysterious allure. Where am I? Instinctively, Wu Lei sat up, feeling the plush mattress beneath him, filled with soft, fluffy goose feathers. The delightful texture compelled him to rub it again. As he gazed at the lavish quilt embroidered with intricate patterns, woven with intertwining golden and red threads, his eyes widened in astonishment. I seem to be playing a game? Wu Lei murmured uncertainly, raising his hand to rub his eyes vigorously, attempting to see more clearly while surveying this entirely unfamiliar environment. The floor was laid with large stone slabs, covered by a massive woolen carpet. The carpet, rich and deep in color, featured intricate patterns predominantly in vivid red, interwoven with golden threads, clearly of considerable value. On one side of the room stood a colossal wooden wardrobe, its doors intricately carved with vibrant floral designs that seemed to emanate a fragrant aroma. The handles of the wardrobe were made of polished metal, gleaming softly. Beside the wardrobe was a large wooden desk, adorned with a feather quill, an inkpot, and pristine parchment, emitting a faint scent of ink. Adjacent to the desk was a petite bookshelf, neatly arranged with numerous well-bound books. The chair before the desk was leather, its back intricately carved with unique designs. An unfamiliar scent filled his nostrils, leading him to question whether he was dreaming. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he unhesitatingly pinched his thigh, as a sharp pain surged through him. He fully awakened, yet was left with even more questions. He began to search his mind for possible explanations when suddenly, an absurd yet enticing thought emerged. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? Recalling the many web novels he had read, where protagonists often found themselves transported to other worlds, he wondered if such royal luck had befallen him. It was utterly delightful. At that moment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, and he instantly recalled the identity of the original owner, a noble named Seann Yanhuang. Though the previous incarnation had tragically passed away at a tender age, he secretly felt a sense of relief at this moment. After all, in those extraordinary novel worlds, the higher the status of the transmigrator, the more tantalizing opportunities and limitless possibilities awaited them. Indeed, he was not like the Emperor Zhu, who started with nothing but a single bowl, having to rely on wisdom and courage to change his fate in dire circumstances. Congratulations to the host. Just as he immersed himself in the tangled web of memories, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice abruptly echoed in the void, then suddenly cut off. Before he could untangle the chaotic memories or fully comprehend the sudden voice, a wave of excruciating pain crashed into his head, as if thousands of sharp needles were frantically stirring in his mind. Then his consciousness slipped uncontrollably into an endless darkness once more. Host. In the enigmatic void, a cute, innocent voice cautiously called out. Huh, little cutie, you've done it now. You've scared the host to death. At that moment, a teasing, mischievous voice chimed in, filled with amusement. Ha ha ha, I must share this delightful news with everyone. Another female voice joined in, her laughter ringing like a cascade of delicate silver bells, echoing through the void. How delightful. Little Mingming's first guiding task actually scared someone into unconsciousness. Ha ha, a new female voice joined the lively banter. Hey wait, stop it. Don't go around saying nonsense. You all. Little Mingming shouted anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of panic and shyness. One after another, female voices echoed in the void, like invisible fairies dancing gracefully in the darkness. Though their voices were melodious and enchanting, Wu Lei, who lay unconscious, was blissfully unaware of the happenings around him. After a while, Wu Lei regained consciousness, and the throbbing pain in his head finally subsided. Ah, host, you are finally awake. Meng Meng, who had been murmuring for what seemed like ages, suddenly exclaimed with delight. You are. The system? It is the system. Wu Lei was momentarily taken aback, but then he suddenly snapped to attention, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Huh, could it be that you are the indispensable golden finger for traversers, the system? This was his big support for conquering a new world, enabling him to coast through with ease and embark on an invincible journey. However, he wondered how capable his system truly was. If it turned out to be one of those useless systems, he would be hard-pressed to contain his frustration. Yes, indeed. Dear host, I am your guiding instructor Meng Meng, here to assist you in swiftly mastering the system. Then quickly tell me, what powers does the system possess? Can it make me a deity? Wu Lei, gradually getting into the swing of things, eagerly pondered. Not quite. The instructor, calling herself Meng Meng, hesitated slightly, speaking in a somewhat awkward tone. Is it my greed? Then, can it grant me immortality and make me invincible? Wu Lei asked, self-deprecatingly, before again inquiring with renewed anticipation. Immortality and invincibility are both within the realm of possibility. However, these require your own effort. Meng Meng encouraged sincerely in her charming voice, as if one could envision her raising her small fist in an exaggerated gesture. But, just as Wu Lei was about to press further, he was cut off. Hey, you are quite bothersome. Stop interrupting, it's quite rude. Now let me speak. At this moment, the slightly dim-witted Meng Meng suddenly realized, admonishing him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Though her tone was far from stern, it was rather endearing. Hee, my apologies, I was just too excited. Please continue. Wu Lei hastily apologized, eager not to provoke this little entity. Seeing him relent, Meng Meng ceased her chiding. Her sweet, childlike voice turned serious as she formally introduced. This system is the Divine War System 1.0 testing version, crafted collaboratively by several multiverse-level deities. Due to the immense power of these deities, their every action can incite turmoil across countless universes, leading to conflicts among them for various reasons. After a series of grave crises, the deities united to create this system, hoping to control the scale and scope of conflicts and resolve the numerous disputes among them, thereby preventing the potential annihilation of countless universes. The solemn and grand voice resonated slowly, accompanied by a surge of divine and stirring background music that echoed in Wu Lei's mind. He felt as if he had traversed countless timelines, witnessing the grandeur of the universe and the vague, indescribable silhouettes of countless mighty beings. Testing version? Does this mean I am to be a guinea pig? Wu Lei's heart tightened, fully aware that testing versions often harbored a multitude of issues. A divine artifact crafted by deities. Even in its testing phase, it possesses powers unimaginable to mortals. Moreover, do you think you are here by mere chance? You perish suddenly in your world. Do you understand? It is the system of the deities that has chosen you, granting you the opportunity for rebirth in this realm. This is a blessing that even the most devout followers cannot hope for. What you must do is harbor gratitude and reverence. Mengming's tone shifted to seriousness, revealing her displeasure at his doubts. Please don't be angry. I merely seek to understand. Wu Lei chuckled awkwardly, preparing to mourn his sudden demise for a brief moment when he suddenly realized. However, why me? After some solitary contemplation, Wu Lei sighed and scratched his head, inquiring with genuine curiosity. That is precisely why it is called a blessing. Mengming rolled her eyes in exasperation. And it's not just you. There are hundreds, even thousands. Mengming mumbled internally, but refrained from disclosing this to Wu Lei. All right, so how do I utilize this system? Wu Lei decided not to dig deeper. Having external aid was surely a boon. The Divine War System 1.0 testing version, abbreviated as the War System, has been tailored with multiple operational modes for your effective use, including Heroes of Might and Magic, StarCraft, Warcraft, Warhammer. Beep. According to system scans, the world you inhabit is classified as a low-magic world, and thus does not meet the requirements for loading templates other than Heroes of Might and Magic. Shall I load the Heroes of Might and Magic template? Having Heroes of Might and Magic is already a good start. Wu Lei muttered quietly, suppressing his annoyance as he confirmed. Confirm loading. Beep. The system has been activated and is now running. Beep. Loading the Heroes of Might and Magic 5 template. Beep. Adaptive rules have been activated. Human Castle has been initialized. Beep. Hero template is being created. Creation successful. Beep. Skill module is loading. Ding. An unknown error occurred. High-tier magic skill import has encountered an anomaly. Repair completed. Beep. Treasure information is loading. Beep. Troop templates are loading. Ding. An unknown error occurred. High-tier troop template import has encountered an anomaly. Repair completed. Additional special recruitment conditions added. Beep. Greetings, host. The Heroes of Might and Magic War System is pleased to serve you. As Wu Lei confirmed, a series of notifications rang out, with some crucial information flashing by, before concluding with a rather insincere greeting. The system has bound the highest authority holder, human Wu Lei. Seann Yanhuang. Wu Lei reminded himself that since he had arrived in a new world, it was time to adopt a new name and start afresh. Please select a hero class. Human Knight/Human Priest? Priest. Human Hero. Seann Yanhuang. Class. Priest level 1. Attack 1/Defense 1/Magic 1/Knowledge 2. Life 200. Attack plus Defense 10. Magic value 20. Knowledge 10. Talent. Limited Resurrection. Experience 0 out of 100. Skills. Basic Sorcery. Increases casting speed by 30. Reduces spell consumption by 30. Basic Enlightenment. Increases primary attributes by 1 every 2 levels. Human Main City. Unnamed. Buildings that can be constructed. Level 1 City Hall requires 4,000 gold. 10 units each of stone and wood. Provides a daily income of 2,000 gold. Tavern requires 1,000 gold. 5 units each of stone and wood. Allows recruitment of wandering heroes. Blacksmith requires 1,000 gold. 5 units of wood. Enables the creation of siege machinery. Market requires 500 gold. 5 units of wood. Facilitates limited resource trading. Level 1 Magic Tower requires 2,000 gold. 10 units each of wood and stone. Allows the learning of first-tier magical skills. Farmer's Hut requires 500 gold. Allows recruitment of 30 farmers daily. Level 1 Pikeman Barracks requires 1,000 gold. 5 units each of stone and wood. Allows recruitment of 30 pikemen daily. Initial rewards. 10,000 gold. 50 units of stone. 50 units of wood. 5 units of mercury. 5 units of crystal. 5 units of sulfur. 5 units of gems. Initial equipment. Lord's Sword, Attack 1. Lord's Armor, Defense 1. Lord's Helmet, Knowledge 1. Lord's Gloves, Mana 1. Lord's Warhorse, Movement Speed 60. The system space can accommodate all resources. The host, as a hero, possesses 7 small storage spaces, which cannot contain living beings, each with a capacity of 10 cubic units. Well, my task is complete. Now it is up to you. Strive onward. The melodious voice of a maiden echoed once more. Leave? Then what shall I do? Seann pondered, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, my presence here is merely a projection, guiding you until the task is fulfilled, after which I shall dissipate. Should you have any further inquiries, you must explore on your own. Your sudden fainting wasted much of my time, and made me the subject of ridicule. This shall serve as your punishment. Humph. Farewell, dear host. With a delightful giggle, the voice faded away. May. After a moment of silence with no response, Seann, filled with questions, resigned himself to reality. All right. As Chairman Mao once said, One must rely on one's own hands for sustenance. Now, where shall I start? System? System? Seann pondered, stroking his chin, tentatively calling out to the system in his mind. Ah, the opening interface of the 5th generation. Seann exclaimed with delight as he beheld the semi-transparent interface in his mind, a familiar sight. A petite European castle standing at the corner of an immense, dark map. Isn't this the very beginning he had always cherished? If he could secure the fortress gate, he would prevent being robbed during explorations. However, the field of vision remained obscured, shrouded in darkness. Well, those 7 storage spaces must be for storing units in the game. Yet now, they have transformed into spatial equipment. Should I construct the internal affairs hall first? After all, farming is the true path. No, I should first assess the condition of this body. Seann slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was still lying in bed. How long have I slept? I need to find an opportunity to test this. After scrutinizing his own state, Seann yawned and stretched leisurely. That will suffice for now. It's time to venture out and embrace the first day of life in this other world. Note: attack increases physical damage in melee for the hero and army. Defense reduces physical damage taken in melee. Mana enhances magical damage and duration. Knowledge increases magic points and recovery speed. Morale improves efficiency and initiative of the hero's army. Luck increases critical hit rate of the hero's army. Note: attack and defense manifest in reality as humanoid beings enhancing muscle tissue, thus strengthening their physique and bones, while beast forms increase in size. The higher the attribute, the larger the form. Chapter 2, Family. My stomach feels as if it may collapse. How long have I been asleep? Why has no one come to awaken me? Seann muttered softly, tossing aside the cloud-like soft bedding with a swift motion before deftly rolling out of bed. The candlelight flickered in the dimly lit room, and his eyes, like keen detectors, began to scrutinize every item and decoration within. Approaching the wardrobe, he casually pulled it open, revealing a spacious interior adorned with an array of splendid garments. The silk robes felt smooth to the touch, shimmering with a gentle and enchanting luster under the candlelight. The gem-encrusted cloak dazzled brilliantly, each gem radiating an alluring glow. The luxurious fur coat was soft and warm, exuding the noble status of its owner. Examining these opulent garments, Seann resembled a curious child, exploring every nook and cranny. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he hurried to the desk. He picked up a small silver mirror and instinctively ran his fingers through his hair, murmuring to himself, this shoulder-length silver hair. For reasons unknown, a wave of unease surged within him, and he involuntarily touched his body, then whispered, "What a surprise. But I look rather handsome. Why does this face seem somewhat familiar? It resembles that elven prince from The Lord of the Rings. What was his name again?" In the somewhat unclear reflection of the mirror, a striking young man, clad in a thin goose-down nightgown, with silver, shoulder-length hair and golden eyes, stood at around 6 feet tall. Though the youth's form appeared slightly slender, gazing upon his extraordinary beauty, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Delightful." After admiring his appearance, Seann composed himself and resumed his survey of the surroundings. On the stone walls hung a long sword, about a meter in length, sheathed alongside a longbow, and beside them rested a silver-white suit of armor that gleamed coldly under the candlelight, as if recounting tales of past battles. Hood, hood, hood. Unable to resist, he knocked on the shiny armor. Given my frail constitution since childhood, these weapons and armor are likely more ornamental than practical. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and turned to pull open a heavy wooden door. The door was adorned with exquisite carvings, each flower and line intricately detailed. Its surface was studded with metal rivets, not only enhancing its sturdiness, but also bestowing a sense of ancient elegance. In the flickering candlelight, 2 formidable guards, towering over him, stood outside the door. Clad from head to toe in armor that glinted coldly, they held their swords, one on each side, resembling solemn statues, vigilantly guarding the entrance. "Young master, you are well. Should you not rest a while longer?" A clear, youthful voice chimed, and a petite beauty in a simple long dress hurried towards him, carrying a basin of water. Seann gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar girl before him, finally confirming that all of this was indeed real and not a dream. "Oh, it's Della. I feel much better now. Hand it to me. By the way, where are my mother and sister?" Seann inquired as he accepted the copper basin from Della and placed it down in the room. "The lady and little Miss Mira are in the castle hall, discussing your inheritance ceremony with Butler Howard," Della replied gently, standing beside him. "Very well, I shall join them shortly." "Della, Could you please prepare some food and bring it to the hall? Of course, young master. Della responded eagerly, but after taking a few steps, she turned back to Seann and said, It is truly wonderful that you are safe and sound. Without waiting for Seann's reply, she blushed and hurried away. Seann gazed at the youthful and vibrant silhouette of Della, chuckling softly. Ah, what an adorable little creature. After completing his morning routine, Seann began to engage in a series of full-body exercises within his chamber. Stretching, bending, and kicking, each movement infused his seemingly rusting body with renewed vigor. All right, it is time to greet my gentle, beautiful mother and my charming little sister, he mused, donning a silk robe that caressed his form, accentuating his elegant demeanor. He adjusted the collar and stepped towards the door. With a series of sharp clicks as Seann emerged from his room, the guards outside promptly knelt on one knee, their movements precise and unhesitating. This sound served as a signal, triggering a chain reaction as guards several meters away also dropped to their knees. In that moment, the clashing of armor resonated, echoing through the castle corridors. Despite their silence, the guards' respectful demeanor permeated the air, enveloping the entire space. Witnessing this scene, Seann's heart raced within his chest, an indescribable thrill surging through him. Indeed, the age of cold steel stirs one's emotions profoundly. Merely hearing the clash of metal sends shivers down my spine, he reflected, his eyes sparkling as he contemplated whether to utter a few words. Ahem, thank you for your hard work, everyone. Please rise. The family shall not forget your contributions. Seann cleared his throat, his voice reverberating in the corridor. Yet, his words were met with silence, an awkward tension spreading through the atmosphere. He furrowed his brow slightly, took a deep breath to quell his discomfort, and proceeded towards the castle hall, guided by the flickering candlelight. As he walked, the wavering light elongated his silhouette, casting it upon the ancient walls. The surroundings seemed to conjure images of the past, ancestors adorned in splendid attire traversing the space, servants bustling about, the sounds of clashing armor and laughter intertwining. It felt as if he could glimpse the former splendor and glory of the castle, hear the echoes of fierce battles, and sense the family's past prosperity and affluence. Within the grand hall, Butler Howard stood with lowered head, respectfully reporting to Lady Cywena Boleyn, who sat at the head of the long rectangular table. My lady, I have informed all the residents of the territory about the Lord's inheritance ceremony scheduled for tomorrow morning. The expansive hall was dominated by a massive rectangular dining table at its center. Cywena, dressed in a plain silk gown, had her silver hair meticulously arranged, her delicate, pale face bearing a hint of exhaustion and an inescapable sorrow. Her eyes were closed, her hands languidly resting on the armrest of her chair, her body reclining against the backrest in a state of feigned slumber. Behind her, Seann's sister, Mira Boleyn, gently massaged their mother's head with her hands, attempting to alleviate her fatigue. Mira possessed a prominent nose and a doll-like cherubic face, also clad in a simple gown, her silver hair cascading naturally. Her sorrowful violet eyes resembled those of a beautiful fairy from a different realm, evoking a sense of tenderness. Grandfather Howard, mother is too tired. Let her rest in peace, Mira softly urged the butler, seeking to prevent him from continuing. Your will, young mistress. The elderly butler turned his head and smiled indulgently. The castle hall fell silent once more, the only sound being the soft crackling of the burning candle flames, disrupting the momentary stillness. Suddenly, the sounds of clashing armor and footsteps approached, growing nearer to the hall. Click, click. The butler's head snapped up, his sharp gaze fixed on the entrance. At this hour? Who could it be? Mira wondered, her eyes following his. Squeak, squeak, creak. As the door swung open, Seann entered the hall, his silver hair neatly tied back, exuding a polished appearance. His golden eyes radiated an inexplicable authority, and a faint smile adorned his handsome face. Seann, is it you? Thank the three gods. Come here, let me see you. Lady Cywena exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. No sooner had she spoken than tears welled in her exquisite, elegant eyes, a blend of joy and concern. At her words, Seann paused momentarily before hastening to his mother. His emotions were a tangled web. While memories of their time together lingered in his mind, he was, after all, a stranger in this body, a soul from earth. He consciously refrained from dwelling on the past, striving to maintain composure and conceal the truth of his otherworldly origin. However, at the sound of her affectionate call, he could not help but be moved, recalling the nagging love of his own mother back on earth. Ah, I wonder how my mother on earth is faring. Is she saddened because of me? Surely not. After all, we always quarreled during our meetings. I hope she continues to harbor some resentment towards me, so that she may find solace even in my absence. I apologize, Mother, for causing you worry. With Father gone, I shall take good care of you and Mira. Seann swiftly knelt beside his mother, gazing at her tear-streaked face. Overcome with emotion, tears began to flow unbidden, and he spoke in a hoarse voice. Brother, journey well. I shall take care of your family. In his heart, Seann silently resolved. The previously erratic thoughts dissolved in the warmth of familial love, allowing him to embrace his new life with acceptance. My little Seann has truly grown up, yet alas, your father is no longer here. Cywena murmured, caressing her son's youthful cheek, tears streaming down her face once more. Rise, from tomorrow onwards, you shall be the Lord. There is no need to kneel before anyone. Carry yourself with the dignity and authority of your father. Do you understand? Cywena paid no heed to her disheveled appearance, suddenly recalling something, and hastily pulled her son up from the ground, earnestly advising him. Mira, who had been silently weeping, interjected with a hint of jealousy. Brother, you are finally awake. Mother hasn't had a moment's rest these past few days, tirelessly attending to matters, and just now managed to sit down for a moment. Congratulations, young master, on your recovery. Congratulations, my lady. The family has a successor. The old butler wiped away his tears discreetly, bowing in congratulations. With the family's interruptions, Seann, who hailed from the modern world, gradually reined in his emotions. He clasped his mother's hand and slowly rose. The sudden emotional upheaval had indeed caught him off guard, perhaps triggered by memories of his life before the transition, or perhaps it was the lingering soul within this body stirring. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He felt no aversion to such emotions. After a deep breath, he turned to face his complaining sister. I am truly sorry, dear Mira. I was in the wrong. Myra's tear-streaked, pale face stirred an inexplicable sense of pity within him. Seann spoke as gently as he could, realizing that regardless of fault, an apology seemed the only appropriate response in such a situation. After all, it is always difficult to withstand the sight of a beautiful woman in tears. Mira, forgive him. Your brother has always been frail. He has been deeply saddened by your father's passing. It is not his fault, Cywena said, caressing her son's face before reluctantly withdrawing her hand and turning to comfort her daughter with a smile. Well, for the sake of our mother this time, I shall forgive you. Just ensure you do not cause her further worry in the future. Although the little girl still bore tears upon her cheeks, her expression was one of reluctant acquiescence. Yet, with their mother's decree, she had no choice but to grant forgiveness. Of course, it shall not happen again, I assure you, Seann replied, gazing at her haughty demeanor with affectionate indulgence as he gently ruffled her hair in promise. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door, prompting those in the hall to compose themselves and restore their decorum. After all, as the lord of the manor, his current appearance was rather disheveled. The grand doors were slowly pushed open by a guard, revealing the young maid, Della, who had been tasked with preparing the meal. Greetings, my lady, young masters, and esteemed steward. I have brought food for young Master Ingalls. Della spoke softly, her head bowed as she approached Seann's side. Please set it down, Della. You have worked hard. Seann's voice was gentle, though tinged with a hint of fatigue, as he slowly pulled out the first wooden chair from the long table. He then turned his gaze toward his mother and sister, eyes brimming with affection, and said, Mother, dear sister, come join me for some refreshments. Let us enjoy our meal while engaging in pleasant conversation. At that moment, having recently recovered from illness, Seann eagerly indulged in the carefully prepared fare, his long-standing hunger seemingly siphoning away every ounce of strength from his body. The yearning for sustenance had reached a peak, causing his emotions to surge uncontrollably. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, necessitating immediate nourishment to restore his vitality. Eat slowly, do not rush, be cautious not to choke, Vivian observed with tender concern as she watched her son devour his food voraciously, momentarily casting aside the burdens of formalities and etiquette. Mira remained silent, her footsteps light as she swiftly took a seat across from Seann, her eyes fixed intently on him as he consumed his meal. The hall fell into a serene hush, with only the sounds of Seann's eating breaking the silence. Under the watchful, affectionate gazes of those around him, he rapidly polished off the food on his plate. For him, dining under the scrutiny of so many was hardly daunting. After all, he had grown accustomed to various gazes, malicious, friendly, or mocking, during his days in the university cafeteria. Yet, the flavors of the food were unexpectedly delightful. The soft, delicate bread, when bitten into, released its tender essence upon his palate. The crisp, savory pastry emitted a delightful crackle, its aroma wafting through the air. The honeyed wine, with its subtle notes of sweetness and warmth, glided smoothly down his throat, seeming to dispel the chill within him. And the rich, succulent roast chicken, each bite bursting with juiciness, left an indelible impression on his taste buds. All of this left him, initially devoid of expectations from medieval cuisine, unavoidably praising it in his heart. Chapter 3. History after a hearty meal. Seann accepted the napkin handed to him by Della, leisurely leaning back against the chair, gently caressing his round belly, and exhaling a long sigh of relief. He silently mused that it would be utterly ridiculous and embarrassing to faint from hunger right after awakening. At that moment, the elderly steward, with a kind smile, lowered his voice and said, "Young Master Seann, I was just about to report to the lady about the specific proceedings of your inheritance ceremony tomorrow. Since you have just awakened, may I share them with you here? Grandfather Howard, please do not distance yourself so. You have watched me grow since childhood. In my heart, you have long been considered family. As for the arrangements for the ceremony, I trust you to handle it with care," he replied, ruffling his hair. The elder's deference made him feel somewhat uneasy for a moment. Seeing her son in such a state, although Ivy was slightly puzzled, she did not dwell on it. Simply saying, "All right, Howard, please tell us how the arrangements will unfold." The steward spoke clearly and methodically. "Very well, my lady. The inheritance ceremony tomorrow is primarily divided into 3 parts. The first part involves you, young master, proceeding to the Triune Temple for baptism, wherein that sacred edifice. You will earnestly pray to the 3 deities and receive their blessings. The second part entails receiving the homage of all the residents of the territory in the square before the Lord's manor, allowing your subjects to recognize you and behold your dignified countenance. The final segment will be a banquet in the castle hall, hosting the esteemed lords and notable figures of the realm, such as Lord Mori, the executive of Emerald Port, Lord Bondi, the fleet commander, Lord Mobic, the executive of Pearl City, Lord Alich, the city defense commander, along with direct family members, representatives of the residents, and a select few officials. This is the general outline. Young master, do you have any special instructions to impart?" Seann listened intently, pondering. Initially, I believed there would not be many to manage, but the steward's words revealed an entirely different reality. Goodness, this inheritance is indeed extravagant. A city, a port, along with the guard, the city defense forces, and the fleet. How on earth am I to manage such a multitude? Fortunately, these 4 principal figures belong to the Boleyn family. Logically, they should support me, right? No, I cannot place my hopes solely on others. Only by becoming sufficiently formidable can I prevent others from coveting what is mine. Moreover, my father's death might conceal some ulterior motives. The thought of quietly developing my domain now seems utterly impractical. I must orchestrate a significant upheaval tomorrow. Noticing Seann's prolonged silence, the elderly steward gently prompted, "Young master?" This soft call shattered the tranquil atmosphere and interrupted Seann's reverie. His mother, Ivy, leaned slightly forward, tenderly patting his hand, and asked with concern in her eyes, "Seann, what are you thinking about?" "Apologies, dear mother, and esteemed Grandpa Howard. I just suddenly recalled something." Seann finally regained his focus and offered an apologetic smile to the perplexed butler and his mother. His mother, with a tender smile, shook her head and gazed at him with a blend of affection and curiosity, saying, "It's all right, Seann. Would you care to share with us?" "Of course, mother. I happen to have a matter I wish to consult with Grandpa Butler." Seann responded with a cheerful grin, only to have his expression shift to one of seriousness as he turned to the elderly butler. "You have watched over my sister and me since childhood, and I have always regarded you as an indispensable part of our family. Thus, there are certain inquiries I wish to make. Please, young master, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever the old servant knows, I shall reveal without the slightest concealment," the butler replied, his demeanor steady and his tone resolute. As Seann spoke, he observed the butler's expression intently. However, the butler kept his gaze lowered, rendering his emotions unreadable. A sense of inner conflict arose within him. On one hand, he felt the butler had been devoted over the years and was undoubtedly trustworthy. Yet on the other, he believed it prudent to clarify certain matters given their significance. "I wish to know the detailed circumstances surrounding my father's hunting expedition, as well as the attitudes of the 2 officials and the 2 commanders regarding my ascension to lordship." The moment these words escaped his lips, Seann perceptibly noted a shift in the expressions of those present. leaving him filled with bewilderment as he struggled to comprehend why his query elicited such a profound reaction. The butler fell silent for a brief moment, then let out a gentle sigh imbued with a touch of weariness. "I understand, young master. However, before we delve into those matters, I must first recount the history of our Belen family. The Belen family traces its origins back to the ancient Valeria Empire, and we are among the Dragon Lord families, possessing 5 dragon riders. Yet, among these noble lineages, we find ourselves positioned at the very end." The butler narrated slowly, as if the illustrious images of their family's past flickered in his eyes. A time when dragon riders soared freely through the skies, resplendent in their glory. The 5th patriarch, your ancestor, was a man of integrity and strength, unwilling to cater to the whims of the worldly. During his time in the capital, Freehold, he inadvertently offended several dragon lords, amidst a backdrop of escalating conflicts and complexities among the nobility of the empire. Perhaps this situation was also intertwined with the Targaryen family, the butler remarked, pausing momentarily, his tone tinged with uncertainty. "Why do you say that? Were they perhaps persuaded by them?" Seann interjected, immediately intrigued and eager to pursue the topic further. "During that time, your ancestor shared a close friendship with Enar, the head of the Targaryen family of that era. Lord Enar's daughter, Daenerys Targaryen, was a rare dragon dreamer. In her youth, she foretold the cataclysmic events to come, and it was this prophecy that ultimately led to the migration of the Targaryen family," the butler patiently elucidated. "I surmise that the chieftain of that time was likely influenced by the prophecy, which compelled him to make the resolute decision to migrate." The old steward added thoughtfully, "What is a dragon dreamer? Does our family possess the gift of prophecy?" Mira inquired with wide, curious eyes, her voice melodious and sweet, imbued with the innocence unique to youth. "Young Mistress Mira, I too am uncertain about the concept of a dragon dreamer. Our family's historical texts do not elaborate on it." The old steward pondered for a moment before reluctantly shaking his head and offering a wry smile. "My apologies. Dear grandfather steward, please continue," Seann said with an air of contrition. "Subsequently, your ancestors resolved to lead the family away from the imperial capital, guiding their kin to the continent upon which we now stand." The steward continued, recounting the family's storied past, a journey fraught with hardship and trials. "This land, referred to in our ancestral records as Urdas, is an unknown continent devoid of any historical documentation. At that time, the entire expanse was shrouded beneath innumerable colossal trees, a vast tapestry of dense forest as far as the eye could see. After an extended voyage, the chieftain finally guided his people to their destination. Upon disembarking, they did not rashly enter the woods. Instead, they commenced felling trees along the shore to construct a fortified port, which is now known as Emerald Harbor. During this period, a small number of slaves were dispatched into the forest for exploration, yet tragically, those slaves vanished without a trace. The steward's voice was deep and resonant. "Grandfather steward, as we now stand on the continent of Urdas, what are the other continents like?" Seann inquired with keen curiosity. The historical texts record that there are 4 known continents in the world. The first is the continent of Essos, home to the Empire. The second is the continent of Sothoros, famously dubbed the Empire's experimental ground. And the third is Westeros, where the Targaryen family's stronghold, Dragonstone, is located. Why is Sothoros referred to as the experimental ground? Seann racked his brain for memories of a past life, struggling to find relevant information. "My apologies, young master. Perhaps my terminology lacks precision. The historical records only mention conjectures and rumors without any firm evidence," the steward remarked after a careful recollection, shaking his head with an expression of regret. At this juncture, Seann's mother gently chided him, tapping his hand to remind him, "Seann, refrain from interrupting the steward. Perhaps when we have more time, you can investigate the historical text yourself." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Seann scratched his head and nodded an apology to the steward. The steward waved dismissively, a smile gracing his features. After a moment's contemplation, he resumed his narrative. The chieftains of that era were filled with confidence. For the might of a single dragon equates to that of an entire legion. Few creatures could prevail against a dragon. At that time, the chieftain was accompanied by 3 dragon riders and countless enslaved warriors. However, this continent was rife with towering trees that obscured the ground, making it difficult for the dragon to discern the terrain below. The troops marching through the forest were beset by thickets, venomous insects, ferocious beasts, and a dark, damp environment. These were merely minor inconveniences. Within a few days, a far more perilous adversary emerged, referred to in historical texts as the headhunters. They roamed the wilderness bare-chested, adorned with peculiar markings upon their faces, wielding wooden weapons and poisonous darts, capable of taming the treacherous beasts of the jungle. They traversed the vast labyrinth of forests, thickets, and mountains, for the jungle was their dominion. They were exceedingly savage and remarkably bellicose. The old steward vividly depicted the image of the headhunters, and merely hearing about them sent chills down one's spine. Initially, after a series of probing attempts, a significant number of slaves were lost, yet they could not expand their territory. Consequently, the chieftain resolved to set the underbrush ablaze and fell the trees, not anticipating that this action would thoroughly enrage the enemy. The steward continued, his tone tinged with tension. Historical records state that countless headhunters descended into a frenzied state, commanding grotesque beasts to launch relentless assaults upon us day and night. The steward's voice was deep and resonant, recounting that tragic history and the fierce battles that ensued. Countless slaves and family members perished in the pursuit of this plan, including 2 exceedingly valuable dragon riders. After enduring prolonged and arduous combat, they finally arrived at the present-day Pearl City, encapsulating the history of our Bayline family. The steward's voice bore the weight of time and nostalgia, as the echoes of bygone years surfaced within his words. Special chapter. The issues of the Game of Thrones world allow me to explain why the title references Game of Thrones, yet contains little of its narrative. Firstly, concerning geographical location, the author has established the protagonist's setting in Erdis, a fictional continent close to Essos, which exists solely in name within the official novels of Game of Thrones. According to the author's original conception, due to distance, the protagonist would only engage with the continent of Westeros after unifying Erdis. Secondly, the timeline is set approximately 2 years after the birth of Daenerys Targaryen. The primary arc of this book revolves around interdimensional warfare, and the latter conquests of Game of Thrones will not be extensive, given that the world's complexity and civilization level are relatively rudimentary. This world is merely akin to a novice village. Introduction to all magic skills of the 5th generation level 1 magic. Delayed spell, 4 affects a group. 8. Reducing the movement speed of enemy forces, with the duration of the magic corresponding to the hero's mana. Swift action increases the combat attack speed of the hero and their army. Weakness curse diminishes the damage capability of the selected enemy target, with the duration dependent on mana. 4. For a group. 8. Fury of Iron Fist inflicts physical damage on the enemy target, disregarding magical immunity. 5. Extraordinary Strength enhances the attack power of allied targets. 4. For a group. 8. Flame Trap randomly places 3 invisible magical mines in a designated battlefield area. 8. Rock Spike deals magical damage to all creatures within the target area in a cross shape. 5. Magic Arrow releases 5 magical arrows, dealing magical damage to the enemy. Magic cost 4. Level 2 Magic Vitality Regeneration. 8 used on friendly non-undead, mechanical, and elemental beings, allowing for gradual health restoration and the ability to resurrect creatures. Unyielding Resilience increases the defense of the selected allied troops, with duration dependent on mana. 6. For a group. 12. Weak Point Attack 5 affects a group. 11. Lowering the defense of the target forces, repeatable on the same target until defense reaches 0. The effect persists throughout the battle. Rotting Curse inflicts a magical plague on enemies, causing earth magic damage with each movement. Ineffective against undead, elemental, and mechanical beings. 6. For a group. 12. Swarm Disturbance summons magical insects to inflict magical damage on the selected enemy. Ineffective against undead, elemental, and mechanical beings. 5. Lightning Strike deals lightning damage to enemies within a small radius. 5. Magic Purification 10 affects a group. 20. Dispelling harmful magic from allies and beneficial magic from enemies, with a chance of failure starting at 40. Increasing to 100 for experts. Resurrection of the Dead revives the deceased, with duration based on magic cost 10, magic value 9. Frostbolt inflicts freezing damage on enemies within a small radius. 6. Level 3 Magic Just Power. Creatures affected by magic become enraged, significantly increasing their damage. 6. Earthquake in siege warfare can destroy walls. Base damage 100 to walls, advanced 200, expert 300, and ultimate for 100 damage to walls. 7. Tormenting Pain 5 affects a group. 10. Weakening enemy forces and reducing their attack power. The magic duration corresponds to the hero's mana. In the depths of winter's icy grip, an enchantment known as the Frost Ring inflicts freeze damage upon all creatures encircling the designated point. The deflection missile mitigates ranged damage sustained by allied forces. The Confusion spell ensnares the chosen enemy target in illusions, stripping them of their mobility and is ineffective against undead, elemental, and mechanical beings. The Illusion Legion conjures mirror images that vanish upon taking damage. The Chain Fireball wreaks havoc, delivering substantial fire damage to the targeted area. At the 4th tier of magic, the Magic Immunity spell simultaneously dispels beneficial and harmful spells from the target, granting them immunity to magic for 10 seconds. Applicable only to allied troops. The Meteoric Rain unleashes a torrent of magical damage upon all beings within the targeted area. The Elemental Summoning calls forth creatures from the 4 elemental realms, dependent on the hero's magical prowess. The Teleportation spell relocates allied forces to another position on the battlefield. The Blinding Curse renders enemy troops sightless, with the cursed target suffering from dispelled attack magic, the duration of which is contingent upon their magical energy. The Chain Lightning inflicts considerable electrical damage to the target and adjacent beings, with the number of affected targets determined by magical power. The Firewall creates a barrier of flames in any chosen area of the battlefield, causing all beings to endure fire damage throughout its duration. The Madness Curse plunges the enemy target into confusion, causing them to act indiscriminately and attack the nearest unit, regardless of ally or foe. At the 5th tier of magic, the Holy Vengeance spell exacts retribution upon enemies responsible for slaying allied troops, with damage dictated by the number of fallen soldiers. The Rebirth spell permanently resurrects allied forces. The Implosive Blast delivers immense magical damage to a single target. The Sacred Word inflicts significant holy damage upon all undead and infernal beings on the battlefield, as well as orcs imbued with bloodlust. The Puppet Master spell grants the caster complete control over the target, with duration reliant on magical energy, and may only be cast on one target at a time, ineffective against undead, elemental, and mechanical beings. The Doomsday Judgment unleashes devastating damage upon all entities on the battlefield. The Phoenix Summoning conjures a singular phoenix to the battlefield, which vanishes upon the conclusion of combat. If the summoning is repeated, a new phoenix will materialize, while the previously summoned one will dissipate. Furthermore, the summoned phoenix temporarily increases its defensive capabilities to 30, rather than 25, when selecting defensive commands. This spell consumes 35 magical energy. The Mysterious Armor bestows a magical protective field upon allied forces, mitigating a portion of the damage sustained. Lastly, the Underworld Curse inflicts malevolent damage upon all beings on the battlefield, excluding undead and infernal creatures. 9. Special Magic. Saras's Vessel summons a magical sea ship. 3. Special Magic. Dimensional Gate teleports heroes and troops to the designated location for heroes above level 15. 12. Special Magic. Town's Temporal Gate teleports heroes to their main city. Special Magic. Summon Creatures calls forth troops from the nearest main city, consuming mana based on the number of summoned units. 15. Special Magic. Saras's Vessel summons a magical sea ship. 3. Chapter 4. Responsibility. Listening to the old steward's narrative, Seann found himself quietly immersed, as if a grand tapestry were unfolding in his mind, granting him a clearer and more profound understanding of the world he had traversed into. Although his former self had studied the family history in childhood, time had passed, and aside from those exceptionally gifted individuals with remarkable memories, who could retain the knowledge learned in youth with perfect accuracy, the fragmented, hazy recollections began to coalesce into a coherent picture through the steward's account. The history of the family's development did not particularly astonish Seann, after all. In his previous life in ancient China, wars often involved tens of thousands, and sometimes even hundreds of thousands, in conflict. He had already witnessed the brutality and grandeur of war within that tumultuous historical continuum. Despite the peculiar creatures and fantastical elements of this world, to him, the essence of warfare appeared largely unchanged. Furthermore, as a man endowed with a system, he felt a renewed sense of confidence when confronting the unknown. Yet, a persistent question lingered in his mind. How did the primitive headhunter tribes manage to slay dragons? He helplessly shook his head, attempting to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Now was not the time for such inquiries, for more pressing matters awaited his attention. Historical records indicated that the dragon knights who had ventured forth included the clan leader and his family. After the conflict, the leader, accompanied by numerous slaves, commenced the construction of Pearl City on site. His vision was steadfast and far-reaching, aiming to establish an impregnable bastion to thwart the incursions of the headhunter tribes, thereby creating a haven for countless citizens to thrive and prosper. Simultaneously, the leader left his brothers and sisters-in-law at Emerald Harbor. Thus, both Pearl City and Emerald Harbor were safeguarded by dragon knights, ensuring a dual layer of security for the territory. The old steward's voice was deep and resonant. imbued with the weight of time. However, this very arrangement sowed the seeds of future peril for the family's development. The steward paused slightly. A trace of concern etched upon his face. Gradually, distinctions arose between the direct and collateral branches of the family, leading to fierce open and covert struggles for power among the descendants of the clan leader and his brothers in the ensuing years. For a long time, the direct descendants of Pearl City maintained an upper hand in this contest for dominance, with its thriving economy and unique geographical advantages that render it defensible and formidable. Mingzhu City has become a steadfast bastion for the Saiyans to consolidate their power. The collateral members of the Emerald Harbor have long harbored grievances, as during your father's generation, the rights to the territory nearly fell into their hands. Ultimately, it was your father who valiantly turned the tide and ascended to the lordship. The old steward's words were imbued with profound respect and admiration for Seann's father. After reflecting on the family's history, the steward paused, as if seeking to calm his inner turmoil, before continuing. Today, Mingzhu City remains relatively tranquil in the plains. Yet venturing deeper into the forest invites assaults from the Headhunter clan. Such attacks have persisted for over 5 centuries. The family's dragon knights, after enduring prolonged warfare, have gradually perished, and the last dragon succumbed to old age 2 centuries ago. The steward's voice carried a deep sense of helplessness and lamentation. To maintain the combat readiness of the troops and secure the family's territory, a hunting tradition was instituted. Each year, 1 month prior to the harvest festival, elite forces are mustered to penetrate the southern forests, hunting all living creatures. This is, in essence, a demonstration of our family's prowess, serving as a warning to the Headhunter clan not to encroach upon our domain. Engaging in combat deep within the forest is particularly time-consuming. Preparations for supplies are made a month in advance, with slaves continuously ferrying them to the front lines. Each hunting expedition typically lasts around a month, systematically clearing the borders of the territory from left to right. The steward elaborated on the family's traditions and regulations. With only 2 months remaining until this year's harvest festival, which coincidentally marks your coming of age, there was a suggestion to conduct the hunting expedition earlier due to concerns about timing for your coming of age ceremony. At that time, the Lord set forth with merely 200 elite warriors from the Lord's Guard. Perhaps the years of uninterrupted success in hunting had lulled the Lord into a false sense of security. Although they did not venture deeply into the forest this time, they still fell prey to an ambush by the Headhunter clan. Not a single one of the 200 warriors, along with the Lord, returned. The steward's voice grew increasingly somber, and sorrow washed over the room like a tide. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his gaze to linger on Seann's youthful yet resolute visage, his eyes searching for echoes of the past within that face. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke, his tone grave and weighty. "It is your uncle, Lord Mori of the Boleyn family's collateral branch, current executor of Emerald Harbor, who has influenced or rather manipulated you." After delivering this weighty revelation, the steward appeared to shed a monumental burden, exhaling deeply before silently bowing his head, worry etched across his features. He understood that this would ignite the fuse for an impending civil strife within the family. Now, all hopes rested upon the shoulders of the young master before him, whose decisions would dictate their fates. Seann sat quietly, his expression composed, betraying not a hint of panic. Indeed, prior to the butler revealing this secret, a subtle premonition had already taken root within him. Yet, deep within his soul, a profound tranquility prevailed. This tranquility stemmed, on one hand, from his keen insight into the intricate conspiracies woven throughout the annals of Chinese history. Those historical narratives resembled tomes of wisdom, granting him a profound understanding of the complexities of human nature and the harshness of conflict. On the other hand, it derived from his unwavering trust in the system he possessed, which served as his anchor in this unfamiliar realm. Seann fell silent for a moment, his gaze gradually shifting away from the butler, as his thoughts surged like a tumultuous tide. It felt as though 2 voices were engaged in a fierce clash within him. One voice resolutely proclaimed, "This is merely another challenge on the path of life. With the aid of the system, you will undoubtedly navigate through it with composure and triumph over all adversities." Conversely, the other voice, tinged with a hint of apprehension, softly inquired, "The weight of this responsibility is immense. Do you truly possess the capability and courage to bear it?" However, this internal struggle did not linger for long. As Seann swiftly arrived at a decision, he slowly lifted his head, a renewed determination igniting within his eyes, akin to the dawn's first light, dispelling all hesitation and uncertainty. At that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to curve into a faint smile as he mused internally. The wars of medieval Europe. when compared to the grand conflicts of Chinese history, seemed to lack a certain adaptability and cunning wisdom. The Roman legions, though orderly and imposing, displayed a formidable sense of power on the battlefield, yet ultimately, it was merely a straightforward exhibition of brute force. In terms of tactical application, strategies such as ambushes, night raids, or ingenious fire and water assaults, which were masterfully employed by military tacticians in Chinese history, were conspicuously absent in European warfare, or could be deemed virtually non-existent. They appeared to favor open formations, engaging in direct confrontations. While such a method of warfare exuded valor, it was undeniably lacking in strategic richness. But does it truly matter? Though this world starkly contrasts with the Earth I once knew, teeming with wondrous creatures like dragons, I possess a singularly powerful hero system. Given sufficient time to develop and ample resources, I am confident that I will carve out my own domain upon this vast continent, conquering this world with ease. A mere port city and a fleet might are trifling obstacles in my eyes. Seann exhaled gently, drawing his thoughts back from the distant realms of history and grand visions of the future to the present reality. He turned to his mother and sister, whose faces were etched with concern, and his gaze softened instantly. It seemed imperative that he say something to reassure them. He rose to his feet, straightened his back, and exuded an air of unwavering confidence and formidable strength. He first bowed deeply to the elderly butler, his voice steady and powerful, brimming with respect. "Dear Grandfather Butler, I am profoundly grateful for your candid revelations. You have devoted your life to our family, sacrificing your youth and efforts for our sake. I appreciate your honesty and steadfast support for both our family and me. Seann will forever cherish it." Chapter 5. Determination. Then, turning to face his mother and sister, a smile adorned his face, reminiscent of the warmest sunshine in spring. "Mother, sister, you need not worry. From this moment forth, I shall safeguard the future and destiny of our family. Even if the path ahead is fraught with thorns and fraught with challenges, I shall wield my sword without hesitation, clearing the way for you and forging a radiant avenue ahead. You must believe in me, just as I unwaveringly believe in myself." The smile illuminating Seann's face seemed to possess a magical power, capable of dispelling all gloom. As his mother gazed upon him, her worries gradually dissipated, replaced by immense comfort and trust. It was as if she saw her husband's shadow in her son, along with the hope for the family's resurgence. Though his sister feigned disdain with a roll of her eyes, the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight upward curve, revealing a barely perceptible smile, an acknowledgement and pride in her brother. After comforting the two, Seann kindly suggested to his mother, "Mother, you have toiled for so many days. You must be exhausted. Please return to your room and rest well. You can entrust the other matters to me. Mira, please assist Mother back to her room and let her relax." "Very well, I believe my son is the finest." His mother consented, her eyes filled with maternal affection. "I have faith that you will become a hero surpassing your father, leading our family towards a more glorious future." His sister, standing nearby, playfully rolled her eyes at angles before dutifully helping their mother slowly exit the hall. "Brother, do not forget your promise. Do not let Mother and me worry about you any longer." A gentle voice of concern drifted back from his sister's retreating figure, laced with both a hint of affection and deep care. This caused Seann's previously relaxed demeanor to tighten slightly, and he silently vowed to protect his family, ensuring they would suffer no harm. Watching the two figures gradually fade at the hall's entrance, Seann returned to his seat, resting his arms lightly on the long table. His hands clasped, supporting his chin, his gaze sparkling with contemplative light. Responsibility, Seann mused inwardly. Just yesterday, I was merely an ordinary, single young man, lost in my own world, living a simple life where one person's fullness sufficed for all. Yet now, I must bear a heavy mission, responsible for my mother, sister, and countless citizens within this city. I cannot evade my fate, nor do I possess a refuge to escape to. Yet, since destiny has entrusted me with such a solemn mission, the responsibility of safeguarding my family and my people, how could I possibly waver? His gaze grew ever more resolute, as if ignited by two blazing flames. How could I, having traversed into this realm with great difficulty, allow myself to be daunted by such trifling obstacles? My mother, so benevolent, my sister, so endearing, how could I stand idly by, watching them and our family descend into peril? Life and death are but fleeting concepts. I shall confront adversaries head-on. I must make it known to those with malevolent intentions that a traveler endowed with a system is certainly not a target for these foolish jesters. Grandfather Butler, please take a seat. Seann raised his head to regard the elderly steward, speaking with earnestness. I now require a more comprehensive understanding of our family's territory. Kindly enlighten me about the castle, Pearl City, and the port, including the key figures and military deployments there. Della, Seann called to the young maid, who stood nearby in a daze. Do not stand there foolishly. Hurry and fetch some refreshments, and prepare some snacks as well. I appreciate your effort. Upon hearing Seann's command, the young maid Della seemed to awaken from a slumber, her energy suddenly returning. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she promptly nodded in response, saying, "Of course, young master." With that, she skipped out of the hall. Seann watched her retreating figure, a smile creeping onto his lips as he mused to himself. This girl, could she have dozed off while standing? She truly is an adorable little scatterbrain. The old steward settled into a chair opposite Seann, the wrinkles on his face appearing somewhat less pronounced, as if relaxed by a wave of ease. His expression mirrored that of a diligent farmer, finally witnessing the fruits of his labor ready for harvest, with a sense of satisfaction evident in his demeanor. He gazed silently at Seann, his eyes brimming with admiration and anticipation, deep and gentle, reminiscent of a once-spirited lord. In his heart, he pondered, this child has always been intelligent and gifted. Now, in this critical moment, he demonstrates such responsibility and courage, truly the hope of the family. Having devoted a significant portion of his life and energy to the Boleyn family within these castle walls, he has witnessed their rise and fall, their glory and disgrace. From the earliest days of following the old lord into battle, fighting valiantly for the family, to later assisting the current lord through the complexities of this tumultuous era. Every memory is etched deeply in his mind. He earnestly hopes that in his lifetime, he will witness the young master grow into adulthood, marry, and sire heirs, perpetuating the family's glory and ensuring that their bloodline endures upon this land. The old steward's thoughts drifted back to the past, those tumultuous years of war. Those days spent living and dying alongside the family, all vividly resurfacing in his mind. A flicker of an unusual brilliance suddenly danced in his eyes, as if recalling some amusing thought, and a mysterious smile graced his countenance. When it comes to marriage, given the young master's current charm and the esteemed status of his family, it certainly should not pose a challenge. However, when it comes to fathering children, it may require the young master to exert a bit more effort. Should one not devise a means to make the young master toil a little? Perhaps through the use of traditional aphrodisiacs or concoctions crafted from animal organs? Or might one resort to the enigmatic and perilous sorcery of the shadowy realms? If only one could procure some female slaves from Lys, that would not be entirely unthinkable. Alas, what absurd notions am I entertaining? The old steward couldn't help but chuckle to himself, self-deprecatingly recognizing the folly of his thoughts. He gently shook his head, as if attempting to cast away these peculiar ideas. As he pondered further, his gaze grew fervent, and his expression involuntarily contorted, completely immersed in his own fantasies. He envisioned the castle adorned with lights, Seann clad in splendid attire, marrying a beautiful and noble woman, while he stood by, watching with a heart full of joy. Soon after, he beheld delightful children frolicking in the castle gardens, the scene brimming with vitality and hope. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill coursed through Seann's back, causing him to shudder involuntarily, and he coughed, interrupting the steward's reverie. Grandfather Steward, let us not dwell on such matters for now. We should discuss the pressing issues at hand. His voice shattered the somewhat eerie tranquility, pulling the old steward back from his daydreams. My apologies, young master. The steward seemed to awaken suddenly from a dream, his face tinged with embarrassment and regret. He hastily rose and said, I am truly sorry to have kept you waiting. Before we commence our discussion, I must prepare a map of the territory, so you may better comprehend the situation of the family estate. As he spoke, he bowed slightly and then hurried away, his steps tinged with a hint of fluster. Very well, Grandfather Steward, please go prepare. I shall await your return here, Seann replied with a slight nod, eagerly anticipating more information regarding the family estate. Chapter 6. Excess. After the others departed, Seann did not remain idle. He rose and began to scrutinize the spacious hall with great care. The hall was vast, likely exceeding 1,000 square meters. Towering walls were constructed from massive stones, sourced from distant mountains, meticulously carved and transported by countless artisans, now forming a part of this castle. The floor was composed of enormous stone slabs, tightly interlocked. Worn by centuries of footsteps, their surfaces slightly recessed and varying in hue. Lavish woolen carpets adorned the ground, predominantly deep crimson, their edges embroidered with exquisite patterns outlined in golden thread. Stepping upon them felt both soft and warm. On either side of the hall, enormous tapestries hung from the walls. These carpets and tapestries have been meticulously woven by the most skilled artisans of the family, who have devoted countless hours and immense energy to their creation. One tapestry depicts the first clan leader astride a fearsome dragon, his longsword glinting with a chilling light and his countenance radiating resolute determination. Behind him, innumerable loyal warriors raise their weapons, shouting fervently as they charge towards the enemy. The expressions of the figures within the design are vividly lifelike, capturing the intense atmosphere of battle. Another tapestry illustrates a grand celebration hosted by the family, where nobles clad in opulent garments engage in song and dance, their joyous laughter resonating throughout the hall, showcasing both luxury and prosperity, a testament to the family's former golden age. Additionally, several tapestries portray the valiant forms of the family's ancestors, riding upon the backs of colossal dragons, soaring and spiraling above the earth, their capes billowing in the wind. Interspersed among the tapestries are decorative metal wall sconces, their bases crafted from exquisite wrought iron, the filigree designs flowing gracefully and elegantly. Robust candles are nestled within them, and the flickering flames reflect off the metal shades, casting a warm glow that illuminates the walls and makes the tapestry patterns appear even more vibrant. Below the walls, every so often stands a stone statue, some in human form and others in dragon form. The human figures represent distinguished individuals from the family. Some are adorned in lavish noble attire, wielding scepters symbolizing power, while others don heavy armor, brandishing sharp blades. These statues are carved from the bones of long-extinct dragons, glowing faintly red in the candlelight, and one can feel a lingering warmth upon touching them. Seann strolls eagerly through the hall, admiring and caressing these priceless works of art that dwell in his memories, a surge of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. This is no exaggeration. Merely a few of these exquisite tapestries are far beyond the reach of ordinary nobility. In this realm, only those of at least count rank, wielding genuine authority, are deemed worthy of possessing such treasured items, which symbolize not only wealth, but also the family's status and glory. At the hall's forefront stands a massive oak long table, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen. This is where the Lord convenes with esteemed guests for discussions and dining, having hosted numerous grand banquets that bear witness to the family's fortunes through various eras. The wood of the table hails from an ancient southern forest, meticulously crafted by artisans into this magnificent piece. The table legs are sturdy and robust, intricately carved with exquisite designs of vines and dragons. The vine motifs symbolize the family's enduring prosperity and vitality, while the dragon imagery conveys strength and valor. On either side of the long table are high-backed oak chairs, their backs similarly adorned with elaborate patterns. The cushions are fashioned from soft leather, filled with thick cotton, providing a plush and comfortable seating experience that ensures no fatigue, even after prolonged use. At the end of the long table, a magnificent and imposing chair stood proudly, the Lord's throne. As Seann gently caressed the seat he had just occupied, he could not help but exclaim inwardly at its opulence. Truly extravagant, he murmured. This throne was crafted from rare mahogany, its armrests and backrest intricately carved with the family's emblem, adorned with an array of colorful gemstones that glimmered with a mysterious brilliance in the candlelight. The seat cushion and backrest were upholstered in sumptuous purple velvet, a color symbolizing nobility and enigma, soft and smooth to the touch, exuding both comfort and elegance. On one side of the hall stood a grand fireplace, its hearth constructed from dark marble, the mantel spacious and adorned with an assortment of decorative items, such as exquisite metal sculptures and ancient ceramic vases. Although Seann thought the fireplace somewhat unnecessary in this eternally spring-like land, its presence undeniably added warmth to the expansive hall. In addition to the wall sconces and the flames within the fireplace, several magnificent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, crafted from metal and exquisitely designed, each adorned with an abundance of candles. These chandeliers were artfully arranged above the hall, and when night fell and all the candles were lit, the entire space was enveloped in a bright and inviting glow. Thus, after contentedly wandering around the hall in accordance with the original owner's memories, Seann returned to the luxurious throne and settled into it once more. Just as the grand doors swung open again, Dara and the steward entered the hall, one after the other. Dara carefully placed drinks and food before Seann, then quietly retreated to stand beside him, standing at attention. The steward, holding a sheepskin scroll, approached the long table with deliberate grace and unfurled the scroll with care. Chapter 7. The City. Young master, please observe. This map represents only a portion of this continent, currently indicating the areas surrounding our territory. Here lies the location of our castle, the steward said, pointing to a specific spot on the map, his voice steady and composed. Seann leaned forward, his gaze fixed intently on the map. The map was square, the deep green forest resembling a dense mane of hair, thickly covering the entire expanse, presenting a striking visual intensity. At the center of the map, extending towards the edges, was an oval-shaped blank area that appeared starkly out of place amidst the rich greenery. The steward extended his rough finger and began to explain slowly. This castle was personally designed and constructed by your ancestors. It is situated to the south of Pearl City. Behind the castle lies the southern gate leading to the mysterious forest, built primarily to guard against the ferocious headhunters that dwell within. The castle features 4 grand gates, the one nearest to the city square being the front entrance, flanked by 2 smaller side doors, while the door facing the forest serves as the final line of defense for the entire city. Outside the castle, there exists a semicircular inner wall, approximately 10 meters in length, connecting seamlessly with the southern city gate's fortifications. This area, nestled between the outer and inner walls, serves as the station for the guards of the southern gate. As the years have passed, the castle has weathered countless storms and undergone several renovations. The steward paused momentarily, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. The castle sprawls over a vast expanse, occupying a quarter of the Pearl City. It boasts 5 stories, reaching heights of several dozen feet. Within its confines, there are 100 rooms, each with its own unique purpose. Among these are storage rooms for supplies, an armory brimming with various weapons, and a granary filled with provisions. There is a conference hall for deliberating family matters, bedrooms for family members to rest, and guest rooms for entertaining visitors. The kitchen is a haven for culinary delights, while the study is infused with the scent of books. And there lies the enigmatic underground section. This subterranean realm is equally well appointed, featuring a wine cellar for exquisite vintages, a reserve granary, a family treasury for precious artifacts, and the foreboding castle dungeons. As the steward spoke, he gestured lightly, as if envisioning the castle in his hands. The castle currently houses 100 maidservants, bustling about to tend to every corner of the estate. 300 valiant warriors, tasked with safeguarding the upper levels of the castle and the family treasury, are stationed in every room, taking turns in their watch. There are 10 chefs, crafting delectable dishes with their own hands, and 100 laborers. Though their tasks may seem trifling, they are an indispensable part of the castle's functioning. The laborers are confined to the first and second floors, while the third floor and above belong to the realm of the maidservants. The Lord's Guard now numbers 800, stationed at the castle's front and rear gates, limited to the castle's ground level, obeying only the Lord's commands and serving as a vital force for ensuring the safety of the castle's periphery and the family's travels. The castle's food reserves are ample, sufficient to sustain an army of 2,000 for over a year, stored within the reserve granary. Daily, individuals venture into the city to procure fresh fruits and vegetables, ensuring that the family enjoys a diet of fresh fare. The armory is stocked with a diverse array of weaponry, including gleaming suits of armor and leather gear, numbering approximately 2,000 sets. The family treasury, the most significant of all, is a sanctum accessible only to the clan leader, housing the family's most treasured possessions. Dear young master, you are not yet permitted to enter and examine its contents. Having concluded his thorough introduction to the castle's state, the steward took a gentle breath, raised a goblet from the table, and sipped to moisten his throat. He then traced a delicate circle around the castle's perimeter, as if sketching a mysterious symbol. This region is known as Pearl City, its expanse surpassing that of 4 interconnected castles. Towering walls rise to a height of 45 feet and boast a thickness of 20 feet, manned by a rotation of 5,000 city guards. Given that the southern front is the primary area requiring defense, the eastern and western walls lack gates, with the sole exception of the northern city gate. However, in light of the formidable climbing prowess of the headhunter tribe, additional patrol soldiers have been stationed to ensure the city's tranquility. Pearl City is meticulously divided into 4 distinct sectors, each serving a unique purpose. The southern area, where the castle resides alongside the southern gate, serves as the heart of the family. The commercial district surrounding the northern gate is alive with the bustling activity of merchants entering and exiting, a hub for the convergence and circulation of various goods. Among its attractions is a uniquely designed hot spring bathhouse, whose architectural style draws inspiration from Valyrian traditions. Adorned with exquisite mosaic tiles, the bathhouse draws its warm waters from the depths of natural springs, providing a serene retreat for relaxation. In the Western Church District, a grand and enigmatic temple dedicated to the Valyrian triad stands at its center. Nearby, a towering bell tower emits its chimes across the city, serving as a reminder of the passage of time. The residences within this area are both elegant and spacious, home to devout worshippers and a multitude of distinguished officials, officers, and merchants. The Eastern District serves as the garrison for the city guards and a repository for supplies, heavily fortified and meticulously organized. This area is vital for the city's security, with mountains of provisions amassed. In the southeast corner lies a circular arena, frequently hosting fierce combat competitions and captivating circus performances, drawing many residents to witness the spectacles. Throughout Pearl City and its surrounding farmlands, a diverse populace resides. The official residents number approximately 40 to 50,000, with 5,000 city guards maintaining the peace. There are over 100,000 free citizens scattered across the city like a swarm of industrious bees, contributing to its growth. Additionally, more than 500,000 slaves, despite their lowly status, form the cornerstone of the city's development. The inhabitants are dispersed across the three primary sectors, with free citizens predominantly residing within the city, while others are spread across northern and eastern villages. They resemble scattered sparks of flame upon the vast landscape. Slaves, on the other hand, are primarily found in the mines and logging camps across the territory, save for the southern region, laboring diligently and pouring their sweat into the family's prosperity. As the steward spoke, his finger glided slowly across the map, akin to an artist painting a grand canvas. His finger approached the edge of the map, his expression growing solemn. Here lies Emerald Harbor, the site where the family first made landfall. Its area is half that of Pearl City. The port's resident fleet requires a substantial number of sailors, soldiers, and support staff, including cooks and laundry workers. The operation of the port's docks, warehouses, and other facilities also necessitates a multitude of craftsmen and laborers. The city is home to wealthy merchants, mercenaries, artisans, and scholars, alongside those who provide services to them. The permanent population is approximately over 100,000, with around 200,000 slaves, who constitute a vital labor force for the development of Emerald Port. Here, the fleet comprises around 200 vessels of varying sizes, manned by approximately 10,000 sailors who navigate the tumultuous seas like a courageous flock of seabirds. The port also boasts a 1,000-strong infantry guard and a cavalry contingent of about 2,000, safeguarding the port's security. Most of the inhabitants of the territory, including the freemen, are descendants of slaves from centuries past, while the current slaves were acquired through various means from Essos after the cessation of hostilities. The territory's fleet is divided into two factions. One is a defensive fleet stationed near the coast, ensuring the safety of the territorial waters. The other is a trading fleet that roams all cities of Essos, comprising brave adventurers who traverse between cities to engage in commerce. Their most significant task is the trade of grain and clean water to Asha. However, Asha is fraught with peril, akin to a massive trap, prompting the fleet to exercise utmost caution during each trading expedition. This encompasses all known intelligence regarding the territory. Upon concluding this statement, the old steward seemed to have accomplished a monumental task, exhaling deeply in relief. Chapter 8. Hero. After a moment of silence, he slowly resumed speaking. As previously mentioned, due to the protracted power struggle between the direct and collateral lines, the port's executor, Lord Mori, had considered himself the future patriarch of the Bellerin family until your father ascended to the lordship. Lord Bondi, the fleet commander and a member of a collateral branch, also expressed support for Lord Mori. Yet, ultimately, due to various intricate reasons, it was your father who inherited the title. As for Lords Mobik and Illic of Pearl City, they are your direct kin and your most steadfast allies, likely to continue their support for you. In truth, most officials and soldiers in both cities are indifferent to whether the lord is from the direct or collateral line. Their primary concern is the stability and prosperity of their lives. The current members of the Bellerin family in Emerald City are few, numbering around 20, while those near Pearl City are just over 10. This stems from the ancient Valerian tradition, which you, young master, may not fully comprehend. In simple terms, your future spouse must be a direct family member. If that is not objectionable, one may also consider a member from a collateral line, although this tradition is somewhat peculiar. It is the sole means to ensure the purity of the Dragon King's bloodline. In the quiet hall, the old steward's voice resonated like a somber elegy, reverberating softly through the air. Seann listened intently, his gaze steadfastly following the movement of the old butler's finger. Upon hearing the final words regarding marriage, he could not help but feel a momentary jolt, as if a small stone had struck him, sending ripples through his heart. He gently shook his head, as if trying to cast away the distracting thoughts swirling in his mind, and resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. Thank you, esteemed butler. I have a general understanding of the situation. It appears the internal conflict within the family is now unavoidable. Please inform the two lords of Mingzhu City to prepare for the impending war. I shall meet with them tomorrow. Seann pondered silently, The system of the Bayline family is indeed unique. With a population nearing 1 million, the Lord does not directly partake in governance, instead delegating authority to various officials. However, this is not an insurmountable issue, as history has repeatedly demonstrated that as long as one maintains firm control over the military, one can navigate the treacherous waters of power without fear. Moreover, I possess a formidable system as my support. Understood, young master. Your will is my mission. I shall take my leave now. The old butler, with a serious expression, rose to his feet, his stature resembling that of a tall pine tree, and bowed deeply to Seann. Seann nodded slightly in return, his eyes closely following the butler's figure as he cautiously secured the sheepskin scroll before slowly exiting the hall. At present, the most pressing crisis looms in the form of tomorrow's succession ceremony, with the 2 vulturous relatives from the collateral line ever watchful, undoubtedly poised to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for other matters, they shall have to wait for another time. Today and tomorrow, I may construct 2 buildings. It is imperative to choose those that will aid the ceremony. Seann silently calculated in his mind, closing his eyes to steady his breath, allowing his spirit to immerse into the system's translucent interface. Within that dark expanse, the white area housing the miniature castle became distinctly visible. Tentatively, Seann attempted to enter the castle with his thoughts, and the dark interface transformed like a calm lake disturbed by a gentle breeze. The classic interface of the 5th-generation castle unfurled in his mind like a scroll. Once part of the city, the castle now stood alone as a long, rectangular structure, majestically perched atop a towering peak. The mountain loomed like a giant, piercing the clouds, with the castle resembling the crown upon this giant's head. An S-shaped moat meandered between the mountain and the plain, resembling a winding jade ribbon that separated the two. A long avenue connected the plain and the peak, with another equally elevated barren land lying behind the mountain. This should be the angel recruitment point within the game. And atop the rectangular structure rested a circular building, likely the village council hall available from the game's outset. Gazing at the castle's image on the interface, Seann envisioned its manifestation in reality. Wait a moment. System, can summoning the castle into reality allow it to merge with existing structures? Seann suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. What would happen if he were to summon this city during tomorrow's ceremony? Although the city currently boasted nothing but the castle foundation, if he could conjure a reality that matched this foundation, it would indeed be a divine miracle. It would surely be quite astonishing, wouldn't it? Ding. Would you like to initiate the fusion summoning based on the host's coordinates? The system's prompt echoed. Not yet. Seann smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, for a deity of multidimensional creation, altering the terrain was a trivial task. Next, he decided to construct today's edifice, and he chose a tavern, as it would allow him to recruit heroes and bolster the city's morale. The cost was merely 500 gold coins and 5 units of timber. While there were many loyal subjects in reality, the formidable heroes from the system were undoubtedly more trustworthy. Ding! Tavern construction underway. Construction complete. As the system notification concluded, a tavern building appeared on the plains near the city moat, just as in the game. Eagerly, Seann accessed the tavern interface. The tavern's functionalities bore striking resemblance to those in the game. It provided intelligence on rival factions and featured 2 human heroes awaiting recruitment. The first hero, Radger, a level 1 knight, possessed the Pathfinder talent and commanded unique human skills, the basic counterattack technique, which enhances damage when defending, and the basic attack technique that increases the damage capability of heroes and troops by 10. His recruitment cost was 3,000 gold coins. The second hero, Vittorio, was also a level 1 knight, with the talent of siege expert. He shared the basic counterattack technique and had skills that improved the efficiency and lethality of his war machines by 10. His recruitment fee was similarly 3,000 gold coins. Seann calculated silently in his mind. Recruiting both heroes would require 6,000 gold coins, plus the 500 gold coins needed for the tavern, along with 5 units of timber and 5 units of stone. Tomorrow, he also planned to construct a level 1 spearman barrack, which would cost another 1,000 gold coins, requiring 5 units each of timber and stone. The recruitment of spearmen would cost 20 gold coins per individual. Thus, recruiting 30 would amount to 600 gold coins. He began with 10,000 gold coins, which, when summed up, would total 8,100 gold coins in expenses, leaving him with 1,900 gold coins. He couldn't help but ponder whether the gold coins from reality could be utilized within this game system. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he instinctively began to meticulously calculate his remaining resources. Upon finishing, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Alas, the constraints were indeed burdensome. Despite the pressing scarcity of resources, it did little to dampen his resolve to recruit heroes. Although he himself was a hero, there is a saying, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. The more heroes he could gather, the more swiftly his power could expand. After all, in the game, each hero had a limited number of moves. Thus, having more heroes was undeniably advantageous. These heroes possess a myriad of functions, capable of gathering resources, exploring realms, transporting troops, taunting adversaries, and even executing tentative offensives, which, to put it bluntly, could lead to their demise. Now, having transitioned into the real world, these utterly loyal champions, liberated from the constraints of gaming rules, undoubtedly represent his most formidable allies. It is essential to note that the game he has loaded is none other than the illustrious heroes of might and magic. The very name suggests that only with heroes can one attain invincibility. Chapter 9. Strength Fortune seems to favor him, as he has acquired a siege expert and a pioneering explorer. However, it remains uncertain how the abilities of these heroes from the game translate into the real world. As Seann gazes at the hero information displayed in the tavern interface, he ponders deeply. In the game, Rak, endowed with the unique talent of Pathfinder, is a quintessential support character, adept at exploring new territories, provoking challenges, scavenging, and transporting forces, truly a versatile asset in any situation. Vittorio, the Siege Master, stands as the main hero of the Sanctum faction, with his war machines and ballistae maintaining dominance from the early to the late game, inflicting unparalleled damage across all factions. His favored playstyle is one that Engels is particularly adept at wielding. When combined with high morale and luck, along with various blessings and remarkable movement range, the exhilarating sensation of wreaking havoc across the map can be succinctly described in one word: exhilarating. Upon completing the recruitment of heroes in the system's realm, Seann slowly opened his eyes, returning from that enigmatic space. At that moment, 2 indistinct figures suddenly materialized beside the long table, which had previously been empty. Seann widened his eyes, fixated on this extraordinary scene, his heart brimming with emotions. Although he had already undergone a miraculous journey as a member of modern society, he had been immersed in a secular education, filled with the belief that technology creates all. Yet now, witnessing these figures gradually emerge from obscurity into clarity, from the void into reality, his long-held materialistic worldview teetered on the brink of collapse. Regardless of the tumultuous turmoil within Seann's heart, the arrival of the 2 system heroes remained unaffected. 2 middle-aged men, of similar stature, appeared beside the long table, clad in full armor, helmets cradled in their arms, and long swords gently held at their waists. Their robust and formidable presence exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Rak, Vittorio, at your service, my lord. We pledge to become your sharp sword, vanquishing all foes. Upon their emergence, the 2 men knelt respectfully on one knee before Engels, proclaiming their oath with unwavering resolve and loyalty. Hearing the bold declarations of his inaugural subordinates profoundly moved Seann's heart. Once a staunch atheist, he now resolved to embrace faith selectively. Very well, generals, please rise. We shall toil together to forge a new realm in this new world. Seann, with a radiant smile, pushed back his chair and stood up, his hands trembling slightly with excitement as he briskly walked towards the 2 men, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Yes, my lord, your will shall be our guiding light. The 2 stood obediently, their words laced with reverence. Excellent. I am quite curious to know the extent of your prowess. Generals, Seann inquired eagerly, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. My lord, each hero possesses knightly strength upon their emergence. In addition to mastering swordsmanship, horsemanship, and hand-to-hand combat, they can also learn magic and acquire skills. The more battles they engage in, the stronger they become, replied Lacker respectfully, stepping forward. Knightly strength? Are we speaking of human knights of the 6th tier? To possess such might from the outset is truly remarkable. However, while I have a general understanding, it would be prudent to conduct an actual assessment, Seann mused, making his way towards the door, intending to summon the guards for a demonstration of the hero's abilities. What are your names? Never mind, come with me. At Seann's beckoning, the guards outside entered the hall silently, their steps measured and steady as they followed him in. Generals, these guards are the elite of our family. Each of you may select one to test your skills, but remember, this is merely a friendly sparring match. Seann stated with a serious expression. Yes, my lord, your will, they replied, acknowledging Engels' decision without further protest. Lacker and Vittorio exchanged glances, their eyes seemingly communicating strategies and understanding. They then donned their helmets with composure and drew their long swords in a swift, fluid motion, showcasing their expertise. The moment the blades were unsheathed, A glimmer of cold light illuminated a corner of the hall. Lacquer calmly walked to the opposite end of the long table, exuding an aura of latent power, creating an impression of an invisible pressure in the air. Seann, brimming with enthusiasm, took on the role of the referee. As everyone prepared, he hurried to the head of the long table, his eyes wide with anticipation, eager to witness this momentous duel. This was no mere whim. It marked the first direct confrontation between system warriors and local soldiers, a moment of great significance. Through this contest, not only could he clearly compare their strengths, but he would also gain a more tangible understanding of the formidable power of knightly ranks. In contrast to the eager readiness of the two heroes, the guards remained unusually silent. From the moment they entered the hall to now, they had drawn their swords without uttering a word, resembling two silent icebergs radiating an air of sternness. The hall was so quiet that the drop of a pin could be heard. After a considerable wait, no one made the first move. Seann, anxious, glanced back and forth between the heroes and the guards, then suddenly slapped his forehead, realization dawning upon him. Were they all waiting for my command? Very well, let the duel commence. Give it your all. Seann shouted loudly, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the vast hall. In truth, he harbored no concern for potential casualties, for he possessed a unique ability of limited resurrection. In the realm of the game, such resurrection magic was typically reserved for the highest echelons of magic and archangels, and this was a source of his confidence. At the very moment he issued the command, two guards, as if summoned by the clarion call of battle, gripped their swords tightly and launched an assault on their adversaries with the swiftness of leopards. Chapter 10. The scheme. Their movements were seamless, embodying a beautiful amalgamation of power and speed, as their swords sliced through the air with a whistle, aiming directly for their opponent's vital points. Their momentum seemingly poised to rend their foes asunder in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the once tranquil hall erupted with a cacophony of piercing metallic clashes, a sound sharp and urgent, akin to a frenzied symphony of metal. The battles on both sides ignited almost simultaneously, sparks flying and shadows dancing in a dizzying display. Wherever the swords met, sparks erupted like fireworks. However, this seemingly intense clash ceased abruptly after merely a few breaths, too swift for the eye to comprehend. The disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. The two heroes moved with an ethereal grace, their speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a mere flick of their swords, what appeared to be a casual gesture wielded tremendous force, effortlessly deflecting the guards' powerful strikes. The precision of their movements suggested countless hours of meticulous calculation, as if their swords were extensions of their very being. In the blink of an eye, they advanced, their blades flashing like lightning, poised at the guards' throats, the entire sequence flowing with the fluidity of a tranquil stream. Their formidable power and extraordinary skill were on full display, each movement exuding a martial prowess that transcended the ordinary, leaving onlookers in awe. Let us conclude this. Generals, please take a seat. I appreciate your efforts. You may withdraw now. Seann's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape. He had anticipated that, despite the evident disparity, there would at least be a back-and-forth exchange of blows. Yet, the harsh reality unfolded before him. The scene turned awkward as these guards, deemed elite within the family, could not withstand even a single strike from the system heroes. Upon receiving the command, the guards remained expressionless, unfazed even with swords poised at their necks. They stepped aside, bowing slightly, and deftly retrieved their disarmed swords. Subsequently, they silently retreated to their posts at the entrance, resuming their duty as sentinels, as if the preceding events had never transpired. Fearless and loyal warriors, the two system heroes could not help but exclaim in admiration. He gracefully sheathed his sword and removed his helmet, striding with measured steps to stand respectfully beside Seann, his posture as upright as a pine tree, awaiting new commands. At that moment, a light patter of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, as Dyla and two handmaidens entered, bearing refreshments with a graceful demeanor. Generals, please take a seat. Let us engage in a meaningful conversation, Seann invited. Your will, my lord, they replied in unison, positioning themselves on either side of Seann, their seating posture reflecting the discipline of seasoned soldiers. Set the items down. Dyla may leave, Seann instructed the handmaiden who approached him. Esteemed generals, what are your thoughts on the soldiers' capabilities we just witnessed? Once the handmaidens had placed the items down and exited the hall, Seann could no longer contain his curiosity and eagerly inquired. In response to your lordship, for those of knightly caliber, handling approximately 10 soldiers of this rank would be a trivial task. When compared to the soldiers of the Holy Hall, their strength is slightly superior to that of first-tier pikemen, but they do not reach the level of third-tier infantry. Furthermore, as heroes, we provide our troops with additional enhancements to both their offensive and defensive capabilities, coupled with the strength gained from their promotions. Overall, a first-tier pikeman led by a hero can indeed contend with an equal number of such elite soldiers. However, this conclusion does not account for various influencing factors that could arise during combat, such as equipment, experience, troop numbers, physical condition, and environmental circumstances, Roger reflected thoughtfully, articulating his assessment with clarity. Upon hearing Roger's words, Seann felt a mix of astonishment and delight. He was astonished to realize that the family's death warriors of such strength numbered only around 200, while the 800-member Lord's Guard likely possessed slightly lesser capabilities. He had not anticipated that they would only match first-tier troops in strength. Furthermore, with the city defense forces of Pearl City numbering 5,000, their strength was likely even weaker, and as for the slave soldiers, well, they were probably destined to serve as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yet, he was delighted as well, for the system's output was indeed extraordinary, a true masterpiece. This assertion held true. The lowest-tier first-tier soldiers in the game could rival the elite warriors of this world, despite Roger's mention of various unforeseen factors. Was it not true that system soldiers could also benefit from various enhancements? Thus, the conclusion remained the same. Seann couldn't help but let his imagination wander. If a 7th-tier angel were to descend, how formidable would their power be? In his mind's eye, he envisioned the world's magical dragons facing a great archangel. Surely, it would be a matter of a single strike, perhaps an exaggeration. Yet, with hundreds of archangels at his command, how many dragons could there possibly be? The thought of a multitude of archangels surrounding a few dragons was simply unimaginable. Lost in this reverie, Seann's gaze became distant, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he envisioned the day he would dominate the world. The two generals remained patient, waiting for Seann to return to the present. Ah, well, let us indulge in a drink. Ha ha ha, welcome to the new world, a rebirth of sorts. After a considerable lapse of time, Seann suddenly regained his senses, realizing that there were others beside him awaiting his attention. A wave of embarrassment washed over him, and he quickly greeted his two new subordinates with a smile. Following a light-hearted conversation, Seann pondered that, as the system soldiers could not be recruited at this time, it would be prudent to have these two heroes lead the indigenous troops, which would undoubtedly enhance their combat capabilities. With the guidance of heroes, the fighting prowess of these soldiers should reach a 3rd-tier standard. Perhaps this is the ultimate power of the heroes, indeed. As long as the heroes remain, their continuous advancement through warfare would result in increasingly formidable attribute bonuses, allowing all soldiers under their command to undergo a remarkable transformation. Moreover, there would be little concern regarding morale, as knight heroes possess the blessing of a no-cost ritual. In the later stages of heroism, one could confidently surmise that 1,000 farmers could topple 10 sacred dragons. Rack, I wish to entrust the command of the 5,000 city defense troops to you. While Vittorio, you shall oversee the Lord's Guard to ensure my safety and that of the castle. Is this agreeable? Seann spoke with a serious demeanor. Of course, my lord. Your will be done. The two responded immediately, rising from their seats and bowing solemnly, their eyes brimming with confidence and loyalty. Seann raised his goblet, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he nodded in approval. He then turned to the young maid behind him and instructed, Excellent. Della, please escort General Rack to the city defense encampment and convey my orders to Commander Illich. Yes, young master, Della replied in a hushed tone, her voice imbued with admiration. It seemed to her, whether a mere illusion or not, that her young master had undergone a considerable transformation, becoming more composed, self-assured, and accompanied by these two generals, whom she felt she had never encountered before. Della pondered in her heart, her curiosity piqued. Very well, time is of the essence. We must swiftly consolidate our military strength. Rack, you are to depart immediately, Seann stated with a grave expression. In this unfamiliar realm, ensuring that the military remained firmly under his control was undoubtedly of utmost importance. As for whether these two heroes could command the troops with their prowess, coupled with his directives, he anticipated no unforeseen complications. I vow to fulfill the Lord's command, Rack declared, rising to offer a formal bow before striding purposefully out of the hall, prompting Della to hastily follow suit. Della, relay one more command. Inform the two lords of Pearl City to come to the castle to meet with me. Just as Della was about to exit the hall, Seann suddenly recalled an important matter and hastily instructed. Originally, he had intended to summon them the following day. However, plans seldom withstand the winds of change. Now, with powerful and fiercely loyal heroes at his disposal, securing control over the military within the city would ensure parity with the strength of the two cities he had thus far encountered. Moreover, he possessed the system, a formidable weapon in his arsenal. The ensuing task is to ensure that the leaders within the city do not betray or create disturbances, allowing them to develop steadily for a month or two. At that point, these so-called adversaries can be effortlessly dealt with. Understood, my lord. Upon hearing the command, Della promptly halted her steps, turned to bow, and hurriedly departed. Observing Della's lively silhouette, Seann couldn't help but smile. The girl truly exudes vitality. Chapter 11. Relatives. In the spacious hall, several bottles of fine vintage wine adorned the table. The two poured themselves a glass, leisurely sipping while quietly awaiting the unfolding of events. For the most part, it was Seann who spoke, his words flowing like a never-ending stream, while Vittorio sat calmly beside him, his posture upright and dignified. His hands were clasped before him, and his gaze was focused, occasionally nodding gently to indicate his attentive listening. Unless prompted, he refrained from uttering a single word, and thus, an exchange of glances occurred intermittently between the two. As time passed, Seann gradually discerned Vittorio's reserved and composed temperament. Vittorio, once matters here conclude, have the maid take you to assume command of the Lord's Guard. Then, contact Roger and request him to allocate 1,000 elite warriors to bolster our ranks. Remember, it is imperative to complete the reorganization before the ceremony commences tomorrow. This matter must not falter. Understood, my lord. By the way, Vittorio, do you know how to promote the various troop types? Additionally, what prerequisites are required for recruiting units of Tier 5 and above? After assigning the task, Seann suddenly recalled this matter and inquired with curiosity. He had initially intended to ask the guide, but she had departed before he could voice his question. My lord, for the promotion of units from Tier 1 to 6, it merely requires upgrading the recruitment buildings. There are no special requirements. As for the conditions for recruiting Tier 7 units, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide an answer, as I possess no recollection of that information, Vittorio responded, slightly bowing. Then from where do you hail? Do you have any memories regarding this? Seann's curiosity intensified, leaning forward as he pressed for more details. Aside from matters concerning combat in my own name, I have no recollection of anything else, my lord. Vittorio's brow furrowed slightly as he strained to search the depths of his mind. After a brief silence, he opened his eyes and shook his head in resignation. Very well, understood. It seems we must proceed step by step and let things unfold naturally. While there is a tinge of regret, I am not overly disappointed. After all, the ship will find its way when it reaches the bridge. I firmly believe that one day, the conditions will be met. As for the origins of these heroes, they are not crucial, as long as they remain steadfastly loyal. That is sufficient. Seann returned to the head of the long table, his slender fingers gently grasping the stem of the wine glass. He slowly raised it to his lips, tilting his head slightly to allow the ruby-red wine to flow smoothly down his throat. The wine possesses a rich and full-bodied flavor, its aroma unfurling delicately upon the tongue. Its low alcohol content poses no challenge to him, a seasoned participant in countless occasions. Since rousing from slumber, time has not been overly lengthy. Now, in this moment of tranquility, he finds the opportunity to calm his mind and meticulously organize the information gleaned from both the steward and the memories of the former owner. The environment of this world bears a striking resemblance to that of medieval Europe. Here, lofty lords reign over vast lands and numerous subjects. Knights, clad in resplendent armor and mounted on majestic steeds, dedicate themselves to the protection of their lords and the pursuit of honor. Conversely, the lowly slaves toil relentlessly for their mere survival. Most remarkably, this world is home to the legendary dragons, coupled with names as resonant as Targaryen and Valyria. His conviction deepens. This realm is indeed that of the wildly popular television series, Game of Thrones. Yet, it remains unclear how much time remains before the Mother of Dragons weds the King of Horses. It is noteworthy that this world has not seen the birth of a dragon for nearly 2 centuries. His rather unremarkable father often spoke of how the dragon eggs in their family treasury seemed cursed, incapable of hatching. It was only after the appearance of the Red Comet that dragons once again graced this world. During that time, the Mother of Dragons married the King of Horses and, whether by mere fortune or fate, successfully hatched 3 young dragons. While the events in Westeros transpire earlier, the arrival of the comet is the sole significant matter worthy of attention at present. The emergence of this comet heralds a monumental transformation in the world's landscape, signaling the resurgence of magic or spiritual energy. However, within Game of Thrones, there exists no detailed account of the Baelish family or this uncharted continent. To him, everything is shrouded in mystery. He must navigate and explore each facet on his own. It appears that once he fully grasps control of his domain, he ought to dispatch someone to Essos for intelligence gathering. As a descendant of Valyria, the Mother of Dragons might yield unforeseen benefits if he can extend her some assistance without hindering the development of his territory. Perhaps, in time, he could realize the dream of uniting both man and dragon. With this thought, Seann could not help but feel a swell of pride, an impish smile tugging at the corners of his lips. As for the fearsome White Walkers, in his eyes, empowered by magic, they do not represent an insurmountable dilemma. At worst, he could personally confront them, unleashing a barrage of apocalyptic judgment or divine light. Having arrived in this world, he is resolute in ensuring the safety of his family and will not permit these undead to roam freely, wreaking havoc. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall, as if a throng of individuals were hastily approaching. A subtle shift occurred within Seann's heart. As he realized that his two distant relatives had arrived, he promptly reined in his wandering thoughts, swiftly adjusting his demeanor to a state of calm. His gaze fixed on the grand entrance, revealing a hint of barely detectable tension. Before long, the imposing door was gently pushed open by the guards. Two middle-aged men with silver-white hair strode in hastily. The man on the left, clad in a suit of jet-black armor, polished to a brilliant sheen, reflected a cold light under the flickering candle flames. His tall and robust figure moved with a steady, forceful gait, as if the very ground trembled beneath his feet. This individual must be Commander Illich of the city guard. To his right stood a man draped in a plain robe, the fabric billowing softly in the breeze, exuding an air of elegance and grace. A faint smile adorned his face, reminiscent of the warm sunlight of spring, imparting an amiable and approachable aura. Undoubtedly, this was Mobik. As expected, upon halting before the long table, Mobik, adorned in his robe, beamed brightly, his eyes narrowing into slits as he slightly bowed and warmly greeted, "I, Mobik Bellier, the executive of Pearl City, pay my respects to the esteemed clan leader and lord." His voice was soothing and melodious, imbued with an almost enchanting quality that seemed to disarm any sense of vigilance. "Commander Illich Bellier of the Pearl City Defense, I greet you, young Master Seann." Illich responded with a slight nod, his voice deep and gravelly, resonating like a heavy bell. He stood tall and upright as a pine tree, his arms naturally resting at his sides, emanating an aura of unwavering authority. Though Mobik's demeanor appeared exceedingly respectful, his cheerful smile and geniality evoked a sense of springtime warmth. Seann was not easily swayed by superficial appearances. As a time traveler seasoned by the information explosion era, he understood well the wisdom in the adage that suggests one should be wary of those with squinting eyes. Illich's presence evoked a certain resemblance to the archetype of a stoic hero, not in terms of strength, but rather in the unyielding, military aura he exuded. Standing there, Illich resembled a majestic mountain, instilling a sense of steadfastness and reliability. Well, perhaps that is the case, though it is also possible that this fellow is deliberately putting on a facade. After all, the human heart is inscrutable, and who can truly see through it? Seann pondered, aware that he was neither the lord nor the clan leader at this moment. "Uncle Mobik, we are all family here, so there is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." While contemplating their attitudes and intentions, a warm smile adorned his face as he cordially invited both men to sit. "It's merely a matter of an ascension ceremony, but I wonder what the Lord has summoned us for?" Mobik chimed in cheerfully as he approached Seann with a measured pace. His head bowed in acknowledgement. As he passed by Vittorio, he cast a seemingly casual glance at the unfamiliar face, a flicker of subtle scrutiny glimmering in his eyes. After Illich nodded in acknowledgement, he refrained from uttering another word, silently following Mobik and taking a seat beneath him. He maintained a dignified posture, his hands resting on his knees, eyes gazing straight ahead, as if everything around him was of no consequence, solely focused on awaiting the forthcoming instructions. Chapter 12. Testing the waters. Indeed, the steward Howard reminded me, tomorrow marks the day of my inheritance ceremony. However, a sense of unease lingered within me, prompting me to seek the opinions and advice of my uncles regarding the lordly succession. Seann leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped upon the table, his gaze flitting between the two faces before him, in an attempt to glean some useful information from their expressions. "I am steadfastly in your corner, rest assured, my lord. No one shall dare disrupt your inheritance ceremony tomorrow," Mobik declared fervently, thumping his chest in assurance. His smile radiated ever more brightly, his genuine demeanor suggesting he would go to great lengths for Seann. "I support your ascension to lordship as well. The city guard stands ready to fight for you." Illich interjected coolly, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. "Thank you both for your unwavering support. By the way, Uncle Illich, you must have met General Radger by now. What are your thoughts on him?" He raised his goblet, taking a delicate sip to mask a hint of anxiety within. I have indeed met him, albeit only briefly, but I could clearly sense his formidable nature. His eyes, movements, and words all exuded the essence of a seasoned warrior, Illich recollected earnestly, his expression grave as he offered an objective assessment. Yes, I plan to appoint him as the temporary commander of the city defense forces. Of course, this is merely a provisional arrangement. As for the reasons, I trust you understand without further elaboration. Seann maintained a steady gaze upon Illich, his demeanor seemingly relaxed. Yet his words carried an unmistakable insistence. For the sake of our family's continuity, we must temporarily put aside any grievances. And I hope you will cooperate with General Radger in ensuring the city's defense. Uncertain of his relative's precise attitudes and thoughts, Seann opted for directness, clearly conveying his stance and objectives. His tone remained unassuming, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet it detonated like a bombshell, leaving the two present momentarily speechless. They had not anticipated that the reason for Seann's summons would be so explosive, nor the contents so unexpected. It is worth noting that, according to lineage, Illich, the city defense commander, was the elder brother of Seann's father, the former lord. Moreover, given that he commanded an army of 5,000 amidst the current complex circumstances of the territory, most would seek to court his favor. Yet Seann had the audacity to confront him with the intention of seizing his military authority. Mobic, upon reflecting on this, could not help but smirk internally, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards, though he swiftly reined in his expression. He offered no verbal rebuttal, instead regarding the still adolescent youth with a gentler, seemingly concerned gaze. Within the depths of that look, a fleeting mockery glimmered, as if to suggest that he was far too naive. Master Seann, although you are the heir to the lordship, strictly speaking, you do not yet possess the authority to dismiss my position. Illich furrowed his brow, clenching his fists tightly, his eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction, and his tone seemed to suppress an impending rage. However, as a member of the Balin family, for the sake of the family's future, I could be amenable. Yet, this is contingent upon your arrangement of General Rack's capability gaining my endorsement. After a moment of contemplation, Illich, caught in a tumult of inner conflict, finally spoke slowly and earnestly. As the commander of the city's defenses, he was acutely aware of the precarious situation facing the family. Historically, whenever there was a change in lordship, the collateral branches would invariably stir up some commotion. Therefore, although Seann's appointment filled him with humiliation and discontent, he was a traditionalist, believing that the family's interests superseded all. Given that it was the command of the heir, he felt compelled to reflect upon it, despite his unease. Morik, who had been smiling brightly and secretly reveling in the situation, found his grin falter upon hearing this. Nearly unable to contain his frustration, cursing internally. Damn that old fool. How could he concede so easily? Wasn't he supposed to be enraged and storm off? Infuriating. Very well. I appreciate Uncle Illich's understanding, and I have complete confidence in General Rack's abilities. I trust he will earn your respect, Seann expressed, a look of relief gracing his features as he sincerely conveyed his gratitude. Now, I will be relying on both of you. The current state of the territory is delicate and complex. Any misstep could lead to chaos. The foremost priority is to reassure the residents and soldiers of the city, ensuring stability without a hint of disorder. Morik maintained his spring-like smile and responded almost without hesitation. Not a problem, my lord. Rest assured, this matter is in my hands. I shall ensure your peace of mind. From the perpetual upward curve of his lips, one could hardly perceive his true intentions, as if he were genuinely a devoted uncle, wholly concerned for the family's welfare. Illich, however, slightly furrowed his brow, a seriousness evident in his gaze. With a tone that bore a measure of gravity, he replied, "In accordance with your command, Master Seann, please allow me to take my leave. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to delay." With that, he rose swiftly, feet together, his right fist striking heavily against his left chest, performing a standard military salute to Seann. He then turned and strode out of the hall with resolute steps, each footfall marked by determination, embodying the essence of a soldier. "I shall also take my leave, my lord. I will be punctual for the inheritance ceremony tomorrow and look forward to witnessing the moment you officially assume the lordship." Mobic rose gracefully, his movements flowing like water, as he slightly bowed and paid his respects to Seann before departing the hall with a leisurely gait. Watching the retreating figures of the two, Seann's tense body finally relaxed completely. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though the very essence of his strength had been drained away, slumping into his chair, murmuring to himself, "Phew. Being a lord is no easy task." Whether in his past life or in this new existence, he had never possessed the experience to lead others. To maintain such composure during their recent conversation, Seann understood it was largely due to the confidence bestowed upon him by the system. Yet, he pondered, if he felt this nervous merely facing two relatives, how would he manage the grand inheritance ceremony before the entire town tomorrow? With this thought, Seann instinctively cradled his head in his hands, a look of distress crossing his face as he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He turned to Vittorio, who had remained silent beside him, his eyes reflecting a plea for assistance and inquiry. What is your impression of them? Do you believe they will genuinely support me? Vittorio shook his head slightly, a hint of unease crossing his features as he replied candidly, Forgive my bluntness, my lord, but I am not particularly adept at discerning the intricacies of human nature. However, based on Lord Alich's recent demeanor, his gaze, tone, and mannerisms, he appears to be a person of pure intentions, loyal to his family. For Vittorio, the complexities of interpersonal relationships and the subtleties of human emotions were not his forte. His focus remained steadfastly on the matters of the battlefield. Chapter 13. The battle at the city gates at dawn the following day. The morning light, like a gentle veil, filtered through the intricately carved windows, softly illuminating Seann's room. Rising early, his thoughts inevitably drifted back to the conversation with his two relatives, and then to the warm scene of sharing dinner with his mother and sister. After reassuring his family, he returned to his newly arranged chamber and fell into a deep slumber amidst the tranquility. In this medieval society of servitude, he had yet to experience the joys of nobility. Though surrounded by numerous charming maidens, the safety of his family weighed heavily on his mind, leading him to believe that rising early and conserving his energy was the wisest course of action. Under the attentive care of a young maid, Seann completed his morning rituals. Emerging refreshed and radiant, he strode out of his room, his gaze falling upon the two guards stationed outside, and inquired amiably, What are your names? Zach. Much. Their voices, perhaps due to long silence, sounded especially hoarse and dry. After a moment of contemplation, Seann's expression turned serious as he commanded, Go inform everyone in the castle that once the ceremony commences, all must vacate the premises. Remember, everyone must leave, no one is to be left behind. Ensure that you supervise with the other guards. Immediately following this, he added, From this moment forth, you two shall serve as the captains of the guard. Go now, Zach. Machi, and convey my words verbatim to every guard, servant, and maid. Understood, master, the pair responded, swiftly dispersing to the left and right with brisk, decisive steps. At this moment, Mingzhu City was bustling with activity, akin to a boiling cauldron, with waves of clamor rising one after another, incessant to the ear. Along the streets, vendors shouted loudly, filling the pathway from the northern city gate to the heart of the city to the brim. This thoroughfare, spanning over 10 meters in width, was now inundated with throngs of people, surging like a tide, packed so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. The stream of humanity began at the city gate, winding and twisting, extending all the way to the Lord's castle beyond. The sheer magnitude of this crowd posed a potential calamity, and the mere thought sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, the city defense commander, Raj, and Alich responded swiftly, implementing comprehensive measures. The city guards left only a small contingent to defend the walls and gate, while the remainder rushed to the square and streets to maintain order. Outside the northern city gate, a large group of citizens eagerly awaited entry. Among them were longtime residents from the surrounding areas of Mingzhu City, as well as many who had journeyed from the distant Emerald Harbor. After all, today marked the grand day of the new Lord's Ascension, an occasion that promised a jubilant celebration for those often confined by the monotony of daily life, akin to a rare and splendid festival. Daddy, Mommy, how much longer must we wait? A young boy of 7 or 8 perched on a man's shoulders, swinging his little legs and unable to contain his impatience. The man, with a gaze full of affection, gently reassured, Soon, soon, my dear, there are just too many people today. This family of 3 stood at the city gate, hearts brimming with anticipation. Not far off, a man with a hint of cunning in his appearance leaned closer to his companion and whispered conspiratorially, Hey, have you heard? The Lord's son has been in a coma due to overwhelming sorrow. I wonder if he will awaken for today's ceremony. If he doesn't wake, who is this ceremony for? Someone immediately interjected, their face a mask of confusion. At this moment, a wealthy individual arriving from the city's outskirts lazily chimed in, Haha, you may not know, but the governor of Emerald Harbor is on his way here, accompanied by 2,000 cavalry. What? Is there going to be a fight today? The crowd erupted in an uproar, unable to restrain their astonishment. Do you think the new lord will marry his sister? Among the throng, another voice lowered to a whisper, sparking quiet discussions. I heard the new lord is still underage. Outside the city gate, the densely packed crowd swarmed like ants, clusters of citizens huddled together, their heads brushing against one another, the closeness so intimate that it seemed they could hear each other's heartbeats. They lowered their voices, whispering conspiratorially, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and excitement as they exchanged tantalizing gossip about the secrets of the nobility. As they spoke, they slowly inched forward with the crowd, eager to enter the city and witness the rare spectacle of the new Lord's ascension. Suddenly, an unexpected commotion erupted from the distant north. At first, the sound resembled a muffled thunder, rolling in from the horizon, followed by a tremor that seemed to gently shake the ground, as if an invisible giant was stirring. With the passage of time, the thunderous noise grew increasingly distinct, and the vibrations intensified, as though a long-dormant behemoth was racing toward them. In an instant, everyone appeared frozen in place, their animated chatter abruptly silenced. Eyes widened in shock and bewilderment, they instinctively turned to face the north. There, on the far horizon, a cloud of dust billowed, suggesting that something colossal was breaking through all barriers, swiftly approaching. Those seasoned travelers, usually unfazed, turned pale, their keen instincts immediately recognizing the signs of a large army advancing. Their hearts raced violently within their chests, as if threatening to burst forth, and beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Without a moment's hesitation, they shouted in urgency to run, warning of the impending army. Desperately, they tugged at their family and friends, fleeing in panic away from the city gates. They understood all too well that in this land, the only ones with the authority to mobilize such forces were likely the Baron family. Yet, a deep unease settled within them. Why had such a massive army come? The city guards, tasked with maintaining order at the gates, also sensed the unusual disturbance. Their previously orderly formation began to falter, the soldiers' faces betraying their tension and anxiety. As the deafening roar drew nearer, the sentinels atop the walls discerned vague silhouettes amidst the swirling dust, masses of figures surging toward the gates at a rapid pace. The newly appointed captain of the northern gate turned ashen, gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his knuckles whitened, sweat pouring down his face. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady himself, but the tremor in his voice revealed his inner turmoil. Quickly, shut the gates, prepare for battle. His command pierced through the howling wind. Sharp and urgent, the order echoed among the soldiers. Close the gates. Close the gates. Their shouts reverberated along the walls. Their movements were swift and frantic. Some struggled to pull the ropes controlling the city gates. Others hastily grabbed their bows and arrows, while yet others shouted for their comrades. Instantly, the entire wall was engulfed in a flurry of chaos and activity. Archers, prepare. Someone, quickly request reinforcements. The captain's command sliced through the tense atmosphere like a sharp blade. The archers swiftly took their positions, drawing their bows and aiming their arrows towards the increasingly visible army in the north. Each archer's face was etched with concentration and anxiety. Their breaths grew slow and heavy, fingers tightly gripping the bowstring, poised to unleash their deadly projectiles at any moment. Meanwhile, the soldiers dispatched to seek assistance dashed down the wall like arrows released from their bows, racing towards the interior of the city, their figures flitting past in the streets, leaving a trail of swirling dust in their wake. As the city gates slowly began to close, the heavy sound of friction echoed through the air. Chapter 14. The battle at the city gates. Two outside the gates, the civilians stood in stunned silence, their expressions filled with terror and helplessness. Their mouths gaped wide, as if attempting to voice their fears, yet terror choked their throats. What is happening? Aren't those people from the port? Could there be a rebellion? A tremulous voice emerged from the crowd, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. The previously quiet crowd erupted into chaos, their faces awash with panic. Women clutched their children tightly, who cried out in fright, while men scanned their surroundings in search of a safe escape. The cries echoed to the heavens as people scattered like startled birds, rushing towards the sides of the walls. Despite the gates not yet being fully closed, no one dared approach them in this tense situation. They understood all too well that they were mere commoners, their lives as fragile as that of ants in this harsh society. To dare such an act would likely result in being struck down by a hail of arrows before even reaching the gates, and no one would come to collect their bodies. At that moment, however, from within the fleeing crowd, several shadowy figures, cloaked in dark garments, surged forward, taking advantage of the confusion to close in on the closing gates. Among the vigilant guards at the gates, a keen-eyed young soldier suddenly perceived these stealthy intruders. His eyes widened like copper bells, fixating on the suspicious figures while glancing at the approaching dust cloud from the north. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hesitated not a moment longer, raising his voice in alarm. Danger! Enemies are attacking the gates. His voice trembled in the air, filled with urgency and fear. With this soldier's sudden warning, all those near the gates fell into a state of panic. A dozen or so city guards hastened to shut the gates, while the cautious masked assailants tore off their obtrusive disguises, revealing glinting weapons as they charged forward with remarkable speed. Quick, rush forward. Do not allow them to close the gates. The leader of the approaching masked figures, his eyes burning with urgency, shouted with a harsh tone that conveyed a fierce determination. Kill. The throng of assailants echoed his fervor, their cries infused with madness and resolve, as they swiftly surged through the narrow opening that remained in the closing gate. Agile and fierce, they wielded their weapons with a whirlwind ferocity, engaging the gate guards in a brutal clash. In an instant, the cacophony of clashing metal and the battle cries intertwined, creating a deafening uproar. Amidst the rising dust and trembling earth, this sudden eruption of violence exacerbated the chaos. On the city wall, the captain instinctively wiped the sweat from his brow, his palm damp with perspiration. His eyes reflected confusion and concern as he turned to his anxious deputy, his voice trembling slightly. The commander has yet to arrive. Are we truly to engage in battle? His words seemed diminutive and helpless against the howling wind. The deputy, equally tense, fixed his gaze on the advancing army from the north, scarcely daring to blink. He swallowed hard, his throat parched, and replied, I'm not sure. There was no word about engaging in battle, was there? His voice carried a hint of hopefulness, yet was saturated with uncertainty. Just then, a sudden alarm rang out. Oh no! Light, gather the men and support the gate. The guard captain, taken aback, had no time to ponder further. His sole desire was to defend the gate. Yet, the approaching army instilled a palpable fear in him, compelling him to send his deputy for reinforcements while he remained on the wall. Meanwhile, the battle at the gate had intensified. The assailants attempting to seize the gate were a faction of mercenaries lured by gold and the peripheral death warriors from Emerald Harbor. Their individual prowess and combat experience far surpassed that of the gate guards. One death warrior deftly dodged a soldier's thrusting spear, his short blade striking like a viper towards the soldier's throat. A mercenary swung a hefty battle axe, each blow accompanied by a howling wind, leaving the guards struggling to defend themselves. Although the narrow entrance limited them to one or two at a time, this merely delayed their entry momentarily. As the guards were gradually overwhelmed, the assailants began to pour through the gate with increasing speed. Send a few to operate the winch. The rest, follow me, commanded the mercenary captain, his blade sweeping elegantly, leaving a trail of blood upon the ground, just as they believed victory was within grasp. A chorus of hurried footsteps approached the gate. Quick, drive the invaders out. The guards on the wall had arrived. The city's guard soldiers stood in a meticulous formation, brandishing their long spears, resembling a moving forest of steel as they advanced. Cursed be their synchronized steps and thunderous war cries, their morale soaring high. Thrust, kill. The situation rapidly reversed, and an even more fervent cacophony of battle cries erupted. Although there was a slight disparity in strength between the two sides, the massed individuals, outnumbered tenfold, could hardly withstand such overwhelming odds. The gap in their capabilities proved negligible in this confined space. What does it mean to be outmatched? This was the embodiment of that phrase. Accompanying the fervent shouts and curses were countless sharp spears, a dense thicket of weaponry aimed at every mercenary and masked figure. The remaining mercenaries, frantically engaged, were forced to abandon their winches, turn, and form ranks, wielding an array of weapons to parry and defend. Yet they still struggled to fend off the relentless tide of spears. They could only retreat, striving for precious moments until they were cornered against the narrow confines of the city gate. Clear the way. Let me pass first. Get the hell out of my way. The retreating mercenaries gradually lost their fighting spirit, scrambling to squeeze through the gaps, only to be felled by their so-called allies. One masked figure was struck in the arm by a spear, and in the instant his weapon clattered to the ground, multiple spears pierced his body. Another masked individual attempted to break through, but was firmly blocked by the soldiers' shields, only to be mercilessly impaled by long spears. Some mercenaries tried to exploit the chaos to escape through the narrow opening, but were swiftly dispatched by the vigilant guards. Their dying curses, anguished cries, and pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears as the guards showed no mercy. The thrusts of their spears remained swift and ruthless. The unsupported mercenaries fell one after another, with only a handful of fortunate souls surviving amidst the corpses riddled with wounds that littered the gateway. Time seemed to slow under the grip of an invisible hand, each second stretching endlessly. Amidst the swirling dust and the continuous rumbling vibrations, countless eyes, both above and below the walls, finally discerned the identity of the approaching force. They were a multitude of cavalry clad in black leather armor, sweeping in like a raging tide, stirring up clouds of yellow dust as they rushed toward Pearl City. Their armor was as dark as ink, their red capes billowing in the wind, and the five-headed dragon emblem on their chests was vividly lifelike. The long spears they wielded resembled a forest of steel, whispering through the air with a sound like rustling leaves. Each warhorse was tall and robust, their nostrils exhaling hot breath that condensed into mist in the air, and the thunderous sound of their hooves seemed capable of shattering the earth. "Archers, prepare," commanded the guard captain, his voice low and gravelly with tension. Just as the commander of the northern city gate defense was engulfed in anxiety, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps and hooves echoed from within the city. Turning to look, they saw that Deputy Commander Ilyich, accompanied by 2,000 city guards, had finally arrived at the gate. Their arrival was like a potent tonic, invigorating the previously anxious and disordered guards, and cheers erupted from the walls. The captain, relieved by the arrival of reinforcements, felt as though the heavy burden weighing on his heart had finally been lifted, a faint smile gracing his face. Chapter 15. The Battle at the City Gate. Philip, take 500 men and ascend the city walls. Morrison, arrange the remaining troops in formation and await further instructions. Yes, Commander. Ilyich, rushing forward with an upright posture and piercing gaze, surveyed the chaotic scene at the city gate and the jubilant soldiers. He nodded in satisfaction. Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. He quickly issued commands, his voice resonant and composed. Upon hearing the orders, the soldiers sprang into action. 500 men swiftly ascended the city walls, their hurried yet orderly steps echoing with purpose, the weapons in their hands glinting in the sunlight. The remaining soldiers stood in neat formation, poised to heed Ilych's commands and confront the enemy. Once atop the walls, Ilych's gaze was sharp, fixed upon the fully armed cavalry advancing within 100 meters. The sight furrowed his brow, stirring a potent mix of anger and unease within him. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Whose troops are you? Summon your commander." His voice boomed like a bell, reverberating across the open ground before the gate. "What do you mean by this, Ilyich? Am I not permitted to enter the city?" Amidst the throng of cavalry, a middle-aged man clad in black leather armor rode forth on a magnificent black stallion. His eyes gleamed with arrogance and disdain, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Bondi, what is the purpose of bringing so many cavalrymen?" Ilyich recognized the man, his face flushing with anger, his eyes ablaze like burning coals, fixated on Bondi with a voice rife with ire and reproach. "Ha. There's no need for such anger, dear Ilyich. You know the journey has not been without its dangers, especially considering the recent troubles with our lord. Surely, it is reasonable for us to bring additional guards for our own safety." A man from the black cavalry stepped forward, his face adorned with a peculiar grin. Mori, spare me the pleasantries. You may enter the city, but either everyone must lay down their arms, or the cavalry must remain outside. Otherwise, you shall not pass." Ilyich, resolute as iron, seemed oblivious to the deeper implications of Mori's words. He understood only too well that permitting such a multitude of cavalry into the city would lead to dire consequences. Curse it, we were so close, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. What now? Should we simply charge in? Bondi, with his cavalry already at the foot of the walls, glared at the slowly closing gates, frustration mounting within him. His hands gripped the reins tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, muttering curses under his breath. Moments later, he turned to Mori, his eyes filled with urgency. Faced with his eager and expectant inquiry, the expression of Mori, standing nearby, grew particularly grave. Furrowing his brow, he remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head and speaking with a heavy tone. "Given the circumstances, the opportunity has undeniably slipped away. To initiate a conflict at this juncture would be an unwise course of action. Let us proceed within the city for now. When the time is ripe, we can coordinate with Mobik." At this point, Mori involuntarily paused, releasing a deep sigh. The once sharp and spirited glint in his eyes now revealed an unmistakable hint of helplessness and profound regret. Why had the plan to seize the city gate failed? Hadn't Mobik claimed that the guards were his allies? He too was shrouded in confusion, yet he understood clearly that in the fleeting moments just past, they had squandered a golden opportunity that could have turned the tide in their favor. Alas, reality is merciless, despite the reluctance in his heart. The only choice left was to endure temporarily and await a new chance. After a hushed discussion, Mori stepped forward. "Certainly, there is no issue. We are merely concerned about safety in the wilderness. Now that we have arrived in the city, safety should be assured. Come, Bondi, let us enter. We must not miss the Lord's ceremony." Mori explained with a hearty laugh, urging the reluctant Bondi beside him, his smile replete with insincerity, attempting to mask his true sentiments. "Humph, Once today's events conclude, I shall ensure he pays dearly, and that wretch regarding the city gate will meet his demise as well. Bondi's gaze darkened, fixating intensely on Ilyich atop the city walls, his eyes glimmering with a fierce malevolence. Very well, remain vigilant. Ahem, Lieutenant, take 200 men with us into the city. Modi, you lead the others to find a place to camp. Do not slacken your vigilance. Let us go, Bondi. After issuing his instructions to the contingent behind him, Mori advanced toward the city gate, followed by the unwilling Bondi and 200 of the most elite cavalrymen. Their steps were synchronized and powerful, the sound of their hooves striking the ground resonating like a taunt directed at Ilyich. Humph, open the gates. Ilyich, unconcerned with the thoughts of the two men, coldly commanded after confirming that the majority of the cavalry outside had retreated. His disdain for these two had long been festering. One was a smiling tiger, outwardly cheerful yet inwardly treacherous. The other, a nefarious character with shifty eyes that betrayed wickedness and greed. He was aware that their visit harbored ill intentions, yet he felt no fear. What further schemes could these two concoct? Ilyich pondered as he observed the pair entering the city, then shook his head, dismissing the thought as he turned to depart. Your name is Krosa, is it not? You have performed admirably. I shall report your commendable efforts to the Lord. Ilyich, lost in thought, did not forget to pat the captain of the city gate on the shoulder in praise. The fierce battle at the city gate left him with an overwhelming sense of dread. Last night, during the handover of duties with the young man named Rateg, he had abruptly proposed to replace some of the gate guards with members of the Lord's Guard, which filled him with distaste and confusion. In such a tense situation within the territory, wasn't this arrangement a challenge to his managerial capabilities? Yet, with Ingalls backing him, he felt it unwise to voice his objections. Thus, he regarded this newly appointed individual, who had already achieved significant merit, with a gaze full of admiration. He couldn't help but marvel at the captain's decisive reaction. Had it not been for his quick thinking, the situation could have escalated far worse. Thank you, Commander. This is my duty, the captain of the gate exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and pride as he bowed respectfully. Very well, all soldiers here are under your command. Remain vigilant, keep a close watch on the inside and outside of the gate, and ensure the proper handling of the fallen soldiers' remains. Ilyich nodded and, with a serious expression, entrusted the critical task of guarding the gate to Croesus. Understood, Commander. I won't let you down. Croesus stood tall, thumping his chest with fervor as he proclaimed loudly. As he watched Ilyich stride down the city wall, a surge of exhilaration welled up within Croesus. He recognized that his opportunity had arrived. His eyes sparkled with bright anticipation, as if catching a glimpse of his future glory. After descending the wall, Ilyich mounted his steed. Observing the opening city gates, he contemplated and summoned his adjutant. Report in detail to the Lord about the events that have transpired here. The adjutant nodded in acknowledgement and promptly galloped away, leaving behind a trail of dust. No matter your intentions, I shall thwart your plans. Ilyich's gaze was resolute, his presence increasingly commanding. Behind him, over 1,000 city guard soldiers, clad in full leather armor and wielding long spears, stood at the ready, flanking him on either side. Moreover, it must be noted that mingling seems to be an innate trait of humanity. The residents, who had previously sought refuge due to the war signals, began to return one after another. Cautiously, they approached the gates, their eyes brimming with curiosity and uncertainty, eager to discern what would unfold next. Oh dear. My apologies for the wait. It is truly impolite. Please allow me to visit another day to express my regrets. A boisterous laugh erupted from the gate, led by Mori, followed closely by the sullen-eyed, triangular-eyed Bondi, whose face wore a facade of insincerity, as if the prior conflict had nothing to do with them. Humph. There is no need for apologies. I merely hope you two can behave yourselves today. Upon seeing the pair enter, Ilyich turned on his heel and responded with a nonchalant tone, his voice laced with disdain and caution, dismissing their hypocritical apologies with indifference. The residents lining the streets watched with keen interest as a battalion of cavalry and city guards, arranged in formation with cavalry inside and guards outside, slowly passed before their eyes. The cavalry wore expressions of arrogance, while the city guards displayed resolute gazes filled with vigilance. Was this truly a form of escort? What were their intentions? Just moments ago, I seemed to have heard the fervent cries of battle. Yes, I heard that too. Could there be significant events unfolding today? The residents widened their eyes, only daring to follow at a slow pace after all the troops had departed, murmuring softly about the occurrences they had just witnessed. Chapter 16. The Miracle Outside the Castle. Seann stood alongside his elegantly attired mother and sister, waiting with the others from within the castle as more individuals gradually joined their ranks. Brother, Why have you summoned everyone from the castle? The sister, still young and filled with curiosity, could not restrain herself from voicing her perplexity. Although Sylvina also did not comprehend her son's actions, she chose to place her trust in him and stood quietly by his side. Seann chuckled gently. Dear sister, do not fret. You shall soon find out. Make sure not to blink, for I am about to unveil a true miracle. Yesterday, when the steward outlined the ceremonial procedures, he mentioned that they would first pray in the chapel, then return to the city center, specifically this open space before the castle, before finally hosting a banquet. However, upon learning that he could summon the very foundation of the city to merge with the existing castle, Seann resolved to alter the proceedings, intending to deliver a grand surprise to those with nefarious intentions. He pondered, since they were praying to the divine and undergoing baptism, what could be more awe-inspiring than directly showcasing the might of the gods? An increasing number of people gathered in the square. Those sent to fetch the clergy returned with a dozen priests in tow. The two relatives from Emerald Harbor, they should now be referred to as foes, had also made their appearance. The residents and soldiers of Pearl City, alongside those from Emerald Harbor, had all assembled. It was nearly time to commence, and while Seann attentively observed his surroundings, he calculated the moments silently in his mind. Ilyich had met the lord, the lady, and the young miss. Dismounting, he approached Seann and bowed respectfully. The executive officer of Emerald Harbor, Maury, and Fleet Commander Bondi also dismounted to greet the lady, the miss, and the young master, yet they did not address Seann as lord. My apologies, esteemed lords, for my tardiness, Mobik exclaimed, hurrying towards them. Upon hearing Mobik's address, the expressions of those present varied widely. Some looked triumphant, others wore faces of concern, some appeared anxious, while others were consumed by fury. Yet, Seann paid little heed to any of it. He firmly believed that once the miracle was revealed, most of those who opposed him, save for a few leaders, would likely switch allegiances. Perhaps he was being overly optimistic, but he felt that even if there were still dissenters, it mattered not. As long as the soldiers within the city remained loyal and obedient to Rad's command, even if the situation escalates to a confrontation between two armies, he remains steadfast in his belief that he shall ultimately emerge victorious. Are you prepared? Shall we commence? Seann gazed upon those whom he perceived as nothing more than jesters, incessantly chattering without pause, feeling a twinge of impatience. He turned and summoned the monks. My lord, have you truly considered this? To hold the ceremony in this square? The leader of the monks approached Seann, attempting to persuade him to reconsider. Indeed, I have made my decision. What I wish to ascertain now is whether we can begin promptly. Seann shook his head, his tone growing increasingly cold, his resolve unwavering. Understood, esteemed lord. We may commence at your convenience. The monks, recognizing their inability to dissuade him, resigned themselves to the situation. Very well, then follow me, all of you. Seann nodded in satisfaction, leading the monks to the makeshift platform erected at the center of the square, under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The square was densely packed with residents gathered for the ceremony. Seann confidently approached the edge of the platform and surveyed the silent gathering below. As countless eyes were upon him, his heart raced, and his handsome visage flushed with excitement and fervor. From this moment onward, these people would be his subjects. He would be the ruler of the entire territory, wielding control over their fates and futures. This marked the inception of his journey in this new world, the beginning of his conquest with the system he possessed. I, Seann Balern, your new lord and head of the Balern family, stand before you. Due to the untimely passing of my predecessor, my father, I am compelled to hastily conduct this succession ceremony today. Some may not agree, but that is of no consequence. Regardless of their acceptance, I am the destined lord because here and now, I pledge my commitment to every member of the family. In the not-so-distant future, every inch of this continent shall submit to the Balern name. Every citizen shall walk freely upon this land, truly becoming the masters of this vast expanse. Under my protection, no citizen shall live in fear any longer. Our territory will become an impregnable fortress, a source of abundant prosperity. Here, you shall live your lives in peace and fulfillment, reveling in wealth and joy. Your smiles will be the emblem of the family's glory. For those loyal warriors who steadfastly support the family, status and power, honor and riches shall be within your grasp. Your names will be etched upon the annals of history, and your kin and family will bask in the legacy of your valor and loyalty for generations to come. And for the traitors, the wrongdoers, they shall pay dearly for their transgressions. Let their blood stain the path we tread upon. We shall seize everything they have, leaving them with naught. They will come to understand, in fear and despair, who the true sovereign of this world is, and who stands as the most esteemed existence. In the name of the Genesis dragon god, I solemnly swear. Should I betray the words spoken today and forsake my promise to you, I shall incur the wrath of both gods and mortals, plunging into an abyss from which there is no return. I shall devote all my strength, even my very life, to uphold this vow, standing shoulder to shoulder with you to forge an unparalleled glory. This speech was impromptu. Seann had not prepared a draft in advance, but the response from the audience was remarkably positive. His passionate oration resonated through the square, amplified by the collective recitation of the monks, echoing in every corner. Just as the crowd was swept up in fervor, their cheeks flushed with excitement, he knelt slowly towards the castle, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. At that moment, he silently intoned, "System, now is the time. Summon the castle, targeting the one my finger indicates. Merge. Ding. The castle fusion summoning is in progress. Please wait." In the physical realm, a colossal, sacred, yet indistinct translucent silhouette suddenly materialized above the Baloan family castle. Rumble, rumble. The giant, shadow-like figure raised its equally nebulous hand, lifting it slowly skyward. A transformation occurred. The foundation beneath the castle seemed to be grasped by its hand, rising as if propelled by an invisible force. Amidst the resonating tremors of the mountains, the ground surged nearly 10 meters high before gradually stabilizing. What was once the open space surrounding the castle was now bisected by a moat, its wide waters carving an S-shaped path along the mountain, extending to a platform that had materialized behind the castle. At that moment, the mountain, castle, and platform aligned perfectly in the vacant space of the S. Just as the spectators stood in awe, pondering how to ascend to the castle, a stone pathway unfurled from the castle, trailing down the mountain to create a broad passageway leading to it. At last, all transformations ceased, leaving the onlookers in a state of dazed astonishment, as if caught in a dream. Though they had not witnessed the entirety of the changes for various reasons, the immense phantom, the rising castle, and the quaking earth, accompanied by the resounding thunder, were enough to make them realize this was no mere dream. People of the Baloan family, do you see? The dragon god has answered my call. This is my qualification to become the Lord. This is the confidence that allows me to make such promises to you. So, what are you waiting for? Hurry and give thanks for the divine grace, and welcome the arrival of your great ruler. Listening to the system's prompt resonating in his ears, Seann rose from the platform, arms raised in an embracing gesture, calling out loudly. Bathed in sunlight, his long silver hair, shimmering like the purest white, danced in the breeze. And he appeared as if enveloped in a divine radiance, reminiscent of a deity descending upon the earth. Chapter 17. The final frenzy. As the dazed populace regained their senses, they fell to their knees, fervently offering their reverence. Their lips moved in unison, some beseeching divine protection for their families, while others implored for abundant prosperity. The undulating sea of humanity resembled a genuine ocean, waves of devotion surging one after another. Grateful for the divine blessings, from this day forth, the Baloan family shall be known as the Yanhuang family, and Pearl City shall be renamed the City of Miracles. And I, the chosen of the divine, your Lord and the future Emperor, the sovereign of this continent and all lands to come, am Seann Yanhuang. I require your support and your unwavering faith. Will you pledge your loyalty to me and the Yanhuang family? Seizing the moment, Seann unleashed a well-prepared plan, his voice hoarse yet resolute as he guided the throngs of residents. Yes, yes. Long live the Yanhuang family. Long live the Lord. Long live the City of Miracles. Long live the King. Long live the Dragon God. Long live. Long live. The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens as the fervent crowd surged to their feet, raising their arms and shouting passionately, "Dragon God, protect us. Yanhuang is eternal. Now go forth. Spread your experiences and revelations to every ear." Seann was confident that at this moment, whatever task he assigned them, they would execute it without hesitation. Watching the frenzied crowd rush away, he swallowed hard, reflecting, "Is this the power of faith? Truly astonishing." In the square, the fervor gradually receded like a tide. Seann took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the pious figures still kneeling in prayer upon the platform. He raised his chin slightly, his expression solemn as he spoke. "Esteemed practitioners, by the grace of the divine, I have become the earthly representative of the divine. Would you be willing to follow me, to spread the faith and greatness of the Dragon God to every corner of the world?" As if responding to a divine summons, the practitioners ceased their prayers, collectively raising their heads in unison. They replied in harmonious chorus, "Praise the divine, praise you, great Seann Yanhuang. We shall heed your will." Excellent. From this day forth, you shall serve as the priests of the guardians of the Yanhuang family. I promise that throughout your lives, glory shall accompany you when your lives conclude. You shall enter the realm of the divine, enjoying eternal blessings. May the radiance of the dragon god forever shield you. He felt himself drifting further down the path of a charlatan, yet at this moment, he was remarkably composed. Words of immortality flowed from his lips with ease, as if he possessed the power to dictate life and eternity. He then raised his voice, adopting a tone of undeniable authority. You too shall go forth, disseminating the greatness of the divine to all, regardless of wealth or status, ensuring that they are aware of the divine's grace. With a satisfied nod, he observed a fleeting complexity flicker in his gaze. In truth, he was not genuinely intent on fervently advancing religious beliefs. He was acutely aware that this formidable power, akin to a double-edged sword, could easily inflict harm upon oneself if mismanaged, potentially precipitating unforeseen crises. At this moment, the crowd gradually dispersed. In the square, apart from the city guards escorting the soldiers from Emerald Harbor, the Lord's retinue, and the castle's relevant personnel, only the encircled group of Bondi remained. Long before they entered the city, Seann had meticulously devised their fate in his mind. He descended the platform with steady steps, his gaze coldly sweeping over the band of traitors, as though he intended to freeze their very souls. Meanwhile, he methodically arranged, Zach, Machi, accompany the lady and the young miss closely, ensure their protection is paramount, and remain vigilant at all times. Following this, he issued orders to a Lich and Radger, lead the troops and apprehend those rebels. Those who dare to resist shall be executed on the spot. Although he eagerly anticipated the reaction of his mother and sister upon witnessing the miracle, reason reminded him that matters were far from concluded. Upon issuing the command, all promptly sprang into action. The 200 cavalrymen from Emerald Harbor were thrown into disarray. Some were subdued by the miracle, surrendering their weapons, while others hesitated, paralyzed by uncertainty. However, the relatives and staunch loyalists of Mori, the leaders among these cavalrymen, would not sit idly by. These exceptionally skilled individuals, previously concealed, now discarded their outer robes to reveal their full armor, evidently well prepared. Charge! Rescue the lords! Kill! Over 50 armored warriors surged toward Mori and his entourage. Block them! Slay them! Long live the Lord! Long live the Dragon God! The hundreds of city guards surrounding the area since their entry would not allow them to breach the encirclement. Their morale soared to unprecedented heights. Under the guidance of their respective captains, they raised their spears in unison, shouting battle cries as they launched an assault on these prominent figures. In an instant, the air was filled with the fervent sounds of battle. Vittorio, positioned at the periphery of the crowd, commanded the Lord's retinue as the first line of defense, forming a semicircle to prevent the populace from approaching the Lord's family, with their primary defensive objective being the cavalry. The inner circle was comprised of 200 death warriors, encircling the Lord's family. More than half of these warriors focused their attention on the nearest foes, Mori and his group. Such arrangements were initially unproblematic, considering that the intruders, along with their attendants, numbered no more than a dozen. Upon receiving Seann's command, Vittorio immediately issued an alert formation order. Subsequently, he surveyed the battlefield and discerned the frenzied actions of the rebels, galloping toward the crowd gathered near the castle with their finest subordinates. Meanwhile, Seann, still descending the platform, observed the chaos unfold before him. As he witnessed Bondi and others rushing towards his mother and sister, his heart sank sharply, and his complexion turned ashen in an instant. He cursed inwardly, damn it. Though he had prepared himself, he had nonetheless underestimated the fervor of the rebels. A profound sense of regret enveloped him. He had been so engrossed in his role as the divine emissary that, while not entirely oblivious to the looming threats, he had not anticipated the enemy's reckless abandon. Anxious and desperate, he silently prayed, "O deities, please safeguard my mother and sister. Do not let them come to harm." This overwhelming guilt and worry shattered Seann's composure, transforming his previously steady pace into a frenzied dash. He barreled through the soldiers obstructing his path, racing towards his loved ones. At that moment, if one could gaze down from the heavens upon the square, they would discern three distinct yet intricately connected dynamics amongst the throngs of people. At the center, the crowd surrounding Savina was in utter disarray. Amidst them, the outermost line of the city guard was fiercely clashing with the soldiers of the rebels. The insurrectionists, having made preparations, were formidable warriors clad in splendid full iron armor, wielding sharp long swords. In stark contrast, the ordinary city guards, equipped only with leather armor and long spears, found themselves in a dire predicament. The battle raged fiercely. The spears could scarcely penetrate the iron defenses, hampering their own agility, as the charge of dozens threatened to breach the city guards' lines. Yet, The morale of the city guards remained unbroken as they valiantly charged at the rebels. Previously, they might have been a disorganized rabble, lacking rigorous training and steadfast conviction. However, today they had found their faith. They had transformed into fearless warriors of the divine, a testament to the power of belief. Chapter 18. Valor. As the outer battle raged intensely, part of the Lord's retinue surged aggressively towards Bondi and his cohort, while another contingent stood poised outside the encirclement of the city guards. At the core, Savina was engulfed in chaos, spiraling into disarray. The cacophony of shouts, curses, and battle cries intertwined, reverberating through the square with deafening intensity. The gathering around Savina, Mira, and the old steward had ignited with fervor, their emotions ablaze as they recalled Seann's earlier speech and the miraculous event that had unfolded. Even the typically taciturn death warriors were swept up in the fervent atmosphere, breaking their silence to join in a thunderous chorus with the crowd, their voices merging like a surging tide. Mobik, Bondi, and Mori, along with a dozen loyal confidants, had previously concealed themselves within the throng, standing mere paces from Savina and the others, separated only by the city's death warriors. When the miracle manifested, they too were momentarily stunned, dropping to their knees involuntarily. Yet, the flames of ambition and resentment burning within them prevented them from succumbing to the same fervent adoration as those around them. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with gravity and resolve, and silently rose to their feet, like venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, poised to strike with deadly precision. The moment Seann's command reverberated like thunder, their gazes transformed into icy ferocity. They fixated intently on Savina and her daughter, akin to famished wolves stalking a helpless lamb. Bondi, the captain who had braved the seas for years, was never lacking in courage and resolve. He abruptly turned his head, casting a glance at Mori and Mobik, his face contorted with madness and his eyes bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast as he bellowed, "Damn it, there is no time. Rush forward, seize Savina and Mira. Take them hostage. Only then do we have a chance of survival." No sooner had he spoken than he drew his sword, charging towards Savina like a black whirlwind, his footsteps raising clouds of dust from the ground. Mori and Mobik exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness and despair. There was no retreat now. Gritting their teeth, they followed Bondi into the fray, exerting their utmost for a fleeting chance at survival. "Help! Someone stop them!" The first to notice, the elderly steward, turned ashen with fear, but without hesitation, he rushed forward, placing his not-so-mighty yet resolute form before Savina and her daughter. Then he raised his voice, hoarse and desperate, shouting, "Everyone move. If anything happens to the lady or the young miss, you shall all be deemed traitors to the family." Quickly, his voice resonated throughout the square like the tolling of a great bell. The steward's call acted as a clarion, awakening those who were ensnared in chaos and shock. The castle maids closest to Savina's side flashed with determination, urgently shouting, "Protect the lady! Protect the young miss!" Behind the maids, the servants, often overlooked in their silent labor within the castle, were now ignited with fury. Their eyes blazed with the fire of indignation, resembling awakened beasts as they hurled themselves recklessly towards Bondi and his men. Though they may not possess refined combat skills or sharp weapons, their loyalty to the family and their resolve to protect it rendered them undaunted by the enemies before them. Meanwhile, not far from Savina and her daughter, Mori, accompanied by a dozen followers, seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the assassin's momentary lapse in vigilance due to the cheers. With their sharp blades, they swiftly and ruthlessly felled the outermost ranks of the armored assassins. These were elite warriors clad in full armor, yet dozens fell to the surprise attack. Each strike was lethal. In that fleeting moment, their extraordinary capabilities were laid bare. Aside from Mobik, even Mori, the governor, showcased prowess that had at least grazed the threshold of 6th-tier knights, far exceeding Seann's expectations. He had initially believed that the assassins within the castle represented the pinnacle of martial prowess in this world. Yet reality delivered a resounding wake-up call, revealing that the world was far more complex than he had imagined. On the battlefield, Mori and his companions dispatched over 10 individuals to engage the encroaching armored assassins. The remaining individuals moved with astonishing swiftness, each swing of their blades conjuring a tempest of bloodshed, effortlessly breaching the defenses of nearly 100 assassins. Surging relentlessly towards the elderly steward, their swords glimmered ominously under the sun, resembling the scythe of death itself. At this critical juncture, Dara and several quick-witted maidens displayed not a shred of fear or hesitation in the face of mortality. Without a moment's pause, they charged towards the blades, embracing their fate with unwavering resolve. "Damn it, clear the way. Do not obstruct my path." The number of obstacles increased, and the frantic Moray, leading the charge, swung his sword with the ferocity of a wild beast, stabbing and slashing at the maidens in his way, each strike fueled by sheer desperation. Cursed woman, perish! The blade ruthlessly pierced flesh, blood splattering in a gruesome display. In an instant, Dara and the maidens were impaled, their delicate forms akin to kites severed from their strings. Cast aside after Moray withdrew his sword. Blood stained the earth, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of iron. You shall not harm our mistress. Dara collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her lips. Yet, even as life ebbed away, she summoned her last vestiges of strength, struggling to rise and grasping Moray's leg tightly, only to be dragged relentlessly forward. Young master, no? Her voice was faint, fragmented, and indistinct, yet her resolute gaze remained unwavering. However, the sacrifice of Dara and her fellow maidens was merely the prologue to this tragic defense. The maidens that followed, though terror-stricken, closed their eyes and emitted piercing screams, yet their bodies propelled them onward. Their conviction to protect their mistress remained unshaken by fear, as they bravely surged into the onslaught of enemy blades. Their fragile forms, vulnerable beneath the sharp steel, exhibited an unyielding tenacity. Each maiden fell to Moray's sword, yet they continued to selflessly act as a bulwark of flesh and blood for the mother and daughter, Savina. Moray had no time to deal with the women clinging to him. He exerted every ounce of strength, wielding his sword as if it were a rapidly spinning windmill. The flurry of blades dazzled the eyes, and through his ferocious assault, he felt dozens of maidens obstructing his path. The tip of his sword even grazed the chest of the elderly steward, victory seemingly within reach. Yet, these valiant maidens, even in their final moments, clung desperately to Moray's form with all their might. Though they lacked the finesse of combat and swordplay, they could still impede the enemy with their bodies. And unless they were utterly dismantled, not a single foe could pass easily. Their fingers turned pale from exertion, and the hatred and willingness to embrace death in their eyes instilled a profound dread within Moray. Alas, his relentless assault came to an abrupt halt, and he could advance no further. No, Moray bellowed in despair and fury, his voice echoing with a potent mix of hopelessness and rage. At this moment, he was unaware whether it was the bitterness of failure or the sight of hope tantalizingly close, thwarted by these inconspicuous women who fought with their lives, rendering it all a mere illusion. His voice echoed across the square, laden with helplessness and despair. In the precious moments earned through the valiant sacrifices of the maidens, a throng of rescuers surged forth like a tumultuous tide, converging from all directions with remarkable swiftness. The first servants to arrive, wielding their bodies as weapons, charged forth with unbridled fury, toppling all assailants before them. Layer upon layer, in an instant, a formidable mound of bodies formed before the mother and daughter, Savina. Countless figures surged in the square, akin to roaring waves, utterly submerging and burying the enemy. Chapter 19. Resurrection. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, so still that one could hear the weighty breaths of each individual. The tragic yet awe-inspiring scene before them struck the hearts of the onlookers like a heavy hammer. Those who had rushed to assist but arrived too late stood frozen in place, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. A myriad of complex emotions churned within them: fear, anger, sorrow, and admiration intermingled, yet quietly dissipated in the oppressive atmosphere. They gazed upon the courageous servants, their faces etched with astonishment, deeply moved by the selfless acts of these individuals. Zack and Machi, too, were profoundly shaken by the sight, a flicker of indescribable respect glimmering in their eyes, their hands instinctively tightening around the hilts of their blades. However, they were acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities they bore. After a brief pause, they swiftly turned, leading their beleaguered band of merely a few dozen, resolutely continuing their protective mission. For these devoted warriors, safeguarding their family members with their lives had become an ingrained duty. Death had long ceased to be a concern for them. Thus, even amidst a maelstrom of emotions, they harbored no excessive astonishment. After a moment of silence, the crowd gradually regained their composure, methodically attending to the aftermath. They cautiously separated the surviving maidens, each movement deliberate and gentle, fearful of inflicting further harm upon these valiant women. Then, with great care, they helped each servant pinned beneath the assassins to their feet, handling them as if they were fragile treasures, dreading the addition of even the slightest pain to these injured souls. At that moment, a distressed and breathless Seann finally reached his mother and sister. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, his eyes filled with worry and concern. Upon seeing his mother and sister unharmed, his anxiety subsided, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, gazing at his mother and sister. Pale as paper and shaken from their ordeal, a whirlwind of emotions swirled within him. He wished for the ground beneath his feet to split open, allowing him to escape this excruciatingly awkward situation. Not long ago, he had earnestly made promises before the crowd, and those grand declarations echoed in his mind. In the blink of an eye, due to my own negligence, I have placed my mother and sister in such perilous danger. I am deeply sorry, Mother. It is entirely my fault. I acted too hastily, leading you and my sister to endure such a frightful ordeal. Seann lowered his head, tightly grasping his mother's hand, his voice laden with remorse. Savannah's complexion remained devoid of color, clearly still reeling from the terror they had just experienced. It is all right, Seann. You mustn't bear all the blame. Surely, you did not wish for this to happen. It was merely an unfortunate accident. In an effort to alleviate her son's guilt, she mustered her strength, forcing a faint smile at the corners of her lips. Brother, Della, and the maids. Myra's voice trembled with sorrow, filled with grief as she mentioned their efforts to protect them. Though this incident was fleeting, it began the moment the old steward bravely stepped forward, shielding them like a gallant warrior. Myra's mind went blank with fear until the maids, with their delicate forms, courageously stood against the sharp blades of their assailants. Do not worry, Mira. They will not perish, I assure you. Seann lifted his gaze, his eyes resolutely meeting his sister's, articulating his promise word by word. Rising slowly, he turned and, with heavy yet determined strides, advanced toward the mountain of bodies formed by those who had valiantly defended them. At that moment, the servants began to emerge from the fray with the assassins, revealing the fallen maids, servants, and Mori among others. Vittorio, accompanied by the Lord's guards, swiftly approached, roughly binding the still-breathing Mori, Bondi, Mobik, and other rebel affiliates. Without mercy, they shattered their legs and dragged them before Seann. A glistening sword was poised at their throats, patiently awaiting Seann's judgment. Though the tide of battle had turned, his heart bore no semblance of triumph. Countless lifeless bodies lay scattered on the ground, each one a soul lost for the family, a life extinguished due to his carelessness. Seann regarded the kneeling prisoners with indifference, his gaze fixated upon the bloodied remains of the maids, now lined up by the guards. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses, a strong wave of nausea rising in his throat, compelling him to swallow hard. Under the collective gaze of the castle's inhabitants, he raised his arms high, tilting his head towards the heavens. O guardian of the Yanhuang clan, your devoted follower beseeches you here, resurrect these brave, fearless, and loyal warriors. After a fervent prayer, he knelt on one knee, extending his hand to gently rest upon Della's lifeless form. Ding! Body intact, soul unblemished, resurrection spell activated, consuming 7 mana. As Seann executed his will within his consciousness, the system's notification rang out at just the right moment. The heavy gazes of those around him instantly transformed into fervent enthusiasm, erupting into thunderous cheers. The cheers resonated like surging ocean waves, one after another, as if they were about to overturn the very sky. For a miracle had descended once more. Before their eyes, Dila's lifeless form began to emit a gentle radiance, warm as the morning sun. The ghastly wounds that marred her body gradually healed under the gaze of the onlookers, until they vanished entirely. Soon, the light began to fade, and Dila's chest rose and fell suddenly. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, sitting up from the ground, her expression filled with bewilderment and confusion, as if she had just awakened from an interminable dream. Little master? Am I not already dead? Dila murmured, gazing at Seann, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, brushing her fingers over the gaping tear in her clothing, her memories still anchored to the moment of her demise. I could not bear the thought of your death, so I prayed to the divine and succeeded in reviving you. Seann explained gently to Dila. He then removed his outer robe and draped it over her, the furrow in his brow finally easing into a semblance of relief. The resurrection spell has no cooldown. As long as I possess magic, I can wield it, though my uses are limited. As of now, I can resurrect 3 more individuals. The rest must wait until my powers are restored. Contemplating these matters, he realized there was little time for further discourse with Dila and approached the fallen servant, repeating the same process. Indeed, everything proceeded smoothly, unfolding as he had wished. Once he completed these tasks, under the watchful eyes of all who regarded him with reverence, awe, and fervent complexity, Seann beckoned the old steward to his side. Steward, please arrange for the proper storage of all those who sacrificed themselves today in the castle cellar. Ensure their bodies remain intact, for when I regain my divine power, I shall bring them back to life. Furthermore, henceforth, elevate the treatment of all maids and servants. Grant them ample rewards of wealth and land, for their selfless bravery in protecting my family deserves such recompense. Seann's tone carried an undeniable authority, tempered with respect for these valiant souls. Understood, my lord. Rest assured, everything will be handled as you command. The old steward replied solemnly, his demeanor grave and earnest. Chapter 20. Resolution. Seann nodded to the steward and turned towards his mother and sister. Mother, you and my sister should return to the castle and rest. I will handle matters here. Zach and Machi, he instructed, escort the lady and the young miss back to the castle. Mother, Savina, grasped her sister's hand and nodded, reflecting on how her son had finally matured, possessing unfathomable abilities. Yet, this was not the moment for such inquiries. The sacrifices made today were for her protection, and she could not linger here, adding to her son's burdens. Mira gazed at Engels with eyes full of admiration, never having imagined that her brother would prove to be so extraordinary. Amidst the excitement and curiosity, her initial panic gradually faded into the recesses of her mind. She watched as they, under the protection of the guards, accompanied by maids and servants, embarked upon the stony causeway leading back to the castle. Observing their retreating figures, the tautness of her nerves relaxed, akin to the release of a tightly strung violin string. Upon returning to the presence of Mori, Bondi, and others, he contemplated how best to deal with them, noting their disheveled appearance, hair unkempt and countenances disarrayed. The decision to eliminate them was certain, yet it would have to await the resolution of matters concerning the Emerald Harbor and its fleet, followed by a public trial before all the inhabitants of the territory. Outside the city, 2,000 cavalrymen awaited, likely unaware of the upheaval within the walls. Uncle Mobik, why have you chosen to betray the family? When did you conspire with them? Seann had previously perceived this relative as merely a sycophant, never anticipating his audacity to rebel, astonishment lacing his tone. There is little left to say. You have triumphed. Yet, I could never have imagined you would receive the favor of the divine. Mobik gazed at the nephew before him, a stark contrast to the boy he remembered, his expression a tapestry of complexity and helplessness, eyes brimming with confusion. Was this truly the frail, timid child of his youth? He had meticulously crafted numerous plans and assembled a significant force. Who could have foreseen that this sudden miracle would unravel all his schemes, rendering him a mere prisoner before he could enact any of his designs? Do not presume that silence will mask your intentions. With you alone, do you dare to rebel? If you possess such audacity, there must surely be others backing you. Just as Seann prepared to command a thorough investigation, he reconsidered. The mastermind had been captured. The remaining conspirators should pose no significant threat, and he harbored concerns that unexpected revelations might cause his mother further sorrow. Ilyich, confine these three in the city guard's dungeon. Once matters at Emerald Harbor are settled, we shall execute them, Seann declared with disdain, instructing the guards to escort the trio away. He felt assured that from this day forth, no one else would dare to rebel against him. Having dealt with Mobik and his associates, he approached the cavalrymen they had brought. Some among them had already met their demise at the hands of the valiant city guards, leaving just over 100 alive. It was precisely their lack of resistance that had spared them thus far. Lay down your arms and surrender. You are the elite warriors of the family, and your true allegiance should lie with the family, not with an individual. There is no need to sacrifice yourselves for a few soon-to-be vanquished traitors. Should you reaffirm your loyalty, I am willing to pardon your involvement in this treason. Seann addressed the group of warriors, his tone measured, imbued with a blend of authority and sincerity. The cavalry, having long cast aside their weapons, surveyed the multitude of soldiers surrounding them and exchanged glances. Subsequently, they knelt on one knee, bowed their heads, and proclaimed in unison, "The Emerald Harbor Guard pledges allegiance to the Yanhuang family, to Lord Seann. We are grateful for your benevolence." Their voices harmonized, resonating throughout the square for an extended period. "Enough. Rise," Seann commanded. "Now, convey my words to all the cavalry outside the city. I expect them to prepare for surrender before I depart. Should they disregard this counsel, the wrath of the divine shall surely descend upon them. Go forth, and relay to them the account of what you have witnessed here." With that, Seann turned his attention away from them and entered the system space. Human Hero, Seann Yanhuang Class, Priest Level, 1 Attack, Defense Magic Knowledge, 22-23 Health, 200, with 10 from Attack and Defense, Mana, 230, with 10 from Knowledge, Talent, Limited Resurrection Experience, 10,100 Skills, Basic Sorcery, increases casting speed by 30, reduces spell cost by 30. Basic Enlightenment, increases primary attributes by 1 every 2 levels. Capital, Holy City, City of Miracles, Constructible Buildings. Level 1 Administrative Hall, 2,000 gold, generates 1,000 gold daily. level 1 blacksmith, 1000 gold. 5 units of wood, can produce siege engines, level 1 market, 500 gold. 5 units of wood, limited resource trading, level 1 magic tower, 2000 gold. 5 units each of wood and stone, can learn first tier magic skills, level 1 peasant hut, 500 gold, can recruit 30 peasants. Refreshing daily, level 1 pikeman camp, 1000 gold. 5 units each of stone and wood, can recruit 30 pikemen, refreshing daily. Remaining resources, 3,500 gold, 45 units of stone, 45 units of wood, 5 units of mercury, 5 units of crystal, 5 units of sulfur, 5 units of gems. Initial equipment, not collected, Lord's sword, attack 1, Lord's armor, defense 1, Lord's helmet, knowledge 1, Lord's gloves, mana 1, Lord's steed, movement speed 60. Before him, the system interface materialized. He sought to observe the specific changes following the casting of magic. The experience points had quietly increased by 10, likely accrued from defeating the branch members associated with Mori. However, he noted the absence of the tavern that had been constructed just yesterday from the available buildings. Although the cost of recruiting heroes was exorbitant, each possessed formidable knightly strength, with their loyalty unwavering and capable of continuous upgrades, rendering them exceptionally powerful allies. For instance, had he not dispatched Roger and Vittorio in advance to take command of the city guards and the Lord's retinue, the guards at the northern gate would not have been replaced. This led to the consequence of 2,000 cavalry entering the city unimpeded. System, construct the pikeman camp. He contemplated his forthcoming strategy while issuing clear orders to the system. Ding. The pikeman camp has been completed. You may recruit 30 pikemen. As soon as the command was issued, the system swiftly constructed the barracks, a speed that astonished all. At that moment in the square, aside from Seann, there were 2 system heroes and the Lord's Guard, a lich, along with 1,000 city guards. Those arriving from Emerald Harbor were already en route out of the city. Although the exact location of the barracks was unknown, it did not hinder operations. The system's interface was remarkably user-friendly, allowing direct control over all buildings. Consequently, Seann recruited 30 spearmen through the interface. He then retrieved a novice armor set and warhorse from the system's inventory, with the assistance of several nearby individuals. It took considerable effort to don the splendid armor. The surrounding soldiers gazed in awe and excitement at this spectacle, firmly believing their lord must be a deity sent from above, for how else could such miraculous items materialize from thin air? Clad in golden armor, adorned with a similarly radiant golden helmet, hands encased in golden gloves, feet shod in golden boots, and a golden sword sheathed at his waist, Seann felt an extraordinary sensation wash over him. He distinctly sensed a transformation within his body, as if a mysterious energy was gradually merging with him, an undercurrent subtly altering everything. He felt his strength surging, the explosive power within his muscles palpable when he clenched his fists. His agility had also improved, movements becoming light and nimble, making turning and leaping far easier than before. Chapter 21. Spearman. He felt as though he had become an entirely different person, invigorated and revitalized. Even his mental state had shifted, his thoughts were clearer, and his focus sharper. The once somewhat frail physique seemed to have gained strength due to the enhancement of his attributes, faint outlines of muscle now visible, brimming with vitality. However, Seann was acutely aware that this might merely be an illusion. The human body's capabilities are limited, and unlimited enhancement is impossible. Yet, despite this understanding, he relished the changes brought about by his attribute increase. A bold notion arose in his mind. If his foundational attributes continued to rise, could he perhaps achieve immortality? This thought lingered, refusing to dissipate. However, now was not the time for such musings. He suppressed his elation and mounted the similarly armored unicorn warhorse. In that moment, he resembled a divine warrior descended from the heavens, exuding an aura that commanded reverence. Although such attire may not be suited for the battlefield, too conspicuous, he discerned from the soldiers' admiring and awestruck gazes that he had achieved the desired effect. Just then, while Seann surveyed the square from atop his horse, he noticed a group of individuals slowly approaching from the edge of the square. The soldiers, robust in stature, donned cerulean leather armor and square helmets, wielding long spears approximately 2 meters in length, their tips glistening ominously. Seann instantly recognized them as the newly recruited spearmen. "My lord, a contingent of militia has arrived, pledging their allegiance to you and expressing their willingness to fight on your behalf." A lich, having received a notification from the outer city guards, hurried to report to Engels. Militia? The moment Seann heard the term, images of valiant warriors and their statistics from the game flooded his mind. Tier 1 Spearman, Attack 4. Defense 5, Damage 13, Life 10, Speed 4, Special Skill, ineffective against cavalry charge. Here, the author has borrowed from the third-generation spearman setting. Otherwise, these peasant warriors would be quite unremarkable. These individuals were not mere militia. They were super militia capable of contending with regular troops, and even daring to charge at mythic beasts such as dragons, demons, and titans. Let them approach. Such brave warriors deserve respect. Seann nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting approval. Upon receiving his command, Illich promptly turned to relay the orders. Under the watchful gaze of the city guards, the militia lineup advanced before Seann. They knelt in unison, pledging, "Great Lord, we willingly swear fealty to you and are prepared to face any peril." "Excellent, warriors. I accept your loyalty. Rise." Although he understood that these system soldiers were unequivocally loyal to him, the necessary rituals must be observed in the presence of outsiders. After all, at present, the system soldiers were not the main fighting force, and such ceremonies would foster unity among them. All soldiers of the Yanhuang family, now follow your lord to vanquish the rebels and attain glory. Seann, brimming with confidence, raised the long sword that symbolized his lordship high and called out to the assembled soldiers. "Long live the Lord! Long live the Yanhuang family!" The soldiers' response was deafening, echoing across the square. Were Crosa and that city guard soldier. Amidst the throng of soldiers, Seann suddenly recalled the captain of the gate, who had achieved great merit, and the soldier who had given timely warning. Were it not for Captain Crosa's decisive closure of the city gates and the soldiers' advance alert, the situation today might have spiraled into an irrevocably dire direction. Crosa should still be at the north gate, while that soldier had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Upon hearing the inquiry, Illich paused for a moment before responding with regret. "Understood? Please notify Crosa that I appoint him as deputy commander of the city guards and grant him a farm. If that brave soldier has family, let them take up his duties." After a moment's contemplation, Seann made his decision. All soldiers' contributions must be meticulously recorded and rewards distributed promptly according to merit, including those who have fallen. "You will oversee this personally." "Understood, my lord." "Then, let us proceed." He mounted his golden steed and slowly made his way through the passage separating him from the city guards. On either side of him rode Vittorio, Raj, and Illich on their steeds. 30 pikemen, armed with their long lances, marched in disciplined formation behind them. Though their numbers were few, their spirits soared high. Further back, 1,000 armored lords' cavalry followed suit. As Seann and his retinue approached the outermost part of the square, the city guards tasked with maintaining order promptly parted to create a pathway. Simultaneously, they closely trailed behind Seann and his company, preserving their orderly formation. Along the way, more guards joined the procession, swelling their ranks. In an instant, the city resonated with the sounds of footsteps and hoofbeats. This cacophony surged towards the city gates like a tide, heralding the onset of a righteous campaign. Meanwhile, outside the city, the cavalry encampment exuded a relaxed atmosphere. Groups of horsemen congregated, engaged in lively banter and playful antics. The leader of the cavalry was Modi, the nephew of Mor, possessing a distinctly Valyrian visage with sharp features. He was patrolling the camp alongside the captains of the cavalry when suddenly, a flurry of hooves echoed from outside the encampment. Over 100 surrendering cavalrymen rushed back to the camp like a startled herd, breathless as they recounted their encounters within the city. They spoke of the sudden appearance of the Pinnacle Fortress, the aerial thoroughfare that spanned the skies, and the Lord's miraculous ability to resurrect the fallen. They recounted clearly the news of Lords Bondi, Mor, and others being imprisoned. Upon hearing the commotion, Modi hurried over, chastising them before he had even arrived. "What are you discussing? Why have you returned so abruptly? Where are the lords? Why are you not by their side to protect them?" Unfazed, the captain of the entering cavalry retorted without hesitation, "Protect? No, the lords require no protection. They are quite safe now, at least for the moment." Having said this, he disregarded the few who still clung to denial. Addressing the other cavalrymen with conviction, "The Lord has assured me that as long as we surrender, we will not be held accountable. My ability to return from the city is the best testament to this. The Lord has also stated that we should not sacrifice ourselves for the sake of a few. We are warriors of our families and must not turn against one another. Therefore, I and my brothers have already surrendered to the Lord. Now it is up to you to decide." At these words, Modi's expression darkened considerably. He bellowed vehemently, "Do not believe him. He is a traitor. Trust in the executor and Lord Bondi. We shall not lose. We possess a formidable fleet, countless elite cavalry, and there are allies within the city. How can we possibly fail?" The captain tasked with persuading the surrendering cavalry gazed at him with a mixture of pity and an odd expression. "Indeed, but the Lord is blessed by the divine. He can bring the dead back to life." The other cavalrymen exchanged glances, uncertainty washing over them as they grappled with the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the sounds of marching troops echoed from beyond the city gates. Everyone understood that hesitation was no longer an option, and their faces instantly paled. Chapter 22. Embracing the legacy sees him. He is Bondi's nephew. This is an exceptional opportunity for you to achieve great merit. The cavalry captain, Leon, his eyes gleaming with fervor and his face flushed with excitement, shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice seemed to pierce the heavens, reverberating throughout the camp. Eliminate this traitor, then retreat to the port. Modi, equally unyielding, roared with fury and defiance, his voice strained. The two cries intermingled, akin to sharp blades, instantly amplifying the already tense atmosphere into utter chaos. The surrounding cavalrymen erupted into disarray, resembling a swarm of headless flies. Some, with bloodshot eyes, brandished their weapons recklessly and charged towards the captain. Others, their faces twisted with malice, sprinted madly towards Bondi's nephew, while still others, in a panic, ran toward the warhorses. Their gazes clouded with confusion, unsure whether to flee or to resist fiercely. The entire camp was plunged into turmoil, the air filled with shouts and the whinnying of horses, accompanied by the incessant clatter of clashing weapons. When Seann arrived atop his grand golden steed, leading the main force into the camp, he was met with this chaotic scene. Raj, Illich, instruct the city guards to control them and call for their surrender, Seann said with a slight smile, nodding in satisfaction. However, having already disrupted their internal unity, it was imperative to swiftly halt this senseless conflict to prevent further casualties. After all, cavalry was a precious asset, and he needed manpower at this moment. Receiving the command, Raj swung his long sword and bellowed, "City guards, heed my orders and follow me." He and Illich, leading the 5,000 city guards, advanced like a formidable tide of steel, flanking the camp from both sides. They resembled two massive and sturdy pincers, swiftly encircling the camp. For this operation, the entire city had nearly emptied, leaving behind only 1,000 newly recruited soldiers. Many fervent residents, influenced by the miraculous events, eagerly wished to join the ranks and fight alongside their comrades. Yet Seann, considering the professionalism and stability of the troops, ultimately decided against their inclusion after careful deliberation. Drop your weapons, interlace your fingers behind your heads, and surrender without harm. Interlace your fingers behind your heads, surrender without harm. Interlace your fingers behind your heads. The city guards marched forward in formation, executing their lord's commands. Clad in resilient leather armor, the studs glistening ominously in the sunlight. Gripping their pikes firmly, they advanced in a semicircle. Countless spearheads aimed at the cavalrymen embroiled in fierce combat within the camp. As they marched with synchronized, powerful strides, they chanted their battle cry in unison, their voices resonating like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the entire camp. Although the city guards suffered the loss of 400 to 500 comrades today, they simultaneously achieved remarkable feats. The Lord has pledged generous rewards upon the quelling of the rebellion, thus elevating the spirits of the soldiers, who are eager to vie for recognition. The cavalry captain, Leon, with keen perception, seized a pivotal moment. Just as Modi swung his long sword with fierce intent towards him, Leon deftly maneuvered, positioning his own blade to parry the impending strike with precision. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick to Bondi's nephew's chest, sending Modi staggering backward before collapsing onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Leon retreated a few paces while urging others to cease hostilities, exclaiming that the Lord had arrived and instructing them to bind Modi for their master, emphasizing that this was a rare chance to earn distinction that should not be squandered. It was uncertain whether the soldiers were genuinely fatigued, both physically and mentally, or if Leon's words finally resonated. Regardless, the cavalrymen gradually relinquished their weapons, beginning with those nearest to Leon. Some, exhibiting astute awareness, rushed towards the fallen Modi like famished wolves. Just as Modi struggled to rise, still unsteady, he was forcibly subdued by several robust men. Witnessing the opportunity for glory snatched away, the remaining soldiers resigned themselves to capturing those loyal to Modi. Thus, the chaotic civil strife began to draw to a close. Captain Leon, alongside the cavalry who had surrendered, approached Seann under the vigilant encirclement of the city guards. In an instant, the gathered men knelt en masse, resembling a field of wheat bowing to the wind. "My lord, they have consented to surrender and pledge their loyalty to you, and they have also captured Bondi's nephew," Leon asserted, striving to defend the others, fully aware that their surrender had come far too late. Strictly speaking, they could only be considered prisoners of war, and if the Lord chose to pursue the matter, their lives might be in jeopardy. "What is your name?" Seann inquired, his gaze penetrating and intrigued as he regarded Captain Leon, whom he found quite admirable. Recognizing him as a rare talent, this man not only displayed intelligence and agility in swiftly making sound judgments amidst chaos, but also demonstrated humility and a commendable consideration for his comrades. Qualities that are exceedingly rare in the military. "Reporting to my lord, my name is Leon," he replied respectfully, bowing his head, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration at receiving the lord's attention. "Well done, Leon. In recognition of your loyalty, once the port is reclaimed, you shall be appointed as the new commander of the city defenses." Seann made his decision without hesitation, confident in his judgment that Leon was capable of fulfilling this crucial role. "I am profoundly grateful for your lordship's benevolence. I shall not disappoint you," Leon exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion, overwhelmed by the lord's kindness. He had never anticipated such magnanimity, not only overlooking his past association with the rebels, but also placing such trust in him. "All right, rise, Leon. Continue your efforts to persuade the surrender of Emerald Harbor. Racker, you will lead the guards to ensure the operation proceeds smoothly," Seann commanded with unwavering poise. Time was of the essence. They needed to expedite their actions and quell the rebellion swiftly to prevent prolonged turmoil. "Understood, my lord. I will secure the harbor before your arrival," Racker replied, initially intending to remain by the lord's side for protection. However, reassured by the numerous skilled soldiers surrounding them, he chose to follow orders without further protest. Upon receiving their orders, the cavalrymen of the harbor rose in unison, following Leon to the camp in search of their steeds. Soon, Leon and Racker led over 2,000 cavalrymen, a formidable tide of black, galloping northward towards Emerald Harbor. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated like a tempest, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky, a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 23, Departure Impressive. This is merely a few thousand cavalry. How magnificent will the fully armed elite knight orders be in battle? I eagerly anticipate it. Seann was deeply moved by the awe-inspiring display of cavalry, a surge of uncontainable ambition swelling within him. His mind wandered to visions of leading countless troops across the battlefield. Lost in this exhilarating atmosphere, he took a long moment to regain his composure, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze from the retreating cavalry. Turning around, he noticed Bondi's nephew and several loyalists still kneeling, bound and helpless. Seann cast them a disdainful glance, contemplating that individuals like Bondi and Mori could not be executed just yet, as there were subsequent trials and matters to attend to. However, these particular individuals were of no further consequence. Keeping them around posed a risk and would only bring trouble. "Uncle Alich, let us depart as well. Let the soldiers exert themselves and hasten our pace. We must reach the harbor before nightfall. Vittorio, after you deal with these traitors, return with the 2,000 city guards to defend the city. We may not return tonight. And with only 1,000 new recruits in the city and the castle guards absent, I entrust this responsibility to you," Seann said with a note of concern, earnestly emphasizing the gravity of his instructions. "Rest assured, my lord, I will safeguard the castle and await your triumphant return," Vittorio replied with a calm and resolute tone, instilling a profound sense of reliability. To contend with an army led by such a hero, the enemy requires at least double the manpower to stand a chance. Should they aspire to crush them, they would need to deploy an army of no less than 20,000. Thus he is filled with confidence in his ability to defend the castle. Seann is aware of his own shortcomings in oratory, yet he understands that actions speak far louder than words. With a reassuring nod, he sets forth with Illich, galloping northward. Behind them follows a battalion of 2,000 city guards, marching in perfect unison, each soldier standing tall and brimming with morale. This continent, forged through the blood and valor of countless ancestors, has cultivated a relatively secure environment around the city. This seemingly ordinary safety is, in truth, a precious achievement wrought from prolonged and brutal warfare. Every inch of land is steeped in the blood and sweat of forebears, and each line of defense bears the weight of innumerable sacrifices and devotion. The thoroughfare leading from the northern port to the City of Miracles stretches nearly a kilometer wide and extends close to 100 kilometers in length. Such an extensive journey poses a monumental challenge for those on foot. At the current pace of the city guards, it would take approximately 10 hours to reach the port. A flicker of concern crosses Seann's mind. Despite the blessing of Lateg's talent, he wonders whether the soldiers can endure such an arduous march. Indeed, this marks the first significant military excursion since his arrival in this world. Reflecting on this, he feels immense gratitude for the previous owner of this body. Although the former inhabitant was physically frail, his foundational skills in horsemanship and swordsmanship were remarkably solid. Enabling Ingalls, who is experiencing combat and equestrian skills for the first time, to to swiftly master the art of riding. As Ingalls rides steadily upon his steed, he feels the warm breeze caressing his face, imbued with a hint of freshness. Tall trees, akin to green giants, recede behind him as he traverses fields that stretch for miles, filled with the fragrant aromas of grass and flowers. His thoughts begin to wander, drifting toward visions of a prosperous life following the suppression of this rebellion, contemplating how to enhance the prosperity of his domain and pondering the future development of his system. Meanwhile, within the castle, the environment has undergone a remarkable transformation since the system seamlessly merged with reality. The most striking alteration is the addition of several large windows to each room along the outer wall adjacent to the city. These windows, resembling bright eyes, are embedded in the castle's walls, allowing warm sunlight to flood unimpeded into the rooms, significantly improving the living conditions within. Previously, only a handful of rooms boasted windows, the rest remaining dark and damp, permeated by a musty odor. Even during the day, candles were necessary for illumination, creating an oppressive atmosphere akin to being trapped within a darkened prison. Now, sunlight streams through the windows, exuberantly illuminating every corner, transforming the castle into a realm of brightness and warmth. Everything within the room is laid bare, revealing even the dust that once lay hidden in shadows. The inhabitants of the castle seem to awaken from a deep slumber, their faces radiating happiness and joy, a stark contrast to the discomfort that prevailed before. However, such a transformation is entirely expected. Although both are castles, they serve different purposes within their respective realms. In the tangible world, this castle is less a dwelling for people and more akin to a fortified bastion for troops. Along the forest-facing outer walls, each level is punctuated by watchtowers spaced a meter apart. These sentinels not only serve as vigilant lookouts, ever alert to the slightest stir in the forest, but also function as strongholds for defense in the event of an enemy encounter, providing formidable protection for the castle. Most of the valiant defenders are stationed here, ever watchful, safeguarding the castle's security. "Madam, miss, it is time for dinner." The aged steward, having diligently attended to the myriad tasks within the castle and thoroughly inspected every room, hastily made his way to the fourth-floor chamber of Savina after meticulously overseeing the duties of all maids and servants, scarcely pausing for a moment's respite. His steps, though somewhat hurried, exuded a sense of poise and elegance, a testament to the good habits cultivated over his years of service. "Thank you for your hard work, steward. By the way, has Seann not yet returned to the castle?" Savina, standing by the window and gently holding Myra's hand while imparting soft words of counsel, paused upon hearing the steward's voice, offering him a smile and a nod. She then rose, still holding the visibly relieved Myra's hand, and with a concerned expression inquired, "The master has sent General Vittorio to convey a message, stating that he cannot return to the castle tonight and must rest at Emerald Harbor, entrusting the general to lead the soldiers in guarding the castle." The steward patiently reported the situation as he walked alongside them. "But hasn't Emerald Harbor betrayed us? Could he be in danger?" Savina halted in astonishment, her brow furrowing in deep concern. "Rest assured, my lady, the master is surrounded by thousands of elite warriors for protection, and he is the envoy of the divine. Anyone who dares to offend him shall face divine retribution." The steward assured her, his conviction unwavering. In his heart, Seann was an invincible presence, impervious to any peril that might dare approach him. Chapter 24. Emerald Harbor. Nestled at the edge of the continent lies a coastal city known as Emerald Harbor. Seen from afar, the port's silhouette emerges from the sea mist, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery. At the water's edge, a towering lighthouse stands sentinel, its beacon piercing through layers of fog, guiding vessels both returning and departing. Within the harbor, warships returning for rest are neatly arranged at their berths, their massive hulls gently swaying with the rhythm of the waves. The dragon-patterned reliefs on the ship's hull glisten in the morning light, exuding an air of majesty. At the dock, workers bustle about amidst piles of cargo, bearing boxes on their shoulders and arms as they unload goods from the vessel while loading new shipments aboard. Shouts and chants rise and fall, intertwining with the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore, creating a vibrant symphony of labor. At the fish market, an array of fresh seafood dazzles the senses. Fishermen call out boisterously about their catches, while plump fish leap in wooden tubs and glistening shrimp and crabs release the essence of the ocean. Merchants haggle nearby, the sounds of bargaining filling the air. The sea breeze gently caresses, carrying a briny scent, as colossal sails billow in the wind, producing a crackling noise. Sailors climb the ropes, inspecting the vessel's equipment, preparing for the next voyage. Alongside the port streets, taverns and inns open their doors, the intoxicating aroma of fine wines and hearty meals wafting through the air, enticing weary sailors and merchants. In the shipyard, craftsmen wield their tools, striking iron blocks, sparks flying. They are forging new ship planks and repairing aged vessels, the clanging echoing throughout the harbor. As the sun sets, the entire port is bathed in a warm orange hue, the silhouettes of ships appearing even more majestic in the afterglow. In this moment, Emerald Harbor transforms into a breathtaking tableau, showcasing its prosperity and vitality. Unlike the inland Pearl City, characterized by its agricultural abundance, Emerald Harbor reveals a distinctive coastal charm. Here, there are no vast fields of swaying golden wheat, nor neatly arranged farms, only the surging blue ocean and scattered fishing cottages along the shore. The local residents depend on the sea for their livelihood, rising before dawn to see a group of dark-skinned fishermen quietly board their humble boats. Though worn and battered, these vessels are their means of survival. With deep, resonant calls, the fishermen skillfully untie the ropes and raise their sails, heading into the depths of the sea. The water sparkles, reflecting the morning glow in a dazzling display. Yet, for these fishermen, such beauty cannot disguise the hardships and perils of life at sea. Nevertheless, in pursuit of sustenance, they resolutely embark on their journey, hoping to return laden with bounty to feed their families and fulfill their tax obligations to the realm. Unbeknownst to Seann, who hails from a modern society, the harsh realities of this world remain hidden from him. Were he aware, perhaps he would feel compelled to assist these unfortunate souls. In this realm, the institution of slavery has long prevailed, intricately woven into the fabric of history, forming a significant component of its narrative. The once glorious Gai's Empire and Valyrian Empire were beneficiaries of such a system. Even today, aside from the prohibitions against the slave trade in Westeros and Braavos, the majority of city-states steadfastly uphold this institution. Among the many slaveholding city-states, Yunkai, Meereen, and Astapor are renowned as the three prominent bastions of slavery in the region of Slaver's Bay. For centuries, they have held a significant position in the slave trade. The Dothraki and the pirates of the Isle of Serpents frequently brought captives here for sale, while others came to select and purchase them. Yunkai is renowned for its high-quality bed slaves, proficient in numerous arts of pleasure, while the slave swordsmen of Meereen and their bed slaves, known for their exceptional value, have carved out a notable niche. Astapor, famed for its unsullied, the mightiest infantry, enjoys a global reputation. A gentle light bathed the port of Slaver's Bay, draping the coastal city in a dreamlike veil, as the sea breeze tousled the hair of passers-by. The campaign to reclaim the port proceeded with remarkable ease. Following the conclusion of the succession ceremony, relatives of the port's inhabitants swiftly rode in to inform them of the miraculous events unfolding in Meereen. Their eagerness stemmed from the knowledge that their loved ones served as soldiers in the port's guard or as sailors and captains. Fearing that delays could lead to a catastrophic conflict, endangering the lives of their kin and implicating themselves. Though the news seemed almost unbelievable, it was delivered by those dear to them. The residents and soldiers chose to exercise restraint, awaiting confirmation of the news. Soon, a cavalry unit returned from the port with more precise information. The two prominent figures leading the rebellion in Slaver's Bay had been captured, and the cavalry had surrendered. As the news spread, the inhabitants of the port collectively exhaled in relief. Their greatest fear was not the change of lords, but the war that would inevitably follow. Most sailors were at rest in the port, with only a skeleton crew remaining on board. Over 2,000 cavalry surged into the port like a dark tide, swiftly taking control of the docks, with the sailors offering little to no resistance. After all, opposing cavalry on land was akin to throwing oneself against stone with an egg. And they were, after all, soldiers of their families, unwilling to slaughter one another for the sake of a few doomed souls. Such was the outcome of a leaderless multitude. Without guidance, they succumbed to the prevailing tide, and the 1,000-strong infantry guard did not even defend the city walls, allowing the cavalry to enter unhindered. The senior officers supporting the rebellion were taken away by Moray and others, leaving their duties to slightly less capable subordinates, whose loyalties remained a mystery. The Bellier family had ruled this land for centuries, and the soldiers had long grown accustomed to their cycles of violence. The change was merely a matter of a new family heir. Whether victorious or defeated, they remained mere pawns in the grand game, reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Upon hearing the news and witnessing the arrival of the main force, they naturally made decisions aligned with their own interests. Of course, during this time, there were some stubborn elements that needed to be dealt with, but they constituted only a small fraction of the whole. By the time Seann arrived at the port, the situation had already been resolved. The Bondi family, a branch of the Bellier family, had been apprehended within the castle, including children, the elderly, and women, totaling a dozen individuals, alongside maidservants, servants, and slaves still within the castle walls. As Seann gazed upon the individuals before him, he found himself in a quandary. They had exhibited compliance upon capture, and the ringleader had already been apprehended. However, the prospect of letting them go lightly stirred fears of potential repercussions, possibly leading others to misjudge the consequences of rebellion. He paced the room, grappling with his thoughts, and after a night of contemplation, resolved to conduct an interrogation. Should they prove innocent of conspiring against his father and the insurrection, he would cease further pursuit. After all, they were merely elderly, weak, and women. As a modern gentleman who cherished the elderly and cared for the young, he could not bear to annihilate them completely. Moreover, he firmly believed that with the system as his golden touch, even if he spared them, their chances of resurgence would be slim. After partaking in breakfast at the governor's residence in Emerald Harbor, Seann entered the system space. He recalled that the system had provided a new notification the previous night. Ding. City successfully occupied. The summoning of the Sanctum Castle is now possible. Ding. The cost to summon the castle is 20,000 gold coins, along with 20 units each of stone and timber. Please specify the summoning area. Upon hearing this, Seann was filled with exhilaration. I can summon a castle again? Splendid. With 2 castles deploying troops, our strength will be significantly augmented. Furthermore, having recently plundered several 100,000 gold coins from the rebels, he had ample resources at his disposal. But where should he establish it? After a brief moment of contemplation, he instructed the guard at the entrance to summon General Rack and Commander Illich to his presence. The two soon arrived, kneeling on one knee. General Rack and Commander Illich greet you, my lord. My esteemed generals, Seann proclaimed. I have decided to beseech the divine and summon a castle outside the harbor to ensure the safety of the residents. You are to notify all inhabitants to gather outside the city to witness this miraculous event. Clearing his throat, he continued to play the role of the oracle, mindful of maintaining an air of mystery with Illich present. Understood, my lord. We shall attend to it immediately. The two generals swiftly departed to fulfill their orders. Chapter 25. Conclusion. Once they had left, with the assistance of the guards, Seann donned his splendid new ensemble and mounted the imposing golden steed led by the guards. Accompanied by the formidable lord's retinue, he proceeded to the open ground outside the harbor. Behind the lord's guard stood a gathering of people who had been summoned. Those who had participated in the inheritance ceremony animatedly recounted the astonishing events that were about to unfold to the bewildered residents. The spectacle was breathtaking. When the lord uttered the incantation, marvelous phenomena appeared in the sky. Is that truly so? Do not exaggerate. Why would I deceive you? You will see for yourself shortly. These individuals, who had faced skepticism when they first announced the summons, were now brimming with excitement at the prospect of the Lord invoking divine wonders. Unaware of the residents' sentiments, Seann led the crowd to the designated area. With a solemn demeanor, he instructed the guards to form a semicircle, stepping forward to kneel reverently on one knee. Reciting a song in Chinese, having integrated the memories of his body, he could comprehend and articulate the High Valyrian language, yet the local populace could not grasp Chinese. As he sang, he concurrently communicated with the system in his mind. The onlookers observed in silence, refraining from uttering a sound, believing this to be a sacred prayer to the divine, inviolable in its sanctity. System, summon the town hall with my position as the coordinate. As Seann felt he had performed adequately, he issued a command to the system. With a chime, the summoning fee was deducted. The summoning at the town hall commenced, and soon after, a thunderous sound erupted, revealing a miraculous spectacle before the gathered crowd. In the sky, a translucent apparition emerged, slowly extending a hand as if to beckon. Unlike previous occasions, there was no merging of castles. Everything manifested from nothingness. In the open space ahead, a mountain peak rose majestically from the ground, while a square castle's ethereal silhouette materialized from the void, transitioning from a mere illusion to a tangible reality. Surrounding the castle was an S-shaped moat, with a grand avenue bridging the castle and the plains, resembling a gateway to a mysterious realm. Seann marveled at the immense power displayed. The port residents and sailors, upon witnessing the apparition, knelt in reverence, their eyes filled with awe and respect. Many had previously doubted the existence of deities, but witnessing this miraculous creation firsthand transformed their beliefs. They found themselves silently beseeching the divine for forgiveness for their past skepticism and irreverence. After all, the legends of the divine had never been witnessed by mortal eyes, yet here it was, materialized before them. As the summoning concluded, The apparition dissipated like gentle smoke carried away by the wind, gradually vanishing into the air. The plaza, once illuminated by the strange radiance of the apparition, dimmed, leaving only a lingering glow flickering upon the ground, as if recounting the recent mystical and awe-inspiring scene. Seann straightened his posture, rising slowly. His tall figure appeared particularly imposing in the fading light. He turned his gaze towards the kneeling crowd, his eyes exuding a blend of authority and confidence, and commenced a customary speech. Soldiers of the port and fleet, you must unwaveringly pledge your loyalty to the Lord and the family. This place shall become the family's front line in the conquest of distant continents. You should feel honored to follow the chosen family, for glory, power, and wealth await you ahead. His voice resonated powerfully, akin to a mighty bell, reverberating through the air, causing the eardrums of those present to quiver slightly. This castle, bestowed upon them by divine favor, stood as irrefutable evidence of the family's ascendance. The guardian dragon god of the family had silently watched over them from above, protecting them. Its light would forever illuminate their path forward. Seann lifted his head, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the sky, as if he could truly behold the form of the guardian dragon god. His eyes sparkled with longing and reverence, his entire being seemingly merging with the sacred ambience. I have resolved that from this day forth, this castle shall be named the Watchtower Citadel, a sentinel safeguarding your well-being and your aspirations for a blissful life. Concurrently, Emerald Port shall be renamed Flame Yellow Port, and the fleet shall be known as the Flame Yellow Fleet. May the divine bestow their blessings upon us, grant us fortune, and fill our lives with hope. Seann's impassioned and enticing words ignited a fervor within the crowd, stirring their spirits. Their faces flushed with excitement, eyes gleaming brightly. Some individuals raised their fists in fervor, waving their arms as if to release the fervent passion boiling within them. Others were moved to tears, their voices hoarse from shouting in overwhelming enthusiasm. A few even knelt upon the ground, striking their heads against the earth to express their loyalty and reverence for their lord. Long live the Lord! I vow to follow the Yanhuang family unto death. Long live! Long live! Long live! The chorus of voices surged like tumultuous waves, one after another, threatening to lift the very sky. The sound echoed throughout the square, causing the surrounding buildings to tremble slightly. Seann observed this fervent scene with immense satisfaction, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting a confidence that suggested he held dominion over all. No one could ever shake his position. At this moment, he had truly inherited all that his esteemed father had left behind. How could I almost forget? The family treasury remains to be explored, but no matter. It cannot escape me. It shall eventually be mine. All captains of the fleet and city officials were to remain, while the other residents and soldiers could return to their duties. Remember, your lord shall always support you, and the blessings of the dragon god will be with you always. As the crowd's fervor began to wane, Seann raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then instructed everyone to return to the city. We have seen our lord. Upon hearing the command, a dozen city officials clad in robes, along with nearly 200 captains in leather armor wielding long swords, began to step forward from the crowd. They lined up neatly before Seann, the leading officials bowing their heads slightly in respectful homage. With piercing eyes, Seann surveyed the approaching captains and officials, narrowing his gaze as he clasped his hands behind his back and slowly inquired, who is the vice commander of the fleet? Beneath the executive officer, who wields the greatest power? The individuals, gradually emerging from the fervent atmosphere, felt a wave of apprehension wash over them upon hearing the question. They exchanged nervous glances, anxiety and unease evident in their expressions. Some even unconsciously clenched their fists, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. After all, just yesterday they had belonged to the ranks of the rebels, and after witnessing the awe-inspiring miracle moments ago, who would dare to take their lord's inquiry lightly? After a brief silence, a burly middle-aged man clad in leather armor hesitated momentarily before striding forward. To report to the lord, the vice commander is Lord Bondi's son, currently imprisoned by you. Here, we have only the captains. No sooner had he finished speaking than an elderly man in a robe stepped forward, adjusting his garment and nervously stroking his beard, his eyes betraying a mixture of caution and respect. To report to the lord, the former port administrator is the son of Morbellin. Following his imprisonment, I have been entrusted to manage port affairs in his stead. I am the port scribe, while the others include the tax officer, military supply officer, and auxiliary personnel, totaling 12 individuals. My name is Domhane, my lord. Chapter 26, Returning to the City. The old clerk, not waiting for Engels to further inquire, elaborated on the situation in great detail. demonstrating the meticulousness of a seasoned official well-versed in the intricacies of bureaucratic affairs. Very well, Damhain, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the executive officer of Yanhuang Port. I bestow upon you the authority to appoint officials at your discretion. Your mission is to diligently develop Yanhuang Port, providing robust support and assurance for the fleet. Seann nodded in satisfaction, a smile of approval gracing his features as he patted Damhain on the shoulder in encouragement. He then turned to the captain beside him, a hint of perplexity shadowing his brow as he inquired, "What is your name? Has Bondi's son sent anyone to urge you to rebel together?" "Alex, my lord. I am called Alex." The middle-aged man, visibly agitated, trembled slightly, nervously rubbing the edges of his garment, and stammered as he spoke. "Very well, Alex. From now on, you shall be the new commander of the fleet. You must manage the fleet effectively, train the sailors diligently, and ensure that they are always prepared to heed my call without hesitation. Do you understand?" Seann's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon Alex, arms crossed over his chest, imparting his instructions with care. "Understood, my lord. I shall do my utmost to train the finest sailors, ever ready for your summons," Alex declared with fervor, standing tall and straight as he made his promise. "Your task is no small feat. In addition to honing the sailors' physical prowess and operational skills aboard the vessels, you must ensure their absolute obedience to orders. They must comprehend that, as members of the family fleet, loyalty to the family will grant them all they desire: wealth, honor, and women. Upon your return, relay my words to all sailors, then lead the fleet to other continents, gathering as many people as possible, be they slaves or commoners. Bring them all back to Yanhuang Port. For the resources and support you require during this process, consult Damhain. Can you manage that?" "I will strive to fulfill this daunting task, my lord." Alex, taken aback by the formidable assignment, hesitated momentarily, lowering his head before finally committing to do his best. "Do not fret excessively. Remain calm and composed, adeptly addressing various situations. Seek ways to expand the fleet size, and should you encounter difficulties while executing your mission, turn to Damhain for assistance. If he cannot resolve it, promptly report back to me." Seann reassured him with a gentle smile. Although, in his vision, the fleet would be an indispensable force for future expeditions to other continents, for now, the Navy and fleet were not the primary focus of development for him and the system. Thus, it was merely a matter of appointing someone to temporarily oversee the responsibilities, with adjustments to be made as circumstances evolved. Who could blame him for having too few capable and loyal heroes at his disposal? If he had more worthy choices, he would not so readily entrust such a significant position to outsiders. "Now, you may all return and attend to your duties." With that, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling their departure. "We take our leave, my lord," Alec and Damhain said, bowing respectfully once more before turning to leave. Having concluded all matters, Seann felt a weight lift from his shoulders. His heart was considerably lighter. At last, he could focus on the construction plan for today. Miracle City was set to erect an archery tower, while Watchfort would establish a farm, thereby increasing the number of farmers and consequently the tax revenue. Tomorrow, he intended to build a blacksmith shop, which would enable the purchase of crossbows and catapults, transporting the formidable crossbows from the system onto the warships. How many adversaries could withstand them across the vast ocean? However, he pondered whether he could forge weapons and equipment himself. Upon arriving at the construction site, as the system's command was issued, the very air around him seemed to quiver slightly. A deep rumble resonated, as though the earth were awakening from slumber, followed by a rich scent of dust that filled the air. Soon, several modest yet orderly houses appeared to rise from the ground, as if sprouting from the earth itself. Accompanied by the creaking of wood as it was joined and the shouts of the craftsmen, the structures gradually took shape. Meanwhile, the nearby expansive fields transformed instantaneously, as though tended by an invisible hand. In the fields, 60 newly recruited farmers busily traversed back and forth. Each of these farmers was stout and short, clad in blue cloth, wielding pitchforks, the quintessential image of a farmer. Seann had not harbored high expectations regarding their appearance, so he felt no disappointment upon witnessing this scene. After observing for a while, he left 500 city guards to defend this crucial stronghold, Watchfort, while he and the other soldiers set out on the return journey to Miracle City. This time, there was no need for a forced march. The pace of the procession was leisurely. Seann and the guard rode ahead on horseback, sitting upright in their saddles. Behind them, the infantry of the city guards formed a long line, resembling a winding dragon. The journey was peaceful, devoid of any unwelcome native ambushes. All seemed tranquil and harmonious. The human race's main city, Miracle City, Watchtower Fortress, allows the construction of buildings. Level 1 Administrative Hall, for 1,000 gold coins, yielding 2,000 gold coins daily. Tavern, 500 gold coins. 5 units each of wood and stone, capable of recruiting heroes from various races, and Watchman, Blacksmith, 1,000 gold coins. 5 units each of stone and wood, able to manufacture siege engines. Market, 500 gold coins. 5 units of wood, enables limited resource trading. Level 1 magic tower. 2,000 gold coins. 5 units each of wood and stone, facilitates the learning of first-tier magical skills. Level 1 spearman barracks, 1,000 gold coins. 5 units each of stone and wood, can recruit spearmen, refreshing daily at 3,030. Remaining resources, 379,700 gold coins, 20 units of stone, 10 units of wood, 5 units of mercury, 5 units of crystal, 5 units of sulfur, 5 units of gems. Chapter 27. On the journey in contemporary society, the transportation network is remarkably advanced. A journey of approximately 100 kilometers, when traversed by car on a smooth and expansive highway, takes merely a little over an hour. Soothing melodies resonate within the vehicle as passengers recline in plush seats, engaging in light conversation or dozing off, effortlessly arriving at their destination. Should one choose to fly, the speed is even more astonishing, allowing for the swift crossing of such distances in the blink of an eye. However, in ancient times, a mere 100 or so li required arduous travel on foot. On this bright and sunny morning, Seann donned a fitted hunting attire, riding a magnificent steed, leading a substantial army as they departed from the port. Dust rose from the road, permeating the air and making breathing laborious. The orderly line of soldiers resembled a winding dragon, with only the sound of their heavy footsteps echoing across the vast wilderness. By midday, they had barely completed half of their journey, largely due to their marching pace. Unlike the urgent march of the previous evening, this expedition was not driven by the same sense of haste. Though Seann did not have to endure the hardship of trudging on foot, riding for an extended period posed its own challenges. His inherited memories contained only rudimentary equestrian knowledge, and this was his first experience of such a lengthy ride. As time passed, he felt as though his bones would shatter from the relentless jostling, and discomfort grew in his lower back. At last, unable to endure any longer, he firmly grasped the reins, bringing his steed to a gradual halt. "Let the soldiers rest here, have something to eat before we continue," Seann instructed Raj and Illic, who had approached him, his voice tinged with fatigue. As their army progressed along the thoroughfare, they encountered a diverse array of individuals. There were merchants guiding elaborately adorned carriages, accompanied by a throng of slaves, dressed in lavish attire, their eyes gleaming with cunning, wearing forced, formulaic smiles. In the midst of the tumultuous scene, there were common folk struggling to push their rudimentary unicycles, their tattered garments and weathered faces telling tales of hardship and endurance. To make way for the vast army, they reluctantly retreated to the sides of the thoroughfare. Suddenly, the military halted its advance, occupying the sole passage, leaving the civilians in a state of perplexity. They whispered among themselves, their expressions clouded with uncertainty, torn between the dilemma of pressing forward or remaining in place to await developments. The thought of approaching the army for clarification was beyond their consideration, for the formidable presence of the troops instilled a deep sense of trepidation, rendering them powerless to act. Francis's caravan was also woven into this chaotic tapestry. Modestly sized, with just over 100 hired guards, it patiently awaited its turn at the side of the road. Francis was not a native of this continent. He hailed from one of the distant free trade city-states. Bravos, one of the largest trading hubs of Essos, was perpetually bustling with ships from across the globe, its docks overflowing with an array of exotic goods. The streets were alive with the sounds of commerce. Merchants haggling in a multitude of languages, creating an atmosphere rich in enterprise. Francis was merely one among many in this thriving commercial metropolis, possessing only a modest fortune. Previously, the fleet from the faction of Seann had sailed the tempestuous seas towards Volantis to sell supplies and procure goods. As was his custom, Francis ventured to the port of Volantis to peddle his wares, fortuitously encountering the goods of his counterparts. With the keen insight characteristic of a seasoned merchant, he instantly recognized a tremendous opportunity for profit, a veritable gold mine. Thus, he boldly pursued his ambition, trailing the fleet aboard his somewhat humble merchant vessel with great caution. Fortunately, the inhabitants here communicated in Valyrian, much like those in the 9 great trading city-states, alleviating some of Francis's initial disorientation. At this moment, his caravan brimmed with precious spices, plump grains of high-quality wheat, and an assortment of exquisite handcrafted artifacts. Each piece of craftsmanship was a testament to the artisan's dedication and skill. They were poised to return to the port, intent on transporting these treasures back to Volantis and Bravos for substantial profits. Yet, within Francis, a tempest of emotion raged, leaving him far from serene. The events that unfolded yesterday in the town square were vivid in his memory. That extraordinary spectacle had filled him with awe and curiosity regarding Seann. Now, the figure rumored to be a divine emissary stood not far from him. A fierce internal struggle ensued as he contemplated whether to approach and introduce himself, to forge a connection. After all, this was the chosen one, favored by true deities. Establishing a rapport could pave the way for a prosperous future in his commercial endeavors. The audacity of Francis to venture into this unfamiliar new world speaks volumes about his courage. Thus, without much contemplation, he promptly instructed the slaves to select the finest wine from the caravan's cargo, its bottles shimmering with an enchanting luster under the sun. He also demanded the most exquisite bread, which exuded an irresistible aroma of wheat, delicate pastries, each resembling a work of art, and fresh fruits, their vibrant hues tantalizing the senses. After arranging his attire and donning a broad smile, he approached Seann, who was adorned in golden armor. At that moment, Seann was stretching his limbs to alleviate the aches from prolonged riding, idly observing the surrounding scenery while waiting for the guards to prepare lunch. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand pierced the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of weapons being drawn, capturing his attention. Curiosity piqued, he turned to glance at the commotion. However, he did not perceive it as an impending attack. At least, his companion, Lack, exhibited no signs of tension, standing upright and composed. Not far away, a dispute seemed to unfold between the Lord's patrol cavalry and several merchants. The cavalry, mounted on imposing steeds and wielding long pikes, bore serious expressions, while the merchants, faces etched with anxiety, gesticulated animatedly, seemingly engaged in a heated argument. Lack, go see what is happening, Seann commanded, furrowing his brow. Turning his attention back to the food prepared by the guards, he couldn't help but wince at the sight before him. Laid out on the ground were merely bread, jerky, and a few skins of water. The bread was coarse and cracked, while the jerky appeared dark and unappetizing. Is this all we have? Seann inquired, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. I apologize, my lord. The guard, pale with fright, quickly knelt, trembling as he offered his sincere apologies. Rise, it is not your fault. However, what are the other soldiers consuming? Seann waved his hand dismissively, indicating for the guard to stand, and then curiously asked. The guard, standing at attention, respectfully replied, my lord. All soldiers are eating the same fare, bread, jerky, and water. Very well then, Seann sighed, a sense of resignation washing over him as he clapped his hands. It was not that he could not eat this food. Rather, since his arrival in this world, he had been accustomed to sumptuous delicacies that tantalized the senses. Those exquisite dishes and delightful confections had almost made him forget that this world still lingered in the feudal era. Moreover, given the circumstances of military campaigning, it was hardly feasible for anyone to prepare gourmet meals exclusively for him. If such privileges were afforded, it would not be a military expedition but rather a leisurely outing. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his sheltered existence. Whether in his previous life on Earth or in this current realm, he had never truly endured hardship. As Seann was reluctantly preparing to accept the humble picnic, Lacker returned accompanied by several individuals. My lord, this merchant wishes to present you with some food. I have thoroughly inspected it. There are no issues, Lacker announced, stepping aside to reveal the merchant following him. Chapter 28. Francis O, is that so? What is it that you seek from me? Seann's gaze fell upon the middle-aged merchant clad in a purple robe, a playful smile gracing his lips. The robe, crafted from fine material and adorned with intricate embroidery, silently narrated the distinguished status of its owner. The merchant bore the typical visage of a Caucasian, his eyes now a blend of anxiety and anticipation as he cautiously scrutinized Seann. And no, esteemed lord, how could I possibly entertain any extravagant desires? I am merely a humble merchant fortunate enough to have witnessed a miracle yesterday, filled with reverence for you, wishing only to express my respect, Francis declared, striving to maintain an air of deference and composure, though internally he was quite perturbed. God knows, he was merely an inconsequential merchant on the streets of Bravos, having encountered the highest official only in the stern visage of the tax collector. Before him stood a youth, albeit young, who governed millions, holding a rank comparable to that of a king. Seann offered a non-committal smile before inquiring, what is your name? Where do you hail from? Francis, my lord. I come from Bravos. The anxious Francis instinctively wiped away non-existent sweat from his brow, his voice slightly trembling. Very well, do not be so tense. Your name is Francis, correct? This is not the place for lengthy discussions, but I am quite intrigued by your mention of bravos. Would you be willing to come to my city and elaborate? Ingalls invited with a light chuckle, sincerity evident in his gaze. Certainly, my lord, it would be my greatest honor. Encouraged by Seann's smile, Francis's taut heart relaxed a bit, a grateful expression emerging on his face. Ah, I nearly forgot, my lord. I have selected some delicacies that I would like you to sample. Would you care for them? With a good start, Francis's social skills were instantly ignited as he spoke enthusiastically. Since it is your sincere intention, I cannot refuse, Seann replied, gesturing for the guards to accept the food Francis had brought. You are truly a benevolent lord. Please wait a moment while I arrange the merchant caravan to depart with you. Would that be acceptable? Go ahead. We shall set off once you return, Seann replied, already indulging in the food, not bothering to look back. At that moment, he was rapidly contemplating how to make use of this merchant. Though he was aware of the world he inhabited, he remained uncertain of the progression of the narrative. If the plot's commencement was still far off, could he not support this merchant and seize an opportunity to acquire Daenerys ahead of time? But seize for what purpose? Certainly, it is to become a wife. For Daenerys possesses an extraordinary allure and plays a pivotal role. As for how the tale of ice and fire would unfold without her, Ingalls is utterly indifferent. If they have the capability, let them traverse continents to wage war against him. Ultimately, the outcome remains uncertain. The longer time drags on, the more advantageous it becomes for him. Once he acquires the formidable power of the Archangel, humph, who could possibly stand against him? Ingalls, lost in reverie while indulging in his meal, unintentionally chortled. A piece of bread lodged in his throat, causing his face to flush crimson as he hurriedly gulped down wine to ease the obstruction. The soldiers around him could not stifle their laughter, though they dared not raise their voices too high. Before long, the middle-aged merchant Francis returned, having arranged his caravan and brought along 2 guards clad in black leather armor and wearing face-concealing helmets. Onward, Seann commanded, mounting his magnificent steed and setting forth. Naturally, Merchant Francis would not let this opportunity to stay close to Seann slip away. He hastily procured a horse. Though it could not rival Seann's steed in valor, it managed to keep pace with the caravan. The entire procession resembled a colossal beast awakening from a prolonged slumber, gradually transitioning from stillness to motion. The synchronized footsteps of the soldiers echoed across the vast expanse of the plains. The sound was rhythmic and powerful, akin to the heartbeat of the earth. It was evident that this was a well-trained professional army, each soldier exuding an aura of iron and blood. What do you think of my soldiers, Francis? Seann inquired, pulling on the reins while glancing back with a hint of expectation. Imposing indeed. They are a rare elite force. Armies like this are exceedingly scarce among the city-states of Essos. You truly possess an invincible legion, my lord. Francis unabashedly lavished praise, his face aglow with admiration. Is that so? I have many such troops, and even stronger armies at my disposal. Tell me, if they were to assault bravos, would they prevail? Seann queried subtly, probing for information. Forgive me, my lord, though your forces are indeed exceptional. Capturing bravos would likely prove exceedingly arduous, Francis replied, furrowing his brow, his expression betraying his difficulty as he measured the disparity in strength between the factions. Why is that? Did you not mention that such armies are few in all of Essos? I command tens of thousands. Why would taking bravos be so challenging? Are you deceiving me? Seann feigned ignorance, his face a mask of confusion and indignation. No, my lord, how could I ever deceive you? However, Bravos is an island city, with only a narrow entrance. The island is encircled by steep mountains that serve as a natural fortress. If one were to launch an assault on the entrance aboard a warship, the defensive mechanisms at the entrance would instantly activate, and the massive gates would swiftly close. Consequently, apart from an aerial attack, there are scarcely any effective means to breach it. Moreover, Bravos boasts the mightiest navy, with their warships being extraordinarily robust and their sailors exceptionally seasoned. In all my encounters with naval forces, none surpass their prowess, including your fleet. Francis patiently elucidated this to Ingalls, hoping to dissuade him from such a perilous notion, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Ha, don't take it seriously. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly venture so far to assault it without cause? Well, unless they provoke me to the point of seeking their own demise. Observing the terrified merchant, Seann joyfully patted Francis on the shoulder, chuckling. Very well, we can only hope they refrain from courting disaster, Francis replied, resignedly nodding with a wry smile. What other recourse did he have? Should he confront this lord, who bore the air of a king? He had no desire to lose his life in a senseless manner. Ha, you are quite amusing, Francis. The thought of your eventual departure does indeed make me a bit reluctant to see you go. During this tedious journey, having Francis, the merchant, to lighten the mood rendered the experience rather enjoyable for Seann. The two engaged in lively conversation, and time slipped away unnoticed. However, every lengthy journey must eventually reach its conclusion. After a delightful exchange with the merchant, Seann finally caught sight of the city's silhouette in the distance. The towering city walls shimmered with a golden hue under the sunlight, majestic and awe-inspiring, while the banners atop the towers fluttered in the breeze. At that moment, his patience was utterly depleted, and his longing to return surged like an arrow. "Illic, you continue with the city guard back to the city, once you have settled them. Come to the castle to meet me. I shall take my leave first." With that, without awaiting Illic's response, Seann raised his whip decisively, and the warhorse neighed, galloping away like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 29. The castle. Upon witnessing this, Raj, accompanied by the lord's retinue, hastily spurred his horse in pursuit. Yet, despite their fervent efforts, they could never catch up. After all, Seann's warhorse was a product of the system, boasting enhancements exceeding those of an ordinary steed by more than half, its speed akin to lightning. As for Francis, he was left far behind, riding merely a draft horse, slower than even a typical warhorse, and could only watch Seann's distant figure with a resigned shake of his head and a sigh. Riding at breakneck speed, Seann soon arrived at the north gate. At that moment, the entrance was bustling with people, alive with activity and noise. This startled Seann, prompting him to tighten the reins with vigor. The warhorse reared its front hooves, letting out a long neigh before finally slowing its pace. At that juncture, the city guard stationed at the gate also recognized their lord. From a distance, the captain atop the city wall caught sight of the lord. Though he was not adorned in resplendent armor, the steed beneath him, clad in a decorative harness, remained strikingly impressive. Consequently, he hastily turned to descend the wall and greet him, yet before he could take more than a few steps, Seann had already arrived at the city gate in a whirlwind, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he waited, the lord's retinue finally caught up, panting heavily. However, before they could catch their breath, Seann, noticing the dispersing crowd, raised his whip once more and galloped away. Within the bustling commercial district, throngs of people surged, jostling against one another. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares intertwined to create a lively urban symphony. A bread seller, with a hoarse yet fervent voice, called out, "Freshly baked bread, soft and fragrant, come and taste." The rich aroma of wheat wafted through the air, capturing the attention of passers-by, many of whom paused, swallowing in anticipation. The stall owners of exquisite handcrafted goods were equally relentless, eagerly showcasing their unique creations to pedestrians, gesturing animatedly in an attempt to draw every gaze. Meanwhile, the clatter of carts blended into this vibrant atmosphere, with the horses occasionally neighing, adding a unique vitality to the thriving scene. Seann, atop his warhorse, navigated the crowded streets with difficulty, gripping the reins tightly, skillfully guiding the steed's movements. Having departed in haste the previous day, he had not had the opportunity to observe the bustling splendor of this place, and he was astonished by the throngs of people and the lively ambience. The pedestrians cast curious glances upon his arrival, momentarily unable to recognize the young lord who had just assumed office the day before. Some, startled by his sudden appearance, paled and hurriedly stepped aside. Fortunately, with Seann's persistent calls to alert the crowd, he successfully entered the northern district, where the architectural style starkly contrasted with that of the commercial area, resembling two disparate worlds. The streets were flanked by quaint, elegant residences, their stone walls bearing the weathered marks of time. Wisps of smoke curled from the chimneys, accompanied by a subtle warmth of hearth and home, imparting a sense of tranquility. Occasionally, a few children could be seen frolicking at the roadside, chasing each other with homemade toys, their carefree laughter echoing in the air. Observing this scene, Seann instinctively relaxed his taut nerves, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the city center, where the square was equally thronged with people, vibrant and alive. Street performers dazzled the crowd with their acrobatics. Some tossed and caught blazing fireballs mid-air, eliciting gasps from the audience, while others showcased their flexibility, contorting their bodies into astonishing shapes, leaving onlookers in awe. The audience gathered in layers, their cheers and applause resonating in waves. Yet, Seann showed no intention of lingering. His steed's hooves were raised high as he swiftly vanished at the far end of the square. At last, he came to a halt beside the stone-paved avenue leading to the castle. This thoroughfare was broad and even, laid with massive stone slabs, solid and substantial. It stretched all the way to the castle's grand entrance, where several hundred city guards, arranged by Vittorio, stood vigilant. Clad in black leather armor and wielding long spears that glinted ominously in the sunlight, They stood tall and statuesque like works of art. Dismounting from his horse, Seann's movements appeared somewhat awkward, a remnant of his prolonged gallop. His legs trembled slightly, and he exerted considerable effort to steady himself. Handing the reins of his warhorse to a nearby guard, who respectfully accepted them and led the horse aside, he instructed, "Summon Vittorio to the castle's third-floor hall to meet me." Exhaling a long, heavy sigh to calm his rapid breath, he proceeded briskly across the grand bridge. Since his summons from the castle, he finally had time to observe this hybrid fortress. As he walked, it suddenly dawned on him that peasants were recruitable in the game. He began to glance around, pondering to himself, where might the peasant huts be? While mulling this over, he ambled slowly along the bridge, his eyes scanning every nook and cranny. Eventually, at the original site within the game, near the source of the castle's moat, he discovered the peasant hut. Eagerly, he accessed the operational interface, his fingers dancing rapidly across the virtual screen as he recruited all the farmers. Just as he completed the recruitment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the spearman's camp was also available for enlistment. However, at that moment, a slight furrow creased his brow, and he pondered. Whatever happened to the previous 30 individuals? The peasant hut bore a striking resemblance to those from the watchtower, lacking any distinctive features. In the fields of grain, dozens of farmers appeared seemingly from another realm, wielding pitchforks and busily tending to their tasks. Some were tilling the soil, the freshly turned earth exuding a refreshing aroma. Others were sowing seeds with practiced precision. Intrigued, Seann contemplated whether the food produced in these fields could be shared with those outside the system. However, he swiftly dismissed this thought, redirecting his gaze toward the bridge connecting to the castle. At first glance, the bridge seemed unremarkable, yet as he stepped upon it, he realized its vastness. The entrance was slightly convex, featuring a small watchtower rising 56 meters high, where soldiers could be stationed, thus enhancing the castle's security. Flanking the tower were two gentle slopes, approximately 2 meters wide, facilitating the passage of vehicles and livestock with great convenience. The bridge's surface measured about 3 meters in width, extending from the entrance to the castle, stretching over a considerable length of several meters. As he strolled leisurely, he meticulously observed everything both above and below the bridge. The transformation of the castle left him utterly astonished. In his recollection, the castle had once possessed a square structure, robust and orderly. Yet now, through a process of amalgamation, it had morphed into a rectangular form, as though reshaped by a mysterious force. Additionally, the castle had lost many of its watchtowers, replaced by a multitude of windows that resembled the eyes of the castle, rendering it more akin to a residence than a fortress. Given the current incompleteness of the construction, the castle appeared somewhat shabby. However, Seann felt no urgency. Once the architectural work reached fruition, the castle would undoubtedly undergo a magnificent transformation. Nevertheless, certain issues plagued him. For instance, it seemed that the orientation of the castle had encountered a problem, as the once flat terrain had now ascended into peaks, causing him to worry about the condition of the southern gate leading to the forest behind. Furthermore, according to the layout within the game, it appeared that the location of the Griffin Tower lay between the castle's rear and the Angel platform. Reflecting on the mere 2 days that had passed since his arrival, he realized he had accomplished an abundance of tasks, with even greater challenges awaiting him, rendering him momentarily disheartened. Chapter 30. Arrangements. Despite the fact that he would attain his dreams here, beauties, supreme power, unparalleled status, countless servants and warriors, along with vast territories, his spirit soon reignited with determination. Indeed, these were sufficient. For the promise of a brighter tomorrow, and to ascend to the throne as swiftly as possible, he would persevere with fervor. Lost in contemplation, Seann found himself unwittingly approaching the castle's grand entrance. Outside, his mother and sister had already been waiting for a while, accompanied by the charming little maid. A smile unconsciously graced his face, warm as a spring breeze. He hastened forward, arms outstretched, embracing his mother and sister tightly, speaking softly, "Mother, I have returned. All matters have been resolved, and the perpetrators behind Father's assassination, along with their accomplices, have been apprehended. They shall be publicly executed tomorrow." A look of profound relief filled Savina's eyes, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, as beautiful as blooming flowers. She embraced Seann tightly, her voice trembling with pride and admiration. "Well done, well done. I never doubted your capabilities. You are even more exceptional and capable than I had imagined, surpassing your father in excellence." At that moment, Mira, standing nearby, giggled and playfully suggested, "Mother, let us speak inside. Brother may need to bathe and change first, for he appears quite disheveled." With all her worries set aside, Mira became more vivacious and mischievous. Her eyes sparkled with playful mischief, like two bright stars. To Seann, this spirited little sister was far more endearing. Little girls ought to be lively and cheerful. And he found the notion of his family wearing masks throughout the day utterly exhausting. Very well, dear sister, I shall heed your words, for you are the youngest in the family. Seann feigned helplessness, shrugging his shoulders and gently patting Myra's head, his actions imbued with fondness. Upon returning to his chamber on the 4th floor of the castle, Seann indulged in a refreshing bath, attended by the blushing young maid. The warm water cascaded over him, seemingly washing away the weariness and worries of the day. He closed his eyes, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility while silently contemplating his upcoming plans. It must be said that the realm of ice and fire is a world inspired by the medieval era, and similarly, the disheartening living conditions of that time persist here. For instance, the foul pit of excrement notoriously known as the Windward Stench. Fortunately, the land beneath his feet, despite having endured war in its early days, has since experienced centuries of peace. This prolonged tranquility and abundant food supply have significantly elevated the standard of living. The pristine and orderly urban environment, coupled with the populace's emphasis on personal hygiene, has further fostered emotional connections among individuals. Thus, in recent years, the population of the territory has steadily increased. For no one relishes the company of those reeking of foul odors, at least, that is Seann's belief. When the refreshed Seann returned to the hall, the current leaders of Miracle City, those he trusted most, were already waiting for him. Vittorio, the one who remained behind, wore a grave expression, while Roger, whom Seann had left behind upon entering the city, appeared robust and imposing. Alaric, who had recently arrived, exhibited a somewhat reserved demeanor. As Seann strode into the hall, everyone immediately rose in unison, bowing respectfully as they greeted him. "We pay our respects, my lord. There's no need for such formalities. Please take your seats." Seann gestured with a gentle wave of his hand, nodding warmly to the assembly. Approaching the head of the table, he slightly turned to the side, gracefully settling into his chair with an upright posture, his hands resting lightly on the armrests. Then, his countenance shifted to one of seriousness, and the room fell silent, all awaiting his words. "Let us dispense with pleasantries." His voice resonated, deep and magnetic. "I have summoned you to discuss several matters of importance." He paused briefly, surveying the faces before him, absorbing each individual's reaction. First, the insurrection of the former city executive. His tone bore a hint of anger and coldness. "We urgently require the selection of a capable and responsible successor to lead the city forward, stabilize the hearts of the people, and restore order. This individual must command respect and adeptly manage the city's affairs, ensuring that no further mistakes occur." Second, his pitch slightly elevated, guided by the revelations imparted by the divine. "I have prepared a new family crest. The existing emblem no longer embodies our family's future and mission. The new design shall symbolize our rebirth and ascent. Through the change of our family crest, we shall declare our resolve for transformation to all, making it known throughout the territory and the world that we are ushering in a new era." Thirdly, his expression grew increasingly stern, and his voice took on a colder tone. "Regarding the trial of the rebels, those who have betrayed must pay the price for their actions. This is not merely to provide an explanation for the deceased, but also to uphold the law and dignity of the territory. The trial must be public and transparent, ensuring that all are aware that traitors will not meet a favorable end." His voice resonated clearly and powerfully, each word seemingly imbued with immense weight, striking heavily on the hearts of all present. Silence enveloped the hall. At this moment, the elderly steward, seeing that he had finished speaking, appropriately interjected, "My lord, I have prepared some refreshments and drinks for the generals and yourself." Seann felt warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear steward. You always manage to think of the things I overlook." Observing the elder's frail figure, he suddenly realized that the steward, in his advanced age, was still tirelessly working, and it was likely taking a toll on his health. Perhaps it was time to find someone to help alleviate his burdens. Thus, he continued, "Dear steward, to spare you from excessive toil, I intend to have Della assist you in managing the maidens, thereby sharing some of your responsibilities. What do you think, my lord? I too feel the weight of my years. My spirit is not what it once was. Having someone to share these tedious affairs would indeed bring me relief." The steward replied softly, nodding in agreement, a hint of appreciative smile gracing his face. Seann nodded back to the steward, and then turned his gaze to Alich, saying, "Now, let us return to our previous discussion. Alich, please share your thoughts." "Lord, I am at your command." Alich nervously returned the question. Seann then looked towards the others and inquired, "What about you? Do you have any thoughts?" His gaze swept across their faces, seeking any semblance of dissent. "No, we leave it entirely to your judgment, my lord," they responded in unison, as if rehearsed. Seann could not help but chuckle softly, seeing their unanimous agreement. He decided to take matters into his own hands. It was clear, after all, that the 3 individuals present were all seasoned soldiers, while the only civilian authority in the city remained incarcerated. Chapter 31. Arrangements 2. With this in mind, Seann narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying his subordinates. "Illich, you shall assume the role of executor," he declared, his voice not loud but resonating with clarity and strength, his gaze fixed on Illich, revealing both trust and an undeniable authority. "Vittorio." He then turned his attention to Vittorio. "You shall continue to serve as the commander of the Lord's Guard." "Understood, my lord," Vittorio replied, rising with a composed demeanor and placing a hand on his chest in acknowledgement. Seann regarded him, fully aware of Vittorio's loyalty and capabilities, trusting that he would transform the Lord's Guard into an indomitable force. "Racker." His gaze finally settled on Racker, his tone measured. "You will continue as the commander of the city defense forces. The security of the territory relies heavily on your shoulders, and your responsibilities are significant." "Your will, my lord." Racker solemnly rose, placing a hand upon his chest and bowing his head as he accepted his duties. Seann leaned back slightly, relaxing against the chair's backrest, his fingers gently tapping the armrest as he contemplated the forthcoming arrangements. Before the system forces had fully formed, these soldiers, albeit of limited combat capability, served as a crucial safeguard for the territory. Thus he had to invest considerable effort in this regard. After a moment of reflection, Seann spoke again, stating, "The Lord's Guard must continue to expand. We require a more elite and formidable force. Referring to them merely as a guard seems inadequate. From this moment onward, let us designate them as the Imperial Guard." "Illich." Seann refocused his gaze on Illich. "You are tasked with managing the city, a complex and vital responsibility. For the prosperity and stability of the city rests upon your shoulders. Additionally, you must provide logistical support for both the City Guard and the Imperial Guard. The combat effectiveness of our military is contingent upon ample resources and robust logistical backing. You must devote considerable attention to this matter." "Very well, my lord. I shall do my utmost." Illich, caught off guard by this sudden appointment, felt a mix of apprehension regarding his new responsibilities and gratitude for Seann's trust. Yet he could only muster the resolve to agree. Next on the agenda was the modification of the family crest. "This is my newly designed emblem," Seann announced, producing a somewhat crumpled piece of paper from within his garments. The previous family crest depicted a solitary 2-legged fire-breathing dragon on a black background, a fearsome and chaotic representation that had never aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Initially, upon the arrival of the invincible hero system in this world, he had contemplated adopting a griffin crest. After all, the noble bearing and formidable power of a griffin were striking, and it resonated well with his system. However, upon further reflection, he deemed the griffin crest somewhat lacking in refinement. Now that he had changed the family name to Yanhuang, how could the symbol of the divine dragon be omitted? Clearly, the Chinese dragon represented the Yanhuang family most aptly. Moreover, the dragon was of a far superior caliber than the 2-legged fire-breathing dragon of this world. Thus, the family motto was established as protected by the dragon god. Illich extended his hands, reverently accepting the paper. His gaze fell upon the illustration, which depicted a creature of peculiar appearance, a long, slender body supported by 4 agile legs, each adorned with 5 sharp claws, and crowned with 2 formidable horns. A flicker of doubt crossed Illich's mind, in his aesthetic judgment. This new design did not appear significantly more appealing than the previous emblem. A puzzled expression unintentionally emerged on his face, brows furrowing slightly as his eyes brimmed with questions. He looked up at Seann, seemingly in search of a reasonable explanation. "Ahem, I realize my drawing is rather hasty," Seann coughed lightly, sensing Illich's discomfort and offering an awkward smile. "In the memories bestowed upon me by the divine, I have come to understand that this magnificent creature is known as a dragon, specifically the 5-clawed golden dragon, the sovereign of all beasts." In an instant, a gleam of light flickered in Seann's eyes, his tone imbued with pride and reverence. "This majestic being not only possesses antlers akin to a deer, but is also clad in impenetrable scales, has the body of a serpent, the tail of a lion, and the talons of an eagle, along with a plethora of extraordinary abilities. It soars freely across the vast expanse of the sky without the aid of wings. It can also conceal itself for extended periods in the depths of the ocean, swimming effortlessly. It can unleash searing flames and command the thunder, gales, and torrential rains of the heavens. In the water, It can summon towering waves capable of submerging entire cities. On land, it wields the power to reshape the earth, moving mountains and filling seas. The Lich listened, entranced, as his initial confusion gradually gave way to astonishment. After absorbing Seann's account, he marveled at the dragon's might. Handing the sketch paper to Racker beside him while spreading his hands, an expression of acquiescence gracing his face, he remarked, "Indeed, this is no ordinary beast. I have no objections." As for Racker and Vittorio, who were bound by loyalty, they have always trusted Seann's decisions unconditionally. Upon receiving the paper, their curiosity was momentarily piqued, but they soon set it aside, choosing not to dwell further on it. "Very well, a Lich, you shall be responsible for this matter. Ensure that the design is completed and delivered to me at the earliest opportunity. Additionally, manage the trial and execution of the prisoners as well. Let Racker lead the city guards to assist you. I shall refrain from direct involvement." Seann lifted the wine glass from the table, taking a delicate sip as he leisurely issued commands to a Lich. Thus, the inaugural meeting following his assumption of the territory drew to a hasty close. In truth, Seann felt somewhat exasperated, as there was a glaring scarcity of devoted and capable administrators at present. "You may proceed with your tasks. Butler, please summon that merchant to the hall. I have pressing matters to discuss with him." "Yes, my lord, I take my leave." A Lich and his companions stood in unison, bowing respectfully to Seann before departing with assured and powerful strides. Their steps were resolute and synchronized, each movement exuding the dignity and grace of soldiers. The elder butler nodded slightly, responding softly, and followed them out of the hall. Observing their swift and decisive exit, Seann's previously troubled mood lifted considerably. After all, there are indeed advantages to having soldiers. Chapter 32. The strategy. Seann reclined comfortably in the expansive and plush chair, allowing himself to relax entirely. His left hand gently propped up his chin, fingers rhythmically tapping against his cheek, as if in harmony with a deep-seated cadence within. His gaze seemed to penetrate everything before him, directly entering that wondrous system space. A slight furrow formed on his brow, and a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Due to the diminishing reserves of stone and timber required for the construction of castles and various facilities, these fundamental resources have become alarmingly scarce. The very foundation of the castle relies upon these essentials. Once they are depleted, subsequent development will inevitably stagnate, necessitating immediate strategies for replenishment. Perhaps it would be prudent to dispatch additional personnel to the nearby lush forests to procure timber, while simultaneously organizing a team of skilled and seasoned experts to seek out suitable quarries for stone. However, this endeavor would not only demand considerable manpower and time, but also require measures to mitigate external disturbances. Contemplating this, Seann furrowed his brow even deeper, subsequently redirecting his focus to rare resources. The gems and crystals from this tangible world could potentially be utilized directly by the system. Sulfur, although somewhat challenging to acquire, might be sourced from volcanic islands shrouded in mist, hidden deep within the ocean, thanks to the formidable nautical capabilities of the fleet. Yet, the issue of mercury plagued him incessantly. He pondered repeatedly. Was purchasing from the market the only option? The exorbitant exchange rates at the market made him wince, akin to a painful incision into his very flesh. Yet at present, there appeared to be no superior alternative. As Seann was lost in his thoughts, the aged steward entered the grand hall with a steady gait, accompanied by Francis, moving with an almost silent grace. This hall, spacious and resplendent, was adorned with colossal tapestries hanging from the walls. These tapestries, intricately woven with delicate silk threads, encapsulated the artisan's dedication, vividly illustrating the illustrious history of the family. Suspended from the ceiling were several magnificent chandeliers, crafted from exquisite metals and adorned with numerous candles. These chandeliers were artfully arranged above, casting a soft yet brilliant glow that bathed the entire hall in golden splendor. The steward, with a countenance weathered by time, approached Seann with customary respect and gentleness, bending slightly and clearing his throat softly. This subtle sound instantaneously roused Seann from his reverie. "Ah, have you arrived? My apologies for my distraction. Please, have a seat and share with me the news of Bravos." Seann swiftly adjusted himself, donning a warm yet authoritative smile as he addressed Francis. "It is quite all right, my lord. I have just arrived myself. What would you like to know?" "I shall divulge everything I can," Francis replied with a broad smile, obediently taking a seat on the exquisitely carved chair nearby. As for the potential breach of state secrets, the information he possessed was common knowledge in Bravos, hardly qualifying as confidential. The truly classified intelligence was far beyond his grasp, rendering any notion of leakage moot. How many fleets does Bravos possess? How many soldiers are there? And what is their strength? How many enemies and allies do we have? By acquiring this information, he might more accurately ascertain the current timeline of the ice and fire world, thus enabling him to formulate his development strategy with greater composure. Subsequently, Francis, as if unlocking a treasure trove of stories, began to speak with unrestrained enthusiasm. His voice ebbed and flowed, imbued with a unique enchantment that vividly portrayed the rich history and present state of Braavos before Ingalls. He recounted the legendary origins of Braavos, narrating how a group of escaped slaves established their own sanctuary amidst the mysterious, shimmering waters. He described the impressive fleet of ships now docked in the harbor, their masts rising like forest trees, flags fluttering in the breeze. He delved into the terrifying legends surrounding the faceless men of the House of Black and White, enigmatic assassins emerging from the depths of darkness, instilling dread in the hearts of all. He spoke of the opulent Iron Bank, rumored to house mountains of gold coins sufficient to purchase the entire world. Finally, he illustrated the incredible skills of the water dancer swordsmen and assassins, their silhouettes gliding like phantoms through the narrow, shadowy streets of the city, steeped in mystery. Seann listened intently, his expression gradually turning grave as Francis elaborated further. Upon hearing the chilling tales of the faceless men, he instinctively furrowed his brow, a sense of inexplicable trepidation washing over him, as if those assassins were lurking in some corner of the hall, waiting for their moment to strike. Yet, when the mention of the Iron Bank's towering wealth arose, his eyes sparkled with excitement, as though an endless treasure lay before him. Of course, he understood that such riches were mere illusions for now. Until he had unified this land beneath his feet, he lacked the capacity to covet such fortune. Through Francis's narration, Seann came to learn that Westeros had recently emerged from the grand rebellion incited by Robert Baratheon. The once mighty Targaryen dynasty had been utterly dismantled due to the folly and incompetence of its rulers. The image of a youthful, captivating Daenerys Targaryen flashed through his mind, prompting him to ponder. At this juncture, the newly born Dragon Queen would likely be sent to Pentos, wouldn't she? No, it seemed their first refuge was Braavos. This thought ignited a tumult within him, as he weighed the decision in his mind. Should he adhere to the established historical timeline and seek her out a decade later, or act decisively now to bring her into his fold? On one hand, waiting 10 years to find Daenerys could spare him from an early entanglement in a complex situation. On the other, acting now would allow him to seize the initiative, albeit with the potential for numerous unknown risks and challenges. His heart wrestled between rationality and emotion, caught in a relentless struggle of indecision. Just as Seann contemplated these matters, Francis had ceased his exposition, observing the youth's expressive countenance, filled with a sense of perplexity. I truly cannot fathom why this lord often seems to be lost in thought, yet he can only sit there with utmost reverence, quietly awaiting what is to come. Thank you for your detailed account. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Seann remarked. However, I now have a question to pose to you. Francis, what is your ideal? A unique glimmer shone in his eyes, as if, in that very moment, he perceived a latent potential within Francis. Surely, it must be to become a great merchant. Taken aback by this sudden inquiry, Francis hesitated momentarily before responding with uncertainty. In truth, he had never earnestly pondered this question in his mind. He was merely focused on navigating the complexities of the world, amassing wealth, without ever truly contemplating what his ideal might be. At that moment, visions of formidable figures dominating the commercial arena flashed through his mind, igniting a fervent desire for success within him. Then, if I were to assist you in becoming a great merchant, what could you offer in return? Seann's gaze bore into Francis's eyes, his tone laced with a hint of seduction. I do not know, my lord. I possess nothing of value to offer, Francis admitted, a trace of embarrassment and helplessness crossing his face as he lowered his gaze, his voice growing subdued. He was merely an ordinary merchant, lacking both formidable strength and substantial wealth. What could he possibly provide in return for the Lord's assistance? As this thought crossed his mind, the exhilaration he had felt at being the subject of the Lord's attention swiftly dissipated, akin to a bucket of cold water extinguishing the flames of his enthusiasm. Chapter 33. The second move. Actually, not much is required. All I seek is your loyalty. Seann's voice softened, yet it carried an irresistible allure. Loyalty? Francis was momentarily taken aback. He raised his head, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, but soon his gaze solidified with determination. I understand now, my lord. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you and serve your family. In that instant, Francis experienced an epiphany. Merely offering his loyalty was not tantamount to becoming a slave, and it did not seem an insurmountable proposition. A surge of inexplicable excitement welled up within him. as if he could envision a promising future as a great merchant. Bustling shops and mountains of wealth appeared vividly before him. However, tragically, until that moment, he remained unaware of the name of Seann's family and had no inkling that he was about to pledge his loyalty to the noble house of Gavaleria, the ancestors of Bravos, those once feared by fleeing slaves. Excellent, Francis. I find myself increasingly admiring you, intelligent, decisive, and imbued with a spirit of adventure. Seann generously lavished praise upon him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Francis would become a pivotal piece in his grand strategy, and if utilized properly, he would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. You flatter me, my lord. Francis was blushing from the compliments, feeling somewhat elated. At that moment, his mind was filled with dreams and expectations for the future, completely overlooking the dangers that lay ahead. Since you have pledged your loyalty to me, we are now allies. There are several tasks that require your attention. Are you willing to accept? With the objective achieved, Seann no longer indulged in pleasantries and got straight to the point. Please command me, and I shall strive to do my utmost. Although he was uncertain about the difficulty of the tasks, Francis resolutely agreed. However, a flicker of concern arose within him, pondering the true challenges that awaited. These tasks are not insurmountable. First, I require you to procure sulfur and mercury from Bravos. These resources are vital for the development of our territory. Keep a vigilant eye on market trends and seek reliable, stable channels. Second, you will need to assist the territory's fleet in acquiring slaves and commoners. While this may not be openly accepted in Bravos, in this intricate world, profit often transcends all rules. Exercise caution to ensure the safety and secrecy of the transactions. Third, you are to purchase warships in Bravos. Leveraging your connections and commercial acumen should make this feasible. Nonetheless, pay close attention to the quality and performance of the vessels to avoid being deceived. Fourth, gather intelligence on all factions and Essos and deliver it to me. Intelligence is crucial for our strategic planning. So employ every means at your disposal to procure the most accurate and timely information from each faction. Lastly, seek out members of the Targaryen family and ensure their safe return, particularly Daenerys. Her safety must be your utmost priority. There can be no failures. Seann articulated his demands methodically, emphasizing each one to impress upon Francis the gravity of the tasks. Ultimately, he placed the greatest importance on the first and last tasks. Sulfur and mercury were indispensable resources for the system's development. While uncertain if these resources would be acknowledged by the system in this world, preparation was always prudent. The final task concerned the protagonist of this world, the Mother of Dragons. An opportunity had presented itself, and he felt compelled to explore the possibility of bringing her into his fold. Not only was she distinguished by her unique status and influence, but the fleeting glimpses he had caught of her childhood, as well as the subsequent indignities she endured, justified his decision. Even adorned with a crown, I am still a beggar, Daenerys thought. I am the most radiant beggar in the world, yet ultimately, I remain a beggar. She despised this reality, believing her brother had felt the same anguish in years past. For many years, he fled from one city to another, pursued by assassins, compelled to beseech governors, lords, and wealthy merchants for aid, even resorting to flattery to procure sustenance. When Viserys sold his mother's crown, the people began to call him the Beggar King. He must have been acutely aware of their disdain, which perhaps explains his irascibility and aloofness, ultimately driving Daenerys Targaryen to madness. Viserys, both foolish and malevolent, occasionally evoked a sense of nostalgia, not for the cruel and feeble victim he had become, but for the brother of her childhood who had once allowed her to climb into his bed, the boy who regaled her with tales of the Seven Kingdoms, the king who envisioned a bright future upon ascending the throne. Young Daenerys, aside from her relatively comfortable early years, endured a life that, while not entirely lamentable, was far from idyllic. She was but a pitiable creature, propelled relentlessly by the so-called whims of fate. Throughout her life, she faced adversity from a tender age, and even as she matured, destiny continued to ensnare her, leading her through countless tribulations. It was akin to the trials of Xuanzang on his pilgrimage, ultimately culminating in a betrayal that saw her perish at the hands of those she loved. Despite her noble lineage, she lived as if a beggar, enduring scorn and humiliation from others. Her brother Viserys, despite his many failings, had moments of warmth. Those memories likely served as the only solace in her heart. She deserved salvation and protection, to be shielded from this cruel world and to rewrite her tragic fate. As memories surged within her mind, her tumultuous thoughts scattered. Moreover, rescuing Daenerys was not merely an act of compassion. It was also a means to alter the fate of the world. Returning to the present, Seann continued to cast his bait before the merchant. I will ensure that the fleet and the port of Yanhua fully cooperate with you on these tasks. If you can accomplish them all, then the position of the kingdom's treasurer or intelligence chief will be yours. Do you understand? Certainly. If Francis could indeed fulfill all these tasks, it would affirm his capabilities, making his appointment to a chief position entirely reasonable. As for the possibility of him reaping the rewards without delivering results, a subtle smirk played upon Seann's lips, a barely perceptible sign of amusement. Unless he chose to remain hidden from the outside world indefinitely, the system would inevitably track him down. Understood, my lord. I will do my utmost to accomplish this. Francis pondered for a moment and concluded that, while these tasks posed some challenges, they were not insurmountable. For instance, acquiring warships in Bravos, an island nation, would not be particularly difficult, as vessels were commonplace there and relatively affordable. Leveraging his connections and resources within the commercial sphere, he should be able to procure them without issue. Then there are the slaves. In Slave Bay, wealth can procure as many as one desires. Although Bravos outwardly condemns the slave trade practiced by other city-states, sufficient incentives will invariably unveil clandestine avenues. Sulfur and mercury, while not easily accessible, may potentially be found in some of Bravos' specialized markets. As for locating a member of the Targaryen family, he mused to himself that it could wait. For now, he would merely acquiesce and take one step at a time. Very well, let it be thus. I look forward to your performance, and do not let me down. Seann subtly fed his counterpart a dose of poisonous optimism. Once all matters were settled, he rose with composure, the hem of his robe swaying gently with his movements, and then departed the hall with measured strides. Farewell, my lord. Francis stood rooted in place, his gaze intently following Seann's retreating figure, his eyes betraying a profound and ineffable anticipation. Chapter 34. The treasury. Upon exiting the hall, Seann turned to his elderly steward, whose hair was gray, yet whose spirit remained remarkably vigorous. With an urgent tone, he implored, "Steward, lead me to the family treasury." The family treasury was the last legacy bequeathed to him by his estranged father, whom he had never met. At that moment, his heart brimmed with eager anticipation for the treasures it might hold. The treasury was located in the castle's basement. Seann and the elderly steward traversed the expansive first-floor hall, their reflections shimmering on the polished marble floor, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the vastness of the chamber. In a corner of the hall, an inconspicuous alcove awaited, easily overlooked unless one sought it deliberately. Entering the alcove, they descended a narrow staircase, soon arriving at a dimly lit corridor. This passage was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only 3 individuals standing side by side. Along the walls, torches were embedded at intervals, their flickering flames casting wavering shadows in the darkness. These flames seemed poised to extinguish at any moment, yet defiantly emitted a faint glow, stretching and shortening their silhouettes intermittently. At the end of the corridor, 2 immensely heavy stone doors stood imposingly. The material of these doors remained a mystery, their surfaces rough and substantial, bearing the marks of time in varying depths. Outside, 20 family warriors stood like statues, their formidable presence unyielding. Clad in full black armor, their features and expressions obscured, they held powerful crossbows firmly in hand, with large shields strapped to their backs. These warriors represented the family's most loyal and elite force, their sole mission being the protection of the treasures within. Should an intruder approach without the proper command, they would not hesitate to unleash their wrath. In this constricted corridor, facing the simultaneous assault of 20 crossbows, the consequences were all too clear. "Please present your proof of authority, my lord." One warrior stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon Ingalls, his voice steady and commanding. These guardians of death naturally recognized Seann, for not long ago, during the inheritance ceremony, everyone within the castle witnessed his ascension as the new head of the family. Seann nodded slightly and strode steadily towards the entrance, a look of appreciation gracing his face. These individuals were so dutiful, cautiously safeguarding this place, which brought him considerable reassurance. After all, within these walls lay the family's significant wealth and precious relics. At this moment, seeing them reminded Seann of the dozens of valiant souls who had previously sacrificed their lives, prompting a deep sigh. The recovery rate of magical energy was exasperatingly slow once depleted. A mere 30 points required 5 or 6 hours to replenish, an utterly disheartening predicament. Even with meticulous time management, he could resurrect only 4 individuals each day. And how many had perished? Over 100 soldiers from the city guard lost their lives, with more than 300 sustaining varying degrees of injuries, alongside over 200 servants and maidens who had died without serious wounds. He could not ascertain whether the bodies preserved in ice would meet the system's revival criteria. Temporarily setting aside these concerns, Seann slowly lifted his hand, holding aloft a small dragon-toothed dagger that served as his proof of lordship. This uniquely crafted dagger glimmered with a cold light, its hilt adorned with several unknown gemstones. This was entrusted to him by the steward upon his assumption of the family headship. The guards, upon seeing the dagger, silently stepped aside, no longer obstructing his passage. The grand door lacked a conventional keyhole or any mechanical devices. It could only be opened through sheer force. At least 10 individuals were necessary to exert their strength simultaneously, barely managing to create a narrow gap sufficient for a single person to pass through. Who could have anticipated this? Should the castle ever fall into enemy hands, they would discover that the formidable stone door had neither keyhole nor mechanism. With concerted effort, the stone door finally creaked open, releasing a gust of stale air imbued with a hint of mystery. Seann accepted the torch handed to him by a guard. The flame flickered wildly for a moment, as if excited about the enigmatic space that lay ahead. Accompanied by the elderly steward, he cautiously entered the treasury. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and Seann, alongside the steward, ignited the candles placed along the walls. As each candle was lit, the warm orange glow gradually spread, illuminating the entire treasury. Before him stood several rows of long wooden bookshelves on the left side, appearing quite aged, adorned with a variety of objects. Some items, based on his extensive knowledge from his previous life and experiences in this world, he could barely identify, such as ancient tomes and tattered maps. However, many of the objects were entirely unfamiliar to him. Some were bizarrely shaped metallic artifacts, while others resembled statues carved from some mysterious material, each seemingly narrating an untold history. A profound desire for exploration surged within him, yet more pressing matters demanded his attention. Thus, he suppressed his curiosity and gradually shifted his gaze to the right. Along the wall adjacent to the treasure trove, an array of countless large camphor-wood boxes stood in orderly formation. These boxes, tightly packed together, occupied at least 1/3 of the vault's space. The surfaces of the wooden boxes had been smoothed by the passage of time, adorned with simple yet elegant carvings, exuding an aura of antiquity and solemnity. Instead of immediately inspecting the contents of these boxes, Seann continued his advance. As the flickering light of his torch drew nearer, a half-height cabinet emerged directly ahead of him, in alignment with the grand entrance of the vault. Crafted from a rich brown timber, the cabinet emanated a subtle fragrance. At its center lay an open small camphor-wood box, within which 3 eggs of varying hues rested quietly. The surface of these eggs was embellished with peculiar scales, shimmering with an enigmatic glow under the torchlight. One exhibited a profound, deep blue, another a fiery red, and the last a gentle golden hue. Above the cabinet, a wall displayed a series of finely crafted longswords, their sheaths adorned with an array of gemstones and metallic embellishments, glimmering with a faint cold light. Flanking the cabinet, a few suits of armor stood poised on wooden racks, each showcasing the iconic 5-headed dragon emblem of the Baron family, intricately embroidered across the chest, as if alive and ready to take flight at any moment. Is this the dragon egg? Seann could not resist extending his hand, gently caressing the blue dragon egg, his voice a whisper filled with awe and curiosity. As his fingers brushed against the scales, he felt a chilling yet solid texture, as if he could sense a surging vitality within, awaiting the opportune moment for revival. Of course, this was merely an illusion, and after indulging in such reverie, he formulated a preliminary allocation plan in his mind. These precious weapons and armaments, though treasured heirlooms passed down from ancestors, had languished here, gathering dust and neglect, which was indeed a waste. Possessing a powerful system set himself, he found these items, sturdy and sharp as they were, lacking any extraordinary abilities of significance. However, for his loyal subordinates who had steadfastly followed him, they represented a rare reward. Utilizing these armaments to inspire them would surely ensure their unwavering loyalty in his service. With a mere thought, Seann summoned the dragon egg and the armor into his personal space. Once this task was completed, he approached the stack of large camphor-wood boxes and casually opened the topmost one. In an instant, a blinding golden light erupted from within the box, illuminating the entire dimly lit vault. The wooden chest was brimming with gold coins, gemstones, and exquisite golden jewelry. Chapter 35, The Treasury Part 2. The gold coins shimmered enticingly under the flickering flames, while the gems radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, emitting a dazzling brilliance: rubies' fervor, sapphires' profundity, and emeralds' freshness, each worth a fortune. The craftsmanship of the golden adornments was nothing short of extraordinary. Each piece resembled a work of art, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns and designs. He proceeded to open several upper wooden chests, and without exception, they were all filled to the brim with dazzling treasures. Wealth has come. How much could this possibly be worth? Seann stood before the mountain of riches, momentarily rendered speechless. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself that this spectacle would not intimidate him, striving to suppress the exhilaration within. He repeatedly reminded himself to remain composed, not to let these riches cloud his judgment. Although he deeply yearned for more such wealth, he maintained a sliver of rationality in that moment. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and turned away from the alluring treasures. In the end, he selected only 2 chests of the most exquisite treasures to store in his personal space, intending to reserve them for future use, while the rest were absorbed into the system's resources. The old butler silently followed behind him, observing quietly. When he beheld the mountains of gold within the chests, a flicker of mild surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Over the long years, he had witnessed the rise and fall of the family. A significant portion of the gold and jewels had passed through his hands, rendering them no longer significant to him. Having them was certainly good, but their absence was inconsequential. What he valued more was the inheritance and continuity of the family legacy. After surveying most of the treasury, Seann felt he had gathered sufficient knowledge for the time being. Although the items on the shelves were shrouded in mystery, he chose to set them aside for later exploration when needed. As he walked back, he mentally reviewed the gold and gems that had just been collected into his personal space. Deep within his consciousness, an interface visible only to him gradually materialized. Remaining resources: 1. 879, 700 gold coins, 20 units of stone, 10 units of wood, 5 units of mercury, 5 units of sulfur, 1. 285 units of gemstones, 5 units of crystal. Nice. Delightful. Upon seeing these figures, Seann was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. And in his exhilaration, he involuntarily uttered phrases from his past life. He envisioned his territory rapidly flourishing with the support of this wealth, ultimately unifying the entire world. With such an abundance of gold, he could continuously upgrade his buildings to their maximum level. He thought excitedly, his mind conjuring images of magnificent structures rising within his territory. But soon, his smile froze on his face. Wait, it seemed that the stone and wood were insufficient. In this world, he had yet to discover any resource points available for conquest, while the development of his territory loomed urgently. Seann, filled with curiosity, immediately turned his gaze towards the elderly steward beside him. He could not help but reflect on the adage that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. The old steward had lived within the family for many years, possessing an intimate knowledge of various matters. Steward, from where does the city acquire the materials for construction? The steward bowed slightly, responding in a measured tone. Master, the family has several villages of slaves dedicated to timber harvesting on the outskirts of the forest. These slaves reside there, responsible for felling trees to supply the city with building materials. However, the locations of these villages are not fixed. They do not harvest from the same area for extended periods. The depths of the forest conceal many unknown dangers, and venturing too far risks encounters with ferocious beasts or hostile tribes. As for stone, it is excavated by slaves near the port. With each village assigned to a specific area, the stone extracted is then transported to the current city of miracles. The steward's voice was deep and steady, each word resonating clearly in Seann's ears. Will the master require these materials? The city has not seen large-scale construction in recent years, so there should be a considerable stockpile. Although the steward felt a twinge of confusion over Seann's sudden inquiry regarding construction materials, his years of service had instilled in him a habit of not questioning too much. Is that so? Then take me there at once. Seann exclaimed, his spirits invigorated. He was eager to gather these precious resources into his possession. With them, his plans for territorial development would advance more swiftly. As he spoke, his pace quickened, almost breaking into a run. The steward followed closely behind, his steps still steady despite his age. Before long, they emerged from the basement to the front entrance of the castle, where dusk had begun to settle. The last rays of the setting sun cast long shadows upon the castle walls, and a gentle evening breeze swept through, bringing a hint of chill. It is quite late. Let us postpone for today and visit the storeroom tomorrow. Please arrange for dinner, Seann remarked, gazing at the darkening sky with a touch of regret. His earlier eagerness had somewhat subsided with the arrival of night. Subsequently, they returned from the first floor to the hall on the third floor, where the space was now deserted, and Francis had long departed. Seann instructed the steward to notify his mother and sister to prepare dinner. While he took a seat at the head of the hall, sitting there in silence, his thoughts inevitably drifted. Upon reflection, since returning from the port earlier that day, he had been perpetually occupied with various affairs, scarcely finding time to converse meaningfully with his mother or sister. While he reveled in the development of his territory and the myriad of new experiences, neglecting his family was undeniably disheartening. He silently reproached himself, feeling that he should carve out more time to spend with his family. Perhaps he could engage a secretary, someone dedicated to organizing and reminding him of his daily tasks. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Seann's mind. With the assistance of a secretary, he could better allocate his time, managing the affairs of his territory while also enjoying more moments with his loved ones. The more he contemplated this notion, the more appealing it became, and he secretly resolved to seek an opportune moment to initiate this endeavor. Having nearly concluded the matters concerning his domain, it was now time to prepare for the impending conflict with the Hunter clan. A glimmer of determination and sharpness flashed in Seann's eyes. The Hunter clan had long posed the greatest threat to his family. For the safety and prosperity of his territory, this war was unavoidable. Then there was the matter of the dragon eggs. Whom should they be entrusted to? His gaze fell upon the 3 dragon eggs housed within his space, and he plunged into contemplation. The rarity and value of dragon eggs needed no elaboration. The one who wielded the power of the dragon would command an unparalleled status and strength in this world. He weighed in his heart the proximity of his mother and sister, the 2 individuals he held dearest. He wished to provide them with the utmost protection. Moreover, having the dragon eggs in their possession would further enhance the family's strength. He decided to bestow them upon his mother and sister, leaving considerations for the rest of the family and the future Dany for another time. After a brief moment, he reached a decision. In addition to the 3 enigmatic dragon eggs, the space contained 3 chests filled with gold and jewels, armor, and long swords, alongside a scattering of pearls that lay strewn across the floor, each pearl round and lustrous, emitting a gentle glow. These pearls did not belong to the system's resources, thus excluded from the system's confines, resting instead in the storage space. Collectively, these treasures occupied about 1/5 of the space. Observing the pearls, Seann felt it would be a shame to let them go to waste. If sold, they could yield a substantial fortune. But he reconsidered. Perhaps they could be of use to his mother and sister. He recalled hearing in a past life that pearl powder could brighten the skin and serve as excellent nourishment for a woman's complexion. He resolved to leave this matter to his mother, allowing her to make her own choices. Seated quietly in the hall, Seann immersed himself in his thoughts, strategizing various plans for the future. The road ahead was long, fraught with challenges and difficulties, yet he was filled with confidence that, armed with his intelligence and courage, he would carve out his own domain in this world. Ultimately, he envisioned himself proudly proclaiming, "My entire life has been built upon my own efforts." Chapter 36. The dragon eggs within the castle. The candlelight flickered, casting distorted shadows upon the walls that reflected Seann's weary yet resolute visage as he sat at the long table, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, the hall's door creaked open, and a gust of cold air swept in, ushering in the figures of his mother and Mira, closely followed by the old steward Howard and the maid Dara. Hearing the commotion, Seann sprang to his feet, the chair scraping sharply against the stone floor, echoing throughout the spacious hall. Hastening forward with a face adorned with remorse, he spoke, "Mother, little sister, you have finally arrived. The past couple of days have been overwhelming, and I have scarcely been able to spend time with you. I truly apologize." His mother, wearing a gentle smile, approached Ingalls with measured steps. She raised her hand and gently patted his arm, speaking in soft tones, "Seann, my child, do not trouble yourself over trifles. As the Lord, you bear the weight of revitalizing our family. The affairs of our lineage, both great and small, rest upon your shoulders. Our capacity to assist you is limited. We can only silently pray for you, wishing for divine protection and the smooth passage of all your endeavors." Her voice, tender yet resolute, alleviated some of Seann's guilt. "Your understanding and support are the greatest assistance to me, Mother. I shall endeavor to carve out more time to be with you," he replied earnestly. Mira, her lively eyes sparkling with mischief, smiled playfully. "Dearest brother, do not speak too confidently. What if you cannot deliver?" Tilting her head with a teasing smile and a glint of cunning in her eyes, she resembled a whimsical sprite. Afterward, she playfully waggled a finger before Seann, as if to caution him. Seann chuckled helplessly, gently ruffling Myra's nose before playfully pinching her cheek, eliciting a cascade of giggles from her. "Why? Are you so eager to see me make a fool of myself?" he teased. Mira quickly waved her hands, laughing as she clarified, "Oh no, brother. I merely wish to offer a little reminder. Nothing more." Her laughter transformed her eyes into crescent moons, revealing 2 delightful dimples, akin to blossoms unfurling in the spring. While still giggling, she pretended to be annoyed and playfully swatted Ingalls' hand, exclaiming, "Stop pinching my face. It's so annoying." Once the mother and daughter settled at the table, he turned to Howard and Della, who stood nearby, and said, "Grandfather Howard and Della, please take your seats as well. This is our family dinner time. There's no need for formality." "As you wish, my lord," Howard replied with a slight bow, his face bearing a smile. However, he was interrupted before he could finish his thought. Seann gently waved his hand, saying, "Grandfather Howard, please refrain from calling me my lord. Simply use my name. It feels much more intimate that way." "Very well, Seann, my lord," Howard acknowledged with a respectful nod, though the reverence remained on his countenance. "Let it be. If that brings you joy, it is merely a title, not of great consequence." Seann sighed in resignation, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. He gestured for everyone to begin the meal. As soon as they sat down, the maidservants entered in procession, carrying an array of delectable dishes. The table was lavishly adorned with a variety of sumptuous foods. The roasted venison, golden and crispy, wafted an enticing aroma, while the succulent fish shimmered under the candlelight. Fresh fruits and exquisite pastries also graced the table. Perhaps the old steward deemed this day worthy of celebration. Mira gazed at the bountiful feast, her eyes widening in excitement, exclaiming, "Wow! Tonight's dinner appears even more extravagant than usual." As she spoke, she picked up a pastry and took a whiff of its aroma. Howard chuckled in response. "My dear, today our family is fortunate to be gathered together, and thus we must indulge in a sumptuous feast. Furthermore, the young master has been laboring for the family lately, and it is high time he replenishes his strength." Seann placed a piece of venison onto his mother's plate, saying, "Mother, you should also partake more. You have been quite concerned for the family these days." The mother smiled and nodded, replying, "You must also take care of your health and not overexert yourself." As everyone enjoyed their meal, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Seann recounted some amusing tales he had learned from Francis that day, causing Mira to laugh heartily, even eliciting a smile from their mother. At that moment, the mother set down her knife and fork, gently dabbed the corners of her mouth, and turned her gaze towards Seann, her expression growing somewhat serious. "My child, it will not be long before you reach adulthood. You are aware that our family is rather small, and we require more members to ensure stability. Therefore, I propose that upon your coming-of-age ceremony, you wed Mira. What are your thoughts on this?" Seann was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise as he glanced at his sister. Myra's face instantly flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. She lowered her head, so shy she wished to bury her face in her plate, her hands nervously twisting together, fingers fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Seann could not help but chuckle softly, saying, "I have no objections. I shall defer to Mother's arrangements." "Mother, why bring this up so suddenly?" Mira murmured in a low voice, stealing a glance at Seann before hastily averting her gaze. The mother regarded Mira gently and said softly, "My dear, this is also for the sake of the family. The sooner we can welcome the next generation, the better we can stabilize our household. I will heed Mother's wishes." Mira replied timidly. The mother nodded, her face lighting up with a look of satisfaction. "Very well, this matter will be arranged by Howard and me. You need not worry." As dinner approached its conclusion, she instructed the maids to tidy the table and bring forth tea. Once everything was in order, he retrieved an ancient box from the space and gently placed it before his mother and sister. "Mother, sister, within this box are 3 dragon eggs. Each of you may select one to take back to your rooms for safekeeping." Myra's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, is this the legendary dragon egg? It's magnificent. I want this red one." She eagerly opened the box, carefully lifting the red dragon egg, her eyes filled with adoration. She gently caressed the surface of the egg, as if tenderly handling a rare treasure of this world. "This one, Seann, I believe I do not require," their mother remarked, glancing at the remaining 2 dragon eggs with a slight furrow of her brow. "Mother, did you not express a desire to assist me, yet felt somewhat powerless? Once it hatches, having a young dragon to guard me will alleviate your worries about my safety when I am out and about." After a moment of contemplation, Mother slowly nodded. "Since you are so insistent, I shall accept this silver one." A faint smile graced her lips, and her eyes shimmered with emotion. This was not merely a gift, but a testament to her son's affection for her. "But brother, can we truly hatch a dragon? Our family has not seen a dragon egg hatch in several hundred years." Mira caressed the dragon egg in her hands and looked up at Seann, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Seann smiled mysteriously and replied, "Of course we can. The reason no magical dragon has been born before was simply that the time was not ripe. Soon, everything will change. This is the revelation granted to me by the divine." Mira leaped with excitement. "Really? Then our family can once again become the Dragon King family? That is wonderful." She clasped the dragon egg tightly, twirling around in delight like a child, her eyes sparkling with dreams of soaring through the skies on a mighty dragon. gazing down upon the world. Chapter 37, Consolation. Indeed, not only must we aspire to be the greatest Dragon King family, but we shall also establish a dragon empire. Seann rose, his gaze resolute, his voice infused with ambition. Here is a chest of gold and jewels. Mother, you may bestow some upon the servants and maidens. And these pearls, Grandpa Howard, this chest is for you. And Della, this is yours. As Seann spoke, he retrieved 2 chests of gold and the remaining pearls. Howard accepted the chest, deeply moved, and said, "Thank you, my lord. Serving the family is my duty. How could I accept such a generous gift?" Seann smiled and replied, "Grandpa Howard, you have dedicated your life to our family. These are but a fraction of what you deserve, and they pale in comparison to your contributions to the family and to me, so please accept them." Della shyly accepted her share of the gift, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Observing the radiant smiles on his family's faces, Seann's heart swelled with happiness. "Well then, let us conclude for today. It is getting late. Mother, sister, good night. And we shall meet again tomorrow." Seann tucked away the last golden dragon egg and, having spoken, stood to leave. Della, seeing him about to depart, immediately followed him. Under the curious gazes of mother and sister, Seann felt a prickling unease but steeled himself to lead Della out of the hall. Della and I are completely innocent. There is no need for me to feel guilty," he muttered to himself as he returned to his room. After a gentle wash attended by Della, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The night was serene and silent. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the sweet, clear voice of a young girl. Still in a daze, his head heavy and his eyes half closed. He completed his morning routine with Della's assistance before finally feeling a bit more alert. A meticulously prepared breakfast awaited, with freshly baked bread exuding the aroma of grains, pure white milk rising in steamy wisps, and vibrantly colored fruits arranged neatly, their fragrances intertwining with that of the bread and milk, filling the dining room. Seated at the table with his mother and younger sister, they savored the warmth of the moment, though his mother's face bore the marks of time. A gentle smile illuminated her features, her eyes brimming with affection. His sister chattered animatedly, sharing amusing tales from the castle, occasionally gesturing excitedly, her laughter ringing melodiously in the air. Seann smiled as he listened to her stories, while deftly placing her favorite strawberry jam treats onto her plate. The family enveloped in harmonious joy. After setting down his utensils, he prepared to rise and head towards the city's warehouse district. As he passed through the castle gates, the morning breeze caressed his cheeks. At that moment, he noticed Lich and Radger hurrying towards him, their steps quickened. "What brings you here?" Seann inquired. His brow furrowed in curiosity as he sought to glean insights from their expressions. Lich lowered his head slightly, explaining, "My lord, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this early hour, but we require your guidance on the matter of compensation for the fallen soldiers and the handling of the traitors." "Handling of traitors?" Seann pondered, acknowledging the gravity of the soldiers' compensation. "Let us discuss this further in the castle." With a contemplative nod, he led the two back inside. Upon returning to the castle hall, everyone took their seats. The atmosphere was palpable with tension, candlelight flickering against the walls, casting shadows on the serious faces around him. "Did I not previously state that all residents should be gathered for a public trial of the treason committed by Moore and others, witnessed by our deities? Let it be known what befalls those who betray their kin. This serves as punishment for the traitors and a warning to all who harbor ill intentions." Seann's brow knitted in concentration, his hands gripping the armrests as he reprimanded them, his gaze piercing as it fell upon Lich and Radger. Lich lowered his head further, his voice hoarse. "Indeed, my lord. But how shall we address the families of these criminals?" "Oh, I see now. I had overlooked that aspect," Seann exclaimed, a look of realization crossing his face as he patted his forehead in regret. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "You shall conduct the interrogations of the traitors' families. If it is determined that they were unaware of the traitors' actions, they shall be placed under supervision in the estates surrounding the City of Miracles. Ensure their needs are met, and they are not unduly deprived. Their lives should lack nothing essential. Also, those wishing to venture to other continents should not be hindered. What are your thoughts?" Lich sighed in relief, responding promptly, "I extend my gratitude for your mercy, my lord. I shall interrogate them thoroughly, leaving no stone unturned in identifying anyone who assisted the traitors. Should I discover any complicity, I shall show no leniency. For those unaware, I will advise them to abide by the law henceforth, ensuring such occurrences are never repeated." "Very well, let that be the arrangement." Seann nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Radger, inquiring, "And what are your thoughts regarding the fallen? Have you compiled the list of names?" Raj stepped forward with composure and responded, The fallen city guards include the 12 who perished during the gate assault and the 135 who lost their lives in the cavalry encirclement. The personnel affiliated with the castle have not been accounted for. At present, I am preparing to recruit new soldiers, and regarding compensation, I have discussed a preliminary plan with the Lich. We propose to augment each soldier's original salary tenfold as a reward, granting a farm or orchard to those who distinguish themselves. Or alternatively, a gold coin each for those who have performed valiantly, and 10 gold coins for the deceased. Upon hearing this, Seann slightly shook his head, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he spoke with unwavering resolve. Such compensation is far from adequate. These warriors have valiantly defended the honor and dignity of their families. Unflinching in the face of death, their sacrifices merit far greater rewards. Therefore, in addition to raising the salaries of all current city guards, each soldier who participated in the battle, regardless of their fate, shall receive a gold coin as a reward. Furthermore, for the fallen, we shall distribute 10 gold coins, along with a banner and a golden dragon medal, inscribing the soldier's name, age, duration of service to the family, and cause of death, to be delivered to their families alongside the gold coins. You must personally oversee this process to ensure it reaches the families accurately. He continued, next, we must acknowledge the most outstanding soldiers, such as those who raised the alarm at the gate and fought valiantly. Besides the gold coin reward, let their families choose either a farm or orchard or a shop within the city. For those who survived yet fought heroically, we shall promote them. For example, a sergeant shall be elevated to a captain, ensuring their contributions are duly recognized. The Lich interjected, a look of urgency on his face, my lord. Might this reward be excessively generous? The family's current financial state has been significantly impacted by this battle. We must consider such substantial expenditures with caution. It is worth noting that in the City of Miracles, a single silver coin can procure ample provisions for an ordinary family for a week, including fresh meats, bread, and vegetables. Previously, soldiers received a monthly salary of merely 10 silver coins. Even if we were to increase it tenfold, it would amount to 100 silver coins, which is merely half a gold coin. Raj furrowed his brow slightly and concurred, the Lich makes a valid point, my lord. While the sacrifices of the soldiers deserve our utmost respect, we must also contemplate the family's actual circumstances. Seann's gaze swept over a Lich and Raj, and he declared resolutely, I understand your concerns, yet we cannot allow ourselves to be blinded by immediate financial pressures while disregarding the contributions and sacrifices of our warriors. I intend to convey to all loyal to the family that those who seek wealth and status must confront danger head-on. Even in the event of death on the battlefield, the family shall not forsake those who have served valiantly. Their sacrifices will be transformed into gold and delivered to their loved ones. Only thus can we ignite the loyalty and courage of our people, compelling them to fight for the family's glory. Temporary financial strain is of little consequence. As long as the family stands united, no challenge is insurmountable. A glance exchanged between a Lich and Radger dispelled their hesitation, replaced by admiration and conviction. Seann's decision not only honored the deceased, but also served as a source of inspiration and encouragement for all loyal to the family, urging them to rise to the occasion and brave any adversity with selflessness. Chapter 38. The archer. Once the matters of mourning had been settled, Seann slowly turned, his gaze gentle and concerned as it fell upon a Lich. Leaning slightly forward, his voice low yet resonant with authority, he inquired, "A Lich, how fares your stewardship? Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak." A Lich furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding. "My lord, there is a minor matter requiring your approval. While I served as the commander of the city guards, I repeatedly broached the subject with Mobik regarding the necessity of outfitting the guards with a new set of equipment and uniforms. However, he consistently cited financial constraints as a pretext, resulting in a prolonged stalemate with no progress. My lord, I too have an important matter." Radger interjected earnestly. Seann raised his hand, signaling Radger to remain patient. "Do not rush, speak slowly. What issue have you encountered?" "Since yesterday, an increasing number of residents have expressed a desire to join the city guards, and I would like to seek your guidance on the appropriate number of recruits." Radger articulated his concern clearly. Seann nodded slightly. "Let us first address the matter of re-equipping the guards. The Lich, I entrust you with the procurement plan. Armor, weaponry, and new uniforms. Should the funds from the executive residence prove insufficient, do not fret. We shall proceed in phases, replacing what we can as we go. As for the recruitment of soldiers," Seann paused thoughtfully. "Currently, the standing forces are adequate for maintaining territorial defense. Yet we must not stifle the enthusiasm of those wishing to enlist. Therefore, let us establish a reserve militia, incorporating all new recruits into this reserve, and seek spacious farms outside the city to accommodate them. We shall assign elite members of the city guards to lead their training, commencing with sessions every 3 days. Initially at half the intensity of the regular guards, gradually increasing thereafter. During the remaining time, they will engage in land reclamation. Once one area is completed, they will move on to the next. This approach serves two purposes. It allows them to expend their excess energy, preventing unnecessary disturbances within the city, while simultaneously identifying promising talent through training and labor, facilitating their direct enlistment into the regular army, thus achieving dual benefits. Illich, you must also pay close attention to this matter. The supply provisions for the new recruits will be allocated at half the rate of the regular army, with a gradual increase thereafter. Once the reserves have completed the reclamation of land, we shall promptly arrange for residents and slaves to sow seeds and establish several small settlement sites. The growth and development of the territory hinge upon agricultural land. We must maximize the utilization of all available land. By the way, speaking of talent, Illich, do you have a clear understanding of which city officials are worthy of greater responsibilities and which should be dismissed? The military requires a fresh infusion of talent, and likewise, your administrative logistics department necessitates the same. A prosperous territory cannot thrive without exceptional individuals. Seann's gaze swept over Illich and Roger, awaiting their responses. Illich and Roger exchanged a glance filled with admiration and agreement. Roger was the first to nod and express, "My lord's arrangements are splendid. I shall promptly initiate the formation of the reserves, ensuring that every detail is meticulously managed, so as not to disappoint you." Illich concurred, stating, "Your lordship's thorough consideration truly impresses me. I will exert my utmost effort to swiftly implement the rearmament of the city guards and the relevant reserve matters. However, the selection of officials and talents will require time for a deeper understanding." He emphasized the importance of assessing the moral integrity and capabilities of potential administrative personnel, particularly their experience in handling matters related to public welfare, lest any unscrupulous individuals infiltrate the ranks. Seann sternly reminded, furthermore, Roger, the training of the reserves and the pioneering work must maintain a balance of rigor and relaxation. You are to report progress to me regularly, as I wish to remain apprised of the situation. Understood, my lord. I will personally ensure thorough oversight. Illich solemnly assured. Very well, my lord. Roger echoed loudly, his voice resonating in the hall. Satisfied, Seann nodded and said, "Thank you for your efforts. If there is nothing further, you may proceed with your preparations. Remember, our goal is to enhance the prosperity and strength of our territory, and this requires our collective dedication." The two bowed and departed swiftly, their movements precise and efficient. Once their figures vanished from the hall's entrance, Seann exhaled softly, a wave of fatigue washing over him as he rubbed his forehead and slumped into his chair. This mental exhaustion weighed more heavily than physical fatigue, leading him to muse that being a competent ruler was indeed no easy task. At times, he longed to abandon all responsibilities and indulge in the carefree life of a debauched sovereign, hunting daily, hosting feasts, enjoying wine, and lavishing attention on the charming maidens. Such a life would befit a traveler of his caliber. Earlier, the steward had reminded him that mealtime had arrived, but he had been entirely engrossed in discussions with Illich and Roger, showing no inclination to pause. Now, with affairs settled and everyone dispersed, he felt a gnawing hunger. Summoning the steward, he was about to order food when his mother and Mira appeared at the door. After dining with his mother, and with time still on his side, he hastened with the steward towards the storeroom he had mentioned the day prior, as the system's lack of construction resources prevented him from feeling at ease. The storeroom was situated in the eastern region of Divine City, heavily guarded, with the city guards patrolling diligently, ensuring tight security. Here, the majority of the territory's supplies were stored, representing the lifeblood of the entire domain. As Seann and his steward stepped out of the castle gate, the vigilant soldiers of the city guard promptly surrounded them with unwavering protection. Upon exiting the fortress, Seann noticed an unexpected assembly of 60 farmers beside the shed to the right, laboriously tilling the newly cultivated fields and scattering seeds. Turning his gaze to the left, he beheld a newly erected tower, seamlessly connected to the castle. This was the archers' recruitment tower. Curiosity swelled within him as he pondered which level of the castle this tower might be linked to. Just then, 24 archers emerged in a steady stream from the castle gates. These second-tier archers, characterized by an attack rating of 4, defense of 3, health of 7, speed of 4, and a capacity of 10 for ammunition, possessed a special skill in scattering. Clad in lightweight chainmail and adorned with iron helmets, Their armor extended from neck to knee, while a secondary weapon hung at their sides. Quivers brimming with arrows rested upon their backs, and they gripped sturdy longbows tightly with gloved hands, embodying the quintessential design of the 5th generation. Their strides were agile and their spirits high, exuding a sense of disciplined efficiency that pleased Angles immensely. Subsequently, Seann led these archers to the watchtower at the main thoroughfare, replacing the city guard stationed there. Just as he completed the arrangement, a group of pikemen clad in blue robes approached them, including 30 newly recruited soldiers from the previous day. After a brief inquiry, Seann learned that these recruits had returned to the barracks with the city guard yesterday and had now come back alongside the new soldiers. This revelation surprised Seann. He had subconsciously regarded these system-recruited soldiers as thoughtless automatons. He now realized that they were indeed flesh-and-blood individuals, possessing their own thoughts and judgments, capable of independent action even in the absence of direct orders. However, gazing at the 60-strong formation of pikemen before him, Seann frowned. Despite their robust physiques and commendable combat prowess, their numbers were regrettably insufficient to make a significant impact. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to temporarily assign these pikemen to guard the watchtower alongside the archers, intending to reevaluate their deployment once their ranks had swelled. Thus, he led the contingent of pikemen onward towards the eastern storeroom. The storeroom area sprawled across an expansive territory, occupying nearly 2/3 of the eastern district. Constructed from heavy stone materials, the storerooms were lined up side by side, each vigilantly guarded by the city guard. Seann estimated that around 300 soldiers were stationed within this area, their expressions alert as they diligently safeguarded the vital supplies. The old steward guided Seann towards the largest of the storerooms, and upon their approach, the soldiers promptly moved to collectively push open the heavy door. With a creak, the door slowly swung ajar, releasing a wave of stale air that enveloped Seann. He stepped into the storeroom with eagerness, his eyes swiftly scanning the towering piles of supplies, his heart brimming with anticipation. Before long, he had gathered all the usable timber and stone resources within. As this journey concluded, the resources of timber and stone within the space had each increased by over 900 units. Calculating based on a consumption rate of 20 per building, it was sufficient for the time being. Having accomplished this paramount task, a great weight finally lifted from Seann's heart. After establishing the longbowman barracks at the watchtower and completing the recruitment of soldiers, today's endeavors were nearly fulfilled, leaving the remaining matters to be addressed on the morrow. Thus, with a sense of satisfaction and weariness, he returned to the castle, engaging in conversation with his family to alleviate the monotony and savor the rare moments of tranquility. Chapter 39. The emblem accompanied by the resounding chime of bells, the first rays of the morning sun bathed the castle's spires, heralding the dawn of a new day. After breakfast, Seann felt invigorated, instinctively contemplating the urgent matters at hand, only to realize that there seemed to be no pressing issues at the moment. Was he truly at leisure? Having always been a whirlwind of activity, this sudden idleness rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, in the reality of life, how could one be perpetually busy? How could there be an abundance of pressing affairs? Suddenly, he recalled the relentless grind of his previous life, where he toiled under a 996 schedule, often stretching to 007, with no respite throughout the year. If he were ever to return to that existence, enslaving humanity, how would they choose? Would they prefer to work 5 days a week, for merely 4 hours a day, retiring at 40 with free provisions of food and housing, all while receiving generous wages? The thought was enviable indeed. After this mental excursion, an idea sparked to visit the commercial district. As he had hurried back to the castle the previous day, merely catching a fleeting glimpse of the surroundings. Thus, Seann, accompanied by his attendants, departed the castle once more, stepping into the bustling commercial area. From afar, a broad avenue leading into the city sliced through this vibrant locale, dividing it into 2 distinct halves. Lining both sides of the thoroughfare were a plethora of buildings, each with its unique architectural style. Some were petite and exquisite, while others exuded a rustic elegance, their forms dancing in the interplay of light and shadow. The streets thrived with a bustling crowd, alive with activity. Most men donned simple, coarse linen garments. Yet their industriousness was palpable as they hurried along, some shouldering burdens on yokes, the goods swaying gently with each step. Others pushed carts laden with wares, calling out to carve a path through the throng. Women adorned in colorful long skirts strolled in pairs, delicate baskets in hand, perhaps filled with freshly purchased necessities. Some tended to children, soothing their cries while selecting favorite items from stalls. Children frolicked like playful fawns amidst the crowd, their laughter ringing out like cheerful bells. The cacophony of voices intertwined, creating a symphonic tapestry of market life. The persistent calls of vendors echoed, each straining their voices to promote their goods. Fresh fruits, sweet and juicy. Behold the exquisite handcrafted adornments. Meanwhile, the sounds of haggling reverberate at every stall, as buyers passionately negotiate with sellers, their faces flushed with fervor. The clatter of vehicles intertwines with the rhythmic footsteps of people, mingling with conversations and laughter, creating a cacophony of noise, punctuated by shouts and the occasional collision. A relentless symphony of activity. Despite the bustling throng and the crowded atmosphere, the cleanliness of the surroundings remains commendably intact, though some debris is scattered on the ground. One can frequently spot workers diligently tidying up, weaving through the crowd to promptly collect litter, ensuring the streets maintain a relative orderliness. At the entrances of shops lining the road, neatly arranged wooden barrels await, and most patrons conscientiously dispose of their refuse within them. The shop signs are polished to a gleaming sheen, sparkling brilliantly under the sun's embrace. However, the initial anticipation and enthusiasm that Seann harbored for an immersive experience in this lively commercial district were abruptly doused upon witnessing the overwhelming crowd before him, akin to being doused with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all fervor. The unpleasant sensation of being jostled in the throng triggered memories of past hardships, reminiscent of days spent navigating through congested masses, where feelings of helplessness and fatigue surged anew. Indeed, it was said that a maiden could stroll through and soon bear a cherished child, while even the stoutest of men must remain ever vigilant, guarding themselves closely. He furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze, as he silently sighed and dismissed the thought of indulging in a leisurely exploration. Subsequently, he strolled at a measured pace to the official residence, where a lich awaited him, having received news from the soldiers, standing respectfully with a dozen officials outside the gates. Having met with the Lord, may the dragon god forever bestow his protection upon you. The lich led the assembly in a harmonious chorus, their voices unified in the recently popular blessing circulating throughout the city. Thank you all for your diligence. I have come today primarily to inquire about the progress of the new family crest creation. I wonder if it has been completed? Upon hearing the familiar salutation, a smile graced Seann's face as he inquired. It is no burden, my lord. To contribute to the rise of the Yanhuang family is our honor. We shall devote everything for the family. The officials echoed in unison, their tones brimming with fervor and zeal. In response, my lord, the new emblem design has been successfully completed. As soon as you give your approval, we can arrange for the crafting of new banners. However, the production of the battle garments may require additional time, as the design is rather intricate. The lich, as the responsible party, hurriedly stepped forward to respectfully address him. Oh, quickly, take me to see it. The divine dragon, as the sovereign among beasts, has been the most devoutly venerated guardian of the Yanhuang clan since ancient times. Its form is both sacred and resplendent, with each detail reflecting an inherent majesty. That aura of grandeur seems capable of commanding reverence from all corners of the world, instilling a sense of awe in every living being. In legend, the divine dragon's every graceful movement alters the very hues of the winds and clouds. Each low murmur seems to narrate the most profound mysteries of the cosmos. The moment that meticulously crafted design unfolded before Seann's eyes, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. As if magnetized, unable to divert his gaze. Every element within the illustration aligned perfectly with his imagination. At the center of a deep, enigmatic black sun, which appeared to harbor infinite unknowns, a slender golden dragon coiled majestically. Its antlered head bowed slightly, and its eyes, reminiscent of brilliant stars, gazed serenely upon the world below. Each golden scale, illuminated by the black sun, shimmered with an almost otherworldly brilliance, each one akin to a treasure radiating mysterious light. From the dragon's mouth, two long whiskers danced freely in the air, exuding an aura of regal dominance, proclaiming its supreme authority to the entire realm. For powerful legs firmly supported its grand form, while 5 sharp claws glinted with a chilling light under the sun, suggesting that any obstacle in its path could be effortlessly torn asunder. Surrounding the edges of the sun, countless fierce beasts gathered, each unique in form. Some exuded an air of majesty, while others were cunning and agile. Yet, at this moment, without exception, they all bowed before the divine dragon. Chapter 40. The Emblem 2. What perfection! Whose masterpiece is this? It demands the utmost admiration. Seann extended his hand, gently caressing the lifelike design, his eyes brimming with awe. My lord, this is the work of your mentor, Marwyn, crafted according to your description. It is said that he was once a renowned scholar, replied Ilrich, standing respectfully beside him, his posture impeccably straight, his tone imbued with deep reverence. Upon hearing this, Seann's heart skipped a beat, a wave of unease washing over him. In the recesses of his memory, this mentor had been by his side since he first uttered his initial words. The care bestowed upon him was meticulous. Marwyn imparted a wealth of knowledge, ranging from historical anecdotes to astronomy, from poetry to military strategy, transforming him from an innocent child into a poised and elegant noble. The time they spent together far exceeded that which he had shared with his parents and sister. In his heart, Marwyn was a figure of profound wisdom and noble character, akin to a guiding light illuminating his path of growth. Yet, he recalled that Marwyn had departed, hadn't he? Where is Master Marwyn now? Seann hesitated momentarily, then slowly inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty, his voice softer than usual. To answer your question, my lord, he left after completing this design. Ilrich continued to respond respectfully, his expression unwavering. Is that so? What a pity. Very well. Instruct that the banners of the territory be prioritized for replacement. The attire of all personnel can be changed at a more gradual pace, he replied, secretly relieved yet revealing a hint of regret, letting out a soft sigh. Within that sigh lay a myriad of complex emotions, difficult to articulate, before he turned and departed. Farewell, my lord, the crowd shouted in unison, their voices resonating powerfully through the spacious hall. May the dragon god always protect you. Seann raised his hand solemnly to his heart, responding with a grave expression. As he exited the official residence, a moment of bewilderment enveloped him. He furrowed his brow, realizing that there were indeed no pressing matters to attend to. What then should he do now? After a brief contemplation, he resolved to take advantage of this free time to spend more moments with his mother at the castle. Thus, Seann set off towards the castle accompanied by the steward, who had tirelessly assisted him throughout the morning and must surely be quite fatigued. Upon returning to the castle, they arrived just in time for lunch. Gathered around the table with his mother and sister, the family savored the warmth of their shared meal. His mother continually served dishes to Engels and his sister, her face radiant with uncontainable joy. Mira chirped away with amusing anecdotes, eliciting hearty laughter from all. After the meal, he led his mother and sister to the uppermost platform of the castle to admire the distant scenery together. Bathed in the gentle sunlight of that bright afternoon, warmth enveloped them, creating an atmosphere of comfort. As they reveled in the beautiful landscape, engaging in lively conversation, the afternoon slipped away unnoticed. The expansive platform atop the castle indeed provided an exquisite vantage point for both soaking in the sun and admiring the view. Standing there, they beheld the entire city and its surroundings in all their glory. The fields around them flourished with crops, teeming with life, under the sun's embrace. They appeared cloaked in a shimmering golden veil. Suddenly, Seann recalled that this location had been earmarked for the construction of a church, implying that before long, such unimpeded enjoyment of the vistas would no longer be possible. This thought caused him to furrow his brow slightly, pondering whether the system allowed him the liberty to choose the construction sites. These structures would eventually form the outer walls of the castle, making it appear even more expansive and neatly square in the future. Thus, while the other buildings must remain undisturbed, relocating the independent church to the western part of the city might prove to be a more advantageous choice. This would facilitate easy access for prayer, furthering the promotion of faith in the guardian of Yanhuang. Additionally, the priests recruited in the future could assist in managing the residents, helping to mediate neighborhood disputes and care for the sick, thus yielding a dual benefit. As he made his way back to the hall, Seann found himself once again lost in thought. With his head bowed, his steps were slow and deliberate, and a hint of concentration shone in his eyes. Fortunately, the inhabitants of the castle had grown accustomed to his demeanor. The butler had expressly instructed the maids and guards that, should the master appear lost in thought, they were to refrain from disturbing him, provided he did not collide with the walls. This was due to the understanding that he might be contemplating something of great significance or perhaps receiving divine revelations. Upon returning to the hall, the family gathered for a heartwarming dinner. After the meal, Seann accompanied his mother back to her chamber. In the flickering candlelight, she reminisced about the past, sharing delightful anecdotes from his childhood, her face radiating with happiness. However, Seann felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, his soul was no longer that of the person he once was, and those memories held little tangible essence for him. With a sense of helplessness, he could only muster a faint smile in response to his mother. After bidding her good night, he returned to his room, where, with Delilah's assistance, he indulged in a soothing bath. Emerging from the bath, his face aglow, he climbed into bed, ready for rest. Naturally, there was no shortage of playful banter with Delilah, but it was only when Seann noticed her cheeks, flushed to the point of seeming to smolder, that he ceased his teasing. Occasionally, a hint of shyness would flicker in her gaze, and Seann would inadvertently meet her eyes before quickly averting his own. In the ensuing days, life followed a remarkably similar routine. In the mornings, Seann would join his mother for breakfast before embarking on rounds throughout the castle. Though termed rounds, it was more akin to leisurely strolls, as the servants were exceptionally diligent, requiring little of his concern or directives. All matters were handled with impeccable order. He would, of course, attend to the resurrection of fallen warriors in the cellar, yet thus far, only a small fraction had been revived, necessitating the dispatch of some for cremation and burial outside the castle, as they could not remain in the cellar indefinitely. The maids kept the castle spotless, while the male servants organized various items with meticulous care. Their enthusiasm for work remained undiminished by the loss of their comrades. Rather, they were imbued with vigor and determination, especially since the butler had offered generous compensation, rivaling that of the city guards. Ultimately, when Seann found himself feeling particularly bored, he would invite Mira to join him. With their wedding approaching, he sought to cultivate their bond further. Mira's lively and cheerful disposition always brought him a sense of ease and joy. They would stroll together in the castle gardens, admiring the blooming flowers, and would spend time in the library, sharing insights from their readings. Chapter 41. Transformation. Time flowed like a gentle stream, quietly slipping through the fingers of existence. In the blink of an eye, those leisurely days dissipated like wisps of smoke. As the harvest festival drew near, the entire city of miracles seemed infused with a magical vitality, awakening from its slumber. The townsfolk hurried about, their faces adorned with radiant smiles, each one eagerly anticipating the arrival of the grand celebration. Even the typically fierce and unsmiling city guards seemed to be touched by the festive atmosphere, their expressions softening and their tones becoming gentler. While on patrol, they occasionally engaged in amiable conversations with passing residents, sharing in the joy of the impending celebration. Standing at the edge of the castle's highest tier, Seann gazed down upon the city and its magnificent walls, his eyes brimming with pride. Over the past 2 months, the entire city had undergone a remarkable transformation, expanding its area significantly. The first sight to behold was the 3 formidable walls surrounding the castle. Through meticulous planning and adjustments, the outermost third wall seamlessly integrated with the existing city walls. Now, this wall soared into the sky, reaching a height of 20 meters and a thickness of 10 meters, resembling a colossal dragon encircling the city. Lined along the wall were numerous crossbow carts, poised to unleash lethal attacks at a moment's notice, while massive trebuchets were stationed every 10 meters. Under the sun's rays, these siege engines gleamed with a cold metallic luster, standing silently, yet exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. Had Mori and his companions faced such fortifications, they would have needed no soldiers to attack. Merely controlling these formidable weapons would have ensured their demise. The second wall melded with the castle's outer defenses, forming a structure slightly lower than the city's outer wall. This wall, too, was adorned with various siege engines, occupying a significant portion of the town square. As for the innermost wall of the castle, it stood at a height of 10 meters and a width of 3 meters. Yet it encircled the castle securely, providing a final bastion of defense. Between the inner and outer walls lay vast fields of wheat and neatly arranged sheds. Over 3,000 farmers toiled diligently on this land, their figures weaving through the fields, creating a vibrant pastoral tableau. Within this area, a designated space had been constructed as a knight's equestrian training ground, although it served primarily as a military camp. For serious training, one would need to venture beyond the city. Surrounding the main body of the castle, besides the crossbowman tower and the griffin citadel on the left, a magical tower had been added. To the right, a holy knight brigade and a garrison had been established. These 5 towers were interconnected by sky bridges, forming an imposing architectural ensemble that enhanced the castle's defensive capabilities. The Grand Cathedral, originally intended for the castle's apex, was relocated to the city's ecclesiastical district, merging with the real-world church. The town hall had gained 2 additional stories, now dubbed the Congress, exuding greater majesty and elegance, where discussions and official matters could be conducted. The radiant golden dragon banner fluttered freely at the edge of the castle's summit, rustling in the wind. Flocks of royal griffins soared gracefully between the city and the castle, occasionally taking to the skies, diving into the clouds. At times, they would swoop down, skimming over the rooftops of the city, bestowing an air of mystery and enchantment upon it. When the first griffins were initially summoned and began to circle above the city, they induced a wave of panic among the residents. After all, the sudden appearance of such colossal creatures, never before seen, would unnerve anyone. Much like a groundhog startled by the sight of a majestic eagle, desperately wishing to burrow back into the safety of its hole. Women clutched their children in a frenzy. Retreating into their homes, men, with furrowed brows, seized their weapons, vigilantly scanning the skies. It was only when the castle issued a proclamation, informing the populace that these were the beloved pets of the Lord, that the residents gradually found solace. Children resumed their playful antics in the streets, while adults returned to their daily routines, occasionally glancing upward to marvel at the fleeting silhouettes above, erupting in cheers of admiration. Mira, with exuberance, would pester Seann daily, urging him to let her frolic with the griffins. Initially, she approached them with caution, gently caressing and coaxing them with food. However, emboldened by a moment when one griffin rested on the ground, she audaciously mounted its back. This act sent a jolt of fear through Seann. Having lived within the castle's confines, Mira was unversed in the art of riding, and such a reckless endeavor was fraught with peril. From that point onward, Mira became utterly attached to Seann, her vivacious spirit shining through as she yearned to soar through the skies atop a griffin. Reflecting on these events, Seann was filled with a profound sense of nostalgia. This city was his, a testament to his hard-fought endeavors. 65 days had passed since he arrived in this world, and the memories of his past life seemed to fade away gradually. What he now cherished were the moments and experiences right before him. Human hero, Seann Yanhuang. Profession, priest level, 1 attack, defense, magic knowledge, 22-23 life, 400, attack, defense 10, magic points, 30-30, knowledge 10, talent, limited resurrection experience, 10,100 skills, basic sorcery, increases casting speed by 30, reduces spell consumption by 30, basic enlightenment, increases primary attributes by 1 per level, experience bonus, 10 currently. Neither the City of Miracles nor the Watchtower Fortress can establish a level 4 magic tower. 16,000 gold, 40 units of wood and stone each. 8 units of 4 rare resources, capable of learning level 4 magic skills. Level 7 Gate of Heaven, 24,000 gold, 100 units of stone, 20 units each of gems and crystals, capable of recruiting level 7 angels. And the Divine Artifact, Tear of the Dragon God, doubles unit production and grants the blessing of the Dragon God. Can only bless 1 human main city. Remaining resources, 660 for 192 gold coins. 875 units of stone, increasing by 140 weekly. 250 units of wood, increasing by 140 weekly. 30 units of mercury, increasing by 2 weekly. 260 units of sulfur, increasing by 2 weekly. 285 units of gems, increasing by 10 weekly. And 100 units of crystal, increasing by 2 weekly. In recent days, Seann has unwaveringly maintained his routine of constructing a building each day, meticulously planning the layout of every structure. The system currently holds only 3 types of buildings that cannot be constructed, and the conditions required to unlock them remain an enigma. In the game, the acquisition of magic is straightforward. As long as the corresponding conditions are met, heroes can instantly master it upon entering a city, with everything flowing seamlessly as if governed by a preordained program. In contrast, learning magic in reality is a cumbersome process. Beyond satisfying various stringent and intricate learning prerequisites, heroes must personally visit the enigmatic Magic Tower. The Magic Tower consists of 5 levels, each distinguished by its height and grandeur, with each ascension adding a taller, more imposing tower. Between each tower, stone arch bridges provide connection, and atop each tower lies a distinct magical space, containing 4 types of magic of the same level. To learn any of these magics, one must immerse themselves for an extended period, absorbing the essence of magic within. This endeavor proves arduous, as the essence of magic flits about like a capricious sprite, elusive and difficult to grasp. Seann must calm his mind, casting aside all distractions, and utilize his mental fortitude to capture the faintest of waves. At times, he finds himself wandering within a tower for days on end, merely to touch upon a thread of magical insight. Thus far, Seann has only learned a fraction of the low-level magic that does not require preconditions. Yet this process has profoundly deepened his appreciation for the vastness and profundity of the magical realm. The fleet of his territory has frequently set sail towards the mysterious Asha to the north, returning each time with a meager haul of precious mercury and sulfur, along with 2 fossilized dragon eggs. These 2 dragon eggs, along with the Valyrian sword armor previously stored in the hero space, were solemnly entrusted to Illich and Radger, as well as Vittorio. In the past 2 months, in addition to the system heroes Illich and Radger, 2 human heroes have emerged, the Griffin Commander Elena and the Knight Commander Klaus. Elena possesses hair as fiery as flames, her eyes reflecting a yearning for the sky and a profound love for griffins. Her equestrian skills are exceptional, and she shares an innate synergy with her griffin companion. Klaus, on the other hand, is tall and robust, clad in resplendent silver armor, wielding a sharp longsword, with a resolute expression that embodies the dignity and responsibility of a knight commander. Other heroes that have emerged hail from dark, foreboding dungeons, exuding an aura of darkness. Their countenance is stern, seemingly burdened with the endless grievances of the abyss. Some arise from the fiery chaos of hell, their forms engulfed in flames, fearsome in appearance, instilling dread in all who behold them. Then there are the stout, dwarven warriors from the fortress, diminutive yet immensely strong, sporting bushy beards, with battle axes glinting coldly in their hands. Although these heroes possess formidable strength and could provide significant support to the territory, the absence of castles belonging to other races precludes them from finding suitable habitats and environments for development. Presently, the direction of territorial growth and resource accumulation leans heavily towards the expansion of human influence, coupled with their incongruous appearances for mingling within human society. A painful decision must be made to relinquish them with a sense of regret. Chapter 42. Transformation 2. After 2 months of continuous accumulation, the army has begun to take shape, resembling a towering tree flourishing in growth, increasingly verdant. Excluding the farmers who have been trained into high-tier soldiers, there remain 720 farmers, with each troop type steadily expanding. The first-tier pike soldiers initially numbered 720, but after training and reinforcement from the farmers, their ranks swelled to over 10,000. Armed with pikes several meters in length, their spearheads glimmering coldly, they form a formidable line akin to a forest of steel, serving as a robust defense against enemy charges. First-tier pike soldiers, still adhering to the third-generation template, possess a daily production of 60, costing 20 gold, with an attack of 6, defense of 5, damage of 23, health of 10, and speed of 5. They possess the special ability to negate cavalry charge skills. Each pike soldier has undergone rigorous training, their steps synchronized, their battle cries resonating powerfully, exemplifying remarkable discipline and combat efficacy. The second-tier crossbowmen originally comprised 376 individuals, but after training, their numbers reached 6,000, equipped with refined, upgraded crossbows. Their gaze is sharp and focused. They can strike enemies with precision from a distance of 500 meters. Second-tier crossbowmen, with a daily output of 48, costing 30 gold, have an attack of 5, defense of 4, damage of 28, health of 10, speed of 4, initiative of 8, and ammunition of 10. They possess the special ability to negate shooting penalties, ensuring damage does not diminish with distance. On the training grounds, they diligently practice loading, aiming, and shooting techniques day after day, striving for perfect accuracy with every arrow released. Their palms, calloused from prolonged training, bear testament to their unwavering persistence, all for the sake of maximizing their impact on the battlefield. The third-tier guardians number 2,000, clad in heavy golden armor, wielding swords and shields, embodying the fearless warriors charging forth onto the battlefield. Third-tier guardians, with a daily output of 40, costing 60 gold, possess an attack of 5, defense of 9, health of 26, damage of 25, speed of 4, and initiative of 8. They have the special abilities of a giant shield, enragement, and protection of allies. Their armor and shields are adorned with family crests symbolizing honor, infusing their every charge with an indomitable spirit. In combat, they fearlessly withstand enemy assaults, paving the way forward for their comrades with their own bodies. The four-tiered Griffin Knights, numbering 584, are mounted upon their majestic and formidable royal griffins. Each royal griffin is adorned with bespoke silver and gold-heavy armor, while their expansive wings seem capable of shrouding the very heavens. Despite their armored exteriors, their razor-sharp talons and beaks remain fearsome weapons of death. The synergy between the griffins and their knights is unparalleled, as each has undergone meticulous training, enabling them to respond with precision to their knight's commands and execute a plethora of complex maneuvers. In battle, they can launch devastating assaults from above, utilizing their combat dive techniques to swiftly penetrate enemy lines, embodying the nightmares of foes whether in the skies or on the ground. The Royal Griffin has a production rate of 32, requires 120 gold for recruitment, boasts an attack of 9, defense of 8, health of 35, damage of 5 to 15, speed of 7, initiative of 15, possesses an infinite counterattack ability, and is immune to blindness. The fifth-tier Zealots initially numbered 696, but after the ascension of farmers, their ranks swelled to 2,000. clad in elaborate red and white robes inscribed with sacred texts, with sacred tomes hanging on their chests. A chain cross in their left hands, and a hefty war hammer in their right. Their gleaming bald heads stand out strikingly in the sunlight. These zealots possess the ability to bestow legitimate power and magical purification upon their allies, and when unleashing energy projectiles against foes, they can purge adversaries of beneficial spells with their potent anti-magic strikes. The robes, blessed and inscribed with intricate scriptures, serve as armor comparable to iron. Should anyone dare to underestimate them, the weighty hammers they wield will swiftly impart the reason behind their fervent moniker. The 5th-tier zealot has a production rate of 16, requires 240 gold for recruitment, boasts an attack of 20, defense of 14, health of 80, damage of 9 to 12, speed of 5, initiative of 10, magic points of 15, ammunition of 7, and possesses features such as ranged attacks with no melee penalties for spellcasters. The 6th-tier paladins represent an undeniable force, originally numbering 768, but expanded to 200 through the elevation of farmers. Mounted on robust and powerful steeds, they don resplendent and sturdy full-body armor, standing as the unequivocal core of the human faction. When these heavily armored knights, wielding lances in one hand and triangular shields in the other, charge towards their enemies on their formidable warhorses, no foe can withstand their advance. In the sunlight, the enormous lances gleaming with a chilling radiance declare that all who stand in their path shall be ruthlessly crushed. The 6th-tier paladin has a production rate of 8, requires 480 gold for recruitment, boasts an attack of 24, defense of 24, health of 100, damage of 20 to 30, speed of 8, initiative of 12. Possesses lance mastery and healing abilities, and is immune to madness. The costs associated with the recruitment and upgrading of these soldiers exceed 2 million, representing a substantial expenditure. To sustain the army's operations, Seann has established a logistics department, with the Royal Cavalry specifically tasked with the procurement and transportation of supplies. At the borders of the territory, vast pastures provide ample fodder for the warhorses, while a dedicated blacksmith shop tirelessly forges weapons and armor, ensuring their maintenance and repair. Each weapon and piece of armor is meticulously crafted, guaranteeing both quality and performance. The first army of the territory, composed of 16,000 individuals of the 1st and 2nd tiers, has been temporarily stationed at the southern city gate. They are tasked with routine patrols and border defense, facilitating future offensives into the southern forests. When this grand army approached from the direction of Yanhuang port, it caused quite a stir among the populace along the way. People hurriedly rushed to the city, eager to inform the guards, as the bountiful rewards for previous heroic deeds had already spread through the ranks of the city as defenders. Although a significant misunderstanding ensued, Seann was elated upon hearing the news, as it reflected the will of the people. The elite assault forces comprised of troops above the 4th tier, which do not belong to the conventional army, have become Seann's prized asset. Meanwhile, 5,000 3rd-tier guards were assigned to the inner walls of the castle to relieve the royal guard of their defensive duties. The 3rd-tier guards, serving as a supplementary source for the Griffin Knights, are fixed at 5,000 and will not increase or be recorded separately. Under the attentive training of Elena, all the Griffins have achieved perfect coordination with an equal number of guards, forming the territory's first aerial cavalry unit. After rigorous selection and training, they possess formidable aerial combat capabilities and various skills in handling and nurturing Griffins. This unit is organized into squads of 21, with 10 squads forming a company, and 10 companies constituting a battalion. Currently, they boast 1 battalion and 7 companies. During aerial formation training, their orderly ranks resemble a sword piercing the sky, exuding a magnificent presence. Utilizing specially designed whistles, they navigate gracefully through the air, with each flight training serving as a test of their synergy and collaborative skills. Additionally, a priestly corps composed of 1,000 holy judges and 1,000 fanatics, while not traditional clergy skilled in restorative magic, still play a vital role on the battlefield. They provide additional magical support and ranged assistance to frontline soldiers. Their prayers invigorate the troops, propelling them forward even in dire situations. These burly men can charge to the forefront, wielding massive war hammers to offer support and protection to their comrades. The Order of the Temple Knights, consisting of 1,000 elite knights and 200 paladins, represents the territory's ultimate trump card. Seann believes that this force, numbering around 1,000, could potentially sweep away the armies of any nation. The city guards maintain a steady count of 6,000, drawing only the most exceptional from the reserve troops in the future, as these soldiers require salaries, unlike system soldiers who need only recruitment costs and logistical support. On payday, The chief financial officer busily dispenses gold coins to the city guard, the royal guards, and the reserve corps, ensuring that their living necessities are met. This is the just reward for the soldiers' diligent efforts. Chapter 43. Daily affairs. The royal guards have increased by a mere 200, joining the previous 800, and these soldiers are the elite among the city guard. They have been meticulously selected for their exceptional combat skills and physical prowess, taking great pride in being the finest of the territory. However, despite their merits, they still fall short compared to the system's third-tier soldiers. With the formidable sixth-tier paladins now providing protective escort, Seann intends to transform the royal guards into patrol cavalry, assigning them the tasks of reconnaissance and logistics. However, upon the announcement of this decision, the soldiers of the royal guards erupted in dissent. They have always been the creme de la creme of the territory, powerful warriors capable of competing with any cavalry force. Now, the Lord intends to replace their vital responsibilities with a group of unknown strangers. Consequently, led by some radical soldiers, they boldly demanded a challenge against the paladins, hoping to prove their strength and reaffirm their worth in the Lord's eyes. Seann, though somewhat exasperated, recognized this as an opportunity for the royal guards to confront reality, while also allowing the entire territory to witness the formidable prowess of the knightly order. Thus, he refrained from further interference. On a beautiful, sunny day, amidst countless witnesses from the populace and the city guard, this unequal challenge of 2,000 against 200 commenced in an open field outside the city. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the royal guards brandished their blades, charging valiantly towards the waiting line of paladins. Indeed, neither side was mounted, as the devastation caused by cavalry charges would be too great. This was merely an internal contest, and the prospect of a tragic injury leading to death was not to be taken lightly. The paladins, adorned in resplendent golden full-plate armor, composed themselves into a defensive formation, awaiting the onslaught with calm determination. As the battle commenced, the royal guards, leveraging their numerical superiority and fierce charge, sought to encircle and overwhelm the paladins' thin line of defense. However, the paladins not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but also wielded healing magic. Back to back, they defended against the royal guards' assaults with their spare longswords and shields, simultaneously tending to their wounded comrades. Gradually, the royal guards realized that no matter how fiercely they attacked, the defense remained as unyielding as stone. Within less than an hour, this seemingly intense battle concluded. Unsurprisingly, the 200 powerful knights, equipped with healing abilities, utilized their exceptional combat skills and teamwork to subdue a host of second-tier soldiers. Yet, the process and intricacies of the battle illuminated Seann to the true capabilities of the knights. Although the paladins emerged victorious, the absence of their mounts hindered the full effectiveness of their most powerful lance charges, rendering their victory far from effortless. At least in comparison to his imagination of effortlessly defeating one opponent, the disparity was quite pronounced. The remarkable combat prowess and indomitable spirit of the guardsmen compelled him to regard them with newfound admiration. This battle left the guardsmen thoroughly convinced of their capabilities, as they recognized the vast chasm that separated them from the knights. The realization that knights and cavalry were not synonymous deepened the residents' impression of the knights' formidable strength. During this period, the family's wealth, amassed over centuries, dwindled significantly. From the treasury, only a little over 600,000 gold coins remained. Were it not for the prestigious parliament, which provided a daily influx of 8,000 gold coins and 3,000 in agricultural taxes, the finances would have long been in disarray, teetering on the brink of deficit. In terms of taxation, the City of Miracles implemented a reasonable system. Residents were required to pay commercial taxes based on the trade district and a modest personal tax. The commercial tax was levied according to the size and nature of the business, with larger trading firms and stores facing higher tax rates, while smaller enterprises enjoyed comparatively lower taxes. Personal taxes were graded according to income levels. Wealthier residents paid a slightly higher amount, yet still within their means. Outside the city, hundreds of thousands of enslaved farmers paid their taxes in the form of grain. To manage grain collection effectively, a dedicated department was established. Enslaved farmers were required to transport their harvests to designated granaries, adhering to specified quantity and quality standards. Granary supervisors conducted rigorous inspections of each batch to ensure compliance with quality and quantity requirements. As the city continued to evolve, the costs associated with construction and military expenditures escalated. Therefore, Seann had to meticulously budget and plan the use of each monetary unit, striving for the maximum development of the territory within limited resources. The situation at the watchtower was similarly complex. Although income from trade fleets and commercial taxes was on the rise, expenditures for the fleet were also climbing. The fleet had expanded from an initial force of 10,000 sailors and 200 warships to 20,000 sailors and 260 warships. Each vessel underwent meticulous maintenance and upgrades, outfitted with powerful catapults and more precise crossbows, among other advanced weaponry. The number of guards at the port increased from 1,000 to 3,000, patrolling diligently to ensure the safety and stability of the trade market. A portion of the cavalry stationed at the port was reassigned to the guardsmen in Miracle City, while the remainder was dispatched to patrol the various farms and estates across the territory. These individuals had previously participated in the rebellion, and it remained uncertain whether any harbored ulterior motives. Allowing them to move freely could be seen as strategic ploy to lure out potential threats. The port guards were tasked not only with safeguarding against pirate attacks, but also with conducting stringent inspections of vessels entering and leaving the port, effectively preventing smuggling and the influx of hazardous materials. Robust walls and watchtowers were erected around the port, with soldiers on alert for any unusual activity on the water. Upon spotting suspicious vessels, they would immediately sound the alarm. In terms of trade, an increasing number of merchant vessels dock at the port, bringing a wealth of supplies and precious goods, significantly enhancing the economic exchange and development between the territory and the outside world. "My dear, shall we visit the port today?" Accompanied by a sharp cry, Myra's cheerful voice drifted down from above. Immediately, a fierce gust of wind swept in, swirling wildly across the castle platform. Seann's dazzling silver hair was instantly tossed about, while his splendid robes fluttered in the breeze. "Mira, how many times must I remind you to pay attention to safety when landing? Why do you always let it go in one ear and out the other?" Seann sighed in exasperation, muttering as he skillfully took 2 steps forward to catch Mira, who had joyfully leapt down like a cheerful little bird. This scene had played out countless times over the past 2 months. He had transitioned from initial anxiety to a state of near numbness. "Oh, don't be so serious. Aren't you here with me?" Before Mira could finish her sentence, she tightly embraced Seann like a koala, then stood on her tiptoes, playfully pressing her fair and tender lips towards him. Faced with her sudden enthusiasm, Seann's prepared admonition was instantly cast aside. Ever since he had taught her to ride the griffin, she had seemed to break free from her constraints, unleashing her true nature, becoming as exuberant as a blazing flame, filled with energy and unable to remain still for even a moment. After a fervent kiss, Seann gently pushed Mira away, fearing that if they continued, he might truly lose control, especially since they were not yet married. This was a rule his mother had insisted he uphold. "What's wrong, my dear? Didn't you enjoy it before?" Mira pouted playfully, her rosy little tongue teasingly licking the droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth, her big, watery eyes shimmering with enticing allure. Her beautiful face was now flushed, resembling a ripe apple, making one unable to resist the urge to take a bite. Observing this captivating scene before him, Seann felt his throat dry and struggled to swallow, exerting great effort to suppress the primal urge within him. "What did you just say? The port?" Seann endeavored to keep his voice steady, maintaining a serious expression to divert the topic. "Yes. Isn't the fleet returning today? Don't you want to see if the one you've been longing for is there?" Mira blinked her lively eyes, speaking with a mischievous grin. "Why is this girl's focus so peculiar? Who has she been listening to?" Seann pondered quietly. Chapter 44. Exploration. No need for that. Let Elena go instead. "I plan to wander around the city for a while. If you wish to have some fun, you may accompany her. But you must obediently listen to her and not wander off, understood?" After a moment of contemplation, Seann nodded and cautioned her. At most, he would have Elena bring along 2 more squads of griffin riders, ensuring close protection upon their arrival. Upon finishing his words, Seann stepped aside and gently patted the royal griffin sprawled lazily on the ground, basking in the sun. The magnificent beast, upon receiving the command, instantly perked up, springing to its feet. With agility, Seann leapt onto the griffin's back, settling comfortably as he affectionately stroked its head, responding to his master's signal. The royal griffin unfurled its colossal wings, spanning over 6 meters, and began to flap vigorously. Accompanied by the rush of wind, it plunged towards the edge of the castle, and at the very moment of impending descent, it flapped its wings with great force, soaring into the sky like an arrow released from its bow. "Wait, we haven't finished our conversation," Mira finally realized, watching Seann disappear into the distance, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet. Hastily, she dashed to the other royal griffin that had been waiting nearby, moving with the agility of a playful monkey, and leapt onto its back. The griffin beneath her seemed to sense Myra's urgency. Without waiting for her to stabilize, it leapt high into the air, simultaneously flapping its wings rapidly. In an instant, This griffin accelerated like lightning, pursuing the direction Seann had vanished. However, before they had flown far, a cluster of dark figures appeared in the sky ahead. As they drew nearer, Mira discerned that it was 2 squads of over 40 aerial knights, led by the griffin commander, Elena, clad in gleaming steel armor. "Madam, my lord has instructed me to escort you to Flame Yellow Harbor. Do you deem it convenient to depart now?" Elena called out, steadying herself atop her formidable mount, which hovered before Mira. "Teacher, my husband, your lord, where has he gone?" Mira's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, akin to a ripe tomato, as she indignantly inquired. "Apologies. Esteemed lady, I am truly unaware of the lord's whereabouts. Would you prefer to seek him now, or shall we proceed directly to the harbor?" Elena replied, narrowing her eyes with a smile, her tone calm and measured. "Humph, to the harbor, of course. I have no desire to search for him," Mira declared proudly, lifting her chin in disdain. With that, she yanked on the reins, signaling for the griffin beneath her to continue onward. Elena, naturally, offered no objection. With a light chuckle, she signaled her griffin to emit a rallying call, followed by a sharp, piercing cry that unexpectedly shattered the stillness of the sky. In response to this call, a rapid flurry of wing beats surged forth, echoing from afar. The sound resembled a mighty tide, crashing in waves, akin to a fierce wind sweeping through a forest with overwhelming grandeur. Mira felt a jolt of surprise and instinctively turned to look back. The sky was densely darkened, revealing 3 squadrons of over 600 knights swiftly approaching on their griffins. Their rapid arrival suggested they were patrolling or training nearby. The griffins beneath them were as robust as bulls, their immense wings powerfully flapping, each movement stirring up a tempestuous gust of wind. The feathers of the griffins danced in the wind, their eyes shimmering with a sharp brilliance that revealed an innate wildness and pride. The knights, arranged in an orderly formation, soared towards Mira and Elena, soon enveloping them in a grand procession as they headed towards the harbor of Yanhuang. Wherever they passed, the townsfolk paused in admiration, their eyes filled with envy and awe. As their figures gradually receded, hidden above the clouds, Seann leisurely revealed himself atop his griffin. The creature's expansive wings beat steadily as it carried him towards the castle. The reason for his avoidance of Mira was a delicate one, for he feared that in a moment of impulse, he might act beyond propriety. Reflecting on it calmly, he had managed to restrain himself for the past 2 months. Why then, with the wedding day drawing near, did he find it increasingly difficult to maintain composure? Was it the youthful hormones surging within this young body? Or was it his seemingly mature soul that could no longer suppress its loneliness and longing? Or perhaps, these were merely excuses he crafted for himself? Could it be that he truly suffered from the legendary pre-wedding anxiety? Alas, the more he pondered, the more troubled he became. Lost in such musings, his thoughts drifted further away. At this moment, the griffin had smoothly flown over the castle, yet he had no intention of descending. Instead, he resolved to explore the southern expanse. Having resided in this world for so long, he had yet to venture into that mysterious forest, previously deterred by insufficient military strength, not wanting to inadvertently provoke the natives. Now, with his forces steadily increasing, the time for vengeance approached, and the memory of his father's murder weighed heavily on his mind. With this thought in mind, he gently patted the griffin's neck, signaling it to change course towards the southern forest. As he daydreamed, they had already reached the southern city gate, beyond which lay the territory of the headhunter tribe. Seann found himself curious about whether these so-called headhunters resembled cannibals or elves. The guards at the southern gate had been replaced by his land troops, who now raised their weapons and cheered loudly in salute as he passed. The southern gate was a mere kilometer from the forest, and soaring high above, Ingalls easily entered the woodland. Upon his arrival, a refreshing breeze enveloped him. Towering trees blotted out the sun, their leaves filtering rays of light into golden beams. Various birds chirped joyfully among the branches, seemingly welcoming this distant guest. Seann, atop his griffin, glided slowly over the southern forest, deliberately maintaining a moderate altitude, neither ascending too high nor too low. The forest unfolded like an ancient sanctuary sealed by time, with trees so grand and sturdy that they defied imagination. The lush branches intertwined, layered thickly, completely shielding the sky above. If one were to soar to the treetops, indeed, many potential dangers could be evaded. However, this venture was not merely for leisure. He sought to gather intelligence for a future assault on this forest, necessitating a closer observation that would not allow him to overlook any subtle detail. After entering the woods for a mere 10 minutes, the light began to wane. The sun was thoroughly blocked by the enormous canopies that enveloped the sky. According to the information provided by the old steward, an ambush awaited just a few hundred meters into the forest. Yet, Until this moment, an eerie silence pervaded, with only the occasional faint and strange cries echoing through the stillness. Not a shadow of the enemy was in sight, nor even a trace of any large creatures. "I did not come here merely to wander," he murmured to himself, casting his gaze downward. The ground was a chaotic tangle of dense shrubs, with vines entwined in a complex green web. Within this web flickered peculiar lights, dispelling any notion of descending to the ground. "Perhaps it is wiser to continue flying. I refuse to believe I cannot uncover the enemy's trail." Thus, he pressed onward, riding his griffin like a shooting star through the forest, darting left and right in meticulous search, his focus akin to that of a cat fixated on a mouse. Amidst the branches, he occasionally glimpsed some extraordinary creatures flitting about. One such creature was a diminutive flying squirrel, its wings resembling translucent membranes, shimmering with iridescent hues under the sun's refracted light. He chose not to fly in a straight line. The expanse of the forest was boundless, and venturing too far could lead to losing his way. To become disoriented in this unfamiliar woodland would spell great trouble. Time passed, and just as a sense of ennui began to seep into his thoughts, the enemy finally made their appearance, and in substantial numbers at that. At this moment, he was perched upon his griffin, hovering steadily at the midpoint of a colossal tree. From this vantage point, he could make out the vague outlines of the treetops. Below, a multitude of small figures fanned out in a semicircle, gradually converging. Judging by their forms, they resembled the headhunter tribe mentioned by the steward, though the distance rendered the details somewhat indistinct. The tight formation of their encirclement clearly indicated they were approaching him with hostile intent. Recognizing the ill intentions of his adversaries, Seann resolved not to show mercy and prepared himself for the impending battle. Chapter 45. The first encounter. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from him, as his novice armor seamlessly adorned his form. His warhorse, kept in the castle and meticulously cared for, could not be summoned. Since acquiring the griffin, the steed had been rendered redundant, already enjoying its well-earned retirement. Once fully equipped, he adeptly retrieved his spellbook, reciting incantations to bolster his defensive magic, extraordinary power of level 1 and indomitable strength of level 2. However, an awkward situation arose. Having unleashed merely 2 spells, his magical energy was nearly depleted. For the past 2 months, he had immersed himself in the development of his territory, and he remained at a mere level 1. With such scant magical reserves, Seann swiftly drew forth his bow, nocking an arrow and aiming rapidly at one of the headhunter tribe's silhouettes. Though he had not practiced archery in his previous life, he had engaged in countless shooting games, thus accumulating some skill and feel for the bow. The memories acquired after his transmigration also contained a modicum of archery fundamentals, and with his body having undergone systematic adjustments post-heroic transformation, he had regained the capabilities of an ordinary soldier. Even with this modest foundation, he was able to exhibit exceptional prowess in the moment. Whoosh, 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 the arrows flew forth, accompanied by the sound of whistling wind, as he hastily shot 2 additional arrows without pausing to assess the outcome. The dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, signaling the onset of a fierce retaliation from his adversaries. A barrage of spears rained down from all directions, the sharp, piercing sounds slicing through the air like streaks of black lightning. "Goodness! Take cover!" Seann reacted swiftly, maneuvering his griffin with agility to evade, executing a graceful aerial drift. Though these spears might not necessarily inflict harm upon him, he was no invincible titan. He lacked an impervious, steel-like physique capable of disregarding physical assaults. Startled, he relied on the mobility advantage of the griffin, engaging in a tactical game of cat and mouse with the natives below. However, one should not underestimate these headhunters. They were indeed formidable natives who had withstood the onslaught of the Dragon King. Bare-chested, their skin adorned with various strange and mysterious patterns, they moved through the trees with the agility of monkeys. Bounding along branches as thick as an arm, they surged towards him with wild, potent energy in every motion. Gradually acclimatizing to the rhythm, Seann remained unperturbed, skillfully twisting and turning in the air, sometimes hovering steadily to shoot a few cold arrows at opportune moments. At times, just as his foes neared, he would ascend rapidly with the griffin like a bolt of golden lightning, deftly retreating to the high treetops and mastering the art of guerrilla warfare. "Huh, you can't reach me, can you? If you dare, come fly up here." He could not help but chuckle triumphantly, his laughter resonating through the forest, filled with mockery and provocation. The headhunters on the ground, standing on the branches, could not comprehend his taunts, watching in disbelief as he vanished into the dense canopy, mistakenly believing he had fled in fear. Yet, several headhunters at the periphery fell victim to sudden arrows, their anguished cries piercing the air as they plummeted to the ground. It was only then that they realized their enemy had circled behind them. The alert headhunters quickly surged towards the direction of the arrows. But after pursuing for a short distance, chilling screams echoed from behind them once more. The previously silent group of headhunters erupted in a cacophony of bizarre and furious curses, their voices echoing through the forest like the wails of tormented souls from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Seann, a regrettable event was unfolding within the confines of Yanhuang Port while he engaged in a fierce struggle with the headhunters. The forest was alive with a symphony of screams and curses, weaving a cruel melody that would intermittently quiet during the lulls of battle. After several such cycles, the headhunters seemed to realize the futility of their tactics. They began to alter their strategy, with half of their number stealthily retreating into the shadows while the other half continued their incessant chattering and curses in pursuit of him. However, Ingalls, concealed among the treetops and ever vigilant of their movements, could not possibly be oblivious to their actions. All was in vain, for the screams suddenly erupted from another direction. From the moment they had begun their pursuit, the outcome of this confrontation had been inexorably predetermined. The headhunter warriors, numbering 200 to 300, had already lost over 20 of their ranks to Ingalls' relentless harassment. The helpless leader, begrudgingly, made the decision to retreat. To continue the chase would only ensure severe losses, even if they managed to slay their cunning foe. Meanwhile, Seann found himself in a quandary. Although the headhunters could not catch him for the time being, his own offensive capabilities were undeniably limited, allowing him to incapacitate only 2 or 3 foes at a time. Theoretically, as long as he persisted, he could gradually whittle down the headhunters' numbers. Yet, the Griffin was not an unyielding machine and would inevitably tire. Excessive exertion would severely compromise its agility and altitude, and a lack of nimbleness could lead to critical errors. In this perilous forest, even a minor misstep could yield dire consequences, making a safe retreat a daunting challenge. As he contemplated executing 2 more rounds of attack before making a decisive withdrawal, he was taken aback to find the headhunters had vanished without a trace, like phantoms. This unexpected turn of events startled him, prompting him to urge the Griffin upwards with a firm tug on the reins. Hovering in the air, he cautiously surveyed the eerily quiet forest, filled with questions. Why was there no sign of attack? Had they truly retreated? He murmured to himself, then circled the vicinity carefully, ensuring it was not a trap set by the enemy before he finally exhaled in relief. Had the headhunters remained hidden, he would have been forced into a hasty escape. With the headhunters repelled, Seann felt a surge of elation as the tension from the battle gradually ebbed away like the receding tide. He directed the Griffin to land on a sturdy branch to rest for a moment, allowing himself the leisure to survey his surroundings. However, upon closer inspection, he was utterly taken aback. Within this vast, labyrinthine forest, he found himself completely disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions. Alas, he was lost. With a resigned sigh, he urged his Griffin to soar in the direction where the last remnants of the headhunter tribe had fallen. After mistakenly veering off course twice, he finally spotted several corpses at the base of a tree trunk, remnants of the earlier battle. During the skirmish, he had been so focused on shooting arrows that he had scarcely taken the time to examine the slain headhunters. Now, confronted with the gruesome sight of the blood-soaked bodies, he paused momentarily, seemingly devoid of any discomfort typically associated with taking a life, save for the nauseating stench of blood. Perhaps this was a silver lining? Shaking his head, he refrained from delving into such profound contemplations and prepared to scour the area around the corpses for potential clues. Without much effort, he gradually uncovered over 20 bodies. Which direction had they come from? Next, he ascended to the treetops, scanning the horizon in an attempt to ascertain his bearings. For about a kilometer toward the territory's edge, no trees could be seen. After confirming his direction 2 or 3 times, he descended beside the corpses and casually collected a few into his hero space. He intended to return to his territory with these spoils, bringing this forest expedition to a close. Continuing the exploration seemed futile. He had not brought many arrows, and his sole purpose for venturing here had merely been to confirm the existence of the headhunter tribe while testing their strength. Nonetheless, this forest concealed a rich and diverse ecological environment. In the damp, shadowy corners, various peculiar plants thrived. One particular species of mushroom towered over a man, its cap emitting an eerie green luminescence. This was what he had observed from above. Another type of vine twisted together as if alive, adorned with sharp thorns that would leave bloody trails if touched carelessly. The indigenous corpses strewn about bore the marks of this plant's cruel embrace. Additionally, there were small birds, their feathers ablaze with crimson, whose melodious calls resonated with a mysterious rhythm, as if they were chanting the ancient songs of the forest. These marvelous creatures and unique flora collectively formed a complex environment, both enigmatic and teeming with vitality. Chapter 46. Yanhuang, Port Teacher. Do you think Seann dislikes me? Why does he always avoid me? Mira furrowed her brow, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. She slightly turned, leaning closer to Elena, who was flying alongside her, and murmured softly. Elena let out a resigned sigh and patiently explained, My lady, I cannot fathom the Lord's thoughts, but his feelings for you are undoubtedly sincere. Yet, Mira seemed eager to continue voicing her inner turmoil. All right, my lady, we have arrived at the port. Let us disembark. Elena was reluctant to delve into her lord's romantic affairs and hurriedly interrupted Mira's words, gesturing towards the harbor below. Over 600 majestic griffins soared in unison, their immense wings rhythmically flapping, each stroke conjuring a gust of wind. Their colossal forms cast shifting, distorted shadows upon the ground. The townsfolk reacted with varied emotions. Some were pale with fear, frantically seeking refuge, while others were filled with curiosity, their eyes wide as saucers, gazing up at the breathtaking spectacle, occasionally uttering exclamations of awe. The locals had long grown accustomed to such sights. 2 months prior, when the Griffin Knights first appeared, they had indeed been startled. However, upon learning that these were soldiers of their lord, they no longer paid it much mind. At that moment, they casually glanced upwards, aware that it was likely the lady of the lord arriving. When their lord came alone, the accompanying knights did not present such a grand display. Foreign merchants, visiting for the first time, noticed that the residents were unfazed and paused in their tracks. With wide eyes, akin to discovering a new world, they stared at the sky, exclaiming and discussing in their various languages. What manner of creature were these? Such magnificence! A merchant from a distant land gazed intently at 2 griffins, descending amidst the howling winds before the estate. His curiosity piqued as he inquired of a nearby resident. Ah, how rare it is to witness such wonders. These are griffins, fierce beasts capable of battling dragons, bestowed by the dragon god in response to our Lord's devout prayers, serving as guardians. The resident, slightly huffing in disdain, glanced at him as though he were a simpleton, pride and honor etched upon his face. To think they could combat dragons? It was utterly astonishing. The merchant, unfazed by the resident's reaction, squinted thoughtfully, perhaps envisioning the intense struggles between griffins and dragons. Are those 2 beautiful ladies kin to the executor? The merchant asked, noticing 2 striking women gracefully dismounting from the griffins, entering the executor Domhain's residence under his welcoming gaze. He couldn't help but scrutinize Mira and Elena, seemingly seeking clues about them. Why are you so full of questions? Are you trying to gather information? These are the family of our lord and the general. The resident eyed him suspiciously, assessing him for any peculiarities. Finding none, he offered a brief response, then, with a dismissive curl of his lip, turned away, eager to escape the bothersome merchant. Yet, unbeknownst to the resident, the merchant, who had been smiling and conversing with him, suddenly wore an expression devoid of cheer. The merchant gazed expressionlessly at the swirling assembly of griffin riders in the sky, a fleeting glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. He then cast a glance at the grand entrance of the executive mansion, the corners of his mouth curling slightly into a meaningful smile. To facilitate her ride on the griffin, Mira donned a tailored black dragon riding outfit, adorned with a vividly detailed golden dragon emblem on her chest. This attire, crafted specifically for dragon riders of her ancestors, resembled the protective gear of motorcyclists, encompassing helmets, gloves, and knee pads. Typically, such garments were form-fitting and lightweight, made of leather or metal, equipped with shoulder, elbow, and knee protection to ensure both safety and mobility. The dragon riding outfit hugged her figure perfectly, accentuating her slender waist and elongated legs, while subtly revealing her burgeoning allure. Her silvery hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, with a few playful strands framing her fair cheeks, enhancing her delicate beauty and captivating demeanor. Yet at this moment, her sapphire blue eyes were filled with a profound sense of melancholy and longing. Her once rosy lips pressed into a slight line. As she exited the mansion alongside Domhain, her steps appeared heavy, her gaze wandering aimlessly, seemingly disinterested in her surroundings. The courtyard was a riot of blooming flowers, their fragrances wafting through the air, but she seemed oblivious to it all. I am truly sorry, but I fear I cannot attend the banquet, Mira said, inclining her head slightly, her tone laced with a touch of regret as she addressed Domhain. Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve, and a hint of fatigue lingered in her eyes, as if even the effort to speak was taxing her. It is quite all right, esteemed Lady Mira. The port of Yanhuang will always welcome your presence. Damhain replied, momentarily taken aback. A flicker of surprise crossing his face before he quickly masked it with a respectful demeanor. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, he bowed and spoke in hushed tones. Elena followed closely behind Mira, clad in black steel armor, a long steel sword sheathed at her waist, intricately engraved with delicate patterns. Upon exiting the mansion, Elena turned to Mira and whispered, "Madam, since the banquet has been cancelled, shall we return to the castle?" However, Mira gently shook her head, lifting her gaze towards the horizon, a glimmer of yearning evident in her expression. "Teacher, I wish to visit the market at the port and clear my mind." Elena frowned slightly. The port market had recently become a tumultuous mix of various elements, posing certain risks to Myra's safety. Yet, gazing into Myra's expectant eyes, she found it difficult to deny her. After much contemplation, Elena summoned a guard, her expression grave as she instructed. "You are to inform Commander Leon at once that the lady intends to visit the port market, and request that he dispatch additional soldiers to ensure her safety. It is imperative they arrive swiftly." The guard, acknowledging her command, swiftly turned and dashed away, his figure a blur on the street, like a gust of wind. By the time the guards arrive, who knows how long it will take? "I believe it is quite safe here. I shall go on my own for now." As time slipped away, Myra's patience gradually wore thin. With an irritable stomp of her foot and a dismissive wave of her hand, she declared her intent to leave. Elena, sensing the urgency in her heart, stepped forward and grasped Myra's arm, her tone unusually stern. "You must not. Your safety is paramount." Yet, Mira remained unfazed, gently extricating herself from Elena's grasp, resolutely asserting, "Teacher, do not worry. I am no longer a child. I will be fine." With a playful wink, her eyes, however, betrayed a stubbornness and determination. Chapter 47. The bustling market. Though Elena had only known Mira for a brief month or two, her extensive experience allowed her to see through Myra's character. Having endured decades of bloodshed in her military career, she had witnessed the myriad facets of life. This particular trait, however, could be attributed to Seann. Had he not encouraged Mira to ride the griffin and unleash her true nature, she would likely still be a compliant girl. Understanding Myra's inherent obstinacy made her aware that any further persuasion would be futile. With a sigh of resignation, she recognized her deep concerns, yet knew she could not permit Mira to venture forth alone. Most knights had already departed for the fortress, and those tasked with delivering news likely had yet to arrive. Accompanied by 2 knights and a small patrol overhead, she contemplated her next steps. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned several guards from the official residence to accompany her. "With me here, there should be no significant issues during this time," she resolved, closely following Mira while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Unbeknownst to her, in a shadowy alley not far from the residence, a figure lurked in the darkness, vanishing like a wraith. Yanhuang Port is nestled beside a natural bay, flanked by undulating hills, occupying roughly half the area of the former Miracle City. The city's layout takes on an irregular fan shape, extending inward from the harbor. Viewed from above, the port area reveals a broad dock, with massive breakwaters resembling 2 outstretched arms, cradling the harbor and providing safe anchorage for vessels. On the dock, cranes and laborers busily loaded and unloaded cargo, while a multitude of ships were lined up, their masts forming a dense forest. Proceeding inward from the dock, one encounters a low-lying warehouse district, predominantly constructed from sturdy bricks, with roofs adorned in black tiles, each bearing the unique emblem of the Yanhuang family. The roads between the warehouses are spacious, facilitating the transport of carts and goods. Further in lies the city's main thoroughfare, paved with bluestone slabs that, despite the wear of time, remain solid and even. Flanking the street are buildings of varying heights, primarily 2 to 3 stories tall, crafted from wood and painted in a myriad of hues: white, pale yellow, and soft blue, creating a warm and rustic ambience. The design of the doors and windows of the houses showcases distinctive characteristics. Some are adorned with intricately carved wooden frames, while others are embellished with vibrant stained glass that sparkles brilliantly under the sun. At the heart of the city stands a towering clock tower, a hallmark of the port. Atop the clock tower rests a colossal bronze bell, which chimes melodiously at intervals, echoing through the city and serving as a reminder of the passage of time. Surrounding the clock tower is a spacious square, featuring fountains and sculptures, where people gather to relax and socialize. On the fringes of the port lie expansive farmlands and plantations, where farmers and laborers toil diligently, cultivating wheat, corn, and various vegetables, thus providing a bountiful food supply for the city. However, behind the city's prosperity lurk unnoticed corners. In a remote area beyond the city, there exists a relatively isolated enclave, the dwelling place of enslaved individuals. The houses in this settlement are rudimentary and the environment congested, starkly contrasting with the lively atmosphere of the city center. As one enters the market, an invigorating essence of life envelopes the senses. The streets are lined with an array of stalls brimming with diverse wares, captivating the gaze of passers-by. Merchants from distant lands meander through, including the comparatively shorter individuals from the exotic lands. They don monkey-tail hats and possess strikingly bright eyes. The agriculture of their homeland flourishes, producing saffron, silk, and renowned red wine. Bravith, Pantos, and Volantis maintain close trade relations with these lands, frequently spotting their merchants along the trade routes from Asabarad to the exotic city along the shores of the Jade Sea. According to the accounts of these traveling merchants, the wealth of their homeland is beyond imagination, rumored to house nobles residing in palaces crafted of pure gold, indulging in delicacies adorned with pearls and jade. Additionally, merchants hailing from Pantos wear splendid silk robes intricately embroidered with vibrant patterns. They sport wide-brimmed hats embellished with feathers, exuding an air of elegance. These merchants are refined and articulate, always engaging in transactions with local traders while wearing smiles and negotiating in fluent High Valyrian, their eyes gleaming with shrewdness and calculation. Conversely, merchants from Ashai exhibit a unique style. Their garments often consist of lightweight fabrics adorned with enigmatic designs in a kaleidoscope of colors. Their hair is frequently braided, and they adorn themselves with jingling gold and silver jewelry. The demeanor of Ashai merchants is notably enigmatic. They approach transactions with great caution, spending little time at the port, seemingly vigilant against unseen threats. During negotiations, they meticulously inspect each item, exhibiting sensitivity to pricing, and the atmosphere often becomes tense. During the harvest festival, small vendors from nearby estates and farms flock to the port, bringing with them distinctive trinkets from their regions to sell. Their faces aglow with smiles as they warmly beckon customers. In the bustling market, vendors offer a variety of fresh seafood, with lively fish and shrimp, and crabs brandishing their claws, exuding the essence of the ocean. Artisans display handcrafted leather goods, including meticulously crafted boots and bags, showcasing exquisite workmanship and robust materials. The air is filled with the tantalizing aroma of specialty delicacies, enticing passers-by to pause and indulge. The fragrance seems to act as an invisible hand, gently tugging at the feet of the crowd. "Mira, there are too many people here. Let South find another place," Elena urged anxiously, observing the throngs of individuals densely packed in the market. "Don't worry, teacher. The crowd simply adds to the liveliness," Mira replied with a carefree smile, her earlier gloom gradually dissipating amidst the vibrant atmosphere, her laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the market. She relished visiting this place, filled with curiosity for the myriad of peculiar trinkets on offer, though the port had never been this animated before. "Rest assured, I've been here countless times. It's definitely safe," Mira exclaimed, skipping joyfully from stall to stall, eagerly exploring an array of fascinating items. Before long, pushed and shouted at by several guards, they arrived at a booth run by an elderly woman selling trinkets, where Mira enthusiastically began to select her treasures. "Beautiful miss, please feel free to choose. These trinkets have all been brought from the farthest Westeros," the elderly woman said, her face adorned with a broad smile, as she warmly introduced the origins of her wares under Elena's watchful gaze. Elena scrutinized the woman closely for a while before slowly shifting her attention to the bustling crowd, remaining vigilant of every subtle movement around her. Chapter 48. The assassin. Only after confirming that the elderly woman posed no suspicious threat did she cautiously redirect her gaze to the throngs of people, her watchful eyes missing no detail. However, the moment Elena diverted her attention to the crowd, the elderly woman, who had been enthusiastically explaining, suddenly ceased her speech. "Beautiful miss. Someone from afar sends their regards." The woman's smile remained, yet it carried an undertone of chilling malice. As she spoke, a glimmer of cold steel flashed in her hand, revealing a sharp dagger that lunged towards the bewildered Mira, who had just raised her head in confusion. "Stop, you vile scoundrel!" Elena, who had been attentively monitoring the surroundings, turned pale upon hearing the woman's malevolent words. Without hesitation, she unsheathed her long sword and struck at the elderly woman, her blow infused with rage and power, swift and fierce like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the sky. "Help! There's an assassin!" Elena shouted, her voice interwoven with urgency and fury, echoing through the clamorous market and striking the ears of the crowd. At that moment, two guards, who were maintaining order and keeping the crowd at bay, reacted immediately upon hearing her cry. They drew their swords, moving swiftly to encircle the assassin while loudly commanding, "Capture the assassin. All bystanders, step aside." A resounding voice echoed through the market, causing those around to hastily retreat. The assassin, having accomplished his nefarious task, displayed remarkable cunning, showing no intention of confronting Elena directly. In an instant, he darted away like a nimble weasel, attempting to evade Elena's fierce strike, and swiftly blended into the chaotic crowd. However, as a sixth-tier knight, Elena possessed extraordinary prowess. Even in that fleeting moment, her strike was as swift as lightning. In a heartbeat, a glint of cold steel flashed, accompanied by a muffled grunt as a bloodied arm shot skyward. Yet, despite such grievous injury, the assassin's escape was unimpeded. Before the guards could arrive, he bore the excruciating pain in silence, turning away like a slippery eel, plunging into the throngs of people. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace, like a specter, leaving no clue behind. Witnessing the assassin's astonishing speed, the expressions of the two guards turned grim, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. They had embarked on this outing without chainmail or large shields, clad only in light leather armor and wielding longswords. Even so, they understood that the speed displayed by the assassin far exceeded their capabilities. "Mira, Mira," Elena's voice rang out, filled with panic at that moment. The thought of pursuing the assassin had completely slipped her mind. Mira lay motionless on the ground, seemingly detached from the surrounding turmoil. A ghastly wound on her chest bled profusely, the black garb she wore now thoroughly soaked in blood, clinging heavily to her increasingly cold skin. Her once rosy lips were now smeared with the flowing crimson, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, pooling on the frigid ground in dark, ominous stains. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes drooping lifelessly, bereft of their former vitality and brilliance. Her once fair cheeks now bore a terrifying pallor, completely devoid of color. "No, Mira." Elena quickly knelt down, her hands trembling uncontrollably as she gently cradled Myra's growing cold body in her arms. Tears welled in her eyes, drowning her in waves of guilt and regret. She inwardly berated herself repeatedly. If only she had exercised a bit more patience and waited for the guards to arrive before venturing into the market. Could this dreadful nightmare have been averted? Yet, it was all irrevocable. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading down onto Myra's colorless face. At that moment, the patrolling knights in the sky finally sensed the chaos unfolding below, accompanied by a howling wind. The sharp cries of griffins pierced the air as massive creatures descended like a dark cloud. This sudden spectacle sent the crowd into a frenzy, causing people to scatter in panic. The shrill cries of the griffins echoed like a death knell from the depths of hell, instilling terror in the hearts of all. "Commander." The captain of the knights wore a grave expression, his demeanor rife with anxiety, as he swiftly approached Elena. He gazed at the blood-soaked, lifeless form of Lady Mira, and then at the panicked crowd fleeing in chaos. Gulping nervously, he urgently suggested to Elena, "My lady, should we detain everyone and await the city guard's inspection?" His voice trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the sudden turn of events before him. "Send word to the watchtower, commanding them to dispatch reinforcements immediately." Elena, utterly devastated, spoke in a low, hoarse voice, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth, infused with boundless fury. "Inform the city guard commander to seal the city, close the gates, and have the fleet blockade the harbor. No vessels are to enter or leave, and no one at the port is permitted to depart." After issuing these commands, a flicker of hope ignited in her mind, the Lord's innate talent. This thought instantly rekindled her spirits. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her steed, carefully placing Mira before her, and then soared towards the direction of the City of Miracles. Once she departed, the knights sprang into action. They hovered above the heads of the terrified crowd, their blades and bows poised for attack, ready to unleash merciless strikes at the slightest provocation. With an air of palpable menace, the knights bellowed warnings in the common tongue. "Among you lurks an assassin of the Lady of the Manor. All must cease their movements and await the city guard's inspection. Any who dare to take another step forward will face lethal consequences." The ominous admonitions echoed above the marketplace, blending with the rising cries, akin to rolling thunder. The previously frantic crowd, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, abruptly halted. Faces turned toward one another, brimming with terror and unease, as whispers of speculation filled the air. Merchants from distant lands wore solemn expressions, their dissatisfaction with the soldiers' harsh demeanor evident. Yet, amidst this tense standoff, none dared voice their dissent under the watchful gaze of the imposing knights above. In an instant, the once bustling and boisterous market fell eerily silent, as if an unseen hand had pressed the pause button on the world. The atmosphere thickened, palpable as if one could distinctly hear the rapid thumps of anxious hearts. This silence surged forth like a tidal wave, radiating from the marketplace and swiftly enveloping the entire city, as though intent on swallowing it whole in this suffocating stillness. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner outside the marketplace, two enigmatic figures lay in wait within the shadows, silent yet exuding an aura that sent chills down the spine. One of the figures stood tall, clad in a sleek black bodysuit. This garment, crafted from high-quality material, exuded an understated elegance, its somber hue blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Unless one were to observe with deliberate scrutiny, it would be challenging to discern his presence. The attire conformed closely to his physique, allowing for remarkable agility, adorned with delicate embroidery that subtly showcased its uniqueness. In his grasp were a finely crafted short sword and a dagger, their hilts uniquely designed from special woods or metals, meticulously carved to achieve both practicality and aesthetic allure. Additionally, he carried a compact crossbow, easily concealable within his garments or bag, capable of unleashing tremendous power in a surprise close-range assault. The craftsmanship of the crossbow was exquisite, featuring intricate carvings and unique mechanical mechanisms. The other figure was diminutive and slender, donning a specially crafted mask that was both intricate and imbued with an unsettling aura. His attire appeared to be of silk, originally vibrant and rich in ethnic character, yet altered through special dyeing or treatment to seamlessly merge with the backdrop in specific environments. Around his neck hung a necklace inscribed with ancient runes or patterns, while his wrists were adorned with matching bracelets. He bore two uniquely shaped swords on his back, their blades curved, a design that complemented his distinctive combat style, emphasizing swift cuts and agile strikes. Both individuals possessed eyes that glimmered with a cold, piercing light, unabashedly radiating a fierce intent to kill. They were seasoned, ruthless assassins, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. However, an abrupt and dramatic turn of events in the marketplace swiftly shattered their meticulously laid plans. As they surveyed the chaotic scene, frustration boiled within them, prompting silent curses. "Who dares to disrupt my affairs?" muttered the masked figure through gritted teeth, his tone laced with resentment. "This is a disaster," lamented the other assassin, his expression clouded with worry. Though he had yet to take any action, his distinctive aura, combined with the current circumstances, rendered it implausible for him to pose as an ordinary merchant. Attempting to reason with the nobility or military would be an utterly foolish decision. If captured, he could only anticipate severe torture followed by a discreet demise. Such brutal realities were not unfamiliar to him, having witnessed them countless times and even participated in many. The port would soon be sealed off, and even if he managed to board a ship, escape would be impossible. Seeking refuge in the forests after fleeing the city might be wiser. As he pondered strategies in his mind, weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately resolved to venture further inland. Perhaps there he might uncover a glimmer of hope. Once the port was locked down, all vessels would be ensnared, leaving no avenue for concealment. He certainly could not plunge into the sea. In contrast, the inland cities, bustling and teeming with people, provide him ample opportunity to conceal his whereabouts and seek new prospects. Moreover, he possesses a final recourse, the employer who engaged his services, whose identity and location he has already discerned. Though this may tarnish his impeccable reputation, desperate times call for desperate measures. After reaching a decision, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no immediate threat loomed, and then, like a shadow, he stealthily advanced toward the inland city. Alongside him, the other assassins, having made similar or divergent choices, flickered in and out of the darkness, leaving only a few desolate corners behind. On the other side, Seann eagerly anticipated his return. The closer he drew to his domain, the more intense the long-lost sense of security became. However, fate seemed to revel in its mischievousness. Just as he soared near the border of his territory, a squadron of Griffin Knights approached. In an instant, an indescribable sense of foreboding surged within him. "My lord, the lady was attacked by assassins at Yanhuang Port and has perished. The general has dispatched us to seek you." The squad leader, grave in demeanor, flew alongside Seann, his voice trembling as he delivered the dreadful news. Cursed be it. Seann's complexion drained of color, his heart plummeting as the ominous premonition materialized into a cruel reality. "Understood. Upon your return, summon all Griffin Knights to the castle to await orders." He endeavored to maintain his composure, issuing the command before urging his Griffin to hasten toward the castle. "What should I do? The earlier battle had utterly depleted my magical reserves. Must I truly wait until tomorrow? Yet, if I delay, what if Myra's soul dissipates during the journey?" A wave of regret washed over Seann. Memories of his time with Mira flooded his mind. Had he accompanied her today, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Who could be so heartless? Why target Mira? I must not discover their identity. Otherwise, I shall annihilate their entire family. The mere thought of the assassin made Seann's fists clench, an uncontrollable fury igniting within him. Yet, at this moment, the priority was to find a way to resurrect Mira. He exhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the boiling urge for vengeance, placing his hopes in that extraordinary system. Having been preoccupied with battle, he had yet to access the system to review his gains, and he swiftly entered the interface. Human Hero, Seann Yanhuang class, Priest level, 2 attack, defense, magic, knowledge, 2234. Health, 400, attack defense 10, magic points, 1440, knowledge 10, talent. Limited resurrection, requires intact soul and body. Experience, 10, 200 skills. Basic sorcery, accelerates casting speed, reduces spell consumption. Basic enlightenment, increases primary attributes by 1 every 3 levels. Experience boost 10. Learnable skills, advanced sorcery, basic logistics, advanced enlightenment, wisdom studies. Upon entering the system, Seann's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed, revealing an expression of delight. He had leveled up and fortuitously gained an additional point in knowledge, which meant he was now capable of casting the resurrection spell. This development was not unexpected. Even though the attribute allocation was random, it was determined by the hero's class, each possessing its own characteristics. For instance, the knight class primarily focuses on attack and defense, with spell power as a secondary attribute. In that moment, his previously frantic feelings, akin to ants on a hot stove, were significantly eased. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to learn advanced enlightenment, resulting in a change in attributes, now granting an increase of 1 point every 2 levels, along with a 10-point experience boost. He silently calculated that having slain over 20 foes had allowed him to level up, meaning he earned 5 experience points per kill. After a little over 10 minutes, he finally reached the castle platform. Before the griffin had fully landed, he leaped down eagerly and sprinted toward the castle. His steps were hurried, driven by a singular thought: to see Mira as swiftly as possible. Chapter 50. The Assassin 3. In Mira's room, the atmosphere was stifling, nearly unbearable. Sylvina sat by the bedside, gently stroking Mira's pale, cold form, tears streaming from her eyes as she wept inconsolably. "Haven't you found Seann yet?" she asked, her voice trembling with a sob. "General Elena has dispatched all aerial troops. Our master will surely return soon," replied the old butler, standing nearby, his countenance heavy with sorrow. He could not fathom how anyone could be so cruel as to harm such a sweet and kind child. Have the assailants been apprehended? A flicker of hatred crossed Sylvina's eyes as she spoke with bitterness. "Not yet, but please rest assured, the soldiers have secured everyone in the marketplace, and the fleet has blocked the port. The perpetrator will undoubtedly be caught." The old butler attempted to comfort Sylvina, though uncertainty tinged his words. At that moment, a sudden flurry of rapid footsteps echoed outside the door. With a loud crash, the door burst open, and Seann stormed in like a whirlwind. He offered no explanations to the 2 women, instead immediately communing with the system in his mind. System, activate resurrection. Ding. Body intact, soul intact, resurrection spell initiated. Consuming 7 magic points. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated in Seann's mind, yet at that moment, it sounded like divine music to his ears. With the successful release of her skills, a miracle transpired. Beams of visible light, soft and warm, akin to countless twinkling stars, began to manifest upon Mira's body. Before long, her previously still chest began to show signs of life, gently rising and falling. As the light gradually dissipated, Mira, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes, still bearing a trace of bewilderment and confusion. She sat up with a perplexed expression, gazing at the 3 individuals who anxiously hovered by her bedside, their faces etched with concern. "I remember being stabbed." Mira's voice was weak and hoarse. After speaking, she anxiously reached for her chest, as if she could still feel the sting of that lethal blow. "Dear, it's all right now. Don't be afraid. Can you tell me what exactly happened?" Seann, relieved that Mira had revived, gently took her hand and spoke softly. "I only recall an old woman introducing her wares to me. Her smile was kind, but suddenly she produced a dagger and seemed to say something. I was caught completely off guard." Mira recounted the events in a low voice, fear still glimmering in her eyes. She could scarcely fathom that the seemingly benevolent elder could be a merciless assassin. Understood. That old woman must have been impersonating a faceless one. But why didn't you heed Elena's advice? "I warned you." Seann, having nearly confirmed the identity of the perpetrator, felt a surge of apprehension regarding Myra's reckless actions. "I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry," Mira replied, momentarily taken aback, then feigned a tearful demeanor as she quietly admitted her fault. However, Seann did not respond, his brow furrowed in thought. He could not comprehend why such a mysterious and fearsome organization as the Faceless Ones would target a delicate girl like Mira. Shouldn't he have been the intended target if assassination were the goal? What are the Faceless Ones? Why do they want to kill Mira? In the meantime, Sylvina, who had been watching nervously, slightly relaxed, and spoke up to defend Mira. The Faceless Ones are a secretive assassin organization from Bravos, worshippers of the god of 1,000 faces. For the right price, they will kill for someone, Seann explained patiently. These individuals are exceedingly terrifying assassins, possessing a unique ability to alter their appearance at will, with transformations so flawless that no one knows their true visage, hence the name Faceless Ones. As for why they wish to kill Mira, it remains unclear. We must capture that assassin to ascertain the precise motive. Upon learning that the assailant was a Faceless One, he realized that regardless of whether he had accompanied her that day, in the absence of caution, they would have been unable to prevent the assassination attempt. The terror instilled by these individuals lies in their ability to effortlessly execute assassinations, employing lifelike masks that obscure their true identities. They can masquerade as anyone, striking at the most unforeseen moments, be it during a mundane act, such as nature's call, bathing, or intimacy. No one can predict who they might impersonate. Grandfather Howard, you must immediately inform everyone in the castle that upon returning from outside, each individual must be scrutinized by the Death Warriors to ascertain whether they are wearing masks. With precautions in place, we simply need to enhance internal inspections and bolster our guard to effectively thwart any incursions into the castle. After all, no matter how extraordinary the disguise, it remains merely a skill, not sorcery. If it were truly that formidable, the character Jaqen in the narrative would not have been captured and confined. Mira, you ought to rest well and refrain from wandering about. Do you hear me? I shall seek vengeance for you and ensure that those who harmed you pay dearly. With that, Seann nodded to his mother, Sylvina, and the steward, indicating that they should take care of Mira before striding purposefully out of the room. Above the castle, the sky was shrouded by a dense formation of griffin knights, enveloping the heavens as if draped in a colossal black curtain. This marked the first large-scale assembly of the knightly order in 2 months, their overwhelming presence akin to a formidable mountain descending, instilling a sense of dread. The griffins emitted thunderous roars, echoing through the sky like rolling thunder. Seann hurried to the castle's apex, his expression impassive as he approached the awaiting griffin. With a swift motion, he mounted, leading the entire knightly order in a grand charge towards the port. Their figures resembled a moving storm cloud, seemingly intent on devouring all malice. What is amiss today? There seems to be an unusual fervor, with knights frequently traversing the skies and now mobilizing en masse. It appears they are headed towards the port. What could possibly be afoot? Is there an enemy assaulting the harbor? As the knightly order gathered, the residents began to sense an undercurrent of unease. They paused their activities, lifting their heads and engaging in hushed conversations, their faces etched with concern and confusion. Chapter 51. The hunt. Shortly after Elena's departure, a tense atmosphere enveloped Yanhuang port. 2,000 city guards surged forth from their encampment, merging with the 1,000 comrades stationed at the port to enforce a comprehensive lockdown. The remaining fleet also departed the harbor, forming a tight defensive line outside, sealing off all routes for vessels attempting to leave the port. Warships stood resolutely like iron fortresses, meticulously aligned upon the waters, as captains urgently issued battle readiness commands. The sailors aboard the ship busied themselves according to orders, adjusting the angles of the crossbows and catapults, while archers lined up along the ship's railing, creating an atmosphere of tense yet orderly anticipation. The streets of the harbor were filled with the hurried figures of city guards, their footsteps brisk and expressions grave, each individual resembling a taut bowstring, perpetually poised to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Savano was among them. His long tenure in the port city lent his stride a certain briskness. His bronze-hued face bore eyes that sparkled like cold stars in the night sky, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any shadowy nook that might conceal an assassin. At that moment, he and his comrades had been patrolling the alleys and streets for quite some time, scouring every narrow passage and abandoned building, even meticulously rummaging through cluttered corners. Sweat had thoroughly soaked their garments, trickling down their cheeks and splashing onto the cobblestones beneath their feet. Yet, despite their tireless search, that enigmatic assassin seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace. That damned assassin can't have slipped away, can he? Savano remarked. His alertness heightened as he anxiously surveyed his surroundings. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with indignation. He muttered, "Are we to search endlessly? What else can we do? If you have a better plan, do share it," replied another soldier, shrugging helplessly, his weary smile betraying his fatigue. Upon hearing this, Savano's pace faltered, and his expression instantly transformed into one of profound sorrow. He raised his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It's all my fault," he suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with self-reproach. "I failed to protect the lady. If anything were to happen to her, how could I face the Lord?" With that, he pounded his chest fiercely, again and again, as if such blows might alleviate the weight of his guilt. "Do not be too hard on yourself," one of his comrades interjected, stepping forward to gently pat Savano's shoulder, offering quiet reassurance. "In this situation, all we can do is continue patrolling and fulfill our duties. If the assassin is still at large, perhaps a clue will present itself in due time." Savano took a deep breath, gripping his weapon tightly, striving to steady his tumultuous emotions. "You are right." He gritted his teeth and declared, "We cannot give up. We must find that assassin and provide an explanation to the lady and the Lord." With renewed determination, he resumed his search, his figure appearing particularly formidable against the dimming sky. Meanwhile, Klaus, having received an urgent notification from the Griffin Knights, galloped forward at full speed, leading the hastily assembled elite knights towards the harbor. From a distance, the swirling dust resembled a sinuous dragon, recklessly rolling and tumbling across the earth. As this modest cavalry troop majestically entered the harbor, the entire city seemed to be enveloped by an invisible yet formidable aura. The eyes of the onlookers were drawn to this imposing procession, their hearts instantly filled with trepidation and unease. The troops' attire and the overwhelming presence they exuded were strikingly formidable, far surpassing any previous cavalry that had graced the port. Leading the charge was Klaus, confidently astride a grand steed, his figure both agile and commanding. He gracefully navigated through the crowd dispersed by the city guard, his armor gleaming with a metallic luster, reflecting a blinding radiance under the sun's rays. Adorned with an imposing helmet, only his piercing, hawk-like eyes were visible, scanning the crowd with a gaze as sharp as daggers. Behind Klaus lay the embodiment of the resident's fear, a torrent of elite knights, an iron tide composed of 6-tier warriors. Each knight was robust, standing tall like javelins. The thunderous sound of their powerful hooves drew nearer, echoing like a series of muffled thunderclaps, relentlessly battering the eardrums and hearts of the populace, causing the very earth to tremble. These elite knights rode equally imposing steeds, each exuding remarkable presence, clad in full-body armor of a striking crimson hue. Their armor fit snugly against their forms, as well as the vital parts of their horses, shimmering with a cold, unyielding brilliance under the sunlight, forming an impenetrable barrier of steel. Crowning their heads were uniquely designed horned helmets, their sharp points rising menacingly like demonic horns, casting an eerie shadow beneath the sun's gaze. In their left hands, they gripped spiked shields that glinted ominously, while a robust backup longsword dangled at their sides. Their right hands firmly held long spears, taller than themselves, the slender shafts gleaming with a chilling sharpness as the golden dragon banner fluttered triumphantly atop their lances. Each elite knight possessed extraordinary prowess, mastering horsemanship, swordsmanship, spear techniques, and hand-to-hand combat, never yielding even in the face of heroes. Charging forth, these elite knights resembled a moving crimson tempest. Any foe standing in their path would be ruthlessly crushed. Amidst this legion of hellish demons were scattered paladins, akin to radiant stars, standing out distinctly within the ranks. Their bodies shimmered with a golden glow, warm and gentle, as though they were divine messengers descended upon the earth. Their similarly styled golden armor bore intricate religious engravings, each line seemingly infused with sacred power. As warriors meticulously nurtured by the sanctuary, they possessed not only unparalleled strength among humanity, but also an unwavering faith. They understood that the residents were engulfed in fear, their hearts brimming with anxiety and helplessness. Yet, their steadfast loyalty fortified their resolve to fulfill their mission. Visions of knights wielding sharp lances and glimmering armor incessantly flickered in the minds of the populace, causing them to tremble at the mere thought of such weapons potentially being turned against them. In this chaotic scenario, they appeared as insignificant ants, powerless against the torrent of fate that swept them along. Some children, terrified, hid behind their parents, clutching the fabric of their garments, their eyes brimming with tears of fear. The elders, shaking their heads in resignation, sighed at the onset of this unforeseen calamity. The foreign merchants, trembling with trepidation, were not cowardly. Rather, Their experiences allowed them to comprehend the formidable might possessed by these heavily armed knights. Chapter 52. The Little People Amidst the Unceasing, Briny Breeze of the Port. Seann spent his lengthy childhood and youth. To him, the port represented the entirety of the world. From the first gentle rays of dawn illuminating the docks to the twinkling lights of merchant ships under the cloak of night. Every inch of this land was deeply etched with the imprints of his existence. Among the bustling crowds were hurried merchants, each harboring opportunities, and weathered sailors, their faces lined with the trials of life, each bringing distinct stories from far and wide. The cacophony of vendors intermingled with the exchange of various goods, from fragrant spices to sturdy timber, from smooth silk to resilient leather, each sound resonating clearly in the air. The merchant vessels, entering and leaving, bore the weathered scars of time, carrying with them the mysteries and unknowns of distant lands, resolutely embarking on new journeys. This constituted the entirety of Seann's life. Seann, an ordinary free man, led a life as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of ripples. Each morning, he awoke to the clamor of the port, commencing yet another day of toil. His years spent transporting luggage and loading goods at the port endowed him with a robust physique and agile form. His arms, strong and powerful, could effortlessly lift heavy burdens, their muscles glistening with a bronze sheen under the sun. Yet, within his profound gaze lingered an air of confusion, as if shrouded by a dense fog, leaving his future direction shrouded in uncertainty. Once, he resembled the small boats at the port, tossed about by the waves, drifting aimlessly through life without purpose. Joining the city guard was merely a means of livelihood, a way to secure a job that would sustain him. Each day, he mechanically stood guard and patrolled, lacking enthusiasm for his surroundings, merely getting by. In his perception, his life had long been scripted by fate, to marry an ordinary girl, like most women by the port, to bear children, and to spend an uneventful life in this small port town, fading away into the currents of time just as generations before him had done. The turning point of destiny often arrives unannounced. One day, the port was suddenly engulfed in chaos. The Lord, accompanied by his troops, arrived to quell the rebellion. And in an instant, the cries of battle and the clash of weapons shattered the port's former tranquility. The city guard, of which Seann was a part, was utterly defenseless and soon found themselves besieged on all sides. Disarmed alongside his comrades, he stood in the square, listening to the victor's commands for surrender and fealty. To be honest, he held little regard for whom he would pledge allegiance. In his eyes, the squabbles of these noble lords were merely for their own gain, and they were fundamentally indistinguishable. As long as he was not executed and could continue to live, he felt indifferent. However, what transpired next irrevocably altered the course of his life. An astonishing miracle descended without warning. In an incredible moment, a fantastical castle rose abruptly from the ground. Until that moment, Seann had deemed the notion of deities to be absurd tales, and the stories of resurrection mere fabrications crafted by the nobility to manipulate the common people and solidify their rule. He had scoffed at such legends, often mocking those who believed in divine beings alongside his companions in the tavern. That was until he witnessed the Lord's speech outside the port. On that day, the area was teeming with people, and Seann was swept along by the throng, unable to resist the pull toward the speech. The Lord stood before the magnificent, dreamlike castle, tall and imposing, radiating an irresistible aura of authority and confidence. His innate regal presence drew the crowd in, captivating all who were present. When he spoke, his voice resonated like a mighty bell, each word imbued with boundless power, striking Seann's heart like a hammer. Under the protection of the divine, we shall forge a wholly new world, one filled with glory and prosperity. The Lord's proclamation echoed in the air long after he had spoken. Seann gazed up at the Lord, a fervent light igniting in his eyes. It was as if, after wandering in darkness for so long, he had finally glimpsed a glimmer of dawn, the light of hope, a radically different future beckoning him with open arms. From that moment, Seann's once cool blood surged with renewed vigor. He felt as if he had been infused with a fresh vitality. He was no longer the aimless city guard, but a courageous warrior who had discovered his purpose in life. He firmly believed that the Lord, under divine protection, would undoubtedly achieve that grand and unimaginable goal. This ambition was not as ephemeral as those promised by politicians such as Bondi and Mori, who merely employed hollow rhetoric to earn the trust of the populace. In contrast, the Lord's words possessed an undeniable authenticity and strength. Seann envisioned a magnificent tapestry unfurling before him. Under the Lord's leadership, they would stride toward prosperity and flourishing success. The farmlands are abundant with thriving crops, the streets bustling yet orderly, children laughing and playing under the sun, and the people live in prosperity and health. He is resolute in his desire to dedicate his fervent spirit, knowing that such sacrifice will not be in vain. The rewards bestowed by the Lord will undoubtedly surpass his expectations. This is not merely wealth and status, but rather an unparalleled honor of recognition and respect. A life imbued with meaning. In present-day Savano, each time he patrols, he stands tall like a javelin, striding with firm and assured steps, a proud heart beating vigorously within his chest. He takes immense pride in being a warrior of the Yanhuang clan. This honor enables him to hold his head high and boldly declare his identity to all. He is no longer that ordinary, aimless youth of the port, but a fearless warrior fighting for ideals and glory. As the esteemed Engels once said, beneath that sacred banner, these brave warriors shall reap wealth and status, and more importantly, achieve their own illustrious lives. What should have been a dreamlike, beautiful future, with every aspiration taking root in the heart and blossoming with the light of hope, was shattered in a nightmarish instant by a wretched assassin, scattering it into countless fragments, lost in the abyss of darkness. That day, sunlight poured upon the cobblestone path of the executive residence. I, along with Lovich, Kinfa, and 3 other comrades, stood as we always did, erect in our posts, guarding the mansion under the command of Captain Lantimo. Captain Lantimo is a serious and seasoned warrior, his gaze sharp as a hawk, ever vigilant of our surroundings. Under his leadership, we dared not let our guard down. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and a colossal griffin steed descended outside the gate. Soon after, the soft sound of footsteps approached, like a gentle breeze caressing the air. I lifted my eyes to behold the enchanting lady of the Lord, gliding towards us with graceful steps. Beside her stood a formidable female general, tall and imposing. Their arrival instantly captivated everyone's attention. Yet we understood they were not seeking us, the ordinary soldiers. The young lady had visited alongside the Lord many times before, and I had glimpsed her from afar. In those moments, she resembled a vibrant flower blooming in spring, lively, cheerful, and kind-hearted, her smile seemingly capable of dispelling all gloom in the world. However, this time, as she approached, I keenly sensed something amiss. A hint of sorrow lingered in her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, and her demeanor appeared utterly dismal. I speculated in silence. Had she just had a quarrel with the Lord? Nevertheless, such matters were not for us mere foot soldiers to inquire into, and I merely whispered my thoughts to myself. Yet, at that moment, the wheels of fate began to turn abruptly, as they emerged from the estate. The gaze of the female general swept across us one by one. Subsequently, she summoned me, Norwich, and Kinfa to her side, firmly stating, "You 3 shall serve as the lady's guards from this moment forth." Upon hearing these words, a surge of exhilaration flooded my heart. To be in close proximity to protect the Lady of the Lord was an immense honor. However, as we accompanied her to the marketplace, that exhilaration shattered like fragile bubbles, replaced by an overwhelming sense of panic. The scene before me elicited a sharp intake of breath. This was no ordinary market, but a chaotic melange of disorder. As I surveyed the surroundings, I was met with a throng of people jostling closely together, hailing from all corners of the world. There were shrewd merchants vociferously hawking their wares, rugged sailors exuding the distinct scent of the sea, and nimble-fingered thieves, ever vigilant for opportunities to strike. Among them, I could even spot some dubious pirates, their faces marked by a wild and fierce demeanor, alongside slaves with vacant expressions, and perhaps countless mysterious figures unknown to them, such as wayfarers and sorcerers of both genders. A sense of dread crept into my mind. In such an environment, with the 3 city guards included and not counting the general, we amounted to merely 5 guards tasked with the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the lady. Although I could sense the general's formidable prowess, exuding an aura of strength in her every movement. What could be done in the face of such a convoluted and chaotic situation? While a normal market might be manageable, this place was a veritable den of iniquity, and the lady had brought only a handful of us. It felt as though a meek lamb had been sent alone into a den of wolves, with danger lurking at every turn. The thought of any harm befalling the lady was utterly unfathomable. I exchanged a glance with Norwich, and in each other's eyes, we beheld profound concern and reluctance. Yet, we both understood that the power to decide was not in our hands. If the general could not persuade the lady to reconsider, how could we, mere soldiers, dare to defy orders? Reluctantly, we steeled ourselves for the task ahead. Our nerves were taut, and our expressions grave, as if every person around us were a scoundrel indebted to us. In the thronging crowd, we pushed and shoved, expending great effort to carve out a narrow passageway. With each step forward, we remained vigilant, keenly observing our surroundings, fearful that danger might suddenly manifest. Just as I allowed myself to breathe a sigh of relief, believing we were momentarily safe, calamity struck. A sudden cry pierced the air, and instinctively, I turned my head to see the lady's body begin to slump. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. My mind went blank, utterly uncomprehending of the unfolding events. It was only when the general struck like lightning, severing the assassin's arm, that I awakened from my stupor. As I gazed upon the scene splattered with blood, an uncontrollable surge of rage welled up within me. How could the lady I was sworn to protect, under my vigilant guard, so effortlessly fall prey to an assassin? This was an affront I could scarcely bear. The fury within me erupted like a tumultuous volcano, threatening to spew forth molten lava from my lips, reducing everything to ashes. Yet, it was merely the impotent wrath of my inability to pursue the assassin. That wretched scoundrel vanished into the crowd, like a ghost slipping away. Chapter 53. The manhunt before the trading market of Yanhuang port. Elena, her face ashen, perched atop a griffin, her eyes ablaze with unspent fury. Yet, she found no outlet for her wrath. Leon, clad in rigid armor that gleamed with a cold sheen, concealed his not-so-tall stature admirably. As he walked, he occasionally tilted his head to listen to the reports of the soldiers beside him, responding briefly at intervals. Behind Commander Leon, Domhane trailed cautiously, his face slightly gaunt, his eyes wide open in anticipation. At this moment, he leaned closer to Elena and Klaus, tilting his head upward, his voice quavering, yet striving for clarity as he meticulously reported the current situation. His hands fidgeted nervously in front of him, tightly clutching a booklet filled with notes on various pieces of information, scribbled densely with every detail he had gathered. Each utterance was punctuated by a pause, as if he were carefully recalling any omissions. Generals, we have just spotted an individual with somewhat suspicious behavior at the southeast corner of the market, but after thorough inquiry, we have temporarily ruled out his involvement. Additionally, at a stall to the west, a merchant's inventory appeared disordered, and we are currently verifying its accuracy. Though his voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the tense atmosphere. Klaus, arms crossed, listened intently, his demeanor far less anxious than Elena's. He knew the lady had been returned to the castle, and with the Lord's capabilities, she had likely been restored. There was no need for excessive worry. Moreover, the fleet had sealed off the sea, and the assassin would find it impossible to escape their grasp. What piqued his curiosity was the assassin's skill, having successfully executed the attack beneath Elena's very nose. Did this imply a mastery at the 6th tier? If the target were to be Elena or himself, would the outcome be the same? Could they have thwarted the attack in time? Klaus had arrived from the watchtower earlier than Elena, having never laid eyes on the assassin. Thus, he could only instruct the knights to meticulously scour the crowd of bystanders, leveraging their extensive battlefield experience to identify the hidden assassin among them. How much longer would it take to sift through this throng? Elena, growing impatient as she listened to Domhane's report, inquired of Klaus, who had been surveying the crowd once more. Almost there, The Lord has arrived. Before Klaus could finish his sentence, he suddenly noticed a cluster of small black dots emerging in the distant sky. Damn it, why haven't the assassins been found yet? Upon hearing that the Lord had come, Elena exhaled in relief, yet did not feel joy. She clenched her fists tightly and muttered curses under her breath. At this moment, chaos reigned in the port. The city guards surged like a tide into the streets and alleys, searching every home and driving the residents out. Aside from the more than 3,000 people gathered around the market, the other residents stood in the square in front of the governor's mansion, their faces etched with anxiety, uncertain of what would unfold next. Suddenly, a deafening shriek echoed from the horizon. Following that was a swarm of griffin riders, sweeping in like a vast black curtain. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky above the city was enveloped, plunging it into darkness. It was as if the sun had been seized by invisible hands, casting no light whatsoever. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden spectacle, their throats constricted as if gripped by an unseen force, unable to utter a sound. One griffin spread its wings, spanning nearly 6 meters, and as nearly 2,000 griffins congregated together, the sheer intensity of the scene instilled a deep sense of dread in all who beheld it. Just as the city fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere tense and grave, a small alleyway near the port city gate burst into commotion. A cacophony of shouting and fighting erupted, like stones striking the surface of water, sending ripples swiftly through the alley. Hurry, the assassin is here. Don't let him escape. Savano shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice sharp and urgent. Having grown up in the port, Savano was intimately familiar with every street in the city. He was currently searching diligently with 2 teammates in this dim, narrow alley. Moments ago, the sky had been darkened by the griffin riders, their awe-inspiring presence momentarily distracting them. However, it was at this moment that the crisis erupted. A small figure, wearing a bizarre mask, suddenly sprang forth from the shadows like a wraith. Before his two teammates could react, their astonished expressions still frozen on their faces. The mysterious assassin wielded two uniquely shaped long swords, striking swiftly and viciously across their necks like venomous serpents. His swordsmanship was precise and fierce, each swing of the blade imbued with a chilling ferocity, blood spraying through the air like dark red flowers in bloom. Without hesitation, the assassin charged toward Savano with astonishing speed. Savano felt a chilling dread surge from his feet to his head, his heart pounding violently in his chest, as if it were trying to break free. Although he recognized the disparity between them, he still wildly brandished his short sword, shouting warnings at the top of his lungs, determined to hold his ground with every ounce of strength he could muster. Perhaps it was Savano's desperate warning that had an effect. The mysterious figure hesitated for a moment upon hearing the call. Yet, before he could react further, the assassin spun around and dashed deeper into the shadowy alleyway. As he departed, the assassin casually swung his long sword, its keen edge slicing effortlessly through the leather armor, akin to cutting through tofu, and tearing into Savano's abdomen. A wave of excruciating pain surged through Savano's midsection, as if a fierce fire were raging within him. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He understood that he might be nearing death, yet curiously, he felt little fear. Instead, a flicker of relief coursed through him. It was fortunate that he had found the assassin. At least he could provide an account to the Lord. His thoughts were a whirlwind. Regrettably, he would not be able to avenge the lady with his own hands. Just then, a hurried and heavy footfall echoed from afar. Where are they? Where is the assassin? A tall figure in armor, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, rushed towards him like a gust of wind. Even before they arrived, their resounding voices reached his ears. Savano pressed his hand against his abdomen, blood gushing between his fingers, staining his leather armor crimson. He struggled to rise, but each exertion intensified the pain in his belly. After several futile attempts, he finally surrendered, leaning weakly against the wall behind him. Cough. They ran that way. Quickly, Savano rasped, raising his trembling finger towards the direction of the assassin's escape, while blood poured from his mouth. As time passed, his eyelids grew heavier, and the scene before him gradually became a blur. It felt as though an invisible force was sapping his strength, and eventually, his body succumbed to stillness, lying lifeless in a pool of blood. Chapter 54. The Hunt. Seann, arriving with the Griffin Knights, was unaware that the assassin's trail had been discovered. Outside the market's encirclement, he spotted Elena and the others immediately, commanding the Griffins to swoop down without hesitation. As they descended, a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing everyone present to squint, their garments fluttering violently. He dismounted nimbly and strode purposefully towards Elena and Klaus. I apologize, my lord. Due to my subordinate's negligence, the lady has met with tragedy. Please, punish me. Before Seann could speak, Elena fell to her knees. Rise, he replied. This time you faced a professional assassin, whose methods are exceedingly cunning and capable of altering their appearance at will. You have never encountered such an adversary, and it is only natural that failure occurred. Seann had already grasped the situation and did not dwell excessively on Elena's misstep, for the lady had been rescued. Now, issue a command to all soldiers to meticulously scrutinize the faces of every resident. Should anyone donning a human skin mask be discovered, they must be apprehended without hesitation, leaving no suspicious individual unexamined. After soothing the guilt-ridden Elena, Seann issued orders to the crowd, fervently hoping that the assassin had not yet managed to escape, yearning to bring them to justice swiftly. Upon hearing this, Elena, momentarily dismissing her feelings of guilt, rallied herself and, with determination, split up with Klaus, one to convey the orders to the knights in the marketplace, the other to coordinate with the city guards for deployment. With the dissemination of the new commands, the inspection proceeded with greater organization. The throng of people diminished rapidly. Those who had been checked were allowed to exit the perimeter to avoid obstructing the view and hindering the search efforts. Time dragged on, each second stretching into an eternity. Just as Seann began to despair that the assassin had successfully evaded capture, a sudden commotion erupted from the distant crowd, followed by a swift hush. Seann's eyes brightened, a slight smile gracing his lips as he strode purposefully toward the source of the sound. The gloom that had shadowed his face for so long was finally pierced by a hint of victorious joy. It appeared that the unfortunate assassin had encountered a formidable paladin. Of course, Elena was equally strong, yet during the previous ambush, the assassin had skillfully evaded a direct confrontation with her, narrowly escaping her attacks, and even losing a hand in the process. This time, however, he was not as fortunate, as the astute paladin had pinpointed his flaw. The paladin's keen instincts detected an anomaly, his gaze locking onto an ostensibly ordinary middle-aged man. Upon inspecting this individual, he sensed an unnatural tension radiating from him. Nevertheless, the man's hands were intact, so the paladin did not dwell on the peculiarity. He proceeded with the inspection, gradually removing his steel gauntlet to touch the man's face. At that moment, the assassin, known as the Faceless One, recognized that he was likely doomed, for his adversary had uncovered his secret of disguise. The paladin meticulously examined the Faceless One's visage, and suddenly, his movements halted. Mortals are destined to die. In that critical instant, the Faceless One, no longer hesitating, his eyes flashing with a fierce resolve akin to that of a ravenous leopard, decisively drew a dagger concealed within his sleeve. The blade glimmered coldly in the dim light as it was thrust directly toward the neck exposed within the paladin's helmet. Drawing upon his extensive experience in assassination, this lightning-fast strike was sufficient to fell any knight amidst despair and defiance. Since escape was no longer an option, he resolved to take as many with him as possible, ensuring that his demise would not be in vain. Regrettably, the Faceless One overestimated his current strength while grossly underestimating that of the 6th-tier paladin. The moment the Faceless One made his move, the paladin swiftly reacted, seizing the assassin's wrist that clutched the dagger. A resounding crack echoed as bones shattered. In that instant, the Faceless One felt as if his hand were ensnared in an iron vice, followed by a piercing agony. How is this possible? The adversary's swift response and formidable strength left him bewildered, as he horrifiedly realized his hand had been crushed, shattering like glass. The dagger, once firmly held, slipped helplessly from his limp grasp, clattering to the ground. Before the Faceless One could mount any further resistance, the paladin delivered a powerful knee strike directly to the assassin's abdomen, swift and decisive. In an instant, the Faceless One's eyes widened, foam bubbling from his mouth as he collapsed weakly to the ground, curling into a ball. The force behind that knee was so immense it nearly claimed his life. Had the paladin exerted a tad more strength, the Faceless One might have met death that day. My lord, a soldier reports that traces of the assassin have been discovered near the city gate, and the city guards are en route to apprehend him. Seann was approaching the assassin when Leon hurriedly rushed from a distance, his voice tinged with excitement. The city gate? Seann paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face. The news was so sudden it momentarily left him in disbelief, yet he did not hesitate, promptly issuing orders. Inform Elena to lead the Griffin Knights to assist in the capture, and ensure they take him alive. After a brief pause, he added, wait. Instruct your city guards to spread out and search southward for any potential stragglers. Understood, my lord. I shall personally oversee the operation, Leon replied, turning swiftly to depart, embodying vigor and determination. Once Leon had left, Ingalls gazed down at the Faceless One, narrowing his eyes slightly, his cold gaze scrutinizing from above as he spoke in a low tone. Hello, Faceless One. Can you tell me who commissioned you? All mortals must die. All mortals must offer tribute. The Faceless One lay sprawled on the ground, his body twitching slightly, deaf to Ingalls' questions, merely repeating those two phrases in a strangely fervent tone. Seann revealed a relieved smile, having just enough magical energy to cast another spell. Defiance was futile in the face of magic. He then softly chanted, "Confound the mind." A faint crimson glow emanated from his hand, flowing like a gentle stream into the Faceless One's body. This was a 3rd-tier spell he had recently learned, capable of manipulating enemy targets, and today, it proved fortuitously useful. Tell me, who are you? What is your purpose here? I am the Faceless One, sent here to fulfill a commission. The assassin, manipulated by magic, bore a vacant gaze, whispering submissively in a mechanical and flat tone. Who commissioned your attempt on the Lady of the Lord? The employer demanded the elimination of the last descendants of House Targaryen. How many of you have come? Where did you acquire this information? There are those in Bravos seeking and shielding the survivors of House Targaryen. A contract typically involves but one faceless man. Seann pondered inwardly, deducing that the patron was likely a Westerosi. However, he had not anticipated that he would unwittingly lead them here. It seemed Francis had executed his task with remarkable efficiency. After absorbing these revelations, Seann fell into contemplation. A faceless man? Then what of the assassin discovered moments ago? With this thought, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, a bitter laugh escaping him. Very well, one and all, so eager to court death. Just wait, I shall twist your heads off and use them as balls to kick. Chapter 55, another one. Dispose of him. He is of no further use. Seann's voice was frigid as he issued the command to the knight standing guard, devoid of any trace of emotion. He then turned to Domhane, instructing, notify the fleet. All soldiers and residents must conduct rigorous inspections of newcomers from other continents, closely monitoring the movements of these outsiders. Should any suspicious individuals be detected, apprehend them immediately. Once every person here has been examined, we shall lift the blockade and martial law. As you wish, my lord. Meanwhile, in a narrow, dimly lit alley near the city gates, a diminutive assassin scurried and concealed himself. However, as reinforcements arrived, he soon found himself cornered in a small alleyway. Above, dozens of griffin riders fanned out in a crescent formation around the assassin, their longbows drawn and arrows nocked, poised to unleash a volley that would transform him into a hedgehog. Do not release your arrows. Capture him alive. Elena, mounted upon her griffin, exuded a commanding presence. Her gaze icy as she surveyed the scene below. Her heart seethed with hatred for the assassin, wishing to rend him to pieces herself. Yet reason compelled her to issue a calm command. Shield bearers, advance. As the order was given, a throng of soldiers swiftly converged, forming a tight and orderly formation under the robust cover of shields, inching closer to the assassin entrenched deeper in the alley. Realizing he was surrounded by pursuers, the assassin recognized that further escape was futile. Though cunning and skilled in the arts of combat and concealment, in this unfamiliar city, the overwhelming enemy presence left him with little room to maneuver. Yet he had no intention of surrendering easily. A resolute glint shone in his eyes. Damn it all. Lay down your weapons and yield. From the rear of the formation, several officers of the city guard bellowed commands, their voices echoing through the narrow alley. This small assassin had been a nightmare for countless individuals. Although this mission had unfolded bafflingly, for him, as long as the target was dead, that was all that mattered. He took a deep breath to calm his restless emotions, silently inspecting his weaponry. Moments later, the alley was filled with the jarring sounds of metal scraping and the chaotic cries of battle, followed by a loud call for ropes to bind the assassin securely. Just then, the assassin, trapped amidst dozens of shields and rendered immobile, suddenly fell silent. My lady Elena, the assassin has committed suicide by poison. Leon sensed that something was amiss. He pushed through the soldiers before him to investigate, then reported to Lady Elena with a grim expression, a hint of frustration in his voice. Well, let him die. It serves him right. Though Elena felt a tinge of regret for not being able to fulfill the Lord's command to capture the assassin alive, inexplicably, her spirits lifted slightly. She recalled another directive from the Lord and issued further orders. Disperse the soldiers and expand the search radius. From the port to the City of Miracles, all farms, villages, and settlements must be thoroughly examined. Monder, lead your squad to assist. Although she was uncertain of how many might still be at large. Understood, General. Monder responded loudly from beside Elena before he summoned the nearby knights. Very well, my lady. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Commander Leon, relieved not to have been reprimanded, readily agreed and turned to organize the search efforts. Once everything was in order, Elena returned to the plaza to report to Seann. My lord, the assassin has taken poison and died. Judging by his attire and appearance, he is likely from Edie. Commander Leon has dispatched the city guards to the nearby villages and farms, and I have also assigned a detachment of Griffin Knights to accompany them to prevent any further mishaps. Very well, let us proceed home, Seann replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not capturing the assassin alive, he said nothing further and began summoning the royal griffin from the sky. The griffin circled once before gracefully landing beside him. He gently stroked the head of the crouching griffin, his touch tender, as if soothing a dear companion, before preparing to return to the castle. At that moment, Klaus, noticing that others had tasks while he was left without, hurried to Seann and cautiously inquired, My lord, I almost forgot about you. Klaus, you too shall join the knightly order in the search for the assassins. Their skills are formidable, should they choose to flee. Mere soldiers will not be able to stop them. Seann turned to Klaus, imparting his serious counsel. Once the task is complete, you will continue to guard the fortress and train the troops. War is imminent. After issuing his instructions, he did not wait for Klaus to respond, instead signaling for the griffin to take flight. The griffin let out a resounding call, then leapt into the air, departing swiftly from the port of Yanhuang, accompanied by the remaining Griffin Knights. Upon returning to the castle platform, Seann saw Mira enjoying afternoon tea with her mother, while the old steward stood respectfully by their side. He strode over with urgency, concern etched upon his face as he inquired, Mira, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? He sought to comprehend in detail whether the resurrected bore any after effects. Previously, he had posed similar questions to all the maidservants and servants, receiving nearly identical responses. Mira lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her features as she replied, I feel nothing extraordinary, merely as if I have awakened from a slumber. Did they apprehend the assassin? Why did she attempt to take my life? Do not worry, she has been executed. Her intent was to pursue the surviving members of the Targaryen family. Seann refrained from elaborating further, his demeanor serene, wishing not to incite concern in Mira or her mother. To pursue the Targaryens? But I am not one of them. Surely, they cannot have mistaken their target? Mira paused, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she regarded him. Perhaps they deemed you a forgotten member of the royal lineage, Seann conjectured, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he speculated on the motives behind the attack. Upon hearing his explanation, Mira fell silent. She was well aware of whom her brother had dispatched for protection. Steering away from this somewhat somber topic, Seann continued to ponder how best to bolster the safety of Mira and her mother. After much deliberation, he concluded that enhancing the guard's strength and intensifying inspections at the port were the only viable solutions to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Of course, the ideal resolution would be to address the issue at its source, yet that was currently unattainable and had to be temporarily set aside. From now on, ensure you are accompanied by guards whenever you venture out. We cannot afford to give them any opportunity. For now, that is the best we can do. However, I assure you, it will not be long before I lead a great army to eradicate these wretched individuals. Given sufficient time, there will be no one left to oppose me. Seann had intended to comfort Mira and then depart to confront the natives in the forest. Yet he found himself ensnared by her, leaving him no choice but to remain. At that moment, their mother unexpectedly asked, Seann, what are your thoughts regarding the girl, Dyla? Having endured the day's harrowing events, Shervina fervently hoped her son would soon marry and produce heirs to ensure the family lineage. Well, I suppose I do not have any particularly strong opinions. I must admit, I do have a fondness for her, so if Mira does not mind. Seann candidly expressed his feelings, unwilling to conceal his affection for Dyla in front of his family. Dear brother, do you intend to take 3 wives? Mira teased, her expression shifting as she regarded him with a complex blend of emotions. I have not yet considered that. I do not wish to hurt either of you, Seann stammered, a sense of shame washing over him. He understood the noble customs of this world, wherein a legitimate wife could only be one, while concubines were permissible. Yet, his heart did not align with such conventions. Dyla, after all, had grown up alongside him as kin, and as for the young Dany, they would address that matter in due time. Mira fell into silence, and their mother chose not to speak, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere, as a palpable awkwardness enveloped the air. Seann sensed the discord in the atmosphere and swiftly diverted the conversation. Today, I ventured into the southern forest and encountered numerous headhunters. They assaulted me, but I managed to repel them. I even brought back several corpses. Would you care to see? Headhunters? A race of the forest? Indeed, Myra's attention was piqued, her eyes glinting with curiosity. Grandfather Butler, could you take a look and tell me if these are indeed headhunters? Satisfied by her inquisitiveness, Seann retrieved a few corpses from his spatial storage and inquired of the butler. The old steward crouched down for a closer inspection and remarked, Yes, my lord. The patterns on these bodies align closely with the family records, though there are some variations. It is possible that the headhunters have numerous offshoot clans. Are there any records of their clan's location in the family archives? Seann pressed further. None, my lord. Our ancestors flew on dragons for 2 consecutive days towards the southern part of the forest and found nothing but the forest itself, the old steward replied, shaking his head. Very well, I understand. To fly at dragon speed for 2 days and still see only forest. How vast could this woodland truly be? Chapter 56. Into the forest. The journey from the port to the City of Miracles spans approximately 100 kilometers. A griffin, under full exertion, could reach its destination in about an hour under ideal conditions of favorable winds and good weather. Based on past experiences, the griffin could achieve speeds nearing 100 kilometers per hour. While the dragon may not rival the griffin in swiftness, its formidable physique endows it with remarkable endurance. Assuming an average flight speed of 80 kilometers per hour, a dragon could fly for approximately 16 hours in a day, covering a distance of 280 kilometers. Over the course of 2 days, it could traverse about 3,000 kilometers, a distance comparable to crossing an entire nation from the northwest frontier to the southeastern coast in a previous life. Furthermore, this is not the final distance, as beyond lies an expansive, boundless forest. Conservatively estimating, the linear expanse of this forest should exceed 10,000 kilometers. Such a lengthy journey presents a monumental challenge for any being. If the precise location of the headhunter's lair cannot be pinpointed, a significant adjustment in strategy will be necessary. The forest's intricate terrain and dense foliage severely hinder cavalry from leveraging their charge, while the cumbersome siege engines become nearly impossible to transport and deploy in such an environment. The efficacy of aerial forces would also diminish due to the obstruction of trees and unstable air currents. Thus, the only feasible option may be to dispatch well-trained infantry, whose agility and resolute spirit could navigate this perilous forest in search of the enemy's trail, poised to launch an attack. Contemplating this issue, Seann found no concrete solutions before retiring for the night. The following day, he awoke somewhat late. After having breakfast, he resolved to set this matter aside for the time being. If circumstances became dire, he would not hesitate to emulate his ancestors and incinerate the entire forest. He once again meticulously reminded Mira of the precautions to take while venturing out, and then he set forth. This time, he was accompanied by 2 squads of griffin riders, each equipped with 4 bundles of fully stocked quivers, thereby expanding the scale of their guerrilla operations. The sheer number of individuals did not hold great significance. This was merely a reconnaissance mission, not yet the time for a full-scale assault. Is everyone clear? Stay behind me, but do not crowd too closely. At the forest's edge, Seann wore a grave expression as he elaborated on the nuances of guerrilla warfare to the knights, before leading the charge into the woods. The forest remained dark and damp, steeped in an aura of mystery. The scent of decaying leaves mingled with moist earth, occasionally interrupted by the low murmurs of unknown creatures. As Seann urged his soldiers to remain vigilant against potential ambushes, he pressed forward swiftly, much like the day before. They had yet to encounter any natives after an extended period in the woods. After approximately half an hour of flight, Seann paused to rest atop a sturdy tree trunk, gesturing for the knights, stationed 100 meters behind, to halt as well. In a place where enemies could emerge at any moment, it was imperative to conserve energy. He gently stroked the griffin's neck, feeling its warmth, and fed it a bit of specially prepared rations. Though the natives had not yet appeared, the ground was teeming with other forms of life. Vividly colored poison frogs leapt upon the damp earth, enormous spiders wove intricate webs among the branches, and agile black panthers occasionally darted by. What is going on? Are the seasoned experts still dining? Why aren't they here yet? Seann murmured to himself, his voice resonating distinctly in the stillness of the forest. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the tranquil woods, reminiscent of countless feet treading upon fallen leaves. Seann waved to the knights behind him and signaled for the griffins to take flight and hover. Surround them as I indicate. As he spoke, he donned his novice armor and readied his bow before charging towards the source of the sound. Along the way, he cast a spell of extraordinary strength upon himself, a faint golden glow enveloping his form as his muscles tightened with newfound power, bow drawn taut. After releasing 3 consecutive arrows, he found himself positioned above the natives. Regrettably, none of the arrows struck their mark, and as he prepared to continue his assault, he noticed the considerable numbers of enemies before him, perhaps 500 or 600. Fortuitously, he had brought reinforcements today. Wait, there's more? Seann counted, his eyes widening in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. Tightening the reins, he swiftly turned to flee. This could not be fewer than 1,000. Oh no, I must escape, he shouted, his voice laced with urgency. Run. Do not dawdle. Scatter and attack. As the knights behind him remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, he had already dashed to the rear, vociferously alerting everyone. Without further prompting, the soldiers finally beheld the vast horde of adversaries beneath them. This time, the natives displayed far greater cunning than before. The term from all directions was no longer mere metaphor. They advanced like a well-drilled army, swiftly constricting their encirclement. Damn, how can there be so many? Retreat, back to the treetops. After releasing another pair of arrows, Seann, exasperated, ascended rapidly into the sky, urging everyone to follow. The griffins flapped their wings vigorously, stirring up gusts of wind that rustled the surrounding branches. Chapter 57. The harvest before long. Everyone had retreated to a secure position. Though somewhat disheveled, they had suffered no casualties. The griffins perched on sturdy branches, emitting anxious low rumbles, while the knights, still shaken, wiped the sweat from their brows. Ha! What a thrill. Do you dare to continue? Seann inquired with a hearty laugh. Of course, my lord. That is our very purpose for existence, replied the fearless system warriors who encircled him, their demeanor solemn. Then let us fight, for Yanhuang. Blessed by the dragon god. Seann sheathed his bow and drew his lordly sword, bellowing as he charged into the forest below. For Yanhuang, blessed by the dragon god. The knights roared in unison, raising their weapons, while the griffins echoed their battle cry, soaring behind them. In an instant, they dove down, eyes wide open, targeting the scattered native warriors who were defending against the peripheral assaults. At that moment, Seann disregarded controlling the griffins. allowing them the freedom to evade and launch their own attacks. His only focus was to swing his sword as he approached the enemy, slaying foes and dodging incoming spears. The sharp blades sliced through the air with ferocity, each swing erupting in sprays of crimson. As their offensive intensified, the once serene forest erupted into a cacophony of battle cries, with the shrill screams of griffins mingling with the natives' anguished shouts and curses. The air grew thick with the pungent scent of blood, mingling with the forest's inherent dampness, inducing nausea. Ah, exhilarating. Come on. Let us show you who truly rules this land. Kill, kill, kill. With a swift stroke, Seann severed the head of a nearby native, his eyes beginning to redden, a grin twisting into a more sinister expression. It was as if he had been consumed by the fervor of battle, his heart brimming solely with an insatiable thirst for slaughter. Curiously, in his previous life as an ordinary man, he had felt a sense of abnormality after his first kill. He did not recoil from the act of murder. Instead, he relished it. The exact reason eluded him. Perhaps it was the influence of this body. Or perhaps he was inherently a cruel and bloodthirsty soul. The skirmish raged on, with griffin knights weaving in and out among the trees, launching attacks, while native warriors continued to plummet to the ground. Meanwhile, the natives' counterattacks remained relentless. The indigenous headhunters, incessantly emitting strange cries, sprang towards the skybound griffins, their faces adorned with bizarre war paint, their eyes ablaze with madness. In a cacophony of piercing shrieks, both man and beast, entwined in their frenzied descent, plummeted to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. After dispatching several foes, Seann surveyed the dwindling knights amidst the trees. The resonant wail of the griffin's death throes echoing in his ears. Finally emerging from the haze of slaughter, he felt a pang of regret for his recklessness. The knights had paid dearly for his impulsiveness, and he could no longer stand idly by as they continued to fall. Retreat, retreat. Exit the forest, Seann shouted hoarsely, his voice strained and rasping from exertion. Damn these bastards. How could so many come? In the face of peril, Seann disregarded whether they could hear him. Urging his griffin to ascend once more, he needed a safe haven to access his system. The wind howled past his ears, drying the blood and sweat from his face. Human hero, Seann Yanhuang class, priest level, 5 attack defense magic knowledge, 3346, 4457 with equipment bonuses, health, 600, attack plus defense 10, mana, 95105, knowledge 10, talent. Limited resurrection, requires intact soul and body, experience, 50,500 skills, novice sorcery. Increases casting speed by 30. Reduces spell consumption by 30. Expert enlightenment. Increases primary attributes by 1 per level. Enhances experience gain by 10. Branch. Wisdom. Increases mana cap by 50. Novice destruction magic. Enhances destruction spell potency and allows learning of tier 3 destruction spells. Following the recent carnage, his experience surged by 960 points, propelling him up 3 levels. The radiance of his ascension enveloped him, bringing a tingling sensation. From level 2 to level 3, he chose to learn Expert Enlightenment, increasing primary attributes by 1. Enlightenment proved to be a valuable skill. In the absence of other equipment, these attribute points were crucial. From level 3 to level 4, he opted for Wisdom, increasing mana by 50, instilling a newfound confidence within him, enabling the release of more potent magic. Ascending from level 4 to level 5, he acquired Novice Destruction Magic, allowing the study of tier 3 destruction spells. Upon learning the skill, the attributes from Enlightenment totaled 5 points, combined with the 1 point gained from each level up, amounting to a total of 10 points allocated among 4 attributes. With Wisdom enhancing his mana, the cap reached 105. He could feel his magical energy surging within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. It was time for the indigenous people to witness the true essence of magic. As Seann exited the space, a fierce determination ignited within him, and he began to chant the incantation. With his sword gripped in his left hand and his right arm raised, he pointed downward, where shimmering motes of magical light began to coalesce at his fingertips. These lights danced around his fingers like playful fireflies, swirling in an enchanting display. Magic Arrow, consuming 5 points of magic power, releases 5 magical arrows, inflicting spell damage upon enemies. The incantation of the magic arrow flowed continuously until it became nearly uncontrollable, resulting in the manifestation of 15 ethereal arrows before him. Subsequently, these arrows sliced through the air, trailing glimmers of light as they shot downwards towards the enemies below. Upon striking them, a brilliant explosion of light erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of the foes. Their bodies were pierced by the magical arrows. with wounds shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence. Witnessing the effectiveness of the magic, Seann, filled with excitement, pressed on, riding his griffin into the midst of a large gathering of enemies in the sky. After chanting thrice more, the arrows were released, this time coalescing into a radiant cluster resembling a shower of shooting stars. The relentless barrage of mystical attacks instilled terror upon the indigenous foes, causing their morale to shatter as they frantically leaped to the ground in flight. Seann, of course, would not let the opportunity to strike a retreating enemy slip by. He commanded his griffin to pursue them closely while continuing his incantations. After another 4 rounds of magic, his magic power was quickly depleting once more. He then switched to his bow, unleashing arrows that whistled through the air towards the enemies. The surviving knights, drawn by the commotion, joined in the pursuit upon witnessing his actions. "Stop, we must retreat," Seann commanded, pulling on the reins after chasing for over 1,000 meters. Continuing the pursuit would not only risk ambush but also pose the threat of becoming lost. Entering the system once more, a victory prompt appeared before him. Available skills to learn: advanced sorcery, basic logistics, basic defense, bachelor. Over the course of 6 rounds of magic, each round consisting of 3 casts of magic arrow, consumed a total of 90 points of magic power. Additionally, with the knights who had arrived later, the defeat of the indigenous foes allowed him to ascend to level 6, enhancing his attributes by 2 points. The joy of leveling up slightly alleviated the fatigue of battle and the pain of loss. Acknowledging the excessive consumption of magic, he finally learned advanced sorcery, which increases casting speed by 60 and reduces spell consumption by 60. His magic power replenished by 30 points, allowing the resurrection spell to now require only 4 points of magic. "Bring the fallen warriors here. I shall resurrect them." Returning to the battlefield, Seann instructed the knights to clear the area. Although the duration of the battle was brief, it was intensely fierce, aside from the 90 who perished from the falling arrows. The knights had slain over 200 indigenous foes. Among the 2 squads of 42 griffin riders, more than 20 knights and 10 griffins had perished, nearly half their number, leaving the battlefield strewn with carnage and blood. Since griffin riders were not recognized as a unit by the system, but rather as 2 independent entities, he could only resurrect 1 unit at a time. After bringing back 7 griffins, he found his magic power depleted once more, leaving the remaining fallen warriors to be taken back for later resurrection once his magic power was restored. On the return journey, Seann began to reflect on the day's battle. Although he had gained 4 levels, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Firstly, there was an underestimation of the enemy's numbers. Secondly, driven by fervor, he engaged in close combat with an enemy that possessed a numerical advantage. Thirdly, he failed to fully harness the power of magic. He repeatedly replayed the battle in his mind, meticulously identifying every detail of his missteps. Acknowledging one's own errors is essential for better performance in future confrontations. He silently vowed to improve next time. Upon returning to the castle without pause, Seann instructed the knights to disband and rest. After placing the bodies in the castle's underground crypt, he prepared to visit his mother and Mira. They shared a meal together before he retreated to his room to rest. After a prolonged period of tension, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over him. Chapter 58. The Grand Search. Meanwhile, across the vast territory of Yanhuang, a large-scale search was unfolding with great fervor. From the sparse villages in remote mountainous regions to the expansive, fertile farmlands on the plains, and even to the opulent estates of noble families, a battalion of fully armed soldiers arrived without warning. Their expressions were grim, resembling a black tide that swiftly engulfed every corner of the territory. The first estate to undergo inspection was that of his mother's sister, Iana, located near the port. It was one of the 2 largest estates in the area. The outer walls of the estate were constructed from massive stones, exuding a sense of strength and majesty, glimmering faintly under the sunlight. Upon entering the estate, one was greeted by lush greenery and vibrant flowers. The exquisite fountain in the center of the garden joyfully gushed water, with droplets refracting a kaleidoscope of colors in the sunlight, embodying a serene and pleasant ambience. Iana was known for her cheerful and generous disposition, speaking candidly and radiating vitality, seemingly tireless and brimming with an insatiable curiosity for the wonders of the world. This curiosity often led her to the bustling port, where merchants and travelers from distant lands converged, sharing tales of mysterious legends, peculiar customs, and thrilling adventures from other continents, captivating her completely. Today, she had intended to visit the port as usual, accompanied by her servants and guards. However, as she eagerly prepared to depart, she was abruptly halted by soldiers and knights that appeared unexpectedly outside the estate. The crisp sound of galloping hooves and the sharp cry of eagles reached Iana's ears. Instinctively, she turned to see a group of armored figures swiftly approaching. Recognizing the distinctive family crest emblazoned on their chests, a sense of alarm washed over her. What were they doing here? With the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing, two tall and imposing figures clad in finely crafted armor arrived at the entrance of the estate, surveying it from their elevated position. Before them stood a regiment of neatly arranged soldiers in leather armor. Upon closer inspection, Iana recognized several of them, having often seen them patrolling the port area, where they had previously worn armor that conveyed a sense of ease and informality. At this moment, they surrounded her estate with glinting swords and spears, their faces impassive, eyes cold, and gazes unwavering. It was as if they did not recognize her at all. This striking contrast sent a wave of anxiety through Iana. Behind the soldiers stood a group of imposing knights, adorned in full armor and horned helmets, towering in stature, their lances gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight, while the family banners fluttered in the breeze. In their left hands, they held red shields studded with sharp spikes. The war horses beneath them, clad in protective barding, snorted steam from their nostrils, their hooves striking the ground with a dull thud. Furthermore, in the azure sky above, Iana spotted several griffin riders she had previously encountered, soaring majestically upon their colossal griffins. The creatures spread their expansive wings, resembling dark clouds, as they circled the periphery of the estate. What on earth is happening? Why are so many people here to apprehend me? Iana gazed at the astonishing scene before her, filled with confusion yet maintaining a semblance of composure. After all, she was the Lord's aunt, and she doubted these family soldiers would dare to harm her. Greetings, Miss Iana. I am Leon, the commander of the Harbor City Defense Forces, and this is General Klaus, the commander of the Watchtower Fortress. Leon inclined slightly, a polite smile gracing his face as he introduced the two men, Klaus offering a subtle nod in acknowledgement. We are here because a heinous assassination attempt occurred at the port today. Upon hearing of it, the Lord was extremely enraged and has ordered us to thoroughly search for the assailant. We hope that you, Miss Iana, will cooperate fully. Knowing Iana's status, Leon spoke in a calm and courteous manner, detailing the situation. You suspect the assassin is within my estate? How could that possibly be? Iana's eyes widened in disbelief at Leon's words, her voice laced with indignation and grievance. This is not directed at you, Miss Iana. Every settlement within the territory must undergo a meticulous search. This is the Lord's command, and we kindly ask for your cooperation. Leon maintained his smile, his demeanor amiable, yet his words left no room for negotiation. What am I supposed to do to assist? Iana's tone carried a sense of resignation, aware that she could not refuse the Lord's orders. Please have everyone in the estate gather in the courtyard. I will send soldiers in to conduct the search. Rest assured, it will be concluded swiftly if all is well. Leon explained patiently. I understand. Lily, Nadal, please hurry and inform everyone to assemble in the courtyard. Iana nodded in comprehension, directing her maid and servant. Will this suffice? Is there anything else you require of me? This will be sufficient. Thank you immensely for your cooperation. Leon smiled, bowing respectfully in response. May I inquire as to whom the victim of the assassination was? Could it possibly be my nephew? Unable to contain her curiosity, Iana spoke up, awaiting further information. Upon hearing this, Leon was momentarily taken aback, his face revealing a hint of hesitation. He was uncertain whether this matter could be freely disclosed. Thus he turned to Klaus beside him. The one who was assassinated was Lady Mira, gravely injured and urgently transported back to the City of Miracles. It remains uncertain whether she will survive this crisis. Klaus responded nonchalantly, for the Lord's resurrection talent was hardly a secret among them, the heroes. What? When did this happen? Upon hearing this, Iana's expression instantly froze, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Not long ago, Miss Iana. Worry not, for the Lord is under divine protection. For him, returning from the brink of death is no arduous task. Klaus lazily squinted, basking in the warm sunlight that enveloped him, evoking a sense of comfort, even a slight drowsiness. While you conduct your search, may I take my leave? I wish to visit my niece in the City of Miracles. Upon Klaus's reassurance, Iana nodded noncommittally, then inquired with a hint of impatience. Of course, that is no issue. However, you and your attendants must first allow us to conduct a thorough inspection. That cunning assassin is said to possess an extraordinary skill in disguise, rumored to be a faceless one, capable of easily altering their appearance, making identification exceedingly difficult. Leon elaborated dramatically before gesturing to the soldiers, signaling them to commence their search. Is it permissible now? Iana endured the scrutiny of a young soldier exploring her visage, suppressing her discomfort and dissatisfaction, and asked once more. Certainly, please proceed. I wish you a safe journey. Leon smiled and nodded, raising his hand to his chest, executing a graceful farewell gesture. I wish both generals success in their endeavors. Farewell. Ayanna responded politely, then turned with her maid to ascend into the opulent carriage. The carriage, under the guidance of the guards, began to move slowly, gradually accelerating, flanked closely by 5 or 6 mounted guards, who diligently protected it as it receded into the distance. Tom, take your squad inside and conduct a meticulous search. Leave no corner unchecked. Ensure they behave themselves. This is the estate of the Huang family's direct lineage. Any who dares to misbehave, I shall personally escort to prison. Leon's smile faded as he watched the departing carriage, his tone turning stern as he began to issue commands, loudly admonishing his subordinates. Liam, have your lads examine these servants and maidens thoroughly. Be courteous and refrain from any roughness. Understood, Commander. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get moving. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can conclude our duties. The soldiers responded with laughter, their voices echoing throughout the estate. Observing the raucous group before him, Leon could not help but raise a hand to his forehead, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He did not wish to appear diminished in the eyes of outsiders. However, these ruffians have long established a habit of bullying merchants at the port, and he genuinely fears that their mischief may embroil him in unnecessary troubles. Ibuka, Loader, lead your respective teams of knights to assist them, and do so with haste. Observing the scene before him, Klaus found it rather amusing and, with a light chuckle, he instructed those behind him. Yes, General, responded the gruff voices, accompanied by the clanging of armor reverberating through the air. This sound echoed, causing Klaus to feel a tinge of boredom. And he could not help but stifle a yawn. Let us wrap this up quickly. I long to bask in the sun and take a nap. Meanwhile, a similar scene was unfolding in every village, farm, and estate across the Yanhuang territory, resembling an invisible net that spread and expanded. Chapter 59. A new objective. After enjoying lunch, Seann felt utterly fatigued, and he collapsed onto his bed, soon succumbing to sweet slumber. He slept deeply for a full 2 hours before gradually waking. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he stretched widely, his thoughts drifting back to the daunting question of how to approach the forest. Recalling his previous 2 encounters with the woods, he had always ridden on his griffin, soaring above the treetops, never truly setting foot on that land. The dark, damp environment was permeated by a scent of decay, with swamps and venomous insects lurking everywhere, and an array of unknown vibrant flora thriving unchecked. Along the journey, finding a safe, clean water source proved to be an insurmountable challenge, while the ever-present threat of ambush hung overhead like a sword, keeping his nerves taut. The difficulties he would undoubtedly face while marching through the primeval forest loomed before him like chasms. However, as he returned to the castle that day, gazing at its grand architecture, an idea suddenly flickered in his mind. What if small fortifications were established within the forest? Once this thought emerged, it quickly took root in his heart. Seann was known for his decisive nature, acting swiftly upon inspiration, yet this time he refrained from rushing into action. After all, a comprehensive understanding of the situation was essential before making any significant decisions. Thus, he resolved to first inquire about the current state of the territory from the steward, ensuring he was well informed. Upon rising, he splashed a handful of cool water on his face, the refreshing sensation jolting his somewhat dazed mind into clarity. At this hour, the steward was likely accompanying his mother on the rooftop, basking in the sunlight. Ever since the castle's renovation, which added a top-level platform, his mother had developed a fondness for that spot, often retreating there to relish the warm rays. Reflecting on this, Seann could not help but marvel at the delightful climate of this land, where the sun always radiated warmth and gentleness. Having resided here for so long, he had never witnessed a day devoid of sunshine. It was no wonder that what began as a mere few thousand slaves had burgeoned into a vast community numbering in the millions. He ascended the spiral staircase with a buoyant step, making his way to the rooftop. In the distance, he spotted the steward conversing softly with his mother, their interaction imbued with warmth and harmony. Has there been any significant construction in the territory recently, dear steward? Seann's voice shattered the tranquility. The steward turned, a gentle smile adorning his face as he respectfully replied, No, my lord. As tomorrow marks the harvest festival, all activities within the territory have been temporarily halted. I was considering gathering the laborers to construct some small fortresses in the southern forest. What are your thoughts? Are there any materials left? As he spoke, he settled beside Seann's mother. The steward pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. The timber and stone accumulated over the past month are stored in the warehouse. However, It may be more prudent to have the laborers extract and use materials on site. This approach would not only conserve transportation costs, but also ensure the suitability of the materials. Seann nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, but to expedite the construction process, we should also allocate some materials from the warehouse. A dual approach will allow us to complete the fortifications swiftly. Let us wait until after tomorrow's ceremony. I want them to finish the fortifications by the end of this year. If that is the case, it would require a substantial mobilization of manpower to fulfill your request." The steward remarked, a slight furrow of concern creasing his brow. Yet, regardless of how formidable Seann's demands might be, the steward consistently managed to orchestrate everything with precision. Furthermore, in the name of the Lord, a formal notification should be dispatched to all estates and farms within the territory, summoning all their laborers to gather at the southern city gate by tomorrow. The initial phase of the project will rely on the reserves within the city, and once it is on track, a portion of the laborers can be dismissed. After careful contemplation, Seann arrived at a final decision, listening quietly from the side. His mother could not suppress her look of confusion and inquired, "Seann, why the urgency? The people in the forest have never ventured outside, have they?" Seann patiently elucidated to his mother, "Mother, although they currently have no intention of leaving, the land they occupy harbors resources we desperately need: timber, iron, ore, gold mines, among others. These are indispensable for the development of our territory. I have promised the populace greater wealth and more land, and I have not forgotten my father's vendetta. While those directly responsible have already faced consequences, the accomplices in the forest remain unpunished." He understood all too well that once war erupted, it would transcend mere skirmishes and evolve into a brutal conflict drenched in blood. However, this was an essential process for the territory's advancement, and he could not afford to be merciful. The headhunting tribe would not willingly relinquish their homeland. His mother hesitated, caught between words, but ultimately chose not to press further, softly advising, "Very well, I do not comprehend these matters, but I hope you will prioritize your safety, all right?" "I will, rest assured, Mother," Seann replied with a reassuring smile. Once their discussion concluded, he continued to engage his mother in light-hearted conversation regarding the events of the day's battle in the forest. At times, the mother furrowed her brow in deep concern, while at other moments, a gentle smile illuminated her face, filled with pride for his valiant deeds. Time flowed unawares in this warm ambience, swiftly leading to the evening. Having departed at noon to learn combat techniques from Elena, Mira returned to the castle. The group made their way back to the hall, where the maids had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. "Grandfather Butler, what responsibilities do I have for tomorrow's memorial?" Seann inquired after finishing a succulent lamb chop, setting down his utensils. "All that is required is to deliver a speech announcing the commencement of the memorial after the residents have collectively prayed. The subsequent activities will be arranged by Executive Illich and his subordinates," the butler replied with clarity and precision. "Understood," Seann thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief at having such a capable aide, alleviating him from unnecessary worries. Many matters could be handled efficiently without his direct involvement, allowing him more time and energy to strategize his significant endeavors. Following a heartwarming dinner, the customary time for casual conversation ensued. During this period, Seann's aunt, Iana, unexpectedly arrived at the castle. As everyone sipped their fragrant tea, Mira animatedly recounted her afternoon's learning experience, which included close combat techniques, defensive strategies, and skills for maneuvering a griffin in flight. Myra's exceptional learning ability, augmented by her innate racial talents, rendered her more perceptive and agile both on the ground and in the air than her peers. Seann believed that it would not be long before she became a competent rider. Once she mastered her skills, commanding a dragon would undoubtedly become an effortless task. Throughout Myra's narrative, the mother maintained a smile, listening intently and occasionally nodding in approval. Seann intermittently contributed, sharing his own experiences and addressing potential challenges she might face in flight. Mira would often nod in agreement, occasionally providing her own reasoned rebuttals and unique insights. Amidst their spirited discussion, the butler timely reminded everyone that it was time to rest. Thus, they exchanged goodnights and returned to their chambers. Chapter 60. The Harvest Festival. The little girl has matured significantly. As Seann walked back to his room, he reflected on Myra's confident demeanor while discussing flying and combat. He felt a surge of emotions, realizing that the recent attack seemed to have had little adverse effect on her. He found this quite reassuring. He did not expect her to provide substantial combat support on the battlefield. As long as she possessed the ability to protect herself and her mother, he would be thoroughly satisfied. Early the next morning, as dawn's light began to break, Seann was gently awakened by Delia's soft voice. Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the delicate features of the little girl beside him, her rosy lips resembling a blooming flower, stirring emotions within him. Unable to contain his feelings any longer, he pulled Delia close, and amidst her soft gasp, he tenderly kissed her lips. After a considerable time, he reluctantly released the frail young girl who had collapsed in his embrace. At that moment, Delia's face was flushed, resembling a ripe apple, her large, watery eyes shyly gazing at Seann, brimming with affection and bashfulness. Seann felt his heart race uncontrollably. If this continued, he feared he might lose composure. Thus, he had no choice but to flee in disarray, muttering, "Little sprite, it was I who initiated this flirtation, yet it is I who cannot bear it. Just wait for tomorrow." The city was particularly vibrant today, with a cacophony of lively sounds echoing, and even from within the castle, one could faintly hear the distant cheers. After enjoying breakfast, Seann, with the meticulous assistance of his mother and Mira, donned a splendid lord's attire. His silvery long hair was neatly gathered at the back, giving him a spirited appearance. In his left hand, he held a staff, towering half his height, crafted from pure gold and adorned with dazzling gemstones that sparkled brilliantly under the sun's rays. He wore a long robe of golden silk, its texture soft and smooth to the touch, reminiscent of the young girl's skin. The robe was emblazoned with the family crest, personally designed by Angles, a magnificent golden dragon coiled amidst a black sun and a host of beasts, exuding an aura of majesty and power. Complementing his ensemble were fitted black trousers that accentuated his tall, slender frame, paired with knee-high leather boots embellished with golden patterns. "Absolutely stunning, dear," Mira exclaimed, her eyes sparkling and voice trembling with admiration, as if she were utterly captivated by Seann's presence, nearly ready to leap forward. "Indeed, my son is perpetually exceptional," his mother added, her face aglow with pride as she nodded in agreement. "Ah, this is rather excessive," Seann said, feeling somewhat bashful under their praise. His cheeks tinged with red. He quickly attempted to change the subject. "All right, you both should go change your outfits." Mira beamed brightly, making impressed sounds, while his mother wore a gentle smile, quietly observing him, clearly indicating that his diversion had failed. Just as Seann felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation under their scrutinizing gaze, the steward entered the room, reminding him it was time to depart, which provided him with a sense of relief as he hurriedly left the room with the steward. "Ha ha ha, brother, you are simply delightful." Seann heard Myra's hearty laughter from the room as he had not walked far, causing him to stumble slightly and quicken his pace. "This is truly excessive. Wouldn't you agree, dear steward?" Seann feigned annoyance. "Indeed, master, such laughter is rather unladylike. She ought to refine her knowledge of noble etiquette." The steward replied with a smile, following closely behind. "Is that what I asked you to say?" Seann silently grumbled, yet he retorted aloud. "Humph, arrange for her 1, no, 3 stern tutors to teach her properly." Humming a cheerful tune, he led the steward to the castle's grand entrance, where several military commanders awaited outside. The leaders of the knights, Elena and Klaus, along with the commander of the cavalry regiment, Roger, and the commander of the city defense forces, Vittorio, stood before Lord Seann. "My lord, the troops have assembled and await your command," they declared in unison, their voices resonating with unwavering loyalty and respect for Seann. "Did I summon you to gather the troops?" Seann inquired, his expression one of confusion as he turned to the old steward. "My lord, following the memorial, today marks your coming of age, a ceremony to be conducted in the church under God's gaze, presided over by the elders. Furthermore, today coincides with the harvest festival, during which the city's populace has swelled significantly. For your safety and that of Miss Mira, I took the liberty of notifying several generals," the steward explained in detail. After a moment of contemplation, Seann came to terms with the situation. While he believed that his magical prowess would render him nearly untouchable, he recognized the need to protect his mother and Mira. Moreover, seizing this opportunity to display the might of his territory before the residents would serve to elevate morale and assert strength. "Steward, we will also require a carriage," Seann added, his tone decisive. "Indeed, my lord. I have already instructed the servants. It may take a little time," the steward replied methodically. As they spoke, an exquisitely adorned carriage approached, gliding from the direction of the castle's watchtower. "Now we need only await my mother and Mira," Seann said, tilting his head slightly to gaze within the castle, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "My lord, your appearance today will surely captivate all the women of the realm," Elena teased, observing the enigmatic charm that radiated from Seann under the sunlight. "My lord has always been quite charming, have you not heard? Countless lovesick maidens in the territory yearn for your favor," Klaus remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. "Ha ha ha, surely this attests to the allure of our lord," Roger chimed in, laughter echoing among them. Vittorio, however, remained composed, nodding silently, exuding an air of detachment. Yet, everyone understood that his reticence stemmed merely from a lack of eloquence. Is that so? I tend to agree, haha. Seann chuckled at the banter, a wide smile illuminating his face, overflowing with bliss and delight. Chapter 61. Coming of age in a short while, with the diligent assistance of the maidens. Seann's mother and Mira completed their attire, gracefully making their way to the castle entrance. Their appearance was strikingly different from their usual selves. They wore flowing silver silk gowns that resembled liquid moonlight, cascading softly over them, perfectly complementing their long, waterfall-like silver hair. Emblazoned across their chests was the majestic emblem of the golden dragon, exuding an air of dignity and awe that commanded respect and forbade any semblance of irreverence. They adorned themselves with exquisite pearl necklaces, each bead round and lustrous, radiating a gentle sheen, while their jade bracelets shimmered with a warm elegance, embodying sophistication and grace. The golden rings and earrings adorned with gemstones sparkled brilliantly under the sun's radiant glow. "Mother, Mira, you look absolutely stunning," Seann praised sincerely. "Thank you for your kind words." "Dear, but we must be on our way," Mira replied. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of pink as she linked her arm with her mother's and nodded with a smile, gently reminding her. "Of course. Let us depart now. Come, I shall assist you into the carriage," Seann said, hastening forward to help his mother and Mira aboard. The carriage was drawn by 8 magnificent pure white steeds, each one tall and statuesque, their lithe forms exuding vigor with taut muscles. Bathed in sunlight, their snowy coats shimmered with a faint luminescence. The carriage itself was enveloped in oak intricately carved with elaborate designs and the family crest, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship that brought the wood to life. The gem-studded windows were softly veiled by a delicate blue gauze, adding an air of mystery and nobility to the scene. Once Seann safely assisted his mother and Mira into the carriage, the old steward took his place at the reins, expertly grasping the leather straps. "Radek, lead the cavalry to maintain order on the roads. Elena, oversee the city with the Griffin Knights. Vittorio, your city guard shall ensure public safety. Now all of you proceed," Seann instructed with a serious demeanor and a methodical tone. "At your command." The group responded in unison, bowing their heads in acknowledgement before swiftly turning to their respective duties. "Klaus, escort the carriage with the knightly guard," Seann signaled to the steward before mounting his lordly steed, which had not felt the touch of his hand in some time. The warhorse neighed, rearing its front hooves high, as Seann led the way towards the city. "Understood, my lord," Klaus replied, gently squeezing the horse's flanks. And the steed surged forward like an arrow, racing ahead of Seann's procession. The carriage rolled steadily through the first inner city gate, smoothly making its way towards the western church district. Awaiting outside the gate, Klaus promptly organized the regimented ranks of 6-tiered knights to form a formidable protective barrier around the carriage, resembling an impenetrable iron shield. To reach the church district, they had to pass through the former city square. Although much of the square had been divided after the castle's expansion, the remaining area was still quite expansive. At this moment, the residents of the territory gathered here, filled with joy and laughter, celebrating the festival's arrival together. Radek, leading the cavalry, carved a 10-meter-wide passage through the second city gate towards the church. Simultaneously, the Griffin Knights appeared in the sky, their enormous wings casting shadows over the sun, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. "So many soldiers, has the Lord emerged?" Someone in the throng questioned, a look of confusion on their face. "This is the Lord's army, our army," another proclaimed proudly, raising their voice. "The Lord must be attending the coming-of-age ceremony." Whispers of well-informed individuals spread through the crowd. "Behold, the avatar of the dragon god has appeared, blessed by divine protection." Some fervent devotees cheered with excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The square, densely packed with people, was engulfed in a cacophony of overlapping discussions, reminiscent of a swarm of bees buzzing incessantly. Like a tidal wave, the crowd surged towards the pathway cordoned off by cavalry, all eager to catch a glimpse of their lord's grandeur. "We cannot see. Would you cavalrymen kindly step aside? We wish to behold our lord, not the backs of horses," a resident shouted, his face contorted with dissatisfaction, his emotion palpable. "Indeed, we wish to see our lord," others echoed, their voices rising in a chorus amidst the throng. "We want to see our lord." The clamoring grew louder, coalescing into a formidable wave of sound. The royal guard, the forebears of the cavalry, adhered solely to their lord's commands, disregarding even those of the city officials. Thus, they remained indifferent to the pleas of the common folk. Unmoved by the uproar, they stood resolutely like living statues, their posture erect and unwavering. Our Lord is the incarnation of the dragon god. Let us behold him. The fervently devout, often blind and ignorant, only cared for their faith, finding solace in their devotion, justifying any action taken for their deity. As the fervent devotees realized the cavalry's disregard, they began to shove against the steeds, escalating the tension in the atmosphere. In response, the cavalry swiftly sprang into action. The horsemen, positioned in pairs, charged forward in synchronized maneuvers as if rehearsed. In an instant, they exchanged positions, and the tumultuous crowd was knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the horses. Cries of distress filling the air, plunging the scene into chaos. High above, Elena, observing the turmoil, swiftly brought a contingent of griffins to the scene, her expression stern as they hovered above the passageway. Should there be another attempt to breach this pathway, it shall be deemed an insurrection. Rebels shall face no mercy. Elena's voice, cold and authoritative, sliced through the clamor like a sharp blade. Some who had merely joined the fray for excitement, upon hearing Elena's warning, quickly quieted. For no one truly wished to challenge the Lord's authority. They had acted impulsively, swept away by the atmosphere. Suddenly, from a distance, the rhythmic sound of hooves and wheels echoed like a war drum, growing clearer as it approached. The heavy, synchronized cadence reverberated through the hearts and minds of every resident. A fully armored cavalry, escorting a resplendent carriage, advanced slowly. The crimson armor shimmered under the sunlight, an invisible aura of menace enveloping the crowd, causing conversations to wane and even the moans of the injured on the ground to fall silent. Before them stood a cadre of paladins clad in resplendent golden armor, escorting Seann at the forefront of the procession. Chapter 62, The Rite of Passage 2. The slowly advancing column arrived beside the fallen and wailing townsfolk. Observing this scene, Seann's expression darkened slightly as he turned to inquire of the cavalry. What is the situation here? Reporting to Lord. The civilians surged towards the passage and were knocked down by our horses. A cavalryman hastened to step forward, respectfully placing his hand over his heart in salute, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. Very well, Elena, send someone to the church to notify the clergy to come and tend to the injured, Seann said, furrowing his brow in displeasure as he looked down upon the scene, issuing instructions to Elena, who hovered in the air. He had no desire to delve into the specifics of the matter, nor did he intend to blame the cavalry for the injuries, as they were merely executing their orders. If punishment were to be meted out, it would be directed at those who dared to disrupt his day. Thus, what could have been a simple task for the paladins beside him to assist was deliberately shifted to the distant clergy, ensuring that these dim-witted individuals would face some hardship. The procession continued, accompanied by the crisp sound of hooves, as they approached the church amidst the reverent gazes of countless onlookers. Half an hour later, they arrived at the church entrance. Ingalls dismounted swiftly, striding to the carriage to assist his mother. Seann, I am not so old that I cannot walk, she feigned annoyance, gently resting her hand on his arm, yet not refusing his assistance. Of course, mother, you are eternally beautiful. How could you ever age? Seann replied with a radiant smile, showering her with compliments. At that moment, gathered before the grand cathedral were the direct family members of the clan, along with some of the city's elite, who had been waiting expectantly. Salutations to the clan patriarch. As Seann and his companions approached, the crowd bowed in unison, their movements synchronized and their voices resonant with respect. Rise, everyone. I appreciate your efforts. May the dragon god forever bless you. Seann reciprocated with a slight bow, his demeanor warm and amiable. Subsequently, he entered the cathedral, which had been magnificently constructed through the amalgamation of systems, accompanied by his mother, whose face radiated joy, and Mira. Behind them followed the direct family members, including two aunts who had visited his mother and Mira a few days prior, while the others remained somewhat unfamiliar to him. In Seann's recollection, these relatives were little more than symbols. Aside from grand festivities, he rarely caught sight of them. He could not fathom why these kin did not reside within the castle and maintained little contact with his mother, prompting him to seek out the old steward for clarification. Under the witness of all the significant figures of the territory, the ceremony of his coming of age, presided over by the former church hierarchy, now the dragon goddess priests, unfolded seamlessly. Following the intricate proceedings, his mother proudly proclaimed his adulthood, and the ceremony concluded splendidly. Seann warmly invited everyone to the castle for the feast before hastily making his way back to the square with Illich. He was to deliver a speech in the square, and since his mother wished to forego the annual ceremony, Klaus escorted her and the knights back to the castle, this time without the accompaniment of a carriage. They arrived at the square with remarkable speed, reaching their destination in just 10 minutes. The crowd had been orderly partitioned by the city guards, creating a pathway to the elevated platform. This platform, originally erected for the inheritance ceremony, had not been dismantled. Instead, under the orders of the official Illich, it had been reinforced and renovated. At that moment, around the platform, the golden dragon banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, evoking the image of a resplendent sun, signaling the rise of a new and powerful family. Upon that sunlit platform stood Seann, adorned in a splendid golden robe, his posture upright. His gaze, sharp as that of an eagle, swept slowly over the bustling crowd below. With a slight rise and fall of his chest, he took a deep breath and called out in a voice that resonated like thunder, "People of the territory." This call echoed through every inch of the square, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Time flew swiftly, and the annual harvest festival had arrived once more. Reflecting on the past year, the territory had experienced tumultuous changes, yet it was through the unwavering support and sincere loyalty of everyone that it had grown stronger and more prosperous. I stand here in the name of our family, pledging to you all that, with the blessing of the dragon god, our territory shall rise like the sun in the east, ever more prosperous. You shall enjoy peace, abundant lives, and be free from any disturbances. I hope you will continue to steadfastly support our family and your lord. Seann's words were earnest, filled with certainty and fervor for the future. Every word seemed infused with immense power, weaving its way into the hearts of the crowd, stirring their emotions. Now, let us cheer for the great dragon god, for the illustrious Yanhuang family. Upon concluding, he raised his arms high, radiating passionate enthusiasm, and shouted towards the sky and the people, "Long live! Long live! Long live the dragon god! Long live the Yanhuang family! Long live our lord!" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, their faces alight with excitement and joy, as if they could envision a bright future ahead. Thank you all. Today, all transaction taxes are halved, all goods are at reduced prices, and all beverages are free. The losses incurred by merchants will be borne by the Lord's estate. Today, the city belongs to you. May the dragon god forever protect you. Seann raised his hands high, proclaiming loudly, his voice brimming with generosity and grandeur. The dragon god blesses us. The dragon god blesses us. The residents, upon hearing this promise, were filled with even greater excitement. Cheers erupted, applause thundered, and the entire square became immersed in a sea of joy and exuberance. Observing the jubilant crowd, Seann smiled with satisfaction, knowing his efforts and sacrifices had garnered recognition and support, propelling him forward with renewed vigor. In the bustling square, a lively event was in full swing. The crowd was teeming with excitement, laughter and joyous voices resonating, infusing the entire plaza with a vibrant festive atmosphere, akin to a splendidly colorful tapestry of delight. Seann made a brief appearance at the event, delivering a few inspiring words before gracefully withdrawing. The subsequent array of activities would be led by Illich along with the city officials. There were indeed numerous festivities planned, such as various martial competitions held at the arena near the city guard's garrison, as well as an assortment of artistic performances including dance, music, drama, juggling, and magic in the city square to enliven the occasion. On his way back to the castle to meet with numerous relatives, Seann turned to the old steward and voiced his lingering curiosity. "Steward," walking across the stone bridge outside the castle, Seann softly inquired, "Why is it that only our family of 4 resides in the castle now?" Chapter 63. Family Affairs. The steward let out a faint sigh, his gaze reflecting a deep-seated reminiscence, and slowly responded, "Master, do you recall the tales I shared regarding your father's ascension to the title of lord?" Seann nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course. You mentioned that certain extraordinary circumstances unfolded, and my father valiantly reclaimed the lordship from the collateral branches. Indeed, that is precisely the reason why most other family members have departed from the castle." The steward's voice was low and soothing. "Prior to that, the direct descendants resided harmoniously within these castle walls, a united family. Your father was your grandfather's second son, with an elder brother who was meant to inherit the lordship. However, the collateral branches suddenly proposed a contest, believing that only the victor was worthy of assuming the lordship, otherwise, they would refuse to obey any commands from the lord." The young master furrowed his brow slightly, listening intently. "Your uncle, in a state of helplessness, had no choice but to acquiesce to this contest. Yet little did anyone anticipate that it was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy." A hint of anger tinged the steward's voice. "On the eve of the competition, those with ulterior motives sent a close friend of your aunt, Miss Isis, to deliver a poisoned goblet of exquisite wine, which your aunt personally presented to your uncle. At that time, both sides had summoned their strongest supporters, comprising slaves, freemen, soldiers, family warriors, and mercenaries, resulting in dozens of participants. Initially, though your uncle was relatively young, he was battle-hardened, possessing greater prowess than your father. After all direct descendants had been defeated, he alone nearly breached the ranks of the entire opposing team. However, the poison he ingested before the contest took effect, and weakened by both the toxin and his physical state, he fell victim to the treachery of collateral family members who murdered him on the arena. Just as the direct line found itself in dire straits, your father rose to the occasion, ready to fight on behalf of the direct line. He had long concealed his true prowess, and the collateral branch dismissed him, believing they could easily eliminate him along with the direct line. Thus, with extraordinary strength, your father vanquished all remaining challengers and successfully reclaimed the lordship. Yet, the members of the collateral branch refused to accept this outcome, shamelessly arguing that their team had defeated the last combatant of the direct line and thus, victory belonged to them. The butler's tone was rife with disdain. Such claims were merely their pitiful excuses for refusing to acknowledge their defeat. They had not anticipated the sheer might of your father, who managed to defeat 4 or 5 of their challengers in succession. Otherwise, they would never have consented to his participation. In their discontent, the collateral members instigated a rebellion, but the key leaders of the army were primarily engaged in the contest, resulting in numerous casualties. The army, stripped of effective command, predictably met with failure. The butler shook his head, his eyes filled with regret. You may not know, but Miss Isis is your uncle's wife. Upon discovering the truth, she was engulfed in endless anguish. She began to harbor resentment towards everyone in the family, believing that this struggle for power had cost her husband his life. She was the first to leave the castle, choosing to live in solitude. The former Miss Isis was not the cold figure she has become. Rather, she was quite vivacious and cheerful. A hint of sympathy flickered in Seann's eyes as he softly inquired, "What of the person who delivered wine to my uncle? What became of them?" The one who delivered wine to your uncle was Mr. Yenna's husband. He was not only the one who brought the poisoned wine, but also the perpetrator who struck against your uncle in the contest. The butler's gaze revealed a semblance of solace. Ultimately, your father avenged your uncle, but this act compelled Miss Yenna to vacate the castle. Although she professed not to harbor hatred towards the family or your father, after enduring such turmoil, she wished to disengage from any family matters. They were all victims of this upheaval. Alas, this is the greatest peril left by our ancestors. Each time a new lord ascends, countless family members lose their lives due to power and hatred, akin to a dreadful curse that incessantly erodes the minds and souls of all involved. Seann fell into silence for a moment, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "What roles did Grandpa Ignatius and Uncle Enrique play in this affair?" The elderly steward let out a heavy sigh and spoke slowly. "You see, Lord Ignatius' wife hailed from a collateral branch of the family. During the tumultuous period of unrest, she tragically perished while attempting to flee. And the perpetrator was none other than your Uncle Enrique. He harbored a long-standing grudge against her, stemming from her family's refusal to allow him to marry their daughter, along with the humiliation he endured. As the third son, with numerous heirs preceding him, he was forever barred from inheriting the lordship. This deep-seated animosity drove him to madness. Subsequently, upon learning of these events, Lord Ignacy, disheartened, vacated the castle. Your Uncle Enrique's actions greatly disappointed your father, who, in an effort to provide Lord Ignacy with some measure of justice, expelled him from the castle." Upon hearing this, Seann exhaled deeply, reflecting, how intricate and dramatic this tale unfolds. Meanwhile, within the opulent hall of the castle, a festive atmosphere enveloped the space. The walls were adorned with the grand golden dragon banner, symbolizing the family's glory, while exquisite tapestries depicting hunts were artfully arranged, narrating tales of the family's illustrious past and valor. In the center of the hall, a long dining table was already filled with guests. Mother and Mira sat gracefully at the left of the main seat, while the direct family members occupied the right. Among them were Mother-S father and sister, Father-S brother and sister, along with 2 lively children, a boy and a girl, alongside the familiar figure of Illich. Below Mira, 4 valiant heroes sat upright, exuding an air of seasoned dignity, which lent a solemn ambience to the gathering. As Seann entered, the assembled guests rose in unison, their faces reflecting respect, bowing their heads in a synchronized gesture of homage. In their actions lay a profound reverence for this young leader. As pure-blood Valerians, the relatives bore strikingly similar features, with their faces, hair, and eyes appearing as if cast from the same mold. The family's most distinguishing trait was their breathtaking beauty. With a smile, Seann surveyed these relatives he was meeting for the second time, involuntarily recalling the steward's earlier account. Lord Ignacy, tall and robust, despite his advanced age, maintained a straight posture. His hair and beard were white as snow, yet his gaze remained sharp. He wore a black robe embroidered with the family crest, modified by angles, and a vibrant red scarf around his neck, exuding an aura of both solemnity and warmth. In his youth, he had been an outstanding figure within the family, having led them through many trying times, bearing witness to both their glory and decline. Even in the darkest hours, he never relinquished hope for the family's revival, until the day his wife fell victim to that rebellion, alongside the two ladies by his side. Aniana, with her cascading curls of silvery hair draping casually over her shoulders, possessed deep violet eyes that resembled enigmatic amethysts. She stood tall and voluptuous, exuding an air of elegance in her splendid purple gown, adorned with shimmering gemstones that reflected her noble demeanor with each graceful gesture. During her visit to the castle yesterday, Seann gained a general understanding of her vibrant personality. She was straightforward, with a refreshing candidness and an insatiable curiosity for the novel and unknown. Kind-hearted and ever willing to lend a hand, she was cherished by all within the family. In stark contrast was Aunt Isis, whom Seann's mother had mentioned. Possessing a temperament that was gentle and demure, she was empathetic and reserved, often struggling to articulate her emotions. Today, she adorned a white gown delicately embroidered with subtle floral patterns, imparting an air of fresh sophistication. Slender in figure with a refined visage, her straight hair shimmered in a hue between silver and gold, while her gentle blue eyes mirrored the tranquil depths of a serene lake, instilling a sense of peace and comfort. Chapter 64. The family gathering below them was Enrique, the father's brother, of average height and slightly portly. His hair was a silvery gray, slightly tousled, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning and astuteness. Clad in a brown robe cinched at the waist with a black belt adorned with various trinkets, he bore a somewhat disheveled appearance. As images of relatives flickered in his mind, he responded politely to greetings, his movements exuding grace and poise, embodying a leader's charisma. Under the watchful gaze of all present, he confidently approached the head of the long table and settled into his seat. The dining table was lavishly arrayed with an exquisite feast, the aroma of numerous delectable dishes wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. The tender butter-baked quail, its skin crisped to a golden perfection, burst with succulent juices upon the first bite. Crispy fried trout, with its flaky interior, paired beautifully with a house-made sauce that was nothing short of extraordinary. The sweet honey pie, perfectly balanced in flavor, enveloped each mouthful in blissful delight. Rich escargot soup, with its velvety broth and tender snail meat, offered a smooth texture that was utterly delightful. The roasted capon, hollowed and filled with aromatic spices, released an enticing fragrance, as the spices melded seamlessly with the chicken, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Glazed bear meat, coated in a luscious sauce, was firm yet tender, its bold flavors enhancing the overall experience. Of course, the libations were essential as well. A collection of wines from various regions, each boasting a unique hue, yet equally enticing, stood elegantly arranged, exuding a robust bouquet. For the younger guests, warm milk and freshly squeezed juices were prepared, vibrant in color and sweet in taste. Please, do not feel constrained. This is merely a casual family gathering. Take your seats. Seann warmly gestured with outstretched hands, his voice gentle and inviting, an effort to dissolve the slightly formal atmosphere that lingered. The assembly settled into their seats with a sense of compliance, yet a profound silence enveloped the room. As none dared to utter a word, the adults exhibited expressions imbued with reverence, some tinged with a hint of trepidation as they quietly regarded him. The children, with wide, curious eyes, gazed unblinkingly at the imposing patriarch, their hearts brimming with awe and admiration. The reason for their dutiful respect was unmistakable. Seann had received the blessing of the divine, and the miraculous castle that rose from the earth was akin to a resurrection of a sacred legend. Furthermore, the ever-expanding, formidable army left them in deep reverence, compelling them to abide by his authority. Though it had been quite some time since their last encounter, Seann thought it best to set aside any lingering sentiments. Prioritizing their joy, let the banquet commence, he declared, observing his relatives who bore a striking resemblance to him. He yearned to speak further, yet found himself at a loss for words, for they were still strangers to him. With that, Seann raised his goblet, signaling to the assembly with eyes filled with determination and hope. For the prosperity and strength of our lineage, for the glory of the chosen family, let us unite in our endeavors. Cheers. May the dragon god bless us. In response, the gathering raised their glasses in unison, their voices ringing out in enthusiastic accord. The sound of clinking goblets resonated like a melodious symphony of familial unity and progress. Thus, the feast officially began, as everyone indulged in sumptuous delicacies, and the air filled with laughter and joy, creating a warm atmosphere. As the festivities continued, the ambience grew increasingly harmonious. Grandfather Ignatius, as the patriarch of our family and my mother's father, I hope you will shoulder greater responsibilities, Seann said, downing his drink and turning towards the elder seated at the leftmost position. Of course, all for the family, the elder replied with a gentle nod, his demeanor exuding warmth and his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of turbulence. Indeed, I wish for all of you to hone your skills and refine your martial prowess, so that you may contribute to the family at any moment, Seann addressed the assembly, his gaze resolute and compelling. When our family unifies this continent, each of you shall reap honor, wealth, and power. As you wish, patriarch, all for the family, they echoed, raising their goblets once more in response to his fervent call. In that moment, his relatives affirmed their loyalty, with no dissenting voices to be heard. You are all aware that the headhunter tribe in the southern forest presents our family with the foremost challenge on our path to expansion. My recent forays into the forest have yielded less than favorable results, he continued. For the advancement of our family, these indigenous people must be eliminated. Therefore, I propose a solution. If the natives hold such an advantage in the forest, why not clear the forest and transform it into plains? He paused briefly, scanning the faces before him, seeking a semblance of agreement in their expressions. To safeguard the lumber workers, we must construct numerous small fortifications. Therefore, I require you to summon all the slaves of the estate to the forest to build these strongholds, Ingalls declared with an unwavering conviction, all the while savoring the dishes prepared by his mother. It is a straightforward task. Upon our return, I shall arrange for the slaves to enter the forest. His grandfather, Ignacy, was the first to respond, his voice resolute and powerful, though he paused, then spoke with a serious demeanor. However, Chief, I must remind you that such extensive conscription of slaves, if prolonged, could severely impact the territory's agricultural yield. Rest assured, I will meticulously consider the potential risks. You need only to diligently fulfill the tasks I have assigned. Seann nodded in agreement with the council, then added a reminder. Very well, Chief. Ignacy bowed his head in a gesture of submission. We have no objections, Chief. The two aunts and uncle echoed his sentiments without hesitation. Let bygones be bygones. At this moment, I am the newly appointed chief of the Yanhuang family and the lord of this territory. I am determined to revitalize the family, reclaim the glory of the Longwang lineage, and ensure that the renown of the chosen family resonates throughout the world. But this endeavor requires the concerted efforts of all family members, Seann stated earnestly. Based on the information he gathered from the steward, he deemed his two aunts trustworthy. His grandfather, though aged, could be overlooked. However, he remained uncertain about the uncle. Initially, Seann had intended for this uncle to undergo military training. But after learning of past events and observing him, he silently revised his decision, including regarding the subsequent dragon egg. He wished to eliminate any potential threats to his family, such as the army and dragons, which could alter a person's mindset unexpectedly. Listening to Seann's words, all the relatives present fell silent. They had not anticipated Ingalls' ambitions to be so grand. Could the once dormant Longwang family, silenced for nearly 5 centuries, truly rise again? This question reverberated within their minds, lingering long after. I unconditionally support you, Chief. Though I am old, I shall do my utmost in all that I can. It was, once again, his grandfather who first voiced this sentiment. I too shall assist you, Chief. I will exert every effort in your service, Enrique proclaimed, seemingly inspired by that lofty goal. We shall also support you, Chief. The two aunts chimed in, their voices gentle yet resolute. Excellent. Thank you for your understanding. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, the two aunts will report to Elena, who will instruct you in aerial combat techniques. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce you. Seann gestured for the 4 heroes to present themselves. I am Racker, the commander of the Royal Guard Cavalry. Racker rose, standing tall with a booming voice. I am Elena, the commander of the Griffin Knights, she said with a smile, her eyes radiating confidence and competence. Commander Vittorio of the City Guard. Vittorio's expression was grave, and his voice, though low, conveyed a profound strength within his succinct words. Commander Klaus of the Elite Knights, it is my honor to meet you all. Klaus offered a slight bow, his face adorned with a polite smile, exemplifying his humility and grace. The 4 of them were seasoned commanders, fierce in battle and unwaveringly loyal to our family. Truly the creme de la creme of our kin, Seann introduced. That is about all. Let us continue our meal. Seann had numerous inquiries he wished to explore, but it was evidently not the appropriate moment, so he resolved to defer them for later. Consequently, Seann fell silent, quietly enjoying his food while occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter with his relatives. The banquet persisted in a relaxed and jovial atmosphere until dusk brought it to a close. As night fell, they were invited to spend the night in the castle, which boasted ample vacant guest rooms, ensuring that each relative could rest comfortably. Chapter 65. Before the Great War at dawn, the gentle morning light softly illuminated the room. Seann had already taken his seat at the long table, brimming with vitality as he partook in breakfast alongside his relatives. Once the meal concluded, he stood upright and, with remarkable composure, instructed, "You are to return to the estate immediately and assemble the slaves with utmost urgency. Do not delay." He then turned to the waiting steward, ordering him to inform Ilyich to summon the remaining slaves as well as the town's skilled craftsmen. The construction of the fortress was a meticulous endeavor that could not rely solely on slaves. The expertise of professional artisans was essential. The steward nodded slightly and hurried away to carry out his orders. Initially, Seann intended to lead the Griffin Knights alone, but Mira, like an inseparable shadow, insisted on accompanying him. The excitement sparkled in her violet eyes, brimming with fervent anticipation for the unknown adventures ahead. Faced with Myra's relentless persuasion, he sighed in resignation and ultimately acquiesced. Thus, he set forth with Mira and the Griffin Knights on their expedition. Their objective was clear: to scout the terrain ahead meticulously and eradicate any lurking threats before the main force arrived. Meanwhile, Elena remained behind, patiently instructing her two aunts, imparting various knowledge and skills, unable to join the others on their journey. Simultaneously, the ground forces were engaged in rigorous preparations. 2,000 cavalrymen of the Royal Guard, clad in gleaming silver armor, proudly brandished the family standard. Their noble steeds, robust and majestic, occasionally neighed, while the synchronized sound of their hooves echoed like resounding war drums. The 1,200 elite knights formed a moving crimson sea, the golden dragon banner of the great sun affixed to their lances. As they advanced, the banner flapped fiercely in the wind, and each soldier's gaze reflected the distinctive coldness and determination of an elite unit. The First Army, comprising 19,000 troops, marched in precise formation, their steps synchronized as they shouted resounding slogans, their morale ablaze like an inferno. 2,000 saint judges and zealots, their expressions stoic and unyielding, chanted fervently, their gazes fervent and resolute, embarking on the battlefield in support of the main forces. Though their total strength numbered only around 30,000, the soldiers, fearless in the face of death, exhibited extraordinary combat prowess, their coordination impeccable, coupled with the formidable enhancement provided by heroes. It was commonplace for them to face 100 foes single-handedly, with a powerful army led by heroes. Facing not just ordinary troops, but even divine beings would yield a demonstration of their lethal capabilities. The primary mission of the soldiers was to provide ample protection while the enslaved workers felled trees and constructed fortifications, ensuring that the indigenous people had no opportunity to launch any attacks. Seann soared majestically atop a grand griffin, surveying the endless ranks of troops that surged forth from the city gates like a tumultuous tide of darkness. A surge of indescribable ambition welled within him, prompting him to murmur softly, "This is merely the beginning, just 2 months in. Give me a few more years, and the entire world shall bow beneath my feet." After a brief moment, they passed through the southern gate and arrived at the outskirts of the southern forest. At this juncture, the slaves were steadily converging from the western and eastern plains towards the southern woods. Hovering steadily before the forest, the griffin beneath him flapped its enormous wings, emitting a deep, resonant call. His expression was grave, and his gaze piercing. He clearly commanded the 10 squad leaders beside him, divide into pairs of 2 squads, and enter the forest in a semicircular formation. Eliminate all threats within a 20-kilometer radius. Remember to maintain a distance of approximately 200 meters between squads, ensuring mutual support. Exercise utmost caution. Should any anomalies arise, signal immediately. Subsequently, he and Mira each led 2 squads, cautiously stepping into the mysterious and perilous woods. "Mira, do not stray too far from me, and remain vigilant." Seann turned back to her, his eyes filled with concern and worry. "Understood, my dear," Mira replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement, akin to a small creature eager for adventure, radiating an uncontrollable thrill. Reluctantly shaking his head, he recognized that to allow Mira to gain battle experience, he had to involve her in such operations. Fortunately, the current combat intensity was relatively low, posing minimal danger. Upon receiving the command, the dark throng of griffins, skillfully maneuvered by the knights, swiftly formed into teams and dispersed like agile bolts of black lightning into the depths of the forest. The woods remained eerily silent and dim, with only a few rays of sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy above, casting dappled patches of light upon the ground, which was blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves. However, such tranquil scenes would likely not endure for long. According to Seann's strategy, each phase required the clearing of a corridor 20 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide. At the end of the passage, a circular clearing approximately 10 kilometers in diameter was hewn, providing ample space for subsequent fortress construction. Progress southward could only continue once the main city walls and rudimentary housing were completed. The extensive deforestation would inevitably alarm the indigenous inhabitants of the forest, but a strategy had already been devised. During the operational hours, Griffin riders would maintain vigilance in the vicinity should a significant indigenous assault occur. They would signal the slaves to retreat to the fortress for defensive measures. This approach would minimize casualties among their own ranks while efficiently neutralizing any enemy threats, akin to a well-oiled meat grinder. Within this meticulously crafted plan, the fortress would not be overly expansive. A stronghold capable of housing several thousand individuals would suffice. With robust walls and the aid of siege weaponry, a mere 2,000 ordinary soldiers could serve as an unyielding bulwark against an onslaught from over 10,000 headhunters. The crux of this plan hinged on the Griffin Rider Corps, who could navigate the forest with agility and overwhelm indigenous soldiers with their individual combat prowess. The riders were organized into 50 small groups, traversing and patrolling an area of 10,000 meters, leaving no stone unturned in their quest to eliminate potential threats. However, their search yielded no traces of the indigenous people nor encounters with large beasts. This was hardly surprising, as the instincts of wild animals are finely attuned to danger, prompting them to flee well in advance. In the earlier reconnaissance missions led by Seann, it had been established that the headhunters typically roamed within a 2-hour flight radius, roughly 100 kilometers away. Thus, Seann remained unperturbed by the absence of indigenous sightings, as long as the plans were executed consistently. The unwilling indigenous would inevitably seek them out. After an hour of continuous patrol, Seann decisively ordered the retreat from the forest, leaving the knights to maintain vigilant, rotating patrols. Upon returning to the forest's edge, the ground forces were already on high alert. In addition to Klaus, Lacker, and Vittorio, who brought along 2,000 city guards and 200 crossbow carts, Ilyich soon arrived with dozens of architects. After delivering his charges, he wasted no time, as he had more pressing tasks to organize the transport of supplies for the residents. As Seann meticulously assigned defensive duties to each unit, his grandfather arrived first, leading over 10,000 slaves from 2 estates, equipped with tools and well-trained. Upon witnessing this, Seann promptly commanded them to commence tree felling. The ground forces 1st Legion, under Lacker's leadership, swiftly entered the forest, dispersing to establish a defensive perimeter. The cavalry, unsuited for combat in such a complex terrain, could only patrol the forest's outskirts, remaining vigilant to any movements within. Soon, a vast and bustling construction site began to take shape outside the forest, with cartloads of fresh provisions exuding an enticing aroma. A multitude of emergency tents sprawls across the open ground, resembling clusters of pristine white mushrooms, meticulously arranged in orderly lines. Piles of stones and timber rise like mountains, serving as the robust foundation for the fortress. The neatly positioned crossbows glimmer with a cold metallic sheen under the sun, akin to slumbering beasts poised to deliver a lethal blow to the adversary. Ammunition supply carts are also stationed in an orderly manner nearby, ensuring an ample provision of resources for the impending battle. Within the confines of the city, a procession of supply carriers meanders like a sinuous dragon, tirelessly traversing back and forth between the 2 locations. The ranks of enslaved woodcutters swell continually, expanding from an initial 1,000 to tens of thousands within just a few short hours, akin to a rolling snowball. Their shouts and the sounds of labor intertwine, shattering the long-standing silence of the forest, composing a powerful anthem of toil. From an aerial perspective, the once uniform edge of the forest reveals a gaping breach, reminiscent of a pie savagely bitten into. At the breach, trees lie toppled in disarray, exposing vast swathes of brown earth that stand in stark contrast. This gap continues to expand rapidly with the passage of time. Meanwhile, the architects begin to showcase their skills. The first constructions are a few rudimentary shelters, hastily erected from rough-hewn logs to provide temporary refuge for the laborers. Following this, sturdy palisades arise, with thick wooden stakes driven forcefully into the ground, delineating a relatively secure area. Most of the enslaved individuals residing nearby return to their homes at night, savoring brief moments of respite before returning the next day to continue their labor. However, this arrangement is merely a stopgap as the project progresses further south. distancing from the territory. At that juncture, there will be an urgent necessity to erect a large encampment capable of accommodating everyone. Amidst the cacophony of various sounds, time passes quietly, and before long, evening descends. The dying rays of the sun cast a golden veil over the landscape, enveloping the entire construction site in a dreamlike beauty. After arranging the final defensive tasks, Seann, weary yet resolute, returns to the castle, having advised Mira to retreat earlier in the afternoon. This had left Mira in a huff, resembling a pouting little squirrel with puffed cheeks, sulking over the matter. The defense of the camp is entrusted to Radger and Klaus, who lead all ground forces along with a squadron of Griffin riders. The square encampment has only a few wooden structures, with 4 5-meter-high watchtowers positioned at each corner, safeguarding the camp day and night. A somewhat lower wooden fence encircles the encampment, forming a formidable defensive line. The majority of the troops rest within the emergency tents. Some soldiers collapse onto the ground, too exhausted to utter a word, while others engage in hushed conversations, having returned from a day of guarding the forest to partake in steaming hot meals. Though these were system soldiers, Seann did not neglect their needs. In addition to ample provisions of beverages, a variety of foods were generously supplied, allowing the soldiers to indulge and replenish their energy after a long day's exertion. In the perilous southern forests, vigilance was paramount. Even with a night watch, everyone had to remain on high alert, for the slightest lapse could incur dire consequences. After 7 consecutive days of tireless labor, a modest fortress was erected approximately 20 kilometers from the encampment, its banner emblazoned with the golden dragon fluttering proudly atop the walls. The fortress, encircled by square walls measuring 200 meters in length, 10 meters in height, and 5 meters in width, stood tall and robust. It could accommodate between 2,000 to 5,000 troops, with well-prepared crossbows positioned atop the walls, ready for any threat. The encampment remained intact, as the small fortress could not house the entire army of over 10,000 nor the mountains of supplies accumulated. This new fortress was named Zero by Angles, symbolizing a new beginning for the territory, embodying his boundless ambition and hope. On the morning of the 9th day following the fortress's completion, the indigenous people could no longer contain themselves. The patrolling Griffin Knights engaged and eliminated a small number of natives 5,000 meters away. Radger and Klaus stood flanking Seann, their expressions grave as they reported the incident. Has it appeared already? Seann furrowed his brow, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze. Tonight, the night watch would require additional personnel. All must remain vigilant and never let their guard down. He knew the natives would come eventually, but he had not anticipated their arrival would be so swift. The first fortress had just been completed, and the slaves had advanced less than 500 meters. Fortunately, Fortress Zero was nearly ready for defensive operations. From numerous skirmishes, he had gained a fundamental understanding of the natives' individual combat capabilities and equipment levels. They were merely a band of primitive tribal civilization. The troops at his disposal, both in strength and armament, were overwhelmingly superior, representing a dimensional superiority. Moreover, out of caution, he had expended considerable manpower and resources to construct permanent fortifications. Unless all the natives of the forest united in a concerted effort to obliterate his territory and destroy his 2 fortresses, they would be gradually worn down. However, such a scenario was clearly implausible. One could hardly expect the headhunting tribes to unite. Even if they did manage to rally and emerge from the forest, breaching the defenses of the current miraculous city would be mere folly. Time was invariably on his side. A few days were inconsequential. Yet his army had swelled by nearly 3,000 soldiers, with an additional 3,000 being recruited every 7 days. Over the course of a year, that would amount to a formidable force of 140,000. It is worth noting that these were not the farmers summoned at will by lords in the Middle Ages, but rather a fearsome and elite standing army. Naturally, the corresponding recruitment costs soared to 240,000 gold coins, totaling over 11 million annually. One would be astonished upon calculation, for the wealth accumulated by the Boleyn family over centuries barely reached 2 million. Nevertheless, it matters not. He firmly believes that there must be gold mines on this continent. As long as he eliminates these indigenous people, everything will belong to him. His glorious era officially commences from this very moment. Chapter 67. The battle begins upon the ramparts of the fortress. Vittorio stood tall like a pine, intently observing the relentless tide of headhunters surging below. Crossbowmen continued to suppress the assault. His voice rang out like thunder, a resolute command that resonated through the cacophony of battle, reverberating in the air, with each word imbued with immense force, invigorating the spirits of the defending troops. The crossbow bolts, akin to meteors in the dark night, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, striking with lethal brilliance, finding their mark with unerring precision. The bolts effortlessly pierced the bare bodies of the indigenous warriors, many even passing through entirely, rendering them instantly incapable of resistance as they collapsed to the ground. The anguished cries of the natives intermingled with countless roars, spreading across the tumultuous battlefield. "Fire the crossbows at the densely packed enemy," Vittorio commanded with an unwavering tone, issuing a new order that cut through the battlefield's clamor with undeniable authority. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices thunderous, muscles taut and veins protruding as they exerted their strength to the utmost, turning the winch of the crossbow to its limits. Under the expertly trained operations of the city guards, the towering crossbow gradually adjusted its angle, emitting a deep creaking sound. The robust bowstring was drawn to its maximum tension, poised to snap at any moment, the accumulated power reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous thunderous sounds reverberated like a series of explosive detonations, echoing across the battlefield. In an instant, nearly 3-meter-long, fist-thick bolts were released. Each one carried a tremendous force, transforming into streaks of black lightning as they soared towards the densely packed indigenous masses. Their speed was so astonishing that the eye struggled to perceive them, leaving only a blur in their wake. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a relentless barrage of deafening roars, the bolts crashed into the enemy ranks like cannonballs, raising clouds of dust. The howling wind carried this shockwave, saturating the air with the scent of blood. Each spear struck with terrifying accuracy, lifting 3 or 4 foes into the air, who desperately writhed and emitted hopeless cries, futilely grasping for a sliver of survival. They were then violently slammed back to the ground, producing a heavy thud. The surrounding natives were shaken by this immense force, staggering in disarray, their eyes filled with terror. Outside the fortress, the once tranquil foliage of the jungle now resembled an agitated beehive. A throng of indigenous warriors, armed with primitive weapons, emerged from the forest with wild shrieks, their bodies adorned with strange tattoos that rendered their faces grotesque and frenzied. However, awaiting them was a relentless barrage of firepower akin to a steel storm on the city walls, as brave native warriors continually fell on the path of their charge. Within 300 meters of the walls lay a veritable no-man's land, where countless corpses amassed at a visible rate, creating a grim tableau of death. Vast pools of dark crimson blood swiftly spread across the ground, staining the earth like red silk steeped in gore. The air was thick with a pungent, nauseating scent of blood. Behind the headhunter tribe's forces stood their leader, a towering figure adorned with enigmatic and mystical totems, gripping a formidable wolf-toothed club, its surface marred by the remnants of past brutal skirmishes. At this moment, he perched upon a sturdy tree trunk, gazing down at his fallen kin with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Not only did he feel the profound sorrow for the loss of his tribesmen, but also an overwhelming sense of helplessness regarding the battle at hand. Consumed by urgency and reluctance, he leapt from the branch, brandishing his club, and shouted hoarsely, "Warriors, do not falter. Charge with me." He endeavored to rally their spirits and reorganize an effective assault, yet under the oppressive firepower from the walls, such efforts were destined to be in vain. Among the siege party, though fear had begun to take root in the hearts of the headhunter warriors, spurred on by their leader, they recklessly surged towards the walls. The natives, wielding rudimentary wooden ladders, roared with fierce countenance as they sprinted madly towards the fortifications. However, fate proved to be exceedingly cruel. Before they could approach the walls, they were pierced by a hail of crossbow bolts, their fragile ladders crashing to the ground, mercilessly burying them beneath. Those fortunate enough to avoid the deadly rain struggled to hoist their ladders against the walls, only to be met with the brutal counterattacks of the polearm soldiers. The elevated position of the spearmen afforded them a significant advantage, their long pikes striking like venomous serpents, repeatedly thrusting down upon the climbing natives. The headhunter warriors screamed as they plummeted from the air, landing heavily on the damp earth with a dull thud, the sound echoing the finality of life's extinguishment. Meanwhile, those valiant souls attempting to ensnare the wall as parapets with ropes commenced their silent operations, moving with swift agility akin to a troop of nimble monkeys. However, just halfway up, they were spotted by the vigilant defenders. The crossbowmen swiftly targeted them, unleashing a volley of bolts imbued with the scent of death. Those struck instantly lost their grip, their bodies plummeting like kites severed from their strings, shrieking in despair as they fell. It appeared that constructing fortifications had been an astute decision. These elusive natives, so troublesome and elusive in the jungle, found themselves utterly powerless. Like fish stranded ashore, once they ventured beyond their verdant realm. standing atop the walls in his opulent lordly attire. Seann gazed with a sense of poignant reflection upon the lopsided battle unfolding before him. His autocratic strategies had yielded remarkable results, leaving him quite satisfied. Since the Griffin Knights had first spotted the natives, they had managed to discover and eliminate dozens, even hundreds, of headhunter warriors each day within the depths of the jungle. For 3 consecutive days, small-scale skirmishes unfolded. Today, however, a sudden large-scale assault commenced. Yet this attack proved as futile as striking a stone with an egg against the formidable fortress and its well-trained defenders. Within the stronghold resided 2,000 crossbowmen, 2,000 polearm soldiers, and 500 city guards tasked with operating the siege engines. Upon the discovery of the indigenous people, the enslaved woodcutters, under the protection of soldiers, safely retreated back to the city. In the rear encampment of the fortress, the 1st Legion was stationed with 15,000 troops, accompanied by 1,200 knights, 2,000 city guards, and 2,000 cavalry from the Royal Guard. They stood ready, prepared to reinforce the fortress at a moment's notice. After the fortress was established, when the Headhunter tribe launched its initial probing attack, Ingalls paid little heed. It was only today, as the battle officially commenced, that he arrived at the stronghold. In truth, his presence was unnecessary, yet the prospect of acquiring substantial experience spurred him to hasten his arrival. For an entire morning, the clash raged fiercely, resembling an endless nightmare. Dust filled the air, and the cries of battle echoed thunderously, while blood stained the earth. Ultimately, the indigenous forces, leaving behind countless corpses, fled in disarray back into the forest like disturbed beasts. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Seann immediately commanded the gates to be opened, and the soldiers swiftly surged forth, methodically burying the dead and retrieving crossbow bolts. After a thorough assessment, it was determined that no fewer than 3,000 indigenous warriors had perished outside the walls, while on their side. Aside from a few unfortunate souls who could not be revived due to depleted magical energy, there were no injured personnel. Much of the credit for this success was due to the medical tents, for the priests of the sanctuary were a band of no-nonsense, bald-headed brutes. The advanced medical tents, with a vitality of 300, healing capacity of 50, and 3 uses, priced at 500 gold coins, were both economical and effective. Ingalls, ever mindful of their utility, had brought along 200 of them, as there were no restrictions on quantity. It was precisely through the enhanced medical tents, bolstered by Vittorio's continuous skill upgrades, that this battle was achieved at such a minimal cost. The slain indigenous warriors were predominantly concentrated within 200 meters of the fortress walls, with some pinned to the ground by hefty crossbow bolts, bearing witness to the cruelty and mercilessness of war. Chapter 68. The great battle begins. To let the Griffin Knights take flight and pursue the retreating indigenous forces to see if we can uncover their stronghold. Seann swiftly issued the command. Upon receiving the order, Elena led the Griffin Knight brigade into the sky from the rear of the fortress, swiftly enveloping the already dim forest like a dark cloud. Subsequently, Seann eagerly delved into the system to check his attributes, pondering the potential for significant level advancement with so many foes defeated. Ding. A resounding victory, levels increased. Ding. Acquired a treasure, the spirit of the lion's set. A cascade of notifications rang in his mind, and a delighted smile blossomed on Seann's face. Human hero, Seann Yanhuang profession, priest level, 14 attack, defense, magic power. Knowledge, 55813, 66,914 with equipment bonuses, health, 1,200, attack plus defense 10, mana, 195195, knowledge 10, talent. Limited resurrection, requires soul and body to be intact, experience, 105000 equipment, lion's set, helmet, cloak, necklace, novice set, helmet, armor, gauntlets, boots, warhorse, skills, expert sorcery, increases casting speed by 90, branch, mystical training, reduces spell consumption by 90, expert enlightenment, increases primary attributes by 1 per level, boosts experience gain by 10, branch, wisdom, increases mana cap by 50. Advanced destruction magic, enhances destruction magic power, and allows learning of level 4 destruction spells, branch, master of fire, increases fire magic damage and range. Advanced light magic, enhances light magic power, and allows learning of level 4 light spells. Branch, master of protection, protection magic can be cast on all allied troops and increases duration. In a single battle, his level soared from 6 to 14. Thanks to the enhancements from the enlightenment skill, he gained a total of 16 attribute points, and his mana increased to 195 points. Now he possesses formidable strength, capable of leading a small troop to confront large numbers of enemies, achieving a remarkable transformation. Even more to his delight, he acquired the precious Lion's Spirit set, which enhances morale. Set: Lion's Spirit Lion's Necklace boosts troop morale by 1. Lion's Mane Cloak boosts troop morale by 2. Lion's Crown increases troop morale, boosts luck by 2. Set effect: when the morale of the unit types in the hero's army is high, attack speed is increased by 50. If the equipped hero is a knight, their direct attacks will decrease the morale of targets within a range by 2. From that day onward, battles intensified. Day and night, the natives launched relentless assaults on the fortress, even in the dead of night. The daytime skirmishes were relatively manageable, with the sturdy fortress and overwhelming firepower. The defenders could easily cope. However, as night fell, the situation turned precarious. The effectiveness of crossbow bolts diminished significantly, and casualties began to occur within the fortress. Fortunately, with Seann's resurrection ability, the aid of the first aid tent, and the unwavering support of the paladin, miraculously, not a single soldier perished. Despite the natives' fervent desire to attack, they struggled against the well-fortified fortress, not to mention the supply and support available from the camp behind the fortress. The mere presence of 4,000 soldiers within made it a daunting challenge for them to shake. In the past few days, the levels of 4 heroes have risen significantly, each shining like a brilliant star in the vast sky of war. Klaus led the knights in transporting supplies, while Lateg guarded the camp. They faced assaults from the natives. Yet with their formidable forces and exceptional leadership, they successfully repelled the enemy's advances. Elena leads the Griffin Knights into the depths of the forest each day, executing aerial strikes against the natives. The frequent battles have propelled her level to remarkable heights, placing her third among the 5, trailing only behind Angles and Vittorio, with a growth rate that is nothing short of astounding. As the skirmishes continue, Seann gradually realizes that the offensive and defensive attributes within the game are not as straightforward as he initially presumed. They do not merely enhance attack and defense. Previously, when levels were low, these differences were not particularly evident, but the situation has changed. All troops led by heroes now receive substantial enhancements. The soldiers' physiques have become increasingly robust, their armor more resilient, and their combat effectiveness has surged significantly. The transformation of the Griffins is even more astonishing. Their size has increased by a third. Their wings have grown larger and more powerful, and the claws beneath their strong thighs have sharpened considerably. If previously 10 Griffins were required to contend with the world's dragons, now only 8, or even fewer, suffice, marking a qualitative leap in strength. Although Seann holds the highest level at 14, his primary attributes are concentrated in knowledge and mana, allowing him to provide greater boosts to the magical forces. Consequently, he primarily commands the clergy, casting spells on the battlefield and occasionally resurrecting angels to utilize his expertise. The other 4 heroes contribute more significantly to the physical troops. Thus, from this point onward, the physical forces are entrusted to these sub-heroes, each fulfilling their roles and maximizing the strengths of every hero. Given the substantial losses inflicted upon the natives, it is likely they will remain subdued for a while. As he reflects on this, Seann notices that the battlefield has been thoroughly cleared. With minimal casualties, there is no need for reinforcements. After all, the army is too large for the fortress to accommodate, and everything is perfectly balanced. Vittorio, this matter is now in your hands. When Elena returns, have her come to the castle to see me, Seann stated, glancing around to confirm there were no pressing issues before preparing to depart. Understood, my lord. Vittorio responded with a bow, his tone flat and unembellished. Observing him, Seann couldn't help but smile wryly, pondering how difficult such a stern person could be to engage with. However, it mattered little. As long as they could secure victory in battle, the inclination to converse was inconsequential, for practical experience is the true measure of one's capabilities. Subsequently, Seann mounted his griffin and soared toward the castle. Along the way, he decided to check on the encampment. It remained quite crowded, while supplies had diminished. The troops were fully stationed, preparing for potential upcoming battles, the air thick with tension. Chapter 69. The wedding. Upon returning to the castle's platform, he beheld a group of women basking leisurely in the sun. Darling, come over here and tell us about the battlefield, Mira exclaimed, bounding toward Seann like a joyful fawn, her face alight with a radiant smile. Good day, head of the household. Both aunts also rose to greet him. Mother. After greeting his mother, Seann turned to nod respectfully at his 2 aunts and said, Dear aunts, no need for formality, please sit. Once settled beside his mother, he inquired of Mira, who had been holding on to him, what would you like to hear? Did we emerge victorious? Are the tribal hunters formidable? Mira asked with wide-eyed curiosity. her eyes sparkling with excitement, seemingly unfazed by his earlier nonchalance. Do you doubt our army's capabilities? We have not only triumphed, but have obliterated 3,000 natives. Seann replied with a smile, a hint of pride in his tone. The natives were merely a nuisance in the forest, now that they have been driven out. Their eradication is merely a matter of time. Is that so? Wonderful. Can I go to see it with my aunts? Mira exclaimed, her face lighting up with astonishment, followed by an eager request to witness the front line. You may, but once there, you can only remain within the fortress. Entering the forest is prohibited. Although the natives cannot overpower us outside their domain, they are still lurking around the fortress and ambushes could occur at any moment. After contemplating, Seann acquiesced to Mira's request but laid down strict regulations. Well, when can we go then? Mira asked, a hint of disappointment coloring her voice. Yet her anticipation remained palpable. When Elena returns, turning to his aunts, Seann inquired, how have you been progressing with your studies? Master Seann, we have grasped the basics. Aunt Yana replied cheerfully. General Elena said we now need more flight practice. Beside her, Aunt Isis simply smiled gently and nodded in agreement. That is reassuring. This way, I can feel more at ease when you venture outside. Seann smiled, raising a glass of chilled wine prepared by the old steward and savoring the tranquil moment. Seann, when do you plan to hold your wedding with Mira? His mother suddenly asked, directing her gaze towards him. Mother, could we perhaps wait a couple more days? Let us hold this ceremony after the natives' attack has fully ceased. What do you think, Mira? After a moment's consideration, Seann responded to his mother and turned to Mira for her opinion. Me? I have no objections. Any time is fine with me. Mira tilted her adorable head and sweetly replied, her smile akin to a blooming flower, enchanting and beautiful. Since you both have no objections, I shall instruct the steward to begin preparations for the wedding in the coming days. His mother nodded with satisfaction and then turned to discuss the wedding details earnestly with the steward. Seann, uninterested in those matters, engaged in casual conversation with Mira and his aunts, relishing this rare moment of warmth, momentarily forgetting the smoke and fatigue of the battlefield. As the sun began to set, several hours later, a dark speck appeared in the otherwise azure sky, gradually approaching the castle. As it drew nearer, its form became increasingly distinct, and when it hovered above the castle, its outstretched wings cast a vast shadow below. The wingspan was estimated to be well over 10 meters. Seann gazed in awe at the colossal griffin that descended at the edge of the platform. Elena dismounted with a commanding grace, striding towards him and greeting everyone with a resonant voice. Greetings, my lord, ladies and gentlemen. Teacher, come quickly. Mira approached with uncontainable joy, her eyes sparkling, and took Elena's hand eagerly. The two aunts also greeted her warmly. Good afternoon, General Elena. Seated nearby, their mother offered a gentle nod, her expression radiating warmth and kindness, imbued with the tenderness that only time could bestow. Seann gestured for Elena to join him, saying, Elena, come sit and share the details of your reconnaissance. Elena lowered her gaze slightly, a hint of shame coloring her cheeks as she replied, I apologize, my lord. This reconnaissance mission did not proceed smoothly. The natives proved exceptionally cunning. They not only detected our pursuit, but also led us in circles, laying ambushes along our path. Seann had anticipated such challenges, maintaining a tranquil demeanor as he inquired, I see. Did our warriors suffer any casualties? Although we were unable to locate the enemy stronghold, once discovered, we retaliated fiercely and eliminated all the ambushed natives, approximately over 500. However, it is regrettable that we lost 5 griffin riders, Elena said, her voice tinged with guilt. Upon hearing this, Seann felt a mixture of surprise and quiet admiration. To have vanquished the enemy with such minimal casualties after being ambushed was a testament to the prowess of the seasoned griffin commander. He continued, were the fallen warriors brought back? Indeed, both the knights and their mounts have been returned to Fort Zero, she affirmed. I shall go see them now. Mother, please continue your conversation, he said. Be safe and return soon, their mother urged. In the ensuing days, events unfolded as Seann had anticipated. Aside from a few sporadic minor attacks, the native forces seemed to have vanished without a trace. During this period, he refrained from assigning the slaves to continue the logging operations, as he was on the cusp of the most significant moment of his life, his wedding. On the wedding day, the uppermost platform of the castle was meticulously adorned, transformed into a radiant spectacle. Surrounding it were vibrant red silks, fluttering gently in the breeze like dancing flames, infusing the venue with a festive spirit. Colorful lanterns illuminated the space, casting a bright glow that filled every corner with an atmosphere of joy. As the ceremony commenced, soft, melodious music flowed through the air like a gentle stream. Seann and Mira walked hand in hand down a path strewn with countless blossoms, the fragrance of petals enveloping them. Mira donned a resplendent red gown, adorned with intricate golden embroidery, while several young maidens carefully held up her flowing train. A radiant smile graced Mira's face, her eyes shimmering with captivating light. Seann donned a sharply tailored suit, his stature as upright as a pine tree, exuding the majesty and grace of a lord. With every gesture, he radiated confidence and composure. Guests showered him with warm glances of congratulations, their applause and cheers rising and falling like the tide. The officials from Yanhuang port, led by Domhane, clapped modestly in their exquisite attire, their smiles restrained yet sincere. The senior military officers from the port, under Leon's command, stood in crisp uniforms, their applause resonating louder than all. The fleet's captains, adorned in their unique garb, embodied the adventurous spirit of the sea, punctuating the air with whistles and ribald humor. The four heroes returning from the southern front carried the lingering scent of battle, drawing the attention of those familiar with the brutalities of war. The local dignitaries from Miracle City, led by Illich, and representatives of the residents attended in splendid attire, their faces aglow with genuine joy. Seann's grandfather, Ignacy, led the family members with a look of contentment, witnessing this significant moment, his eyes brimming with blessings for the newlyweds. Attendants and servants scurried about, their footsteps hurried, engrossed in their duties. Their radiant smiles added warmth and a sense of bustling activity to the grand wedding. Chapter 70. The wedding. The banquet was grand in scale, laden with an array of delicacies. A whole roasted lamb, golden and crisp, wafted an enticing aroma, its skin glistening with juices that made one salivate. Exquisite pastries, each uniquely shaped, some resembling blooming flowers, others like soaring birds, offered a taste of sweetness with every bite. Fresh fruits and fine wines, imported from various regions, dazzled the eye with vibrant colors and abundant juice, while the wines exuded a rich fragrance, glimmering alluringly in crystal goblets. Servants tirelessly navigated among the guests, presenting culinary delights and beverages, ensuring that every attendee could fully indulge in this feast. The wedding festivities were a dazzling spectacle, captivating all. Minstrels played lively tunes, their fingers dancing joyfully over the strings, recounting ancient and romantic tales, while their melodic voices soared. Acrobats showcased their remarkable skills, tumbling and leaping through the air, eliciting waves of applause and gasps of amazement from the audience. The lively dance segments prompted everyone to rise and sway gracefully to the rhythm of the music. Skirts swirling in delight, laughter and merriment echoed throughout the venue, creating an extraordinarily vibrant atmosphere where everyone was immersed in joy. Esteemed Lord, it has been 2 months since our last meeting, and I have missed you dearly. Beautiful lady of the manor, you are radiant today, like the most exquisite flower of spring, exclaimed Francis upon seeing Seann and his wife, his voice exaggeratedly loud and his face beaming with smiles. He gestured to the 2 servants behind him, who carefully placed a massive camphor wood box before Ingalls. Seann chuckled teasingly. Francis, you have certainly put on weight since 2 months ago. You must be cautious not to become immobile. Fortunate Francis, what treasures have you brought me? As he spoke, he opened the chest to reveal an array of jewels, exquisite perfumes, a silver mirror, 2 dragon eggs, a bone bow, and 2 vials of mercury contained within crystal bottles, accompanied by several bags of sulfur. I am truly fond of this gift. In recognition of your loyalty and diligence, do tell me, what reward do you wish to receive? Seann inquired, his face alight with a smile as he regarded the plump Francis with admiration. After all, who would not appreciate a devoted and capable subordinate? Although merely 2 months had elapsed since their last meeting, Francis had noticeably gained weight, yet his efficiency and enthusiasm in completing tasks were undeniably commendable. Clad in a deep purple robe of fine fabric, embroidered with golden patterns, he exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. With utmost respect and sincerity, he replied, My lord, I require no reward. From you, I have already received so much. Now, I am considered a prominent merchant in Bravos. That is all you rightfully deserve. How about this? I previously promised you the role of financial steward of the territory, and from tomorrow onward, all financial management of the domain shall be entrusted to you. Furthermore, I bestow upon you the honor of the Yanhuang family. Are you satisfied? Seann contemplated briefly before deciding on Francis's reward. Indeed, esteemed lord, nay patriarch, from this day forth, I shall strive to uphold the honor of the family as my lifelong pursuit. Francis exclaimed, nodding vigorously, his face radiating excitement and pride. He had labored tirelessly in Bravos, and with the territory's support, he had only just become a significant merchant, the prospect of attaining nobility seemed distant. Yet now, to be so effortlessly welcomed into an ancient family was an overwhelming joy beyond words. Very well, Francis. You must continue to work diligently for the family's advancement. Now, go and join the festivities, Seann encouraged him, allowing him to depart, for many guests awaited in line to present their tributes. Other guests also offered precious gifts. A dazzling array of items that sparkled under the light, from exquisite jewelry to magnificent artworks and rare, yellowed tomes. Each token signified loyalty and blessings, embodying the well wishes of the attendees for the newly honored. As guests continued to approach, offering their greetings, blessings, and gifts, the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly lively. After receiving all the well-wishers, Seann greeted everyone and, accompanied by the animated Francis, exited the banquet. He sought to gather more intelligence from beyond the territory. At that moment, a glimmer of focus shone in his eyes as he resumed the role of a calculating lord. The two proceeded to the third-floor hall, where the ambience was serene and solemn. Francis, share with me the information you have gathered over these past 2 months. With a commanding presence, Seann took his place at the head of the hall, foregoing any further pleasantries. His deep, solemn voice resonated in the vast chamber. Francis's expression grew serious as he recounted. Honorable Patriarch, over the past 2 months, aside from gaining greater wealth and influence with the assistance of the fleet, I have primarily focused on executing the tasks you entrusted to me. I have made some progress in acquiring dragon eggs, Valyrian steel, and the 2 materials you require. However, regarding the Targaryen survivors you instructed me to locate, I lost their trail after receiving word of their whereabouts. I overheard this information at a chance commercial gathering. It was said that a royal exile from another continent had arrived in Braavos, accompanied by a group of over 100 individuals, including a boy of 7 or 8 years and a girl approximately 1 year old. Unfortunately, their precise location remains unclear. When I dispatched agents to investigate and confirm their whereabouts for retrieval, I discovered that many were also searching for them, including faceless men assassins. As Francis recalled the tense pursuit, his words quickened. After extensive searching, I ultimately lost track of them, and the last report indicated that someone had assisted their escape to Pentos. Regrettably, I could not confirm this immediately. Upon returning to attend your wedding, I have already increased our operatives in Pentos to gather intelligence. Presently, the continent of Westeros is under the dominion of House Baratheon, while in Essos, apart from the occasional raids by marauders on nearby cities, there have been no significant changes. Having relayed all he knew, Francis anxiously gazed at the silent Ingalls. Initially, he had not understood the importance of finding the Targaryens, but now he comprehended. Having botched such a crucial task left him uneasy, uncertain of how the Patriarch would choose to penalize him. Chapter 71. The wedding once again, the faceless men, those detestable fiends. One day, I shall utterly obliterate them along with their stronghold. After listening to the account, Seann fell into a moment of silence before erupting into a fit of rage. Francis, startled by this sudden outburst, quickly rose to his feet, trembling slightly as he stood aside, unable to meet Seann's gaze. Sit down, this is not your fault. You have worked hard, but the search for further intelligence must continue. Upon your return, you may procure more of the so-called unsullied slaves to strengthen your influence in Braavos. Seann instructed after a moment of contemplation. After a pause, he felt the ire welling up again and added, I will also send several knights to your side to ensure your safety. However, as the Patriarch, one cannot possess slaves in Braavos, Francis hesitantly explained, his voice tinged with caution. Oh, I completely overlooked that this is a city opposed to slavery. Very well, once you have acquired the Unsullied, recruit a mercenary company. In Braavos, you shall command the mercenaries, and in other cities, you will take the Unsullied with you. How does that sound? Seann waved his hand apologetically, and after a moment of contemplation, he proposed a new suggestion, a faint smile of regret gracing his features. No problem, Chief. I shall continue to strive diligently. However, should we not concern ourselves with the Targaryens, who are being relentlessly pursued? Francis, noticing that the head of the household neither punished him nor neglected to assign him a guard, inquired with a hint of uncertainty in his gaze. For now, it is prudent to disregard them. They shall come to no harm, for the dragon god requires their presence. You need only keep a vigilant watch over their movements, ensuring they remain under your surveillance. When the time is ripe, bring them safely before me. Do you understand? After reiterating this, Seann concluded the discussion. Since he could not retrieve them at present, it was best to set the matter aside. In a decade or so, once he unifies the continent, he would have ample opportunity to address it. The immediate priority was to ensure that no other issues arose during this interim, thus surveillance was essential. Understood, Chief. May the dragon god grant us protection. Francis obediently replied in a hushed tone. After an engaging conversation with Francis in the hall, Seann felt elated and spiritedly led him back to the banquet. Beaming with delight, he formally introduced Francis to the prominent officials within the territory. Initially concerned that the newly appointed treasurer might feel somewhat out of place, Seann was pleasantly surprised to find that Francis thrived in the atmosphere, garnering even more popularity than anticipated. The reasons for this were twofold. First, everyone was acutely aware of his imminent assumption of the critical role of treasurer, undoubtedly capturing the attention of all present. Second, Francis possessed considerable acumen. His agile mind and eloquent speech, accompanied by a warm and affable smile, endeared him to the crowd. Those who initially harbored doubts about his capabilities could not help but be won over, genuinely admiring him. The lively banquet continued late into the night, gradually drawing to a close amidst the sounds of laughter and merriment. During the festivities, Francis had thoughtfully arranged for renowned bards from various city-states to perform. These minstrels, celebrated in their localities, enchanted the audience with their melodious songs that floated gracefully through the air, rich in charm. Even the seasoned Seann found himself captivated, immersed in the enchanting melodies. As the banquet concluded, many male guests, thoroughly intoxicated, had already succumbed to slumber on the tables, their snores rising and falling like a chorus. Those with better constitutions, regardless of their status, gathered together, arm in arm, sharing tales of extraordinary adventures, creating a raucous atmosphere. In contrast, the female guests maintained a more refined demeanor, having departed well in advance. The considerate old steward had already prepared cozy and inviting chambers in the castle for them to rest comfortably. As for the men, in this warm and pleasant climate, they could sleep directly on the platform without concern for the chill, finding comfort in their surroundings. Seann and Mira, too, returned early to their bedroom. Lying side by side on the soft bed, Seann gently turned to the side, his voice soft and soothing as he recounted the amusing tales of his childhood. Mira, resembling a startled fawn, nervously yet curiously nestled beneath the covers, listening intently with her wide, unblinking eyes fixed on her husband. As Seann's warm narration unfolded, Mira gradually relaxed her taut nerves, her lips instinctively curving into a smile, and she began to respond softly to his words, enveloping the room in a tender, sweet atmosphere. "Are you no longer anxious? Shall we commence?" Seann lay on his side, his gaze tender as water, affectionately gazing at his radiant wife, whose beauty was further illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp, his heart swelling with love like a surging tide. Commence what?" Mira, still a bit dazed, blinked her glistening eyes and inquired. "Of course, to begin our rest," Seann replied, a playful smile gracing his lips. Mira's startled exclamation suddenly filled the room as Seann abruptly lifted the covers. In the next moment, he rolled over, their eyes meeting. His breath was heavy and warm, infused with a potent masculinity, gently wafting toward the blushing Mira beneath him. Her heart raced like a startled deer, and after a fleeting moment of panic, she slowly extended her arms, smooth as satin, wrapping them around Seann's neck, pulling him close. Mira's sweet and charming nature imbued even her responses with a subtle, yet fervent affection. After all, the man before her was her lifelong companion and husband, and she willingly entrusted her entire being to him. Chapter 72. The resurgence of conflict. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, delicately illuminating the room. After a night of passion, Seann awoke invigorated, turning to gaze at the beautiful figure beside him, still asleep from the fatigue of the previous night. His heart brimmed with tenderness and affection as he silently vowed, "No one shall take away my happiness." He moved gently, carefully slipping out of bed to avoid disturbing her sweet dreams. He then summoned the maid, Dila, softly instructing her to stand by the door and wait for Mira to rise, while he strode with light steps toward the castle hall to enjoy breakfast with his mother. That day presented no urgent matters demanding his attention. In truth, since entrusting various affairs to his capable subordinates, he found himself with rare leisure. However, this leisurely and pleasant existence was precisely what he yearned for. At least until he grew weary, he intended to fully savor this tranquility and ease. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he wandered to the castle terrace, lazily reclining in a lounge chair, and accessed the system to review the latest data. Unbeknownst to him, 2 weeks had slipped by. During this interval, the number of soldiers had proliferated like mushrooms after a rain, increasing steadily each day. Remaining resources, 420. 492 gold coins, 1,065 units of stone, increasing by 140 weekly. 3, 650 units of wood, increasing by 140 weekly. 220 units of mercury, increasing by 2 units weekly. 350 units of sulfur, increasing by 2 units weekly. 2. 560 units of gems, increasing by 10 units weekly, and 150 units of crystal, increasing by 2 units weekly. Current troops, 0 farmers, fully trained. 8. 400 first-tier spear soldiers, training to replenish to 12,000. 6. 720 second-tier crossbowmen, training to replenish to 10,000. 3. 000 third-tier royal guards. 4. 480 fourth-tier griffin knights, combined with 4. 480 crusaders. 2. 448 fifth-tier holy judges, fanatics, training to replenish to 3,000. And 992 sixth-tier elite knights, paladins, training to replenish to 2,000. In total, there are 22,000 low-tier soldiers and 9,486 tier soldiers. Upon observing the data presented by the system, Seann couldn't help but furrow his brow, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. It is imperative to replenish the gold coins swiftly, otherwise, when the gold is entirely exhausted, he would be left helpless when refreshing soldiers. With this thought, he felt invigorated, a rush of adrenaline coursing through him, reminiscent of the fervor he experienced while gaming in his past life, fiery and passionate. He immediately rose, striding purposefully back to the hall, where he instructed the old steward to summon the slaves to continue their previous tasks. Subsequently, he returned to the platform and summoned his personal griffin. The griffin had grown increasingly majestic, its wings unfurled, blocking out the sun. Seann mounted it and galloped towards the Zero Fortress. On his way, he spotted Rack at the temporary camp, busily engaged in work. Signaling for the griffin to descend, he called out to Rack, directing him to arrange the camp's defenses and to set out with the main force, stating that he would await them in the forest ahead. After patting the griffin's neck, he continued his flight towards the destination, hearing Rack's loud reply behind him, acknowledging the task with assurance. Upon arriving at the fortress, Seann surveyed his surroundings but noticed the absence of the griffin knights, which struck him as peculiar. He looked up to see Vittorio diligently inspecting the machinery atop the city walls, and he inquired loudly, "Where has Elena gone? What of the Griffin Knight squad?" Without turning his head, Vittorio responded in a low voice, "Elena has taken the knights to patrol the forest." "Very well, Vittorio. Today's mission is to clear the site for the establishment of the second fortress. Ensure that the remaining soldiers are well prepared and fail-proof." Seann paid little heed to Vittorio's demeanor as he gazed towards the dense forest, issuing the command. "Understood, my lord." Vittorio nodded decisively before turning and descending the city walls with a steady gait. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of noise erupted within the fortress. The soldiers, upon hearing the call to assemble, swiftly gathered from all directions towards the open space at the center of the fortress. Standing atop the city wall, Seann gazed with an upright posture for a moment before turning to survey the soldiers assembled within the fortress, a look of satisfaction gracing his countenance. Today, he would personally accompany these soldiers to the outskirts of the forest, providing them with magical support. At precisely 11 o'clock in the morning, the troops, having finished their meal ahead of schedule, began to emerge from the fortress in succession, with the exception of the 500 city guards operating the crossbows atop the wall. Just then, a sudden and urgent rumbling sound approached, causing the very ground beneath the fortress to tremble violently. The crowd turned their gazes towards the source of the commotion, witnessing the northern gate of the fortress slowly creaking open. Elite knights clad in vibrant red armor, led by paladins in resplendent golden armor, surged forth like a colossal red dragon, streaming in. Klaus, leading the charge, was the first to reach the base of the southern wall. He removed his helmet and looked up at Seann on the wall, calling out loudly, "My lord, the entire Knight Order and the Royal Cavalry are in position. Please issue your command." Upon hearing this, Seann glanced down at Klaus with a sense of resignation and patiently explained, "Klaus, today we are executing defensive and protective operations in the forest. The terrain there is intricate and not conducive to a large-scale deployment of the Knight Order. Since you are already here, you may patrol the outer perimeter of the fortress to ensure the safety of the road between the campsite and the fortress." After a moment of contemplation, Seann decided to assign the formidable Knight Order to monitor the transport routes. "Understood, my lord." Klaus initially wished to seize the opportunity to engage in battle and showcase the valor of the Knight Order on the battlefield, yet he reluctantly accepted the command. Turning away, he hastened to relay the task to the awaiting knights. Though a sense of discontent lingered in his heart, he understood the rationale behind the Lord's decision. Seann regarded the powerful knights with a tinge of regret. In the current phase of conflict against the indigenous forces, they were indeed of little utility. Although they could dismount to fight, such actions would be futile in the thorny and rugged terrain of the forest. just as in the previous contest between the royal guards and the paladins, where the latter had perilously claimed victory while forsaking their advantages. At present, he lacked ordinary soldiers, but rather, he sought specialized troops suited for combat in the forest. How he longed for a stronghold of the forest folk, those elusive elven hunters who struck with unmatched precision, and the once mighty melee masters, the blade dancers, the diminutive yet exquisite flower fairies, each a specialist in woodland warfare. Alongside the spell-casting druids, the defensive treants, and the formidable ultimate unit, the Emerald Dragon. After Klaus had assigned tasks to all the knights and sent them off to patrol, a large contingent led by Roger also arrived at the northern gate of the fortress. The heroes, each distinguished by their unique talents, commanded various types of troops, each with their own distinct characteristics. For instance, Vittorio, with his masterful siege talents, combined with his expertise in siege machinery and advanced offensive tactics, becomes an unparalleled force. The siege engines under his command inflict damage that is significantly heightened, their might at least 3 or 4 times that of other heroes. Thus, although he leads merely 4,000 system soldiers, when coupled with the siege-operating city guards, the total rises to 6,000. However, this formidable force, augmented by crossbows, rivals the combat prowess of the much larger First Legion. Chapter 74. The resurgence of conflict after a midday meal. The ground troops commenced their advance without pausing, their footsteps resonating harmoniously through the forest. The melee units were tasked with establishing a defensive line 10 miles away to shield the approaching slaves, allowing them to work unperturbed while felling trees. After an additional 30 minutes, the contingent arrived at an open clearing near a small thicket, a stark contrast to the dense surrounding woods. Here, large trees were scarce, and sunlight poured down unobstructed, illuminating the area like daylight, rendering it conspicuously bright against the dimness of the forest. The leader of the forward unit, Roger, approached Seann with respect and proposed that they establish their defensive line here. With a command issued, a series of swift sounds echoed as 3,000 guards unsheathed their long swords in unison, firmly grasping the hilts. They raised their blades high and brought them down with force, severing the small thicket at the roots like streaks of silver lightning. The scattered trees, too, succumbed to the relentless strikes of the guards, falling one by one. Promptly, the guards adeptly removed the thicket and fallen trunks, clearing a square area sufficient to accommodate all soldiers. The city guards, working together, lifted the crossbows into position. Traversing the uneven forest floor proved challenging, but with the abundance of city guards, the effort was manageable. These crossbows, substantial in size, crafted from sturdy timber and tempered iron, gleamed with a chilling metallic sheen. The guards arranged the crossbows in an orderly fashion and began to adjust their angles, aiming at a 60-degree incline towards the forest ahead. The crossbowmen stood quietly behind the machines, clad in lightweight leather armor, their expressions serene as they gripped their crossbows. Closer to the forest, 1,000 heavy polearm soldiers formed a semicircular defensive formation, their brand-new armor glistening under the sun, with polearms towering over them, their blades exceptionally sharp. These armaments were specially forged by the blacksmiths at Engel's behest, and the Unit S classification had transitioned from polearm soldiers to heavy polearm soldiers. Although their individual prowess remained at the first tier, donning the heavy armor significantly enhanced their survivability. After all, survival on the battlefield is paramount for effective output. Through this experience, Engels discerned certain intricacies of castle construction, akin to the blacksmith's shop and the shipyard. Their emergence in reality transcended mere gameplay, serving functions far more complex. Alongside the establishment of the blacksmith shop were dozens, if not hundreds, of master blacksmiths and numerous auxiliary workers, capable of crafting gear absent from the game and innovating upon existing equipment. Indeed, this functionality was only made available after the upgrade. The blacksmith shop, upon enhancement, is now referred to as the military factory, while the dock has transformed into the shipyard. The scale and workforce have notably increased. The costs associated with upgrading these two structures are considerably steep, amounting to 100-fold of the original price. However, the influx of industrial talent justifies the investment. A mere 100 meters ahead lies a forest still shrouded in twilight. The guards are divided into 2 factions, stationed on either side of the crossbowmen and siege engines, brandishing shields and long swords, ever vigilant of their surroundings. 2,500 arcane holy justiciars and fanatics are strategically dispersed among the ranged soldiers, capable of striking enemies with magical projectiles. Should foes encroach upon their vicinity, these formidable bald warriors are prepared to wield their long-handled warhammers, safeguarding the vulnerable crossbow units. The fanatics, with hands clasped in fervent prayer, chant incantations, ready to bestow enhancing spells upon their comrades as the battle commences, unleashing arcane strikes upon adversaries. The Griffin Knights split into 2 squadrons, continuing their patrol deeper into the forest. Mounted upon their griffins, they navigate through the underbrush with keen eyes, leaving no corner unexamined, providing vital intelligence to the main force. The remainder of the battalion remains stationed on the flanks and the trunks behind, observing from a vantage point, carefully monitoring the surroundings to prevent any indigenous ambushes upon the ranged units. With all preparations complete, the soldiers stand ready, an atmosphere of tension enveloping the clearing. Each individual holds their breath, anticipating the onset of combat. Seann requires no command to engage. At times, he guides his griffin into the depths of the forest to assess the situation, weaving through the dense foliage and scrutinizing the ambient activity. Occasionally, he soars towards the fortress to ascertain the progress of the slaves in their logging efforts. These slaves labored diligently under the blazing sun, their garments soaked in sweat as they swing axes repeatedly against the trees, each clash resonating like a prelude to battle. In the tranquil forest, only the faint sounds of breathing and the sporadic chirping of birds can be heard. However, this serenity is soon disrupted. From the direction of the fortress, the resounding crash of falling trees echoes, akin to a distant thunder, rising and intensifying. Simultaneously, a piercing and mournful shriek from the griffins rings out from the forest ahead, signaling the emergence of foes. Seann hovers in the air upon his griffin, gazing down at the elite soldiers poised for action below, his heart swelling with admiration for the exquisite craftsmanship of the system. In this moment, his spirit ignites with excitement, reminiscent of his initial venture into the forest to vanquish the natives. A torrent of fervor surges within him, his heartbeat quickens, blood rushing through his veins, his eyes shimmering with exhilaration. Attention, everyone! The enemy approaches. Victory for the dragon god, glory for ourselves. The warriors blessed by the dragon god shall fear nothing. With a voice imbued with fervor, he can no longer contain his rising enthusiasm, shouting to the soldiers, his words reverberating through the forest, imbued with power. This is his slight modification to the Yufu ceremony, incorporating motivational phrases into skill usage, allowing the effects of the skills to resonate with all allied soldiers. Dragon God's blessing. All soldiers, raise your weapons and shout in unison. The deafening roar seemed to shake the very forest itself. Subsequently, Seann presented the Lionheart armor set to Vittorio. This exquisite ensemble, crafted from fine leather and gleaming metal, bore intricate engravings and lion motifs symbolizing courage. The 3 pieces collectively enhanced morale by 5 points and luck by 2 points, ensuring the troop spirits remained perpetually elevated, their momentum unstoppable. Heavy halberdiers, prepare. At the rear of the halberdiers, Raj drew his shimmering longsword, raising it high as he commanded with authoritative resonance. Upon hearing the order, the clattering of armor echoed as the heavy halberdiers stepped back with their right feet, gripping their long halberds tightly and leaning slightly forward. Instantly, they transitioned into an offensive stance, muscles tensed and eyes radiating fierce combat intent, poised to confront the enemy's advance. Crossbowmen, prepare. Crossbows ready. Vittorio began issuing commands, his voice steady and powerful, akin to conducting a grand symphony. The game transformed into reality, adhering to logical principles. The crossbow's mechanism, while immensely powerful, was also quite heavy. In its initial state, a crossbowman could fire a maximum of 6 bolts before exhaustion set in. However, thanks to the enhancements from the hero's offensive and defensive attributes, the crossbowman's firing capacity significantly increased. What once required 2 hands to wield could now be easily operated with 1, as the crossbowmen's physiques had become notably more robust, their strength considerably augmented. At that moment, the crossbowmen, upon receiving the command, skillfully and swiftly loaded their crossbows, awaiting the launch order with unwavering determination. Fingers firmly poised on the triggers, ready to deliver a lethal strike to the enemy. Chapter 75. The brutal battle operating the crossbow in reality was quite complex. Each crossbow required 10 city guards to collaborate efficiently. 2 would exert force to draw the string, while another pair swiftly loaded the bolts, completing the entire process in seamless succession. 2 individuals were tasked with rotating the winch, their arm muscles bulging as each turn demanded immense strength. 4 others were responsible for adjusting the crossbow's aim, gripping the handles tightly and focusing intently on the enemy's position to make rapid adjustments. The necessity of such a sizable crew was not due to the complexity of operating the crossbow, but rather to expedite and ease the process. These city guards, having undergone Vittorio's rigorous training coupled with his innate enhancements, had become adept at swiftly controlling the crossbow's aiming, loading, and firing mechanisms. Within mere minutes, all preparations were completed, awaiting the launch command. At that moment, extraordinary power surged forth as the Holy Arbiter and the enthusiasts began to bestow magical enhancements upon all soldiers. The power of justice. A third-tier magic mastered by the enthusiasts was one of the war magics. As the enthusiasts chanted incantations, their hands swiftly formed mysterious seals, unleashing streams of red light that enveloped the soldiers. Under the influence of magic, the soldiers experienced a significant enhancement in both strength and speed, their eyes betraying a flicker of rage. The extraordinary divine power, a first-tier war magic mastered by the holy judicators, saw them raise their war hammers and chant ancient incantations. Golden light radiated from their hands, casting beams of brilliance upon the soldiers, augmenting their offensive capabilities. As a first-tier magic, this extraordinary power required less energy and boasted a longer duration, proving itself not inferior to the righteous force. Each had its merits. Initially, these casters possessed just enough magical energy to unleash 4 spells. Yet, after acquiring the knowledge of angles, their magical prowess and witchcraft enhancements substantially increased the duration, range, and reservoir of magical energy, whilst minimizing spell consumption to a mere fraction. As devout followers, once their mana was depleted, they could harness the power of the system, Dragon God, to summon holy fire from the heavens to strike their foes, requiring no personal energy expenditure. Unyielding resilience, redirecting projectiles. Upon completing his incantation, Seann began to bestow magic upon the soldiers. First, 2 group spells enhanced by skills enveloped all the soldiers in a green glow, fortifying their defenses. Subsequently, a cascade of golden light descended, diminishing the enemy's ranged attacks by 70%. Next was a first-tier spell, Rapid Action, which increased the combat speed of the troops, consuming but a modicum of magical energy. The continuous brilliance of magic enveloped the poised soldiers, significantly elevating their combat capabilities, surpassing their inherent levels of offense and defense. This flurry of actions, though seemingly prolonged, transpired in mere minutes. The soldiers did not wait long. From the shadowy depths of the forest ahead, a throng of flickering silhouettes began to emerge, gradually clarifying as they drew closer. A group of natives surged forth from the woods, tall and dark-skinned, some clad in rudimentary animal hides, others bare-chested, displaying bizarre markings. Exterminate the outsiders. Charge for the tribe. Surround them. Do not let these intruders escape. They wielded an array of primitive weapons, emitting strange cries and utterances, their gazes filled with madness and enmity. Among them, figures resembling leaders stealthily guided a faction of the natives to leap and maneuver through the branches, flanking to the sides. Ranged troops, prepare. 300 meters ahead, cover fire. Fire. Seann, perched upon his griffin above the troops, was the first to spot the enemy, swiftly calculating the distance. Pointing towards the adversaries, he issued the command for the ranged troops to open fire. 300 meters ahead, unleash 3 volleys of covering fire. Launch. Vittorio echoed the command from the ground, akin to the drums of war, igniting the soldiers' fighting spirit. With a swift whoosh, the crossbow bolts, varying in size yet equally swift as lightning, soared diagonally into the distance. As they were released in perfect unison, 2 distinct sounds echoed, one resonant and the other sharp, accompanied by the whistling wind that sliced through the air, targeting the foes ahead. Before the initial volley could reach the ground, a second barrage was unleashed, swiftly followed by a third. The bolts, both large and small, amassed like ominous clouds, casting a shadow over the distant forest. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the bolts found their marks, piercing the bodies of the indigenous warriors and impaling them mercilessly into the earth or the trunks of trees. In an instant, the frontline defenders were met with relentless screams and torrents of blood staining the ground, as their bodies fell like lifeless scarecrows. The previously restless shadows diminished significantly, leaving the forest shrouded in silence once more, the indigenous people clearly stunned by the ferocity of the 3 waves of arrows. Though they had previously assaulted the fortress and endured similar onslaughts, the narrow confines of the forest rendered the horror of the arrow rain palpable. Those hidden among the trees watched helplessly as their kin, sprinting ahead, were struck down by the relentless hail of bolts not far away. Within a radius of 300 meters, the ground, tree trunks, and bodies alike were riddled with crossbow bolts of varying sizes. Some unfortunate souls were skewered like hedgehogs, blood gushing forth, saturating every inch of ground and bark. Though initially caught off guard, the indigenous warriors fell silent for only a brief moment. Driven mad by the deaths of their comrades, the majority abandoned their ground assault, scaling the trees instead, intent on launching a renewed aerial assault. They climbed with the agility of monkeys, weapons in hand, their eyes alight with fervor and a thirst for vengeance. 200 meters ahead, firepower was unleashed. The arrows, once again forming a dark cloud, surged toward the already beleaguered ground. However, this time, the results were scant, as the indigenous warriors had anticipated the attack, cleverly taking cover behind tree trunks to evade the crossbow bolts. The melee forces prepared while the ranged units freely selected their aerial targets. Hovering in the air, Seann discerned their intentions and quickly adapted his defensive strategy, his keen gaze promptly assessing the enemy's movements and adjusting accordingly. With the command issued, the agile warriors leapt from the trees towards the melee troops below, hurling their ranged weapons mid-flight. These were wooden spears, their tips honed to a smooth, sharp point, visibly coated with a deadly poison that glimmered with a faint green hue. After launching their spears with great force, the robust warriors soared into the air, brandishing stone axes, daggers, and clubs. With faces contorted in fury, they howled as they lunged toward the heavily armed infantry, their cries brimming with primal ferocity, as if intent on tearing apart everything in their path. In that moment of ascent, the crossbowmen each locked onto their targets. The relentless hiss of arrows filled the air, unleashing a barrage upon the airborne foes, piercing their exposed flesh and forcefully propelling them away. The crossbow bolts, propelled by immense force, pierced through the bodies of the indigenous people, blood splattering through the air as their forms plummeted to the ground like kites severed from their strings. Chapter 76. The Grievous Battle 2. Preparations for Close Combat. Unfettered Assault. The warriors blessed by the dragon god, fearless and resolute. Raj raised his longsword high, shouting to inspire his soldiers to advance courageously. With the dragon god's protection, kill. The soldiers, emboldened, echoed their battle cry, undaunted by the indigenous people's primitive wooden weapons. Their voices resonated in unison, as if to drown out the cries of their adversaries. The frontline soldiers moved in perfect synchrony. The sound of their polearms piercing flesh filled the air, as the descending indigenous fighters, unable to land their strikes, were met with a torrent of blood flung from the polearms. The polearm wielders swung their weapons with formidable force, each thrust imbued with tremendous power, impaling the bodies of the indigenous warriors. Blood flowing along the blades. The outermost polearm soldiers repeated two simple, yet effective maneuvers. Gripping their polearms tightly, they aimed at airborne targets, gathering strength before thrusting, then retracting their weapons to regain momentum for another strike. The indigenous fighters, unable to evade in the air, were mercilessly slaughtered in this manner. However, the soldiers could not sustain such exertion for long. The toll on their bodies would eventually become unbearable. Fortunately, in today's battle, they could alternate with their comrades in the rear, as the semicircular defensive line boasted 2 layers of polearm soldiers. When the first line grew weary, they swiftly retreated, allowing the second line to take their place and continue the fight. Meanwhile, on the branches to the left and right, numerous figures of the indigenous people silently emerged. Initially, they appeared as mere shadows, indistinct and elusive, but as they moved, their forms gradually became clearer. These indigenous warriors darted among the branches with the agility of nimble monkeys, exuding an untamed primal ferocity, every muscle radiating raw power. Their taut muscles were filled with explosive energy, each leap executed with precision as they gracefully bounded from one tree to another, their speed so swift that it eluded the eye. Changing positions in the blink of an eye. To the left, an ambush. To the right, enemies detected. The vigilant Griffin Knights widened their eyes in alarm, bellowing at the top of their lungs to issue a warning. Yet, before their cries had fully dissipated in the air, the indigenous warriors appeared before them like phantoms. Leading them was an indigenous warrior wielding a sharp-boned spear, his dark skin adorned with bizarre and uncanny totems, his gaze glinting with a bloodthirsty madness, akin to a ravenous beast. Utilizing the elasticity of the branches, he launched himself into the air, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he lunged towards the nearest Griffin Knight. The Griffin sensed the impending threat, emitting a distressed cry while vigorously flapping its wings, stirring a gust of wind in an attempt to maintain balance and evade the assault. The Knight's reaction was remarkably swift. He drew his sword in an instant, fiercely parrying the incoming bone spear. The clash of metal against bone erupted with a jarring sound, akin to sharp instruments scraping against glass, sending chills down one's spine. Observing this, the other natives followed suit, and soon the branches were teeming with movement, a cacophony of battle cries and the clamor of clashing weapons intertwining in chaotic disarray. The situation on the right side was equally precarious. A group of natives, nimbly scaling the thick branches, moved with the agility of lively squirrels. In the blink of an eye, they had encircled a griffin knight. Their weapons were diverse and eclectic: stone axes, wooden mallets, and meticulously woven lassos crafted from vines. Among them was a particularly burly native, brandishing a stone axe while shouting incomprehensible words in a bizarre tongue. He leapt high, a bloodthirsty grin on his face, and brought the axe down with tremendous force upon a knight's armor. The impact resounded like a heavy blow to a fortified gate, and the knight, struck hard, felt blood seep from the corner of his mouth. He hastily steadied his mount and attempted to evade, only to find his arm ensnared by a lasso thrown by another native. In that instant, he found himself in dire straits. Beset by a flurry of attacks from all sides, forced to defend himself with great difficulty. Thus, a more intense battle erupted in full force. The battlefield transformed into a boiling cauldron of noise. The natives' bizarre curses mingled with the desperate cries of the dying, the soldiers' fervent battle cries, and the piercing shrieks of griffins. The sickening sound of weapons penetrating flesh, the whistling of crossbow bolts, and the hushed prayers of priests beseeching the divine all joined the fray. Soon, the sharp whistle of magic slicing through the air was added to the symphony. These myriad sounds intertwined, rising and falling in a brutal symphony of war. Drenched in blood and cruelty, from the current state of affairs, it was evident that the natives were being overwhelmed by the fully armed, well-trained soldiers, with little hope of retaliation. Although they attempted ranged attacks, their wooden weapons merely bounced off the soldiers' sturdy armor, akin to feathers brushing against a wall, causing no significant harm and being wholly disregarded. The native spears and stones struck the armor with a dull thud, leaving not even a dent. Yet, undeterred by the prospect of death, the natives surged forth from the forest, their steps resolute as they recklessly charged at the polearmed soldiers and griffin knights. The ground beneath them was already soaked with blood, turning into a treacherous mire, as countless bodies lay strewn about in pools of crimson. The stench of blood permeating the air, inducing nausea. The foremost polearmed soldiers steadfastly held their ground, standing tall like ancient pines, their heavy polearms glinting with a chilling light in the sunlight, resembling the scythe of death itself. With synchronized, thunderous shouts, their sharp, long spears lunged forward with the swiftness of a striking serpent. Each assault was imbued with raw power and the harrowing cries of the indigenous people. The foremost among them, caught unawares, was swiftly pierced by the long spear, his body akin to a marionette with severed strings, helplessly lifted aloft as scalding blood erupted like a fountain, showering the earth and stirring up clouds of dust. Yet, the gruesome demise of their kin did not deter those behind. Their eyes ablaze with fury, they pressed on recklessly, undeterred. These frenzied indigenous warriors employed ferocious tactics, lunging at the spear wielders from all directions like ravenous wolves. Some nimble fighters deftly evaded the soldiers' attacks and brought them crashing to the ground. Eagerly, they brandished their stone sickles, axes, and spiked clubs, unleashing every ounce of strength upon the exposed bodies of their adversaries. The dull thuds of impact rang out incessantly. Yet these primitive weapons striking against sturdy armor produced merely the sound of a mere insect attempting to shake a tree, inflicting no real harm upon the soldiers. However, having thrived in the forest for generations, they possessed a wealth of hunting experience, their agility rivaling that of monkeys in the trees. After a brief setback, they quickly regained their composure, their keen observational skills allowing them to pinpoint the vulnerable eyes and necks of the spear wielders. In Chapter 77, the brutal clash continued. Their movements were fluid as they skillfully evaded the soldiers' defenses, deftly drawing forth their bone daggers. With fierce glints in their eyes, they struck with lightning speed toward the exposed eyes of the warriors. The heavy infantrymen emitted anguished howls, their cries laden with profound pain and rage. Some instinctively raising their arms to shield against the lethal onslaught. Others, summoning all their strength, swung their long spears in a desperate attempt to fend off these relentless adversaries. Yet, once the indigenous warriors seized an opportunity, they clung to their prey like famished beasts. Though they remained standing, the exhaustion etched upon their faces was undeniable. Their fallen comrades lay forever upon this blood-stained ground, their armor tarnished with crimson. As the number of close-range foes surged, the seemingly unassailable defense began to show cracks that could not be concealed. The situation took a dire turn, plunging the conflict into the most brutal phase of hand-to-hand combat. The battlefield resonated with the cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails, a deafening symphony that sent chills down the spine. Amidst the fierce struggle, soldiers found sweat cascading down like rain, mingling with the blood flowing from their wounds. Each heavy drop fell upon the bloodied earth, blooming into dark red blossoms. A rough estimate revealed that nearly 10,000 indigenous lives had been extinguished thus far, a horrifying figure that continued to rise as the battle raged on. 1/3 of the onslaught stemmed from the initial 3 volleys of arrows. These barges served as a harbinger, heralding the onset of a brutal conflict, a grim overture to the bloody theater of war. Suspended in midair, Seann surveyed the battlefield, acutely aware of the precarious situation unfolding on both flanks. Yet, deep within, he recognized that the tides of battle still firmly favored his side. On the front lines, the heavy infantry fought valiantly, every inch of ground soaked with their sweat and blood. Their defenses, battered by the relentless onslaught of indigenous warriors, bore countless wounds, with vulnerabilities sprouting like mushrooms after a rainstorm. Nevertheless, their resolve was harder than steel, steadfastly holding their ground in a life-and-death struggle against their foes. The resistance of the heavy infantry was not in vain. Behind them, over 6,000 ranged soldiers operated like a finely tuned war machine, unhindered by any attacks, methodically loosing arrows. The ceaseless rain of arrows and energy projectiles, accompanied by the howling winds, descended upon the enemy like swarms of lethal locusts, providing timely support to the bloodied soldiers at the forefront. The remaining contingent of over 6,000 quickly shifted their focus under the leadership of 2 heroes, directing their efforts towards the assailants on both sides. These indigenous warriors, entangled in fierce combat with the Griffin Riders, were markedly distinct from their kin on the ground. Tall and robust, their athletic forms radiated a wild, dynamic energy. Agile and swift, they were clearly the elite among their ranks. Remarkably, through their harmonious cooperation, a mere duo or trio could contend with a griffin and its rider, often gaining the upper hand in brief skirmishes. However, the vast disparity in weaponry and individual prowess remained an insurmountable chasm, a bottleneck they could not overcome, even if they managed to secure a fleeting advantage through their ambushes. Transforming that advantage into an ultimate victory proved elusive. After all, their adversaries comprised nearly 5,000 fierce griffins and an equal number of well-coordinated riders. A formidable force capable of engaging in mortal combat with hundreds of draconic creatures. Yet, the battlefield was ever-changing, and some elusive foes breached the barriers, advancing towards the ranks of the ranged soldiers. As these seemingly delicate figures concentrated on their distant targets, a glint of cruelty and bloodlust flickered in the eyes of the indigenous warriors. A sinister smile curled upon their lips, convinced they were about to plunge into a bloody slaughter. However, just as they anticipated a rampage through the throng, a cadre of burly, bald-headed men surged forth from the previously indifferent ranks of archers. The indigenous people were utterly oblivious to the prowess of the bald giants. In their perception, formidable warriors were meant to charge boldly into battle rather than cower in the rear. Thus, this self-assured group of natives, fervently shouting their fervent slogans, launched a frenzied assault towards the bald figures. However, their grandiose expectations swiftly crumbled. Awaiting them were the glimmering war hammers wielded by the bald priests. With a single blow each, these unfortunate souls met their grim fate, their brains bursting forth in a grotesque spectacle of red and white, a scene too horrific to behold. A few fortunate ones narrowly evaded this lethal strike. Fueled by the grief of their fallen comrades and the exhilaration of impending vengeance, they leaped forward, their wolf-toothed clubs and stone axes slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, crashing down towards the bald figures. Alas, their noble aspirations shattered like fragile bubbles. The stricken bald priests merely brushed off the dust from their bodies, unscathed. Reciting enigmatic verses, they raised their massive hammers high, ruthlessly sending these fortunate few to the afterlife to reunite with their kin. The battle commenced with ferocity and concluded with equal abruptness. The bald priests smacked their lips, seemingly still savoring the thrill of the melee. They then turned back to their ranks of archers, resuming their relentless barrage of energy projectiles against the distant foes. The conflict raged on, and Seann meticulously observed every corner of the battlefield. With fervent gestures and whispered incantations, he cast resurrection spells, pulling fallen soldiers back from the brink of death. However, with each revival, his magical energy dwindled like water through a sieve. Realizing this could not continue, he decisively altered his strategy, relinquishing his fixation on resurrection. He raised his right hand, gesturing forward, and began to chant a spell, his fingertips shimmering with radiant light, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. Chapter 78. The End of Battle. Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow. Magic Arrow. 15 energy arrows, enveloped in dazzling brilliance, surged forth like lightning towards their designated target. In an instant, these arrows pierced through the enemy's bodies, leaving behind mere pinprick wounds before vanishing without a trace. The magic arrows flew forth from his fingertips as though they were free of cost. Alone, empowered by formidable magical strength, he single-handedly suppressed the frenzied assault of the indigenous warriors in a specific area, stalling the enemy's onslaught. Under the weight of this potent magical assault, the natives endured devastating losses with each passing moment. After several desperate charges, fewer and fewer foes emerged from the forest, their momentum gradually waning. At that moment, the Griffin Knights, previously dispatched for reconnaissance, descended upon the indigenous rear like divine warriors. Previously, they were relentlessly ensnared by a contingent of indigenous forces. After a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished their adversaries. At this moment, they pressed on, launching a devastating counterattack against the natives from the rear. These griffins, tempered by the crucible of battle, had grown increasingly robust, each sinew brimming with vigor. With their knights aboard, they descended upon the foes clinging to the trunks with the ferocity of warplanes. Once, the spears that could pierce their wings were now repelled by feathers as unyielding as iron. The knights, clad in uniform light-scale armor, rendered the primitive weapons utterly ineffective against their formidable defense. Reflecting upon the fallen comrades who had perished at the hands of the natives in overwhelming numbers, it was evident that their demise came from targeted assaults on vital areas. Observing the tide of battle shifting, Ingalls gestured decisively, dispatching soldiers to guard the perimeter and all available sentinels. With their reinforcements, the conflict swiftly approached its conclusion. Seann, witnessing this, calmly guided the griffins to a gentle landing. Once the battle ceased, the soldiers sprang into action, methodically clearing the battlefield. They meticulously retrieved usable crossbow bolts, sought the remains of the fallen, tended to the wounded, and accounted for the number of defeated natives, burying the dead on sight. Seann, too, was not idle. He concentrated, casting resurrection spells to restore more fallen soldiers to the fray. However, after reviving 200, his magical reserves were utterly depleted, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Once these tasks were complete, he descended to the ground and accessed the system to review his status. Ding. A magnificent victory achieved. Level up. Ding. Treasures acquired. Brave armor. Ring of Will's extinction. Ice crystal shield. Golden horseshoe. Infinite golden sack. Armor of the unsung hero. Human hero. Seann Yanhuang class. Priest level. 20 attack. 8 defense. 8 magic. 13 knowledge. 17. Equipped with 991,418 enhancements. Health. 1,600. Attack increases defense by 10. Mana. 200255. Knowledge 10. Talent. Limited resurrection. Requires the soul and body to be intact. Experience. 2190200000. Equipment. Novice set. Endless golden sack skills. Expert sorcery. Increases casting speed by 90. Branch. Mystical training. Reduces spell consumption by 90. Mana regeneration. Enhances mana recovery speed. Expert enlightenment. Increases primary attributes by 1 per level. Enhances experience gain by 10. Branch. Wisdom. Increases mana limit by 50. Expert destructive magic. Enhances destructive magic power and allows learning of level 4 destructive spells. Branch. Master of fire. Increases fire magic damage and range. Expert light. Enhances light magic power and allows learning of level 4 light spells. Branch. Master of protection. Protection spells can be cast on all allied troops and increase duration. Master of blessing greatly enhances extraordinary divine power effects, enabling magical purification to benefit all troops. Guardian angel randomly receives angelic blessings in battle, reviving a small number of troops. Blessing ritual prays to the deities before each battle, enhancing soldiers' morale and defense under divine power. He has only just reached level 6. As one's level increases, the difficulty of advancement escalates, and most of his skills lean towards the magical side. Vittorio has ascended to level 18, while Laj has dramatically surged from level 4 to 16. Elena ranks 3rd, rising from level 6 to 11, while Klaus remains unchanged, showing no signs of progression. Human Knight Hero, Vittorio, level 18, Siege Master skills, Expert Counterattack, Revenge Strike, Expert War Machinery, Branch, Crossbow Control, Triple Crossbow, Expert Attack, Branch, War Maniac, Expert Leadership, Advanced Defense, Basic Luck Treasures, Courageous Armor, Golden Horseshoes. Ring of Wills and Human Knight Hero, Laj, level 16. Pathfinder skills, Expert Counterattack, Expert Logistics, Branch, Pathfinding. Home Advantage, Expert Attack, Branch, War Maniac, Advanced Defense, Advanced Leadership, Branch, Recruitment. Basic Luck Human Knight Hero, Elena, level 11. Griffin trainer skills, advanced luck, branch, anti-magic, expert counterattack, advanced attack, advanced defense, branch, unlimited vitality, basic logistics treasures, armor of the nameless hero, Lionheart set, ice crystal shield human knight hero, Klaus, level 3, knight commander skills, basic attack, advanced counterattack, basic defense, special ability, revenge strike. The selection of skills by these heroes is entirely at their discretion, and Ingalls has not interfered excessively. The combinations within the game are indeed classic, predominantly leaning towards the physical aspect. Today's battle was characterized by its rapid yet intensely fierce nature. In just a few hours, over 20,000 indigenous lives were lost. The primary contributors to this victory were undoubtedly the ranged troops. With merely a few rounds of firepower, they inflicted casualties in the thousands. With a torrential downpour of arrows resembling the scythe of death, harvesting the lives of the adversary. The level of Olenna indicates that she led the Griffin Knights to eliminate more than 1,000 of the smaller indigenous factions. In this conflict, they acted as a sharp dagger, plunging decisively into the heart of the enemy. While the battlefield continued to be meticulously cleared, Ingalls pondered how to allocate the newly acquired treasures. There were a total of 6 artifacts, 2 of which were suits of armor, while the remaining 4 corresponded to various body parts. The effects of the armor of the nameless hero are nothing short of extraordinary, enhancing all attributes of the hero by 2 points and providing a remarkable 20 points of magical defense. Undoubtedly, this is a top-tier piece of equipment entrusted to Olenna. Given her role in patrolling dangerous territories with the Knightly Order, often devoid of allied support, this armor would afford her and her soldiers an added layer of protection. In contrast, the brave armor is somewhat inferior, offering only a single point of defense and morale. After a moment of contemplation, Ingalls decided to bestow it upon Vittorio. With Vittorio already donning the lion's set, and his leadership skills boosting morale by 3 points, his troops would achieve an alarming morale score of 9. In the game, the morale and luck enhancements cap at 50, where each point increases by 10, meaning that reaching 5 points already hits the limit, rendering any excess ineffective. However, reality is far more intricate, and the true impact of those additional 4 points is uncertain. With this in mind, Seann instructed Vittorio to transfer the lion's set to Olenna. This way, she would no longer need to expend skill points on leadership, allowing her to focus her energies on mastering magical abilities. The Ring of Will Diminishment can reduce an enemy's morale by 2 points. Foes who once fought to the last would find themselves gripped by fear and retreating. The Ice Crystal Shield enhances defense by 2 points and provides 50 points of fire magic defense. Both artifacts were likewise designated for Olenna. By bolstering her defense, she could navigate the forest with her troops more safely, minimizing unnecessary losses. It is crucial to note that her forces comprise 2 distinct troop types. Losing 1 soldier equates to the loss of 2 combat strengths. The Golden Horseshoe increases luck by 2 points, and Seann allocated it to Vittorio, as it might amplify the damage dealt by the crossbow. In the game, luck indeed affects crossbow performance. Whether this holds true in reality, Vittorio would have to ascertain for himself. Additionally, there was a golden sack, which generates an extra 2,000 gold coins daily, akin to the labor of 2,000 farmers. Ingalls casually equipped it in the character inventory. Considering these matters, Seann summoned Olenna and Vittorio, distributing the equipment among them. After waiting for approximately an hour, the battlefield was finally cleared. At this moment, the rumbling sounds from the direction of the fortress grew increasingly closer, as if they were about to reach this open space. Chapter 79. Return to the castle. Following a thorough assessment post-battle, it was revealed that over 1,300 of our frontline polearm soldiers had perished. The Griffin Knights on the left and right flanks suffered around 200 casualties during the ambush. This was the grim outcome of battling indigenous forces in the wild with rudimentary equipment, had it not been for our overwhelming superiority in both gear and strength. The losses might have tripled. This figure even accounted for the losses incurred after he employed the resurrection spell, and in this moment, Seann was filled with an immense anticipation for the appearance of the Archangel. Approximately 20,000 indigenous corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, in addition to the 1,000 that Olenna had dispatched. Thus, it was likely that the indigenous forces had mobilized around 20,000 warriors for this conflict. Coupled with previous assaults on the fortress and encounters during routine patrols, the total strength of these indigenous forces remained a mystery to Seann. However, based on estimations from ancestral accounts of battles fought centuries ago, it was plausible that the population in the forest region had not diminished compared to his own territory. This intelligence could potentially be gleaned from the mouths of captured indigenous warriors, as some invariably survived each skirmish. Yet, despite the passage of several days and numerous attempts, Communication remained elusive. Neither side could comprehend the other's speech. Indeed, Seann had even tried releasing captives to track them back to their settlements, only to return empty-handed each time, as if the indigenous people wielded some arcane magic that allowed them to evade pursuit effortlessly. The battle commenced around 2 o'clock in the afternoon and raged for 4 arduous hours before finally concluding. Seann resolved to return to the castle. His magical reserves were depleted, and a full recovery would necessitate at least a week. Moreover, with the fighting now at an end, remaining here held little purpose. After contemplating his next steps, Seann summoned the 3 heroes, instructing them to lead their troops back to the fortress before dusk. He planned to set out again the following morning, soaring towards the castle on his griffin. As he traversed the forest, he observed throngs of slaves laboriously felling trees. Towering giants, hundreds of meters high and requiring at least 10 men to encircle, succumbed to the relentless swings of their axes and saws. One by one, they crashed to the ground, producing thunderous echoes that reverberated through the air. The sound seemed to resonate with the agonized groans of nature itself. Yet it also resembled a triumphant anthem reverberating across the land. Seann rode the winds, his griffin soaring gracefully through the skies, his keen gaze surveying the activity below. He watched as swarms of slaves scurried about like ants in the forest, and after a brief observation to confirm their progress, he guided the griffin to a gentle descent, landing outside a tent on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Klaus was the first to emerge from the tent, followed closely by several familiar faces. Seemingly officials from the City of Miracles. Secretary Daniel of the City of Miracles, I pay my respects, my lord. Assistant Cohen of the City of Miracles, I pay my respects, my lord. The middle-aged official at the forefront, accompanied by several aides, bowed respectfully in greeting. Why are you here, Klaus? Seann, mounted on his griffin, nodded slightly in acknowledgement, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. My lord, I found myself with idle hands, so I came to escort them to oversee the work of the slaves, Klaus replied, cradling his helmet in his left arm, his expression tinged with frustration. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed further, My lord, is the war at the front progressing smoothly? Did you come specifically to seek me out? Ah, Klaus. The war has concluded, Seann replied, his tone somewhat awkward yet soothing, but rest assured, I will take you along on the next expedition. Klaus's brow furrowed slightly, and he inquired, How many slaves have been assigned to the logging? Will they reach the front before nightfall? My lord, there are over 50,000 slaves in total, and they should complete the task before dark. Secretary Daniel stepped forward, bowing deeply to provide his answer. Why is there such a significant decrease compared to the last 2 days? Where is Butler Howard? Seann's expression tightened, his voice laced with displeasure. Today's progress is half that of before. There must be an issue. My lord, we are uncertain of the specific reasons. We have only been instructed to supervise the work of these slaves and prepare supplies. The officials exchanged cautious glances, responding with trepidation, afraid of misstepping in their words. Klaus, you will remain here for the time being. When the frontline troops return to the fortress, you will escort these slaves back to the city. Also, inform them to gather at the fortress by 6 a.m. Dispatch all nightly orders and the royal cavalry to patrol the perimeter of the city, and notify all slaves in the territory to assemble at Zero Fortress. Anyone who dares to obstruct or evade will be captured. As his words echoed, the griffin beneath him took flight at his signal, soaring into the air with a rush of wind, while Klaus's voice faintly responded from behind. Guiding the griffin, Seann emerged from the forest and arrived at the clearing before the fortress. Along the edge of the forest, he observed the knights galloping back and forth, a patrol squad organized by Klaus. Passing by Zero Fortress, where only the garrison remained, he chose not to linger. After a little over 10 minutes, he finally returned to the castle's platform. Dismounting from his griffin, he gazed at the noble creature that had accompanied him throughout the day, his heart filled with gratitude. Without the griffin to bear him, traversing such a distance would have taken at least twice as long. Thank you for your hard work, my friend. Rest well, and I shall prepare a grand feast for you shortly. Goo goo. The griffin folded its wings and crouched on the ground, softly responding, its voice seemingly narrating the weariness of the day, akin to an acknowledgement of its master's affection. Alas, if only you could articulate your thoughts. Perhaps I shall bestow upon you a name? How about Dubai? Or perhaps to Goo Goo? Seann mused, stroking his chin, and with enthusiasm, he addressed the creature. Goo, goo. Another 2 deep responses echoed, as if the griffin was earnestly contemplating the proposal. Since you do not object, let us joyfully settle on Dubai. Seann, unable to comprehend the griffin's language, made the decision unilaterally. He gently patted Dubai's head and turned to leave, for he had pressing matters to attend to. He needed to seek out the old steward to ascertain why only 50,000 had been summoned. Chapter 80. Inquiry Grandfather Steward. Why are there only 50,000 slaves heading to the forest today? Did Lord Ignatius send word? Upon finding the old steward in the castle hall, Seann inquired with a serious demeanor. My apologies, master. I did send word to Lord Illich, but I am not privy to the number of people gathered. As for Lord Ignatius, I dispatched a servant to convey your commands. The old steward was methodically organizing the maids to prepare dinner, and upon hearing Seann's questioning, he candidly acknowledged his oversight. So, it was Lord Illich who summoned them? Well then, I misjudged you, and I apologize. Seann realized he had misunderstood the steward. It is my oversight. There is no need for you to apologize, master. Shall I notify Lord Illich to meet with you now? The old steward bowed humbly and inquired further. Yes, and also send word to all direct family members to come to the castle for the dinner. After issuing orders to the old steward, Seann proceeded to his mother's chamber. Dear, why have you taken so long to return? Mira was chatting with her mother in the room. Upon seeing him enter, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully rushed forward, embracing him tightly, her voice brimming with longing. I am sorry, Mira, for leaving without bidding you farewell this morning. He gently caressed her head, his tone as soothing as water, filled with sincere regret. It's all right. I didn't mind at all. Mira held on to her husband tightly, resting her head on his chest, her face radiating a blissful smile as she softly laughed. Her understanding demeanor deeply touching. They reveled in their affection, seemingly oblivious to the world around them, while Seann's mother watched silently from her rocking chair. A gentle smile gracing her face as she observed the scene, her eyes filled with contentment. Mother, Mira, I may be quite busy for a while. If you find yourselves bored and wish to go out, please ensure you take the guards with you, all right? After a tender moment with his newlywed, Seann expressed his concern for their safety. Of course, we will. You need not worry about us. The city is far safer than the forest. The mother replied softly, her voice akin to a gentle brook, instilling a sense of tranquility. In the forest, you must be the most vigilant regarding your safety. Always remember, you are the lord, the clan leader, and Myra's husband. Many are concerned for your well-being. Her tone remained tender as ever, yet her words bore certain sharpness. Nevertheless, he understood that her intentions were rooted in care. I will, mother. And have you forgotten? I am under the protection of the dragon god. Even in the event of an untimely demise, the deity would resurrect me, so there is no need for concern. To assuage their worries, Seann framed the castle's resurrection as a divine safeguard, intending to convey that he was no longer merely an ordinary mortal, but rather a representative of the divine on earth. My dear, are you suggesting that you need not fear death in the future? Mira exclaimed, her eyes widening with astonishment, incredulity evident in her voice. Indeed, my love, you have heard correctly, and I have spoken no falsehood. Seann affectionately pinched Myra's nose, his expression softening. Yet, the divine resurrection applies solely to me, therefore. You must remain vigilant regarding your own safety, as my resurrection abilities are not without limitations, understood? Humph, the deity certainly shows favoritism. I too have earnestly prayed to him. Mira pouted, her adorable face reflecting her dissatisfaction, resembling a child pleading for sweets. Mira, mortals must not speak lightly of the divine. Such words are blasphemous and disrespectful to our family's guardian deity. The mother's expression shifted slightly, tinged with reproach as she admonished her. I apologize, mother, I was wrong. Mira, nestled in Engels's arms, playfully stuck out her tongue and whispered an apology, though her expression suggested a lack of genuine remorse. Mother, it is time for dinner. I have also notified the other family members, so let us proceed. Noticing his mother's inclination to reprimand Mira once more, Seann quickly redirected the conversation. His indifference toward Mira's attitude was apparent. After all, his imagined deity was essentially a system, and he was its master. As for the divine, while it deserved reverence, he was acutely aware that the powers of the deities in this world had waned significantly. Even if they sought trouble, their only recourse was to issue oracles to their followers. War is trivial. I harbor no fear. Once I master the map-based spells of the 5th level, I may yet contend with the divine, he declared, wrapping his arms around Mira as they turned to head toward the castle hall. Seeing this, his mother shook her head in resignation, choosing not to say more, and simply rose to follow behind them. In the hall, family members had already gathered. As Seann entered with his wife and mother, everyone immediately rose, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, Hail, esteemed clan leader, Lady of the Lord, and Lady Shervina. Please, no formalities. Be seated, Seann replied, gesturing for them to take their places. As he settled into the main seat beneath their respectful gazes, he continued, The reason for calling you all together today, beyond this family feast, is that there are several matters I must address. Executive Illich, have you received the steward's notification from the castle? Why have only 50,000 slaves been summoned to the forest? Seann's piercing gaze fixed upon Illerich, seated beside his grandfather. As his voice resonated with gravity, "Grandfather Ignaci, why were the direct slaves of your estate not dispatched to the forest?" Before Illerich could respond, he turned to his paternal grandfather, speaking with solemnity. "I apologize, my lord. It seems I may have misunderstood your command. I received notification to assemble slaves for logging in the forest, but no specific number was stipulated," Illerich replied, rising with a hint of resignation as he pushed back his chair to bow. Seann furrowed his brow. "Indeed, my lord. Your command this morning did not specify a number," the old steward interjected at an opportune moment. "And you, Grandfather Ignaci, did you not receive the notification?" Seann asked, exuding a sense of incredulity as he turned to the elderly man who had remained silent. "Patriarch, I did receive the notification, yet I did not send any slaves. For in comparison to the hundreds of thousands within the territory, the estate's 10,000 slaves are of little consequence. Thus, I directed them to gather provisions necessary for constructing the fortress," Ignaci replied, his expression impassive, his tone imbued with an air of inevitability. "Grandfather Ignaci, I hold you in high regard, as you are the last elder of our family. However, I must remind you that I am the patriarch now. What I require is not your personal opinions. You may voice your thoughts, yet my commands must be executed without fail. Your intentions may be well-meaning, and that is commendable, but such matters do not require your consideration. I hope this will be the last instance of disobedience to my orders. Is that understood?" Seann's grave pronouncement reverberated through the quiet hall, leaving the assembled kin at the long table in a state of silent contemplation, their heads bowed, the atmosphere stifling. "Understood, Patriarch. There shall not be a next time. You have my assurance," Ignaci replied, rising respectfully to bow, his demeanor sincere. Seann was acutely aware that these words might irrevocably sever the already tenuous familial bonds, yet he recognized the necessity of his actions. His grandfather, the highest-ranking elder within the family, had always shown him deference, but the fickleness of human nature could not be ignored. He needed to make it clear that within this family, only one person could wield ultimate authority. Others might express their opinions, yet commands must be followed. "I trust that all of you comprehend that while we are indeed a family, I am also the lord of this territory and shall, in due course, become the sovereign of this continent. I require your unconditional support. This is your duty as members of this family. In return, you shall reap rights and honors. Do you understand?" Seann's tone bore a trace of exasperation as he endeavored to elucidate his position, not out of concern for these family members, but rather to spare his mother any distress. "Understood, esteemed patriarch, your will." The crowd placed a hand over their hearts, raising their voices in unison, resonating harmoniously throughout the hall. "Very well, let us conclude today's matters and proceed to dine." Seann gestured with a wave of his hand, signaling the butler to serve the meal, his tone tinged with a hint of fatigue. Chapter 81. A brief interlude of warmth responding to the directive. The butler promptly exited the hall to summon the maids with the dishes. Seated at the leftmost position, Seann's mother began to converse softly with Ignatius, aiming to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, Mira, positioned to Seann's right, engaged in quiet murmurs with Aunt Yana and Aunt Isis, laughter gradually filling the hall. Before long, the maids entered bearing an array of steaming dishes. The evening banquet commenced in this somewhat peculiar ambience, proceeding in a rather unremarkable manner before concluding just as blandly. After the butler arranged accommodations for their rest, Seann led Mira back to his chamber. "My dear, do you not worry that your actions may incite discontent among them?" Mira, clad in a delicate fleece nightgown, lay on her side, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes as she whispered, "They will come to understand. Only I possess the vision to steer the family towards a more illustrious future. If they cannot grasp this fundamental truth, they are unworthy to be members of the Yanhuang clan. Remember, once I unify this continent, the Yanhuang family shall ascend to the pinnacle of nobility. Their only obligation for this aspiration is unwavering loyalty. Is that not a rather light burden? Enough of them for now. We must rest, my dear." Seann swiftly shed his garments and nestled into bed. In an instant, the room was enveloped in an atmosphere of intimacy, punctuated by soft sighs. The following morning, gentle dawnlight streamed through the window. The golden rays cascaded onto Seann's face like a tender hand, outlining his youthful and handsome features with a soft halo of light. He awoke languidly, noticing that Mira was still lost in a blissful slumber, her serene visage resembling blooming flowers in spring, each contour radiating peace and beauty. Filling his heart with joy, Seann rose quietly, moving with utmost care to avoid disturbing this tranquility. Stealthily, he slipped out of the room and made his way to the dining area. After indulging in a sumptuous breakfast, he bid farewell to his family one by one. He then mounted his great steed, embarking towards Fortress Zero. A gentle breeze caressed him, tousling his hair and bringing with it the fresh scent of morning. The fragrant aroma of grass and foliage unique to dawn uplifted his spirits, as if all his worries were swept away by the zephyr. Upon arriving at Fortress Zero, he immediately spotted Vittorio patrolling the ramparts. Like a silent statue, he stood tall and composed, his expression impassive, each movement exuding steadiness and competence. He paced along the wall, his keen gaze scanning the surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. "Vittorio, what transpired last night?" Seann inquired with a raised voice. Upon hearing the question, Vittorio bowed deeply, his expression stoic, and respectfully replied, "All is well, my lord." Acknowledging this response with a slight nod, Seann continued, "Have the soldiers had breakfast? Are we ready to depart?" Vittorio, maintaining his calm demeanor, responded candidly, "They have already eaten and are prepared to leave at any moment. However, the provisions in the fortress are dwindling, and we may face shortages for lunch and afternoon meals." Seann furrowed his brow in contemplation before stating, "I understand. What of Elena?" "Relay a message to Klaus, instructing him to escort the supplies with the knights, ensuring they arrive at Fortress 1 before noon." Vittorio replied, "Elena has already departed, my lord. It is her daily duty. Besides patrolling the forest, she must also lead the griffins to hunt for food." Seann then realized why Elena left so early each day. It was to satisfy the voracious appetites of the griffins. These griffins had grown nearly 50% larger since their recruitment, their size and strength increasing, yet their food consumption had become astonishingly high. If they relied solely on the fortress for sustenance, the remaining soldiers would surely go hungry. At that moment, Radger and Klaus arrived at the battlements. Klaus rushed in like a whirlwind, while Radger followed with a steady gait. Observing this, Seann immediately addressed Klaus, saying, "Klaus, your timing is impeccable. We need you to lead the knights to the rear camp to escort the supplies." Klaus's eyes widened in shock at the command. Nearly overwhelmed by it, he dramatically lamented, "Oh no, my lord, please spare me. I truly do not wish to be the transport captain any longer. Could you not assign Radger instead?" Seann looked at Klaus, who had suddenly transformed into a dramatic performer, feeling both exasperated and amused. After a moment's thought, he turned his gaze to Radger. Radger raised his hands with a subtle smile, explaining, "I have no objections, my lord. I am indeed more suited for this task. Besides, Klaus's level is too low. It is time for him to gain experience on the front lines." Klaus leaped in delight, embracing Radger and nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "Good brother, you are truly my savior." Ultimately, the assignments were made. Radger would oversee the transport of provisions, while Klaus would accompany Seann to the new fortress. Once everything was arranged, Seann turned away from the still exuberant Klaus and instructed Vittorio, "Now, gather the troops." "Very well, my lord," Vittorio replied calmly, turning to depart, unaffected by Klaus's antics. Subsequently, Radger freed himself from Klaus's embrace, gesturing to Seann with a hand over his heart before leaving the battlements. "My lord, is there anything you require of me?" Klaus quickly regained his composure and approached Engels, inquiring as if nothing had transpired. Observing this unrefined fellow, Seann could not help but admonish, "You are the commander of knights, the paragon among knights. Where have you cast the honor of knighthood? Must you not exhibit some decorum and restraint?" Klaus, with a countenance of innocence, lamented, "My lord, I harbor no desire for such folly. It is merely that witnessing their rapid ascension in levels ignites within me a yearning to charge into battle at your side. However, I cannot defy your commands. I find myself in a most difficult position." Upon hearing this, Seann's heart softened, and he replied, "It is indeed my oversight not to consider your feelings. Yet you are aware that as the leader of the knightly order, guiding your brethren in combat is your solemn duty. Let us set aside the peculiarities of this forest terrain. Since you wish to partake in the fray, then let us proceed together." "Thank you, gracious lord. Rest assured, though the knights cannot yet take the field, I will ensure they are at your side at the earliest opportunity." Klaus hastily vowed, eager to please. Seann gazed into the distant woods, reflecting, "The bond we share is, next to family, the most intimate. I have unwavering faith in you, and I hope you will discover your own purpose in this new world." Klaus responded with solemnity, "My lord, your will is our guiding star." Chapter 82. The Iron Mine. As their conversation unfolded, the soldiers within the fortress had assembled. Under Vittorio's command, they marched in unison, slowly exiting the stronghold. The rhythmic sound of their footsteps resonated like a thunderous war drum, shaking the very earth and causing the walls to tremble slightly. Witnessing this spectacle, a surge of indescribable passion welled up within Seann. He turned to Klaus and urged, "You should prepare as well." Klaus, placing a hand on his chest, nodded earnestly before descending from the city wall, his back radiating excitement and anticipation. No matter how many times he witnessed such a scene, it ignited a fervor within him. The thrill of combat. This was the very reason he had come to this world. As the army marched beneath him, his conviction grew ever stronger. He patted the great white creature beside him, saying, "Great White, it is time for us to depart." Responding to the call, Great White sprang to its feet, unfurling its massive wings, stirring up a tempestuous wind that threatened to engulf everything in its vicinity. Its piercing cry was deafening, as Seann settled himself securely. They soared into the sky, riding Great White along the path forged the previous day. Seann arrived at the clearing where the great battle had taken place just half an hour later. The clearing had been transformed, noticeably expanded, with numerous colossal trees toppled around, their fallen forms narrating the tales of the fierce conflict that had transpired. As he surveyed the area, suddenly, 2 squadrons of griffin riders emerged from the southern woods. They appeared to be the soldiers stationed there. "Good morning, my lord." The squad leader hovered near Seann, respectfully inquiring, "Where is your general? Still capturing natives in the forest?" Seann replied playfully, "Oh, how delightful." The squad leader chuckled and responded, "My lord, during today's hunt, we discovered an iron mine. The general is currently surveying the area." Surprised by this revelation, Seann exclaimed, "Oh, please send someone to guide me. The others may continue with their tasks." After receiving the command, the squad leader assigned duties to his comrades and escorted Seann to the location of the iron mine. On their way, the squad leader, Raymond, recounted the tale of the discovery. Earlier that morning, under Elena's leadership, they had patrolled the forest and sought sustenance for the griffins. A knight, while pursuing prey, found himself beneath a towering peak. The rabbit, in a desperate bid for escape, plunged into a crevice of the mountain. The knight instructed the griffin to land, hoping to extract the rabbit, but the opening was too narrow for his hand. Thus, he resorted to using his long sword to slice through the rock, intending to widen the gap. To his astonishment, the ordinary rock offered no resistance to the system's blade. Instead, it emitted the unmistakable sound of metal clashing. This peculiar phenomenon led the knight to conclude that the mountain concealed extraordinary secrets, prompting him to report his findings to Elena, which set subsequent events into motion. At that moment, at the base of the peak, Elena's knightly order had completely surrounded the mountain. As she meticulously measured the area with her companions, her gaze was focused and resolute. After completing a thorough inspection, Elena returned to the ground and summoned the knight, Libero, who had made the discovery. "Libero, is this the iron mountain you found?" she inquired, her voice resonant and commanding. "Indeed, it is here, General. Would you like me to demonstrate?" Libero replied with utmost respect. "Then do proceed. I require further information." Elena consented with a nod. Following her instructions, Libero drew his sword, which gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Approaching the mountain, he raised the long sword high above his head and, with great force, struck down upon the rock. The resounding clang echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The tremendous recoil caused Libero to lose grip of his sword, but a nearby knight swiftly caught it. "Ha! Splendid work, Libero. You have achieved a great feat," Elena exclaimed, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder, her laughter ringing with joy. It was now evident that this was most likely a natural iron mine. The primitive mountain could withstand the system-forged sword. Imagine the potential if it were to be refined. Elena's mind began to conjure visions of manufacturing countless exquisite weapons in the future. Just as Elena was lost in her reverie of possibilities, the fluttering of wings roused everyone from their thoughts. They turned to the sky to see Ingalls and Raymond arriving. "My lord, you have come at the perfect time. I have confirmed that this is indeed an iron mine." Elena hurriedly approached Seann, filled with excitement and respect. "What splendid news! Who is the brave soul responsible for this discovery? I shall reward you handsomely." Seann gazed at the towering mountain before him, a surge of excitement coursing through him, his face alight with a joyous smile. "It is I, my lord." Ribeiro stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest in salute, scratching his head as he spoke. "I do not seek a reward. This is merely my duty." "Well done, loyal warrior. Nevertheless, a reward is in order. I shall grant you a few beautiful slave girls, housing in the City of Miracles, and, of course, gold coins," Seann declared, taking a couple of eager steps forward. He intended to pat Ribeiro on the shoulder, only to realize that the man towered over him, leaving him to awkwardly grasp his rough hand instead. He then addressed the soldiers surrounding him, promising, "You all must strive as well. From now on, anyone who discovers resources, regardless of the order of discovery, shall receive a reward. Long live the Lord." The knights cheered in unison, their voices rising in a chorus that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. Although the rewards were not their primary motivation, the gesture from their lord indicated that he had not forgotten their contributions and sacrifices, which was more than sufficient. This acknowledgement filled them with immense pride and satisfaction. After surveying the area around the mountain, Seann's excitement gradually subsided. While the discovery of iron ore was indeed a fortuitous event, what was urgently needed was gold ore. In comparison, the significance of iron ore diminished. All right, let us return. The paramount task now is to establish a fortress and eliminate the indigenous tribes in the forest. Once the second fortress is completed, we can bring blacksmiths and slaves here to set up camp, he concluded, mounting his majestic steed, white, and soaring into the sky. He cast one last glance at the mountain, gently patting White's head before turning to depart. The Griffin Knights, having landed, took to the skies, flocking around him like a gathering of returning geese. Elena, riding her griffin, caught up with him, and Seann turned to observe her mount, momentarily captivated. Strangely enough, there were now over 4,000 griffins, yet the ones he and Elena rode appeared significantly larger than the others, and the disparity seemed to be growing. He could not fathom the reason. Could it be that the mounts of heroes receive superior enhancements compared to ordinary steeds? Perhaps all heroes should be paired with griffins. Once these griffins matured, they might even stand a chance against the dragon beasts in one-on-one combat. This thought flickered through his mind, leaving him filled with anticipation for the future. When he regained his focus, he found himself back at the front lines from yesterday, where all the troops were stationed for defense. Just before landing, he spoke to Elena. Elena, have Lamond and Ribeiro lead 2 squads of knights to guard this position. You and the others should proceed with your mission. Elena nodded, placing her hand on her chest. Understood, my lord. Chapter 83. Combined teams have the soldiers expand the defensive perimeter and await the arrival of the slaves, Seann instructed as he positioned himself beside Vittorio and Klaus. Rest assured, my lord, Klaus pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. Vittorio succinctly responded, understood, my lord. With that, he promptly departed to organize the soldiers' defensive tasks. His movements always swift and efficient. Klaus, you need not lead the troops for now. Ribeiro, relinquish your griffin to him and accompany Vittorio for the time being. Seann remarked after a moment's contemplation. He was secretly devising a little experiment and wished to test his theory. Ribeiro obediently dismounted from his griffin and turned to seek out Vittorio. My lord, but I have never ridden a griffin, Klaus remarked, puzzled. Seann, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. If you've never ridden one, then now is the time to try. Mount it and proceed with the patrol. It shall be your steed from henceforth. It was now 3 hours since their departure from the castle at 7 o'clock, and as noon approached, the construction of the fortress had yet to commence, causing Seann to feel increasingly vexed. This pace was unsustainable. What was to be done? He regretted allowing them to return to the city yesterday. They should have established a temporary encampment first, just as they had with the first fortress. I truly have been foolish, he lamented, turning to Raymond beside him. Raymond, take a small squad of knights to the rear and check on the slaves. Instruct them to hasten their pace. Raymond acknowledged the command with a sharp whistle, a clear and resonant sound, an essential tool for knights to communicate with their griffin companions. He gathered his comrades and swiftly departed, their figures quickly fading into the distance. Despite Seann's mounting anxiety, the absence of new orders meant that the others could only proceed with their current tasks. Under Vittorio's guidance, the soldiers in the clearing were organized into groups of 10, dispersed throughout the forest. Each squad comprised 4 heavy polearm soldiers, 3 crossbowmen, 2 guards, and 1 adjudicator. The squads maintained a distance of no more than 10 meters apart, allowing for mutual support while maximizing their combat effectiveness within the woods. This arrangement was an improvement gleaned from the experiences of the last great battle, a testament to their ongoing learning and progress. The crossbowmen and adjudicators vigilantly scanned the forest ahead, their eyes filled with wariness and focus. Beside them stood 2 guards wielding large shields, resembling sturdy fortifications, ever ready to shield their comrades from harm. The polearm soldiers stood poised, weapons at the ready, their polearms glinting ominously in the sunlight. Surrounding them were numerous similarly composed squads, each a perfect blend of melee and ranged capabilities, a hallmark of the Sanctum's prowess. Coupled with the significant attribute boosts provided by the heroes, even lower-tier soldiers could stand their ground against much stronger foes. Observing these elite warriors, Seann's spirits began to lift. With such a loyal band of soldiers at his side, what could he possibly fear? All challenges would surely be vanquished through their collective efforts. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as the slaves at scene were on the verge of losing their composure, they finally arrived at the clearing in haste. Seann gazed at the tardy group of slaves with a furrowed brow, silently contemplating that if they had been any later, the day's plans would have been irrevocably disrupted. This time, he intended not to have the slaves immediately commence the construction of the fortress, but rather to first erect a vast temporary camp. After all, it was essential to accommodate the vast multitude of 100,000 people, where their needs for sustenance and sanitation would all have to be addressed within this encampment. Indeed, from this day forth, these slaves would not return to their former lives. Rest, meals, and labor would become the rhythm of their daily existence. The provisions for such a large number of individuals were no trivial matter. Fortunately, though the territory could not sustain everyone for a lifetime, the reserves were ample enough to support hundreds of thousands of slaves. Seann understood the critical importance of logistical support. He promptly assigned trustworthy subordinates to organize a transport team to allocate food and supplies from various warehouses within the territory, ensuring a continuous flow to the temporary camp. Under Seann's vigilant supervision, the camp transformed at a remarkable pace. The first structure to be erected was an octagonal wooden wall, crafted from halved logs. Experienced artisans meticulously outlined the foundation on the ground, then directed the slaves to work in groups to excavate 4 square trenches, each 5 meters wide and 3 meters deep. During the excavation, the slaves toiled intensely, and those who faltered from exhaustion were swiftly reprimanded by the overseers. These trenches formed the nascent shape of the city wall. Subsequently, the slaves began to cut branches from trees, erecting them in pairs within the trenches. During this process, some slaves were inadvertently injured by falling timber, their anguished cries piercing the air, yet the work showed no signs of abating. The gaps were then filled with earth, stones, and a carefully concocted adhesive. This adhesive was crafted by the territory's artisans according to ancient formulas, blending lime, clay, and other materials, a process demanding meticulous control over proportions and heat. Thus, the slaves carried on with these laborious tasks until one wooden wall was completed. With unyielding resolve, the 100,000 labored tirelessly, felled trees, and erected walls. Under meticulous organization and high-intensity labor, a brand new camp rose from the ground in just 3 hours. Afterward, the slaves were arranged for a meal. Yet once they finished eating, the work would continue. As the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, twilight descended quietly. Time slipped away amidst the bustle, and before long, it was evening. The noisy construction site, which had echoed with activity throughout the day, finally quieted down as everyone began their meals. During the camp's construction, sporadic cries of battle could be heard from the surrounding forest, likely the indigenous scouts. Having suffered significant losses previously, they dared not recklessly assault the large contingent again, opting instead to observe from a distance. Seann paid little heed to these minor disturbances. His primary focus remained on establishing a grand encampment. The subsequent fortress is to be constructed upon the foundation of this encampment, with the immediate priority being the erection of the city walls. The evening repast was rather modest, consisting of several roasted chickens, some toasted bread, a few pieces of fruit, accompanied by a jug of red wine. After hastily finishing dinner with Vittorio and Klaus, they busied themselves once more. The encampment bustled with activity as soldiers rotated through their meals, while the freed slaves prepared to resume their labor. Seann was flanked by nearly 100 city officials and their aides, tasked with overseeing the slaves, including the middle-aged man encountered previously. Seizing the opportunity before darkness fell, he urged the slaves to gather more stones, planning to retreat to the camp once night descended. Engels led the group to the camp entrance, methodically issuing instructions. Chapter 84. Continued construction. All present bowed respectfully, acknowledging their orders before dispersing to fulfill their tasks. The process of collecting stones was not without its challenges. The slaves had to venture deep into the forest in search of suitable boulders, then employ rudimentary tools to extract them, laboriously transporting the heavy loads back to the encampment. The construction of the fortress walls, while seemingly straightforward, merely requiring the filling of the wooden framework and foundation with various materials, secured by an adhesive, proved to be fraught with difficulties. In an era devoid of mechanical assistance, relying solely on human strength rendered the task of material transportation a formidable endeavor. The slaves utilized ropes and levers to gradually move the cumbersome stones and earth to the wall site. Furthermore, the application and filling of the adhesive demanded skill. Uneven application or inadequate filling could compromise the wall's integrity. Compounding these challenges was the treacherous forest environment, necessitating vigilance against both the frenzied natives and ferocious beasts. To ensure safety, Seann organized numerous patrols, which circled the encampment at regular intervals, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. As time passed, the night deepened into an oppressive darkness, the stars dimmed to insignificance. Aside from the flickering lights of the encampment, the surrounding forest lay enveloped in a profound blackness. To remain steadfast in such a forest would be an act of folly, and Seann would not permit his soldiers to take unnecessary risks. Thus, all slaves and soldiers, including Elena's knights, retreated to the camp. At this juncture, the encampment had yet to establish watchtowers, should an enemy assault occur. The only defensive measure available would be to close the gates and allow the crossbowmen to shoot at an angle over the walls. Of course, if the enemy were undeterred by death and attempted to scale the walls, they would be met with the fierce assault of numerous soldiers. To prepare for potential attacks, Ingalls established multiple emergency assembly points within the encampment, enabling soldiers to quickly regroup and mount a defense if necessary. In the evening, Seann and the three heroes gathered in the largest tent at the center of the camp, sharing a late-night meal. "Have the night watchmen been arranged?" Seann inquired, deftly slicing his food with a dagger. "All is in order, my lord," came the reply. Elena held a glass of red wine, responding absent-mindedly. "The lord claims that drinking red wine is beneficial for the skin. I wonder if that is indeed true." "My lord, there is truly no need for you to endure this hardship. We can manage the matters here ourselves," Klaus remarked, finishing a hearty bite of roasted chicken and wiping his mouth. "Are you insinuating that I cannot bear hardship, Klaus?" Seann halted his actions, a glint of menace in his gaze as he fixed his stare upon Klaus. "Haha, of course not. I merely feel that you need not suffer alongside us," Klaus explained awkwardly, caught under Seann's intense gaze. "Though the conditions are somewhat harsh, I am not so delicate." Seann was merely jesting, yet his tone bore a hint of discontent. Vittorio, on the other hand, remained silent, engrossed in his meal as if he were a mute. After finishing their late-night repast, the three retreated to their tents for rest. The once boisterous campsite finally succumbed to tranquility, with only the crackling of burning wood and the soft footsteps of patrolling soldiers breaking the silence, as the entire realm seemed enveloped in stillness. Thus, the first night in the forest passed uneventfully. On the following morning, Seann lay on the rudimentary wooden bed, despite several layers of soft goose-down blankets. However, the unfamiliar surroundings had caused him to slumber late, and he was roused by the cacophony outside. Although he had casually remarked the previous day that the conditions were merely a bit austere, he soon realized that reality was far more complex, particularly with the incessant mosquitoes that plagued him. Rubbing his groggy head, Seann donned his coat and stepped out of the tent, observing the bustling crowd around him. He inhaled deeply, feeling revitalized by the fresh air. Untainted by industrial pollution, nature's crispness uplifted his spirits. Breathing in this invigorating atmosphere, his weariness from the previous night gradually dissipated. Standing outside his tent, he stretched his sore body, waiting for someone to prepare his toiletries. When it suddenly struck him that he was no longer in the castle. "It seems that being attended to by that girl, Della, has rendered me somewhat incapable of self-sufficiency," he mused with a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head before issuing instructions to the soldiers stationed outside the tent. After having breakfast inside the tent, Seann mounted his white steed and set out to survey the camp and the surrounding forest. At present, the progress of the construction seemed quite satisfactory, with clear divisions of labor. Some individuals were gathering materials from the nearby forest, collecting stones, soil, and small trees, while others processed them into building materials. To enhance efficiency, Seann had also established a reward system, offering additional food or rest time to slaves who demonstrated exceptional work performance. The morale of the slaves remains relatively stable. Despite the rigorous demands of their labor, Seann ensures they are well provisioned, with food available in abundance and a wage of 1 silver coin for a day's work. It is noteworthy that a single silver coin holds considerable purchasing power within the territory, capable of procuring at least 10 pounds of wheat. The monthly living expenses for a city dweller amount to approximately 10 silver coins, which merely suffices for basic sustenance. While urban residents do not engage in agriculture, their average monthly income exceeds 50 silver coins. Seann has historically paid little attention to the local economy and has no intention of instigating change. In his previous life, he was an ordinary middle-aged employee, indulging in leisure and having long forgotten the knowledge gleaned from books. The territory's monthly revenues are collected by 2 city officials and entrusted to the old steward for safekeeping. He possesses only a rudimentary understanding of currency exchange rates. For instance, 1 gold coin equates to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equivalent to 1,000 copper coins. A loaf of bread made from 1 pound of wheat can barely sustain an adult for a day. The price of an adult pig or 6 piglets is roughly 1 gold coin. Due to the continent's favorable climatic conditions, the territory's agricultural output consistently surpasses consumption, resulting in surplus grain being traded by the fleet. Overall, the inhabitants of the territory enjoy a life free from want. For those aspiring to improve their circumstances, opportunities exist. City dwellers can offer various services, sell handicrafts, produce daily necessities, or, like these slaves, earn a living through labor to provide a better life for their families. However, such improvements merely enhance their living conditions. To escape the bonds of slavery and become a resident of the territory, one must meet additional criteria, such as being summoned to serve the lord in the castle or securing a stable, long-term position within the city. Although these conditions may seem stringent, they are not entirely devoid of opportunity. After all, this world is governed by a broader social structure, with class distinctions perpetually in existence, at least with his current capabilities. He cannot effectuate change. Furthermore, he harbors no ambition to radically alter the world. Under his leadership, all can live without worry. Why should he engage in conflict with the entire world? Chapter 85. Continuing construction 2. After observing the progress of the slaves, Seann proceeded to the forest to assess the soldiers' defensive operations. Riding on his majestic steed, he circled the camp without discovering any issues. The indigenous people, having suffered significant casualties, appear to lack the capacity to mount further offensives. If this trend continues, it will not be long before this forested area transforms into a source of resources for me. He must return to the territory to recruit a large number of blacksmiths for steel production. He instructed his steed to hover in the air, gazing down at the defending soldiers, lost in contemplation. True to his nature, he acted upon thoughts as they arose. He found the Griffin Knights patrolling nearby and detailed the commands that needed to be conveyed to the city, including the number of blacksmiths required, along with the necessary tools and materials. Thus, the days passed in a monotonous and tedious rhythm. The fortress he had named Fortress 1, after 15 consecutive days of relentless construction, was finally nearing completion. Each day, they toiled from dawn until dusk, during which the indigenous people had not reappeared, leaving one to ponder whether they had been vanquished or utterly intimidated by his forces. The protracted timeline was due to numerous challenges encountered during construction, such as insufficient material supply and adverse weather affecting progress, all of which required Seann to coordinate solutions meticulously. Upon the completion of the fortress, rather than advancing further, the focus shifted to the iron mine. This mine lay several dozen kilometers in front of Fortress 1, and Seann commanded the slaves to erect a wall around the mine's vicinity, while instructing the territory's blacksmiths to establish smelting facilities within. The blacksmiths reported that the ore from this mine possessed exceptionally high purity. The unprocessed raw ore surpassed the quality of the weapons used by the city's guard. Preliminary estimates suggested that the shallow reserves of ore amounted to at least hundreds of thousands of tons, while the depths remained unquantified. Nevertheless, the shallow reserves alone were astounding. It is worth noting that crafting a complete suit of heavy armor required around 200 to 300 pounds of material, with hundreds of thousands of tons of ore. The potential for producing numerous sets of heavy armor was immense. Therefore, Seann resolved to invest additional time fortifying the area, as it would become the most vital source of steel for the entire territory. Consequently, a scene reminiscent of the fortress construction unfolded near the mine. Ancient trees, having stood for countless years, fell in swathes. After processing, some timber was transported back to the fortress, while others were repurposed into the mine's walls. As for the name of the fortress, Seann unceremoniously designated it as Belro Fortress. Of course, the soldiers were told that it was named in honor of the discoverer, Libero. Once this news spread, all the Griffin Knights became exhilarated, wandering through the forest in search of veins of ore, each hoping to have a fortress named after them as well. Initially, Seann was unaware that he had inadvertently ignited the Knights' enthusiasm for seeking ore deposits. In their daily assignments, the Knights' primary responsibility was to patrol the forest, maintain regional security, and ensure that construction efforts went undisturbed. They traversed the dense jungle each day, vigilantly attentive to their surroundings, guarding against indigenous attacks and other potential threats. It wasn't until one day, when a knight reported on their patrols, that he inadvertently mentioned the fervent interest everyone had in discovering ore veins. It was then that Seann realized his act of naming Belro Fortress had planted a seed of desire for glory and achievement in the hearts of the knights. Despite this diversion from their original duties, he contemplated the matter extensively and chose not to intervene. This fervor may yield unexpected rewards, and as long as it does not interfere with the patrol duties, an additional possibility is hardly detrimental to the development of the territory. The newly discovered mine spans an immense area, its scale surpassing all imagination. The construction of a wall encircling the mine is a colossal endeavor. Preliminary estimates suggest it would require approximately double the effort needed for the construction of the other two fortresses combined. Such an extensive project necessitates greater human, material, and temporal resources. However, as the slaves increasingly partake in the construction, their efficiency steadily improves. For instance, the Zero Fortress took 6 days from inception to completion, whereas the first fortress, benefiting from the slaves' accumulated experience, was successfully completed in merely 4 days. This remarkable change clearly illustrates the slaves' growing proficiency in the construction processes and tasks involved. Through continual practice, they have gradually mastered the art of completing assignments efficiently. Riding atop his magnificent steed, Seann soared to the highest point of the mine, where the fierce mountain winds howled past him, causing his cloak to billow dramatically as he surveyed the bustling construction site below. The scene was alive with activity, as the slaves moved about like industrious ants, each diligently attending to their respective tasks. Some were transporting heavy stones, others were excavating foundations, while yet more were mixing the mortar used to bind the stones together. Gazing around, he beheld an expansive, unbroken sea of verdant forest, its dense foliage layered like waves of green. Having been away for several days, it was time to return and check on matters at home. Since the completion of the first fortress, he had not set foot back in the castle for nearly a week. During these days, he had been wholly engaged and busy. After inspecting the fortress's construction progress, he eagerly accompanied the griffins into the forest for hunting. The woods were filled with unknown challenges and surprises, and in the thrill of the chase, he reveled in the joys of nature, becoming so engrossed that he momentarily forgot about his wife and mother at home. With resolve, he descended from the mountaintop and made his way to the outskirts of the mine, where he found Vittorio meticulously organizing the defensive lines. Vittorio was fully absorbed in directing the soldiers, ensuring that the fortifications were arranged with precision. Seann approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and earnestly stated, "Vittorio, the defenses here are of utmost importance. The safety of the mine depends on you. Remain ever vigilant, and do not allow for any slackness." Vittorio nodded solemnly, responding with conviction, "My lord, rest assured, I will steadfastly maintain my post and ensure the mine remains secure." After conveying his instructions, Seann remounted his steed and flew toward the first fortress. Within the first fortress, Klaus was dutifully standing guard. He paced back and forth inside the fort, his keen eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon finding him, Seann similarly offered his admonitions. "Klaus, keep a close watch on the activities surrounding the fortress. Should any unusual occurrences arise, inform me immediately." Klaus straightened his back and responded loudly, "Yes, my lord. I assure you that I will accomplish the task." He directed the great white creature to fly low along the broad passage between the two fortresses, heading northward while casually observing the logistics situation of Radger. However, perhaps due to the timing, it was not until he flew past Fort Zero and approached the edge of the territory that he spotted the large convoy he was leading on the ground. The elongated procession resembled a winding giant serpent, slowly making its way along the road. Radger, astride a tall and sturdy steed, patrolled alongside the convoy, ensuring the safety of the transported goods. Seann signaled for the Great White to descend before the convoy, and he approached Radger to engage in casual conversation, inquiring about the progress of the transport and any issues encountered. Afterward, he continued to fly for another 10 minutes before returning to the castle. Chapter 86. The gentle embrace. At that moment, on the castle platform, Mother, Mira, and 2 aunts were leisurely basking in the sun. "Aunt Yenna, let us venture into the forest to find Seann," the restless Mira urged, pulling at Yenna's sleeve. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, yearning to see her husband at once. "Mira, without the patriarch's permission, I cannot accompany you to the forest. It is far too perilous," Yenna replied with a wry smile. The forest harbored many unknown dangers, and without adequate protection, it would be reckless to venture forth. What dangers could there be? According to the butler, Seann has built 2 fortresses in the forest. Moreover, General Radger, who returned with supplies, stated that no signs of the natives have been detected in the recent forest expeditions, Mira countered, firmly believing that the forest should be safe now, and that visiting Seann would pose no issues. "And Isis, what about you? Would you care to join us in the forest?" Mira whispered, glancing at the other aunt beside her. "Mira, I believe it would be wiser to wait until your husband returns," Isis replied gently yet firmly, advocating for a cautious approach. "Humph, if you won't go, I shall go alone," Mira muttered defiantly as she rose, determined to venture into the forest by herself. However, this was hardly feasible. Before she could take more than a few steps, her mother, who had been resting with closed eyes, spoke up. "Mira, where are you going?" I am just going to stroll around the town," she stammered, her voice wavering, revealing her deceit. Her gaze instinctively darted away, betraying her intentions. Where do you truly wish to go? Speak the truth to me. Her mother's serious tone prompted Mira to break down in tears. I want to go to the forest to find Seann. I miss him, she confessed, her shoulders trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks, though her sobs were silent. You cannot go to the forest just yet. Let your aunts accompany you around the town, all right? Seann is busy with important matters. You must not disturb him. After a moment of contemplation, her mother still refused to allow her into the forest. She understood Mira's longing, but she was also acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the woods and could not permit her daughter to take such risks. At that moment, Seann finally returned to the castle, and within a few breaths, the great white creature landed on the edge of the platform. As soon as Seann touched down, Mira leaped into his arms like a jubilant fawn. You naughty boy, why have you been gone for so long? I missed you terribly, did you know? Mira's voice quivered with the hint of tears as she pouted and relentlessly punched Seann's chest in a fit of frustration. I am so sorry, dear Mira. It is all my fault. Please, do not cry. Seann, slightly bewildered by Mira's reaction, gently patted her back in an attempt to soothe her emotions. Although unaware of the reasons for her distress, he felt compelled to apologize. Holding his petite wife close, he tenderly stroked her hair while repeatedly expressing his remorse. Before long, Mira, comforted by Seann's affectionate gestures, began to calm down. You must not leave me for such a long time again, do you hear? Mira gazed at him with her tear-filled violet eyes, her expression serious, while her arms remained tightly wrapped around his waist. All right, I promise. But dear, may I ask you to let me go for a moment? I assure you, I shall not leave. Mother and my aunts are still here. Seann gently kissed her forehead, shrugging his shoulders in resignation, an affectionate smile gracing his face as he found himself utterly defenseless against Mira's playful whims. Humph, I shall trust you just this once, Mira replied, wiping her face before releasing her grip on his waist, only to immediately grasp one of his hands. You little clingy sprite. Seann chuckled at her adorable antics, muttering to himself as he led Mira towards his mother and two aunts. Mother, aunties, it has been too long. He greeted them with a warm smile, exuding politeness. Greetings, Chief. Good day. It has been quite a while. We have all missed you dearly, Iana greeted Seann, mimicking Mira's tone with a teasing smile. Good day, Chief, Aunt Isis said, maintaining a more composed demeanor, her graceful smile reflecting her good upbringing. Mira, let go of Engels at once. He needs to bathe and change his clothes. Their mother chided Mira, who was still looking down. It's all right, Mother. Please, continue to rest with my aunts. I shall change my clothes and return shortly. With a polite bow, she took Seann's hand and headed towards the castle stairs. Behind them, Iana's laughter echoed merrily. Humph, it's all your fault. Aunt Iana is mocking me. Mira resumed her playful punches at Seann, only to be swept up in his arms. No more hitting. I am your husband, you know. If you keep this up, I shall spank you. Seann feigned an angry tone, raising his voice slightly to appear stern, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. However, no sooner had he spoken than the little sprite in his arms began to pout, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him as if she had suffered a great injustice. Ah, my dear Mira, do not cry, for I was merely jesting. Seann gently reassured the girl, his voice soothing as he shared amusing tales that elicited peals of laughter from her. They frolicked towards the bedroom, instructing the maidservants along the way to prepare warm water and summon Della. Upon their arrival, Della awaited them. My lord, the bath will require just a little more time, she informed them, her presence a reminder of the long stretch of time since Seann had paid her much attention. As he gazed at the enchanting young maid, an uncontrollable urge surged within him, igniting a fervent glimmer in his eyes. He swallowed hard, turning away slightly as he replied, Please call for me once everything is ready. He then embraced Mira and entered the room. Despite his earnest efforts to suppress his desires, he was unaware that Mira had already discerned the subtle shifts in his expression and demeanor. Yet, Mira chose to remain silent. Having grown up alongside her brother, Della felt like akin to her. In her brother's absence, aside from her mother and the steward, Della was her favorite companion for conversation and solace. Let it unfold naturally, Mira mused to herself. Ultimately, Seann was not alone in his bathing, for Mira was beside him, accompanied by Della's attentive presence. What transpired during their shared bath was predictably delightful, an ineffable sensation that lingered in Seann's mind long after. Although he was puzzled by Mira's acceptance of the situation, it mattered little. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. Following an exhausting encounter, when they emerged, the maidservants had already commenced preparations for dinner. After carrying the weary Della back to her room, he and Mira made their appearance in the hall, ensuring that the maidservants prepared a meal for Della. After dinner, without waiting for his mother to inquire, he took Mira back to his room, shutting the door behind them to continue their affectionate exchanges. Initially, The two had felt somewhat awkward and restrained, but now they had completely surrendered to their connection, accommodating his peculiar whims. It was little wonder that the ancients declared that the realm of beauty is a grave for heroes. Indeed, many a hero has faltered before a charming visage, for beauty often brings calamity. Once again, in a moment of reflection, Seann pondered his situation. This cannot continue, he resolved. Tomorrow, I shall depart. I cannot delay my responsibilities any longer. His heart was a tumult of conflict and struggle. On one hand, he reveled in the time spent with his beloved, while on the other, he felt the weight of his duties and the tasks set before him. It seems they require little of me lately. Perhaps I should rest for another couple of days to compensate them. After all, I have labored for so long. What harm is there in indulging a little? As he gazed at the two lovely maidens nestled closely by his side, he found yet another excuse to justify his lingering indulgence. Chapter 87. Night Raid. Thus, he lingered in the castle for 2 more days before departing, spurred by his mother's insistence. Ah, the forest, what lies beyond those trees? Mounted on his noble steed, White, Seann meandered to the edge of the woods, intending to express his emotions through poetry, only to realize he could recall but the opening lines. Rubbing his head, a wry smile crept across his face, grateful that no one was privy to his moment of embarrassment. Lost in his own reverie, Seann savored the blissful days that had passed. Yet, as he beheld the verdant landscape before him, a sense of ennui began to settle in. An unsettling agitation surged within him. What once was a vibrant green forest now appeared monotonous and dreary. In moments of vexation, one often succumbs to impulsivity. As the saying goes, impulse is the devil. At this juncture, he felt himself seduced by that very devil, yearning to set ablaze the forest in a fiery conclusion. Vivid images of roaring flames danced in his mind, intensifying his inner turmoil. Fortunately, White's swift pace carried him to Fort 1 just before he could act on his reckless thoughts. As White landed before the fortress, a cloud of dust swirled around him. Taking a deep breath, Seann endeavored to regain his composure, steeling himself for the demands of his duties. Within Fort 1, apart from the vigilant guards stationed atop the walls, few souls were present. Approaching on White, Seann initially intended to dismount, but a glance around the fort reignited his earlier agitation, prompting a swift change of heart. You all may continue with your tasks. He waved dismissively at the squadron of griffin riders who had hurried over to pay their respects. His tone was somewhat frosty. He then patted White's neck, signaling the steed to resume its flight towards the mines. Along the way, he encountered patrolling knights, who greeted him with respectful bows. However, he merely waved absent-mindedly, hastening past them. Lord seems rather displeased today, murmured one squad leader, observing Seann's retreating figure. Indeed, usually he would pause to converse with us, inquiring about our patrols. Yet today he scarcely glanced our way. Another leader chimed in, a note of perplexity in his voice. Could it be that the Lord has heard about the incidents at the mines? Pondered a third leader, frowning as memories of last night's chaotic battle surfaced. Who knows? It seems our generals are in for a tough day. We must tread carefully and avoid any mishaps at this juncture. The leaders conversed quietly among themselves, their expressions betraying a hint of concern. Unaware of the unfolding events, Seann felt the tide of irritation swell within him, particularly as he neared the mines, where the sensation threatened to engulf him entirely. Despite the substantial completion of the outer walls of the mine, his spirits had not improved. Rather, they had deteriorated further. Suppressing his inner discontent, he forcefully patted the head of his companion, Big White, and descended before a wooden structure. At that moment, 3 heroes, Vittorio, Elena, and Klaus, had gathered anxiously at the entrance, having received the report. Upon seeing Seann approach, the trio promptly knelt on one knee and chorused, "We pay our respects to the Lord." Seann regarded them with furrowed brows, his tone laced with impatience. "What are you all doing here? Elena, did you not go on patrol today? Klaus, are you not assigned to guard Fort 1? His gaze swept across their faces, and observing their hesitance, his expression darkened. "Do you have something to convey to me?" "Yes, my lord." Vittorio spoke first, his voice grave and somber. After yesterday's construction tasks concluded, the slaves were ambushed by the natives on their return to Fort 1, resulting in the deaths of approximately 3,000 slaves, along with 2,000 spearmen and 1,000 crossbowmen. Upon hearing this, Seann's eyes sharpened like an eagle's, his tone rising from somber to fervent as he demanded, "Why was I not informed? If I had not come today, would you have kept this from me? What exactly are you doing? How could you be so easily ambushed, resulting in such loss of life? Elena, how did your reconnaissance proceed? Were the patrol routes meticulously planned? Did you not detect any signs of the natives? Why was there no advance warning? Vittorio, you are entrusted with all the soldiers of the territory. You should understand the peril of this operation." How could such a grave mistake occur? Answer me. Have you all lost your tongues? Seann, tormented by his mounting frustration, erupted like a volcano, an overwhelming pressure radiating outward, engulfing all in its path. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, heavy and thick as syrup, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. His furious voice echoed throughout the mine, which had transformed from a cacophony of noise to an eerie silence. The three kneeling figures lowered their heads, scarcely daring to breathe. Around them, a throng of griffin riders and other soldiers knelt in similar submission, all cowed by the fury of their leader. What are you attempting? A rebellion? Have you ceased your duties? Disperse at once. Seann's ire intensified as he noticed the soldiers closing in, his anger ignited further. We apologize, my lord. We have betrayed your trust, but please, temper your wrath. Anger cannot amend what has transpired. Vittorio, bearing the brunt of Seann's pressure, felt as though he were submerged in the depths of the ocean, the immense weight nearly suffocating him. Though Vittorio usually exhibited little emotional fluctuation, he found himself weighed down by a heavy heart, equally awed by the imposing presence of the Lord. He was acutely aware that this lapse was gravely serious, inflicting substantial losses upon the territory, not only in the form of fallen soldiers and slaves, but also potentially jeopardizing the subsequent development of the mines and the progress of fortress construction. Very well, elucidate the matter clearly, he was instructed. Seann's fury did not wane in the slightest with Vittorio's words, yet he recognized the truth in them. At this juncture, his anger could not remedy the devastation incurred. Thus, he inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. As his emotions gradually settled, the overwhelming pressure dissipated like a receding tide, as if everything that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. The events unfolded the previous evening. Vittorio commenced recounting the details, and time seemed to reverse, transporting them back to that twilight hour. As was customary, they aimed to return to Fortress 1 before nightfall. However, with the camp nearing completion, a portion of the troops needed to remain for defense, necessitating the division of the slaves and soldiers into two groups. Chapter 88. Night Raid 2. The scene shifted to the previous evening. The dying rays of the sun bathed the earth in a golden hue, casting a warm glow over the world. Elena, I entrust this to you, Vittorio said with a tone of solemnity. He considered that the camp was close to completion and that the defensive pressure had lessened, feeling assured in handing over the watch to Elena, who had consistently demonstrated exceptional capability. Rest assured, I will manage without issue, Elena replied with a bright smile, exuding confidence that made it seem as though everything was well within her grasp. Although there were restrictions on personnel at all hours, the absence of any anomalies during several days of patrols had led them to neglect more thorough preparations for potential dangers. Vittorio nodded and promptly turned his horse to depart. A vast throng of people gradually made their way through the forest shrouded in night. On either side, soldiers wielding torches provided illumination and protection. The flickering flames cast shadows that illuminated the weary figures of the crowd. After a day of labor, the slaves trudged forward, their steps heavy with exhaustion. The soldiers remained vigilant, yet the relentless intensity of their work over the past days had dulled their alertness. The crowd continued to stream from the mines, though the sheer number rendered it impossible for even Vittorio at the forefront to discern the end of the line. Many more were lingering near the mine. The direct distance from the mine to Fortress 1 was less than 100 kilometers, if the formation were slightly looser. 100,000 individuals could stretch from the mine all the way to the fortress. The absence of indigenous presence during the 3 days of construction had misled even the system's heroes, resulting in critical decision-making errors. They failed to conduct a thorough analysis of the indigenous habits and potential behavioral patterns, neglecting the intricate complexities and uncertainties of the forest environment. Ideally, the 100,000 individuals should return in batches, ensuring their journey concludes before sunset. Instead, they now find themselves relying on torches for illumination in the pitch-black forest, with fewer than 20,000 soldiers tasked with protecting a multitude of tenfold that number. Vittorio, having committed a significant error, was inevitably met with an assault. Just as the procession had traversed halfway, an eerie sound of horns echoed through the dark woods, followed by a cacophony of frantic running and howling. Close combat defense formation. All ranged units, fall back within the defensive circle. Vittorio's expression shifted dramatically as he spurred his horse forward, his urgent voice ringing through the forest, laden with anxiety. Yet, before they could organize, the heavy infantry on the flanks spotted wolves springing forth from the shadows. Each wolf's eyes glowed ominously red in the night, their ravenous gazes fixed hungrily upon the crowd. The eyes of these wolves radiated wildness and greed, sending shivers down one's spine. They had lurked in the darkness for an eternity, waiting for this precise moment to strike. With a deep horn sounding from the forest, the ravenous wolves surged forth like arrows released from a bow. The close combat troops steadied their formation, the ranged units fired with precision, and the priestly order provided magical support. Vittorio dashed between the hastily formed lines, issuing commands with urgency. His figure darted through the flickering flames, exuding composure while striving to stabilize the situation. As he directed the soldiers in defense, he keenly observed the battlefield, searching for the enemy's vulnerabilities. Upon receiving orders, all the holy judges and zealots began to chant softly, their magical luminescence shimmering brilliantly amidst the dark forest. These magical lights sparkled like stars in the night sky, instilling a glimmer of hope in the hearts of those shrouded in darkness. The glow illuminated a small area around them, allowing the soldiers to perceive the enemy's movements more clearly. At that moment, a whistling sound pierced the air as an unknown number of wooden spears shot down from the treetops towards the priestly order. These spears, glimmering with a toxic green hue in the firelight, posed a dire threat. A single hit could lead to catastrophic consequences. The priestly order served as a crucial support force within the army, and if they sustained heavy losses, the casualties among the soldiers would be even more severe. All guards, raise your shields to defend against the ranged assault. In the face of this sudden ambush, Vittorio remained composed. Drawing upon his calm intellect and abundant experience, he responded with poise. His voice was resolute and powerful, instilling confidence in the soldiers. The elite guards swiftly raised their shields, forming a robust defensive line that thwarted the spears aimed at the priestly order. Yet, he was but one man, and with just over 20,000 soldiers. They were tasked with protecting a crowd that numbered between 70 to 80,000, their lengthy formation extending all the way to the fortress in the mines. In directions unseen to him, countless ravenous wolves bared their blood-stained maws, filthy drool trickling from the corners of their mouths, their cruel, glowing eyes fixated on the crowd as they surged forth from all sides. The slaves, engulfed in panic, scattered in every direction, rendering the already chaotic scene even more unmanageable. Although the system soldiers were formidable and well-equipped, endowed with heroic attributes that granted them immense strength and enduring stamina, they remained mere flesh and blood, susceptible to fatal vulnerabilities and capable of bleeding. A mere handful of beasts posed little threat to them, yet from the depths of the shadowy forest, insidious arrows flew forth, each shot aimed at their unprotected eyes by seasoned hunters. The cover of night severely hampered the crossbowmen, limiting their vision and ability to target distant foes, while the cunning adversaries took full advantage, ruthlessly attacking those illuminated by the flickering flames. The brutal melee persisted, with the chilling howls of wolves echoing through the air. Slaves fell victim to the sporadic incursions of the wolf packs, their cries for refuge drowned out as the outer guards lay amongst the carcasses of the ravenous wolves. Should the battle continue in such a manner, even a hard-won victory would come at a grievous cost. Vittorio, consumed by urgency, raced across the battlefield, striving to save more lives. Yet, his strength was limited, and he was further troubled by the fact that his skills were primarily physical, allowing him only a scant few magical arrows. Just as Vittorio tirelessly worked to rescue the beleaguered crowd and slay the encroaching wolves, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted from the direction of the mines. The Griffin Knights, propelled by a furious gale, came thundering in. "Elena, there are natives ambushing in the forest. Clear them out," Vittorio shouted, his voice tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with a longing for victory. As he spoke, he did not cease his efforts, swiftly dispatching two of the wolves that lunged at the crowd with a single swing of his sword, finally allowing himself a heavy sigh of relief. For the griffins, long accustomed to soaring through the skies, adapting to the inky darkness was effortless. Thus, the natives, who had been hiding among the branches, faced their doom. The scattered knights, with the griffins' agile flight, swiftly approached the natives. Often, before the mounted knights could launch their assault, the griffins had already torn their enemies to shreds with their sharp talons, moving unrelentingly toward the next foe. The number of incoming natives was scant, and before long, they were entirely vanquished by the griffins. As the archers among the natives were gradually eliminated, the ground defense finally stabilized. The last frenzied wolf was seized by the arriving griffins, torn apart in midair, and at last, the battle came to a close. The forest fell abruptly silent, and the griffins flapped their wings, stirring up a tempestuous wind, causing the flames to flicker violently, the crackling of the fire growing ever more intense. The ground was strewn with the anguished cries of wounded slaves and the lifeless bodies, seemingly narrating the brutality of the battle. Hovering above Vittorio, Elena's face was ashen as she beheld the devastation, her eyes brimming with guilt. remorse, and fury. Due to her negligence during patrol, she had failed to scrutinize every nook of the forest meticulously, resulting in her troops suffering heavy losses from an ambush by the indigenous people. She could not bear to confront the disappointment in her lord's gaze. Nor could she forgive herself for such incompetence. "Elena, you must promptly dispatch a knight to inform the lord," Vittorio called out. Understanding the urgency of relaying this information for the next course of action. "I will, but not at this moment," Elena replied through gritted teeth, asserting that it was imperative to return to the fortress to tend to the injured and recover the fallen soldiers' bodies. She was reluctant to inform the lord at this juncture, as she needed to devise a means to rectify her mistakes, for which she required Vittorio's support. She resolved to first address the immediate situation to mitigate losses before seeking forgiveness from her lord. Summoning 2 squads of Griffin Knights, she instructed them quietly to search the vicinity for medicinal herbs to aid the wounded before relaying the details to the lord. Once they vanished swiftly into the night, she descended beside him. "Elena will lead the Griffin Knights to guard the mining camp while I return with the main force to Fortress 1. Before the journey back, I had contemplated the potential risks along the route and had deliberately arranged for soldiers to enhance patrols around the perimeter. However, the prolonged tranquility had lulled everyone, myself included, into a false sense of security. Our contingent comprised an overwhelming number of slaves, stretching the line considerably and severely impeding our speed. Additionally, in the dim light of night, the limited reach of torches greatly hampered our ability to guard against threats. Vittorio sat within a makeshift tent, a rudimentary map spread out before him on the table. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with fatigue and self-reproach as he recounted the nightmarish ambush. Seann, seated opposite him, listened intently, his expression grave, occasionally furrowing his brow while unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. In this assault, the number of indigenous individuals was not substantial, yet they commanded a multitude of wolves, launching an attack on the slaves under the cover of darkness from all directions. Those famished wolves, driven by their masters, became ferociously aggressive, surging toward us like a relentless tide, causing the slaves to panic and the situation to spiral out of control. Vittorio paused, a flicker of anguish crossing his face as he seemed to relive the chaos of that moment. He rubbed his temples before continuing. "At that time, our soldiers hastily formed a defensive formation, but the slaves' disarray created numerous gaps in our defense. The wolf pack continuously battered our lines, although the soldiers fought valiantly. Casualties continued to mount. Despite Elena's timely assistance, we ultimately vanquished both the indigenous forces and the wolves, yet we had already suffered nearly 6,000 losses." As Vittorio spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. "This is my oversight. I failed to take precautions in advance and did not protect everyone adequately." He slowly turned away, his head bowed in solemnity. In the wake of the attack, Elena and I swiftly organized the treatment of the wounded, gathering those with lighter injuries to assist the accompanying priest and physician in aiding the severely injured. Vittorio returned to the table, took a sip of water to soothe his parched throat. As we assessed the losses, we discovered not only the heavy toll on personnel, but also significant damage to our armaments. Vittorio pointed to the marked locations on the map, revealing that most of the slaves' tools had been lost or damaged in the chaos, and the soldiers' weapons and armor bore varying degrees of impairment, which would greatly affect our subsequent construction and defense efforts. We also noted their adeptness in utilizing the terrain and the cover of night, along with some mysterious tactics. Vittorio resumed his seat, leaning slightly forward, his fingers tracing the map. They had set an ambush along our return route, unleashing wolf packs to attack from our vulnerable flanks and rear, leaving us unable to defend both fronts. Furthermore, they had positioned skilled archers among the trees, specifically targeting our ranged troops and priests, thereby weakening our combat effectiveness. After the assault, out of respect for our lord's rest, we refrained from notifying him immediately. As for today, it was due to my insistence. I needed to find a way to atone for my failures. Although I would ultimately report to you and assume responsibility, it should not be in such a disheveled and ineffectual manner." Elena interjected, entering the tent with a voice resolute yet tinged with emotion. Her character, akin to the griffins she trained, was loyal, valiant, and unyielding. In truth, Seann had also discerned a flaw. Both she and the other heroes exhibited great courage but lacked in adaptability. "My lord, this grave error stemmed from my failure to detect the natives' movements in time. It is not the fault of others. I am willing to bear full responsibility." She raised her head, tears streaming down her face. Yet even as she knelt, her posture remained upright, her proud gaze fixed on the Lord she served. "This marks the second time I have betrayed your trust. I do not seek forgiveness or absolution. I merely hope, my lord. That you grant me a chance to redeem my disgrace and restore my honor." Elena's words were filled with earnestness, her fervent desire to rectify her mistakes palpable. Chapter 90. The altar of light. Follow the general to redeem the disgrace and restore glory. I beseech you. Redeem the disgrace, restore glory. The surrounding soldiers knelt on one knee, their voices rising in unison, growing louder and reverberating against the air, as if to pierce the heavens. Observing the loyal and proud individuals before him, Seann's anger gradually subsided. Though the losses of soldiers and slaves weighed heavily on his heart, he had not yet lost his composure. Gently closing her eyes, she fell into a moment of silence, pondering how to address the matter at hand. "Elena, I have never looked down upon you for your mistakes. Everyone falters and encounters failure. Therefore, do not resort to extremes. What you must do now is to diligently and meticulously execute your tasks in the time to come." Seann opened his eyes, gazing earnestly at Elena, his expression imbued with understanding and trust. "Soldiers, you have followed me into this unfamiliar realm, fought valiantly, shed blood, and strived for victory. Your honor is beyond question, and your loyalty is equally undeniable." He raised his voice, surveying each individual around him. "I only hope that from this point forward, you place greater value on your lives. I wish for all to survive and relish in the joys of existence." His tone carried a thread of concern and hope. Simultaneously, "I wish for those brave warriors who have sacrificed their precious lives for me to find happiness in the realm of the Dragon God." His voice, which had begun with fervor, gradually softened, filled with reverence for the fallen. "May the Dragon God bestow his protection, and may Yanhuang endure eternally," he shouted with all his might, his voice resonating with an inspiring force. "Long live Lord Seann. May the Dragon God protect us, and may Yanhuang endure eternally." Elena and the Griffin Knights echoed with a single hand over their hearts, their voices resolute and powerful, as if to declare their loyalty and determination to the world. "Long live Lord Seann. May the Dragon God protect us, and may Yanhuang endure eternally." Vittorio, Klaus, and the ground troops joined in the chorus, the shouts of thousands merging into a formidable wave of sound that spread outwards. "Long live our Lord. May the Dragon God protect us, and may Yanhuang endure eternally." The emotionally charged slaves joined in as well, their voices, though uneven, brimmed with dreams of a brighter future. A cry from the depths of their souls reverberated once more above the mines, echoing for an extended duration. Ding! Faith has influenced the system. The restrictions on the Holy Altar of Light have been lifted. Level 7 Holy Altar of Light. Construction cost, 24,000 gold coins, 100 units of stone, and 20 units each of gems and crystals. Status, buildable. The system's notification resounded for the first time, stirring something within Seann. Ding! Miracle City. Construction of the Level 7 Holy Altar of Light is underway. Completion time unknown. Immediately, another notification followed. Ding! Watchtower. Construction of the Level 7 Holy Altar of Light is underway. Completion time unknown. Rise now, Elena. Lead the knights onward, expanding the clearing to 100 kilometers. The target, all moving entities. Seann commanded, his tone resolute and decisive. "Your will shall be obeyed, my lord." Elena responded with enthusiasm, bowing slightly before mounting her griffin with agile grace. "All knights, heed the call. Clear all life within 100 kilometers." Ascending into the sky, Elena completed the pre-battle address, guiding her griffin towards the forest, her voice resonating through the air, imbued with authority. "The blade of our Lord points the way forward. With the protection of the Dragon God, the glory of Yanhuang shall endure." The Griffin Knights raised their voices in unison, as the howling winds surged and ebbed. One by one, in clusters, all Griffin Knights mounted their steeds and soared into the sky, venturing deep into the heart of the forest. Vittorio. Seann turned to Vittorio, who observed the scene with an unsettling calmness, his heart devoid of turbulence. Continuing south with all soldiers, the mission was to eradicate every living creature. Bidding farewell to the valiant warriors who sacrificed for the territory. His voice was deep and powerful, a flicker of vengeful fire igniting in his eyes. "In obedience to your will, my lord." The First Legion of Yanhuang had suffered tremendous losses from last night's ambush, tarnishing their honor. Now, the opportunity to restore that honor had arrived. The Lord commanded the extermination of all living beings in the forest. Vittorio shouted passionately, his voice brimming with fervor and determination. "The blade of our Lord points the way forward. With the protection of the Dragon God, the glory of Yanhuang shall endure." Thousands echoed the vow, their voices deafening, following their general as he strode into the forest like an unstoppable torrent. "Klaus." Seann turned to Klaus, Mount your griffin and rally your knights. They are needed here. Your will, my lord. Klaus replied, swiftly taking action. With Engel's command, the brutal slaughter commenced, cries of battle echoing through the forest. Regardless of whether beasts or indigenous beings, any semblance of life discovered would face the soldiers' wrath. Fueled by the Lord's fury, the soldiers relentlessly expanded their purging efforts, causing the forest's creatures to feel the threat of annihilation. They began to flee their territories and homes, scattering in search of safety away from the soldiers. Once the tasks were assigned, his mood finally settled, and he beckoned the city officials waiting in the distance to approach. My lord, we await your command. The familiar figures of Secretary Daniel and Steward Cohen hurried forward with their assistants, a hint of tension evident on their faces. I appreciate your efforts. Thank you for your contributions to the territory and the Yanhuang family. Each of you will receive a reward of 100 gold coins. But you are not yet permitted to rest, Seann said gently, observing the officials bearing dark circles under their eyes. Our benevolent lord, all we have comes from the territory. From your grace, we toil for the land willingly, Daniel replied, emotionally placing his hand over his heart, his voice filled with reverence. Now, go and convey my orders. All surviving slaves will receive a reward of 10 silver coins for their steadfastness during last night's battle. Seann began issuing commands, rewarding all fallen slaves with a 10 gold coin settlement, for though they were not soldiers of the territory, their sacrifices for the family warranted such recompense. It was the family's tribute to them. Once again, the announcement echoed to all the enslaved individuals. Upon the completion of the fortress's construction, each of them would attain the status of free citizens within the territory. He continued, expressing his conviction that once this vast forest is transformed into the family's domain, they would all receive land of their own. He believed that these promises would instill hope and a vision for the future in the distressed slaves. Chapter 91. The Altar of Light. Go. Inform them that the Lord requires their presence, Seann declared, his tone heavy, before turning towards the radiant expanse. He needed to return to the city to summon more enslaved souls to aid in the fortress's construction, ideally reducing the timeline to a mere day. This way, the cunning natives would have no opportunity for ambush. O benevolent and grand lord, may the dragon god forever bestow his blessings upon you. And may the Yanhuang family endure through eternity. Daniel and the others bowed deeply in homage to his departing figure, then turned towards the awaiting throng of slaves to proclaim the Lord's compassionate edict. Long live the Lord! Long live the Yanhuang family! Upon hearing the command, the enslaved individuals erupted into cheers. Blessings of the dragon god! The Yanhuang family shall endure forever. Their voices rose in a crescendo of excitement, growing ever louder. Long live the master! Long live the Yanhuang family! They cried and shouted, roaring with joy, their movements exuberant as if they were a newly reborn flock. Blessings of the dragon god! The Yanhuang family is eternal. Following their ecstatic outburst, the crowd organized spontaneously, no longer requiring supervision. They now labored for their own freedom and that of their families. They brimmed with strength and fervor, recognizing the need to toil harder for the imminent liberation, not only for themselves, but also for their benevolent lord. As for whether they could achieve this goal, they harbored no doubts, particularly regarding their lord, who was under divine protection. To conquer this continent was merely a matter of time, a truth even these naive slaves comprehended with certainty. Having ventured far, Seann listened to the resounding cheers behind him, and his dismal spirits lifted slightly. On his journey, he accessed the system to check the notification he had just received. The Altar of Light had already been queued for construction when the alert sounded. However, this time it did not indicate instantaneous completion, but rather an unknown status, which was one of the reasons he needed to return. With the assistance of the archangels, the casualties among the soldiers would be significantly reduced. The levels of the two heroes had risen following the assault, although they had no desire for such advancement. Vittorio had ascended to level 22, and Elena had progressed from level 11 to level 18. As he passed Fortress Zero, he encountered the Knight Order hastening towards the mines. 2,000 armed elite knights galloping across the ground, stirring up clouds of dust, their hoofbeats resonating like thunder. Their scarlet armor glimmered under the sun, casting a faint, sanguine glow, reminiscent of a demonic army poised to consume life. Leading them was Klaus, soaring above the knights on his griffin, who, upon spotting him, urged his mount to accelerate towards the formation. My lord, I am currently leading the knightly order towards the fortress, and the transport convoy from Radger also requires protection. Hence, I have not brought the royal guard. Klaus reported the situation to Seann, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. Understood. The safety of the mines is entrusted to you, Seann acknowledged with a nod before continuing his flight. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint you again, Klaus vowed as he turned to join the departing knights. With an eager heart, Seann was consumed by an insatiable desire to return, as if a fire burned within him, leaving no room for delay along the way. As he passed the temporary encampment before Fort Zero, he caught sight of Radger, who, with a face full of surprise, was preparing to greet him warmly. Yet Seann merely waved hurriedly, soaring overhead like a streak of black lightning, his thoughts entirely preoccupied with matters concerning the castle. Leaving no time for diversion, he urged his steed, the great white beast, to hasten, and it seemed to sense its master's urgency, unfurling its massive wings and flapping vigorously. Each beat stirred up powerful gusts of wind. In a mere 10 minutes, they arrived near the castle. However, this time, Seann did not land on the platform as usual, but instead approached the castle from its rear flank. What was once an open circular space, typically silent save for the occasional whisper of the wind, now bore an extraordinary sight, a colossal, ethereal statue of an angel. This apparition towered even higher than the castle perched atop the mountain, radiating an aura of mystery and solemnity under the sunlight. Seann circled the apparition slowly, his heart brimming with curiosity and perplexity, before guiding the great white to descend beside the steps at the base of the statue. Gazing upon this stalled construction, Seann fell into contemplation. He speculated that the reasons behind this delay might be intricately linked to the power of faith. After all, when the system indicated that the light altar could be constructed, he was at the mines amidst a throng of over 100,000 people. The system had clearly stated that he had absorbed the power of faith, thereby lifting the restrictions on the building. Yet, what was the outcome? The construction inexplicably halted mid-progress. At that moment, he pondered whether the concentration of faith power upon himself, coupled with the distance from the light altar, had caused this interruption. With this thought, he hastened to the base of the statue, cautiously extending his hand forward. Just then, the familiar system notification chimed in his ears once more. Ding. The 7th tier light altar meets construction requirements. Construction complete. 7th tier angels can now be recruited. As the system notification faded, the ethereal statue before Seann began to undergo astonishing transformations. A hazy white radiance appeared to be drawn by an invisible hand, continuously coalescing and shimmering in the air. Simultaneously, the heavens echoed with a sacred melody. This song seemed imbued with a magical essence, each note flowing like a crystalline spring into the depths of the human soul. It evoked a profound sense of spiritual and corporeal elevation, compelling one to kneel in reverent worship and sincere prayer. The inhabitants of the City of Miracles acutely sensed this extraordinary force. Even before the ethereal silhouette of the statue emerged, they had surmised that it was surely a manifestation of their Lord's divine favor. Initially, curiosity held their attention, but as time passed without any tangible transformation, the faint shadow remained just that, a mere wisp. Gradually, their patience waned. Until this moment, the celestial music erupted, captivating all within the city, save for those in the castle. Regardless of their prior engagements, they seemed enchanted, laying aside their tasks to hasten to the streets, where they knelt fervently before the distant angelic statue. Radiating a rich white light, whispered prayers filled the air, creating a scene that was both solemn and profoundly moving, tinged with an inexplicable eeriness. However, Seann remained untouched by this mystical influence, as he was wholly engrossed in the summoning of the 7th tier angels. As the summoning reached completion, figures gradually materialized around the statue, transforming from ethereal to corporeal. These figures resembled the angelic statue, but were significantly smaller, akin to diminutive angels descending to earth. They danced gracefully around the statue, celebrating their newfound existence. Their movements were elegant and fluid, the gentle flutter of their wings refreshing the surrounding air. Only when they fully took form did they cease their aerial ballet, softly descending to Seann's side. Chapter 92. Angels, my lord. Your servant has answered the call and awaits your command. The ethereal voice resonated in Seann's ears, akin to celestial music. 7th tier angel, attack 27, defense 27, life 180. Damage 45-45, speed 6, initiative 11. Angels cannot be slain. Should their physical forms be destroyed, they revert to pure spirit, returning to the altar to await rebirth. Snapping back to reality, Seann scrutinized the exquisite figures before him. Their delicately fluttering white wings glimmered softly in the sunlight, as if woven from the purest clouds. Cascading behind them was a mane of equally pristine hair, flowing like a silken waterfall, gently stirred by the breeze. Their beautiful faces, adorned with eyes reminiscent of clear lakes, exuded an otherworldly tranquility and serenity. Their upper bodies, including their hands, were adorned with heavy, white armor, characterized by smooth and exquisite lines that exuded an aura of cold nobility. Beneath a pale blue dress, their bare feet shone like pristine jade, seemingly untouched by the grime of the earthly realm. In her left hand, she firmly grasped a long sword, its hilt shaped like a cross, with the blade emanating a faint blue glow, as if imbued with some arcane power. In a previous life, countless portrayals of angelic beings in films, anime, novels, games, and mythologies had emerged, depicting angels in myriad forms. These beings, both male and female, varied greatly in strength. Some were faithful servants created by deities, while others belonged to the angelic race among various tribes. Yet, the angels standing before him now evoked a singular impression: beauty. This beauty transcended mere physical allure, embodying a sanctity and nobility that radiated from within. Moreover, their strength was formidable, representing the pinnacle of human combat prowess. Seann was convinced that even the legendary Balerion, a 100-meter-tall figure known as the God of Death, could be confronted by these angels in unison. Without further ado, he inquired, "Do you have names?" At that moment, his heart raced with excitement, for this was his first encounter with authentic angels, and his exhilaration was palpable. "Master, as your servants, we do not possess names," the first angel sister replied with an ethereal voice that carried a tone of detachment and a hint of hollowness. "How can that be? Though you refer to yourselves as servants, I cannot regard you as such. As sentient beings, a name is essential. Since you lack one, allow me to bestow names upon you as a gift for your arrival in this world." Seann shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he fell into contemplation. "Since you are angels, and among the first to descend into reality, I shall call you Lucifiel, the brightest star, Lucifiel the morning star. Do you like it?" Seann gazed expectantly at his first angel sister, his eyes shimmering with hope that she would appreciate this special gift. "Thank you for the gracious gift, Master. I adore it," Lucifiel murmured, savoring the unique name, her smile blooming like a flower in spring, radiant and enchanting, before reverting to her serene demeanor. "Ah, I am glad you like it. Then the remaining three shall be named: the Archangel of Battle, Michael; the Archangel of Miracles, Gabriel; and the Archangel of Death, Raphael. Do you agree?" Overwhelmed, Seann assigned each of them distinct names, all of which were renowned in myth and legend from his previous life. "Thank you for the gracious gift, Master," the three angel sisters replied in harmonious unison, their voices melodious and pleasing to the ear, like a beautiful chorus. "Now that you have all descended, let us proceed to welcome the remaining for companions." Seann nodded in satisfaction and, having spoken, gently patted the head of the great white creature, signaling it to take flight. He was initially captivated by the celestial being's exquisite forms, only then realizing that their height surpassed his, as they stood a head taller than him atop the griffin, likely exceeding 3 meters. He could not help but marvel silently. Shaking his head to dispel further thoughts, Dabai, responding to his command, swiftly rose from the ground, unfurled his immense wings, and leaped powerfully into the sky, soaring towards the horizon. Despite Dabai's remarkable speed, the angelic sisters were undeterred. They gracefully flanked him, their wings silently beating as they advanced alongside the griffin. Their flight was marked by elegance and tranquility, as if they were one with the heavens. As they glided above the city, Seann observed the throngs of people below. Crowds densely packed the streets, gazing upwards with eyes filled with awe and fervor. He gestured for Dabai to fly lower, skimming slowly above the urban expanse. As anticipated, upon seeing the angels beside him, a resounding cheer erupted from the populace, akin to a surging tide that swept across the city. The jubilant cries were imbued with reverence for the angels, admiration for their lord, and hope for the future. Although this world bore no legends of angels, the residents of Miracle City bore witness to their descent. Should anyone dare to claim that these divine and beautiful figures were not the handiwork of the divine, they would find themselves met with dire consequences, as the inhabitants would not tolerate blasphemy against the sacred. After soaring above the city, they accelerated once more, heading towards the watchtower, where a structure and several angels awaited their arrival. The five, propelled by swift flight, soon reached their destination, where a similarly ethereal angel statue stood behind the castle. The familiar sequence unfolded, and before long, the hazy white light began to dissipate with the arrival of the 4 angels. "Welcome to this world. Do you require assistance in choosing names?" Chapter 93. The fleeing natives. Meanwhile, deep within a concealed forest, 1,000 miles from the territory, 5 leaders of the United Tribes were embroiled in a heated argument in a hidden cave. "Taiyin, look at the chaos you have wrought. The last few thousand warriors of our United Tribes have perished. Your reckless assault has pushed all tribes to the brink of annihilation. You are the bane of us all." An elder native, adorned with goat horns and seated beside a flickering campfire, struck the ground repeatedly with his wooden staff. The resounding thuds echoed through the cave, amplifying the tension in the confined space. His face was a mask of fury and accusation, his eyes fixed on Tai Yin with a piercing intensity, as if he wished to slay him with mere gaze. The towering Tai Yin, confronted with such condemnation, offered no rebuttal but instead surveyed the weary and despairing faces of the remaining tribespeople. Bowing his head, his voice low and somber, he addressed the Elder Yazan. "It is too late for such words. We must lead our people to seek refuge with the Fury Sea tribe and swiftly depart this perilous area." His gaze revealed a profound sense of helplessness and exhaustion. As the leader of his clan, he understood better than anyone the dire consequences of their recent failure. "Are you truly contemplating departure? What will become of the Mountain, River, Oak, and Leaf clans? Without the protection of warriors, the members of these tribes will perish in the forest." Elder Yazan's voice rose in a frantic roar, his body trembling with anger, his grip on the staff tightening. "Elder, we too are capable of fighting," exclaimed the indigenous women surrounding them in unison. Their eyes shone with determination and resolve, though they were women. At this critical juncture of life and death, they were ready to stand and fight for the survival of their tribe. "Elder Yazan, the assault was a collective decision made by the 4 clan leaders. Let us not dwell on it any longer. We must depart swiftly. The sentinels have already spotted the aerial monstrosities of the outsiders," interjected the leader of the Mountain clan, his voice laced with urgency, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "You are all aware of the ferocity of the Angry Sea clan. If we seek refuge with them without sufficient warriors, we shall be consumed, and our lineage will vanish," cautioned Imanra, the female leader of the River clan, her eyes brimming with worry. As a clan leader, she understood the significance of their heritage and feared that seeking refuge would lead them to forget their ancestors. "Heritage? Huh. If we do not ally with the Angry Sea clan, we will eventually be eradicated by the outsiders." The Oak clan leader's voice resonated with a heavy bitterness, his face etched with pain and despair, his heart filled with hatred and anger at the memory of the conflict with the outsiders. The final clan leader, a woman from the Leaf tribe, remained silent, her clan being the most vulnerable among the united tribes. She sat quietly in a corner, her gaze reflecting confusion and helplessness, uncertain of the path forward in such dire circumstances. The clamor of the crowd suddenly fell into silence, the campfire crackling fiercely, illuminating faces that were either darkened with gloom, filled with hatred, or marked by bewilderment and uncertainty. The cave was suffused with a stifling atmosphere, creating a sense of suffocation. "Very well. Everyone should take their clans to rest. At dawn, we shall set out for the Angry Sea clan." Iron Rock, the most formidable leader among the 5 clans, felt a deep sense of discomfort, reluctant to flee in such a disheveled manner. Even one who feared not death, he was forced to make this arduous decision. He must lead the remaining tribesmen to another clan that could offer them refuge, even if it meant relinquishing his title as leader. His voice bore a hint of fatigue and weariness, as if he had aged significantly in that fleeting moment. In silence, the gathered individuals rose, leading their clans toward the corners of the cave. Their steps were heavy and slow, each heart laden with worry and unease, unsure of what the future held in store for them. The union of several tribes commenced several centuries ago, when they were ruthlessly driven to flee by the invaders accompanied by the malevolent dragon, scattering in all directions. In the dire moments of survival, they had no choice but to unite, managing to fend off the dragon's onslaught. The first to fall was the Flowing Stream tribe, whose members suffered grievous losses under the dragon's rampage, forcing the survivors to abandon their homeland. Next was the Mountain tribe, which also succumbed to the invaders' aggression. Their lands were seized, leaving their people displaced. Subsequently, the Oak tribe faced a similarly tragic fate. The leaders of these 3 displaced tribes sought refuge with the Rock tribe, which, fortunately, did not seize the opportunity to absorb them, but instead extended a helping hand, welcoming them into their fold. It was this rare act of kindness and tolerance that forged the current alliance of 5 tribes. Thus, the chieftains of the 3 tribes do not harbor resentment towards aligning with the mightier Sea of Rage tribe, viewing it as perhaps their only avenue for survival. After centuries of growth, the alliance reached its zenith with nearly 100,000 members, diligently toiling and striving to restore vitality to their land. However, after enduring 3 consecutive wars against the invaders, only a little over 60,000 remain, including 40,000 elderly and underage members, with roughly 20,000 able-bodied women left to fight. The most critical male warriors have dwindled to just over 1,000. These warriors are the tribe's hope and backbone. Yet their numbers have become alarmingly sparse. As night descended, heavy and oppressive like a thick shroud, it enveloped the entire world. Within the caverns of the Greenleaf tribe, the light was dim and hazy, shrouded in a dense fog. Chieftain Lingya, with leaden legs, struggled step by step back to a corner of the cave, the dwelling place of her fragile tribe. Her silhouette appeared particularly frail in the faint light. She stood there quietly, her gaze sweeping across the weary faces of the old, weak, women and children, all filled with helplessness and fear. A colossal weight pressed down upon Lingya's heart, suffocating her, as deep confusion and despair engulfed her like a tumultuous tide. Chapter 94. Lingras, the Greenleaf tribe, the most diminutive existence in this region, was compelled to join this brutal alliance of the strong preying upon the weak centuries ago. Though on the surface, they had not suffered overt bullying and oppression from other tribes over the long passage of time, they were bound by an oppressive pact akin to a shackle. They were required to unreservedly offer everything for the alliance: valiant warriors, sustenance for survival, and women of childbearing age. None could be spared, none could evade this obligation. The members of the Greenleaf tribe number merely around 5,000, with only a handful of adults capable of wielding weapons and heading to battle. Even if we reluctantly count the women, there are merely 2,000 of us, while the elderly, infirm, and disabled number over 3,000. Amidst the relentless and brutal battles, the warriors of the tribe are falling one by one, their ranks diminishing. The sharp decline in warriors resembles a dreadful chain reaction, directly leading to the depletion of our food sources. Nowadays, hunting parties often return empty-handed, and the manpower for gathering is severely lacking, rendering us helpless. If this situation persists, we need not await the storm-like assaults from outsiders. The Greenleaf tribe will inevitably march toward the abyss of extinction due to our internal strife and external pressures. Chief, can we truly succeed in reaching the Angry Sea tribe? Can they really save us? The young maiden, Lingxiao, inquired with a face full of concern, her voice trembling slightly with a hint of fear of the unknown. Yet, she seemed to converse with herself, exclaiming with fervor, "No. They will only consume our tribe and our people, forcing our women to labor and bear children for them." Lingxiao had been present during that heart-wrenching conversation, her face adorned with the unique and strange patterns of the Greenleaf tribe. In the dim light, those patterns shimmered with a mysterious and distinctive luster, reminiscent of ancient marks left by time. I don't know." Lingya's voice was hoarse and feeble, as if all vitality had been drained from her. "But what else can we do? Without warriors, we are like creatures stripped of our claws and fangs, utterly incapable of surviving in this perilous forest. Moreover, did you know that the chief of the Rock tribe launched a frenzied ambush against the outsiders yesterday? Survivors who escaped by chance reported that the casualties among the outsiders were in the thousands. The enraged outsiders will undoubtedly retaliate with the ferocity of wild beasts. If we do not flee quickly, we can only await the arrival of death here." Lingya's words were laden with helplessness and despair. "Chief, perhaps we have another path to consider," Lingxiao whispered mysteriously, leaning closer to Lingya's ear, her voice low as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Have you lost your mind? How could that be possible? They are our enemies," Lingya exclaimed, her face suddenly filled with terror, her eyes wide as if confronted by an unimaginable monster. Disbelief etched across her features. "Why is it impossible? They are also human, not man-eating monsters. Since their arrival, hundreds of years have passed, and during this long span, they have not invaded our forests on such a large scale," Lingxiao fervently explained, her eyes gleaming with a resolute and fervent light, akin to a beacon of hope in the darkness. "From the warriors returning from hunts, I have gathered much information regarding these outsiders. They possess an incredibly formidable power, cleaving vast expanses of forest with ruthless efficiency, only to erect bustling and thriving tribes upon the desolate lands. Massive and resilient stone walls safeguard the inhabitants from the ferocious assaults of wild beasts, and they command an army of unparalleled strength. Clad in impenetrable armor that our spears cannot penetrate, they wield sharp weapons capable of effortlessly vanquishing our mightiest warriors. Their kin feast abundantly each day, liberated from enduring the harsh conditions of the forest as we do." The low, yet hopeful, words of Lingxiao echoed softly in the ears of the gathering tribespeople, akin to a gentle breeze. Her voice brimmed with yearning for an alternate existence, one that the inhabitants of the Greenleaf tribe had never experienced. Now, they have arrived with a powerful army, one that dwarfs the warriors of any of our tribes in might. The brutal battles we have faced starkly reveal that unless all tribes within the forest unite as one, we shall be extinguished like ants, systematically obliterated. As she spoke, Ling Qiu's voice involuntarily rose, striving to ignite the flickering flame of hope within her kin. Yet, even in her defiance, she questioned, "Is it truly necessary for us to seek their refuge? And on what grounds can you assure us they would accept us?" The notion of seeking refuge, indeed, was the audacious and reckless idea that Ling Qiu had just whispered. However, as Ling Ye countered, her voice dwindled, betraying a profound sense of impotence, lacking any conviction. "If you agree, I am willing to act as an envoy to find the leaders of the outsiders. I shall convey our plight and our plea." This, she believed, was the singular hope of our tribe, our true future. With unwavering determination, Ling Qiu gazed intently at her sister, her eyes reflecting an undeniable resolve, as if to convey that this was their sole path, their only glimmer of light amidst despair. Ling Ye silently surveyed the surrounding tribespeople, their faces etched with confusion and fear. The cave was eerily silent, punctuated only by the occasional wail of a child, piercing through the stifling atmosphere. After a prolonged pause, Ling Ye slowly closed her eyes, the wrinkles upon her face appearing to deepen in that moment. She pondered, her heart in turmoil, until at last, summoning every ounce of her strength, she made her decision. "Then you shall go. If you have not returned by tomorrow's departure, we will have no choice but to follow the other tribes to the angry sea." "I understand, Chief. For the sake of all our tribe, I shall return with hope." With that declaration, Ling Qiu turned resolutely and strode purposefully toward the cave's exit. The tall silhouette, bathed in the dim glow, appeared so utterly solitary yet remarkably resolute. The wild lily, perhaps inherently blessed with an extraordinary fortune that transcends the ordinary, seemed as if a mysterious guardian was bestowing upon her unexpected and profound assistance at this critical juncture. This enabled her to elude the watchful sentinels of the cavern, stepping alone into the perilous embrace of the forest. Moonlight, like liquid silver, filtered through the dense foliage, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. Reminiscent of an enigmatic tapestry, the tribes that had long inhabited the shadowy thicket had long since acclimated to nocturnal life, navigating the darkness without the aid of torches. Yet at this moment, the wild lily found herself devoid of the capacity to appreciate the enchanting scenery. She was disoriented, surrounded by an environment that felt both alien and menacing. The once fearsome beasts that prowled the night, unleashing terrifying roars, had vanished into thin air, leaving an eerie silence that sent shivers down her spine. She had lost track of time and her whereabouts, propelled solely by an unwavering conviction, stubbornly pressing onward. Suddenly, figures sprang forth from the shadows ahead. They were the vigilant warriors of another tribe. "Which tribe do you belong to? What brings you here?" queried a robust warrior, bare-chested and wielding a long spear, as he obstructed her path, his expression laden with suspicion. The moonlight danced upon his face, revealing his watchful eyes. Could it be that the chieftain has orchestrated this? Perhaps he is aware of our struggles and has sent a woman to amuse us? The warrior from the mountain tribe, eyeing the wild lily's ample form under the moon's embrace, harbored a flicker of lascivious greed in his gaze, his tone dripping with levity and vulgarity. "Indeed, this woman is rather appealing," chimed in a warrior from the oak tribe, sporting a repugnant grin that elicited a wave of knowing laughter from the remaining warriors, their mocking jeers echoing hauntingly in the stillness of the forest, reminiscent of demonic whispers that sent chills down one's spine. "I hail from the Greenleaf tribe. I merely lost my way and cannot find the path back to the cavern," the wild lily replied, her heart racing with alarm as she faced the menacing warriors. Her pulse quickened, akin to a frantic drumbeat. She was acutely aware that she might soon fall victim to their predations. Yet what truly gnawed at her was the thought of failing the mission that bore the hopes of her entire tribe. This was not merely a matter of her own fate. It was intertwined with the very survival of the Greenleaf tribe. "Oh, you claim to be lost in this midnight forest? Do you think we shall believe such a tale?" The lead warrior, his brow furrowed in skepticism, scrutinized her from head to toe, his eyes brimming with scrutiny. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss to discern what threat this frail woman could possibly pose. What could she offer them, other than a modicum of amusement? "Captain, why not bind her and interrogate her thoroughly? She might be a spy," one of the warriors snarled, his spear striking the ground with a resounding thud, akin to a beast growling a warning to its prey. "Very well, tie her to the tree. We must conduct a rigorous interrogation," the captain commanded with a wave of his hand. "Yes, bind her to the tree and strip her of her garments, lest she conceal any weapons." Another warrior chimed in, a lewd smirk gracing his face, eagerly anticipating a wicked spectacle. "Wait, I am merely a lost soul, the sister of the chief of the Greenleaf tribe. You cannot treat me this way," Ling Qiu shouted, desperately attempting to leverage her identity to dissuade them while anxiously scanning her surroundings for an escape route. Her heart raced, and her mind whirled, fervently seeking a means of evasion, constantly reminding herself to remain composed, for calmness was the key to survival. However, the mere mention of the Greenleaf tribe, the most feeble among the clans, caused any lingering hesitations in the hearts of the warriors to vanish without a trace. "Oh, the Greenleaf tribe? I have heard that all your warriors have perished, leaving only a handful of the frail and infirm. How can you hope to survive on your own?" Scoffed a warrior from the Highland tribe, his tone dripping with disdain, his face a mask of derision, as though he were gazing upon a pitiful group destined for extinction. The other warriors joined in with lewd laughter, like a pack of famished wolves, as they began to manhandle Ling Xiao, tugging at her animal skin garments. Her attire, so fragile beneath their brutish hands, was swiftly torn into shreds. In an instant, her bare form lay exposed before these ravenous and frenzied warriors. Yet, as she beheld the greed glimmering in their eyes, Ling Xiao felt not an overwhelming dread or fury, but rather a profound sorrow. Though they belonged to the same lineage, their conduct was barbaric and cruel, akin to a horde of mindless beasts. This stark reality was one of the principal reasons she had considered allying with outsiders. She yearned to escape a life intertwined with these savage and ignorant beings, longed to flee from this primitive wilderness. She envisioned a new existence, one marked by civility and tranquility. Just as she despairingly closed her eyes, preparing to endure her fate in silence while contemplating her escape, a bizarre, piercing shriek echoed from afar. The indigenous warriors, however, recognized that shrill cry all too well, their faces contorting with deep-seated hatred and fear. Not good. The outsiders' aerial monstrosities have arrived. Retreat. The leader's complexion turned ashen, and he spun on his heel, fleeing without daring to glance back. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength that these creatures possessed. Even a single one of them was beyond the capability of their meager team of 5 or 6 to contend with. To engage in battle would undoubtedly be a path to self-destruction. At his urgent call, the remaining warriors disregarded the woman on the ground, turning to flee like startled birds. They were all terrorized by these monsters, each encounter exacting a grievous toll, and the haunting memories clung to them like nightmares. However, how could they hope to outrun the griffins soaring above? Ling Xiao lay on the ground, her gaze vacantly fixed on the hazy sky illuminated by the moonlight. Great shadows swept past overhead, their swift passage stirring up a tempest that threatened to tear the world asunder, nearly lifting Ling Xiao off the ground. The wind howled in her ears like an enraged beast, her hair whipped about wildly, an external manifestation of her boundless fear and yearning. Chapter 96. Discovery of the indigenous nest. As her mind wandered, several enormous beasts descended beside her. The knights atop the creatures spoke in a language she could not comprehend, their voices sounding like arcane incantations from another realm. Uncertain of how to respond, she continued to lie motionless on the ground, striving to appear harmless. "Captain, she cannot understand a word we say," a young knight remarked to the captain, glancing at Ling Xiao with a hint of exasperation. "Cover her with a cloak and take her with us. She seems utterly lost and despondent, likely a victim of those indigenous warriors. Perhaps she can provide us with valuable information and assistance." Flavius, riding atop his griffin, pondered for a moment before issuing a slow command. Upon hearing the order, several knights exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to bring along this indigenous woman. In their eyes, all natives were barbaric and perilous. Moreover, the previous night's ambush had claimed the lives of many of their comrades, and they had taken countless lives in return. The enmity between them was well established. Ultimately, it was the youngest knight who displayed a measure of compassion. He nimbly dismounted from his griffin, retrieved a cloak from his pack, and gently draped it over Linko's exposed form. Then, with tender care, he lifted her and placed her upon the griffin's back, his movements delicate, as if cradling a fragile dream. Having completed this task, the knight exhaled deeply, as though he had accomplished a daunting mission. Amid the soft laughter of his fellow knights, he felt a tinge of embarrassment as he climbed back onto the griffin, taking the woman's hands and gently resting them upon his waist. Yet, unbeknownst to him, while his comrades chuckled softly, their gazes were sharp and piercing, fixated on the indigenous woman like the edges of a knife. At the very moment the woman placed her hand upon his waist, he instinctively tightened his grip on the longsword, as figures began to encircle him silently from both sides. Their vigilance remained unwavering, ever prepared to confront any imminent danger. In this perilous forest, they dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. Ling Xiao sat astride the back of the beast, inhaling the enchanting fragrance emanating from the robe draped over her. It was a scent unlike any she had encountered before, a fragrance from a realm beyond her own. Clutching the knight's cold armor, she found herself unwittingly entranced. This aroma and the armor represented a novel and extraordinary experience for her, igniting a profound yearning and anticipation for the unknown world outside. It was a realm she had never set foot in, brimming with hope and endless possibilities. Around her, she was acutely aware of the piercing gazes fixated upon her. This was a skill inherent to the tribespeople of the forest, allowing them to sense the subtle undercurrents of hostility. This was also the reason why Elena's nightly search party was consistently outmaneuvered. However, she refrained from any reaction, knowing that their inability to communicate could render even the slightest movement or response a potential source of grave misunderstanding, even peril. She could only wait quietly, surrendering to the whims of fate, much like a leaf caught in a tempest, uncertain of where it might ultimately land. The prepared knights urged their steeds onward, and the griffins beat their colossal wings, stirring a fierce gale as they pursued the knights ahead. Soon, flickering torches appeared on the ground, their dim yellow light wavering in the darkness, resembling faint stars illuminating the pitch-black forest. "Captain Anakin, have all the fleeing natives been eliminated?" Flavius, guiding his griffin, descended slowly beside the corpses of the natives. His voice echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the forest. Indeed, they were all dispatched in haste. "Those fools. What are they staring at? I am speaking of you." Anakin bellowed in fury, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, resembling an enraged bull. After traversing this perilous forest for the better part of the night, they had finally discovered the natives, only for his subordinates to slaughter them like madmen. Was it truly just a matter of lacking orders? Could they not possess a modicum of discernment? His team, well accustomed to his volatile temperament, looked at one another in bewilderment, scratching their heads, silently muttering, "What are you saying? I cannot comprehend." The night was thick as ink, darkness enveloping the entire forest. Since the attack commenced, the knights had been commanded to venture into this uncharted territory, and now dawn was approaching. Throughout the night, they had trudged through this treacherous forest, surrounded by the ominous growls of unseen beasts that kept everyone on edge, each hair on their bodies standing on end. In the heart of the forest, thorns thrived unchecked, their lush foliage completely obscuring the sky above. Even with the faint glow of the stars, only a small area ahead could be discerned. The expansive wings of the griffin brushed against the branches as it soared, producing a rustling sound that startled the nocturnal birds perched upon the boughs, causing them to flutter away in a state of panic, thus infusing the tranquil night with an air of tension. The knights spiraled through this labyrinthine woodland, and had it not been for their encounter with the water chestnut, they might have returned empty-handed. At this moment, a surge of excitement coursed through the knights as they closely followed the guidance of the water chestnut, gradually approaching the cave. This was all thanks to the unique signals of the water chestnut. She spread her arms wide, mimicking wings, then puffed her cheeks and forcefully exhaled a gust of wind. The knights instantly understood, their pace slowing, the sound of wings flapping diminished to a whisper as they cautiously advanced towards their objective, every movement imbued with care and focus. Before long, they halted 500 meters from the cave. The water chestnut appeared tense and concentrated. She first pointed ahead, then indicated the trees, and finally gestured to herself, signaling that there were guards upon the tree trunks. "What does this mean, Flavi?" Anakin inquired, though he had a vague intuition of the answer. Flavi, while observing the surroundings with keen interest, pondered aloud. "This likely indicates that there are natives in the trees ahead, which means their lair lies just beyond." Their eyes met, and in that shared glance, both recognized the resolve within each other. "I understand. We must ascertain the veracity of this information. Let us split into two teams, one to the left and one to the right, and ascend to the highest vantage point for reconnaissance." Anakin nodded in agreement, decisively making his choice. "Very well. Let us proceed, and do take care, Captain Anakin," Flavi reminded him with a nod. "May the dragon god protect us, and may Yanhuang endure." The knights murmured reverently, this powerful and hopeful incantation resonating with utmost sincerity, albeit softly. They then divided into two teams, swiftly vanishing amidst the dense foliage, their figures melding into the shadows, leaving only the faintest whisper of the wind in their wake. The water chestnut clung tightly to the knight's form, the wind howling past her ears, her hair dancing wildly in the tempest. She had betrayed her kin, and at this moment, a tumult of emotions, guilt, confusion, anticipation, swirled within her, unsure if her choice was right or wrong. Yet, a voice deep within her cried out, assuring her that she would not regret this. It was her only hope for herself and her people's future, even if that hope flickered like a candle in the wind. Chapter 97. The encirclement in the final moments before dawn, the last vestiges of darkness quietly descended as the Griffin Knights ascended to the treetops. One to the left and one to the right. They lay still upon the backs of their griffins, silently sharing jerky with their companions below, replenishing their strength. With unwavering gaze, they peered through the gaps between the trees, fixated on the forest below, eagerly awaiting the dawn. A sleepless night had left both them and their steeds utterly fatigued, yet it could not extinguish the fervor and excitement that burned within their hearts. For they were acutely aware that this arduous quest was on the brink of yielding its long-awaited illumination, the light of victory shimmering just ahead. Time flowed languidly, each second stretching infinitely, rendering the moments excruciatingly protracted. At long last, a faint crimson glow began to emerge at the horizon, akin to a sharp blade cleaving through the darkened sky. This hue gradually expanded, painting the heavens in shades of orange and red. Under the guidance of two captains, the knights restrained their mounts, moving with the grace of ethereal phantoms as they dispersed into the forest below. Their movements were light and agile, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid the slightest sound, lest they alert the hidden enemies lurking in the shadows. Every nerve was taut, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ling Chao, upon entering the woods, radiated anxiety and unease, her eyes darting about, leaving no corner overlooked. Fortunately, her familiarity with this forest allowed her to swiftly identify the cave's location, and she promptly indicated the direction to her fellow knights, her fingers trembling slightly. Flavai, who had been observing her intently, followed the direction of her pointed finger, his gaze sharpening like that of a hawk. He guided his griffin, gently flapping its wings. As they glided forward, after maneuvering around several robust trees, he finally spotted their objective, a cleverly concealed entrance nestled beneath a colossal peak. Outside the cave, a few indigenous guards yawned languidly, clearly still ensnared in the remnants of slumber, blissfully unaware of the encroaching peril. Upon confirming the target, Flavai halted and subtly gestured for the knights beside him to retreat. Now that the location had been established, it was merely a matter of sending word back to the general and the lord. Moreover, it was imperative to bring the indigenous woman along, for she was a crucial witness whose testimony could determine the success or failure of their endeavor. He cautiously withdrew and quietly instructed one knight to notify Anakin to regroup at the starting point. Progress was proceeding smoothly, and soon the two teams would converge. Subsequently, Flavai directed Van Persie to escort the indigenous woman back to report their findings, while the remaining knights dispersed into the forest, utilizing the dense foliage and terrain to conceal their presence, meticulously monitoring the cave's activity from various angles. As time trickled by, sounds of commotion began to emanate from the vicinity of the cave, indicating that the natives had awakened. The concealed team members were consumed by anxiety, beads of sweat forming in their palms as tension permeated the air. If the natives fled before the reinforcements arrived, the toil and efforts of the night would be rendered futile. Yet, despite their growing restlessness, the reinforcements remained conspicuously absent. Each passing moment felt like an agonizing trial, as time seemed to conspire against them, moving at an excruciatingly sluggish pace. Within the confines of the cave, the weary chieftain Taiyin of the Iron Rock tribe, having endured a sleepless night due to yesterday's meeting, rose later than usual. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he commenced the task of arranging evacuation duties for the other four tribal leaders, adhering to the plan established the previous day. It was imperative to depart swiftly. There could be no further delays, for our very lives depended on it. Upon receiving the orders, the four chieftains sprang into action, rallying their people. Their tribes possessed little that required transport, primarily just simple necessities, yet the presence of many elderly, women, and children rendered their movements painfully slow. An hour later, the bustling throng finally gathered at the cave's entrance. The cacophony of children's cries intertwined with the coughs of the elderly, creating an atmosphere of chaos and noise. Too slow. How could such a procession hope to evade pursuit? The high mountain chieftain frowned deeply, shaking his head in dissatisfaction as he addressed Taiyin, his tone laced with reproach. Do you wish to abandon your kin? Taiyin retorted, anger flickering in his gaze. If necessary, it would not be out of the question. The high mountain chieftain's face darkened, his cold stare fixed upon the frail and infirm before him, devoid of any compassion, chillingly indifferent. Enough. If you wish to depart, you may do so now. I shall lead the tribesmen onward alone. Taiyin, unwilling to hear more, interrupted angrily and strode away. Bah, there is no reward for being a good man. The high mountain chieftain scoffed, his expression one of disdain, the echo of his laughter harsh against the air. The total number of the procession reached 60,000. resembling a slowly undulating dragon as they emerged from the cave, laboriously advancing towards the forests further south under Tian's guidance. They would need to march tirelessly for 10 consecutive days to reach the territory of the Fury Sea tribe. Meanwhile, a messenger had already set forth, racing towards the Fury Sea tribe without pause. After all, with tens of thousands joining, even the formidable Fury Sea tribe would undoubtedly take heed. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that many watchers were concealed within the surrounding forest, and their dispatched messenger had already met a grim fate as a cold corpse. "Captain, the natives are preparing to flee. Shall we take action?" Royal unsheathed his bloodied longsword, wiping the crimson stains upon the corpse of a native, and anxiously inquired of his captain beside him. "Fear not, there are no other tribes within 100 miles of this vicinity. How swiftly can several thousand elderly and weak move through the forest? Will we lose track of them?" Flavai, mimicking the same motion, explained languidly, his expression remarkably calm, as if everything were well within his control. Informed the brothers to continue monitoring their outgoing members and sever all their external communications. Having directed his two companions, he mounted his griffin with grace and departed, leaving the matter of the bodies to his team, who would ensure the scene was cleansed of any trace. On the other hand, Van Persie, who was escorting the indigenous woman back to the mines to report, encountered the furious Elena in the forest after traversing a considerable distance. "General, I am Van Persie, a member of the 1st Brigade, 2nd Squadron of the Griffin Legion, here to report. We have discovered the indigenous nest, and Captain Flavius is currently monitoring them." His voice trembled with excitement as he delivered the news, pride radiating from him as he saluted with a hand on his chest. Chapter 98, The Encirclement 2. "Well done, brave knights. I shall inform Lord of your commendable efforts." Upon hearing this, Elena's stern expression softened into a smile of appreciation. Her eyes filled with admiration. "Van Persie, who is that behind you?" Noticing the robed woman hovering behind the knight, Elena inquired with a hint of curiosity. "General, this woman is indigenous. We rescued her from the hands of their warriors last night. Thanks to her guidance, we located their stronghold." Van Persie succinctly summarized their actions from the previous night, also speaking well of the woman. "Indigenous? Appearing in the forest at such a late hour? I understand now. Hand her over to others to take to the Lord. You shall lead us. We must eradicate the enemy thoroughly this time." After a moment of contemplation, Elena suspected the woman held some significance but deemed it not the time to dwell on such matters. The priority was to pursue and eliminate the foe. "Understood, General." Van Persie readily agreed, nodding in affirmation before guiding the griffin to land, preparing to hand the woman over to another knight. However, just as he signaled for her to dismount, the previously silent woman suddenly became agitated. She gesticulated wildly, her voice filled with urgency and fear as she spoke rapidly. "What does this mean? Does she not wish to leave my side?" Elena furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to decipher the woman's intentions. "I am unsure as well. We do not share a common language. She merely guided us last night without speaking," Van Persie replied, equally bewildered as he shrugged his shoulders. "Banish her, take her away." Still puzzled by the woman's behavior, Elena resolved to disregard her for the moment, prioritizing the mission with an unyielding tone. At that moment, another knight, responding to the command, stepped forward with a rope in hand, ready to carry out the order. But suddenly, the woman drew the long sword hanging from Van Persie's griffin and pressed it against her throat, her hands trembling slightly, her eyes reflecting a determination to embrace death. The scene became tense, all eyes fixated on her, the air thick with anticipation, and time seemed to stand still. With the threat of death as her only recourse, she felt she had no other options left amidst the watchful gaze of numerous beasts and knights surrounding her. In her heart, a singular thought prevailed. She could not allow them to take her away. She needed to return to the cave where her kin awaited. What had she sacrificed others for? If not to ensure the survival of the Greenleaf tribe, the thought of abandoning her people, plunging them into despair, was unbearable to her. Although she understood that if she complied with their arrangements, the outsiders would ensure a better life for her in the days to come due to her assistance the previous night, such an outcome was not what she desired. She longed to stand with her tribe, to face the unknown fate together, bound by the ties of life and death. Ling Xiao gripped the heavy longsword tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. Her gaze was fixed intently on Van Persie as she pointed toward the cave's direction, her movements frantic and urgent, as if echoing the actions of the previous night. After repeating her gesture 2 or 3 times, Van Persie hesitated, uncertainty lacing his voice as he remarked, "General, it seems she wishes to return to the cave. Then let us proceed. Carry on, and you shall look after this woman," came the command. In that fleeting moment, Elena perceived a reflection of herself in this woman, a spirit of tenacity and resolve. After staring for a while, she shook her head and issued a new command before turning to take flight. With the majestic griffin soaring away, a multitude of griffin riders followed in formation, resembling a vast, dark cloud hurtling toward their objective, a formidable force poised to crush any adversaries that dared to stand in their path. "Give me the sword. You foolish woman, you are truly a danger to yourself," Van Persie complained as he extended his hand, his expression a mix of exasperation and anger, lamenting her stubbornness. This time, Ling Xiao did not resist. She obediently returned the sword to him, gazing longingly at the colossal beasts and their riders soaring above. How splendid it would be if her people could dwell in such a powerful and secure realm, free from the constant fear and the relentless struggle for survival. Such was the vision that filled her heart with hope. Soon, once these outsiders surrounded the cave, she could lead her kin to surrender. She silently contemplated her little scheme, and as her thoughts raced, the griffin beneath her took to the skies, joining the rapid flight of the larger troop. A total of 4,000 mighty griffins surged through the forest, creating a whirlwind of shrill winds. Countless gusts howled past, causing branches to sway violently and leaves to scatter, as if the entire forest trembled in fear. The riders atop the griffins had already crouched low against their backs, clinging tightly to avoid being swept away by the fierce winds that could not only dislodge their helmets, but could even lift unsteady riders into the air. With a clear direction in mind, it did not take long for Elena to lead the cavalcade of riders to the vicinity of the cave. At this moment, the indigenous people had long since departed, leaving the cave enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by the gentle rustle of leaves swayed by the breeze. A knight, tasked with the mission, swiftly soared from the cave's entrance, moving with great speed. "My Lord General, the indigenous stronghold is deserted. Everyone is in flight." He approached Elena, bowing respectfully before urgently reporting the situation, his voice tinged with a hint of urgency. "Lead the way." A fierce glint flickered in Elena's eyes. "Yes, General." The knight complied immediately, turning and vanishing swiftly ahead. The pace of the ground troops could not compete with the swiftness of aerial flight, particularly with a multitude of encumbrances in tow. The elderly, women, and children trudged along laboriously, their steps faltering. Some collapsed from exhaustion, mercilessly left behind. Upon reaching the cave, they managed to catch up with the indigenous people who had departed several hours earlier, and in the distance, the migrating throng appeared like a serpentine entity, slowly slithering through the forest. Griffin Knights, surround all indigenous people, eliminate any resistance. May the dragon god bestow protection. Upon spotting the indigenous trail ahead, Elena decisively issued the battle command, her voice amplified by magic, resonating throughout the entire knightly order. Chapter 99. Encirclement 3. May the dragon god protect us. And may the Huang and Yin endure through eternity. Countless knights roared in unison, their voices resonating powerfully like a rolling thunder, striking the eardrums with intensity. They then surged toward the indigenous people below, ferocious and relentless, as if intent on devouring and tearing apart all adversaries. Among them was Ling Xiao, anxiously searching for her kin, her gaze filled with concern and urgency, her heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. Yet, on the swiftly flying griffin, discerning the multitude of figures below proved exceedingly difficult. The howling wind blurred her vision, and she could only vaguely perceive the chaotic throng, the countless indistinct silhouettes amplifying her anxiety. The ground below was already in disarray, as the ferocious beasts soared overhead, instilling terror and eliciting screams from the crowd. Lingya, having subtly instructed her people, saw the entire green leaf tribe huddled together, moving in unison through the crowd. "Do not resist, stay close," Ling Xiao commanded. "Drop your weapons. Keep an eye on your kin, do not get separated." The great beasts soaring above loomed large, their expansive wings nearly blotting out the sunlight. With each flap, they generated a howling wind, accompanied by piercing shrieks that sent everyone's hearts racing uncontrollably, pounding against their chests like a drum. The children's cries, amidst the chaos, sounded particularly heart-wrenching, their tender voices magnified by fear, trembling, and sobbing. The women's screams pierced the air like sharp blades, cutting through the clamor with an excruciating sharpness. Filled with panic and the utmost despair, the faces of the men were etched with tension and resolve as they seized whatever could serve as a weapon: hoes, axes, and wooden clubs. Some, in a frenzy, dashed deeper into the forest, their steps unsteady, branches tearing at their cheeks and garments, blood oozing forth, yet they remained oblivious. Others were utterly overcome by fear, their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground with tightly shut eyes, trembling uncontrollably, attempting to feign death in hopes of evading this horrifying catastrophe. However, for those who rose to resist, fate showed no favor, undeterred by their bravery. The griffins swooped down like predatory eagles, swift as lightning, their presence stirring powerful gusts of wind. Their claws were as sharp as steel hooks, and their pointed beaks glinted with a chilling brilliance under the sun. Before the resistors could react further, the rapid assaults rained down like cannonballs. Dust billowed, scattering the surrounding crowd, while the indigenous people pinned beneath the griffins' claws had long since succumbed to death. Amidst the cacophony of terrified screams, the remaining resistors were ruthlessly torn apart. Blood surged forth like a fountain, splattering the nearby ground and foliage, instantly staining vast patches of earth crimson. The air thickened with a pungent scent of blood, both acrid and nauseating. Those attempting to flee could not escape the grim fate of being hunted. The knights' longswords shimmered with a cold gleam in the sunlight, each swing infused with lethal force. The archers became the nightmares of the escapees. With unparalleled skill, the knights drew their bows and released their arrows in seamless succession, each projectile whistling through the air, accurately striking the fleeing individuals in their backs. Accompanied by muffled cries of agony, the escapees fell to the ground, blood spreading across the fallen leaves. Certainly, there were some unfortunate souls firmly grasped by the griffin's claws, desperately struggling in midair, thrashing about, their hands flailing in a futile attempt to grasp a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, it was all in vain. The griffin's talons, forged of iron, held them tightly, dragging them toward the abyss of death. After the chaos and slaughter, the forest finally returned to tranquility, though this calm was permeated by an eerie silence. Ultimately, a group of the elderly, weak, and women and children were herded and cornered among a few large trees. They crouched on the ground, trembling, their eyes filled with fear and despair, clinging tightly to one another, seeking a minuscule sense of safety from each other's warmth. General, the resistors have all been vanquished. A small number of the indigenous have escaped the encirclement. Shall we pursue? The commander of the first squadron, Captain Mozak, rode his griffin, swiftly approaching Elena, his urgent inquiry spilling forth. His griffin's wings beat furiously, stirring the air into a slight tremor. Well done. Take 5 companies and continue the pursuit. We must eradicate these remnants completely. Elena hovered above the captive, gazing down at the trembling natives huddled on the ground, her eyes glinting with a cold light, her voice slicing through the howling wind. Yes, General. Mozak waved his arms to call the roll, then succinctly issued commands for the squads to prepare for a fan-shaped pursuit, ensuring that not a single enemy would escape. In an instant, the 1,000 knights called upon surged forth like arrows released from a bow, seamlessly breaking free from the encirclement and charging after the fleeing adversaries. Their figures flashed across the dense canopy of the forest, stirring a sharp gust of wind in their wake. Meanwhile, Van Persie and his companion, Ling Xiao, circled above the captives. Ling Xiao was consumed by anxiety, her gaze scanning the throng of natives below. The natives, heads bowed and expressions fearful, cowered like a startled flock of sheep. Where could her sister be? Finding a familiar face amidst the chaos of this crowd was no trifling task. Overwhelmed with urgency, Ling Xiao patted Van Persie's shoulder. Confused, he turned to see her expression filled with desperation, her hands urgently tapping the griffin and fervently pointing towards the crowd below, her eyes brimming with earnestness and plea. Van Persie instantly understood, nodding in acknowledgement under Elena's contemplative gaze. He guided the griffin to descend slowly, its powerful body stirring countless twigs and leaves as it touched the ground. Ling Ya, I have returned. Where are you? Come out. Without waiting for the griffin to settle, Ling Xiao leapt down with the agility of a small beast, her feet barely touching the ground before she began to cry out, her voice tinged with a sob, echoing through the now quiet forest. Fortunately, the forest was still, allowing her call to resonate freely, reaching the ears of the natives. Ling Ya, positioned at the heart of the crowd, instantly heard the familiar voice, springing to her feet, her previously dull eyes alight like stars, excitedly waving her arms. I'm here. Ling Xiao, I'm here. In her quaking voice lay the relief of survival and the ecstasy of reunion. The sisters embraced tightly amidst the curious stares of the onlookers, tears streaming down their cheeks. In that moment, they were wholly immersed in the joy of their reunion, forgetting all surrounding dangers and turmoil. Chapter 100. The captives. Ling Ya, quickly. Bring your people and follow me. After the fleeting joy, Ling Xiao suddenly regained her senses, gripping Ling Ya's shoulders tightly and speaking urgently. Where do you intend to go? It was you who brought these outsiders here. You have betrayed us all. Before Ling Ya could respond, A dark and furious voice suddenly erupted around them, shattering the warmth of their reunion. The sisters turned to see that their kin had, at some point, lifted their heads to gaze at them, their eyes filled with malice and hatred. They exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking as they recognized the deep concern mirrored in each other's eyes. At this moment, extricating oneself from this hostile crowd proved to be quite troublesome. The faces of the surrounding tribespeople were etched with anger and confusion, as if they were gazing upon two irredeemable traitors. You have betrayed all your kin, aligning yourselves with outsiders. Have you forgotten how they slaughtered our loved ones? The voice's owner rose to his feet, followed by more indigenous people who stood, their eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on the sisters with a gaze that seemed capable of incinerating them. Although the outsiders had killed many of our people, have we not also taken the lives of their kin? I merely wish for my people to survive and live in safety. I do not see myself as a traitor. After a brief moment of panic, Ling Qiao quickly regained her composure, recalling her precarious situation. She straightened her back, her voice resolute and powerful, imbued with an indomitable spirit. As she boldly countered, no sooner had she spoken than the members of the Green Leaf tribe encircled her, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, forming a solid wall of protection around the sisters, their expressions resolute as they faced the throng from the other tribes. Ling Qiao moved to the core, understood that there could be no delay. They were in dire need of assistance. I lead all the members of the Green Leaf tribe in surrendering to you, and I implore you to accept us. She raised her gaze towards Elena, who had been watching them intently from above. Without concern for whether the other could comprehend her words, she spoke loudly. Her voice, though not boisterous, resonated clearly within the stillness of the forest. Upon finishing, she urgently signaled her people to kneel once more and grasped her still-dazed sister, slowly bowing in the direction of Elena. Kill these traitors. They seek to ally themselves with outsiders and continue to betray us. Their scheme must not succeed. In an instant, angry shouts erupted, as the remaining indigenous people lost their reason, surging towards the sisters like a tidal wave. Although all armed warriors had been vanquished, they still possessed hands, feet, and teeth. Driven by hatred, they deemed the sisters unforgivable traitors who must die. How intriguing. This woman is indeed exceptional. Eliminate all the standing natives while prioritizing the protection of that central group. They are a valuable gift for the Lord. Elena witnessed the entire scene unfold, though she could not understand their words. It was not difficult to surmise from the woman's series of actions that she intended to lead her people toward allegiance with the domain. A subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a knowing expression as she issued her orders. The knights at her side swiftly conveyed her commands, and immediately, the hovering knights sprang into action, launching an attack on the agitated natives below. The nearest knight, riding a griffin, swooped down with remarkable speed. The throng at the landing point emitted piercing screams, instantly hurled into the air by the powerful impact, their bodies scattering like kites severed from their strings. 1, 2, 3 griffins descended upon the ground like heavy artillery shells, swiftly forming an impenetrable steel line. With one hand firmly grasping the reins and the other wielding a glimmering longsword, its blade shimmering with a chilling light. The knight's gaze was steely and resolute, effectively severing the Green Leaf tribe from the rest. Meanwhile, the other knights in the air were not idle. Their targets were all standing natives, regardless of age or gender. The moment anyone dared to rise in defiance, they became prey. In an instant, blood erupted. Severed limbs soared through the air, and the anguished cries echoed deafeningly. The unarmed and defenseless natives stood no chance against the fully armored griffin knights. The sharp claws of the griffins could effortlessly rend their bodies, while the knights' swords could easily cleave through their bones, transforming the forest into a veritable hell on earth. Within a mere 10 minutes, the massacre concluded, leaving the forest in a haunting silence, tainted by the metallic scent of blood and the faint moans that recounted the brutality that had just unfolded. Subsequently, the knights dismounted, coldly delivering fatal blows. Their movements were mechanical and numb, devoid of any compassion, as if this were merely a routine assignment. You are utterly ruthless. They are merely uncivilized savages. Must it be turned into a slaughterhouse? Do take heed next time, Elena remarked, her brow furrowed in discontent as she observed the harrowing scene. The knights exchanged glances, shrugged, and remained silent. You. Take these people back to the cave over there. Do you understand? Lead them back to the cave. Elena flew before the still kneeling Ling Qiao, whose slender figure appeared insignificant beneath the massive griffin. Elena slowly traced a circle in the dirt before the crowd and pointed towards the cave, her gestures deliberate and clear, her eyes filled with anticipation, hoping that Ling Qiao would grasp her intent. Ling Qiao understood the indication, nodded, and gently pulled her trembling sister to her feet. "Lingya, gather our kin. We shall return to the cave," she softly urged, her voice imbued with reassurance and encouragement. "Did we survive?" At that moment, Lingya finally regained her senses, her voice trembling. Her eyes still reflecting fear and confusion, as if struggling to accept the reality of their survival. "Yes, we have survived. All our tribe will live well," Lingqiao vowed earnestly, her gaze resolute and brimming with hope. "I believe you, sister. Let us go. Our people, swiftly now." We returned to the cave. Lingya, tears streaming down her cheeks, nodded vigorously with a choked voice, beginning to rally the tribe. Upon hearing the call, all members of the Green Leaf tribe rose unsteadily, their faces marked with trepidation. Yet, none dared to take a step forward, for before them stood a line of formidable beast knights. The griffins, towering and majestic, exuded an aura of wild ferocity. A mere glance from them could instill fear in the hearts of the natives. Lingqiao sensed the apprehension and led her sister out of the crowd. Approaching one of the mighty beasts, bowing deeply before the knight upon her back, she moved with sincerity and humility, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Before her stood Van Persie, the young knight who kindly nodded in her direction before turning to collaborate seamlessly with his fellow knights, clearing a path for them. Despite having just endured a brutal massacre, numerous indigenous individuals remained crouched around them. As they witnessed the colossal griffin tread upon the corpses scattered beneath, terror gripped them, and they instinctively yielded the way, their eyes filled with dread and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Lingqiao grasped her sister's hand, with all their kin trailing behind them. As they advanced slowly along the passageway paved by the severed limbs of their own people, under the protection of the Griffin Knights, the acrid scent of blood permeated the air, inducing a sense of nausea, while complex gazes were cast from either side of the path, some filled with hatred, others with confusion, and a hint of barely perceptible envy. Lingqiao observed it all, further solidifying her conviction that the tribes in the forest faced a bleak future. Only by aligning with these outsiders could her people truly hope for a better life. Once they had all departed, the remaining knights began to drive away the indigenous individuals still crouched on the ground. At that moment, their patience had waned. The long swords in their hands struck the earth repeatedly, directing the captives to follow the distant figures that had already departed. Those who reacted slowly found themselves struck down by the knight's swords, provoking cries of despair and lamentation. After a moment of chaos, everyone grasped their intent and, dragging their weary and pained bodies, stumbled after the now distant Green Leaf tribe. A profound silence enveloped the procession, aside from the occasional faint groan. No one dared to make a sound. Their fear was not only of the Griffin Knights soaring above, but also stemmed from their inner turmoil, confusion, and helplessness. Chapter 101. Occupation. As Elena secured victory, the ground forces led by Vittorio swiftly approached their location. Surrounding them was an expanse of primordial forest, towering trees obscuring the sunlight, which struggled to filter through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The damp earth exuded a unique aroma, mingling with the fresh scent of the vegetation that lingered in the air. Vittorio navigated through this reference-less woodland with remarkable precision, all thanks to the knights Elena had strategically positioned along the route to serve as guides. These Griffin Knights soared gracefully through the trees, illuminating the path for Vittorio's ground forces and laying a clear course for the approaching lord. Although the ground troops were solely comprised of infantry and lacked the mobility of the aerial forces, they marched at a significantly swifter pace compared to the encumbered assembly of elderly, women, and children. By the time a group of captives meandered back to the cave after several hours, Vittorio's forces had already arrived in close proximity. Upon receiving the notification, Elena mounted her enormous griffin and soared forth into the gentle breeze. At this moment, she was filled with the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled, contemplating the spoils of this battle. Her face instinctively adorned with a light-hearted smile as she jested with Vittorio. "You arrived quite swiftly, but alas, the battle has already concluded. How many natives did you slay? If the count does not surpass our fallen warriors, I fear our lord shall not be pleased." Vittorio, with a stoic expression, coldly inquired of Elena, oblivious to the chilling bluntness of his words. This stark remark instantly rendered the atmosphere tense. Elena's previously uplifted spirits were swiftly dampened by his demeanor, a flicker of discontent rising within her as she replied in a subdued tone, "Approximately 3,000, I suppose, several hundred native warriors, and over 2,000 civilians." Vittorio remained unaware of the impact of his words. Even if he were, he would likely remain indifferent. The two were soon engulfed in an awkward silence, the very air seemingly suspended. The cave retained its ancient essence, with rough stone walls etched by the passage of time. The people remained unchanged, yet despite the environment's constancy, their identities had undergone a profound transformation, from the former masters of this domain to mere captives. Ling Qiao and her sister, leading their kin, were enjoying relatively favorable treatment. Although knights accompanied them, monitoring their actions, their freedom was not curtailed. At this moment, the sisters were fervently engaged in discussion in a corner of the cave, contemplating how to earn the trust of these outsiders. Ling Qiao gently caressed the fabric of her unadorned yet remarkably comfortable robe, her mind racing with possibilities. Observing the outsiders' every move, it appeared they had no intention of departing, though their duration of stay remained uncertain. Perhaps they could provide them with sustenance? This could be our opportunity to integrate. With this thought, she turned to her sister and inquired, "How many warriors do we have left in the tribe? Are they capable of venturing out to hunt?" "There are only about 50 left, and a few hundred women capable of combat, but they are devoid of weapons." "Why do you ask?" Ling Ye replied, her expression one of confusion as she pondered her sister's intentions, unable to decipher them, yet she detailed the tribe's personnel situation thoroughly. "We can prepare some food for these outsiders to exchange for their trust. You should notice how affluent these warriors are, much like the attire I currently wear. This presents a splendid opportunity for our tribe," Ling Qiao patiently elucidated to her sister. "We must demonstrate our value to secure better treatment, akin to the warriors in our tribe. The strongest warriors possess more women, food, and power." Upon hearing this, Ling Ye immediately grasped her sister's intent. As a female chieftain of the tribe, though her physical prowess was not exceptional, she was far from foolish. On the contrary, she was astute and perceptive, for it was precisely these qualities that had afforded her the position of leadership. She weighed the pros and cons in her mind, and after a moment of silence, she said, "I understand. I will arrange for my kin to gather food nearby, but you must explain the situation to these outsiders. However, we cannot communicate effectively. Might this lead to misunderstandings?" "I will ensure they comprehend," he replied. "You should proceed with arranging your kin." After speaking, Ling Qiao strode confidently toward a knight stationed at the perimeter, a familiar figure, Van Persie. At that moment, the remainder of Van Persie's party had sought rest, leaving him to maintain his vigil, as they had shared some camaraderie. As Ling Qiao approached, Van Persie dismounted from his griffin, curious to discern her intentions. He observed her pointing to her mouth while repeatedly enunciating a single word, her other hand gesturing in the air. This left Van Persie perplexed. He racked his brain for a considerable time, yet remained at a loss. It was only when he noticed her teeth clenching and mimicking a biting motion that he hesitantly mimicked the action of eating. "Are you referring to food?" At that moment, Ling Qiao eagerly nodded in affirmation, indicating that Van Persie had indeed grasped her meaning. She then pointed to her kin and gestured toward the cave's entrance. Was she seeking to venture out in search of sustenance? Van Persie began to understand her intent and nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as he observed Ling Qiao rallying her kin, he mounted his griffin and soared from the cave. Following the designated route, he meticulously explained the situation to the knights along the way before returning to the cave. There, he found Ling Qiao waiting with over 200 members of her kin, arranged in an orderly fashion. "Follow me, come." Van Persie beckoned to Ling Qiao, signaling her to join him. As they journeyed, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting golden patches of light upon them. Van Persie led them outside the cave. Though he was uncertain of their precise destination, he felt compelled to accompany them. At that moment, Ling Qiao pointed to his sword and then to the hands of her kin. "Do you require weapons?" he queried, feeling somewhat conflicted. "I cannot make that decision. You must wait here while I consult the general." Understanding Linko's request, Van Persie felt a twinge of hesitation. He was uncertain whether the general would acquiesce, but he gestured for them to remain on the ground and then instructed his griffin to ascend as he sought out General Elena for counsel. Having flown several hundred meters, he spotted Elena and Vittorio approaching the cave. Van Persie swiftly descended before them, respectfully placing his hand over his heart and greeting, "Good day, General Vittorio. There has been a situation with the indigenous people who have sought refuge with us. They have come to me requesting weapons for 200 individuals to venture out in search of food." "Oh, is it that woman again?" Elena inquired, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she guessed it was indeed her idea. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she hesitated. The weapons they provided were not comparable to the indigenous people's makeshift wooden spears and stone axes. Though she harbored doubts about the indigenous people stirring up significant trouble, she nonetheless considered them a potential risk and thus sought Vittorio's counsel. Chapter 102. Occupation 2. Are you certain there will be no complications? Images of the previous ambush by the natives flashed in his mind, prompting him to frown and issue a caution. "Are we afraid of them poisoning us? We shall not partake in their sustenance. Are we worried they might flee?" My knights have been patrolling the skies. Do we fear they will take up arms against us? It is daylight now. The visibility is optimal. Elena appeared to be both explaining and reassuring herself, and upon hearing her words, Vittorio nodded, ceasing any further objections. He was not genuinely concerned about the 200 natives. Rather, the earlier ambush had rendered him more vigilant. Provide them with 100 bows and 100 longswords, and inform the 4 knight squads to accompany them. Elena issued her commands with unwavering composure. Understood, General. Van Persie responded with a salute before swiftly departing. Ling Chao and her people anxiously awaited at the cave's entrance. Upon Van Persie's return, nearly 100 knights followed him, each armed with 2 weapons. The knights descended beside Ling Chao, gently placing down their armaments before swiftly ascending into the air, though they did not depart, instead circling above in readiness. Without needing Linko's prompting, the villagers eagerly seized the weapons, their faces alight with joy as they caressed them. A female warrior suddenly gasped. She had merely brushed her fingers against the blade, cutting her skin on its sharp edge. Yet, far from feeling fear, she joyfully tugged at those nearby, bouncing with excitement. Enough gazing. We shall possess these soon enough. It is time for us to embark, Ling Chao urged with impatience. The forest had once been teeming with beasts, but the arrival of Vittorio's large force had driven many from their territories. Hence, they needed to venture farther afield for hunting. However, this was no daunting task for them. Even though the majority of the group comprised women, they were no strangers to the hunt, especially now equipped with superior weapons. Several male warriors, the most seasoned hunters, were each assigned a longbow. These bows had been left behind from the archers' upgrades, while the remaining warriors were allocated the surplus weaponry. Subsequently, the newly armed natives, filled with anticipation for the future, joyfully made their way towards the distant forest, their happiness simple and pure. Above them hovered several protective knights, though it might be more apt to describe them as watchers. After issuing her orders, Elena paid little further attention to these individuals. She and Vittorio immersed themselves in the orchestration of ground troop matters. Thousands of soldiers marched in unison, their steps powerful and rhythmic. As they approached the mouth of the cave, they did not directly enter the cave, but instead began to set up camp outside with swift and orderly precision, each fulfilling their designated roles in constructing defensive fortifications. Crossbowmen and priests were stationed on elevated positions flanking the sides, where the expansive view allowed them to maximize their advantages. Below them stood the vigilant guards, their expressions grave as they remained alert to the surrounding sounds. The heavy-armed soldiers formed a semicircle, poised and ready to defend the entrance of the cave, their weapons gleaming with a cold, steely glint. A few griffin riders circled above, providing aerial support, while the majority had been dispatched by Elena to scout the nearby area. This meticulous preparation was customary before every battle, with various military units supporting one another to create a multi-layered defensive formation. Moreover, these formations were not static. Each hero adjusted them according to their unique talents. For instance, Elena preferred to lead the Griffin troops. Under her command, they exhibited formidable combat prowess. Klaus, on the other hand, had a greater enhancement with the Knight Order, and although he had yet to deploy them, they would charge through the battlefield with devastating force. Once the defenses were in place, the afternoon quietly approached. The sunlight softened, casting a golden veil over the entire forest. The two then instructed their soldiers to have their meals on the spot. Naturally, due to the expedition, resources were scarce, and the soldiers made do with the jerky and water they had carried in their bags for several days. Fortunately, with the aerial knights capable of flying back to the fortress for supplies, food scarcity was not a significant issue. The fresh, natural air of the forest was imbued with the fragrance of flora, lifting the spirits considerably. Elena and Vittorio sat outside the cave, consuming their rations while discussing their forthcoming plans. Their space was not as expansive as Seann's and could only accommodate a modest amount of food and clothing. Elena felt a twinge of concern as the hunting party she had dispatched had yet to return. Uncertainty loomed over whether they had encountered unforeseen obstacles or made significant discoveries. Upon her arrival, the natives were in the midst of migration. Based on their composition and the items they carried, as well as the information gathered by the scouting knights, it seemed there were other indigenous tribes in the direction they were headed. As Elena munched on her food, she methodically analyzed the situation. Vittorio, silently consuming the jerky in his hand, merely responded with a muffled sound from his nose. He too was contemplating Elena's words, though he was not one for verbal expression. However, having secured this cave, the initiative was firmly in their hands, and when the time came, the responsibility of defense would rest upon him. Ignoring his lack of response, Elena continued speaking, well aware that despite Vittorio's few words, he was reliable in action. Another muffled sound was his only reply. At that moment, a group of knights appeared in the distance, their purpose unclear, whether they were a reconnaissance unit or a hunting party. "Good day, generals," announced a knight who swiftly approached, delivering news that the Lord was en route from the mines. "Understood. You may take your leave," Elena responded proactively. "As the Lord approaches, let us bring forth the captives to greet him. And we must make special arrangements for the surrendering tribe." Vittorio was particularly attentive to matters concerning the Lord. As an action-oriented individual, he disregarded Elena's ongoing commentary and directly approached the phalanx of halberdiers to convey orders. Chapter 103. The Wilderness Structure. What do these outsiders intend to do? A young native's voice trembled with fear and uncertainty, his high-pitched tones slicing through the oppressive air of the cave. "They seek to kill us. We cannot go outside." Among the crowd, a stooped middle-aged native shouted rumors, his eyes flickering with panic as he retreated deeper into the cave, searching for a semblance of safety. "Let us fight back." A burly man raised his fists, his face quivering with excitement as he attempted to incite the captives to resist. "With what will you fight? Those armed warriors will easily overpower you. Will you bite them with your teeth?" A lanky native scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain for the reckless notion of rebellion. "Quiet down. The people of the Greenleaf tribe are also being summoned." An elderly native with silver hair observed the chaos with a calm demeanor, his eyes profound and tranquil, as if he had already perceived the unfolding fate and awaited its decree in silence. After a flurry of panic and noise, soldiers wielding long halberds stormed into the cave like fearsome demons. Their faces were stern, devoid of any compassion, and the gleaming halberds in their hands radiated a chilling light. The soldiers used their weapons to drive the terrified crowd, and those who dared to resist were ruthlessly pierced to the ground after a mere struggle. Blood spread across the cave floor, instantly staining the earth as the soldiers showed no mercy. In stark contrast to the tragic fate of the captives, the Greenleaf tribe, while also ordered to exit the cave, experienced an entirely different treatment. The soldiers continuously spoke to them with gentle smiles, leading them out of the cave with a kind demeanor. This disparate treatment filled the members of the Greenleaf tribe with confusion, yet they also felt a subtle sense of relief. Upon emerging from the cave, the anxious crowd was taken aback by the sight before them. On the hillside, archers armed with crossbows stood at the ready, their postures erect, their eyes vigilant, ever watchful of their surroundings. A bald man, holding a cross and shouldering a warhammer, wore a solemn expression, emanating an aura that instilled fear. Above, monstrous creatures soared and circled, their massive wings stirring the air with a haunting roar. Amidst the dense woods, there stood a multitude of armored warriors, each clasping a heavy halberd, arranged in an orderly fashion, resembling an iron fortress. The sight of such a formidable assembly rendered the crowd silent. After all, to vanquish them did not necessitate such a grand mobilization. Having been herded to the cave's entrance, they found themselves near a band of soldiers engaged in felling trees. The soldiers, with a brusque demeanor, barked orders, directing the captives to transport the timber, which was subsequently stacked to the side. This directive originated from Elena, intended to create a spacious area for the Lord's arrival, ensuring the welcoming ceremony could proceed seamlessly. Additionally, it served to keep the captives occupied, averting any potential unrest. Furthermore, it was a preparatory measure for the future development of the cave region. The cave's strategic location required only the construction of walls to provide effective defense, while also minimizing the time needed to clear the forest for a new stronghold, making it an optimal base. The indigenous captives, save for the children and the heavily pregnant women, were all tasked with moving the timber. Resigned to their fate, they ceased their resistance. After all, their survival in such dire circumstances was a stroke of fortune. The guards relentlessly severed the great trees with their swords, the enormous trunks crashing to the ground with a resonant thud. The captives approached, employing both hands and feet, struggling to drag the massive logs away. Initially, due to their unfamiliarity with one another, minor mishaps ensued, with some unfortunate souls struck by falling branches, eliciting pained groans. However, as time passed, they began to synchronize their efforts, and their efficiency in transporting the timber improved. Although the indigenous civilization was remarkably primitive and savage, they were, nonetheless, sentient beings, endowed with wisdom as members of humanity, which seemed only natural. Had they been utterly inept, the conflict would likely have been far less challenging. 2 hours later, the hunting party, led by Ling Tai and her kin, returned with a bounty of game. They navigated past the friendly soldiers stationed on the periphery and arrived at the construction site. The sight before them left them astounded. The once lush forest appeared as if a colossal hand had swept across the landscape, leaving nothing but a barren expanse. All vegetation had been cleared away, leaving only stumps to narrate the tale of the former verdancy. Stunned, they stood immobilized for a moment, uncertain of what to do, until they were noticed by the patrolling soldiers, who kindly pointed out the location of the Greenleaf tribe. The members of the Greenleaf tribe had not been summoned to labor. Instead, they had gathered outside the cave to rest. Some mischievous children from the tribe approached the soldiers standing nearby, curiously touching them while their elders looked on in alarm. Fortunately, the soldiers did not scold or shoo them away but allowed them to frolic freely. This leniency alleviated the tribe's anxieties, gradually bringing smiles to their faces. As they began to look forward to their future lives, filled with gratitude towards Ling Tai, who had instilled hope within the tribe. When Ling Qiao and her tribesmen returned, they noticed the situation. The warriors who had ventured out were momentarily taken aback, but said nothing, instead casting grateful glances at Ling Qiao. At that moment, her eyes began to glisten with tears, as the scene before her affirmed that her efforts had not been in vain. "Sister, you are the hero of our tribe. I have long maintained that you are the most suitable person to be our leader," Ling Yao exclaimed, observing the 4 tribesmen laboring under the supervision of the soldiers, while others rested nearby. "No, I am merely fit to assist you and provide counsel," Ling Qiao gently countered, shaking her head. "Very well, I respect your decision. What are these outsiders doing?" Ling Yao questioned, bewildered by the activities surrounding them, uncertain as to why everyone had gathered outside the cave. "I am not certain, but it would be inappropriate to remain idle. Let us have the tribesmen prepare the game for our 2 leaders," Ling Qiao suggested after a moment's thought. "All right, I shall attend to it at once," Ling Yao replied, nodding in compliance as she approached the tribesmen to organize the idle women in the butchering of the game. The catch was modest. Aside from rabbits and wild chickens, there were wolves and wild boars, even a lynx and a black bear. These were beasts that typically required numerous tribesmen and considerable time to ensnare through traps and careful ambushes. Yet now, bolstered by superior weaponry, they were dispatched with ease. The most time-consuming aspect being the search for prey and the journey itself. Ling Ye decided to reserve all the smaller game and present the lynx and bear to the outsiders, as they were among the most perilous creatures of the forest, expressing the tribe's respect in doing so. At her call, all the resting female tribesmen sprang into action, skillfully processing the game with swift, decisive movements. Chapter 104. The Hunter's Lodge. An hour later, having prepared the game, they were about to set off to present their gifts under Ling Qiao's guidance when a series of spine-chilling roars from griffins echoed through the forest. The piercing cries shattered the silence, sending a chill down their spines. To their astonishment, they noticed that the soldiers, who had been relaxed at the cave entrance, now bore expressions of utmost seriousness. They swiftly formed ranks, facing the forest, while those busy within were herded back into an open area. Just as Ling Qiao was beginning to fear an enemy attack and considered fleeing back to her tribesmen with her sister, a line of griffin riders emerged from the woods, escorting their lord positioned at the center. Seann, riding his great white steed, accompanied by 8 beautiful angels wielding pale blue cross swords and gently flapping their wings, descended slowly above them all. After recruiting the angels in his territory, he had hastened back to the mines, and upon receiving reports from the griffin riders about the events that had transpired, he could not help but let out a hearty laugh. His joy was not derived from conquering the indigenous stronghold, but rather from the thousands of natives who had surrendered, though their numbers were not vast. It signified that the obstacles to ruling this continent were minimal, marking the first step on his path to dominion over the land. Boom! The sound of armor striking the ground echoed, prompting all the foot soldiers to kneel in unison, their movements crisp and efficient, devoid of any hesitation. The knights, soaring through the sky, guided their griffins to descend, one hand pressed to their chests as they bowed their heads. At that moment, the heavens were graced solely by the presence of the esteemed lord. "Hail, my lord! May the dragon god bless you, and may the glory of Yanhuang endure." The respectful salutation rang out from the soldiers, their voices harmonious and resounding, reverberating through the cavernous surroundings to create a magnificent echo that reverberated throughout, shaking the very core of the indigenous people forced to kneel. These primitive and savage natives had never witnessed such grandeur. Gazing upon the Lord, bathed in sunlight with angels encircling him, they felt as though a deity had descended, exuding an aura of solemnity, sanctity, and an unapproachable majesty. The natives, who had resigned themselves to fate, now displayed utmost obedience, prostrating themselves on the ground to demonstrate their submission to the divine figure above. Ling Qiao and her kin had also knelt in reverence as the soldiers bowed, though they were unaware of the identities of these figures. The demeanor of the soldiers and the 2 leaders indicated that they were of far greater stature than the chieftain. "Ding! Congratulations, Host, on capturing the enemy's lair, you are rewarded with a recruitment point for the Hunter's Lodge. Hunter's Lodge, daily recruitment of 20 Tier 3 hunters from the Forest Clan. The system notification chimed again. But the moment was not opportune for examination. It would have to wait for another time. With a gentle smile, he spoke. Brave warriors, rise. The Dragon God has not forgotten your valiant deeds and honors. Your Lord holds them close to heart. The great Dragon God shall forever protect you. Dragon God bless. Yanhuang endures. The soldiers echoed the chant, their voices soaring to the heavens as if to pierce the very sky. Under the gaze of all present, Seann gracefully descended beside the two heroes. Where is the tribe that has pledged allegiance? Seann, accompanied by a host of angels, alighted and, upon touching the ground, swiftly scanned the surroundings before inquiring of the two standing heroes beside him. They have arrived, Elena stated, pointing towards Ling Qiao and her group in the distance, her stern gaze harboring an evaluative intent. Ling Qiao and her sister, witnessing the soldiers rise, hastily followed suit, initially intending to advance towards them. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Ling Qiao suddenly felt an invisible but immensely potent force pressing down upon her with relentless intensity. Confusion and terror filled her heart. Her eyes widened as she searched for the source of this overwhelming pressure, her breath quickening and becoming laborious with each gasp. However, the fierce instinct for survival and reverence for the unknown compelled her to muster all her strength, her legs trembling as she struggled to kneel. The moment her knees touched the ground, that terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Ling Qiao exhaled deeply, her heart marveling at the experience that had felt like a nightmarish illusion. She was blissfully unaware that as she and her companions prepared to draw closer, the vigilant angelic guards had their piercing gazes fixed upon them. The intensity of that gaze exuded a chilling aura of oppression, akin to an insurmountable chasm for ordinary mortals. To even attempt to advance was a Herculean task. Merely standing required every ounce of their strength, and a moment's lapse in focus could lead to a catastrophic collapse. Furthermore, should any among them dare to make a move of aggression at that moment, the angelic sentinels, wielding their radiant azure swords, would strike with the swiftness of lightning, dismembering the transgressor in an instant. This was merely the tip of the iceberg representing the prowess of these elite warriors. Currently, Seann possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the soldier statistics within the game, as well as a general sense of the situation following their arrival. He was aware of the skills the soldiers possessed and the stages of their abilities, yet he was uncertain whether he had acquired all the necessary information. He had yet to fully comprehend the world he inhabited, finding himself in a wild and uncivilized land, far removed from the comforts of civilization, merely biding his time in silent growth. Esteemed Lord, the Greenleaf tribe offers you our unwavering loyalty. Ling Qiao spoke in a trembling whisper, her voice quaking involuntarily under the weight of the mysterious and imposing atmosphere. Each word seemed to carry an undercurrent of uncontainable fear. What is she saying? Do you understand? She appears to be quite fearful, Seann mused, a look of confusion etched upon his brow as he struggled to decipher Linko's words. His gaze quickly shifted to Elena. My lord, we too do not comprehend the language of the natives. We have been communicating solely through simple gestures, Elena explained, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face as she met his gaze, responding with a sense of resignation. So, you communicate through eye contact? How amusing, Seann exclaimed, unable to suppress his laughter, his hearty chuckle echoing in the air. He marveled at the novelty of such a silent exchange of thoughts. As he reveled in mirth under the scrutiny of those around him, a sudden epiphany struck him, as if he had recalled something of utmost importance. System. Activate the bachelor skill and transmit Valyrian language to the individual before me. He had specifically chosen the bachelor profession during his last upgrade, intending to test whether he could impart magical knowledge to his family. However, the opportunity had never arisen, and now he would utilize these natives as his subjects for experimentation. Chapter 105, The Goldmine Ding. The bachelor skill has been activated, the language has been transmitted, and the primitive language has been received and recorded. As the system's notification resonated within him, a refreshing surge of clarity flooded his mind, unlocking a memory of the indigenous language. Simultaneously, for Ling Qiao, kneeling on the ground, a light illuminated her thoughts, revealing her newfound understanding of the Valyrian language. She was now able to comprehend his words. My lord, I am Ling Qiao, from the Greenleaf tribe. Beside me is the tribe's leader, and my sister, Lingya, she responded promptly. Her voice laced with a mix of anxiety and anticipation as she cautiously raised her gaze to meet Engels. We lead all 5,800 of our kin in submission to you. After the excited Ling Qiao finished speaking in one breath, he cautiously lowered his head. as if fearing that his actions might displease this formidable lord. I, the dragon goddess Avatar, sovereign of the continent, Valeria S. Dragon King, lord of the Flame Yellow. Seann Flame Yellow, accept your allegiance. A flicker of discontent passed through Seann's heart. With so few people, how much utility could they offer? Yet his expression instantly transformed into one of solemnity, as if possessed by a divine spirit, and he solemnly declared his name. Here, a fortress city shall be constructed, where your kin may continue to dwell, and the surrounding 20 kilometers will be entrusted to your tribe as a reward for your loyalty. However, given the insufficient strength of the Greenleaf tribe, as your lord, I shall provide you with essential supplies and military protection until you are able to defend yourselves. Moreover, you are to serve as the city's executor. Should you fail to manage them adequately, I shall hold you accountable. As subjects of this territory, you will not only receive protection but will also have corresponding restrictions and obligations. These shall be elaborated upon by someone later. Now, do you accept? After conveying this in the newly learned indigenous language with clarity and precision, Seann cast a sharp gaze upon all those kneeling before him. Making such a promise to this small tribe was already a tremendous grace, had it not been to set an example for other natives. He would not have offered such preferential treatment so readily, at least not before they proved their loyalty. If they were still ungrateful, he had worried needlessly. This small tribe, with only a few dozen male warriors and some women, was on the brink of extinction, struggling to maintain the basic livelihood of their people. How could they possibly refuse him? It was not long before the tribal warriors, after a brief hushed discussion, reached a consensus. Subsequently, Ling Qiao, as their representative, began to speak again, respectfully answering with his head bowed. Thank you, Lord, for your graciousness. As your subjects, we are willing to dedicate our strength to you. Excellent, rise. I believe that in the near future, you will take pride in this day, for your decision has secured a better future for the Greenleaf tribe. With a smile on his face, Seann gestured for them to rise, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Elena, please recount today's events in detail. After the tribe members stood, Seann turned to Elena, eager to understand the progression of the battle that transpired today. Certainly, my lord. Elena slightly inclined her body in respect. Following the night raid, I dispatched 2 squads of Griffin riders to trail the surviving assailants, hoping to locate their lair and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Elena recounted in Valeria's tongue, her pace steady and her articulation clear, each word seemingly chosen with meticulous care. However, she and everyone else remained oblivious. For due to Seann's skill, Ling Qiao could comprehend her words. Upon hearing the disdainful term she used to refer to her as an indigenous person, Linko's previously respectful demeanor involuntarily contorted into a frown, a fleeting glimmer of discontent flashing in her eyes. Thus, we captured all the indigenous civilians. Yet the knights pursuing the remaining tribesmen had yet to return. During this course of events, the woman named Ling Qiao made significant contributions. She guided us and persuaded her tribe to yield to us. Prior to your arrival, I dispatched knights to scout the nearby forest, and they should be returning shortly. That encapsulates the entirety of the occurrences and processes. Elena recounted in detail all that transpired from the pursuit team last night until his arrival here. Oh, is that so? Ling Qiao, you could be regarded as a pioneer of reform among the indigenous tribes. For the future of your kin, you have truly toiled hard. Seann remarked with admiration directed towards Ling Qiao after absorbing all the information. However, upon uttering the last sentence, he seemed to suddenly recall something, his brow furrowing into silence. For the sake of one's kin, would one do anything? A sage among the indigenous people? Such thoughts felt perilous. And his gaze swept over the members of the Greenleaf tribe a few meters away. The Greenleaf tribe, having produced a visionary thinker, appeared more civilized in their overall demeanor compared to other tribes. For instance, their attire consisted of exquisitely crafted bodices made from the pelts of wild beasts. This resembled a strapless garment from a previous life, with short skirts complementing unique tattoos that each individual bore. The lines of these tattoos twisted and coiled, or displayed vigorous strength, intertwining to evoke a distinct sense of wildness. The men bared their torsos, showcasing robust muscles adorned with intricate patterns, while similarly clad in short skirts. As the leader, Lingya, being her sister, wore a headband and a golden necklace, setting her apart from the other tribesmen. Gold. Seann, unsure if he was mistaken, stepped forward with curiosity. As he advanced, the angelic sisters beside him floated forward, maintaining their protective stance. Lingya, under the scrutiny of his sharp gaze, felt the weight of pressure once more, though not as burdensome as before. She tilted her head in a state of confusion towards her sister, her eyes brimming with a plea for assistance, as if to say, "Sister, What should I do? Ling Xiao shared her predicament, yet remained calm, merely shaking her head to signal Ling Ya not to act rashly. Where did you acquire that necklace? Seann inquired, oblivious to their tension as he approached the still Ling Ya, scrutinizing the necklace before extending his hand to touch it, then spoke amidst the puzzled gazes of all present. Chapter 106. The Gold Mine 2. This is a treasured relic of our tribe, passed down from the former chieftain. Upon hearing the inquiry about the necklace, Ling Xiao felt a silent sigh of relief and was just about to elaborate. No, that is not what I meant. I am inquiring about the source of the material used for the necklace. Seann interrupted eagerly, his heart racing with anticipation for favorable news. If this were indeed a gold mine, it would lead to great fortune, and a glimmer of greed sparkled in his eyes. It is said to be near the former territory of our tribe, though the details are somewhat hazy due to the passage of time, Ling Xiao replied, startled by his tone and realizing the significance of the matter. She exchanged glances with her sister and the tribespeople behind her, who began to engage in hushed discussions, attempting to recollect more details. Seann, having momentarily forgotten their language amidst his excitement, began to recall it upon listening to their conversation. You, the tall one. Yes, you. Can you still locate the former site of the tribe? Seann inquired of a male indigenous warrior who had just provided the information. I can find it, but there are many fierce beasts in that area. The material for this necklace was collected by my ancestors, who risked their lives to gather it from the outskirts. The warrior, Ling Jiao, responded with certainty, pride and nostalgia evident in his eyes. Excellent. What is your name? If you can guide me to this material, you shall become the chief warrior of the future, commanding all the warriors of the tribe. This is my promise to you as your lord, Seann declared, elated by Ling Jiao's words. The threat of the beast seemed a trivial concern to him. He could almost envision the glittering gold mine and found himself rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Not a problem, my lord. My name is Ling Jiao, and I will lead you to it, Ling Jiao replied enthusiastically, under the envious gazes of his fellow tribespeople. To become the chief warrior was an immense honor for him. Receiving this promising news, Seann felt an urgency that overshadowed even his desire to inspect the outdoor structures. Finding the gold mine was now paramount to him. Everyone else, disperse and attend to your own tasks. If there is nothing to do, then rest, he commanded. Elena, summon all the knights and prepare to depart. Vittorio, you will lead the ground forces to remain behind and oversee the construction of the walls. Having swiftly assigned their tasks, Seann called Ling Jiao to his side and meticulously inquired about every detail regarding the old tribal site, leaving no potential clue unexamined. Elena wasted no time, saluted with a hand to her chest, mounted her personal griffin, and swiftly gathered the knights. Vittorio, the indifferent man, merely nodded before turning to fulfill his duties. In a moment, the area outside the cave was left with only Ling Xiao and the tribespeople. They exchanged puzzled glances, and Ling Xiao led them away. Sister, is this object truly so significant? As she walked along the path, Ling Ya caressed the necklace around her neck, her eyes filled with perplexity as she posed a question. This object holds little significance. Did you not notice that the adults did not confiscate it? Yet, its origin is of paramount importance. Ling Xiao, wearing a contemplative smile, spoke softly to her sister, also addressing herself. Although she was not entirely certain, she keenly sensed that this might bring greater benefits to the tribe. The source? It was unclear, but it should elevate our tribe's status, she mused. Ling Ya, contemplating the same thought, also smiled, unable to suppress her dreams of a brighter future for the tribe. Do we still need to deliver these prey? After a moment of joy, Ling Ya remarked, glancing at the game that the clansmen were carrying behind them. Certainly, but let us wait until the adults return, Ling Xiao replied, gazing into the distance, silently hoping that this encounter with Seann would truly alter the fate of the Greenleaf tribe. After completing her gathering, Elena approached Engels with a light step, slightly bowing as she chimed in with her melodious voice, "My lord, we are ready to depart." Seann was engaged in an enthusiastic conversation with Ling Jiao when he heard Elena's words. He paused, a gentle smile gracing his face. Then let us proceed. By the way, reserve a griffin for Ling Jiao, he instructed, walking towards the imposing figure of the great white beast while privately contemplating whether this indigenous youth would fear the heights of flying. Ling Jiao, lead the way. Everyone follow him. The voice of Seann was resolute and powerful, echoing throughout the square. In an instant, the wings that obscured the sky unfurled, and the griffins emitted high-pitched cries. Soaring into the air, their wing beats stirred up vigorous gusts, lifting dust from the ground. The entire procession ascended towards the dense forest, sunlight cascading upon them, outlining their forms in gold. Soon, they vanished from the sight of those below, leaving only the distant hum behind. Seann rode atop the great white beast, flanked by 8 angelic sisters, who radiated a soft glow, pure and beautiful. This light instinctively kept even the closest knight at a distance of 50 meters. For it was the griffin's innate fear of angels, stemming from the vast disparity in their existential realms. Above the impenetrable forest, where directions became indistinguishable, the group flew for approximately 4 hours. Within the forest, towering trees shielded the sun, allowing only fragmented beams of light to filter through the layers of leaves. Occasionally, the calls of unknown beasts could be heard, or birds startled from the thicket could be glimpsed. At last, the aerial caravan approached a small mountain. This peak was modest in size, no larger than half of an iron mine, and its height was merely level with their flight. Yet, parts of the exposed mountainside glimmered with a faint golden hue. A flicker of surprise crossed Seann's eyes, and he excitedly thought, it must be a gold mine. System, is it possible to seize the golden mountain before us? Seann inquired with great anticipation. However, the system remained utterly unresponsive. No response. Perhaps I was overthinking it, haha. He then turned to Elena and said, Elena, lead the knights into action. With that, he soared towards the foot of the mountain alongside the angels. All knights, focus on the peak and eliminate every threat in the surrounding forest. Elena's crisp voice resonated through the air, imbued with strength and authority. Hovering 5 meters above the ground, Seann addressed Lucifiel beside him. Sister Lucifiel, please take 3 companions to clear the area at the mountain's base. Lucifiel nodded silently, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall in the wind. After exchanging glances with the other angels, she selected 3 companions who then flew off, one to the left and one to the right. Their figures appeared particularly agile under the sunlight. Chapter 107. The wolf den. Let us descend as well, said Lingjiao, startled. Use your sword to cut a piece of the golden stone. Upon landing, they were warmly greeted by a horde of black wild wolves. These creatures were numerous, numbering in the dozens, if not hundreds, their eyes gleaming with a fierce light as they emitted deep growls, surging forth from all directions. Yet, their attacks proved futile against the formidable might of the angelic guardians, who swiftly dispatched them with ease. As the wolves lunged in overwhelming numbers, the angels wielded their sharp, holy swords, creating a shimmering web of blades, each flickering with a chilling blue light. Just then, a mournful howl echoed from the mountainside, and several giant wolves, each several times larger than an ordinary black wolf, appeared alongside a massive snow-white wolf. The white giant exuded a regal aura, suggesting it was the Wolf King. Quite impressive in size, yet Seann pondered its true strength. With his head held high and a slight smile gracing his lips, he began to chant a spell, his voice deep and rhythmic. Icy Rings of Winter was the first spell he cast, unleashing circles of piercing cold that rapidly expanded towards the giant wolves. Following that, he commenced the incantation for his second spell. As the magic was unleashed, the once mighty giant wolves, including the White Wolf King, were thrown into disarray, howling in agony. Their unblemished pelts were marred with patches of blood, remnants of the explosive ice shards. Thunderous lightning saw several bolts of blue lightning materialize from the void, accompanied by a deafening roar as they struck the still howling giants. The howls abruptly ceased, and the once mighty wolves now lay on the ground, with only wisps of white smoke rising from their heads, swaying with the wind. Is this all they can muster? Lingjiao, why are you still standing there? Seann shook his head in disappointment, then admonished the indigenous man beside him, who remained dumbfounded by the magic. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. At that moment, Lingjiao finally snapped out of his stupor caused by the spell. Swallowing hard and wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead, he hurriedly ran towards the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves that had been surging forward had already fled with their tails between their legs after the demise of the great white wolf, their figures swiftly vanishing into the forest. Seann did not command the angels to pursue. The troops would naturally handle any threats, which were merely wild beasts and posed no danger. Ding! The system then chimed, announcing, successfully occupied the wilderness structure. Wolf den. A wolf den? Could it be neutral creatures? Wolves? What delightful news! With a beaming smile, he eagerly entered the system to recruit a few wolves. Wolf den. Neutral tier 3 creatures. Recruitable quantity 20. Neutral structures are not affected by castle bonuses. As he proceeded with his actions, one after another, white giant wolves emerged from the opening on the mountainside. These majestic creatures were lithe and muscular, suddenly leaping down with agility and power. Lingjiao, who was at the foot of the mountain cutting gold ore, turned around upon hearing the commotion and was met with the sight of towering wolves appearing before him. His eyes widened in terror as he was gripped by fear. Just as he felt certain of his impending doom, the pack approached Seann, a few meters away, and lay down submissively, patiently awaiting commands. Ha! They appear magnificent. From now on, you shall be called Little White. With the elven hunters and the wolf pack, the indigenous folk of the forest shall face dire straits. Seann, too occupied to concern himself with Ling Xiao's psychological distress, stroked the first white giant wolf that approached him, laughing joyfully. My lord, here is the stone you requested. Ling Xiao cautiously approached Seann, carrying a fist-sized golden stone, his hands trembling slightly and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Well done, Seann replied, taking the stone and examining it closely. System, can I store it in my space? Yet, there was no response. Could it be due to insufficient purity? As he toyed with the gold ore in his hand, Seann felt disheartened, realizing that unrefined or could not be stored in his space. Furrowing his brow, he pondered silently. It was quite far from his territory, and transporting the ore back for refinement would consume a considerable amount of time. Moreover, soldiers would need to be dispatched for protection. So it would be more prudent to construct a fortress for refining gold ore right here. My lord, the area has been cleared, Elena returned at that moment, interrupting Seann's troubled thoughts, her armor still stained with traces of blood from battle. Excellent work. Next, leave 2 squads of knights as coordinates, and lead the remaining knights and Ling Xiao back to the fortress. Also, inform Roger and the Miracle City officials to prepare more food and supplies to be sent to Fortress 1. Furthermore, if the mountain fortress has been completed, let Klaus safeguard the slaves as they make their way here, guided by Ling Xiao. Finally, after you have rested sufficiently, send a portion of the provisions to the cave. And for now, that will suffice. Before Elena could respond, a barrage of tasks came crashing down upon her from Seann. Ha, don't look at me like that. Those capable bear more burdens. Once we recruit more heroes, your tasks will become considerably lighter. Seann, slightly embarrassed under Elena's reproachful gaze, chuckled heartily to reassure her. Understood. My lord, I shall take my leave now. Elena rolled her eyes at him, reluctantly leading the large contingent onward. Xiao Bai, take your subordinates. We shall depart, leaving this place in your capable hands. Seann patted the massive wolf beside him and instructed the Griffin Knight, who appeared somewhat familiar. We shall ensure the mission is accomplished, and we bid you farewell, my lord. The knight, whose name eluded him, called out with reverence, his voice resonating with respect. Subsequently, Seann soared through the skies with the angels, their figures streaking across the horizon like radiant beams of light. Below, in the forest, a flurry of white shadows darted swiftly. It was the pack of wolves led by Xiao Bai. Their speed was remarkable, closely trailing Seann without lagging behind. After a safe return to the cave, Seann instructed the soldiers stationed outside to inform the captives not to panic upon seeing the wolf pack before he approached the cave's entrance. By this time, the light had dimmed, and the last rays of the setting sun cast a golden veil over the entire cave. Following several hours of labor, a significant number of trees had been cleared from around the cave, and the ground was strewn with timber and stones. Watchtowers were under construction on both sides of the cave entrance, with workers bustling about, some transporting wood, others securing planks. Above, crossbowmen patrolled vigilantly, their watchful eyes scanning the surroundings, their crossbow bolts at the ready. Priests from the clergy moved among the captives at work, chanting incantations to empower them with magic, the power of righteousness. The glow of the magic flickered over the captives, enhancing their strength and accelerating the construction efforts. A semicircular trench emerged 5,000 meters ahead of the cave, marking the foundation for the future city walls. The trench was filled with the earth excavated by the workers, who were compacting the soil with their tools. The number of soldiers had dwindled significantly. After inquiring with the members of the Green Leaf tribe, it was revealed that Ling Chao and his sister had led Vittorio and the soldiers to hunt beasts in the vicinity. Chapter 108. Elven Hunters, my lord. While pursuing the remnants of the natives, we were ambushed by another tribe. Shortly after Seann landed at the cave, 5 squad leaders approached him, kneeling on one knee, their expressions grave as they reported the mission status. Their armor bore the marks of battle, some parts damaged, and their faces were etched with fatigue. What were the casualties? What is the strength of those natives? Seann's foremost concern lay with the welfare of his soldiers. Even the loss of a single life could weigh heavily upon his heart for days. Gratitude was extended to the Lord for his concern. As only a few brothers had perished in the ambush, with several others sustaining injuries, yet the indigenous people did not engage us for long. After rescuing the fleeing natives, they retreated, and we pursued them relentlessly until, bolstered by a large contingent of their kin, they ultimately abandoned the chase. In terms of strength, they were not significantly superior to the natives in the caves, but their numbers were indeed formidable. The captain of the squadron meticulously recounted the details of the skirmish. His voice resonant and resolute. Well done. You all deserve a moment of respite. Leave a few squads behind and return to the fortress, following the orders of your general. Upon hearing this, Seann nodded with a smile, not overly concerned. After all, their numerical advantage merely meant that the soldiers would have to exert a bit more effort. At present, the cave lacked provisions and necessities for daily life, but there was no shortage of laborers. Although the efficiency of these captives did not rival that of his own slave laborers, they were still serviceable. Thus, he decided to retain a few aerial knights as scouts while instructing the remaining knights to hasten back to the fortress to transport supplies. With Vittorio guarding the camp, there was no cause for alarm. Once all matters were settled, he too could return to the fortress. His heroic space, while no longer capable of accommodating troops, could still store goods. Though limited in capacity, it could hold a considerable amount, and it was imperative to send a crossbow cart to Vittorio. It should be noted that the majority of his strength resided within that cart during the night raid. The absence of siege equipment had hindered him from showcasing the prowess expected of a hero. Understood, my lord. Several knights respectfully placed their hands on their chests and bowed before taking their leave. It was now time to recruit hunters. The units from the wild nests would not accumulate beyond the current count of 20 if recruitment was delayed. Hunter's Lodge, Forest Tribe, Tier 3 unit. Recruitment limit, 20. Wild structures are not affected by castle bonuses. As recruitment concluded, a procession of long-eared female elves emerged from the cave, their forms light and ethereal, akin to woodland fairies. With striking features and graceful figures, they donned green attire and wielded oak longbows adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an aura of antiquity. Their skill, known as piercing arrows, likely represented a double-shot ability within the game. The elves approached him, numbering 20 in total, while their ranks were currently sparse. They were experts in guerrilla warfare, and the elven race was renowned throughout the realms for their marksmanship. Greetings, my lord. Their voices chimed melodiously, reminiscent of a crystal-clear mountain spring. Such beauty seemed ill-suited for the battlefield. Welcome to this new world. I am your lord, Seann Yanhuang. Regardless of his inner thoughts, he maintained a gentle smile, akin to the warm sun of spring. From this day forth, this world shall become your new home. Yes, my lord. The elven maidens were gradually infected by his smile, their serious expressions fading away to reveal sweet smiles. By the way, do you prefer wolves or griffins? After observing for a moment, Seann felt compelled to take action to ensure their safety. We shall heed the Lord's arrangements. The elves responded in unison. All right, Sister Phil. Do me a favor and notify the 2 teams of griffin riders to come over, Seann said softly to Lucifer beside him, scratching his head. Little White, bring your subordinates here quickly. After seeing the angelic sister nod and take flight, he called out loudly to the great white wolf. The disparity in treatment was quite evident. Although mere beasts that could not speak, those created by the system had significantly enhanced intelligence, akin to griffins, capable of understanding commands. At that moment, responding to his call, Little White stood up and let out a howl that echoed through the valley. The surrounding wolf pack gathered together, bounding over to his side, their forms appearing particularly agile in the twilight. Look, how about these great white wolves as your pets? They can understand human speech and possess considerable strength. Having them accompany you in the forest will ensure your safety, Seann introduced proudly, a beaming smile on his face. Hearing his words, the elves happily petted the white wolves, who allowed their gentle touches, their eyes revealing warmth. Thank you for your concern, my lord. We like them very much. One of the elven maidens, charmed by Little White, gracefully bowed to Seann, her movements elegant and enchanting. No need for thanks. Ha ha. I'm glad you like them, Seann replied with a hearty laugh. Delighted to see their joy. The sharp cries of griffins soon pierced the air, followed by the tremendous gusts of wind as they descended. Dust swirled up from the ground, obstructing vision. Flavai and Anakin squads, present yourselves to the Lord. These were the 2 squads that had previously tracked the natives late at night. I remember you, Flavai. Anakin squads, your commander spoke highly of you. You have worked hard. After recalling their names, Seann remembered their arduous journey of 200 miles to find the natives' lair and monitor enemy movements. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? Seann asked with a hint of concern. It's all right, my lord. We can manage without sleep for a few days, Flavai responded, touched, sharing a hearty laugh with the other knights, though their smiles bore traces of fatigue. How can it be all right? You must understand, you are constantly on the front lines. Even the slightest mistake could cost you your lives. Enough. Listen to me. Leave the griffins here and find a place to rest in the cave. This is an order. Anakin attempted to argue, but was interrupted by Seann's firm demeanor. Very well. Flavi and the squad members nodded in resignation, dejectedly heading towards the cave. You lot, do you really think your bodies are made of iron? Get moving. Seeing their dejected expressions, Seann was instantly filled with indignation. Upon hearing his furious shout, the two small squads hastily darted into the cave as if their tails were on fire. These griffins will now be at your disposal, allowing you to traverse both air and ground with ease. After dismissing those oblivious fellows, Seann's demeanor shifted, and with a radiant smile, he addressed the elves. Thank you, my lord, for your care. However, these griffins must belong to the warriors from before, correct? We cannot be so selfish, replied Zelaya, the elf who had taken a liking to the little white one, with a gentle refusal. Do not worry, they will have new griffin companions by tomorrow. That is precisely why I asked them to rest. Moreover, if we leave the griffins here, they will undoubtedly sneak out when I am not around. If you do not believe me, just take a look into the cave, Seann said, gesturing silently toward it. Curious, Zelaya turned her gaze toward the cave, and indeed, her keen eyes spotted a few heads peeking at them. Amused by the scene, she broke into a smile, her laughter tinkling like silver bells. Very well, my lord. We shall accept your arrangement, Zelaya concluded, bowing along with all the elven maidens, her expression turning solemn as she spoke. My lord, we are grateful for all you have done for us. I, Zelaya, wish to represent all the elven hunters in following your path until the end of our days, with no regrets in this life. Chapter 109. The wrathful sea. On the journey back, the azure sky resembled a vast sapphire, while the white clouds floated lazily like fluffy cotton candy. Seann sat astride the majestic white beast, his legs gently clasping its body, as a soft breeze tousled his hair, evoking a sense of contentment. In his boredom, he leaned sideways and asked Lucifel beside him, Sister Phil, do you think I will find my way home? His words were laden with confusion, his gaze drifting toward the horizon as if he could glimpse his homeland at the distant end. At that moment, they were on their way back to the territory. After properly arranging matters in the cave, Seann had decided to depart, although the cave had yet to stabilize. There were numerous affairs awaiting his attention in the territory, making it impractical to linger. Despite his deep reluctance to leave the beautiful elven maidens, he had no choice but to embark on his journey home. I don't know, my lord, Lucifel replied, fluttering her wings, white as snow and radiating a gentle light. Shaking her head softly, her voice was akin to a mountain spring, crisp and ethereal. Please don't call me my lord, it sounds rather awkward. Just call me by my name, and you all should do the same. Remember? All right, Seann. Upon hearing his childlike command, the angels surrounding him instantly beamed with sweet smiles, reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring. Yet in an instant, they returned to their previous composure, as if the earlier smiles had been but a fleeting moment. Sister Phil, your laughter is truly beautiful. Do remember to smile more often. Seann was deeply captivated by the smiles of the angels, murmuring softly in delight. In this splendid world, with your company, what more could one desire? Ha ha ha. His laughter rang out, echoing through the air, as if he wished to share this joy with everyone. They traversed the vast, boundless forest, where lush branches intertwined like an immense ocean of green. Sunlight struggled to pierce through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. The Angry Sea Tribe, the largest tribe in the southern forest region, boasts a population of 150,000, including over 50,000 adult warriors. With steadfast will and fearless courage, they have protected this homeland for generations. At this moment, within the core area of the tribe, in a spacious and ancient wooden hall, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The floor was covered with animal skin carpets, while various powerful prey skulls adorned the walls, showcasing the tribe's glorious past. The chief of the Angry Sea Tribe, a tall and robust figure, exuded an air of steadiness and wisdom as he sat in the foremost position. Several wrinkled elders gathered nearby, and 5 warrior leaders, standing tall and serious, listened intently. Iron Rock, a survivor from the Rock tribe, appeared haggard, his eyes still reflecting the terror and sorrow of surviving a calamity. He slowly began to speak, his voice hoarse and weighty, recounting the horrifying disaster. With each word, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive, as if all present were transported back to that brutal war. The threat of outsiders has been witnessed by your warriors as well. If only you had chosen to assist us back then. Yet, what use is it to dwell on the past? Our tribe is already doomed. But next, it will be your turn. Iron Rock's face darkened, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. Yet, thinking of the obliterated tribe, he painfully shut his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Upon hearing his account, the leadership of the Angry Sea Tribe fell into silence, their expressions grave. They understood all too well that a misstep could spell disaster for the entire tribe. While we have encountered the aerial monsters you spoke of, their numbers were few. The ground warriors are our true strength. I refuse to believe that our formidable warriors will be defeated by these outsiders. Angry Rock, a broad-faced man adorned with intricate patterns, clenched his fists tightly. His expression rife with disdain as he proclaimed loudly. In his heart, the warriors of the Angry Sea tribe were valiant and fearless, having faced countless battles in this forest. Whether against beasts or rival tribes, they had never tasted defeat, thus dismissing these outsiders as inconsequential. Angry Rock, do not underestimate them. Caution and prudence are the hallmarks of a worthy tribal warrior. The chief, lifting his head slowly, regarded Angry Rock with a commanding tone, laced with a note of caution. After all, any hint of complacency could lead to irreparable disaster. Chief, what shall we do now? An anxious warrior leader inquired. At that moment, everyone placed their hopes upon the chief. After a long silence, the chief's gaze swept across the faces of those present, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of each decision. Finally, he spoke slowly. We must strengthen the defensive forces on the outskirts of our territory and send more warriors forth. Additionally, we shall form a reconnaissance team, led by Chief Taiyin, to venture northward and gather intelligence, as that is the direction from which the outsiders have emerged. The remaining warrior leaders will lead all warriors to stockpile more food, bows, and spears, preparing for prolonged combat. Now, let us commence our preparations. The chief's voice was deep and powerful, as if injecting a surge of resolve into everyone. The leaders nodded in agreement, rising to their feet and striding purposefully out of the wooden hut. Taiyin and his companions also turned in unison, departing with determined steps. The setting sun painted the sky crimson, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the mottled ground with each movement. Elders, our tribe now stands at the brink of life and death. Should we send envoys to contact other tribes to unite against the external threat? The chief, observing the departing figures of Taiyin and others, turned to the elders and asked. Relying solely on the strength of the Rage Sea tribe to combat the formidable outsiders would be akin to a drop in the ocean. Only by uniting the powers of all tribes could there be a glimmer of hope. The Sunset tribe to the west has long been our bitter rival and is unlikely to care for our plight. However, the Sun tribe to the east may be worth approaching. An elder, adorned with antlers and wielding a staff, spoke tremulously, his words tinged with resignation. Reflecting on the long-standing grievances with the Sunset tribe, his heart was heavy with bitterness. Now is not the time for internal strife against the outsiders. The Sunset tribe should understand the stakes involved. Since you all agree, let us dispatch envoys to inform all tribes. We must drive the outsiders out of the forest once and for all. A resolute glimmer shone in the chief's eyes. This battle concerns the survival of all tribes, and only through unwavering unity can they triumph over their formidable foes. As the chief's orders were given, the entire Rage Sea tribe sprang into action. Warriors seized their weapons and rushed to their posts, while women and children busied themselves preparing food and clothing, contributing their strength for the impending conflict. The tribe functioned like a high-speed war machine, demonstrating remarkable cohesion in the face of crisis. Chapter 110. Guardianship and Revenge. Meanwhile, Seann, accompanied by his angelic guards, hurried back to Fortress 1 before nightfall. At that moment, the fortress housed members of the Griffin Knights and the cavalry regiment of the transport convoy led by Radger. The fortress was abuzz with activity, the soldiers' shouts intertwining with the neighing of war horses. Upon Seann's return, he found the soldiers engaged in their evening meal. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he could not shake the feeling that the expressions of the royal guard bore a hint of resentment and dissatisfaction. Puzzled, he scrutinized their faces, yet could not articulate the source of his unease. He had no desire to approach the soldiers at this moment. Should he be queried about when the transport brigade's duties might conclude, he would be at a loss for words, a situation he found quite awkward. While he held the authority as their lord, compelling his loyal guards to act as logistical support felt rather inappropriate. Thus, he resolved it best to avoid such interactions for the time being. After issuing a few brief instructions to the awaiting Racker and Elena, he excused himself under the pretense of needing to settle into the fortress, swiftly departing on his steed, leaving Racker and Elena exchanging bewildered glances. His figure soon vanished into the dusk, leaving only a cloud of dust in his wake. With a fortress ahead, he had no concern for accommodations. The following day, as dawn broke and the horizon blushed with a soft hue of crimson, the sun endeavored to rise above the skyline. Seann, neglecting breakfast in his haste, hurried back to the castle. After relishing a sumptuous meal at home, he began to attend to the day's affairs. In contemplating meals, Seann recalled the angels, marveling at the revelation that they did not require sustenance, a fact that left him astounded. Once his horse had been fed, Seann, accompanied by Mira and the angels, made his way to the altar of light. Throughout the journey, Mira incessantly clamored to explore the altar, and Seann understood her restlessness. Though he chose not to confront her about it, Mira bounded along like a lively child, her curiosity piqued by everything around her. Ding! The altar of light can be upgraded to the altar of heaven. Upgrade cost: 24,000 gold coins, 30 stone blocks, 20 crystals, and a substantial expenditure of faith. Ding! The construction of the altar of heaven is underway. Altar of heaven, capable of recruiting archangels, seraphim. As Seann placed his hand upon the altar, a series of notifications flashed before him. In the tangible world, the altar began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The statue's size swelled rapidly, as if propelled by a mysterious and potent force. Soon after, the base of the altar revealed 7 exquisite decorative structures and a spacious operating platform. Each intricately carved detail emanated an aura of enigma. However, the changes ceased abruptly. The statue retained its original form, with little alteration to its appearance. Seann was left in a state of bewilderment and disappointment, having anticipated a profound transformation of the altar, only to find it had merely undergone superficial adjustments. Despite his initial disappointment, Seann quickly recalibrated his mindset, recognizing that the altar was merely a structure, and there was no need to become overly fixated on such minutiae. He promptly resumed his operations within the system. His first intention was to promote the angelic sisters. Initially, Seann had planned to elevate Lucifer and the other 8 angels to the status of archangels, as they possessed a distinct advantage in terms of skills. However, the system indicated that these 8 angels could only ascend to seraphs. When he attempted to recruit the seraphs, the system informed him that he lacked sufficient vengeance power. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Seann gradually began to piece together a solution. With no other recourse, he first recruited 4 archangels to complete his operations. In the tangible world, the 8 angelic sisters gracefully floated before the statue. This time, they radiated not a gentle white light, but a rich crimson glow. The red light blazed like a roaring flame, exuding strength and majesty. The recently recruited 4 archangels materialized amidst a burst of white light, emerging from the void surrounding the statue. Their forms flickered, as if they hailed from a distant and unknown realm. Is this truly the manifestation of the dragon god's emissary? How exquisite! Mira was profoundly moved by the spectacle before her, her eyes wide with astonishment, her face etched with admiration and envy. It was not just Mira who was awestruck. Seann was equally taken aback. Although he had witnessed countless such scenes within the game, the sight of authentic archangels and seraphs before him was an entirely different experience. The divine and noble aura they emanated left him deeply shaken. Yet, in comparison to before, these angels seemed to possess a degree of estrangement, lacking some of their former warmth. A complex wave of emotions surged within Seann. He felt pride in the angels' formidable strength, yet also a pang of loss for the familiar sense of closeness that had faded. The archangel's wings were increasingly pure and beautiful, akin to the most pristine snowflakes atop a snow-capped mountain, radiating a gentle luminescence. However, their once distinctly visible and beautiful faces were now obscured by white, gold-trimmed hoods. The armor enveloping their upper bodies and arms was more ornate and exquisite, adorned with various precious gems and mysterious runes that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Their flowing skirts transitioned from a light blue to a pristine white, with golden hems draped with numerous ribbons that fluttered softly in the breeze, resembling celestial beings descending from the heavens. Their most significant weapons, once bearing a pale blue blade, now blazed with an azure flame. This flame was resplendent and imposing, exuding a formidable sense of pressure. Undoubtedly, its power would be astonishing. If the archangels were divine and noble guardians, wielding blue-flamed holy swords to bring hope to the people, the seraphs represented an entirely different extreme. They descended to the mortal realm as avenging angels, their once pure white wings stained with blood, transformed into a vivid crimson as if narrating an endless tale of vengeance. In his grasp, the cruciform holy sword blazed with the scarlet flames of vengeance, imbued with a purifying power capable of reducing any foe to ashes. The once white garments adorning him had been entirely supplanted by a vivid red, instilling dread merely through their gaze. "Master, your faithful servants have heeded your call and await your command," the 4 archangels proclaimed in unison, their voices resonant and harmonious. 7th tier archangel, attack 31, defense 31, health 220, speed 8, initiative 11, damage 50-50, special ability, resurrection. The vengeful angel, Lucifer, stands ready with all her companions to receive your orders, Master. At this moment, Lucifel's expression was obscured by her crimson hood, rendering her tone devoid of emotion. 7th tier Seraph, attack 35, defense 25, health 220, speed 8, initiative 11, mana 14, damage 2575, special ability, spellcaster, advanced just power, basic divine vengeance. Sister Lucifel? You wouldn't hold it against me for choosing this path unilaterally, would you? Seann inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice, fearing the Archangel's discontent with his decision. Fear not. We prefer vengeance over guardianship. Thank you, Seann. Lucifel gently shook her hooded head, a light laugh escaping her lips. Well, as long as you are pleased. Seann nodded, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He turned to Mira beside him and said softly, My dear, please return to the castle. I shall make one more visit to the watchtower and return promptly. Understood. I will share today as happenings with Mother. Mira responded obediently, showing no signs of dissent. As she mounted her griffin and soared away, her silhouette gradually diminished against the sky, eventually vanishing into the distance. Chapter 111. Two new heroes upon arriving at the watchtower. After a familiar series of actions, 4 more enchanting figures joined him. It was astonishing to think that within just 2 days, he had amassed 16 7th-tier beings. Observing the angels by his side, his heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. Just as he was about to exit the system and return to the castle, a new hero's information appeared on the tavern page, bringing him double joy. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and a delighted smile graced his face. Dungeon Race Hero, Alina, initial skills and abilities. Basic magic resistance penetration, racial skill, basic destructive magic, basic offensive arts. Heroic talent, Witch Matriarch, increases the attack and defense of lead shadow sorceresses and shadow matriarchs by 1 for every 2 levels. Forest Race Hero, Ozer, initial skills and abilities. Basic vengeance arts, racial skill. Basic luck resistance magic. Heroic talent, Master Hunter, increases the attack and defense of lead hunters, hunter leaders, and secret archers by 1 for every 2 levels. The recruitment cost for these 2 heroes was slightly higher than at the outset, each costing 4,000 gold coins. However, he thought little of it and unhesitatingly clicked the recruitment button. Upon completion, the 2 heroes emerged from the castle tavern, and Seann swiftly directed his griffin to descend before them. In the narrative backdrop of the game, the Dungeon Clan is indeed a branch of the elves, belonging to the dark elves known as Alina. Adorning her elegantly coiled long white hair is a golden triangular crown that radiates with an enigmatic luminescence, seemingly imbued with boundless magical power. Her exquisite visage is partially obscured by mysterious patterns, rendering her true emotions elusive, thereby enhancing her aura of enigma. Clad from head to toe in dark, stylish attire, she exudes an air of mystique, her alluring figure rivaling that of the forest elves. Each of her movements is imbued with seduction and charm, as if she could ensnare the very souls of onlookers. Ozer, on the other hand, stands as the leader of the forest elf hunters. Under his command, the hunters possess formidable lethality. He is a male elf, his rugged features adorned with blue tattoos that serve as badges of honor, chronicling his battle experiences. His long golden hair is fashioned into 2 lengthy braids cascading in front, complemented by a few feathers in his attire. Most strikingly, he wears a complete tiger skin cloak draped over his shoulders. One might say he possesses a certain regal ferocity. Yet this appearance seems somewhat incongruous with his lineage. However, Ozer muses privately. This may deter the female hunters from being enamored with him, which he finds somewhat amusing. Behold, my lord, I, Ozer, shall instill fear in your enemies. He proclaims with unwavering confidence. Greetings, master. I am Alina, and I am willing to obey any command you bestow upon me. She, true to her dark elven nature, adds a unique flair to her simple introduction. As she speaks, her tongue playfully caresses her lips, her fiery gaze causing a flutter in Seann's heart, prompting him to articulate a response. However, his peripheral vision catches a slight shift in the grip of the angelic sisters beside him. Was it tighter? A jolt of realization strikes him, and he silently laments the precariousness of the situation. Welcome to this new world. I have great expectations for your capabilities. Subsequently, I shall prepare griffin mounts for you. Once all arrangements are made, we will proceed to the front lines. Do you have anything you wish to express? With a sudden seriousness, Seann addresses them, his gaze unwavering. Not a problem, my lord. Ready to heed your command at any moment. They respond in unison. With that, Seann refrains from further discourse, proceeding to recruit all available troops for the day before summoning 2 griffins as mounts for them. He then orders all soldiers to guard the castle and departs with them. Soaring back to the City of Miracles, he still needs to procure supplies from a lich, purchase crossbows and tints at the blacksmiths, and check in at the magic tower. Upon reaching level 20 in the game, one can learn the teleportation spell, though he wonders if he will succeed this time. After a busy morning, he finally concludes all necessary tasks. After a modest banquet held on the castle's platform, he departed the territory amidst Myra's reluctant gaze. Her eyes brimmed with affection and reluctance, as if she yearned for him to linger a while longer. Although angels do not require sustenance, they willingly indulge in exquisite beverages. Due to their stature and the presence of their wings, the banquet was hosted on the platform, which was adorned with an inviting ambience, fragrant flowers, and delightful wines. A dozen resplendent angels undoubtedly constituted the most captivating presence of the gathering, exuding an aura of purity in white and allure in red. Their beauty and mystique left everyone present, from servants to the officials led by Ilrich, in awe and curiosity regarding these divine emissaries. Seann's cloak billowed in the brisk wind as he sped toward the mines where the Belro fortress was situated. Along the way, the great white steed, urged by his relentless prompts, flapped its wings with all its might, leaving behind a trail of shimmering phantoms and scattering feathers throughout the air. In his mind, he repeatedly recalled the imagery of the mines, the progress of or extraction, and the defensive arrangements of the fortress. Upon finally reaching the mines, he beheld the sun casting its unreserved light upon the towering piles of ore, which shimmered as if gilded, radiating an alluring luster. On the city walls, hundreds of city guards diligently patrolled, clad in sturdy, weighty armor. The rivets of their armor glinted with a cold brilliance under the sunlight, while they wielded long spears that glimmered with lethal sharpness, their tips seemingly capable of slicing through the air. Their strides were steady and powerful, each step resonating with intent, as they remained vigilant to any stirrings beyond the walls, leaving no suspicious sign unnoticed. Within the fortress, over 1,000 soldiers rested on standby. Some had just finished their posts on the walls, their legs trembling slightly from prolonged standing, yet they seized every moment to replenish their strength. Some leaned against the walls, hastily consuming rations with sips of warm water to aid their swallowing. Others lay directly on the ground, their heads barely touching the earth before succumbing to deep slumber, conserving energy for the next watch. These soldiers hailed from diverse backgrounds and experiences. Some were once wandering mercenaries, tirelessly seeking livelihoods, while others were bankrupt farmers yearning to rediscover hope on this land, and still others were individuals seeking redemption for past misdeeds. Despite their varied identities, they converged here, united by their loyalty to the territory and a shared resolve to protect this land and all that it encompasses. In the sky, 2 squadrons of griffin riders soared gracefully, their griffins' massive wings beating powerfully. Each flap stirred a gust of wind, while the riders donned lightweight, yet resilient chainmail. They bore sharp short swords at their waists, with quivers of long arrows hanging on either side, their hands firmly gripping the reins. Their figures occasionally swept across the sky, their keen eyes scanning the surroundings of the fortress for any movement. Once a substantial enemy approaches, they can, owing to their unique rapport with the griffins, detect danger ahead of time. Swiftly, they return to the fortress to relay the message, thus securing invaluable preparation time for the garrison. Chapter 112. Development. This mine conceals a wealth of iron, ore, and rare metals, which can significantly aid the development of the territory. At present, the extraction work is in full swing. Workers bustle about, wielding tools and sweating profusely within the tunnels, their dark skin marked with the traces of labor. However, as the blast furnace has yet to be constructed, the mined ore is helplessly piled into small hills. These ores are of exceptional quality, fine materials for crafting exquisite weapons and sturdy armor. Once smelted and forged, they can become formidable equipment to safeguard the territory. With the fortress under construction, 5 fortifications have already emerged in the forest. Klaus has led the cavalry to escort slaves and some blacksmiths to the gold mine, the sound of hooves and wheels intertwining. The grand procession raises clouds of dust, which shimmer in the sunlight, creating a golden haze. The 3 fortresses near the territory are all devoid of heroes, undoubtedly a ticking time bomb hanging over their heads, posing a significant threat. Seann furrows his brow, analyzing the current situation, as various plans and possibilities flicker through his mind. Fortress number 1 presents an entirely different scene. With a garrison of 1,000 soldiers, this stronghold appears impregnable. In addition to well-trained and high-spirited soldiers, powerful crossbows are neatly arranged along the walls, ready to rend the bodies of any audacious foes. The last attack by the natives resulted in a devastating defeat here. The fierce battle still lingers vividly in memory. The shouts of battle, the clanging of weapons, and the cries of anguish intertwine. The natives surged like a tide, only to fall in droves under the onslaught of the crossbows and the resistance of the garrison, suffering heavy casualties. Surely, for the foreseeable future, they would hesitate to recklessly assault the walls again. The scars of past battles remain starkly visible. The battered shields are riddled with wounds, and broken weapons lie scattered in the corners, silently narrating the harrowing clash, forever reminding the defenders to remain vigilant. Fortress 0 is positioned safely behind Fortress Number 1, accommodating only 500 soldiers tasked with maintaining the fortress's basic functions. Each day, as the first rays of sunlight break, the kitchen comes alive, wreathed in rising smoke. Soldiers skillfully kindle fires, wash rice, clean vegetables, and cook, their roles clearly defined and their teamwork seamless. Some soldiers diligently operate the bellows, ensuring the flames blaze fiercely, while others wield large spatulas, stirring ingredients in the massive cauldron, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. They prepared steaming, fragrant meals, fully aware that the weary soldiers in transit longed for a taste of warm sustenance to replenish their strength and continue their journey, ensuring the smooth transport of supplies across the territory. These logistical soldiers shared a bond of mutual struggle with the Imperial Guards. One group became a transport convoy, tirelessly delivering provisions, enduring the elements and the relentless fatigue of the road. The other took on the role of cooks, diligently preparing hearty meals for the passing transport teams. Amidst the smoke and fire, their hands bore the scars of burns from their labor. To ensure seamless communication between the three fortresses and to maintain awareness of the surrounding situation, each fortress housed a squadron of Griffin riders. At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight illuminated the sky, they took to the air, soaring towards the sun. The feathers of the griffins shimmered with iridescent hues in the sunlight. They circled and surveyed the vast expanse of sky, their eyes sharp as hawks, leaving no suspicious sign unnoticed. Upon detecting any anomaly, they would swiftly maneuver their reins, urging the griffins to return to the fortress to relay crucial information, thus securing precious time for the territory's defense. Despite such meticulous arrangements, he remained uneasy, for none of the fortresses were manned by heroes. Moreover, the forces across the territory were excessively dispersed, akin to a net stretched too thin, inevitably revealing some vulnerabilities. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of manpower. If he possessed millions of troops at that moment, there would be no need for such concerns. He could simply command them to sweep through the entire forest. Seann was acutely aware of this and thus returned to the City of Miracles to seek out Illich. At that moment, Illich stood before a desk piled high with documents, diligently attending to his affairs. With a serious demeanor, Seann declared, "Illich, the forces are too dispersed across the territory, aside from the front lines. The gaps in rear defenses are still too significant. We must mobilize the reserve corps." This 10,000-strong battalion had trained for a considerable time, receiving half the pay of regular soldiers while primarily engaging in agricultural labor. However, their combat effectiveness far surpassed that of hastily recruited new soldiers, as they participated in training exercises every 3 days. Moreover, their supply of provisions was aligned with that of the regular army and had never faltered. This battalion could be deployed to reinforce the fortresses, adding a fresh force to the defense of all the strongholds in the territory. After several months of diligent work, Illich had transformed into not only a general skilled in troop deployment, but also an experienced manager, truly an upgraded version of Illich. He maintained the supply operations for all fortresses and, after a brief contemplation, grasped the urgency of the matter. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded and responded, "Understood, my lord. I shall make the arrangements immediately." Having urgently addressed the affairs at the rear, Seann, accompanied by the Angel Guard, arrived at the gold mine before dusk. At that time, the gold mining area resembled a vibrant ocean, where the cacophony of voices intertwined with the rhythmic clatter of hooves, composing a symphony of bustling activity. The slaves were imbued with an exuberant spirit, for before them lay a gold mine of immense wealth, their eyes glimmering with avarice and longing, as if glimpsing a future of affluence. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, the towering mountains shimmered with resplendent light, dazzling to the eye. It was difficult for anyone to suppress their excitement in the face of such temptation. No one could remain composed. Klaus had successfully completed the recruitment of the wolf den, with 20 imposing white wolves majestically prowling throughout the camp. These wolves, robust and formidable, moved with an untamed grace, their fur billowing gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Their presence elicited a chorus of shrieks from the crowd, and the startled horses neighed restlessly, raising their front hooves high. The entire camp descended into a momentary chaos, as soldiers scrambled to calm the horses, calling out to maintain order among the throng. Chapter 113. Development 2. Once again departing from the City of Miracles, Seann arrived at the gold mine without lingering. His expression was hurried as he solemnly instructed Klaus to expedite the refining and guarding tasks. He then spurred his horse toward the cave, the wind howling past his ears, yet failing to quell the anxiety within him. His greatest concern was the potential for a large-scale assault by the natives. The previous night raid had imparted a lasting lesson. One could never afford to be complacent, even in the face of seemingly overmatched adversaries. The cave, located at the farthest reaches of their territory, lay in a remote geographical area, surrounded by undulating mountains and dense jungles, with rugged paths that were difficult to traverse. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly inconspicuous location that housed 2 recruitment points, with a gold mine not far off. These points, along with the mine, were of paramount strategic importance to the territory. The combination of hunters and giant wolves could be deemed invincible in forest combat. Tracking, hunting, and guerrilla tactics formed a crucial augmentation of the territory's defensive capabilities. Otherwise, with his prudent nature, he would never have ventured so recklessly away from the fortress to engage in combat deep within the jungle. It would have been far easier to slay the natives backed by solid stone walls. By the time he hastily returned to the cave, it was already midnight. Expecting a serene atmosphere, he was surprised to find the cave bustling with activity and lively chatter. Raj's transport convoy numbered over 5,000. Each individual towering and robust, yet bearing the marks of exhaustion, a testament to their arduous journey, though their eyes sparkled with determination. Their garments were caked with dust and sweat, some showing faint scratches or bruises, evidence of their battles against treacherous conditions and unforeseen dangers. Elena's nightly order, comprising over 4,000 members clad in finely crafted light chainmail, reflected glimmers of cold light in the moon's glow, further enhancing their imposing presence. The moonlight cascaded upon them, delineating their resolute silhouettes. They stood tall, their postures unwavering, exuding an awe-inspiring presence even in the depths of night. Surrounding them, 20,000 ground troops remained on high alert, armed with their respective weapons. An array of spears standing like a forest, shields interlocked in a formidable barrier. Their gazes were vigilant, ever watchful for any signs of movement. Each individual like a taut string, poised to confront any impending danger. In the dim corners of the cave, 5,000 to 6,000 captives huddled, either squatting or sitting, their expressions filled with confusion and unease. Their figures appeared desolate in the murky light, some engaged in hushed conversations, others lost in solitary contemplation. Alongside them were 5,000 members of the Green Leaf tribe, making the cave a bustling hive of activity. The air was thick with a melange of sweat, dust, and the scent of food, creating an intricate and unique aroma. The sounds of conversation, footsteps, and the occasional cough intermingled, forming a cacophony that was both lively and chaotic. It was only upon closer inspection that one realized this gathering encompassed 2/3 of his entire fighting force, nearly 100,000 souls. Such a colossal assembly rendered both the interior and exterior of the cave exceedingly crowded and vibrant. Upon his arrival, Seann took advantage of the moment when everyone was partaking in their evening meal to summon all the heroes for a reassignment of tasks. His demeanor was grave, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly, his voice deep yet commanding. The current situation is dire. The enemy may be lurking in the shadows, watching us intently. We must divide our responsibilities wisely and collaborate closely to safeguard our hard-won victories. First, Roger, your unique talents necessitate your continued travel between the territory and the cave. This is no simple task. You must transport substantial supplies to ensure our frontline warriors have ample provisions and weaponry, while also bringing back reinforcements from the castle. Leave it to me, my lord. I will ensure that the warriors at the front do not fight on empty stomachs. Roger proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Elena, you will work alongside the 2 newly arrived heroes to patrol and scout the southern region, investigating the recently emerged hostile tribes. The situation in the south is tense. These new tribes are not to be underestimated, and we must ascertain their capabilities swiftly. Understanding their troop deployments and patterns of movement is crucial for our territory's defense and survival. Exercise utmost caution. Rest assured, my lord, Elena replied, exuding confidence as she perched upon her grand griffin, gently stroking its feathers. The griffin seemed to sense its master's resolve, letting out a sharp call. Vittorio, your responsibilities remain unchanged. Continue to guard the headquarters. This is our foundation and must not falter. You must ensure its absolute safety, maintain morale, and provide a solid backing for the front lines. Seann gazed at Vittorio, his eyes brimming with trust. Very well, my lord, Vittorio replied with composure. his voice deep and resolute, instilling a sense of reassurance. At this juncture, Seann was not prepared to take the initiative. The fortifications were still under tense construction, and a significant shortage of troops further compounded the situation. The scarcity of soldiers left him feeling strained. For each warrior was a precious asset that could not be squandered lightly. For the future of our territory, I am grateful for everyone's hard work. Having articulated his decision, Seann earnestly expressed his apologies to the assembly, his gaze reflecting sincerity and gratitude. To serve our Lord with unwavering dedication. May the dragon god protect us. Long live the glory of Yanhuang. The assembled heroes, their expressions solemn, placed their hands over their hearts and bowed in unison, their voices resonating in harmonious strength, echoing throughout the cavern. As the gathering dispersed, Seann resumed his rounds while meticulously contemplating the defensive measures within the occupied zones. He had gleaned valuable insights from the Greenleaf tribe regarding the approximate strength of the Rage Sea tribe, as well as two other formidable tribes existing in the east and west. These tribes loomed like colossal beasts lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Honestly, Seann had long been perplexed as to why the system had granted him castles, but not a scouting mechanism, at the very least. A fog of war version of the map would have sufficed. Instead, the castle map within the system interface merely displayed the layout of structures and allowed for remote control. Yet it did not reveal hostile targets. Should enemies emerge from overseas, he would only be informed after a messenger had relayed the news. In such circumstances, the only prudent choice was to develop cautiously. Reckless action was inadvisable until the defensive lines were fully established. Once the gold mines extraction operations were ready, Klaus's cavalry could be mobilized at a moment's notice. At that point, a minimal defensive force, in conjunction with aerial intelligence from the Griffins, would theoretically ensure the safety of the various fortifications. However, Seann astutely recognized that a crucial intermediate fortress was lacking to serve as a support hub among these strongholds. Chapter 114. Development 3. This was akin to a defensive net with a gaping hole at its center. Such a vulnerability posed a significant threat to the integrity of the entire defensive line and needed to be addressed expeditiously. Should an enemy breach this gap, the entire territory would be plunged into peril. His brow furrowed in concentration, thoughts racing for solutions, and his pace unconsciously quickened. The Griffin riders required approximately 4 hours to fly at full speed between the gold mine and Fortress 1, as well as the cave stronghold. This protracted flight time implied that, in the event of an attack on one fortress, the others would struggle to provide timely support. It was akin to a lone vessel in a tempestuous sea, beset by danger, while distant ships remained unable to render assistance. Consequently, the construction of an intermediate fortress became the next phase of the slaves' endeavors. This matter not only pertains to the defense arrangement of the territory, but also concerns the overall safety of the realm. Subsequently, Seann took residence in a cave, where the living conditions starkly contrasted with those of the castle. The environment was austere, with rough, uneven walls and a bed merely fashioned from straw. The diet was equally rudimentary, consisting predominantly of coarse grains and preserved meats. Nevertheless, he found immense joy in each passing day. To him, life here was far more exhilarating than the monotonous routine within the castle walls. In his leisure moments, he either accompanied his sister hunters to patrol the forest or engaged in guerrilla tactics against the indigenous people. Within the dense woods, they navigated cautiously, akin to a pride of leopards concealed in the shadows. Each step was taken with utmost care to avoid the slightest sound that might alert lurking adversaries. They adeptly exploited the terrain, launching surprise attacks that caught their foes unawares. At times, they would set traps along the enemy's inevitable paths, springing forth from all directions to annihilate them once they fell into the snares. Other times, they lay in ambush within the underbrush, striking with lightning speed as the indigenous approached, swiftly dispatching their enemies. Alternatively, they would stealthily evade Lucifiel and indulge in private moments filled with blush-inducing activities. Yet, at critical junctures, Lucifiel would appear like a specter, manifesting at the most inopportune times, rendering both parties somewhat awkward. The glances exchanged between the two ladies grew increasingly hostile, as if sparks could ignite from their gazes, and the air was thick with tension. The extraction of gold from the mine had officially commenced, with every process, from quarrying the ore to refining it into coins, taking place within the mountain. Due to the variable daily yield of ore, the weekly income from gold coins was not fixed, averaging around 100,000. To ensure the safety of the gold mine, the guard force was formidable, comprising 1,000 city guardsmen operating ballistae and 2,000 cavalry from the Royal Guard. Although these guardsmen were considerably less capable compared to the system soldiers, they were well-trained and possessed high morale. On the day the orders were issued, the excitement among the royal guards was palpable, transforming the entire gold mine's defense line into a sea of jubilant exuberance. Long confined to transport duties, they now relished their newfound freedom. In their eyes, what were the indigenous people? Could they be consumed? Even if not, for the sake of their lord, they felt compelled to capture a multitude as curiosities to behold. Their fervor for battle burned brightly within them, eager to rush to the front lines and engage in an epic clash with the indigenous for countless rounds. Through relentless training day after day, they honed their skills. Whether marching in perfect formation or exhibiting proficient weaponry techniques, their coordination was nothing short of impeccable. In terms of defense, they are undeniably capable of withstanding any challenge. Subsequently, they maintain a vigilant presence around the gold mine day and night, ever alert to the slightest hint of enemy activity. In addition to these forces, Seann returns to the territory's castle once a week. On this day, he attends to various matters within the domain, ranging from the grand development plans to minor disputes among residents, as effective tools, for the most part, reside in the southern forests. What? You say Ilyich is a mere tool? That is your assertion, not mine. Simultaneously, he seizes this opportunity to reunite with his family, cherishing the rare warmth of togetherness. Amidst the bustling demands of war and territorial development, this day of reunion holds particular significance for him. He gathers with his family, sharing experiences and anecdotes from the past weeks, enveloped in the comfort of familial bonds. Time gradually slips away in such an engaging and fulfilling existence. The supplies for the territory are continuously transported back to the cave by latch, with forest products and steel from the mines being sent to Miracle City. Ilyich is tasked with the allocation of these resources, with a portion destined for the port as commodities to exchange for essential goods for the territory. Another portion is provided at a nominal cost to the urban residents, enabling them to craft various necessities. This intricate flow of materials not only bolsters the economic development of the territory, but also enhances the quality of life for its inhabitants. The streets of the city have become increasingly vibrant, filled with an array of merchandise, and the faces of the residents radiate happiness. The cave has now been renamed Greenleaf Fortress, with Ling Xiao officially appointed as its inaugural executor. This fortress houses nearly 100,000 individuals. Although her responsibilities currently encompass only her kin and several thousand indigenous slaves, the daily workload is still extensive. From basic needs to work arrangements, all matters concerning the indigenous populace require her meticulous attention. Rising early each day, she begins to orchestrate the day's tasks, coordinating interdepartmental relations and addressing various unforeseen issues. Consumed by a whirlwind of activity. Since the Greenleaf tribe's integration into the territory over a month ago, profound transformations have taken place among all tribal members. They have truly come to comprehend the essence of life and civilization. Firstly, their attire has evolved significantly. The women's style remains relatively unchanged. As rumors suggest someone prefers it this way, they continue to wear light corsets that conceal essential areas. Yet the material has transitioned from primitive animal hides to softer, more comfortable fabrics. Their lower garments consist of shorts that extend only to the upper thigh, allowing for ease of movement while retaining aesthetic appeal. Male warriors, too, have forsaken their nakedness, donning long trousers and shirts, complemented by exquisite leather armor that enhances their overall appearance. Armed with crossbows or oak longbows, and equipped with two sharp short swords, they present a formidable sight. If it were not for the identical patterns of the Greenleaf tribe adorning their faces, no one would have known that they were once primitive natives merely a month ago, even upon their arrival in the City of Miracles. Presently, the fashion of the entire territory's populace is undergoing a transformation, a metamorphosis spurred by the whims of certain individuals. The preferences of those in power often catalyze a phenomenon of imitation, whether stemming from flattery or genuine admiration. This infusion of vitality into the feudal society bears no detrimental effects. Chapter 115. A three-pronged assault. With the increasing number of soldiers, the fortifications have undergone several expansions. The Greenleaf Fortress now boasts an area several times larger than the other fortresses, nearly equivalent to that of half the City of Miracles. The original trees outside the city walls have all been felled, making way for vast tracts of arable land. According to the farmers brought from the City of Miracles, the soil here is exceptionally fertile. This is hardly surprising, as this expansive forest has existed for countless years, its thick layer of humus enriching the earth with nutrients. Despite the city's enlargement, the living conditions within remain far from satisfactory. After all, only a month has passed. The current fortress city resembles nothing more than a colossal barracks. Temporary tents and rudimentary shelters abound, and the facilities for daily life are extremely basic. Soldiers are cramped within narrow tents, where sanitary conditions are poor, leading to the frequent outbreak of diseases. In the past month, the reinforcement of troops has significantly bolstered the front line's military strength. There are 15,000 first-tier heavy spear soldiers, after accounting for 2,000 casualties, wielding their formidable long spears with an air of authority. 14,000 second-tier crossbowmen exhibit remarkable archery skills. 5,000 third-tier guards, fixed, are tasked with protecting vital objectives, ever vigilant for their safety. 6,400 fourth-tier griffins reign supreme in the skies, surveying the land below. 4,000 fifth-tier holy adjudicators possess formidable magical abilities, capable of unleashing a myriad of powerful spells. 3,000 sixth-tier elite knights charge into battle atop their majestic steeds, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing across the battlefield. 247th-tier archangels, messengers of the dragon god, radiate a divine aura. 600 third-tier hunters excel in forest combat, intimately familiar with every nook and cranny of the woods, moving through the trees with ease. 600 third-tier white wolves, fierce and formidable, serve as invaluable allies on the battlefield. In total, there are 48,400 troops, forming the iron wall of the territory. Aside from the 2 fixed griffin squads stationed in the 6 fortresses and the city guards responsible for defense, Seann has restructured all the troops. The 1st Legion of Yanhuang, led by Vittorio and Klaus, comprises 6,000 heavy spear soldiers, 5,000 crossbowmen, 1,000 holy adjudicators, fanatics, and 2,000 guards. Each hero is accompanied by 50 archangels in battle, while a squadron of griffin knights is designated for intelligence transmission. The griffin riders darted through the skies, swiftly relaying intelligence upon detecting enemy movements, thus providing formidable support to the Legion's operations. They served as the vigilant eyes of the battlefield, enabling the Legion to stay informed of the enemy's status and make astute decisions. The 2nd Legion of Yanhuang, led by Raj and Alina, comprised an equal number of troops, amounting to a total strength of 28,422, excluding the angels. The Forest Tribe's hero, Ozer, commanded 600 hunters and 600 white wolves, accompanied by 1,000 griffins and 400 holy adjudicators, fanatics, also mounted upon griffins. These spellcasters unleash their magic from the air, providing cover and support to the ground forces. Altogether, a formidable mixed force of 2,600 warriors and beasts, well acquainted with the forest terrain, emerged as a significant power. In the depths of the woods, they adeptly exploited the geographical advantages to deliver unexpected blows to their foes. Meanwhile, Alina continued to lead 2 battalions of 4,222 griffin riders, forming the 1st Aerial Legion of Yanhuang. However, the composition of these airborne knights underwent a transformation. Each squad now consisted of 9 guardians, 8 crossbowmen, and 4 priests. This totaled 1,800 guardians, 1,600 crossbowmen, 400 fanatics, and 400 holy adjudicators. They would arrange themselves into a tightly knit combat formation in the skies, capable of launching ranged assaults while simultaneously providing healing and support to their comrades. When allies sustained injuries, the priests would promptly cast healing spells, restoring their combat readiness. Indeed, these bold warriors had finally mastered the art of healing spells, a commendable achievement. Yet, they still clutched their beloved heavy hammers. Rumors circulated that Klaus, dissatisfied with the slow pace due to their hammers, secretly swapped them for other weapons, only to be pursued for miles by hundreds of enraged bold warriors. The remaining heavy infantry numbered 3,000, with 2,200 crossbowmen and 1,200 priests. These forces were divided into 2 segments, stationed at Greenleaf Fortress and Fortress 2. Fortress 2, a newly established transit stronghold situated between Fortress 1 and Greenleaf, was responsible for supporting the surrounding fortifications. With Alina's aerial forces garrisoned there, the knights remained unchanged at 3,000. Although they had stepped out of the transport squad, they could only sit on the bench, biding their time for an opportunity. Daily, they engaged in rigorous training, eager to showcase their skills on the battlefield. On the training grounds, they practiced horsemanship and combat techniques relentlessly, their garments soaked with sweat, yet never faltering in their resolve. The reallocation of troops was necessitated by the escalating conflicts with the Angry Sea tribe, which also involved the participation of 2 major tribes from the east and west. After all, while the natives may be less civilized, they were not devoid of intelligence, and it was unrealistic to expect them to passively allow the Seann to encroach upon their forests. Each day, fierce skirmishes erupted within the woods. Although the natives remained in a suppressed state, Their familiarity with the terrain and mastery of ambush tactics demanded continuous vigilance and preparedness. They often stealthily infiltrate the territory under the cover of night, launching attacks on both soldiers and civilians, causing significant distress to the region. Captain Flavii, is today's mission the same as usual? Spoke Van Persie, a former member of Flavii's squad, who has now ascended to the rank of squad leader himself. Flavii, having been promoted, now commands a battalion of 200. They found themselves in the Western Forest, several miles from Greenleaf Fortress, a region that has seen an increase in the presence of the indigenous tribes since the onset of hostilities with the Furious Sea tribe. These natives appear like phantoms, emerging unexpectedly from the shadows, posing a considerable threat. Same as usual? No, today we must coordinate with General Ozer's field army to eliminate the scouts of the Sunset tribe. Flavii replied without lifting his gaze, engrossed in contemplating the forthcoming assault while tearing at a piece of jerky and feeding his steed. This mission would not be straightforward. The scouts of the Sunset tribe were exceedingly vigilant, and their warriors were numerous, posing a risk of danger if they were not cautious. The Lord had stated that one must strategically underestimate the enemy while tactically respecting them. He was acutely aware of the arduous nature of this task and understood the necessity of devising a detailed and meticulous plan to ensure its successful execution. Are we to rely solely on our battalion? The Sunset's indigenous warriors are quite formidable. Van Persie voiced his concern, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. They were facing a large, cohesive tribe, and their forces were not in a position of advantage. He feared that a lack of manpower could lead to dire consequences in battle, resulting in failure. You lad, why are you so full of questions? Focus on your own rations, mocked another squad leader, Usos, before Flavii could respond. The two men had starkly contrasting personalities. Van Persie was cautious, while Usos was impulsive, which often led to their frequent disputes. Usos, stop your prattle. Am I afraid? Humph, I have slain far more natives than you. Van Persie retorted, his face flushed with anger, determined not to yield. He felt that Usos consistently looked down on him, which infuriated him further, compelling him to prove himself through action, making him unusually proactive in every battle. Usos, indeed provoked by Van Persie's words, was about to retort when another squad leader interjected, enough. Can't you see the captain is deep in thought? Let us maintain some silence. At this crucial moment, internal unity was paramount. Any discord could provide the enemy with an opportunity, jeopardizing the entire mission. This was also a surprising development for Seann. As the system soldiers spent more time in this world, their personal emotions became increasingly pronounced. Much like these two individuals, from the moment they arrived in this squadron, they have harbored mutual disdain for one another, and their quarrels seem to be endless. The originally calm and courteous Van Persie has been provoked into increasing agitation. After a few disdainful snorts, the two adversaries finally turned away to cease hostilities. At this moment, the forest is thick with tension, as if a battle is on the verge of erupting. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the leaves to rustle, as if foretelling the imminent conflict. The situation in the territory of Yanhuang is indeed precarious, with an assault launched by three formidable tribes. This has placed the soldiers of the territory at a significant disadvantage, compelling them to remain on the defensive within the surrounding forests. Under the leadership of Vittorio, the 1st Legion stands 10 miles east, fending off the assault of the Sun tribe. Vittorio, leading by example, engages fiercely with the enemy alongside the Archangel Guard and the soldiers, leveraging the advantage of the terrain to construct their defenses, repelling enemy advances time and again. Armed with a long sword, he charges ahead, bolstering the morale of his troops. The soldiers, inspired by his valor, fight valiantly without retreat. Meanwhile, the 2nd Legion, commanded by Rager, engages in frontal skirmishes with the Anger Sea tribe 5 miles away. Rager, mounted on a majestic griffin, brandishes his longsword, rallying the spirits of his men. His voice resonates like a bell across the battlefield, igniting the soldiers' fervor. Among these three tribes, the Western and Southern tribes possess comparable strength, while the Eastern tribe stands as the mightiest, thus necessitating Vittorio's defense. Currently, due to the considerable distance from the strongholds of the Eastern and Western tribes, the immediate objective is to safeguard the flanks while primarily targeting the Southern Anger Sea tribe. Although a comprehensive offensive is not yet in play, it is crucial to instill fear in them, preventing any approach to this region. They are diligently striving towards this goal. As today's Western offensive is executed through coordination between two legions, Elena's aerial 1st Legion and Ozer's Field Legion. Elena's aerial forces circle above, seeking the enemy's vulnerabilities, poised to unleash a fierce assault upon the discovery of an opportunity. Ozer's Field Legion stealthily navigates through the forest, preparing to execute a surprise attack. They anticipate achieving victory in this battle, granting their territory additional time. Their synchronized efforts in the air and on the ground exert immense pressure on the enemy. At this moment, under the relentless midday sun, rays filter through the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the forest floor. Flavi's squadron has just concluded a morning of intense and rigorous combat, and they have been replaced to take a moment for respite. The team members, weary, lean against the trunks of trees, silently replenishing their strength with food. The surroundings are tranquil, save for the occasional sound of chewing and hushed conversations. Suddenly, from the direction of the fortress, a series of tremendous wolf howls and eagle cries erupt from the forest. The sound pierces the stillness, causing the leaves to tremble. Are you all rested? Awakened by the haunting howl of wolves, Flavi raised his head, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. Where the weary squad leaders rested against the tree trunks, their impatience was palpable. "Commander, give the order," exclaimed the fiery USO, his eyes sparkling with excitement, eager to plunge back into battle. We are ready too, Captain." Flavi heard Van Persie respond with a dismissive grunt, unwilling to be outdone by USO's eagerness. "Then let us prepare to depart. General Ozer's vanguard is nearly upon us." After feeding the last morsel of palm-sized jerky to his griffin companion, Flavi stood up, dusting himself off. Once all had mounted their griffins, Flavi drew his side sword and raised it high, proclaiming, "Who are we?" "The first aerial legion of Yanhuang." The knights echoed in unison, their voices resonating through the forest, a formidable force that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. "Who are we?" he called out again, his voice rising in fervor. "We are the sword of Yanhuang." The knights' response grew even more resolute, their tone imbued with unwavering confidence and pride. "Who are we?" Flavi's voice began to grow hoarse, yet it remained powerful and resonant. "We are the harbingers of death, the nightmare of our enemies." The knights were thoroughly roused, their spirits ignited as they roared with all their might, releasing their pent-up desire for combat. Now Flavi's squad shall charge forth and crush the enemies of Yanhuang. With that final declaration, his griffin companion let out a fierce cry. In response, the cacophony of 200 similar roars erupted as they leaped from the trees like arrows released from a bow. Crush the enemies of Yanhuang. Crush them. Kill. Though they numbered only 200, the thunderous roars and fierce cries of those descending from the branches intertwined, echoing through the forest as if a multitude were upon them. This was no mere exaggeration, for scattered throughout the surrounding woods were not just their squad, but a total of 10 squads, over 2,000 knights. These detachments, centered around their respective squads, rapidly converged, surging toward the enemies in the west like a tumultuous tide. Chapter 117. The Western Twilight, just moments after their departure. Ozer's field army surged into the smoke-filled forest like a black tide. "These hotheads, did we not agree to wait for my signal before advancing?" Ozer, mounted on his griffin, furrowed his brows, hovering in midair. The fervent cries of battle still echoed around him, and he muttered to himself, unable to suppress a grin, the scar on his cheek twitching slightly. "General, it is time for us to act." His newly appointed aide, Zalea, giggled behind her hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Field army." Ozer swung his sword fiercely, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. "It is time to prove ourselves. Let these indigenous people know who the true master of this forest is. Strike freely." In this moment, a blazing fire ignited in Ozer's eyes. He had waited an entire month for this battle, and the previous skirmishes barely served as a warm-up. Though the wild battle corps was not numerous, their formidable combat prowess, honed through a harmonious partnership with their animal companions, instilled fear in the heart of the jungle. A glance at their performance over the past month reveals much. Just half a month ago, when their numbers were less than half of what they were now, they had traversed the jungle as if it were uninhabited, annihilating over 1,000 indigenous warriors without suffering any casualties. Now, with the corps expanded and the number of animal allies significantly increased, their strength had transformed beyond recognition. With Ozer's command, a flurry of white shadows darted across the forest floor like lightning, surging toward their distant foes. These were the great wolf packs, moving through the dense foliage with the grace of phantoms. Each swipe of their claws was followed by the chilling cries of the indigenous people as they fell one after another. In the air, elven hunters mounted on griffins, light as a feather, arrived at the battlefield and nimbly leapt from their mounts, vanishing into the vast tree canopies in the blink of an eye. The griffins circled above, occasionally emitting sharp cries, ever vigilant in guarding the safety of their hunters. Accompanying them, the sanctifiers and zealots chanted incantations, enveloping the hunters in radiant light, bestowing them with magical enhancements. From afar, They unleashed luminous projectiles, zipping toward the enemy with a swift whoosh. This was the unique combat system of the Wild Battle Corps. The melee-oriented Great Wolf packs charged at the enemy lines, disrupting their formation, while the concealed hunters delivered lethal strikes with their exceptional archery skills. The supportive clerics whispered prayers as they provided healing and enhancements to their comrades. The circling griffins remained on standby, ensuring the entire team maintained high mobility and security. The indigenous warriors found themselves in a precarious position under this multidimensional assault, utterly trapped in a defensive stance. Logically, one would expect the great wolves, as beasts, to be overwhelmed by trained soldiers. Yet, their leader was a system hero. With the enhancements to their offensive and defensive attributes, beneath their seemingly soft fur lay a layer of scales as tough as snake skin, significantly bolstering their defenses. The reinforced claws and fangs, though not capable of tearing through steel, were more than sufficient to rend flesh and inflict fatal damage. Half a month ago, over 10,000 warriors from the Setting Sun tribe launched an aggressive assault on the fortress. However, under the combined might of Elena's knightly order and Auzur's hunter forces, they were driven back in disarray, abandoning their helmets and fleeing in chaos. They retreated to their current position. Yet, their ability to momentarily halt the onslaught was not due to their own might, but rather a strategic decision by Elena, who deemed the front line too extended and chose to cease the attack. But today, the doom of these indigenous people had finally arrived. Despite the reinforcement of an additional 10,000 troops, they remained utterly powerless against the formidable offensive of the Yanhuang Legion. The contingent led by Auzur arrived at the battlefield a moment too late. At this moment, the forest ahead was a cacophony of battle cries, anguished screams, and the piercing cries of eagles, creating a deafening symphony. The entire western forest had been engulfed in this brutal conflict. Captain Aver, you shall ascend with the archangels to provide support and, if possible, resurrect the fallen Griffin Knights. Auzur instructed the archangel captain beside him. As you wish, General Auzur. Aver replied with a slight nod, his golden locks flowing in the wind. However, you still require protection by your side. I shall leave 2 behind, as per the master's orders. Curiously, all the summoned archangels initially bore no names. In the beginning, Seann, after each recruitment, took great delight in bestowing them names. Yet, as their numbers swelled, his limited imagination faltered, and he was compelled to relinquish the task, advising them to choose names they favored. Aver emerged as the last name born of this tradition. Very well, go forth, Auzur commanded, watching the archangels depart with resolute nods, his own hand tightening around his sword. Excitement glimmering in his eyes. Now, it is my turn to take the stage. This long-awaited battle. Haha, here I come. With a rugged visage, Auzur, as the leader of the hunters, was expected to embody calmness and restraint. Yet, he possessed an ardent heart fervently enamored with the thrill of combat. On the ground, a dense throng of white wolves surged like a roaring tide, ceaselessly leaping among the indigenous warriors. Each assault was accompanied by the howls of the wolves and the cries of the enemy, instilling terror in their hearts. The elven hunters were equally formidable. Shielded by the griffins, they concealed themselves among the treetops, their gazes focused and serene, longbows drawn taut. With a swift whoosh, each arrow found its mark with surgical precision. Their rapid-fire skill enabled them to release 2 arrows simultaneously, effectively doubling the impact of their 600-strong battalion. The indigenous warriors, naturally, would not stand idly by in the face of such a threat. Some attempted to scale the trunks to attack the hunters. Yet the hunters remained undeterred, for their griffin companions circling above would strike first. The griffins swooped down like arrows released from a bow, their talons slashing through the air, causing the indigenous warriors to plummet from the trees with anguished cries. Should too many attackers converge at once, the griffins would glide to the hunters' side, softly calling out a warning. In response, the hunters would swiftly mount their griffins and relocate to another tree to continue their assault. Aside from the massive wolf pack and the elven hunters, the most prolific killers were undoubtedly the reorganized Griffin Knights. Among the knights, half of the ranged warriors were specialized crossbowmen. Although crossbows fired at a slower rate than bows, the elevated vantage point granted their bolts greater penetrating power. With a resounding twang, a crossbow bolt would often pierce one enemy, continuing to strike targets behind, and, on fortunate occasions, a single bolt could penetrate through 3 or 4 foes. Unlike the distant crossbowmen who launched surprise attacks from the skies, the melee warriors known as the Guardians exhibit a fervor bordering on madness. These third-tier infantry, clad in resplendent crimson armor and wielding serrated swords and shields, sport helmets adorned with 2 menacing demon horns that emanate an aura of dread. They often command griffins, plunging into the ranks of the indigenous people, then leaping down like tigers descending from a mountain. Upon landing, with a swift motion, they unleash their cleaving strike, and the surrounding natives are instantly felled. Following this, they rapidly form a defensive formation, standing back to back with shields interlocked, creating an impenetrable barrier. Their prowess far exceeds that of the first-tier polearm soldiers, as both their swordsmanship and equipment overwhelm the opposition. This allows their mere 2,000-strong contingent to stand resolute on the battlefield like a majestic rock, unyielding against the enemy's relentless assaults. The sheer might of these formidable warriors has inflicted heavy losses on the natives, causing them to waver in their resolve to retreat. At this moment, the archangels descended upon the battlefield. 100 archangels, radiant and captivating, soared above the fray, capturing the attention of all. Under the gaze of both friend and foe, the archangels raised their holy swords, ablaze with blue flames, pointing towards the fallen warriors. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, and amidst the humming, hundreds of soldiers slain by the natives miraculously rose once more. The psychological defenses of the natives crumbled in an instant, and the few thousand who survived abandoned their armor and fled in desperation. Dragon God, protect us! Immortal Huang and Yan, charge! The jubilant cries of their own soldiers resonated throughout the battlefield, as the invigorated guardians, their spirits soaring, discarded their shields, their eyes ablaze with fervor, and raised their serrated swords, chanting fervently for the dragon god as protection, repeatedly executing cleaving strikes. Beside them, a pack of wolves raced forward like lightning, pursuing the fleeing natives at a swifter pace. Some warriors, unwilling to be left behind, whistled to summon griffins, vaulting onto their backs to join the aerial pursuit. The archangels hovered silently at the center of the battlefield, refraining from participating in the chase. To them, the natives were far too feeble to pique their interest. Had the natives mounted a fierce resistance, they might have intervened, but after showcasing their resurrection abilities, the enemy vanished without a trace, leaving them to wait patiently. This battle ultimately concluded with a resounding triumph for their side, boasting 0 casualties. Chapter 118, The South in Progress. Strictly speaking, this battle was not without loss. Over 1,000 fallen soldiers and wolves were revived with the assistance of the archangels. As the archangels invoked their resurrection spells, they radiated a gentle and sacred light, their hands gracefully weaving as if crafting the very fabric of life. This miraculous ability consumed no energy and came with no prerequisites, the only limitation being its availability for use just once per day. Regrettably, the scarcity of the archangels made it difficult to fully employ this extraordinary power in every battle. After the battle concluded, Seann hurriedly arrived. He had anticipated that, regardless of the strength of their defenses, the eyes of living beings would always remain their Achilles heel. In the chaos of the battlefield, it was impossible to completely fend off all attacks, and thus preparations for resurrecting soldiers had been made in advance. Seann contemplated that after this skirmish, the indigenous tribes of the West would likely quiet down for a spell, providing the perfect opportunity to address the Sea of Fury tribe. He subsequently commanded his soldiers to clear the battlefield, burying the bodies on the spot. This conflict had resulted in the annihilation of nearly 20,000 indigenous people. The forest was littered with corpses, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, creating a scene too grim to behold. Seann encouraged all the soldiers who had participated in the battle, instructing them to return to the fortress for rest, before hastily proceeding with his loyal Seraphim Guard to engage the 2nd Legion in combat against the Sea of Fury tribe. A major battle was about to commence there as well. Noteworthy was that, through this conflict, Ozer had successfully leveled up to 15. Upon receiving this news, Ozer's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face radiating an uncontrollable joy. This was undoubtedly the finest recognition of his valor on the battlefield. The sun hung high, its scorching rays struggling to penetrate the dense foliage, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. At that moment, Rak was leading the 2nd Legion, standing firm like an indomitable bastion, thwarting the 3rd counterattack from the Sea of Fury tribe. It was termed a counterattack because the 2nd Legion had swiftly advanced during the morning battle, penetrating deep into the territory controlled by the Sea of Fury tribe. While Rak may not have been extraordinary in battle prowess, his attribute enhancements were significant, and his marching speed surpassed that of other heroes. This allowed the 2nd Legion to set off at dawn and, after enduring 2 fierce battles, arrive at the threshold of the Sea of Fury tribe by noon. It was easy to imagine the outcry within the Sea of Fury tribe at that moment, as the speed of the 2nd Legion's advance had been astonishing. Greenleaf Fortress lay over 100 kilometers from the outer regions controlled by the Sea of Fury tribe. Even a griffin flying at full speed would take about an hour to cover that distance, let alone ground forces marching on foot. Among the Second Legion, alongside Rak, was Elena. As the character with the highest magical damage in the game, Elena's potential was gradually being unleashed. During the 3 counterattacks from the indigenous people, her level had skyrocketed to 15, with the only regret being that she had yet to learn any spells. However, Seann possessed the skills necessary to rectify that issue. Seann landed in the heart of the Second Legion's defensive line with great urgency. This area was a clearing that had been artificially created, surrounded by a ring of stumps, remnants of felled trees. Although the battle raged on, the soldiers remained focused during their meal, showing no concern for possible ambushes. The prolonged conflict had instilled in them a calm demeanor. "My lord, your timing is perfect. Let us share a meal," Rak said, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust with a warm invitation. "Ah, just as I feel a pang of hunger," Seann remarked, gracefully leaping down from the back of the great white beast. At that moment, he noticed Elena gnawing on a meat chop and was suddenly reminded that she had yet to learn magic. He silently intoned, "System, activate the bachelor skill," transmitting all magical knowledge to Elena. A series of chimes echoed in Seann's mind, signaling that the heroic Elena had received the spells: Divine Arrow, True Power, Ice Spike, and a barrage of fireballs. In the blink of an eye, all of Seann's learned first to third level destructive spells and other magical abilities were successfully conveyed to Elena. "Now, Elena, you can unleash your magic freely," Seann said with a smile, taking a seat on a small wooden bench. He then grasped the meat chop with both hands, feeding the great white beast while indulging himself. "My lord, I was just lamenting my inability to wield magic despite possessing the mana. You are too generous. How can I repay you?" Elena exclaimed, her voice sweet and full of surprise after absorbing the magical memories. "Oh, just a hem. Haha, it's a trivial matter. Let's eat." Seann began to jest, but suddenly his expression stiffened as a chill enveloped him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lucifer behind him, who was gripping the hilt of his sword, watching intently. "My lord, please continue your meal. I will check on the soldiers," Roger, appearing calm and composed, but with a keen awareness, sensed the change in atmosphere and swiftly made his exit under the pretext of an errand. However, Elena remained oblivious, continuing her engaging conversation with Seann in her endearing tone. Seann found himself troubled by the tension between the two, and after several unsuccessful attempts to mediate, he decided to refrain from further interference. After all, he understood that regardless of their quarrel, it would not escalate to fatality. As the brief dining interlude came to a close, under Roger's command, the soldiers resumed their steady advance southward in units of 10. This dispersed method of movement was quite disadvantageous for the heavily armed soldiers, who excelled in defensive formations. Yet, the dense forest foliage offered insufficient space for them to assemble into a large line, leaving them with no choice but to proceed as they were. Attempting to replicate the tactics used at the edge of their territory was also impractical, for the trees here were even sturdier and denser. By the time the soldiers managed to clear a path, their weapons would likely be rendered useless. It was just past noon, and if the 2 legions resting within the fortress could arrive promptly, given the current circumstances, they might eradicate the angry sea tribe before nightfall. The rhythmic sound of soldiers marching echoed through the damp and dim forest. "Has there been any news from the scouting party?" Seann inquired, falling in line beside Roger. "Not yet. They set out before we did, and based on the timing, they should be reporting back soon," Roger replied, his vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. With the angry sea tribe having suffered such losses, have there been any unusual behaviors?" Seann pondered aloud, curiosity piqued. "My lord, what do you mean?" Roger furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Do you recall the night raid that Vittorio encountered? It was orchestrated by the cave tribe using a pack of wolves." Seann furrowed his brow and spoke with concern. "I wonder if this more formidable tribe has any hidden trump cards." Thus far, no such indications had emerged during the recent skirmishes. Raj pondered deeply before shaking his head. Chapter 119. The South in motion. Meanwhile, within the angry sea tribe's destination, the atmosphere was palpably tense as the assembly deliberated on countermeasures. The same wooden hut, the same council scene. Yet the air was thick with a stifling dread that rendered it hard to breathe. It was unexpected that these outsiders were so powerful. Despite the simultaneous assault from our 3 mightiest tribes, we have made no headway. The chieftain of the angry sea wore a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly, his voice laced with bitterness. In the dimly lit hut, silence enveloped the room. The formidable strength exhibited by the outsiders left them in profound shock. After 3 consecutive assaults, the tribe had suffered nearly 20,000 warriors, along with the loss of 2 leaders. The enemy, however, had sustained minimal casualties. If this continued, the tribe would be on the brink of annihilation. I warned you long ago that we must mobilize all our tribal forces if we are to have a chance against these intruders. Iron Rock, sitting by the door, spoke in a somber tone, scanning the faces of those present. The only viable course of action now is to persuade the other two tribes to concentrate all their strength for a desperate final stand. I know your tribe still possesses secret techniques that remain untapped. It would be prudent to utilize them swiftly, lest the outsiders reach our doorstep. With that, Iron Rock rose, brushing off the dust from his garments, preparing to depart. Wait. The chieftain of the Angry Sea raised his head to call out to Iron Rock. Can your tribe still summon the secret techniques? Not anymore, Iron Rock replied, lowering his gaze, a flicker of despondency crossing his face. The elders skilled in these techniques had perished during the ambush a month prior, and the last remaining elder had also fallen to the claws of the outsiders' aerial monstrosities in their escape. He slowly pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside, gazing up at the sky obscured by the great trees. At that moment, Iron Rock was engulfed by confusion, uncertain of what tomorrow would bring or whether his kin would remain safe. May they all be unharmed, he whispered a quiet prayer, his once imposing figure now emanating an overwhelming sense of desolation. Faced with the might of the outsiders, his pride and confidence had gradually waned. Go to the ancestral land and notify the Grand Elder. The tribe needs them now. Sunlight filtered through the wooden door, causing the assembly to squint involuntarily. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, the chieftain of the Angry Sea addressed the elder beside him. Anger Sand, dispatch an envoy to the Dusk and Sun tribes, requesting their support. The middle-aged chieftain uttered these words through gritted teeth, filled with humiliation and self-reproach at having to seek assistance from other tribes, once deemed as one of the mightiest in the forest. Yet, the dire circumstances left him with no alternative. Understood, chieftain, Anger Sand nodded and rose, striding out with purpose. Ancestors, please bless our tribe to overcome this crisis. The chieftain of the Sea tribe silently offered his prayers, his eyes filled with apprehension for the future and concern for his clan. Form the formation. Rateg perched majestically atop his griffin, his posture as straight as a pine. His eyes widened, scanning the surroundings with an intensity akin to a blazing torch, his voice resonating like a great bell through the dense forest. Crossbowmen, prepare. At his command, the crossbowmen sprang into action. They leaned slightly forward, deftly adjusting their crossbow bolts, fingers steady on the triggers. The faces of each soldier were etched with focus, resembling leopards poised to pounce at the opportune moment, ready to unleash a lethal strike. Heavy polearm soldiers assumed defensive formation. The heavy infantry obeyed the command, their collective roar reverberating, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle. They moved swiftly, aligning tightly, their weapons standing tall like a forest, forming an impenetrable line of defense. The zealots furrowed their brows, chanting fervently, suddenly releasing a surge of power. A potent wave of energy rippled through the air, igniting the soldiers' fervor, their eyes ablaze with zeal. They clenched their fists, muscles bulging, resembling ferocious beasts ready to tear apart their foes. The holy adjudicators were not to be outdone. They raised their hands high, subsequently unleashing a torrent of unwavering resilience and extraordinary divine might. A sacred light washed over the soldiers like a tide, enveloping them in an invisible shield. Under this illumination, the soldiers stood tall, their figures increasingly imposing. Seann's gaze was unwavering as he followed suit, swiftly forming seals with his hands, clearly reciting, Group Deflection Missile, Expert, and Group Rapid Action, Expert. As his incantation concluded, ethereal magical light flickered around him like lively fireflies. The reflected magical energy of the missiles resembled an invisible net, poised to rebound any enemy attack. Meanwhile, the rapid action spell instantaneously enhanced the soldiers' speed, their steps becoming light and their movements agile. For the glory of the Second Legion, for the Dragon God, for Yanhuang, we shall march forward, undaunted. Rateg raised his long sword above the soldiers' heads, fervently shouting. His voice brimmed with passion, striking at the hearts of each soldier like a war drum. May the Dragon God protect us. Yanhuang shall endure. All soldiers opened their eyes wide, their gazes resolute and fervent, raising their weapons in response. Their voices merged into a powerful crescendo, startling the birds in the forest and causing leaves to flutter to the ground. Within that sound lay their devout faith in the Dragon God, unwavering loyalty to their lord, and relentless pursuit of victory. After casting his magic, Rateg clasped his hands together and slowly closed his eyes. With a solemn expression, he earnestly prayed to the Dragon God. I beseech you, bless your valiant warriors. Their morale soaring, invincible in their advance. As his prayers ascended, a mysterious radiance descended from the heavens, bestowing upon all soldiers the blessing of the sacred ritual. Though this ceremony merely augmented their morale and offensive capabilities, every increment of strength proved invaluable at this critical juncture. Surrounding them, the forest teemed with indigenous warriors, their figures swarming like an ant colony, both above and below among the trees. The Second Legion found itself ensnared in a formidable encirclement. Yet, the soldiers exhibited no fear. They gritted their teeth, their eyes betraying an unwavering resolve and a tempestuous fighting spirit, wholly focused on the impending brutal conflict. Following a meticulous reconnaissance by the Griffin Knights, it was revealed that they were a mere 10 kilometers from the lair of the Rage Sea tribe. The warriors amassed here represented the entirety of the Rage Sea tribe's combat-ready force. This was a monumental confrontation. Both sides understood that the victor of this battle would dictate the fate of this land. Chapter 120. The Southern Offensive. Alina, unleash the ice magic together. Rack, keep a vigilant watch on the enemy's movements. Seann commanded gravely, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Alina and Rack like a hawk. Understood, they replied softly, their brief exchange revealing the profound synergy between them. Alina gently closed her eyes, her brow furrowing as she began to gather her magical energy. Rack, on the other hand, remained alert, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats, his eyes sharp and vigilant. Two hushed incantations resonated, echoing in the air like ancient and arcane spells. In response, magical luminescence encircled them, shimmering brilliantly, illuminating the shadowy forest like a constellation of stars. The Winter's Ice Ring, expert, took form within 3 seconds, launching swiftly towards the designated targets. Before the indigenous warriors could react, 2 blue and white rings, each 10 meters in diameter, manifested amongst them. Those struck by the magic fell silently to the ground, their bodies instantly encased in ice. In the center, a dozen individuals stared blankly at the blue and white corpses, still exuding wisps of frost, their faces etched with terror and despair. "Cursed sorcery!" cried the tribal chief of the Rage Sea, standing atop a sturdy trunk. His eyes ablaze as he rallied his warriors. Clenching his fists tightly, the veins in his arms prominent, his visage radiated fury. "Kill them, for the tribe!" The indigenous warriors roared in unison, their voices brimming with fervor. They surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, weapons glinting ominously as they charged towards the Second Legion's defenses. Their figures darted through the forest with uncanny speed, reminiscent of phantoms, instilling dread in the hearts of their foes. Fire the ballistae, cover the area 500 meters ahead. In the skies, Roger circled gracefully, deftly commanding the Griffin while issuing orders with a calm and steady voice, devoid of any hint of disorder. "Crossbowmen, unleash your assault." At this command, the crossbowmen acted without hesitation, pulling their triggers with precision. A barrage of crossbow bolts shot forth like meteors racing across the night sky, accompanied by sharp, slicing sounds as they hurtled towards the advancing natives. The power of each bolt was formidable, easily piercing through the bodies of their foes and pinning them to the ground. Stabilize the front and rear lines, protect the flanks. The heavy infantry grasped their polearms firmly, their feet firmly rooted as they maintained their defensive stance. The guards stood vigilant, attentively scanning the left and right sides, bodies slightly leaned forward, ever ready to counter any enemy assault. Their silhouettes resembled an unyielding steel wall, steadfastly obstructing the enemy's advance. The formation of the Second Legion was a series of tightly knit concentric circles. At the core were the crossbow chariots. These massive war machines loomed silently like slumbering beasts, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Surrounding them were the priests, hands clasped in prayer, quietly invoking blessings and healing spells for the soldiers from a distance. Beyond them were the crossbowmen, their gazes sharp as hawks, relentlessly firing bolts to provide long-range support for the defense. The outermost layer consisted of the heavy infantry and guards, who formed an impenetrable barrier with their bodies and weapons, safeguarding their comrades behind them. Due to terrain and logistical constraints, only 10 crossbow chariots were available. The operators, still members of the city guard, swiftly and skillfully adjusted their angles upon receiving orders, quickly reloading and positioning the bolts. With a piercing sound, the long bolts were launched forth, driven by immense power towards the distant enemy. Each bolt unleashed a tempest of bloodshed among the ranks of the adversaries. Though the hand crossbows were heavy, they were less laborious to operate than traditional bows, thanks to their assistive mechanisms for reloading. Despite their shortcomings, limited range, slower firing rate, and considerable weight, their advantages were equally pronounced. At this moment, the crossbowmen held their breath, waiting for the enemy to draw near. Any foe struck within range would instantly become a lifeless corpse. In the bitter winter, Seann and Elena disregarded the soldiers' defenses, continuing instead to chant their incantations. Their voices intertwined, creating a mesmerizing rhythm. Circular ice rings of blue and white appeared alongside the sound of crossbow bolts cutting through the air, materializing among the charging natives. Wherever the ice rings reached, the natives were instantly frozen, their bodies transforming into icy sculptures, faces etched with terror. Dragon God, protect us. Immortal Huang, let us slay. A thunderous battle cry erupted from the heavy infantry and guards. With wide eyes glaring from beneath their helmets, they brandished their weapons and engaged fiercely with the oncoming natives. Each strike was imbued with lethal intent, and each defense stood as solid as stone. In the midst of silence, the distant forces operated their crossbows and ballistae with unwavering focus, their brows furrowed as they fixated on the enemy before them. Fingers incessantly pulled the triggers, unleashing lethal bolts. The holy justices whispered fervent prayers to the dragon god, their lips moving rapidly, their voices softly echoing across the battlefield, beseeching divine protection for the soldiers. Amidst the chaos, the anguished cries of the indigenous people intertwined with the sickening sound of iron-piercing flesh. The dimly lit forest was a tableau of carnage, a cacophony of chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood, a nauseating reminder of the brutality unfolding. Despite the valiant efforts of the indigenous warriors, relentlessly assaulting the halberdiers' defenses, their coarse animal hide garments were utterly inadequate against the sharpened weapons of the system warriors. Likewise, their primitive bone and stone-tipped spears and longbows were powerless against the legionnaires' dual layers of armor. Thus, a scene reminiscent of the battle a month prior unfolded, with waves of indigenous fighters charging towards the defensive line, only to fall in their relentless advance, either on their way or beneath the feet of the halberdiers. Their corpses accumulated like a mountain, blood gushing forth and staining the earth, as if narrating the horrors of this war. Perched upon a tree trunk, the chieftain of the angry sea tribe wore a grim expression, his lips trembling. Observing the futile attempts of his warriors' longbows and spears against the intruders' armor filled him with despair. The realization dawned upon him that such an adversary was insurmountable. His gaze was one of resignation and sorrow, as if he had already glimpsed the doom of his tribe. Great Elder, let all the Boer warriors charge forth. Today is a battle for the tribe's very survival, called the chieftain to the venerable elder with white hair. This elder, one of the longest living from their ancestral land, possessed the knowledge to control the fierce boars. The chieftain's voice trembled slightly, for he understood that this was their tribe's last glimmer of hope. The elderly sage did not respond verbally, but instead nodded gravely, his expression serious. Slowly, he retrieved a horn from his waist, his hands quivering slightly, and with a deep breath, he blew into it. The sound of the horn was heavy and oppressive, reminiscent of death's summons. It resonated like thunder, traversing through the tangible entities of the forest, echoing in the air and enveloping all in a palpable sense of foreboding. Attracted by the horn's call, both sides momentarily paused before resuming their fierce clash. The sounds of battle intensified as soldiers and indigenous warriors exerted every ounce of strength, determined to annihilate one another. Seann and the two heroes also heard the horn's call, halting their actions midair. Their brows knitted together, their expressions laced with caution and uncertainty, pondering what unforeseen events might transpire. The secret weapon, unveiled only at this moment, hinted at its formidable power. Yet, as they gazed intently into the depths of the forest, the battle below raged on, only growing fiercer with the sounding of the horn. Chapter 121. The southern progression for the natives, in a frenzy, disregarded the swords and crossbows, clinging desperately to the soldiers of the Second Legion even as they suffered grievous wounds, intent on shielding their comrades to launch critical assaults. Under this tactic of human waves, the Legion's outer defenses began to tremble precariously. The soldiers bore expressions of exhaustion, their arms aching from prolonged combat, yet they steadfastly maintained their positions, unwilling to yield even an inch. Just as Seann was about to speak, a tremendous rumbling arose from the forest, growing ever closer. His countenance shifted subtly, a glimmer of apprehension flickering in his gaze. My lord, could it be a large cavalry force? Roger hovered in the air, peering into the distant woods, speaking hesitantly. His brow furrowed as he strained to discern the unfolding situation. It is not merely a possibility. That is undoubtedly the sound of cavalry, and there are many. Seann affirmed with a nod, a foreboding sense swelling within him. Perhaps a far more brutal battle was imminent. My lord, cavalry approaches from both the east and west. Alina interjected, her voice clear and composed. though her eyes betrayed a hint of concern. The three in the air could now see the forests in three directions, small trees toppling as if felled by an unseen force. Amidst the deafening roar, eerie howls echoed, chilling to the bone, as though a horde of demons drew near. Without delay, the native's secret weapon made its entrance, accompanied by the cacophony. Enormous wild boars, bearing native warriors upon their backs, charged from the forest. These beasts were larger than griffins, towering an estimated 3 to 4 meters high. Their menacing, curved tusks instilled dread, and their gleaming black hides left no doubt as to their formidable defenses. They thundered forward, shaking the earth as if they were tanks barreling towards the Second Legion's lines. In a previous life, Seann had heard the adage, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, where the pig referred to wild boars. The momentum generated by these colossal creatures at such high speed was akin to a collision with a speeding automobile. In this foreign realm, the wild boars showed no regard for any obstacles in their path, charging with reckless abandon. Their eyes glowed red, a clear indication of the terrifying power these frenzied beasts possessed. Seann's heart brimmed with astonishment. These wild boars posed a significant threat. Prepare the crossbows for attack. Alina, unleash magical strikes upon the boar herd. Seann commanded hastily, his urgency evident as he urged the duo forward, guiding his great white steed toward the forest amidst their bewildered gazes. Sister Lucifel, you too must join us. Block these wild boars and prevent them from breaching our defenses. Having issued the command to the angel beside him, Seann began to cast his spells as he soared toward the outer line. The incantation conjured was the flame trap, designed to thwart the charge of the wild boars. As long as they could not charge, the threat would be significantly diminished. His hands moved swiftly in intricate gestures, uttering incantations as beads of sweat formed on his brow. The flame trap belonged to the summoning category of magic, and due to his lack of training and related skills, the magical effect was limited to 3 basic magical landmines. However, each mine's power could be augmented by the attributes of the caster, rendering the damage considerable. If the quantity was insufficient, he could simply cast it multiple times, and being a first-tier spell, it required merely a modicum of mana and instant casting under the enhancement of his sorceress skills. He continued to chant the spell, invisibly laying magical mines on the southern ground where the wild boar herd charged. These mines lay concealed like assassins lurking in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of the boars. After instructing the remaining 100 archangels to disperse in various directions, Lucifer and the seraphim did not depart, but rather formed a semicircle around him. Their priority focused solely on Seann's safety, deeming all else unworthy of their concern. The wild boars on either side were relatively few, numbering merely a few hundred, as Racker and Elena had already proceeded to intercept them. In contrast, Seann faced the largest surge, with an estimated 1,000 boars rushing forth in a black tide, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The archangels, in their full flight, moved faster than griffins, leaving behind white afterimages that swept past above the guardians. For these elite warriors, the wild boars were likely little more than a minor inconvenience. Seann's ignorance of their combat prowess was the sole reason for his unease. Their forms flickered in the air like meteors, dazzling to behold. At this moment, the herd of boars had closed to within a kilometer, relentlessly advancing. 50 archangels, drawing on their extensive combat experience, moved with such speed that their actions were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. They deftly maneuvered past the charging front, flapping their wings to flank the wild boars on either side. In the horrified gaze of the boar riders, the archangels swiftly and accurately drew their swords. The immense heads of the pigs and their riders were simultaneously severed by the sharp, nearly 2-meter-long swords wreathed in blue flames. The speed of their strike was so great that the decapitated heads lingered momentarily atop their necks before plummeting to the ground. Blood spattered, staining the surrounding earth crimson. The headless wild boars, spurting blood, careened forward for several hundred meters due to inertia before collapsing in a muddy heap. The sudden halt of the charging boars had catastrophic consequences. The throng of boars trailing closely behind crashed into one another, with riders screaming as they were violently flung away. The more robust boars fared slightly better, though several of those at the front were crushed to death by the ensuing crush. The entire scene resembled a massive chain collision, littered with the bodies of wild boars and their riders, resulting in utter chaos. The archangels did not cease their slaughter after a decisive strike. Instead, they continued to soar low, diving down with fervor, wielding their fiery holy swords to dispatch the remaining wild boars and natives. The thick hides of the boars proved utterly ineffective against the fierce flames of their swords. Their attacks were as relentless as a torrential storm. With each swing of the sword, a life was extinguished. The entire ordeal transpired swiftly, as the archangels dashed through the throng of wild boars, closing in within a kilometer, and subsequently unleashed their assault within mere minutes. Within a few additional minutes, the remaining boars were eradicated, culminating the battle in roughly 10 minutes. The might of these elite warriors was indeed awe-inspiring. Thus, the secret weapon of the Angry Sea tribe, comprising 1,000 boar knights on both flanks, was rendered ineffective before it could even be deployed, as the archangels effortlessly decimated them. The battlefield lay in silence, save for the gentle breeze that carried a hint of bloodshed. This victory invigorated the soldiers of the Second Legion, their faces illuminated with the joy of triumph. Meanwhile, the chieftain of the Angry Sea tribe, witnessing the scene, was engulfed in despair and sorrow, acutely aware that the fate of his tribe was irrevocably sealed. With the wild boar hordes on either side eliminated, the archangels unfurled their resplendent wings, shimmering with holy light. Like a flock of ethereal white phantoms, they sped towards the southern battlefield. Their forms were both graceful and agile, and with each flap of their wings, they generated powerful gusts that rustled the surrounding leaves. At that moment, the wild boars ahead of Seann had also encroached upon the minefield, as several of the leading boars trampled heavily upon the palm-sized magical mines. The ground quaked violently. A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by flames that sent the massive bodies of the boars hurtling into the air. Boom, boom. The cacophony of explosions echoed continuously, akin to the earth's wrath. Flames danced like ferocious serpents, scattering everywhere and illuminating the dim forest. The scene unfolded like a fierce explosion before one's eyes. In terms of the magnitude and impact of the blasts, Seann mused that they were not dissimilar to grenades from his past life's cinematic experiences. Soon after, a similar chaotic tableau emerged on the sides. One after another, the colossal wild boars collided due to the obstruction ahead, creating utter disarray. The natives, flung into the air, emitted harrowing cries, while the boars lamented in agony, rendering the entire scene chaotic and horrific, truly a sight too dreadful to behold. This absurd yet comical spectacle momentarily eased Seann's tense demeanor, leading him to realize that his previous anxiety had been somewhat unwarranted. Although these gigantic beasts possessed formidable strength in their direct assaults, clever strategies to thwart their approach rendered all issues surmountable. It seemed that, at times, calm contemplation and adept responses proved far more effective than blind panic. Chapter 122. The conclusion of the South Sister Phil. It is safe here now. Please go and capture the fleeing native leader. Relaxed, he wore a serene smile as he commanded the seraphim who had steadfastly guarded him. Throughout the tumult of battle, he had meticulously observed the dynamics on the battlefield and had long noted the presence of several indigenous individuals perched upon a distant tree trunk. However, the previous tension of the situation had precluded him from addressing them. Now, witnessing their attempt to flee, he promptly ordered the seraphim to apprehend them. The wild boar herd, interrupted mid-charge by landmines and colliding into one another, met its demise. The archangels arrived like reapers of life, weaving through the throng of wild boars. Their swords gleamed with a deadly radiance, ruthlessly slaughtering every creature in their path. With each swing, they exhibited both precision and might, leaving the wild boars utterly defenseless against their relentless onslaught. Once the boar knights were vanquished, the archangels tirelessly turned their attention to the indigenous warriors. With their fleeing leader captured by Lucifer, the battlefield's circumstances became immediately clear, heralding the inevitable conclusion of the conflict. This battle, rife with tension and exhilaration from beginning to end, finally ushered in the light of victory. Soldiers, we have triumphed. The dragon god protects us. The glory of Yanhuang endures. With the final indigenous warrior dispatched by a heavy infantryman, Roger excitedly brandished his weapon, proclaiming the joyous news of their victory. His voice resonated across the battlefield, reaching the ears of every soldier. The dragon god protects us. The glory of Yanhuang endures. All soldiers, brimming with elation, raised their weapons high, their cheers echoing into the heavens. Their faces radiated with the joy of victory, and in this moment, they felt a profound pride in their accomplishments. Who are you from the Angry Sea tribe? Seann observed the jubilant scene with a satisfied smile. He then instructed the Great White to gently descend beside the captive, solemnly inquiring in fluent indigenous dialect. You damned outsider, how do you speak our language? You shall gain nothing from me, spit. The captured leader of the Angry Sea tribe and several elders looked on in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief at the foreigner's command of their tongue. Subsequently, the leader spat at Seann, defiant even in captivity, his eyes burning with stubbornness and resilience, vowing never to yield to an outsider. Do as you please. But let me remind you, if you refuse to cooperate, I cannot guarantee the safety of the elderly and children in your tribe. The indigenous leader's hostile demeanor did not incite anger in Seann. He remained composed, viewing the man before him merely as a dying individual. What do you want me to do? The leader's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze fixed upon Seann, filled with resentment and humiliation. Yet, contemplating the safety of the vulnerable in his tribe, his expression gradually dulled, and he lowered his head, speaking with a tone of defeat. It is quite simple. If you persuade all members of the tribe to cease their resistance, I shall spare their lives. Seann remarked with a smile, his tone imbued with a gentle warmth. Seeking to pacify the furious individual before him. Do not fret about my honesty. Just as with the tribesmen of the Rock clan before, I shall not engage in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, should you choose to surrender. He continued, hoping to instill confidence in the chieftain of the angry sea regarding his assurance. I comprehend. I will compel them to abandon their defiance. The chieftain of the angry sea fell into a contemplative silence, his heart laden with anguish and turmoil. He closed his eyes, seemingly reminiscing about the cherished memories of his tribe. Ultimately, he exhaled a resigned sigh, painfully shutting his eyes as he spoke. In this moment, for the survival of his tribe, he was compelled to make a harrowing decision. Very well, then rise and lead the way. Seann instructed Radger, who had approached him. Leave a portion of the warriors to clear the battlefield, and let the rest proceed forward. We shall spend the night in the Angry Sea tribe. He further added, also, gather the bodies of the fallen warriors so that the archangels may resurrect them. Though the battle was brief, its intensity was extraordinary. The frenzied natives had elevated both Seann and the two heroes to a higher rank. However, after reaching level 20, the experience required for each subsequent level was measured in the tens of thousands. Thus, Seann and Radger ascended only one level, reaching level 21. The swiftest advancement was witnessed in Alina, who, after 2 battles, had already attained level 20. If Klaus were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be disheartened, for his own progress had only brought him to level 14, while the 2 new heroes had already surpassed him. This led Seann to reflect that indeed, war was the most expedient avenue for enhancing one's prowess. As he directed by to accompany the advancing natives, he delved into the system to examine the attributes of each hero. Filled with anticipation, Seann recognized that this day's victory had eradicated the last tribe in the south. According to intelligence from the Greenleaf tribe, only 2 significant tribes remained in the forested region, one to the east and one to the west. Should he eliminate them as well, all heroes would likely achieve levels exceeding 20. Beyond mere levels, the entire forest's resources, timber, stone, minerals, flora, and fauna, would belong to the realm of Yanhuang. Seann mused inwardly. At that time, such an expansive territory would surely suffice to establish a nation. Although it may not yet be an empire, forming a kingdom should be entirely feasible. In that case, I shall be the king. As this thought crossed his mind, a triumphant smile graced his face, as if he could already envision himself adorned with a crown, seated upon a majestic throne, by soaring through the skies. Accompanied by over 100 angelic warriors, Seann felt no concern for his safety. Upon exiting the system, his thoughts wandered once more. Through the skirmish, he had gained a substantial understanding of the Archangel's formidable capabilities. Undoubtedly, these elite troops are capable of rivaling dragons, titans, and fearsome demons. Although the Archangels are significantly smaller in stature, their prowess is by no means inferior. They exhibit remarkable agility, extraordinary speed, and masterful swordsmanship, coupled with a unique ability to resurrect. Their performance in battle left him in awe, with such formidable strength as their support. The development of the territory is bound to proceed more smoothly. At present, among all the troops of the Holy Order, only the 6th-tier knights have yet to make an appearance in combat, while the remaining units demonstrate exceptional capabilities. Seann mused that as the core knights of the Holy Order, their strength should surely be commendable. He eagerly anticipated the 6th-tier knights showcasing their prowess on the battlefield. On the ground, the leader of the Fury Sea tribe was tasked with leading the way. Initially, he attempted to divert the group from the direction of the tribe, hoping to buy time or find an opportunity to escape. However, the ever-vigilant Griffin Knights swiftly detected and thwarted his intentions, forcing him to move forward at a sluggish pace. By the time the ground forces cleared the battlefield and caught up, his plans had completely unraveled. In this skirmish, the majority of the fallen soldiers were heavy polearm warriors, exceeding 500 in number. Although they had been equipped with heavy full-body armor, their individual prowess was somewhat lacking, and they failed to react swiftly to lethal attacks. The 3rd-tier sentinels, equipped similarly to the heavy polearm warriors, suffered fewer casualties, totaling just over 100. Reality, after all, is not a game. There are no enforced health deductions. The soldiers donned full coverage armor, rendering wooden spears and stone axes largely ineffective. The only vulnerable areas where these natives could inflict damage were critical points, such as the eyes and neck. They relied on heavy blunt instruments, like cumbersome wolf-toothed clubs. But unfortunately, such equipment was not easily wielded by every native. The bodies of the fallen soldiers were loaded onto the available ammunition carts. In the game, these carts possess a singular attribute. They ensure an infinite supply of ammunition for archers. However, reality is far more complex. First, there is no limit to the number of ammunition carts. One may take as many as desired. Moreover, to keep pace with the main army, these carts, while larger than their game counterparts, were designed for transport via horse-drawn carriages, making them more efficient. When the quantity is sufficient, arrows can be unloaded, allowing the carts to serve as patrol vehicles, which is exceedingly convenient. This design takes into account various factors in reality, significantly enhancing the mobility of the troops. The life points of the polearm warriors stand at 10, while the sentinels possess 30. The archangels can resurrect daily, with a total life point count of 100 per unit. Thus, each archangel can resurrect 10 heavy polearm warriors or 3 sentinels. Seann calculated silently. With just over 70 archangels, all fallen soldiers could be revived, granting him a clearer understanding of the archangels' resurrection capabilities. Once the main forces caught up, Seann instructed the archangels to unleash their resurrection abilities, even bringing the leader of the Fury Sea tribe to the scene to witness the awe-inspiring power of the divine firsthand. The archangels bore solemn expressions, hovering before the ammunition vehicle, their faces radiating a sense of gravitas and sanctity. Subsequently, they raised their long swords high, and a blinding white light instantaneously enveloped all the fallen. Amidst the brilliance, a miraculous scene unfolded. The layers of deceased warriors atop the vehicle abruptly sat up, some still retaining the gestures they had before their demise, flailing their arms and shouting a cacophony of disordered words. Only upon their resurrection, gazing around at the tranquil surroundings and the teasing glances of their comrades, did they realize that the battle had come to an end. Witnessing this spectacle, Seann's mood inexplicably turned somber, imbued with a tinge of melancholy. These valiant warriors, even in the final throes of death, had fought with unwavering tenacity. Brave warriors, your toil has not gone unnoticed. Through your relentless struggle, we have ultimately triumphed. At this moment, welcome back. Upon the resurrection of all fallen soldiers, Seann beamed with joy, loudly proclaiming the news of victory to the troops. With me, we are invincible. The glory of Yanhuang endures. The soldiers, initially taken aback, promptly straightened their legs, stood tall, and placed their hands over their hearts, responding with fervent cries. Their voices were filled with zeal and pride, resonating throughout the ranks. Dragon God protect us. The glory of Yanhuang endures. Soon, even louder cheers reverberated through the forest battlefield, as the soldiers expended every ounce of strength, roaring their battle cries. Their fervor seemingly capable of uprooting the very forest itself. It was nothing short of a miracle. The high-ranking members of the Angry Sea tribe observed from a distance, absorbing the palpable surge of martial spirit. They suddenly felt an unexpected sense of acceptance regarding their defeat, muttering to themselves, "Let us proceed, continue leading the way. No more tricks, it is futile." Seann smiled reassuringly, casting a glance at the leader of the Angry Sea tribe. The leader, regaining his composure, wore a despondent expression. His shoulders slumped, as the wondrous scene left him resigned, abandoning any thoughts of evasion or delay. The now steeled forces embarked once more on their journey, their spirits rekindled. A procession of tens of thousands advanced quietly through the forest, their footsteps heavy yet synchronized, echoing in a continuous rhythm. An hour later, this grand assembly arrived at the exterior of a wooden wall towering several meters high. The wall, weathered by time, exhibited a complex tapestry of wooden grains, exuding an ancient and rustic aura, as if silently narrating tales of yore. At that moment, a heavy wooden door was rapidly closing, emitting a dull creaking sound that seemed to resist the impending fate. Seann, astride his great steed, hovered at a low altitude, standing tall like a steadfast pine. His gaze sharp as an eagle's, surveying the scene before him. Through the mottled wall, he discerned the orderly distribution of numerous wooden houses. The thatched roofs swayed gently in the breeze, whispering of the impending disruption of their tranquil existence. Inside the dwelling, a panicked crowd scurried about, their cries and wails intertwining like a chaotic and desperate symphony. "Halt your advance and stand guard." Seann's voice resonated, deep and commanding, imbued with an innate authority that reverberated through the air, leaving no room for doubt. After issuing orders to Roger, He cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the indigenous people ahead, articulating each word with deliberate weight, as if each syllable bore the force of 1,000 burdens. The fate of all your tribesmen, whether it be survival or annihilation, hinges upon your choices. Several captives, upon hearing these words, involuntarily shuddered, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and resignation before turning resolutely towards the closed gates of the enclosure. Their steps were heavy and deliberate, as if each stride bore the weight of their tribe's future, rendering them breathless. Disperse the reconnaissance team. Ensure they do not slip away unnoticed. Despite his composed demeanor before the indigenous people, Seann earnestly cautioned the heroes beside him, his expression revealing a keen awareness of the precarious situation. My lord, what shall we do if these natives deceive you? Alina, after issuing her commands, inquired softly with a hint of a smile, her eyes shimmering with curiosity, seemingly eager for Seann's response. Then we shall launch a fierce assault. While it may result in the demise of numerous innocent natives, it is ultimately their own choice. Seann gestured dismissively, a glimmer of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. In this realm governed by the law of the jungle, he understood that mercy must be predicated upon absolute strength. Fortunately, the grim outcome did not materialize. The leadership of this tribe retained a semblance of clarity. After a prolonged wait of several minutes, the gates of the tribe slowly creaked open, emitting a disconcerting grinding sound, reminiscent of the gears of time turning. A throng of people surged forth like a tide. Leading the charge was none other than the previously captured leader of the Angry Sea tribe. Upon his return, the leader promptly convened all his tribesmen. They gathered around him, their eyes brimming with anxiety and unease, akin to startled birds. Clearing his throat, he announced the decision reached by himself and several elders. During this, one elder, trembling with fear, suggested an immediate flight, evidently shaken by the unfolding circumstances. Yet, having witnessed the miraculous prowess of Seann and his companions, the leader of the Angry Sea tribe resolutely dismissed that notion, fully aware that such a multitude of tribesmen could never outrun divine messengers soaring in the sky. As for resistance, it was undoubtedly a futile endeavor against those airborne beings wielding flaming swords. The magnitude of their power instilled within him a profound sense of dread. The leader of the Angry Sea tribe submits along with all his tribesmen to you. Soon, the leader guided his entire tribe to stand before Seann. Kneeling neatly, respectfully bowing with foreheads pressed firmly to the ground, their bodies trembling slightly, they expressed their deepest reverence to the formidable lord. At that moment, a series of system notifications suddenly resounded in Seann's mind. Ding. A glorious victory. Chapter 124, The Forest Tribe. Ding. Acquired treasures. See Elf S. Sextant. Arcane chestplate. Swift ring. Dragon scale armor. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully conquering the enemy city. Ding. Environmental scan complete. The Forest Tribe's castle meets the unlocking conditions. Oh, has the Forest Tribe been unlocked just like that? My Hunter Legion and Dragon Legion are finally on their way, huh? Upon hearing the system notifications, a radiant smile blossomed on Seann's face, his laughter hearty and bold, as if he wished to share his inner joy with the entire world. You may perceive me as an invader, a demon who slaughters your kin and friends. However, I consider myself a harbinger guiding you into a civilized society. Hovering above the kneeling natives, a buoyant Seann joyfully proclaimed, you should feel fortunate. Had it been another ruler, you would forever remain slaves, but I am different. While you are still slaves now, should you perform well and work diligently, you may have the opportunity to become my subjects, blessed by the dragon god, and enjoy a life of freedom and prosperity. His voice resonated in the air, imbued with a beguiling power, causing a glimmer of hope to sparkle in the eyes of some of the natives. Yet, it must be noted that the promise of freedom for the more than 100,000 slaves in the Yanhuang territory was only made 2 months ago. Not to mention the slaves of the previous native tribe. Originally, Seann intended to spend the night in this tribe, but now, with the emergence of the forest castle, he had to alter his plans. Let them all rise. What is your name? Have all your tribesmen gather their belongings and assemble here. No one should remain in the tribe, he gently inquired while riding his griffin, soaring back over the sea of fury. Yes, my lord, my name is Rage Sea, and I am the chieftain of the tribe. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Following Seann's instructions, Rage Sea respectfully acknowledged, and then turned to command his people in their native tongue. The tribesmen slowly rose, their gazes still reflecting a hint of confusion and awe, and began to gather at the designated spot as directed by Rage Sea. They had set out at noon, and after several hours of fierce combat in the forest, they arrived here around 6 in the afternoon. The lingering rays of the setting sun bathed the earth in a golden veil, dreamlike and ethereal. yet starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere. Seann descended to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He instructed Roger to arrange for the soldiers to rest in place and prepare dinner. Upon receiving the orders, the soldiers quickly sprang into action. Some began erecting tents, while others searched nearby for dry firewood to start cooking, creating a bustling scene within the camp. Half an hour passed in anticipation. My lord, all the tribesmen have finished their preparations. The furious sea once again summoned all his kin to his side, speaking with utmost reverence. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, revealing the considerable effort he expended to gather his people swiftly. Excellent. Now step aside and behold the magnificence of the dragon god. Seann chuckled softly, then directed his focus to the system. Within the confines of the system's space, a structure seamlessly melded with colossal trees had emerged. The verdant canopy, towering and expansive, enveloped the entire city like a gargantuan protective umbrella, emanating an aura of mystery and antiquity, though merely in its embryonic state. With only a village council hall in existence, the sheer presence of this immense ancient tree was enough to astonish all onlookers. The trunk of the tree bore intricate patterns, akin to the etchings of time, chronicling a long and enigmatic history. After observing with uncontainable excitement, Seann eagerly exited the system to commence the summoning. System. Commence fusion summoning using the structure before me as the coordinate. A chime resonated as the command was issued, and the system's formidable power began to materialize in reality. Above the tribal encampment, a beam of green light suddenly appeared, expanding rapidly as it spread in all directions. Under the astonished gazes of the entire new high tribe, the light swiftly enveloped the whole settlement. This beam seemed to harbor boundless mysterious forces, instilling a profound sense of awe and reverence. The scene, though grand, was eerily silent, save for the hurried breaths and racing heartbeats of the people, as if the entire world held its breath at that moment. A miracle had descended. Oh God, please forgive my transgressions. At that instant, all the natives fell to their knees, their heads bowed and murmuring in a trance-like state. Their faces were etched with fear and devotion, overwhelmed by a phenomenon that transcended their understanding. The transformation did not conclude instantaneously. The green beam persisted for several minutes before gradually dissipating. First to catch the eye was the lush green canopy, which, upon its emergence, shrouded the light above the tribe, plunging the entire area into a twilight gloom. Subsequently, the thick trunk, rivaling modern skyscrapers, along with a broad circular lake, gradually came into view. The trunk was adorned with peculiar runes that emitted a soft glow, as if narrating ancient and mysterious tales. The lake's crystal-clear waters reflected the surroundings, resembling a vast mirror, enchantingly beautiful and dreamlike. After the divine transformation, all internal structures of the tribe had vanished, leaving only a robust wooden wall standing at the lake's edge. This wall, having undergone such wondrous metamorphosis, appeared even more formidable and enigmatic. Ding! The fusion summoning of the Forest Tribe Castle is complete. Please assign a name. What should it be? A thought struck him. Let it be named Nightfall City. Seann, running his fingers through his silvery hair, felt a pang of frustration as he was nearly exasperated by the task of naming. However, gazing at the dim surroundings now cloaked by the canopy, inspiration sparked, and he resolutely made his decision. Forest Tribe Castle, Nightfall City Constructible Buildings. 1. Level 1 City Hall, for 1,000 gold, 10 units each of stone and wood, provides a daily income of 2,000 gold. 2. Tavern, 1,000 gold, 5 units each of stone and wood, can recruit wandering heroes. 3. Blacksmith Shop, 1,000 gold, 5 units of wood, capable of crafting siege machinery. 4. Market, 500 gold, 5 units of wood, allows limited trade of resources. 5. Level 1 Magic Tower, 2,000 gold, 10 units each of wood and stone, enables the study of first-tier magical skills. 6. First-tier Fairy Tree, 600 gold, 5 units of wood, can recruit 20 flower fairies daily. 7. Second-tier Battle Dance Arena, 1,600 gold, 10 units of stone, 5 units of wood, can recruit 15 battle dancers daily. As Seann meticulously examined the castle interface, he discerned the distinctions between this and the human castle. Firstly, there were no zero-tier soldiers, and the quantities of first and second-tier soldiers were significantly reduced. Moreover, the construction costs were considerably higher. However, considering the unique combat techniques and formidable natural powers of the Forest Tribe soldiers, their capabilities should not be underestimated, rendering such disparities quite reasonable. After casually constructing the fairy tree and recruiting all the flower fairies, he exited the city interface. He mused that there was no need to venture into the city solely for a group of flower fairies. Chapter 125. The East. His gaze then turned toward the distant indigenous populace. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Angry Sea, lead your people to depart. You must settle in the Rock Tribe, for this place is no longer suitable for your habitation." Initially planning to deal with the higher echelons of the tribe after subduing them, he reconsidered his intentions. He contemplated that these natives might prove more beneficial in a new environment, thereby alleviating some unnecessary troubles. "Rak, you shall lead half of the Legion's warriors to temporarily guard this city. Upon my return, I will have Oza replace you. Alina, notify the remaining soldiers to set forth and escort these slaves back to Leafy Domain." "Your will, my lord." The two accompanying individuals bowed with respect before taking their leave. The indigenous chieftain knelt in reverence and guided his reluctant kin toward the north. Amidst the advancing throng, muffled sobs echoed, a poignant expression of nostalgia for their homeland and uncertainty about the future. Women clutched their children tightly, their eyes brimming with tears. The elderly trudged along, frequently glancing back, wishing to imprint every inch of this land into their memories. Seann, upon hearing these lamentations, remained largely unaffected, not out of cruelty or a desire to torment them, but simply due to the castle's emergence necessitating their relocation. Yet upon reflection, once they arrived at Leafy Domain, they would realize that even a life as slaves would be far superior to their previous existence. There, they would have access to superior facilities and resources, ensuring a better quality of life for the indigenous people. Perhaps this was ultimately for their own good. "Sister Phil, let us depart as well. It is time to witness the eastern battlefield." After arranging all matters, Seann prepared to head eastward once more. Observing the great whites soaring into the sky, Lucifer smiled faintly, her expression reminiscent of the gentle warmth of the spring sun. Silently, she led the seraphim, flanking him protectively. The duty of guarding her master was ever etched in her heart, regardless of the numerous trials that lay ahead. She would steadfastly stand by Seann's side, ensuring his safety. At this moment, the situation on the eastern battlefield was dire. The indigenous warriors here were evidently better equipped than those encountered previously. Although they still bore leather armor and stone weapons, the subtle differences reflected a marked advancement in civilization. Bows and arrows had begun to be widely utilized among them. Despite their lack of ferocity compared to the well-trained regular army, they still posed considerable challenges. The fierce nature of the conflict was attributed to the cunning of this tribe's warriors. After their initial defeat in direct confrontation, they swiftly adopted guerrilla tactics. By day, they concealed themselves within the dense forest, launching sudden volleys of arrows when least expected. By night, they moved like shadows, infiltrating the edges of the camp to sow chaos, depriving the soldiers of peace. This relentless, all-encompassing harassment tactic, though somewhat unscrupulous, proved remarkably effective. The advance of the First Legion became excruciatingly laborious, with each step forward demanding a significant toll. The soldiers were deprived of adequate rest. Prolonged tension had rendered them increasingly fatigued, inevitably affecting their morale. However, Vittorio was no ordinary commander. In response to the indigenous warriors' evasive harassment, he quickly made the decision to establish a camp on the spot, fortifying his position while awaiting reinforcements. This strategy maximized the preservation of his forces and allowed for the reception of news from other directions, determining whether a retreat would be necessary. Considering the potential reinforcements that might arrive, he ordered the construction of an expansive camp. Tent after tent of animal hides was arranged in an orderly fashion, with ample passageways between them for the swift movement of soldiers. Watchtowers were erected around the perimeter, manned by seasoned soldiers who maintained vigilant watch day and night, closely monitoring the surroundings. Notably, the living conditions for the two heroes were markedly superior to those of the ordinary soldiers. They resided in emergency tents provided by the system, which not only offered spacious interiors but were also equipped with comfortable beds, soft blankets, and an array of medical supplies and equipment, far surpassing the ordinary animal hide tents. The army medics who originally occupied these tents had to squeeze into the remaining emergency tents, yet none expressed discontent. After all, the roles of the heroes on the battlefield were crucial. Ensuring their well-being was a guarantee for victory. "How much longer must we wait here for those wretched savages, Vittorio?" the ruffian hero Klaus exclaimed, brandishing his sword and deftly deflecting the poisoned arrows aimed at him. As he observed the Archangel pursuing the attackers, a pained expression crossed his face as he scratched his head. During this period, he had lost count of how many such assaults he had thwarted, each one proving to be an incessant source of annoyance. The indigenous assailants seemed to have recognized the disparity between him and Vittorio. consistently directing the majority of their attacks towards them. Yet, what could be done? Their strength was far beyond what these natives could easily undermine. However, this was not the outcome he desired. Although the Lord had merely sent him to gain some experience, he was still a knightly hero. Was he not entitled to some dignity? Being incessantly harassed by these natives, while feeling utterly powerless, was an exasperating predicament. But the commander was Vittorio, not him. Despite his often carefree and jovial demeanor, he maintained a serious disposition when it came to matters of importance, leaving him with little choice but to occasionally voice his grievances to relieve his frustration. Soon, by noon today, the battle in the west would conclude. Olenna and Ozer's legions would return to the Greenleaf territory to recuperate, and by tomorrow morning at the latest, they would launch a counterattack. Vittorio diligently surveyed the defensive line, meticulously inspecting the fortifications for their sturdiness, responding without turning his head, his gaze resolute and steady, exuding an air of control over the situation and confidence in victory. That is well. Once the Griffin Knights arrive, I shall ensure we capture each of these tree monkeys and hang them from the trees for a proper lesson, Klaus declared, clenching his fists as he glared at the dimly lit forest, as if the natives stood before him. He had been harboring a deep-seated rage, eagerly awaiting reinforcements to adequately discipline these audacious indigenous people. Although Klaus possessed formidable strength and a powerful griffin, he was not foolish enough to let anger cloud his judgment. Venturing into the forest alone to pursue the natives would undoubtedly lead to being ensnared within their trap, overwhelmed by their numbers. He was not that reckless. After all, the forest was the natives' domain, and they were intimately familiar with the terrain, having laid numerous traps and ambushes in the shadows. This is not to say that their soldiers were incapable of defeating the natives. Indeed, in terms of individual combat prowess, the well-equipped Legion soldiers far surpassed the indigenous fighters. However, the territory was currently mired in a challenging three-front war, with logistical support posing a significant dilemma. The transportation of food, weapons, and medical supplies required immense manpower and resources, frequently interrupted by indigenous assaults along the way. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to maintain their current defensive line, ensuring the camp's safety while waiting for the optimal moment to counterattack. Once they launched their offensive, the aim would be to decisively defeat the natives in one fell swoop, leaving them no opportunity to breathe. Chapter 126. The Eastern Campaign. The assaults continued unabated, yet Vittorio had already devised a counter-strategy. He and Klaus each led half of their warriors, alternating between defense and rest. Thus, although the soldiers occasionally fell prey to ambushes, they were fortunate to have the Archangel's resurrection as a safety net. This insidious strategy of gradual attrition bore little consequence for them. Moreover, these Archangels possessed formidable combat prowess and acute sensory perception, enabling them to swiftly pursue the indigenous warriors who, through their attacks, had inadvertently revealed their positions. The fate of those caught would be all too predictable. As time quietly flowed, it soon approached 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this juncture, Klaus was on guard at the camp, mounted upon a griffin, circling above to survey the area vigilantly. His gaze was focused and alert, leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. He was never one to be negligent regarding his duties. Even the slightest lapse could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, a series of piercing shrieks echoed from behind the camp. Klaus felt a surge of joy. He recognized it as the arrival of Olenna's Griffin Knights. Indeed, before long, a massive flock of remarkably swift griffins appeared in the sky, their immense wings flapping as they approached the camp with great speed. The shadows of the griffins blotted out the sun, and the gusts generated by their powerful wings sent dust swirling into the air. Leading the charge was Olenna, her posture regal as she rode atop her griffin, resembling a valiant goddess of war. After circling above the camp, she gradually descended beside Klaus. "Why is it only you who has arrived? Where is Ozer?" Klaus inquired, a mix of excitement and confusion flooding his mind upon seeing the reinforcements. "What? Are you dissatisfied with my presence?" Olenna retorted sharply, her brows knitting in annoyance at his question. It was infuriating that after her long journey to provide support, he would dare to inquire about others. "Of course not. I was merely asking out of curiosity." "Huh. Thank you for your support. Please don't be upset," Klaus stammered, his face flushing crimson as he awkwardly scratched his head, realizing his inquiry had been rather presumptuous. "Humph. Ozer has gone to assist Lord." Olenna huffed, tossing her head and casting a sideways glance at him as she clarified the situation. "Ah, I see. By the way, you and your knights should take a moment to rest. I will seek out Vittorio to assemble the soldiers," Klaus exclaimed, clapping his hands in sudden understanding. He then added with urgency that, since reinforcements had arrived, it was high time to capture those wretched indigenous people. as he had not forgotten the grudge from their previous ambush. "You need not worry. He is already here." Elena gestured with her chin towards Klaus's rear. Turning around, Klaus saw Vittorio striding toward them with purpose. "Elena, do your knights require a moment to rest?" Vittorio inquired seriously as he approached, keen to assess their condition after the long flight, which was taxing for both the griffins and their riders. "Whether or not we rest is inconsequential. This short distance has little impact," Elena replied. Elena nonchalantly shook her head. Her knights and griffins had undergone rigorous training. Such a journey was indeed trivial for them. Moreover, she was eager to engage in battle and deliver a severe lesson to the indigenous people. "In that case, you shall lead them to clear the forest first. The main force will set out at dawn tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Vittorio did not hesitate to make his request. The forest concealed numerous indigenous threats, and only by eliminating these dangers could the main force advance with greater ease. "I will join her in capturing monkeys," Klaus interjected eagerly. He had long been impatient to seek vengeance and would not let this opportunity slip away. Vittorio nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to depart. He had many tasks to attend to, such as inspecting the siege weapons and organizing the soldiers for their pre-battle preparations. "Understand this. You may accompany me, but you must adhere to my commands," Elena stated with a serious expression directed at Klaus. She was aware of Klaus's impulsive nature and worried that he might disregard orders during combat, jeopardizing their strategic plans. I know, don't worry. I want to interfere with your command. Let us hurry," Klaus waved dismissively. He was indifferent to matters of authority. Had he truly cared for power, he would not have abandoned his knightly order to come to the front lines. As long as he could teach those indigenous people a lesson, he would do whatever was necessary. With that, he eagerly mounted his griffin and soared into the sky. That fellow Elena intended to say more, but Klaus had already flown far away. She shook her head helplessly and gently patted the head of her larger-than-average griffin. It launched into the air with a powerful flap of its wings, speeding toward the forest while emitting piercing cries. The flock of griffins soaring above the camp responded with their own cries, filling the sky with their presence in a magnificent display. Meanwhile, Vittorio, who was organizing dinner for the soldiers and sorting various supplies, merely glanced upward before returning to his tasks. Over 10,000 men had been stationed here for quite some time, and a variety of items lay in disarray, requiring prior organization. He directed the soldiers to categorize and neatly arrange food, weapons, tents, and other supplies to ensure swift access during battle. Additionally, he appointed guards to oversee the supplies, preventing any opportunistic attacks from the indigenous people. Elena, the agile and sharp-eyed commander, led 2 battalions comprising over 4,000 armored griffin riders into the unknown jungle. The Griffin Knights, exuding an air of majesty, soared through the air on their massive griffins, each resembling a streak of black lightning. Their forelimbs and eagle heads were clad in heavy armor, while their hindquarters bore the powerful physique of lions, with muscles smoothly defined. The knights, donned in sturdy chainmail, shimmered with a cold brilliance under the sunlight, their lances and shields radiating an aura of lethal intent. Meanwhile, deep within the unseen recesses of the forest, thousands of indigenous warriors lay concealed in the shadows. Clad in rugged leather armor, their hunting skills were unparalleled, allowing them to nimbly traverse the towering trunks and branches of the trees. These warriors possessed an intimate knowledge of the forest, their eyes sharp as those of wild beasts, poised to deliver a lethal strike upon any intruders. Elena was acutely aware of the perils that lurked within the woods, yet she remained undaunted, fortified by the confidence garnered from nearly 2 months of relentless combat. Chapter 127, The Eastern Campaign, Part 2. Perched upon her magnificent griffin, she scanned the surroundings with vigilant eyes. "Stay alert, ready for battle." Her voice was resolute and commanding, resonating through the inexplicable bond that connected each hero to their respective knights. This connection was extraordinary, reminiscent of the neural links found in the Zerg or Protoss of StarCraft. Initially, when their forces were scant, Seann had not noticed this phenomenon. However, as the ranks swelled, it became evident. Each hero commanded legions numbering in the thousands, and during battles, they had never employed messengers, revealing this hidden advantage to Seann. Those familiar with warfare understand the vastness of 1,000 men on the battlefield, and the boundlessness of 10,000. In such expansive arenas of conflict, relying solely on one's voice to command an army is simply impractical. Given that a major battle could last anywhere from a few hours to several days, even the strongest voice would be rendered hoarse long before the fight concluded. Thus, the need for messengers arose, cavalrymen who accompanied commanders and conveyed every order to frontline divisions, enabling the colossal host to operate as a cohesive unit. Now, The system had integrated this seemingly overpowered ability into the very consciousness of the troops. Consequently, when heroes issued commands, they could do so effortlessly, allowing soldiers to respond with remarkable precision. Why does the Zerg army, across myriad realms, often fall under the classification of calamity, beyond their endless swarms and astonishing evolutionary speed? This disregard for distance through neural connectivity is a pivotal factor. At that moment, a faint rustling emanated from the woods to the right. Elena's gaze sharpened, and she promptly signaled. The Griffin riders swiftly reformed into a defensive circle. Suddenly, countless indigenous warriors leapt forth from the trees, armed with spears and bows, resembling a swarm of dark phantoms. The rain of arrows from the native warriors descended like locusts, whistling through the air as they targeted the vulnerable spots of the Griffin Knights. Elena calmly commanded, "Raise shields, defend." The knights quickly lifted their shields, forming a formidable barrier. The arrows struck the shields with a resounding clatter, most deflected away. Only a few managed to pierce the defense, striking some knights mail, but inflicting no harm. Elena shouted once more, commanding, "Focus fire on the opposing archers." Responding to her orders, the crossbowmen and priests of the knightly order launched a counterattack. A barrage of crossbow bolts and radiant projectiles soaring like meteors towards the exposed indigenous warriors. Clad in scant animal hides, the indigenous fighters lacked the formidable defenses possessed by the Griffin Knights. The concentrated assault elicited a chorus of wails and sprays of crimson, with some unfortunate natives falling from the trees, shrieking as they were struck. Klaus, among the ranks, remained vigilant, first bestowing the blessing ritual upon all warriors before drawing his bow. The beleaguered indigenous warriors let out a rallying cry and surged forward like tigers descending from the mountains towards the Griffin Knights. They nimbly leaped between tree trunks, swiftly closing the distance to their foes. Observing this, Elena decisively commanded, "Charge into melee. Flavian squad, advance. Crush the enemies of the flame and yellow." Flavian raised his gleaming sword, pointing towards the distant adversaries, roaring fiercely. With the charge order given, 10 squads led by Captain Flavian roared forth, launching a counter-offensive against the indigenous fighters. "We are the sword of flame and yellow. Crush the enemy. Kill. Blessed by the dragon god, flame and yellow shall endure." The warriors raised their weapons, howling with fervor, their fervent energy soaring to the heavens, capturing the attention of both sides on the battlefield. Their comrades were invigorated, their blood surging with excitement. The griffins emitted furious cries, flapping their massive wings, sweeping forth like tempests towards the indigenous warriors. The knights brandished their glinting spears, thrusting them towards the enemy like venomous serpents striking. One indigenous warrior attempted a flanking maneuver to ambush a Griffin Knight, moving like a nimble monkey from one tree to another before launching himself at the knight. However, the knight was prepared. He sidestepped with agility, thrusting his spear which pierced the indigenous warrior's chest with precision. The indigenous fighter let out a cry of anguish before plummeting from the air. In the heat of battle, dozens of griffins fell prey to the concentrated fire of the indigenous warriors, numerous poisoned arrows striking their wings, causing them to screech in agony as they lost balance and descended towards the ground. The knight atop one griffin clutched the reins tightly, striving to regain control of his faltering companion. In the moment just before impact, the knights leapt from their griffin mounts, rolling upon landing to evade the oncoming indigenous warriors. Elena, witnessing this scene, felt a tightening in her chest. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, she commanded the knights beside her to provide support. They surged forth like a whirlwind of darkness, racing to the aid of their beleaguered comrades. With her long sword in hand, Elena swung with precision, each arc claiming the life of an indigenous warrior. Though valiant, the indigenous fighters gradually succumbed to the well-trained Griffin Knights. The battle intensified, the forest resonating with the sounds of combat, anguished cries, and the clash of weapons. A tribal warrior chief, perceiving the unfavorable situation, let out a sharp whistle, prompting the indigenous warriors to retreat in an orderly manner. "Pursue." Elena furrowed her brow, resolute in her determination to prevent the enemy from escaping easily. With a command, the griffins flapped their wings and surged toward the direction of the retreating warriors. However, after pursuing them for a distance, Elena suddenly sensed something amiss in her surroundings. The trees grew denser, and the atmosphere became increasingly dim. Abruptly, the indigenous warriors emerged from the surrounding trees, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles, as if victory was already within their grasp. The tribal chief stood atop a great tree, proclaiming loudly, "Invaders, today marks your demise." Chapter 128, Eastern Campaign 3. Elena scoffed, her gaze betraying no fear. The formidable Griffin Knights were unperturbed by such an ambush. She swiftly recalibrated her strategy, dividing her knights into numerous smaller teams to confront the enemy from various directions. Flavii, guard the left flank with your men. Olenna initiated the roll call, with Flavii, who had just shown brilliantly, being the first named. Libero, take your men to secure the right flank. Now promoted, Libero's squad was fortunate, leaving a lasting impression even on Seann. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Understood. As the two squad leaders departed, they took with them over 400 knights, each with distinct tactical styles. Upon reaching the defensive line, Flavii immediately began his customary rallying cries, causing the morale of the warriors to surge wildly. Once it peaked, Flavii commanded, and his knights charged toward the indigenous warriors with the fervor of those invigorated. Defense? Non-existent. Only attack constituted the best form of defense, a lesson Flavii had instilled in his team. In contrast, Libero's squad exhibited a more rational approach, forming a tight formation and unleashing a steady stream of ranged fire upon the indigenous warriors, advancing steadily and calmly. A young Griffin Knight displayed exceptional valor during the battle, weaving through the enemy ranks on his griffin, his lance akin to the scythe of death, reaping the lives of foes. However, his bravery attracted the attention of the indigenous warriors, who assailed him from multiple directions, attempting to drag him down from his griffin. The young knight fought valiantly, yet as the number of enemies swelled, he began to feel overwhelmed. At that moment, Olenna soared overhead on her griffin, wielding her sword with precision, swiftly driving back the indigenous warriors besieging the young knight. Be cautious, child, Olenna advised the young knight. The knights from various squads engaged in a more intense close-quarters battle with the indigenous warriors. The griffins, with their sharp claws and beaks, attacked the adversaries, while the knights brandished their swords and lances, clashing fiercely with the indigenous warriors. The battle escalated into a fervent climax, though the indigenous warriors were few in number. Their intimate knowledge of the terrain and their refined combat skills rendered them formidable. In contrast, the Griffin Knights were well-equipped and highly trained. As time inexorably passed, the indigenous assault faltered, forcing them to retreat while the relentless Griffins pursued them. Before long, with the last indigenous warrior felled by Klaus's own hand, the great battle finally came to an end. Olenna sheathed her longsword, gazing upon the war-torn forest, littered with the fallen, her heart awash with myriad emotions. Yet, she understood that this conflict was merely a brief interlude in their protracted journey. Perched upon her griffin, she called out, "Assemble!" The 4,000 Griffin Knights swiftly gathered, their faces weary but their eyes alight with the joy of victory. "We have triumphed, but we must remain vigilant," Olenna declared. "We will carry our fallen comrades back to camp." A resounding cheer erupted from the Griffin Knights as they flapped their wings and soared towards the encampment. The primeval forest, having endured the fierce clash, gradually returned to tranquility, save for the corpses and lingering bloodstains that bore witness to the recent turmoil. As darkness enveloped the land, the aerial knights returned to clear the forest. Although the Griffin's night vision remained unaffected, they too required sustenance to replenish their strength. Moreover, venturing deep into the forest under the cloak of night significantly heightened the risks. Thus, they merely ensured the nearby woods were secure before returning to camp. "Ha ha ha! Those wretched monkeys shall think twice before daring to assault us again," Klaus exclaimed, his exaggerated laughter preceding his descent. His face radiated the elation of victory. For after the fierce battle, a measure of his pent-up frustrations had been alleviated, lifting his spirits considerably. At that moment, preparations for dinner were underway in the camp. Hundreds of massive iron cauldrons were positioned on either side of the central area, emanating an enticing aroma of bone and meat stew. Beside each cauldron stood a wooden table piled high with loaves of bread the size of bricks. Aside from the soldiers patrolling the camp's perimeter, the remaining troops formed a long queue, bowls in hand. They would scoop up a piece of bread and ladle a generous helping of stew before contentedly making their way back. The advantage of being in a primordial forest lay in the ease of procuring meat with just a few excursions. Thus, despite the harsh living conditions, the soldiers enjoyed a diet rich in meat, which played a vital role in sustaining their strength and morale. After Klaus and Olenna landed nearby, soldiers awaited their return. After observing the soldiers' rations for a moment, they approached the central tent of Vittorio. "At last, we have exhaled, having cleared away those pesky, prancing monkeys." In high spirits, Klaus swept aside the tent flap and strode in with purpose, taking a seat with a flush of excitement still gracing his cheeks. "Let us eat and retire early. Tomorrow we face another formidable battle." Following closely, Olenna approached the wooden table and sat down, her brow furrowed. Although she shared in the joy of today's triumph, she was acutely aware that the true test awaited them on the morrow, necessitating a state of calm and alertness. Ah, by the way, what are the arrangements for tonight's defense? Klaus inquired, jovially, as he grabbed a piece of roasted meat and began to eat. You'll stand guard for the first half of the night, while I'll take the latter half, Vittorio replied succinctly, commencing his meal as well. His tone was unembellished, yet it conveyed an undeniable authority. It seems I can enjoy a good night's sleep, Elena remarked with a beaming smile, in agreement. Vittorio's plan was sensible, ensuring both the security of the camp and allowing everyone sufficient rest. No problem, Klaus shrugged nonchalantly, nodding in vague acknowledgement. Despite his usual playful demeanor, he recognized the gravity of matters concerning the camp's safety. Dinner was modest, consisting solely of golden brown meat, bread, a bowl of broth, and a few apples. Yet, in the midst of such a harsh battlefield, this fare was quite commendable. All were aware that while away from home, one must not demand too much. The priority was to satiate hunger and maintain strength. Having swiftly finished their dinner, the trio exited the tent to stroll about the camp, checking on the soldiers' conditions. Previously, Seann had assigned 50 archangels to accompany each hero into battle. With 3 heroes present, that amounted to 150 archangels. Although they required little rest or sustenance, Vittorio arranged for 30 tents for their accommodation. These archangels resided in the tents, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice, becoming decisive forces in the ebb and flow of battle. The soldiers in the camp had yet to rest, in preparation for the impending conflict. They were engaged in rigorous training. Some practiced swordplay, others honed their archery skills, while still others underwent formation drills. Their faces radiated determination, filled with a fervent desire for victory. As the 3 of them ambled about, they gradually dispersed. Elena went to assess the condition of the griffin flock, ensuring they were well cared for and fed. Klaus needed to select personnel for the night watch, opting for experienced and vigilant soldiers to form a reliable guard. Vittorio set off to inspect the siege weaponry. Due to his exceptional talent, he was equipped with an abundance of siege engines, a full 100 ballistae, 100 ammunition wagons, and several hundred emergency tents. An impressive display of military might bolstered by considerable financial resources. Fortunately, he had refrained from bringing trebuchets, as their transport and operation would pose significant challenges in the intricate terrain. He meticulously examined each crossbow, ensuring their optimal performance, ready to be deployed in battle at a moment's notice. Chapter 129, Eastern Campaign 4. In the gentle light of dawn, Seann spotted the reinforcements led by Oster from a distance on his way back, clad in armor that gleamed with a frosty brilliance under the sunlight. Oster resembled a cold star upon the icy plains. The hunter brigade accompanying him moved with grace, harmoniously united with their animal companions, symbolizing formidable and lethal predators of the forest. A surge of joy welled up in Seann's heart as he hastened to greet them. As Oster approached, he commanded, "Oster, your timing is impeccable. Proceed onward to Nightfall City to relieve Radger. The city is newly established and requires your utmost dedication to develop and fortify it into a solid bastion for us." Oster, with a solemn demeanor, knelt on one knee and responded with unwavering conviction, "I shall obey your command, my lord." Without delay, Seann mounted his steed and continued his swift journey alongside his celestial guard. The sun transitioned from gentle warmth to a blazing intensity, gradually tilting towards the west. As the sunset bathed the sky in vibrant shades of orange and red, they remained en route. Ultimately, they failed to arrive in time for dinner. Upon reaching the eastern encampment, the entire forest was enshrouded in the depths of night. Fortunately, the fiery longswords wielded by Lucifiel and her companions illuminated their path, the flickering flames dancing in the darkness like brilliant stars adorning the night sky. Yet, even with this illumination, they nearly lost their way amidst the labyrinthine woods. Along their path, branches occasionally obstructed their route. Thankfully, numerous griffins circled nearby, hunting. Their sharp cries pierced the tranquil night, serving as a clarion call, guiding them forth. After a day of flight, Lucifiel and the other angels retreated to the tents to rest. Seann, bearing a slightly heavy gait, squeezed into Vittorio's tent. The air was infused with the faint scent of leather mingled with sweat, and remnants of unfinished food lay upon the table. As he devoured his meal, he attentively listened to Vittorio's report on the recent battles. Vittorio, with clarity and coherence, recounted the events of combat, detailing the indigenous guerrilla tactics and their corresponding strategies, leaving no detail unspoken. "You have truly excelled. Upon our return to the territory, you shall be duly rewarded." Seann praised him generously, his eyes reflecting admiration and approval. Vittorio lowered his head, softly replying, "It is my duty." His voice was steady, devoid of any trace of pride. Excessive humility can be a form of pride. But enough of that. Rest well. For tomorrow we have much to accomplish. Seann jested before turning to exit the tent. On that day, he traversed 3 battlefields in succession. Although he did not personally engage in the fray, the long and exhausting journey left him utterly fatigued. Upon returning to the adjacent tent, he barely lay down before succumbing to a deep slumber, lulled by the whispers of soldiers and the rustling wind outside. When he awoke once more, it was already the dawn of the following day. Sunlight filtered through the tent seams, casting a warm glow upon his face, rousing him from his dreams. "Good morning, Sister Phil," he murmured, still groggy. "Ah, what a refreshing sleep this has been." Following this, he yawned widely and stretched, beginning to rouse his body. At that moment, the camp was bustling with activity. The soldiers, having finished their breakfast, were diligently preparing for departure, meticulously organizing and donning their armaments. Some were carefully polishing their swords, which gleamed with a cold light. Others scrutinized every joint of their armor, ensuring that not a single piece was loose, fully preparing for the impending journey. "My lord, your breakfast is ready," Lucifeel floated beside him, gently reminding him. Her voice was like the melodious trickle of a mountain stream, crisp and delightful, filling one with joy. "Sister Phil, how many times must I tell you?" "Just call me Seann," he replied, feigning annoyance despite secretly reveling in being addressed as my lord by a beautiful woman. Naturally, Lucifeel's reaction was as he had anticipated. She did not argue but remained quietly beside him, the corners of her mouth slightly uplifted, as if engaging him in a silent, amusing game. Seann shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter further. At that moment, Klaus emerged from Vittorio's tent, carrying something. "My lord, did you sleep well?" "I have brought you breakfast," he said with a broad smile, his eyes betraying a hint of sycophancy. "Why are you coming from his tent?" "Where is he?" Seann inquired, puzzled. "Vittorio is currently inspecting the camp in preparation for departure. Elena has already set off with the knights after breakfast." "I was just coming to fetch you since I had nothing else to do," Klaus replied, hastening to Seann's side, his breathing slightly hurried. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Seann said, feeling uneasy under Klaus's gaze, furrowing his brow. He always sensed something peculiar about Klaus's demeanor, as if he were plotting something secretive. "How can you accuse me unjustly?" "My lord, I have no ulterior motives," Klaus exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then indignantly protested. His expression exaggerated as if he had suffered a great injustice. "Really? Could it be that I have misjudged him? Though, with such a strange expression. I can't be blamed," Seann mused inwardly. "No, even if there were, I wouldn't disclose it now. But how does my lord know I have matters to discuss with him?" Klaus retracted his smile and responded solemnly, though a flicker of barely perceptible tension danced in his eyes. Seann, oblivious to his thoughts, chose to dismiss his demeanor, feeling increasingly that this fellow was becoming rather mischievous. As they conversed, they made their way to his tent, where, after freshening up, they slowly began to enjoy their breakfast. "I intend to assign the 2 of you to guard the territory upon your return. Who do you think would be more suitable for this task?" Seann inquired, suddenly realizing that Klaus might be seeking his favor in this matter. The notion flashed through his mind. "Your will, my lord. I shall heed your arrangements," Klaus replied, his heart lamenting the lost opportunity, yet his expression remained composed as he diligently concealed his emotions. "Very well. After pacifying the tribes in the east, you shall lead the knights back. They have served as foot soldiers long enough and deserve to return." Seann deliberated for a moment before reaching a decision. "Ah, splendid. My lord." "Of course," Klaus exclaimed, his facade crumbling as he nearly gasped in shock, his delight unmistakable on his face. It had been previously noted that while each recruited hero possessed a unique personality, they shared one commonality. They were all more astute than the average person. When matters of war arose, their capabilities as leaders were indisputable. Chapter 130. Eastern Campaign V. Upon his arrival, Klaus had already discerned that, including the Lord, there were 7 heroes present, 4 of whom were gathered here. This was evidently unreasonable. Thus, it was inevitable that someone would be assigned to return, which only heightened his anxiety as he longed to partake in several more battles. It was clear that the choice would fall upon him, the misfit. However, he had not anticipated that the Lord would permit him to engage in subsequent battles. This was a delightful surprise. "You, my friend." Seann observed Klaus's expression and knew his assumption had been correct, yet he had no intention of retracting his statement. Once breakfast concluded, he emerged to find Vittorio waiting outside the tent with his griffin, White. White had grown considerably, and its armor had not been worn in quite some time due to its size, which had become too restrictive. Uncertain of how large it could grow, No new set had been tailored for it. After all, there was no need to ride it into battle, so it was left unarmored. Nevertheless, White's natural hide provided formidable defense, at least on par with that of fine armor. "We may depart, my lord," Vittorio said respectfully. "Indeed, let us set forth." "You too." "Klaus," Seann commanded. "Your will." "We shall be off," Klaus replied, mounting White and giving its head a gentle pat, beckoning Lucifiel to follow. Upon receiving the command, the great white creature, lying upon the ground, shook its massive head and rose to its feet. Its enormous wings flapped vigorously, stirring a powerful gust of wind that caused the surrounding branches to rustle. With a sudden surge of strength in its limbs, it ascended into the air amidst the howling gale. Beside it was the seraphic squad led by Lucifiel, who closely followed in unwavering formation. Their wings, a blend of pristine white and deep crimson, exuded a haunting beauty under the sunlight. In the camp, soldiers prepared for departure, gradually merging into a grand battalion by units. The ranks were orderly, the soldiers' footsteps resonating with a steady, powerful rhythm, akin to the heartbeat of the earth, heralding the march of war. At the forefront stood Vittorio, his stature as dignified as a towering pine, while Klaus circled above at the rear of the formation. "Warriors, one of our 3 foes has been utterly vanquished by the Second Legion. Now, we shall proceed to eliminate another. Under the protection of the Dragon God, Yanhuang shall ultimately unify the continent." As Seann hovered above the ranks, gazing at these valiant warriors fighting for him, he felt an urge to speak. His voice was resonant and commanding, echoing through the air like the beat of war drums, inspiring every soldier present. "Under the Dragon God's guardianship, we fear nothing. Yanhuang is immortal, invincible in its path." The eyes of all soldiers were resolute, their steps unwavering. Their shouts were deafening, piercing the heavens, a declaration of their determination and courage to the world. The morale was at its zenith. This was indeed his indomitable army, though he was already aware that, under the formidable attributes bestowed by heroes, even the most humble of farmers possessed the courage to charge against dragons. He found it endlessly captivating. With these loyal and fearless warriors, he was convinced that nothing was beyond their reach. Hundreds, if not thousands, of banners depicting the golden dragon of the sun billowed in the wind, as the colossal army, marching in synchrony, began to delve slowly into the eastern forest. Each step taken was akin to the relentless wheels of history, rolling forward, unstoppable. In the air, Seann, feeling a twinge of boredom, inadvertently noticed something peculiar. Despite the archangel's wings being no smaller than those of the griffins, their flight was remarkably silent, which seemed quite unscientific. Filled with curiosity, he could not resist closely observing the flight postures of the archangels, seeking to unravel the mystery. As they continued approaching the stronghold of the eastern tribe, the Sun Tribe was preparing for a decisive battle. The Sun Tribe, being the most formidable faction in the entire forest region, had its stronghold situated beside a vast lake. This lake, akin to a colossal mirror, reflected the sky and the surrounding mountains, presenting a beauty reminiscent of a fairyland. This could no longer simply be termed a tribe. Perhaps it was more aptly described as a city. Their city, save for the side adjacent to the lake, was encircled by a semicircular earthen wall, towering 5 to 6 meters high and spanning hundreds of meters in width. The earthen walls stand resilient and robust, adorned with the marks of time, resembling a silent chronicle that narrates the rise and fall of this tribe. Within the settlement, wooden houses also abound, yet they are evidently more durable than those of the Angry Sea tribe. Each structure is meticulously crafted, with doors and windows artfully carved, reflecting a high level of craftsmanship, a testament to the artisan's dedication and skill. At this moment, a steady stream of people traverses the city, transporting various items to the earthen walls, massive stones, and sturdy logs. Weariness is etched on their faces, yet their eyes radiate determination. This struggle is a matter of life and death for the tribe, leaving no room for retreat. Upon the earthen walls, an array of indigenous warriors stands resolute, some wielding bows and arrows, while others brandish stone spears, axes, and circular wooden shields. Dressed in leather armor and adorned with leather helmets, their equipment may be rudimentary, but it exudes an indomitable spirit. It is undeniable that this tribe's level of civilization surpasses that of the others. It is not merely the greater number of its members. If other tribes represent a primitive society, the Sun Tribe has already embarked on the path of civilizational evolution. They possess their own social structure, defined roles, and even a rudimentary cultural heritage. Given time, they might well evolve into a civilization with a unique cultural identity. Meanwhile, within a stone house spanning several hundred square feet, the tribe's leadership convenes to discuss strategies. The atmosphere in the stone house is tense, shrouded in a cloud of worry, with concern etched on every face. The chieftain learns that only one member of the scouting party has returned, bringing crucial news. A young warrior rushes into the stone house, breathless and still glistening with sweat, his eyes wide with fear. The chieftain's expression sharpens as he urgently inquires, "What news? Speak." All eyes fixate on the warrior, the air in the room seemingly frozen in anticipation of fate's decree. The first warrior of the tribe, Klashi, rises to report. In the prime of his life, he is a formidable figure, his musculature resembling the hardness of stone. Renowned as the Sun tribe's foremost warrior, he is celebrated for single-handedly slaying an adult bear. His prowess widely acknowledged throughout the tribe. Yet at this moment, a grave shadow clouds his bronze visage. "What are we waiting for? Let him in," implores the elder with white hair, seated beside the chieftain. This elder, the tribe's highest authority after the chieftain, holds a revered position, his seniority surpassing that of all present in the room. Time has etched deep wrinkles upon his face, yet his eyes continue to shimmer with the light of wisdom. Indeed, Closey disregarded the elder and directed his gaze towards the chieftain of the Tagwa clan seated at the head. Only upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement did he turn and open the heavy wooden door. A young man, slender and with reddened eye sockets, followed closely behind Closey as he entered, having hastily returned to the tribe overnight. His current appearance could only be described as exceedingly disheveled. The long hair that was once neatly tied back now cascaded wildly, resembling untamed grass. His entire body was caked in mud, as though he had just emerged from a mire. Most notably, his leather armor bore 3 ghastly claw marks, deeply penetrating the material and leaving behind 3 faintly blood-stained traces on his skin. Had the creature that inflicted those claw marks exerted even a modicum of force, the mere loss of blood could have claimed his life. It must be said, he was extraordinarily fortunate. "What news do you bring back? Speak now," inquired the chieftain, his countenance grave, his voice deep and resonant with an authority that pierced the heart. "Yes, chieftain. I followed Chief Sick to monitor and ambush the intruders. But just before nightfall yesterday, countless colossal beasts appeared above the intruders' camp, each bearing a fully armed warrior. Since these were creatures we had never encountered, Chief Sick did not order our immediate retreat, but instead opted to continue observing the situation." Akrill's voice quavered, tinged with the terror of having survived a calamity. However, it wasn't long before these beasts surged into the forest. As they drew near, I discovered that these beasts possessed the heads and wings of eagles, yet boasted robust limbs, larger than a lynx. He continued, his eyes filled with dread, as if those fearsome beasts stood before him in that very moment. In the pitch-black forest, their speed remained unaffected, and under the assault of their claws, the leather armor of our kin proved utterly ineffective, while our arrows and poisoned spears struggled to pierce their hides. Out of the entire surveillance team of over 5,000, I alone survived. Akrill's low voice reverberated within the wooden dwelling, as the tribal leaders gazed at the massive claw marks on his armor, their minds conjuring a grim image of the threat. "The tribe is grateful for your contributions. You have endured much, brave warrior Akrill. You may retire and rest well, for soon the tribe will face a crisis." After a moment of silence, the chieftain spoke, his expression dark and weary, as if he had foreseen the arduous battles that lay ahead. "Indeed, chieftain, I am willing to fight to the death for the tribe." Despite his diminutive stature, Akrill's courageous heart shone through as he declared resolutely. Closey, too, regarded him with solemnity, gently patting his shoulder in recognition of his bravery and loyalty. After his departure, the room once again succumbed to an oppressive silence, broken only by the heavy breaths of those present. "Elder, what shall we do now?" Klashi, with his fiery temperament, could not contain himself, his voice laced with urgency and ire. "Is there any news from the Angry Sea tribe or the Setting Sun tribe?" Tagwa, his fists clenched upon his knees, spoke with a somber tone. His gaze was profound, as if contemplating the future of the tribe. Since the initial envoy was dispatched, no further word had been received. The elder seated to the right of the chief, known as Elder Kuntu, responded. He held the second most authority beneath the great elder, his face etched with concern, acutely aware of the dangers confronting the tribe. Since the onset of hostilities with the outsiders, the tribe had sacrificed nearly 10,000 warriors, their weaponry and armor vastly inferior in comparison to that of their adversaries. Although they had assimilated valuable experience, exemplified by the wooden shields wielded by the tribe's warriors, time was no longer a luxury they possessed. This palpable pressure had been suffocating them, and the arrival of this new information only intensified it. "Regardless, we must fight resolutely for the future of our tribe," Tagwa declared, rising slowly with unwavering resolve. Klashi, The fate of all our warriors rests in your hands. You must lead them to defend our homeland and show those outsiders that the Sun tribe is not easily cowed. His voice brimmed with trust and expectation. Elder Kuntu, you shall organize the remaining tribesmen, providing support and ensuring the warriors' logistical needs are met, allowing them to face the battle without concern. He continued, turning his gaze towards Elder Kuntu. Then, Great Elder, we shall proceed to the center of the lake. It is time to resolve certain matters. As the leader of 100,000 tribesmen, Tagwa's resolve remained steadfast as he swiftly orchestrated their plans. Understood, Chief. Klashi was the first to respond. His eyes filled with determination, as if he was already prepared to embrace the fray. No problem, Chief. I will make the necessary arrangements, Elder Kuntu acquiesced, understanding that unity was paramount in confronting the impending crisis. Then let us depart, the Great Elder said, trembling as he rose to his feet. Although time had rendered his body frail, his spirit remained vigorous. Regardless of the Sun tribe's secret strategies, they would not deter Seann's resolve to conquer them. The main force was steadily advancing towards the tribe's stronghold, with aerial units paving the way, and the entire march faced no obstructions. The system soldiers, though formidable, initially exhibited rigid thinking akin to automatons. However, following a series of encounters with the natives, their combat experience had burgeoned, marking their distinct advantage and rapid progression. At this moment, they were merely dozens of kilometers from the enemy's stronghold when Griffin Knights arrived to relay intelligence on the adversary's situation. Do you intend to rely on earthen walls for your defensive strategy? Upon hearing this news, Seann could not help but chuckle softly. What troubled him most about the natives? Was it not their guerrilla tactics in the forest? Yet this tribe, relinquishing its sole advantage, daringly sought to engage them in a battle of fortified walls. One must admit, it was a fanciful notion indeed. From whence does the Holy Hall's army hail? From the world of heroes and might, where siege warfare is the most frequent undertaking, especially led by the siege master, Vittorio. However, since the enemy is prepared to hold their ground, there is no need for them to rush. Vittorio, let the soldiers pause for a rest. We shall continue our journey after lunch, Seann remarked leisurely, a contented smile gracing his face. Vittorio nodded and summoned a griffin messenger. The order for a rest and meal was relayed, and after half an hour, they would set off again. The griffin messenger, upon receiving the command, soared from the front of the line to the rear, proclaiming the directive loudly. All the soldiers settled down, squatting in place as they retrieved their small packs and water flasks, which contained 2 days' worth of preserved meat jerky. This jerky was crafted by a chef he had sought out shortly after arriving in this world, having tasted the city guard's version. After sampling it to his satisfaction, he had arranged for its mass production and preservation, even establishing a logistics production center for this purpose. The small packs were also commissioned by Seann from a local tailor, utilizing the region's specialty leathers. These packs were not only practical, but also showcased the tribe's distinctiveness. Among them, various leather goods produced by the Leafy realm were quite popular throughout the territory. The jerky's raw materials varied widely, comprising chicken, duck, rabbit, and pork, with a straightforward preparation process. After marinating, it was drizzled with honey and roasted. While the texture differed slightly from the jerky he had consumed in his past life, likely due to a lack of seasoning, it was still a vast improvement over what he had previously tasted. Moreover, it was nutritious and convenient to carry, which left him quite satisfied. Dismounting from his steed, Seann observed the soldiers relishing their meal, a smile of contentment spreading across his face. His efforts in preparing these provisions had not been in vain. After all, ensuring that the soldiers were well fed was vital for their stamina and energy in the face of arduous battles. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the main force resumed its journey, advancing toward the enemy's stronghold. As they drew closer to their destination, the number of griffin riders in the sky began to increase. They patrolled the surrounding forests in small squads, ensuring the safety of the march. Each griffin streaked through the sky like a black bolt of lightning, safeguarding the main force. 2 hours later, the contingent arrived at the Sun tribe's stronghold, situated beside a natural lake. In this desolate region, the absence of trees clearly indicates that they have been felled by the indigenous tribes, perhaps to procure materials for constructing shelters or to cultivate more arable land. The main force halted at a slight rise, a mere 300 meters from the tribe, strategically positioned within the range of their long-range units. This arrangement not only serves as an effective deterrent to the tribe, but also maintains a safe distance during potential counterattacks, providing an advantageous strategic location for subsequent military operations. The aerial forces descended upon the tribal city like a tempestuous cloud, initiating probing harassment attacks. Their vast wings beat powerfully, stirring up howling winds infused with an intimidating presence. The fierce gusts swept up the dust from the ground, instilling a profound sense of dread among the tribespeople who had yet to discern the enemy's appearance. All were compelled to evade the onslaught, raising their shields in defense. Clossy paced anxiously atop the city walls, his voice strained and hoarse with tension and worry. His eyes remained fixated on the aerial adversaries, unable to relax for even a moment, beads of sweat trickling down his brow and rolling down his cheeks. Help! Damn creatures! Attack! Continue the assault. Thousands of enormous beasts seized the opportunity to swoop down with ferocity. Their sharp front claws sank into the earthen walls, capturing one or two unfortunate souls in their grasp before ascending rapidly into the sky. Once aloft, the beasts released their prey, sending them plummeting in a horrifying free fall. This method of aerial demise undoubtedly struck the most devastating blow to the enemy's morale. The chilling screams echoed above the tribe, instilling profound fear in every indigenous person, their eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. The circling griffin riders exuded arrogance, yet the tribespeople could not endure the onslaught in silence. Alas, their weaponry lacked the range to retaliate effectively, rendering their efforts futile against the griffin riders. Arrows shot into the sky often missed their mark, with the fortunate ones landing beyond the earthen walls, while the unfortunate fell back upon their own kin. This rendered the indigenous counterattack utterly impotent. They brandished their weapons in fury, yet could only watch helplessly as the enemy wreaked havoc above. A few valiant warriors did attempt to strike back as the griffins descended, but such bravery was rare. Only a handful among thousands dared to confront the threat. These brave souls inevitably attracted the attention of more griffins, and their fate was all but sealed. Though they fought valiantly against their foes, the vast disparity in strength ultimately led them to a tragic end. Damn it! Watch above. Raise your stone spears and shields. Clossy cursed continuously upon witnessing his tribesmen impaled by fallen spears. His heart was suffused with anger and helplessness. The infantry found themselves at an overwhelming disadvantage against the air force, rendered nearly powerless. Yet, it appeared that the indigenous people's spirit of resistance remained fervent, even as they were shot at by the arrows and crossbows of the griffin riders, darting about in chaos. Occasionally, the air was pierced by tremendous cries of agony, yet they steadfastly held their ground atop the earthen walls. They understood all too well that surrender would spell doom for their entire tribe, and thus they gritted their teeth and resisted with every ounce of strength they could muster. The onslaught of the griffin riders only ceased once the main force had assembled outside the walls. Just as the natives breathed a sigh of relief, they beheld the army arrayed beyond the fortifications, despair blossoming in their hearts. The sight of the orderly ranks and finely crafted armaments made it abundantly clear that the impending battle would be exceedingly arduous. At that moment, Seann, accompanied by his entourage of angelic guardians, glided slowly beyond the range of the indigenous archers. Seizing the opportunity while the legion was still forming up, he sought to conquer without conflict. "I am Seann Yanhuang, the future ruler of this land beneath your feet," he proclaimed in the native tongue, his voice resonant and deliberate. "The Yanhuang family's resolve to unify this continent shall not waver in the face of your defiance. Any force that dares to obstruct us shall be crushed to dust beneath the might of the Yanhuang army. Now, I offer you one final opportunity to submit." Chapter 133, Eastern Campaign 8. Having delivered his message in the indigenous language, Seann did not wait for a response before returning to the skies above with his striking angelic guardians. Whether they would capitulate mattered little to him. It would merely prolong the inevitable. This was not arrogance, but rather an acknowledgement of the overwhelming reality revealed through continuous conflict. The disparity was too vast. While these tribal natives might have held their own against the previous Baron family, they stood no chance against the system warriors, whose equipment and martial prowess utterly eclipsed theirs. The only reason the battle had not been a complete rout was due to the forest's environment, which hindered the full might of Yanhuang's forces. After all, Klaus's knightly order, even as the great conflict neared its conclusion, remained languishing in the rear. Meanwhile, within the tribe, Clossy bore news to report to the chieftain. "These outsiders are insufferably arrogant," exclaimed the elder, his hair white as he furiously struck the ground with his staff. His face, etched with anger and frustration, bore deeper wrinkles carved by the passage of time. "Alas, they possess such power. In comparison, we are indeed far behind." The chieftain, Tagwa, interrupted the elder Kuntu, who was poised to voice his opinion. "I understand. Go lead our people into battle," he commanded, nodding at Clossy. "Regardless of whether we can vanquish the intruders, we must resist. It is our obligation to our ancestors." Tagwa cast a serious gaze upon the departing figure of Clossy, slowly turning to speak to Kuntu. "Once we have arranged matters, we shall proceed as well. The future of the tribe hinges on whether we can drive away these invaders. It seems I have overthought this. Outside the city, Seann observed the natives' lack of response with a resigned shake of his head. Vittorio commenced the assault. After issuing instructions to the hero, Seann began to chant a blessing spell. Group deflection, resilient barrage, group benediction. Vittorio initiated arrangements for the Legion's priests to bestow magical enhancements. With extraordinary divine power and swift action, 1,000 spellcasters simultaneously chanted their incantations, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. The visible brilliance of magic cascaded above the soldiers, illuminating the battlefield and uplifting their morale. Crossbow units, aim at the city gate. Prepare. Guards, raise shields and advance to either side of the gate. Crossbowmen, suppress the enemy atop the walls. All units, attack. After the magical enhancements were complete, Vittorio conveyed a series of commands through the Griffin Knights to all soldiers. He chose the Guard Legion as the vanguard, for although all melee units had donned full iron armor, the guards possessed the added advantage of large shields. They would now brace themselves behind these shields, charging at the city gate, their individual strength surpassing that of polearm infantry, thereby mitigating unnecessary losses. The commands echoed across the battlefield as soldiers sprang into action, the entire army functioning like a finely tuned war machine, operating with meticulous precision. Dragon Goddess Protection. Eternal Glory to Huang. With a resounding thud, 2,000 guards shouted their battle cry, raising their large shields as they began their charge. Their steps were synchronized and powerful, each footfall seeming to tread upon the hearts of their enemies. The great shields shimmered with metallic luster under the sun, providing them with solid protection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4,000 crossbowmen raised their crossbows, taking careful aim before unleashing a torrential rain of arrows. The dense barrage of arrows created a formidable buzz as they soared towards the defenders atop the earthen walls, followed by a ceaseless cacophony of screams and wails. The power of the crossbow bolts was immense, penetrating the natives' defenses and sending them tumbling to the ground. This was precisely why Seann had chosen crossbowmen. Their firepower remained formidable even from 300 meters away. Raise shields, quickly raise shields. Closey's command came just in time, yet the penetrating power of the bolts exceeded his expectations. Even when the tribal warriors managed to shield themselves from critical hits, they were still pierced by the forceful arrows. They groaned in agony, blood staining the earthen walls, yet they persevered in their resistance. What the hell should we do? As he watched the advancing ground troops, Closey felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and confusion. The relentless barrage of arrows posed a constant threat, and a moment's inattention could lead to his untimely demise. The crossbow unit had also begun to engage, with a full 100 crossbows, empowered by Vittorio's triple-shot skill, unleashing a ferocious onslaught. These colossal siege machines, typically renowned for their immense power, slow attacks, and cumbersome mobility, had transformed into formidable weapons under the influence of the skill. With a thunderous roar, 300 massive bolts, each over 2 meters long, soared like cannonballs, dividing into 3 dense volleys aimed directly at the wooden gate at the center of the earthen wall. Frankly, the intensity of this firepower could rival that of firearms during the early days of the Great War in his previous life. Remarkably, this was still a partial manifestation of Vittorio's skills, as advanced projectiles such as fire and ice arrows had yet to be unlocked. Accompanied by a continuous cacophony of thunderous sounds, many bolts embedded themselves deeply into the earth wall. Nevertheless, dozens, if not hundreds, of bolts either pierced through the gate or struck the unsuspecting natives behind it. The immense force of the impact caused the wooden door to tremble violently, splintering the thick wooden planks. Unfortunate natives were struck directly by the bolts, their bodies propelled by inertia, emitting cries of anguish before falling silent. The rapid succession of assaults was akin to a thunderclap. The natives had little time to react before the wooden gate began to teeter precariously. Closey, the gate is about to collapse. What should we do? The chief of the natives, stationed at the gate, was taken aback by the crumbling structure and frantically called for help from the battlements. His voice, laced with fear and panic, trembled as he gripped his weapon tightly, uncertain of how to proceed. What? So soon? Closey, still taking cover from the rain of bolts atop the city wall, was equally astonished. Although he had lost hope of holding the walls, the rapidity of the enemy's advance was astonishing. His heart swelled with shock and confusion, unable to comprehend the overwhelming strength of the adversary's assault. We must defend the gate. It is the tribe's last line of defense. If it falls, the entire tribe will be in peril. Also, quickly inform the chieftain that the situation is dire and reinforcements are needed. Chapter 134. Eastern Campaign 9. Closey's voice grew hoarse from urgency as he vigorously shook his head, attempting to suppress the surging tide of panic within him. Summoning all his strength, he commanded loudly, determined to instill confidence in his comrades. In that moment, he understood the weight of his role as the warrior's pillar of support. He had to provide everyone with a sense of reassurance. If he displayed even a hint of disarray, the already frightened soldiers, overwhelmed by the enemy's formidable assault, would falter before the enemy even breached their defenses. His gaze swept across the faces of the young warriors, filled with terror, and he clenched his fists, vowing silently to stabilize the situation. "Do not despair. I am coming." At that moment, the familiar and composed voice of Tagwana resonated from behind. He was clad in slightly worn yet immaculately polished leather armor, firmly gripping the weapon that had accompanied him for many years and witnessed countless battles. With resolute steps, he approached the city gate alongside the elders, who were similarly attired. Each elder's gaze exuded determination, despite their once statuesque forms now showing the deep scars of time. Yet, at this moment, their presence radiated an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Ascending the city wall, Tagwana's silhouette appeared particularly grand in the sunlight. He slowly surveyed the surroundings, taking in the weary and fearful faces of the warriors. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his weapon high, mustering all his strength to proclaim, "Brave warriors, do not succumb to panic or fear. We stand here with you, ready to fight side by side, even if fate tilts towards destruction today. And our homeland cannot evade this calamity. We shall let the invaders know that the courage and resolve of the Sun tribe to resist invasion will never be extinguished. Our ancestors are watching over us, and our descendants will look to us as their example. For the tribe, for our dignity, let us fight." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing across the battlefield, each word striking heavily upon the hearts of every warrior present. Clearly, these elders, who were usually revered, were now prepared to risk everything as they stepped onto this uncertain battlefield. Their once aged faces, etched with the passage of time, now bore expressions of fearless resolve. It was a profound love for their tribe and a steadfast commitment to their legacy that ignited this indomitable courage, although their strength and combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the younger warriors. The moment the fighters witnessed the most esteemed elders of the tribe standing resolutely upon the perilous walls, their previously diminished spirits surged with renewed vigor. For the Sun tribe, for our homeland. All the agitation and panic born from the enemy's relentless assault were instantly replaced by a fierce and blazing fighting spirit. "Chief, when will the reinforcements arrive?" The once impatient Closey, upon seeing Tagwana's arrival, gradually calmed, yet as the commander of the defense, he dutifully inquired. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, as if a mere affirmative answer could unravel all their predicaments. "Soon, soon. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements are on their way. If we can just hold out a moment more, we will coordinate with them to drive back the enemy." Tagwana watched as the elders cautiously ascended the somewhat wobbly wooden ladder to the city wall. Though his tone was resolute and strong, instilling a sense of confidence, deep down, he too felt an unsettling uncertainty. He drew upon his years of leadership experience and his sense of duty towards the tribe to inspire those around him, hoping to sustain the warrior's rare fighting spirit. Closey exchanged a glance with him, his lips moving slightly as if he wished to say something. Yet ultimately he held his tongue. He understood that, at this moment, words would prove futile. Only actions could validate their resolve. Thus, he turned swiftly back to the wall, refocusing his efforts on directing his kin's defense. Each command he issued was clear and decisive, as if he had reclaimed the confident and powerful self of yesteryear. He recognized that, at this juncture, combat was the sole path forward. Only through their utmost exertion could they secure a glimmer of hope for the tribe. Outside the city, the second wave of the crossbowmen's assault was imminent, their methodical barrage proceeding with unwavering precision. A formidable legion of warriors, shields raised to guard against the sporadic rain of arrows, advanced rapidly toward the earthen wall. If all went according to plan, this round would breach the wooden gates and invade the city. Seann observed the battlefield silently from several hundred meters away, aware that the enemy likely possessed some undisclosed tactics yet to be unleashed, necessitating the vigilance of the archangels. Such a battle no longer required his direct involvement. He merely needed to bolster the morale of the troops. These intrepid warriors would manage the remainder, and all he had to do was await victory. "My lord, I too shall take a look," called Klaus, restless and eager to engage in the fray. "Go ahead, but be cautious," Seann replied with a resigned glance, nodding in acknowledgement. He understood Klaus's nature and deemed it unwise to dissuade him, only reminding him to remain safe. Granted permission, Klaus surged forth like a wild stallion, soaring into the turbulent clouds toward the indigenous tribe. His figure, illuminated by the sun, appeared strikingly agile, reminiscent of an eagle diving toward its prey. Beneath the radiant sky, Seann sat serenely atop his great steed, surveying the tumultuous battlefield below. A gentle smile graced his lips, as if all the world's affairs were under his dominion. In stark contrast, the Sun tribe, shrouded in thick clouds, was engulfed by a cacophony of lamentations. The atmosphere was thick with despair and dread, each cry resonating as a mournful dirge for the tribe facing imminent annihilation. The inhabitants of the tribe were in a state of panic, fleeing in all directions yet finding no refuge, fear casting its shadow over each individual. As the indigenous people's full attention was captivated by the circling griffins above, a lethal threat crept in from another direction. The piercing shrieks of the griffins rent the air, their enormous wings casting vast shadows in the sunlight, instilling terror and causing the tribespeople to overlook the danger advancing on the ground. The crossbow battalion, having amassed its strength for this second wave, unleashed a barrage akin to precisely guided missiles, striking near the city gates with relentless accuracy. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars reverberated, akin to the relentless tolling of fate's death knell. With each thunderous sound, the city gates trembled violently, accompanied by the terrified cries of the indigenous people. The massive wooden gate, towering over 5 meters and measuring 6 meters in width, became riddled with holes under the assault of 300 colossal crossbow bolts. These bolts were deeply embedded within the wooden structure, some even piercing through the planks to reveal their sharp tips. As time wore on, the gate finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, slowly toppling towards the heart of the tribe. The languid yet weighty collapse seemed to herald the disintegration of the tribe's final bastion. The indigenous people watched helplessly as the gate fell, their eyes brimming with despair. Guarded by the dragon god, fearless and invincible, for the glory of Yanhuang, charge. The guards, who had long awaited at the sides of the gate, raised their sturdy shields. Undeterred by the stones plummeting from above and the sporadic arrows raining down, they collectively shouted rallying cries, surging eagerly into the breach. Charge, for the glory of Yanhuang. Guarded by the dragon god. At the very moment the gate collapsed, Vittorio issued the command for a full-scale assault. His voice, transmitted through an extraordinary internal communication, resonated across the battlefield, ensuring every soldier could hear it clearly. Guarded by the dragon god. For the glory of Yanhuang. All soldiers echoed the rallying cry as they charged towards the gate, their countless footsteps causing the earth to tremble violently, enveloping the scene in a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, within the gate, the warriors of the tribe rallied. Stand firm against them, for our homeland, charge. Elder Kunta's voice rang out, hoarse with rage and urgency. Clad in slightly worn leather armor and gripping a sharp stone spear, he stood resolutely at the forefront of the awaiting warriors. His gaze reflected a resolve that defied death. Deep wrinkles etched by time adorned his face, yet his eyes shone with unwavering determination, reminiscent of his youthful fervor. Closey, quickly, send the warriors to defend the gate. On the wall, Tagwin noticed the disturbance at the gate below, his expression shifting dramatically as he urgently called out to Closey. Sweat beaded on his forehead, rolling down incessantly, while he gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. What shall we do now? The enemy's main force has already mobilized. By the wall. Closey raised his shield, bending low to evade the torrent of arrows falling like rain. His gaze was fixated on the approaching enemy forces, fierce and overwhelming. As he barked orders, anxiety gnawing at him. Caught in a turmoil of conflicting emotions, he faced the precarious gate on one side and the impending enemy on the other. We must hold the gate. Just a little longer, the elder will arrive soon. Tagwa's hand trembled slightly around his spear as he stared intently at the surging tide of foes outside. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady himself. Once the reinforcements arrived, a glimmer of hope emerged. His words bore a hint of anticipation, for the impending allies represented their sole salvation. Closey opened his mouth as if to counter, yet ultimately shook his head in resignation, adhering to Tagwa's command as he hurriedly departed. In that moment, despite the turmoil swirling within him, he understood that obeying orders was perhaps the only course of action in this dire situation. All troops, descend from the walls and secure the gates. Closey shouted as he sprinted, his voice, though somewhat frail amidst the chaos of battle, provided the soldiers with a sense of direction. Originally, there were 5,000 to 6,000 warriors atop the earthen ramparts. However, the enemy's ferocity had proven overwhelming, compounded by the relentless aerial assaults from the ferocious beasts above, leading to the tragic loss of nearly 1,000 men. The air was thick with the stench of blood, inducing nausea. At that moment, the soldiers receiving the command felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over them. They would rather engage in a desperate struggle at the gates, risking annihilation, than remain impotently battered upon the walls. This desperate search for a flicker of hope propelled them unhesitatingly toward the city gates. As the warriors on the walls began to withdraw, the attention of the Griffin riders naturally shifted toward the gates. However, the area had become exceedingly congested, the throng of bodies rendering direct aerial assaults impossible. They were thus left to hover in the air, resorting to ranged attacks. Arrows whistled through the air, relentlessly claiming lives and intensifying the already brutal battlefield. The arrows, slicing through the atmosphere with sharp cries, struck their targets with dull thuds, accompanied by anguished cries as blood stained the earth beneath. The battle at the gates was nothing short of ferocious. The guards, fully equipped, wielded massive shields in one hand and sharp longswords in the other, their bodies encased in sturdy armor, leaving only narrow gaps for their necks and eyes. Due to the size constraints of the gates, only 6 individuals could pass side by side at once, posing significant challenges for those attempting to breach the entrance. A cadre of tribal warriors, clad in leather and armed with stone weapons, formed a human wall, densely blocking the path into the city. Brave warriors, for our homeland, expel the invaders. Upon spotting the guards, a towering chief raised his spiked club and bellowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, flanked by countless warriors. The courage and determination displayed were indeed remarkable. Once inside the gates, the guards quickly formed a semicircle around the entrance, their large shields interlocking tightly like an impenetrable bastion, effectively repelling wave after wave of attacks from the indigenous fighters. Their movements were synchronized and harmonious, each defense executed with precision, evoking admiration for their rigorous training. As one of the once most formidable tribes on this continent, the Sun Tribe, despite its advanced level of civilization compared to other tribes, had succumbed to a long period of prosperity and an untroubled existence free from external threats, which unconsciously dulled their fervor and fighting spirit. Accustomed to peace and tranquility, they had forgotten the brutality of war. Now, when faced with system soldiers who could overwhelm them in both equipment and individual prowess, their resistance resembled a futile effort akin to a mantis attempting to block a chariot, utterly powerless and insignificant. Their stone weapons shattered effortlessly against the steel swords of the system soldiers, and their flimsy leather armor provided no defense against the razor-sharp blades. Although they still held a numerical advantage, it merely amounted to a desperate struggle that wasted precious time. Each clash was accompanied by the cries of native warriors and the splatter of blood, which pooled on the ground, forming small streams that flowed beneath the feet of the combatants, a sight both harrowing and poignant. Chapter 136. The Guard Legion, raise your shields and advance. With the firm and resolute command from a captain behind them, the guardsmen, shield in hand at the forefront, unleashed a sudden surge of power. As the defending guards rallied, the intensity of the battle escalated once more, plunging into a fierce melee. This captain, a veteran among the system soldiers, was one of the first recruits for the infantry. He named himself Entala and had fought on the front lines since his territory was merely a small force of a few hundred. Later, when the Griffin Knights were formed, he was selected for inclusion, though he found the knightly life somewhat disconcerting and subsequently requested to return to the Guard Legion. This was, in fact, a rather irrational decision, given the significant disparity in prospects between the two paths, as the knightly order continued to expand while the guards' numbers were capped at 5,000. Yet, Entala was unfazed. He preferred the grounded life over the ceaseless aerial exploits. Today, when he had anticipated merely safeguarding the ranged attackers from the rear, he was unexpectedly instructed to prepare for a siege, which brought him great delight. Due to issues concerning their numbers and the nature of their combat engagements, they had seldom participated in direct confrontations. To be honest, the feeling of possessing formidable strength without the opportunity to utilize it was likely only comprehensible to the elite knights stationed in the rear. In any case, Entala was determined not to miss this rare opportunity. He aimed to demonstrate through concrete action to their lord that the presence of the guards could not be supplanted by the Griffin Knights. This battle had to showcase the prowess of their guard unit, advancing with unstoppable force, dismantling their foes with ease. He and another captain, Ison, quietly aligned their thoughts and subsequently summoned the squad leaders under their command to share their vision. Their plan garnered unanimous approval from the squad leaders, igniting a fervor among the ranks as they prepared to embark on a grand endeavor. With the support of all, the entire guard regiment set forth, their spirits surging with an exhilarating fervor, ready to charge forth in a glorious campaign to vindicate their honor. At the city gates, under the commands of Entala and Ison, the guards unleashed a more ferocious assault. With a powerful thrust, they swung their massive shields, sending their assailants hurtling backwards. In swift succession, their swords followed suit, cleaving through the indigenous foes designated as targets. Those caught off balance by the force of the shields let out horrified cries as they fell to the ground. Yet, amidst the chaos, a valiant warrior from the indigenous ranks withstood the onslaught. The imposing figure who led the charge braced himself against the shield wall with formidable strength, wielding a heavy spiked club that sent a guard flying with a single swing. For the tribe, he bellowed, his excitement propelling him toward a breach in the guard's lines. However, before he could capitalize on his moment of triumph, Entala, gripping his great sword with both hands, leapt from the defensive line. With a swift downward strike, he shattered the warrior's skull, abruptly ending his fleeting glory. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. All present were awestruck by Entala's decisive blow, and an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. "Charge, Guard Regiment," Entala proclaimed, standing resolutely upon the fallen enemy, with his great sword directed forward. He declared that in this battle for vindication, no one would impede the regiment's advance. Those who dared to obstruct them would meet a grim fate. Blood seeped across the ground, coalescing into a harrowing river of crimson. Each attack was accompanied by the anguished cries of the enemy and the splatter of blood, instilling dread in the hearts of all. The outermost warriors, among the strongest of the tribe, believed their might could withstand the enemy. Yet, how could flesh and blood stand against the advancing iron fortress? Confronted by the guards' gleaming swords, they found themselves with no avenue of escape. Their weapons shattered under the guards' might. Their armor was effortlessly torn apart, and their bodies were mercilessly cleaved in two. The brutal scene was too horrific to behold, as the stench of blood began to saturate the air. Oblivious to all but the battle, the guards offered no reprieve to the indigenous forces, determined to fill the gaps in their defenses. Under the leadership of Entala and Eisen, they held their shields aloft, pressing forward without hesitation. Another wave of ferocity erupted, followed by a chorus of anguished cries as more indigenous warriors fell. Their assault resembled a relentless killing machine, methodically advancing. With each step forward, an enemy succumbed, their momentum unyielding. After 3 consecutive surges, the frontline guards executed a swift and seamless maneuver, exchanging positions with their comrades behind them. Their movements were both deft and fluid, harmoniously synchronized as if they had undergone countless rehearsals. The impeccable coordination of their ranks left the indigenous people across from them utterly astonished, rendered speechless and motionless. It seemed they had yet to recover from the astonishing shift in tactics, completely at a loss as to how to respond. This relentless cycle continued, as the front line advanced steadily into the heart of the tribe, propelled by an invisible hand. The number of guards entering the city escalated from mere dozens to nearly 1,000, surging forth like a tidal wave, intensifying their offensive. The indigenous warriors launched their attacks like a torrential downpour, incessantly battering against the shields, yet their efforts proved futile, failing to breach the impenetrable defense. Each assault felt akin to colliding with an unyielding wall, yielding only fruitless results. Countless marks of assault marred the shields, but the guards' line remained as steadfast as a mountain. The guards wielded their weapons with mechanical precision, akin to tireless machines of slaughter, their gaze fixated solely on the enemy, their hearts devoted to a singular conviction, the annihilation of their foes. Meanwhile, the indigenous warriors fought back in vain, despair etched upon their faces, the spark in their eyes gradually extinguishing, revealing only hollowness and helplessness, as if they had lost all hope for life. Closey, leading the warriors who had descended from the walls, launched an attack from both sides of the main gate. However, they too encountered the guards' impenetrable shields and were forced to retreat under relentless pressure. Having previously suffered defeat atop the walls, their hearts were already heavy with frustration. They had anticipated that engaging the enemy in close combat would yield different results, yet they found themselves confronted once more by this seemingly insurmountable defensive shell. This disparity from hope to despair stirred a tumult of emotions within them. The guards, however, paid no heed to their complex feelings, unless commanded to cease. They would fight relentlessly to the death. Their strict discipline and unwavering resolve undoubtedly rendered them the most formidable presence on the battlefield. As time progressed, the front line continued to extend into the city. At this juncture, all the guards had successfully infiltrated the city, with subsequent forces composed of heavy infantry and crossbowmen following closely behind. Blessed by the dragon god, Kill, their arrival intensified the assault, further weakening the tribal resistance. The heavy infantry, shouting their battle cry, wielded their polearms like meat grinders, felling the enemy with ease. The crossbowmen, positioned behind, relentlessly fired, accurately reaping the lives of their foes. The Griffin Knights coordinated with the guards, unleashing merciless slaughter upon the indigenous people. They soared through the skies, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Upon identifying their targets, they would swiftly dive down, delivering lethal blows with their sharp claws and arrows. Their silhouettes flitted through the air like harbingers of death, instilling terror in the hearts of their adversaries. Tagwa gazed sorrowfully at his kin, embroiled in a bloody battle within the city, his heart heavy with grief and helplessness. He alternated his gaze between the horrific battlefield and the vast lake behind the tribe, fervently praying for the swift arrival of reinforcements. His eyes brimmed with anticipation and anxiety, his hands clenched tightly as he silently beseeched for a miracle to occur. Chapter 137. The giant lizard. Perhaps his prayers truly bore fruit, for in the direction of the lake, a multitude of dark spots began to emerge. Accompanied by billowing clouds of dust, they approached the tribe with remarkable speed. The dark shapes grew larger, gradually revealing themselves as a throng of enormous creatures. They have arrived. The Great Elder is here, ha ha ha. The long-awaited reinforcements finally appeared, igniting Tagwa's exhilaration. He danced with joy atop the city wall, laughter echoing with the relief of survival and reigniting the thirst for victory. Master, an unexpected situation has arisen. Hovering in the air, Lucifeel, with her keen, eagle-like gaze, detected the distant commotion. Have they finally come? Let us see what they are. Upon hearing this, Seann displayed no sign of alarm, gently patting the large white creature beside him, signaling it to take flight. What are these? Lizards, perhaps? There are quite a number of them. As they flew closer, Seann finally discerned the nature of these beings. They were creatures reminiscent of lizards from a bygone era, their bodies adorned with dark brown scales, glinting coldly under the sun's rays. Their scales were robust and smooth, resembling a natural armor. They appeared more formidable and imposing than wild boars, their sturdy limbs supporting their massive frames, with long tails trailing behind. Unlike the lizards of the past, these creatures were significantly larger. While the largest Komodo dragon of the previous world measured only 2 to 3 meters, these lizards were at least double that size. Their colossal and powerful bodies caused the ground to tremble with each step. Are they aquatic creatures from the lakeside? It seems this is the Sun Tribe's secret weapon. Seann pondered inwardly. He then turned to the archangels beside him, commanding, Avery, Spella, deal with them. Exercise caution, ascertain their attack patterns before launching a full-scale assault. His tone was resolute and decisive, as if issuing an utterly mundane task, yet it conveyed a prudent awareness of the lurking dangers. The archangels did not immediately engage in the siege, for the allied forces had already gained overwhelming dominance on the battlefield, establishing a crushing advantage. Thus, they remained suspended in the air, vigilant for any unforeseen developments. As the lizard swarm first reached the shore, they keenly sensed the situation but refrained from rushing in recklessly. They circled in the air, meticulously observing the lizard's every movement, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was only when Seann arrived that they gradually approached. Avril is one of the angelic warriors recruited in the second batch, while the first batch includes Lucifer and her companions. Alongside Avril, 8 others descended, including Avir, Spera, and El, each leading a contingent of 20 archangels. Initially, it was intended that Lucifer and her group would serve as captains, but they were transformed into seraphim by Seann. Furthermore, Seann plans to appoint them as the leaders of the Legion once the angelic army is fully formed, for only such a position would befit their glorious names. At this moment, 6 captains, having received their orders, led 100 archangels into battle with the swiftness of lightning. However, these lizards proved to be far more formidable than the boars of the Angry Sea tribe. They remained remarkably agile during their charge, causing the archangels' initial assault to yield less than satisfactory results. The number of archangels was only 1/20th that of the lizard horde, and the disparity in size was even more pronounced. To those unaware of their true strength, such as Tagwa, the archangels' actions seemed like a futile endeavor against overwhelming odds. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. Upon sensing the threat posed by the angels, the lizard horde halted in their tracks, as if confronted by a formidable adversary. They flicked their forked tongues, restlessly pacing in place. Regardless of how forcefully their native riders struck or shouted, the massive creatures remained unperturbed, fixated on the angels soaring above. Poised for action, animals possess an extraordinarily keen instinct. Even without the archangels deliberately exuding any aura, the lizards could instinctively sense the imminent peril. This primal fear rendered them hesitant to advance. It must be noted that each of these indigenous tribes possesses their own unique methods. From the initial wolf packs to the wild boars, and now to the enormous lizards, each tribe wields its own lethal weapon. Fortunately, Seann system soldiers are powerful and numerous. Otherwise, conquering these tribes would truly be a matter shrouded in uncertainty. Regrettably, the beast controllers from the first two tribes perished in the fierce battles, preventing Seann from witnessing their mysterious control techniques. While Seann pondered the strengths of these tribes, the angels had largely discerned the lizards' characteristics. These lizards exhibit remarkable reflexes, swiftly launching fierce attacks with their two front claws upon being struck. Moreover, when the enemy shows even the slightest lapse in vigilance, they can unexpectedly whip their massive tails, delivering astonishing blows. One angel was sent flying over 10 meters by a tail strike. Had they not managed to parry with their longsword in time, they might have sustained severe injuries. This minor incident prompted the angels to adopt a more cautious approach towards these lizards. However, for 7th-tier archangels, this was merely a trivial inconvenience. Employing them to deal with these diminutive lizards is undoubtedly akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a disproportionate display of might. These elite warriors ought to be engaged in combat against formidable dragons or malevolent demons, yet here they are, deployed against mere lizards, an utter misallocation of resources. Nevertheless, on this tense battlefield, no force may be squandered lightly. As long as victory is achievable, all methods are deemed justifiable. The angels adjusted their tactics, abandoning blind assaults for a more agile approach, constantly harassing the lizards and seeking their vulnerabilities. As the battle loomed, the great lizard horde, ultimately mere animals, could not endure prolonged provocation and struck first. They opened their gaping maws, unleashing torrents of black venom that surged toward the archangels like a raging tide. The archangels, unfazed, danced through the air with grace, effortlessly evading the incoming assaults. Soon after, they retaliated with fervor. Like shooting stars, the archangels plunged into the throng of great lizards, their flaming holy swords radiating lethal brilliance. Each swing was accompanied by the anguished cries of the lizards and the splatter of blood. One archangel, wielding a sacred sword, pierced the body of a colossal lizard with astonishing speed. The flames of the sword erupted instantly, reducing the creature to ashes. Despite their overwhelming numbers, the lizard horde found themselves progressively outmatched by the archangel's magical prowess. Yet, they did not retreat. Rather, they grew increasingly frenzied and aggressive. Several lizards banded together, sweeping their robust tails in an attempt to knock the archangels from the sky. The archangels nimbly dodged while utilizing their aerial advantage to dive from above and deliver lethal blows. On the battlefield, light and venom intertwined, as the forces of the sacred clashed violently with those of malevolence. The cacophony of battle cries, roars, and the clashing of weapons melded into a deafening symphony. Chapter 138. The conclusion of war. The angels continued their probing assaults against the lizard horde, waves of attacks crashing down like a tempest. Under this relentless onslaught, the numbers of the lizards dwindled rapidly. Their annihilation was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, the indigenous tribesmen awaited their much-anticipated reinforcements with bated breath. However, the allies they had pinned their hopes upon outside the city were ruthlessly slaughtered by the circling angels. The glimmer of hope in the eyes of the tribespeople dimmed, fading with each fallen soldier. The legion of warriors surged into the city like a tidal wave. The resistance of the indigenous people grew increasingly feeble against this formidable assault. The narrow and congested streets bore witness to a scene of carnage. Severed limbs lay scattered, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of blood, overwhelming to the senses. Puddles of gruesome crimson pooled on the ground, as if narrating the brutal tale of this war. Despite the valiant efforts of the indigenous warriors, who fought with fervor and charged time and again, their strength proved utterly insignificant against the advancing enemy, unable to halt the relentless assault. At the forefront of the battle, the third-tier guardians mechanically raised their shields to deflect blows, their sharp swords flashing in the dim light as they relentlessly struck down the foes before them. The Guardian Legion comprised 2,000 soldiers. However, despite rotations for rest, the brutality of the conflict far surpassed expectations, resulting in numerous casualties among their ranks. On average, each soldier accounted for the slaying of more than 3 indigenous adversaries, with nearly 10,000 indigenous bodies littering the confined space. The corpses piled high became obstacles for the attacking forces, compelling the warriors to scale these grim mounds to advance, gradually constricting the remaining indigenous fighters' space to maneuver. Klashi, the foremost warrior of the tribe, exhibited remarkable prowess as he fought fiercely, only to be slain by the hastily arriving Aizen after dispatching 5 guardians. Wounded and collapsed in a pool of blood, his anguished roar reverberated through the air, as if protesting against fate itself. Elder Kuntu and many brave warriors of the tribe had already made the ultimate sacrifice. Intera could not allow these formidable enemies to continue inflicting casualties upon his comrades. He personally confronted them, swiftly executing each with a blade. Regrettably, prior to this, over 100 companions had succumbed to exhaustion and fatigue, falling victim to the very hands of their foes. On the city walls, Tagwa gazed vacantly at the unfolding chaos. Outside, reinforcements were mercilessly slaughtered, while within the walls, his kin suffered the same grim fate, prompting him to murmur to himself, "It is over. The tribe is finished." Meanwhile, Seann, astride his majestic steed, the Great White, ascended slowly above the ramparts alongside the heroes. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Tagwa and, in the indigenous tongue, inquired, "Who are you? Is your tribe's chieftain still refusing to surrender? Will it take the annihilation of all warriors?" Observing the brutal carnage within the city stirred a sense of compassion within him. Yet, war is unforgiving. As long as the enemy persists in their resistance, the soldiers cannot relent in their assault. "I am the chieftain. It is all my fault. I beg you, spare them. Enough is enough." "We are willing to submit," Tagwa implored, tears streaming down his face as he bowed deeply before Ingalls. At the moment Tagwa uttered the words of surrender, a series of system notifications echoed in succession. Ding. A glorious victory. Treasures acquired. Dragon scale shield. Lion's crown. Lion necklace. Emerald slippers. Ding. City successfully captured. Holy castle can be summoned. Ding. Castle summoning cost. 40,000 gold. 40 units of wood and stone. Ding. Please specify the summoning area. Seann had anticipated the ability to summon a castle upon conquering the enemy's city, though he had not expected it to be a human castle rather than an elven one. "One does not shed tears until one sees the coffin," he murmured softly. "Have the warriors withdraw outside the city. Remain vigilant." In good spirits after acquiring a new castle and several treasures, he spoke to Vittorio beside him. He then commanded Tagwa, who was kneeling on the city wall, "You, gather everyone, discard your weapons, shed your armor, and bring provisions and clothing to wait outside the city." With that, he allowed the Great White to soar towards the battlefield of the angels. I am sorry. It is all my fault." Tagwa, with tears streaming down his face, slowly rose to his feet, watching as the soldiers withdrew from the city one after another. He glanced at the tribal warriors, who sat in confusion and despair, having lost their fighting spirit due to the enemy's sudden retreat, and could not help but groan in anguish. At this moment, near the lake, the battle between the archangels and the horde of beasts was also nearing its conclusion. These colossal lizards were immense, averaging 3 meters in height, not counting their long tails, which measured 4 to 5 meters in length. They possessed robust limbs, sharp claws, and immense strength. A single lash of their tails could send an archangel flying. A fully armed human force would likely require at least tenfold their number to suppress and defeat them. And even then, it would come at a great cost of casualties. However, they had encountered the archangels this time, and misfortune befell them. The archangels wielded flaming holy swords, skillfully darting above the heads of the colossal lizards, their forms light and graceful as swallows. Occasionally, they would descend, darting between the lizards' claws, piercing their bodies with the holy swords, and setting their remains ablaze. The colossal lizards leapt repeatedly, thrashing with their claws and tails in resistance, but ultimately could only howl in defeat as they fell. Seann hovered above the battlefield, observing for a moment before commanding, "Sister Lucifiel, you and the others must secure the retreat, ensuring that we eliminate these creatures here." Although the Sun tribe had surrendered, he believed that these colossal lizards, while perhaps possessing some utility, were ultimately unnecessary for his legion. By eradicating them, they could gain experience and sever any lingering ambitions of the Sun tribe, thus eliminating potential threats. Lucifiel left 2 seraphs to protect Seann and flew away with the remaining 5. The battle below continued, with thousands of beasts present. Even if each archangel could fell one with a single strike, it would take numerous attacks to eliminate them all, given the finite number of angels. As time passed, the lizard horde and the warriors atop them were entirely vanquished by the time the indigenous people reached the open ground outside the city. This led to a wave of panic and tears among those who had exited the city, and Chief Tagwa could only shout loudly to comfort them, attempting to restore calm, though the fear and sorrow of the people remained unassuaged. When the archangels slowly descended above the indigenous crowd, silence enveloped them instantly, as if an invisible force had gripped their throats. The archangels, having just emerged from a fierce battle, bore no wounds, their swords and armor untouched by blood, still gleaming as if newly forged. They hovered silently in the air, emanating an overwhelming aura of power, which was the primary reason for the crowd's sudden tranquility. Seann then addressed the gathering from above with a grave expression. I am the Lord of Yanhuang, the messenger of the dragon god, and the ruler of this continent. Seann Yanhuang, since you have already submitted, the guardian deity of Yanhuang will protect you. Should you make significant contributions to the territory, rewards shall be granted, allowing you to bid farewell to the primitive tribal lifestyle and step into the realm of civilization. I hope you recognize your situation and refrain from actions that would harm the interests of the territory. Now, behold the grandeur of the dragon god. Upon concluding his words, he instructed the great white creature to soar toward the tribal city, silently invoking system, using the front city as the coordinate, merge and summon the castle. Ding. The sacred castle is in the process of fusion summoning. Chapter 139, Sunrise City. Just like the previous two sacred castles, the same ethereal divine figure gradually manifested above the city. As the terrain beneath continued to shift, the phantom castle solidified, ultimately becoming an indestructible edifice. Ding. The fusion summoning of the sacred castle is complete. Please name it. The system's prompt resonated clearly in Seann's mind. Sunrise City. After a brief contemplation, he settled on a name that was both simple and direct. He felt this name symbolized a new beginning, embodying hope and vitality akin to the dawn. Human Castle, Sunrise City. Shortly thereafter, a series of building options appeared before Seann. After meticulously examining all changes and considering the current manpower shortage, he casually decided to construct a farmer's hut before exiting the system interface. He gently patted the great white creature's head, signaling it to turn around. Facing the throng of kneeling individuals at his feet, he spoke solemnly. The Yanhuang family is under the protection of the divine and shall reign over all beings. All who follow the family will receive the blessings of the divine. The natives, who had been bowing repeatedly in fear of the divine manifestations, felt as if they had grasped a lifeline upon hearing these words, temporarily liberated from the agony of their shattered homeland, no longer languishing in despair. Now, gather all your belongings and set forth to the Yanhuang territory. With that, Seann shook his head, exuding an air of mystique. My lord, in this battle, we suffered the loss of 386 warriors, including 350 guardians and 36 crossbowmen, whose remains have all been retrieved. Vittorio, riding his griffin, approached him with a grave expression to report. Avril, take the archangels to resurrect the fallen warriors. Observing Vittorio's composed demeanor, Seann felt a profound sense of reassurance and issued the command without hesitation. Certainly, master. The lively and cheerful Avril, her radiant smile peeking from beneath her white hood, slightly bowed and gracefully floated away. This battle was notably less arduous than the assault on the Angry Sea tribe. Apart from casting a few enhancing spells, Seann had scarcely engaged in combat. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, siege warfare was Vittorio's forte. He excelled in commanding such battles, with strategic arrangements impeccably executed. Secondly, the natives' equipment was thoroughly suppressed by their own forces. Of course, this does not imply that the Sun tribe is weaker than the Angry Sea tribe. On the contrary, should a conflict arise between the two, it is highly likely that the Sun tribe would emerge victorious. The Sun tribe has embarked on the path of civilizational evolution, as evidenced by the weaponry they wield. Their shields, leather armor, and stone weapons are notably sharper and sturdier, allowing for a more organized and disciplined approach to warfare. In a confrontation with any ordinary tribe, the Sun tribe would likely emerge victorious, showcasing the advantages of civilization. Conversely, the Rage Sea tribe and the Rock tribe, hindered by their antiquated equipment, focused their attacks on vital points, buoyed by a high morale, or perhaps a reckless determination. Nevertheless, the ultimate outcome remains unchanged, as they are fated to face annihilation. When the archangels unleashed their resurrection spells, a radiant light shone forth, creating a significant commotion among the natives, who were left awestruck and trembling with reverence. Klaus, the construction of the castle here is entrusted to you. I shall ensure the elite knight order comes to seek you out. Although he could remotely manage the castle's construction via the system panel, it was imperative to leave behind a hero to explore and develop the surrounding lands. My lord, may I? Upon hearing this, Klaus's initial joy at his promotion swiftly faded, replaced by a mournful expression as he pleaded. No. Seann, not allowing him to finish, firmly rejected his request, observing his look of distress. He then offered some consolation. Do not worry. You will only be stationed here temporarily and not indefinitely. Furthermore, your task is of great importance. This unfamiliar territory requires thorough exploration and resource surveying as swiftly as possible. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. I shall do my utmost. Klaus's expression brightened slightly at the notion of a short-term assignment. Very well. I will leave you a contingent of soldiers,
and with the archangels, your safety should be assured. Seann waved him off, dismissing Klaus. Vittorio, you shall lead the main force to escort the natives. Elena and I will return to the Greenleaf territory first. After giving his instructions, Seann affectionately patted the head of the large white creature, signaling for takeoff. Elated by the acquisition of yet another castle, he felt particularly buoyant. He speculated that with each city captured, a system castle would be unlocked, with the type of castle likely varying according to the surrounding environment. However, the race of the castle mattered little to him, as long as he could continually expand his territory and enhance his strength. After several battles, he had also amassed a considerable number of treasures, necessitating time to distribute them among the heroes. Though he too was a hero, he did not require them as much, having not been on the front lines consistently. While these recent victories had been relatively easy, Seann understood that he could not afford to lower his guard. This world was inhabited by dragons and magic, as well as beings known as gods, entities that had undeniably manifested, alongside many other wondrous phenomena not yet depicted in tales. No one could predict what unknown dangers and challenges the future might hold. With this thought, Seann turned to observe Lucifer, who was leisurely flying beside him. Behind them loomed the awe-inspiring Griffin Knights, a sight that was nothing short of breathtaking. He nodded at Lucifer, who gazed back at him with a look of confusion, prompting a hearty laugh from Seann that echoed through the forest. Regardless of the myriad of demons and monsters that might still inhabit this world, he firmly believed that the powerful warriors surrounding him would secure victory. Close by Seann's side, Lucifer, though puzzled by her master's exuberance, found herself charmed by his laughter. Her exquisite face hidden beneath her hood breaking into a faint smile. Despite the abundant rewards of the past few days, Seann was weary from the prolonged journey through the forest. Fortunately, the indigenous forces in the entire forest had largely been dismantled, save for a few scattered small tribes and the Sunset tribe. Thus, upon his return, he intended to rest for a while, leaving the matter of the Sunset tribe to the heroes. On the second day after his return to the Leafy Domain, Vittorio arrived with the First Legion, escorting the surrendered captives. At this juncture, the Leafy Domain commenced a large-scale expansion under Seann's directive, with the increasing number of captives, tens of thousands from the Rock tribe, along with the elderly and infirm from the Sea of Fury tribe, and now several thousands from the Sun tribe. The number of slaves within the fortress had surpassed 100,000, excluding his 2 legions. Previously, the Leafy Domain fortress was not significantly smaller than the City of Miracles, and following this expansion, it was projected to become the largest residential area in the entire territory. This was a deliberate outcome orchestrated by Seann, who aimed to consolidate the captives from various tribes within the Leafy Domain. Given its strategic geographic position, nestled at the crossroads of the 4 cardinal directions, establishing a large fortress here was essential for military defense, resource allocation, and personnel management. Ling Chao and her tribe were tirelessly engaged in the administration of the fortress, grappling with the myriad issues surrounding the accommodation, food, and work assignments of the tribal slaves. These responsibilities often led her to question whether her initial decision had been hasty. It was not regret over her allegiance that troubled her, but rather her choice to assume the role of governor, a position that seemed to invite hardship upon herself. Let us momentarily set aside the distressed governor. At this moment, Seann awaited at the Leafy Domain's official residence, summoning all returning generals and officials to convey the next phase of their objectives. The development of the territory must not stagnate. Although they had achieved significant victories, there remained vast expanses awaiting exploration and numerous challenges to confront. Chapter 140. Territorial Planning. The slanting sun bled crimson across the horizon, its vibrant red hues splashing across the sky, transforming the clouds into a tapestry reminiscent of raging flames, illuminating the heavens with a glorious glow. As the night descends like a vast black curtain, the bustling fortress gradually succumbs to tranquility after a day of clamor. The raucousness and busyness of daylight seem to be mercilessly devoured by the night, leaving no trace behind. This serenity stands in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere within the executive mansion. The residence is aglow with warm yellow lights that spill through intricately carved windows onto the stone paths of the courtyard. In the grand hall, flickering candlelight dances, illuminating the elongated dining tables, which are already filled with the various commanders of the fortress arriving in succession. Seann, ever respectful of the custom that places precedence on the left, finds himself seated beside a cadre of system heroes, including Klaus and Ozer, who bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding their territories. Fresh from the brutal theater of war, they exude an imposing presence, radiating the ironclad aura of seasoned warriors. Every subtle movement seems imbued with the lethal energy of the battlefield. At the head of the table on Seann's right sits the newly appointed Rushgrass governor, a pioneering mind among the natives. Seann observes her, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. While he has elevated her to a high position to showcase his openness to talent, he has taken extensive precautions behind the scenes. Every detail, from food control to weapon distribution and troop deployment, is meticulously arranged to ensure absolute security. The Rushgrass governor dons an elegant ensemble infused with exotic charm. Her attire adorned with intricate embroidery. A hint of nervousness colors her expression as she unconsciously smooths her hands over her skirt, striving to quell her inner unease. Beneath her, her aide, Rushleaf, shares a subtle smile, their eyes reflecting a profound sisterly bond. Further down the table sit several commanders, a composed elder overseeing the gold mines, a formidable middle-aged man responsible for the iron mines, and a keen-eyed general from Fortress 2. The maids, clad in simple long dresses, glide gracefully with skirts that sway lightly, resembling a fluttering assembly of butterflies as they continually arrange the aromatic food and drink. The exquisite platters are adorned with golden brown roasted meats, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma. Fresh fruits, plump and vibrant, seem to still bear the morning dew. The red wine in the goblets glistens like rubies, and a gentle swirl releases its rich bouquet. Amidst the allure of culinary delights, the guests engage in hushed conversations, discussing recent battles, territorial developments, and aspirations for the future. At the center of the hall, Seann reclines languidly in his chair, a goblet in hand, his gaze revealing a trace of fatigue intermingled with relaxation. Behind him, Lucifer stands like a steadfast statue, silently vigilant, refusing to rest, faithfully guarding him. As Seann surveys the lively scene before him, a slight smile graces his lips. He refrains from urging the assembly onward. After all, they have labored long and hard, their nerves taut from daily preparations for war, deprived of proper sustenance and rest, and now, at last, they can indulge in a well-deserved respite. There is no need to feel overly anxious. In time, you will gradually acclimatize. Seann observed the slightly tense demeanor of the Lingqiao sisters, who were attending such an event for the first time, and with a warm smile, he playfully teased them in an effort to help them relax. Before they could respond, noticing that the servants had completed their tasks, Seann set down his goblet and gently rapped a few times on the wooden table. The crisp sound reverberated through the hall, as though heralding the commencement of an important moment. He then rose slowly, his expression becoming solemn. Throughout the trials of war, it was through our collective efforts that the forested regions of this continent became part of the Yanhuang family. Seann's voice was deep and resonant, his gaze sweeping over each person present. As your lord, I must convey my most sincere gratitude to all of you. It is because of your tireless dedication that our family is steadily progressing toward greatness. Here, I extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone. Upon finishing, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude in a sincere manner. While his gesture might have appeared somewhat theatrical, it was imbued with genuine sentiment, for the advancement of the family could not have been achieved without their efforts, though they were not required to fight. The myriad aspects of logistics and territorial development rested on the shoulders of these individuals. May the dragon god bless us, and may the Yanhuang family endure. The direction indicated by our Lord's sword is the path upon which we shall advance. We are willing to forge ahead through thorns, undeterred by the prospect of death. After the gathered crowd listened attentively to his speech, they rose, each displaying a varied expression, and bowed in unison in response. The serious-faced heroes of the system revealed steadfastness and loyalty in their eyes, while the excited officials beamed with pride and enthusiasm. Among them, the sisters, unsure of what to say, rose in a flurry alongside the others, their eyes betraying a hint of shyness and bewilderment. Lingqiao gently bit her lower lip, her fingers nervously tugging at her skirt, while Lingye discreetly stepped back behind her sister. All right, everyone, let's all relax. This is our celebration feast, a day worthy of joy. Now, please indulge in the food and wine while I share my thoughts with you, Seann urged, waving his hand to encourage everyone to take their seats, his gentle smile returning. Although we have achieved a temporary victory, we must not become blindly optimistic or complacent. Suddenly, Seann's expression turned grave, his tone heavy. The Sunset Tribe of the West remains active and could pose a threat at any moment. Moreover, this continent is not solely comprised of forests. Beyond the woods lie unfamiliar territories, about which we still know nothing. They may harbor endless dangers or immense opportunities. Once the jubilant crowd settled, Seann solemnly reminded them. Pausing briefly, his gaze swept over each individual, observing as they pondered his words with earnest contemplation. He took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat and continued. Of course, at this stage, the objectives for our territory do not encompass areas beyond the forest, so there is no need for excessive concern. Our primary focus should remain on solidifying and expanding our existing domain. Recent tasks within the territory include several key aspects. First and foremost, to enhance the living standards of all residents, we require a more substantial stockpile of resources. Our territory currently resembles a growing child, necessitating continuous nourishment for robust development. Thus, resource exploration and development within the occupied zones must be prioritized and expedited. As Seann spoke, his gaze fell upon Olenna. Olenna, your knightly order serves as our vanguard. The crucial task of resource exploration is entrusted to you. Do you possess the confidence to undertake this responsibility? I have no objections, my lord. I shall urge the knights to diligently fulfill the mission, Olenna replied, rising with a dignified posture and resolute gaze, exuding an air of pride. My knights are ever prepared to fight for our territory. Seann held unwavering faith in the loyalty and execution capabilities of the system's heroes. Even without his directives, he believed these seasoned veterans of the battlefield would instinctively know their course of action. Today's meeting merely sought to symbolically solicit the opinions of those involved. Once Olenna's knightly order explores and identifies valuable targets, it is imperative that all present endeavor to swiftly and effectively capitalize on those opportunities. Chapter 141. Territorial Planning. Seann stood and began to pace slowly within the hall. Minerals are vital resources for crafting weapons and constructing our territory. Timber enables us to build houses and vessels. Herbs are essential for healing ailments, while leather can be fashioned into various garments and accessories. All resources beneficial to our territory must be collected and stored, with priority given to the gold mine fortress and the Barrow iron mine. Is everyone clear on this? The assembly nodded in agreement. Seann turned his gaze to Ozer and continued. Ozer, in addition to developing Nightfall City, you are also tasked with the encroachment of the Sunset Tribe. You may request any necessary assistance, be it resources, commanders, or troops, whenever you deem it essential. What are your thoughts? Not a problem, my lord. You can count on me. Ozer, a rugged hero who had been lamenting his low level, rose with excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I've longed to deal with those ruffians who dared to assault us. This time, we shall make them regret it. After nodding in acknowledgement, Seann turned to Klaus. I am aware that you are reluctant to remain stationed within the castle. I can grant you the liberty to operate freely, provided that you ensure the development of Sunrise City does not falter and that the resources surrounding the castle have been thoroughly explored. I shall do my utmost. My lord. Klaus, upon hearing that he could act freely, leaped with joy, his face radiating a child's exuberant smile. I shall endeavor to complete the construction of Sunrise City with utmost speed, and then embark on an extensive exploration. Vittorio, your task is to command the 1st Legion at Greenleaf territory, assisting the local officials in both construction and defense. Seann's gaze fell upon Vittorio, his eyes imbued with trust. A simple command sufficed, requiring no further elaboration. Rest assured, my lord, I shall exert my utmost efforts. Vittorio responded solemnly, rising to accept his orders. Raj, your 2nd Legion is to serve as a mobile force stationed at Fortress 2, ever prepared to provide support wherever necessary. You must function like a keen sword, ready to unsheathe at a moment's notice, cleaving through any obstacles that impede our advancement. Understood, my lord. Raj similarly rose with a grave expression, his voice resonating with determination. The 2nd Legion stands ready to fight for the glory of our territory. After issuing a series of commands, Seann turned his attention to the civil officials on his right. Consul Lingsaw, your mandate remains the fortification of this stronghold, which will serve as a nexus for the 4 cardinal directions. This site shall become the transportation hub and economic center of our domain, a task of considerable magnitude. Seann's gaze softened as it rested upon Lingsaw, reiterating that, alongside the stronghold's construction, resource extraction in the vicinity must proceed concurrently, with all slaves under your supervision. I hope you can swiftly train them in various tasks. And should you encounter challenges, do not hesitate to seek assistance from Vittorio. He will lend his support. Do you have any questions regarding this arrangement? Lingsaw stood nervously, slightly bowing as she replied, My lord, I shall exert every effort. However, as this is my first time undertaking such a heavy responsibility, I hope General Vittorio will offer his guidance. Seann waved her down to take her seat and then addressed the remaining civil officials. Your task is to oversee the slaves in cleaning the environment, constructing roads, enhancing the fortifications, and increasing productivity. The establishment of efficient roadways is akin to the veins of our territory. Only with unimpeded flow can our resources and personnel circulate smoothly. The fortifications enhancement is our safeguard, while increased productivity forms the foundation of our growth. Do any of you wish to speak? No, my lord, we shall do our utmost. The heads of the two mines and various fortifications exchanged glances before shaking their heads. They were accustomed to following orders, and this sudden call for self-direction felt somewhat disconcerting. Very well, the work assignments conclude here. In summary, they emphasize stable development and the effective utilization of existing resources. Time shall forever remain the natural ally of the Huang family. Given time, the entire world shall belong to us. Upon my return to the territory, I will confer with Consul Illich regarding the rewards for all personnel involved in this great conflict. I ask for your patience, as the family will never overlook those who have rendered service. As Seann spoke, a confident smile graced his face, and he raised his goblet of fine wine, exclaiming loudly, "Now, let us toast to victory and the future. Cheers! To the future of our family." The crowd rose once more in salute, raising their glasses in response, followed by an atmosphere of light-hearted revelry filled with food, drink, and casual conversation. During this convivial gathering, Seann distributed the treasures acquired from several battles, save for a sextant. Among them, in an era devoid of entertainment, even the lives of the nobility were remarkably monotonous and dreary, lacking the vibrant allure of electronic devices and the kaleidoscopic nightlife. Everything appeared so simple and pure. Reflecting on his past as a night owl in the modern world, Seann found it took considerable time to adjust upon arriving in this realm. After a brief yet joyous celebration, only a few hours had elapsed. As night deepened, the guests departed, satiated and filled with hope for the future, each retreating to their quarters. The fortress gradually succumbed to slumber under the cloak of night, awaiting the dawn of a new day. Chapter 142. The Dimensional Gate. The following day, as dawn broke, the horizon shimmered with the faintest blush of light, casting a gentle glow over the earth and enveloping all in a gossamer veil. On this land, even before the sun fully illuminated the sky, the slaves commenced their arduous labors. Their forms appeared weary, yet they were compelled to obey the overseer's commands, toiling profusely as sweat dripped from their brows. Each swing of the hoe, each burden lifted, was accompanied by labored breaths and an insatiable yearning for freedom. Their silhouettes, fragile yet resilient in the dim light, fought valiantly against the cruel grip of fate, striving for survival. Within the estate, after a night of celebration, the heroes and officials, each bearing their own missions and responsibilities, set forth at dawn, heading to various destinations, in adherence to the Lord's directive to prioritize the construction of Leaf Green Fortress. The officials dispatched from Miracle City displayed remarkable efficiency and a strong sense of duty. To ensure the stable development of this new territory, fundamental living conditions were imperative. Thus, upon arrival, their first task was to secure basic accommodations for all slaves. They erected rudimentary shelters and distributed coarse, yet serviceable bedding, providing these exhausted individuals with a brief haven to rest. Having addressed the accommodation issue, they swiftly arranged for the slaves to commence the construction of the Grand Executive Residence. After all, although the newly appointed executive, Ling Chao, was a pioneer among the natives and highly regarded by the Lord, it was undeniable that she had much to learn regarding management and construction. Without this residence, given Linko's current experience, our Lord would likely have had to endure a night in a cave. For these conscientious and dedicated officials, Seann was naturally generous with his rewards. Wealth and power were the just deserts they rightfully earned. In Seann's view, only through clear distinctions of reward and punishment could he ensure the unwavering loyalty of his subordinates. The heroes of the system may excel in battle, yet they still require further education in administrative governance. Awakened from his slumber by the clamor of the outside world, Seann slowly roused himself within the spacious confines of his estate. With bleary eyes, he lazily turned over before nimbly rising from his bed, striding purposefully to the window and flinging it open. Warm sunlight poured in, revealing a bustling scene of industrious labor. Observing the enslaved individuals toiling under duress, a wave of complex emotions surged within Engels. He could not help but ponder whether he had unwittingly become a master of slaves, the very target of disdain and scorn from the mother of dragons, as legend would have it. The thought elicited a bemused chuckle, and he gently shook his head, silently reassuring himself that even as a master, he provided sustenance and warmth to those he oversaw. A soft knock at the door interrupted his reflections. "My lord, do you require your morning ablutions?" A sweet voice inquired from beyond, imbued with respect and caution. "Come in," Seann beckoned, snapping back to the present. In stepped a young, fair-skinned maid with striking silver hair, gracefully bearing his grooming essentials. From whence do you hail? Seann questioned, gazing at the enchanting maid, a sense of familiarity stirring within him, though he could not recall where he had encountered her before. My lord, I am one of your own. Do you not remember me? I am Fanny. The girl, identifying herself as Fanny, gasped in surprise at Seann's inquiry, her expression shifting to one of mild reproach as she earnestly explained. I was sent by Lady Savina to attend to you. Well, do not be disheartened. I certainly recall you, though it has been quite some time, and I almost failed to recognize you. Ha! Seann chuckled awkwardly, finally recalling that she was indeed one of his castle-esque staff. He sought to comfort Fanny while hastily retrieving his grooming items, steering the conversation away as he asked, By the way, how are my mother and the lady? My lord, I actually have a task for you. Fanny suddenly remembered, her face alight with a mysterious expression as she leaned closer, lowering her voice. You are to become a father. Excuse me? I am to become a father? Seann, in the midst of rinsing his mouth with a wooden cup, was momentarily taken aback, repeating Fanny's words in bewilderment. His grip faltered, causing the cup to slip from his hand and crash to the floor, splashing water and jolting him from his astonishment. I am to become a father. Is it Mira or Della? Could it possibly be both? He exclaimed, laughter erupting from him as he eagerly embraced the maid's shoulders, bombarding her with questions. After a prolonged period of exhaustion from his travels, this news revitalized him, filling him with newfound energy. Never mind, I shall inquire with them myself. Come, let us return to the castle at once. Without waiting for Fanny's nod of agreement, Seann urgently grasped her hand, eager to return to their domain. However, as he burst through the door, he collided headfirst into a sturdy embrace. My lord, where is your haste taking you? Lucifiel, towering above Seann, gently ruffled his hair, akin to an affectionate elder sister indulging her mischievous younger brother. My apologies, Sister Fiel, but we must hasten back to the territory, Seann said reluctantly as he extricated himself from the angelic embrace. He heard her concerned inquiries, but had no time to explain, continuing his sprint toward the estate's exit. Dabai, where have you disappeared to? Come to me at once. This time, the journey proceeded without incident. Seann dashed outside, calling out for his steed, his voice echoing amidst the puzzled gazes of the guards. My lord, is something amiss? Lucifiel, who had followed closely behind, observed Seann's disarray with a serious expression and inquired. The seraphim, stationed throughout the estate, began to gather behind him. It is splendid news, dear sisters. I am to become a father. Seann exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he awaited the swift return of Dabai, turning to the gathered crowd with a beaming smile. Child, father? They murmured among themselves, their tones laced with confusion as they exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly, Lucifiel and the other angels did not fully grasp the significance of these terms. Observing their perplexed expressions, Seann pondered how best to convey his elation when Lucifiel, having regained her focus, interjected, My lord wishes to return to the castle swiftly. Why not utilize the portal? Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the teleportation magic? When did I learn it? Seann, taken aback by Lucifiel's reminder, fell into deep contemplation. He furrowed his brow, striving to recall the details, oblivious to the arrival of Dabai at his side, lost in thought. After a moment of astonishment, Seann meticulously searched his memory and confirmed that he had indeed mastered those particular spells, which only deepened his confusion. It felt as though an enigmatic force was subtly influencing him, causing him to forget these crucial incantations. But what could be the underlying reason? Was there an attempt to ambush him on his journey back? With so many archangels protecting him, surely those with ill intentions would think twice. Could it be that the target was not himself? As this thought crossed his mind, Seann suddenly awoke from his reverie, the image of his two pregnant wives flashing vividly in his mind. Was it that they did not wish for him to return to the castle at this moment, fearing for Mira and Della's safety? With a grave expression, Seann felt a surge of intense unease as he contemplated the situation. No longer hesitating, he resolved to return to the castle immediately. The dimensional gate, he intoned, his voice deep and resonant. As the incantation escaped his lips, the air seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible hand, emitting a hissing sound. In an instant, a fissure radiating a profound blue light materialized in the void. This azure glow resembled a deep, mysterious lake, imbued with endless arcane power, as if it could draw one's very soul into its depths. The crack widened, forming a portal to the unknown, with scenes within it warping and shifting. At times, it flickered with the light of strange stars, and at others, it revealed indistinct vistas of foreign realms. Seann gazed silently at the portal, then glanced back at Lucifiel and the other angels beside him. He silently vowed that no matter the conspiracy, nothing would thwart his return home. Let us proceed. He swung himself onto the back of his steed, pulling Fanny close, and nodded resolutely at Lucifiel. With determination evident in his gaze, he strode unhesitatingly into the dark void. End of Volume 1. Special Chapter. The conclusion of Volume 1 marks the beginning of Volume 2, set 1 year after the Dark Portal's opening. During this year, the Orc vanguard invaded the Stormwind Kingdom's most remote territories, including the Twilight Forest, the Reed Ridge Mountains, the Western Wilds, and the Elwyn Forest, initiating the first siege with a small-scale advance force. Thanks to Garona's warning, the assault was thwarted. According to official history, the siege began 4 years after the Dark Portal's opening, with the earlier period characterized by harassment and probing. This may be viewed as the author's alternate setting. Lothar ventured to the mines in the Western Wilds in search of the Book of Holy Light, plundered by orcs from the Northshire Abbey. Then, at the start of the second year following the Dark Portal's emergence, the protagonist arrives, with the author referencing the official timeline. Readers with differing opinions are welcome to comment. Warning, warning, warning. The teleportation is subject to extensive divine interference. Coordinates are shifting, destination unknown. Ding. Initiate countermeasures? Ding. Host thoughts are suspended. Based on foundational protection protocols, countermeasures are commencing autonomously. Ding. System scanning. Ding. Current world, Azeroth. Seann nodded in satisfaction and proclaimed, "From this moment forth, I declare that the Empire of Yanhuang and the Kingdom of Stormwind shall be allies." Ah, what an eye-opening experience. Is this the power that comes with the unsealing of the system? What else could I possibly be unaware of? How exhilarating. Coming back to his senses, Seann smacked his lips in excitement, murmuring to himself, "Now, let us commence the construction of my first tavern in this new world and see what surprises await." A brilliant golden light emanated from the entirety of the main stream, continuously converging into the staff held in his hand, which he then touched to Seann's forehead. As the holy light surged into Seann's body like a flowing stream, a brilliant golden radiance enveloped him entirely. The orc army advanced like a tidal wave, brandishing their weapons and emitting fierce roars. Seann's archangels formed a defensive line in the sky, unleashing potent light energy that repelled the orc onslaught time and again. Meanwhile, the army of the Kingdom of Azeroth engaged the orcs in fierce hand-to-hand combat on the ground. Curiosity and delight flickered in Seann's eyes as he slowly moved his palm, the sphere of light seemingly endowed with life, following his every motion as if establishing a wondrous connection that transcended the confines of the material world. There were no lengthy incantations or convoluted casting requirements. A mere thought allowed him to effortlessly wield this formidable holy light. Overwhelmed with excitement, Seann began to experiment with directing the holy light, transforming it into various shapes. Simple forms like swords and hammers materialized swiftly, though only as rough outlines. "Sargeras, you wretched demon, your doom is at hand. Go to hell." For Medivh. At that moment, Lothar let out a furious roar, seizing the opportunity to charge at Sargeras, unleashing a frenzied assault against the fell shield. The radiant Quel'Zarum blazed as he swung it rapidly, emitting countless sparks, and his attack successfully drew Sargeras' attention. No, no. Medivh's soul should have long been silenced. It is impossible. But at that instant, Sargeras suddenly roared, his face contorting violently. Medivh's soul was currently vying for control of his body. First, there was that coveted portal. Marvel, the interdimensional portal, capable of autonomously absorbing energy particles from the air, would open the gateway to any world once its energy was maximized. Current energy, 1000. Special Chapter, Power System, 1, Marginalized Low Tier 1. Description, possessing little to no combat capability or only exceedingly faint strength. They occupy the lowest tier in the power systems of both the world of Azeroth and the Heroes of Might and Magic universe. They are positioned low on the food chain and are often preyed upon by other creatures. 2. Corresponding characters, some weak beings in World of Warcraft. Certain feeble animals and insects in Heroes of Might and Magic. 2. Common Folk Tier 1. Description, lacking special combat abilities or professional skills. They belong to a relatively weak segment of society within both the world of Azeroth and the Heroes of Might and Magic universe. They primarily engage in productive and daily activities, serving as the foundational components of society. 2. Corresponding characters, ordinary people in World of Warcraft, common farmers, woodcutters, and other non-combatant civilians in Heroes of Might and Magic. 3. Low-tier vocational level 1. Village Guard, level 31 to 40. Description, tasked with maintaining law and order in villages and towns. These guards possess a modicum of combat ability after rudimentary training, albeit relatively weak. They primarily ensure local safety and confront minor threats. Corresponding characters: village guards in World of Warcraft, rural militia and heroes of might and magic, as well as low-level fairies and imps. 2. Town guard, level 41 to 50. Description: slightly more formidable than village guards. These protectors are responsible for the security of towns. With some training, they have developed a degree of combat skills and abilities, enabling them to tackle common threats. They serve as vital components of town defenses. Corresponding characters: town guards in World of Warcraft, town sentinels and heroes of might and magic, and low-level apprentice mages. 4. Mid-tier elite level 1. Regular legion, level 51 to 55. Description: the standard combat force of the army. These soldiers have undergone training to acquire basic combat abilities and constitute the army's backbone. They undertake fundamental combat tasks, relying on teamwork to function effectively. Corresponding characters: regular legion soldiers in World of Warcraft, standard human soldiers, goblin tribe members, and low-level undead warriors and heroes of might and magic. 2. Elite legion, level 56 to 60. Description: having received specialized training. These soldiers possess combat capabilities that surpass those of the regular legion, excelling in equipment, skills, and battle experience. They represent the elite forces of the army, capable of undertaking significant challenges in combat. Corresponding characters: elite legion soldiers in World of Warcraft, elite human knights, elven archers, and intermediate demons and heroes of might and magic. 3. Royal Guard, level 61 to 70. Description: typically responsible for the protection of important individuals or locations. These guards are significantly more powerful and exhibit high loyalty. They form the core strength of the army, having undergone rigorous selection and training, and possess exceptional combat abilities and techniques. Corresponding characters: Royal Guards in World of Warcraft, Royal Griffin Knights, Dark Knights, and high-level Elven Sentinels and heroes of might and magic. 5. High-tier Legendary level 1. Description: possessing formidable combat prowess and leadership capabilities. These individuals serve as high-ranking generals or legendary heroes within the army, playing pivotal roles on the battlefield and leading their forces to victory. They hold considerable prestige and status within their respective factions, earning the admiration of many. 2. Corresponding characters: notable figures such as Lothar, Turalyon, Illyria, Khadgar, and Daneth from World of Warcraft, as well as advanced hero characters, powerful knight commanders, and formidable magical mentors and heroes of might and magic, who can lead armies into battle, endowed with unique skills and extraordinary combat strength. 6. Demigod level 1. Introduction to the laws, levels 91 to 95. Description: having made preliminary contact with the power of the laws, yet not fully mastered it. They possess abilities that exceed those of ordinary beings, though there remains room for improvement in the application and control of their power. Within their respective factions, they stand out as exceptional entities capable of playing significant roles. Corresponding characters: certain slightly weaker demigods from the wilds in World of Warcraft, such as Ivana, powerful elemental lords and lower-tier angels from heroes of might and magic, who embody a degree of divinity but have yet to fully harness their divine powers. 2. Mastery of the laws, levels 96 to 100. Description: with a more profound understanding and application of the laws, they wield considerable power and unique abilities, holding esteemed positions within their factions. They are the elite forces of their camps, capable of turning the tide of battle at critical moments. Corresponding characters: Cenarius, Malorn, and Gamigan from World of Warcraft, as well as powerful beings like the five-color dragons created by the Titans, high-ranking unicorn lords and dragons from heroes of might and magic, who are formidable creatures. 7. True God level 1. Description: having successfully grasped at least one elementary law, they serve as the lieutenants of the leaders of the Six Realms or hold significant military command within their factions, executing the will of their superiors and wielding formidable power and influence. They are the backbone of their respective factions, responsible for specific affairs and combat directives. 2. Corresponding characters: the old gods such as Archimonde, Kil'jaeden, and the Six Guardians of Azeroth in World of Warcraft, high-ranking angels, demons, and elemental lords and heroes of might and magic, who possess great power and unique abilities, holding important positions within their factions. 8. Major God level 1. Description: having successfully grasped at least one intermediate law, they are the leaders of the Six Realms or the core leaders of their factions, controlling the essential powers within their domains and having a profound impact on their respective realms. They can mobilize vast resources and forces, leading numerous followers and serving as the central pillars of their factions. 2. Corresponding characters: the Void Lords representing the Void in World of Warcraft, The pantheon representing the Order realm, Sargeras, who originally belonged to the Order realm before drawing power from the realm of chaos, and the 6 arbitrators, such as the Warlord of Shadows, representing the Shadow realm, powerful angel lords and demon monarchs and heroes of might and magic, endowed with formidable divine powers capable of influencing battles and altering local rules of the world. They possess vast domains and extraordinary strength, serving as the core leaders of their factions. 9. Sovereign Level 1. Description: having successfully grasped at least one advanced law. They are the primordial creators of the universe or exceedingly powerful deities, their power levels far surpassing those of other entities. They have established the fundamental order of the 6 realms and possess absolute dominion over their respective domains. Within their realms, they are the supreme beings. They will determining the course of the world. Corresponding roles: the primordials from World of Warcraft, who established the fundamental rules and order of the universe. The dragon god from Heroes of Might and Magic, possessing formidable creative powers and dominion over a realm, creating and governing the essential rules and order of the Heroes of Might and Magic world. Creation Level 1. Description: mastery of all laws, amalgamated into the creation law. Represents the theoretical pinnacle of existence, endowed with the capacity to create and obliterate entire worlds, serving as the architect and custodian of cosmic order. Currently, in the lore of both World of Warcraft and Heroes of Might and Magic, such characters remain undefined, yet they are the wellspring of all power, transcending all factions and conflicts. 2. Corresponding role: there are no explicitly defined counterparts, yet within the worldview, they are the most enigmatic and potent beings, playing a decisive role in the evolution of the universe. Chapter 1. Visitors from another realm in the western expanse of the Kingdom of Azeroth. A breathtaking rescue operation has just concluded. King Varian Wrynn personally led over 200 elite members of the Ironforge Brotherhood deep into the mines. Engaging in fierce combat with a horde of ogres, they ultimately succeeded in rescuing the long-imprisoned Lothar, who had been trapped for more than a year. "How are you feeling now?" Varian inquired with a concerned gaze fixed upon his recovering friend, Lothar, who was gradually regaining his strength under the careful ministrations of the Brotherhood's priests. Lothar was a strikingly handsome middle-aged man, his rugged appearance accentuated by a thick beard that spoke of many hardships endured. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere," Lothar replied, slowly rising from the stretcher and cautiously moving his stiffened body, nonchalantly waving his hand. Compared to Varian, Lothar's looks were somewhat diminished, particularly due to his receding hairline, which made one apprehensive about the few strands of hair he had left, fearing they might soon vanish entirely. "That's a relief, thank the light." Varian exhaled deeply, the worry on his face somewhat alleviated. However, Lothar's expression shifted as Varian continued. "But Lothar, you must realize." His tone grew somber as he continued. "It is my own hubris that led me into the enemy's trap." Upon hearing his friend's words, Lothar froze, his countenance turning grave, his voice laden with regret. Observing this, Varian felt a pang of remorse for his earlier comments. He gently tapped his forehead and hastily changed the subject. "Ahem, did you find the sacred tome?" "Yes. It's in my pack," Lothar replied softly. "Then let us return. There are still many orc scouting parties active in this area," Varian reminded him, noticing Lothar's lingering despondency. Lothar nodded silently, lost in thought as he slowly approached an unoccupied warhorse. Varian gazed at his remorseful friend, opening his mouth to offer words of comfort. Yet ultimately he shook his head and sighed, relinquishing the attempt. He too had experienced such torment deeply. In those years, he and Losha, in their youth, recklessly infiltrated the Thorns Valley to assassinate a troll warlord as an act of vengeance, thereby igniting a fierce conflict between the two factions. The father of King Lane perished in that war, and countless civilians and soldiers suffered grievous losses, some even losing their lives. Many of those who accompanied Losha on this mission were longtime friends, and his heart was equally heavy with sorrow. However, such unforeseen circumstances were beyond anyone's anticipation. Losha understood the intricacies of this reality, yet he needed to emerge from this anguish on his own. King Lane placed his faith in Losha, believing in the indomitable spirit that a legendary warrior possesses. At this moment, the Kingdom of Azeroth was engulfed in the turmoil of war, as the vanguard of the orcs rampaged across the realm, even encroaching upon the gates of Stormwind. Although the kingdom's valiant soldiers fought bravely to repel the orcs and defend the city, the situation remained dire. After more than a year of conflict, they were still unaware of the orcs' true numbers and origins. All they knew was that the enemy referred to themselves as orcs, hailing from various clans, leaving their traces scattered throughout the kingdom. The elite scouts and messengers dispatched for aid had remained silent, and during Lo Sha's absence, the burden on King Lane had grown immensely, causing his heir to fall out at an alarming rate. This was one of the reasons he chose to personally partake in the rescue mission. For the current circumstances were too intricate and tense. The army could not afford the absence of Lo Sha's leadership, nor could the kingdom bear the risk of losing him. With this thought, King Lane exhaled deeply, regaining his resolve, and without further delay, he summoned everyone to prepare for their return to the city. The members of the Iron Horse Brotherhood, though diverse in their professions, were undoubtedly among the most formidable in the kingdom, and their promptness was unquestionable. In a matter of moments, they gathered their belongings and mounted their mighty steeds, galloping across the wilderness. Every wandering beast and a handful of orcs encountered along the way were swiftly dispatched by the hunters within their ranks. The progress of the main force remained unhampered, thanks to the hunters' adept and refined skills, which elicited cheers and applause from the other members. However, as the troop approached the vicinity of the future Sentinel's reach, the mage Macnall suddenly raised his voice in alarm. "We have a situation. There is a strong spatial disturbance ahead." As one of the kingdom's few elite mages, although he lacked the ability for large-scale teleportation, he was well-versed in single-person translocation and could not overlook the nearby teleportation waves. Control your speed and remain vigilant. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Lo Sha unhesitatingly took command of the group. Though not yet at his peak condition and with a somewhat subdued demeanor, his legendary prowess still rendered him the strongest among them. As the crowd drew nearer, the shimmering, expanding light blue teleportation portal gradually came into view. Warriors, dismount and prepare for defense. Priests and mages, fall back. The rest of you, spread out and await orders. Lozer commanded with unwavering composure. Ryan, do you have something to add? Do not underestimate me, Lozer. I am also a high-ranking warrior. King Ryan interjected, somewhat irked, before Lozer could finish his thought. In a matter of moments, everyone had taken their positions according to Lozer's directives. The mages raised their staffs, the hunters knocked their arrows, and the priests began bestowing various enhancements upon the group. The frontline warriors retrieved their weapons and shields from their belts and backs. The atmosphere near the portal grew increasingly tense, with everyone holding their breath, vigilantly watching the portal as it took shape, bracing themselves for the unknown challenges ahead. In just a few seconds, the light blue vortex fully materialized, and a vague silhouette, several meters tall, emerged from within. All ranged attackers, prepare. Lozer ordered decisively, eyeing the peculiar figure that appeared, yet soon altered his command in urgency. Wait, stop. For as the vortex dissipated, he discerned the true nature of the figure. It turned out to be not a monster, but merely a handsome youth riding a majestic griffin, accompanied by a woman. Chapter 2. The otherworldly visitors. The youth possessed a striking appearance, with long silver hair, golden eyes, and an exquisitely luxurious leather ensemble. The woman beside him bore similar traits. Her white hair and violet eyes complemented by a black and white maid's dress. As Seann stepped through the teleportation portal, he instinctively tightened his embrace around Finny. His expression, one of bewilderment. His half-finished sentence faltered as he took in the scene before him. Confusion enveloped him. How could there be individuals wielding swords and daggers in the castle he had just arrived at? Was there a rebellion brewing? With this thought, Seann's expression shifted, a quiet fury igniting within him. While he soothed the increasingly agitated griffin, he darkly inquired, "Whose subordinates are you? Who are you?" Almost simultaneously, Lozer echoed the question. As the two inquiries rang out in unison, silence once again enveloped the scene. Lozer wore a perplexed expression, while Seann mirrored his confusion. The language barrier rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. However, the seasoned Lozer quickly sought assistance from the mages behind him. In a breath span, an arcane wisdom spell was cast upon Lozer. "Hello?" Lozer began. "You have intruded upon the western wilds of the kingdom of Azeroth. This is our king, His Majesty King Ryan. Now it is your turn. Who are you? Why have you appeared here? I know you can understand me, young man. Do not play games. Speak plainly." The formidable and seasoned Lozer silently attributed a crime to the young man before him, resolutely questioning him in an attempt to gain the upper hand in their interaction. "Where exactly are you?" Seann, suddenly able to comprehend the language, finally took notice of his surroundings. Observing the vast expanse of orange and yellow wilderness, he furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. He had no time to respond to the inquiry. His mind immediately plunged into the system space. However, upon entering, he was met with a series of vivid red triangular symbols and alarming notifications. "Warning, warning, warning. The transmission is experiencing substantial divine interference. Coordinates are shifting. Destination, unknown. Ding. Initiate countermeasures. Ding. Host cognition has stalled. Based on foundational protection protocols, Countermeasures will activate autonomously. Ding. System scanning in progress. Ding. Current world, Azeroth. Ding. The magical energy level of this world exceeds the currently applied template. System upgrade patch is loading. Heroic Invincible Warfare System, beta version, 20 upgrade complete. Lifting the combat power seal of the current application template. The faith power consumed for construction and recruitment is increased by 50%. More branching options for units and magic are now available. Spatial interference protection has been enhanced. Current plane has been locked. Best of luck, host. My sweet, soft wife. My child, have I truly lost my vast territory just like that? Seann, overwhelmed by the cascade of system information in his mind, muttered in a daze. Moments later, regaining his composure, he could not help but unleash a torrent of curses. Seann's current mood resembled that of a man about to leap towards a beautiful, naked woman in a hotel room, only to be interrupted by a voice from outside. Or perhaps, imagine joyfully enjoying hot pot with his family when suddenly bandits raid the scene. Who could endure such a fate? Damn it. Multiverse? Divine beings? Is this a joke? Have I truly been turned into a test subject? This pathetic system. He had never anticipated, no. The system's patching speed indicated it had not anticipated either, that merely opening a single-person teleportation portal would allow these cunning beings to seize the opportunity and banish him from his world. However, had not netizens claimed that the gods in Game of Thrones were mere fabrications? Why then was their divine power interfering with his portal? What a bunch of tricksters. Just wait until I find a way back. I shall transform your temples into latrines, forcing your worshippers to relieve themselves within. Bastards. Seann gnawed his teeth in fury, oblivious to the peculiar gazes around him. Master? Be quiet, I am fine. He snapped at the maid in his arms, too preoccupied to regard her reaction, striving to regain control over his emotions. Calm down, calm down. Frantic rage will yield no results. First, I must settle down and search for a way to return. The system suggests that this world, Azeroth, is the troubled realm that has been coveted even before its inception. In reality, there are no countless warriors vying to be saviors. However, what exactly is the power seal? Is it not merely a fragment of the system's vast capabilities? Such peculiarities seem to align with the nature of the trials. Oh, it feels as though I must engage my intellect. Regardless, let me first see if I can summon my troops. A cacophony of chaotic thoughts surged through Seann's mind, creating a tumultuous storm within as he scratched his silvery hair in exasperation. At this moment, he found himself encircled by hundreds of heavily armed men, which left him feeling quite vulnerable. He had no choice but to temporarily suppress his doubts and began to chant the summoning spell. The efficacy of the summoning skill is determined by the caster's own magical energy. Although there are no rank restrictions, each activation requires the caster to expend half of their stamina, with each point of magical energy capable of summoning one unit of soldiers. Most importantly, the casting time for this magic is remarkably brief. The summoned target materializes at the very moment the spell is completed. Before passing through the portal, Seann was at level 20, but with the enhancement from the wisdom spell, his magic surged to 255 points, allowing him to summon 255 archangels each day. As his internal magical energy waned, Seann concentrated on the unit icons belonging to the City of Miracles in his mind. This castle was his first stronghold in the realm of power struggles, serving as his main base. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? Why are there so many soldiers?" Faced with the astonishing number of soldiers belonging to the City of Miracles, Seann exited the unit interface, only to notice the exaggerated figures displayed in the castle's resource bar. Over 4 billion gold coins in reserve, daily income in the millions from wood and stone, and other resources numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Given the current number of angels and knights within the City of Miracles, he realized he would need to summon continuously for approximately 400 days without hindrance to his daily activities. In addition to the City of Miracles and its scattered resource buildings, the system's map revealed Watchtower Fort, Sunrise City, and Twilight City, along with 3 wolf dens, 3 hunter cabins, 3 battle arenas, 1 fairy grove, 2 wailing dog kennels, and 1 devil's tower. How much time has truly passed? The rapid escalation of these figures left Seann in a state of bewilderment, akin to Captain America, freshly thawed from ice, confronted by towering skyscrapers and relentless traffic. Utterly at a loss, the exertion caused the maid in his arms to emit a soft sigh, jolting Seann back to reality. My apologies. I became lost in thought, and it caused a delay. Please bear with me for just a moment longer. Once again stabilizing his thoughts, he politely bowed in apology to the watchful group before them, not allowing them a moment to intervene. With both hands raised high, as his magical energy was fully expended, He laughed with abandon and proclaimed, "Come forth, my archangels. Answer your master's call and descend." Meanwhile, the sky was once again graced by a dazzling azure vortex. Lord Lhasa. He is opening a teleportation portal, summoning an unknown entity. McNall urgently alerted everyone once more. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to remind them. All present could clearly discern the purpose of the immense whirlpool. However, before they could react, the vortex had already taken shape, exceeding their expectations dramatically. Lhasa, though quick to respond, found himself restrained by the griffin beneath him. This griffin was utterly remarkable, its size being 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary one. Furthermore, Lhasa harbored an unrealistic hope that perhaps the emergence of this being was not a harbinger of doom. From the shimmering azure vortex, in the blink of an eye, a towering figure emerged, approximately 5 meters tall, adorned with crimson and white wings, wielding a blazing cross sword, and clad in radiant red armor. Following her, a continuous stream of similarly armored figures with wings surged forth from the vortex, swiftly filling the skies above and around scene. Subsequently, the cross-shaped holy sword, ablaze with cerulean flames, was raised in unison, pointing towards all the humans before them. The gently fluttering sacred wings appeared so divine and exquisite. "Master, at last, I have found you." Upon emerging into the sky, the red figure finally sensed the long-missed presence, pausing momentarily before soaring directly towards scene below. As her words reached Scene's ears, the blood-red figure had already arrived before him. Gazing upon this familiar form, surrounded by hundreds of archangels, Scene greeted her with a radiant smile and a nod. He then turned towards the middle-aged bald man, speaking with a teasing tone. "Hey, Baldy, what was it you just said? Where do you think we are? And who are you?" Chapter 3. Alliance. Though Ryan often jested about his receding hairline and had grown accustomed to it, he could not help but furrow his brow slightly upon hearing the mocking title. He rapped his fingers against the hilt of his sword a couple of times. However, he quickly composed himself. With his experience and maturity, he had long surpassed the age of impulsiveness and would not allow such trivial jests to disturb his composure. He gazed solemnly at the beautiful beings in the sky, and it was not just he. All the members of the Brotherhood were transfixed by the sight. These figures exuded an air of nobility and elegance, powerful and poised. The sky above the young boy was completely overshadowed by the vast crimson wings. The mysterious visage concealed beneath a blood-white hood trimmed in gold, revealing only a jaw as pure as jade. Clad in magnificent and exquisite armor that enveloped her upper body and arms, she wore a flowing crimson gown, the hem adorned with numerous golden ribbons. The crimson hue evoked not disgust, but rather an alternative sense of tragic beauty, compelling all onlookers to murmur in hushed admiration. How exquisite! Lorthamar was the first to avert his gaze, instinctively straightening his posture, his left hand resting upon the lion-emblazoned insignia on his chest, the gilded cloak billowing sharply in the wind. His eyes were fixed intently upon Seann as he spoke gravely. "This is the realm of the Stormwind Kingdom. I am Anduin Lothar." He gestured to the individual beside him, whose gilded saddle swayed gently with the motion. It was none other than King Lane himself. Seann regarded the solemn middle-aged man before him, recalling the portrayal of this figure in the Warcraft film, and found himself amused. From the names introduced, he discerned their identities. The future Grand Marshal of the Alliance, the human hero who would perish in a duel against the Orc leader, and the father of Varian. King Lane, who would soon meet his demise in the Second War. Observing these renowned figures, Seann couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia as he adjusted his attire, his fingertips absently brushing the golden-trimmed cuffs. He introduced himself with a solemnity befitting the moment. "I am Seann Yanhuang, the avatar of the multiversal deities, conqueror of worlds, emperor of the Yanhuang Empire, sovereign of the Ulthar continent, and Dragon King." Realizing the lack of grandeur in his rather dry introduction, and feeling a hint of embarrassment at declaring himself an emperor, he paused, refraining from further embellishing his titles. "This is my maid, Finny. We hail from a realm of humanity not unlike your own. The reason for our presence here is entirely accidental. I intended to return to my city through a portal, only to be disrupted by a cadre of pseudo-deities that interfered with my spatial coordinates, leading me inexplicably to this place." His tone grew agitated once again as he spoke. Upon finishing, the exchanged glances between Lothar and King Lane were as sharp as the clash of blades, both reflecting a flicker of confusion and astonishment. Lothar's thumb unconsciously traced the lion-headed engraving on the hilt of his sword, a habitual gesture during contemplation. What astonished them further was the term pseudo-deities, which bore the weight of divine connotation, especially in plural form. Yet, the audacity in the youth's tone begged the question, from where did such confidence stem? Before either could respond, Seann rolled his eyes, casting his gaze into the distance with evident impatience. Believe it or not, the explanations have been laid bare. I, too, am deeply troubled by this situation. My family and my people await my return, yet I remain oblivious as to how to get back. Lothar gazed thoughtfully at the towering figures around him, the currents stirred by their wings tousling the strands of hair upon his forehead, causing him to instinctively grip his helm. As a legendary warrior, he sensed the palpable aura of danger emanating from Seann, prompting him to tighten his hold on the hilt of his warhammer. The oppressive sensation was almost tangible. What did this signify? Could it be that these hundreds of so-called archangels possessed near-legendary prowess? How could this be? Yet, considering the mention of pseudo-deities, perhaps such formidable warriors could indeed stand against the divine, though the demeanor of the other party may be frivolous and libertine, suggesting he is no virtuous man. Even were he a king, he would likely embody the characteristics of a debauched and foolish ruler. What? You claim this to be slander? First, kindly remove your hand from the maid's waist before we continue. Sensing the sincerity in the other's words, Lasse and Ryan exchanged glances once more. With Ryan giving a slight nod, the ruby on his crown reflecting a gentle light under the sun. Clearing his throat, Lasse spoke. Very well, Your Majesty Seann. We shall momentarily place our trust in your words. He paused, his gaze growing resolute. However, the orcs are currently invading our kingdom, and our people are enduring immense suffering. I hope you can assist us in combating them. Ryan added, a soft smile gracing his lips. Regardless of your willingness, the Kingdom of Storm welcomes friends to visit. Upon hearing this, Seann felt a stirring in his heart. It was an opportune moment to request some information on various professions, and he would not let it slip by. With a smile, he replied, certainly, I am more than willing to aid you in your struggle against the orcs. However, in exchange, you must agree to a few conditions. Lasse furrowed his brow and inquired, what conditions? Seann pointed towards the archangel in the sky, saying, my subordinates wield the power of light, and I wish for them to learn the magical arts of this world to enhance their abilities. These angels are but a small fraction of my forces. My empire contains a multitude of knights, priests, archers, and warriors. Therefore, I require foundational knowledge on various professions, and if necessary, you must send teachers from each profession to assist my subordinates in resolving their queries. Lastly, I need a fortress and territory for my subordinates to rest and maintain their combat readiness, and you must provide material support, which will also enable you to better aid us. Lasse and King Ryan exchanged glances. Aside from the financial support required for resources, the other requests did not seem excessive. In this time of war, any means of bolstering their strength was invaluable. King Ryan nodded in agreement, stating, very well, we accept your terms. As long as you help us combat the orcs and save the people of our kingdom, we will do our utmost to provide you with resources. Seann also nodded in satisfaction, declaring, then, from this moment on, I announce that the Empire of Yanhuang and the Kingdom of Storm shall be allies. Of course, let us set forth, Your Majesty Seann. We shall return to Storm City to host a welcoming banquet for you, after which we will sign the formal alliance agreement. Ryan proposed with a smile as he moved forward on horseback. Certainly, guests are free to act at their pleasure, Seann replied graciously, placing a hand on his chest and nodding in agreement, then gesturing for them to proceed. Lasse urged his warhorse onward, the clinking of armor echoing softly. He cast one last glance at the archangel floating in the sky, the shadows of her wings casting an ancient, scale-like pattern upon his face. Shaking his head, he spurred his horse forward, the spurs striking sparks against the stones. This sudden encounter, is it a blessing or a curse? He was uncertain, yet as a warrior, he had learned to confront the unknown, much like the warhammer at his side, always directed towards the adversary. Chapter 4, Stormwind City to demonstrate goodwill. Seann proactively bestowed a vitality regeneration upon each of the injured members in their party. Lothar's injuries were particularly severe. A full recovery would likely take several days. Level 2 Magic, Vitality Regeneration, mana cost of 8 points, applicable to allied non-undead, mechanical, and elemental beings. Capable of gradually restoring health and reviving the fallen. The main contingent once again embarked on their journey back to the city. Unlike their previous frantic dash, this time the pace had slowed dramatically, as if they were leisurely strolling. Along the way, Lothar and Ryan flanked Engel's majestic griffin, allowing their steeds to trot forward while they exchanged intelligence about each other. It soon became evident that Ryan was quite the conversationalist. Under his guidance, they traversed topics from the pioneering roads of Stormwind City to the generations that had tirelessly hunted the war djinn marauding the borders. Eventually, Their discourse shifted to the ominous clouds of war that loomed over the kingdom of Stormwind. However, in contrast to Lothar and Ryan's urgency, Seann appeared remarkably at ease. After all, he possessed an intricate knowledge of the majority of this world's history, and what truly piqued his interest were the myriad cultivation systems present in this realm, such as the holy light of priests, the fury of warriors, and the triad of magic wielded by mages. Given that he had not discovered any new branches of military units within the system interface, he could not help but ponder whether it required the relevant units to master these powers before they could ascend. Of course, this remained mere speculation, needing further validation. Seann was in no rush. Based on the current historical trajectory, the early conflicts primarily involved orcs and undead, merely trifles that could be effortlessly managed with his daily summons. His concerns lay with the impending second invasion of the Burning Legion, but fortunately, ample time remained for preparation. As Seann leisurely admired the scenery along the route, he nonchalantly engaged with Lothar and Ryan. The western wilderness remained a vast expanse of golden grassland. Though it was January, typically a frigid season, the temperature here was neither cold nor hot, but rather comfortably pleasant. The people of the western wilderness were both brave and industrious. During the nascent days of the Kingdom of Stormwind, established by the descendants of Thoradin, many nobles and affluent citizens, armed with royal authorization, cultivated their own territories across this expansive and fertile land. At that time, the Kingdom of Azeroth had just been founded, with a population far less than it boasted today. Aside from a decree for reclamation, the royal forces had no surplus manpower to assist them in repelling the attacks of beasts or driving back the wargen, trogs, and murlocs. During the busy farming season, they diligently toiled in the fields, and when invaders approached, they swiftly seized the weapons resting on the embankments and bravely fought back. In this manner, they cultivated prosperous farms and plantations upon this land rife with peril. It was this indomitable spirit of the people that ultimately gave rise to the renowned Western Wilderness Army and the valiant Ueshi Brigade. As the procession advanced, Seann dispatched a small squad of archangels to scout ahead. The remaining archangels hovered protectively above him, drawing the gaze of all below like a magnet. Of course, they could see nothing, for he had long since studied the terrain. Coughing, Lucifer noticed that Seann finally had a moment to spare and initially intended to sweep him up in a princess carry, only to be met with a firm refusal. After all, with so many outsiders around, such behavior would be quite inappropriate. Additionally, Seann halted Lucifer's attempt to report on the development of their territory over the years. Judging by the numerous resources and soldiers newly added to the system, he knew this period would not be brief. As the group progressed to the West Spring River, they approached the Elven Forest. Seann recalled that there seemed to be a fortress ahead and remembered the detestable wolfmen lurking to the south of it. The elite wolfman, known as the Newbie Nightmare, had claimed many of his low-level characters' first blood. Continuing onward, they finally arrived at the illustrious Gold's Heir. This town, the closest to Stormwind City, served as the gateway and bulwark of the royal city, holding significant strategic importance. Unlike the game, which depicted it as a mere tavern, a blacksmith, and a few houses, the real Gold's Heir was a bustling and vibrant town, equipped with comprehensive amenities and ideally situated at a transportation hub. The Lion's Pride Inn in Gold's Heir was particularly remarkable, especially with its alluring and curvaceous waitresses. However, such a prosperous and comfortable locale often dulled one's resolve and energy. The shadows of over a year of war had indeed left their mark on the people here. The flow of visitors gradually diminished, and many shops shuttered their doors. Those with any savings had mostly fled to Stormwind City. The main force continued its march towards Stormwind City. Seann rode on his griffin, while the archangels above flapped their pristine wings, creating a breathtaking spectacle that captivated the onlookers along the way, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe, until they beheld the simultaneously familiar yet strange city gates. Familiar, for he had once traversed this path with more than a dozen human characters, running about on foot during those days without mounts. Moreover, from the Blackrock Spire, he had rescued Windsor, who would leisurely stroll from here to the Stormwind Keep to unveil the disguise of the Black Dragon Princess, never straying far from his side, lest he vanish. It is said that many footmen have encountered a situation where their tasks are halted midway, seemingly requiring an extensive period before they are respawned at the city gates. The unfamiliarity arises from the absence of the 5 heroic statues on the Great Bridge, which, along with the river beneath, has significantly expanded in scale. What is the matter? King Ryan inquired, observing Seann, who was suddenly lost in thought at the bridge's edge, a foolish grin adorning his face. He exchanged a puzzled glance with Lhasa, silently urging him to inquire further. "It's nothing, just a feeling that something is amiss with this bridge," Seann replied. shaking his head and offering a light laugh as an explanation upon regaining his composure. You need to dismount. I shall take a stroll. After gently patting Finney's head, he gracefully dismounted from the great white steed. He yearned to fully appreciate the authenticity of this city, one he had labored over for more than a decade in his past life. Witnessing the youth's demeanor, Lhasa and Ryan exchanged knowing glances and likewise dismounted from their steeds, following the young man into the city. Although they were unaware of the thoughts occupying his mind or the reasons behind his reaction, they could palpably sense the emotions he experienced, a poignant nostalgia of revisiting a familiar place. This deepened their fondness for him and instilled greater confidence in their forthcoming collaboration. Lhasa, in particular, found his impression of the silver-haired prince transformed significantly. Chapter 5. Benedict the trio, accompanied by countless guards, slowly entered the bustling Stormwind city under the collective gaze of the onlookers. The residents lining the streets seemed momentarily enchanted by an invisible force, their previously busy figures frozen in time. Their eyes followed the three with an insatiable curiosity and intrigue. As they traversed the cobblestone avenues of the city, merchants peddling their wares were orderly ushered aside by the guards, creating a path for the trio. With each step, an increasing number of residents spontaneously gathered from all directions towards the trade district, eager to witness these mysterious and extraordinary figures. Hey, look, who are these prominent individuals? A fruit vendor whispered to the owner of a nearby general store. The storekeeper craned his neck to catch a glimpse. I have no idea, but judging by the spectacle, they must be significant. My goodness, how beautiful! Someone in the crowd exclaimed, captivated by the enchanting figures surrounding the trio. Their towering forms, exceeding 4 meters in height, effortlessly surpassed the buildings lining the road. The residents craned their necks, nearly tilting their heads skyward. Yet, despite their efforts, the visages of these figures remained obscured, as if veiled by an enigmatic shroud. It felt as though an unseen force hindered their gaze, further igniting their curiosity. Your Majesty, it is His Majesty the King and Sir Lhasa. Upon recognizing King Ryan among the entourage, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, followed by a cacophony of hushed discussions. Seann paid no heed to the clamorous crowd, his steps unwavering as he surveyed his surroundings. Every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree, seemed to serve as keys, effortlessly unlocking the floodgates of his memories. The days and nights spent within the game surged forth like a relentless tide. To his left, not far from the city gate's entrance, stood a small house where, in the game, 2 guild registrars were likely stationed. Players could register their guilds there, as well as purchase guild cloaks and mounts, such as the majestic Golden Lion and the enigmatic Purple Phoenix, alongside a small prop of a flag-bearing attendant. Turning his gaze to the right, he noticed another small house, where an NPC tasked with missions, presumably an agent of the intelligence agency, resided on the 2nd floor. Players were required to undertake a series of intricate tasks to uncover spies in Stormwind Keep, which included a trip to the cat's house outside the city to find apples, weaving a complex web of quests. At that time, he had been thoroughly exhausted by the tasks, especially without a mount, relying solely on his 2 legs for navigation. The buildings within the city were arranged in a harmonious disarray, their tall walls gleaming with an ancient and dignified luster under the gentle caress of the sunlight, whispering tales of the city's storied history and its trials. His gaze drifted slowly among the structures: the auction house, the bank, the weapon shop, the armor shop, the magic supplies store, and that in which had left a profound impression on him. Each edifice bore subtle differences from the scenes etched in his memory. Once, in pursuit of a genuine silver arrowhead from the Valentine's Day quest gift package, he had tirelessly created alternate accounts to run errands in Stormwind, trading for the gift packages before deleting the accounts, only to repeat the cycle. For a player of his fortune, the bitterness of this process was known only to those who had experienced it. Time had blurred many details, rendering them difficult to recall. He understood, of course, that these were relics of the game, while he now stood in the realm of reality. Yet, the images from his memories surged forth uncontrollably, igniting a tumult of thoughts as they flitted between the present and the past, inducing a disorienting sense of mental disarray. It further crystallized his awareness that he had indeed arrived in this world, rife with wonder and calamity. At the forefront of the group, True and 2 others walked ahead, flanked by members of the Iron Horse Brotherhood, while his archangelic guardian hovered nearby. They maintained their formation, proceeding slowly down the street. Stalls lined the avenue, brimming with a dazzling array of goods. Exquisite handicrafts sparkled with a unique glow, sharp weapons exuded a chilling brilliance, and sturdy armor presented a weighty resilience, while various delectable foods tantalized the senses of passers-by. Yet, The ominous cloud of war loomed overhead like a heavy stone, casting a somber shadow over the city. Numerous stalls stood eerily silent, the once vibrant faces of the vendors now etched with sorrow, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of uncertainty and apprehension regarding the future. Unbeknownst to them, they found their way to the bustling church square, which was already teeming with people, a cacophony of lively chatter filling the air. As the crowd noticed the arrival of Seann and his entourage, the previously raucous sounds diminished significantly, and curious glances filled with intrigue and skepticism were cast their way. Among the throng, an elderly man adorned in an ornate ceremonial robe and wielding a staff emerged slowly. His steps were measured and resolute, each footfall resonating with strength, his gaze exuding an innate authority and wisdom. "Good day, esteemed guests," the elder intoned, slightly bowing in deference to Seann and his companions. His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an undeniable power that compelled respect. King Ryan, upon witnessing this, promptly stepped forward with a respectful smile and introduced, "This is the Archbishop Benedictus of Stormwind. Your Majesty, this is Seann, who has journeyed from afar, bringing with him a formidable army to aid us against the Orcish invasion." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Seann as he instinctively glanced at the Archbishop's head. Benedictus, a disciple of the renowned light prophet Alonsus Frail, had long served as the Archbishop of the Cathedral of Light and wielded significant influence within the Kingdom of Stormwind. Following the Second War, his power had escalated to rival that of his master Frail. However, those who misjudged him based solely on his outward appearance were truly deceived, akin to being sold and still counting the coins for the seller. In the myriad conspiracies that had unfolded within the Kingdom of Stormwind, it often seemed as though a hidden puppeteer was orchestrating the chaos from behind the scenes. Initially, many assumed that the Black Dragon Princess was the architect of turmoil, and until she unveiled her true nature, few would have suspected Archbishop Benedictus. The rebellion of the Stonemasons Guild, although sparked by the nobility's failure to pay wages, was exacerbated by the Archbishop's counsel, leading the impetuous Varian to lose his beloved wife, while young Anduin was left motherless. In his grief, Varian vented his rage upon the lower-class citizens associated with the Stonemasons Guild, expelling many from Stormwind and adopting a hostile demeanor towards them. It is worth noting that during the late Queen's lifetime, the royal family had maintained an image of approachability. This shift facilitated Vanessa Van Cleef's second rebellion and the missionary efforts of the Twilight cult among the lower echelons of Stormwind. In truth, when the Black Dragon Princess abducted Varian, she did not acquire her information from Duke Bolvar, whose conduct consistently reflected that of an exemplary soldier and leader, known for his discretion even in matters concerning his beloved. However, Benedictus was a different matter entirely. As a key advisor to the king, he undoubtedly possessed intimate knowledge of the royal itinerary. Even if the truth eventually comes to light, the gaze of suspicion will inevitably focus on Duke Bolvar for Dragon, who shares a close relationship with the incarnation of Onyxia. It has proven that his strategy is effective. Meanwhile, within the game, the cathedral's baptismal rites compel players to seek a missing envoy, only to uncover the deliberately crafted facade of Varian's gentleness and weakness. The consequence of this incident is that the Black Dragon Princess can more easily infiltrate her minions, while the Twilight Hammer continues to cultivate its followers in the shadows with greater ease. Of course, there remains quite a considerable time before Benedictus transforms into the Twilight Father, devoted to the annihilation of Azeroth, yet vigilance must not wane. With this thought, Seann swiftly adjusted his expression, adorning his face with a smile, and hurriedly approached, saying, "It is an honor to finally meet you, Your Excellency, Archbishop. Today, I am truly fortunate to be in your presence." Benedictus smiled and nodded, his gaze flitting back and forth between the archangels beside Seann, a flicker of barely perceptible greed and curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 6. Signing the agreement. After a moment, he spoke. "Are these holy and powerful warriors your retinue? They emanate an aura reminiscent of the holy light. They must possess an extraordinary origin." Seann bowed slightly, responding with calm assurance. "Your Excellency is indeed astute. They are called archangels, and their power is bestowed by the light dragon, Elrath, a divine gift of the holy light. This power can purify evil and even resurrect the fallen, sharing many similarities with the holy light." Having introduced the archangels, Seann hesitated for a moment, a faint expression of uncertainty crossing his face, before inquiring, "Your Excellency, I have a humble request. Might you be so kind as to grant it?" Benedictus appeared momentarily taken aback, curiosity flickering in his eyes, before he nodded in encouragement. "Oh, please, do speak. I too have many questions for our guest." Weighing his words carefully, Seann succinctly articulated his purpose. In truth, these formidable warriors were summoned from another realm. I am uncertain whether their powers will function normally in this world or if they might be diminished. I have heard that you are a master in the ways of the holy light, so I wish to request your guidance in imparting some of its wisdom, enabling them to better adapt to this world. Benedictus stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding. The power of the holy light is derived from faith and devotion. It is selfless, bringing hope and redemption to those in need. As for the light you speak of, it contains formidable purifying strength. Regarding guidance, I shall await your visit to the cathedral, where we can delve into this matter further. Benedictus nodded slightly, a hint of a significant smile in his gaze. Before turning to walk toward the cathedral, Seann proposed this matter not with genuine expectation of assistance, but merely as a means of probing the waters. After all, as any seasoned fisherman knows, one cannot hope to catch large fish without first offering bait. The sudden emergence of a formidable antagonist jolted Seann from his melancholic reverie. Realizing that time was of the essence, he promptly suggested a journey to Stormwind Keep to negotiate terms. Ryan and Lothar welcomed the proposal, for they too were not in a position to linger idly. Thus, the group hastened their steps towards the fortress. That evening, a grand banquet was held within the keep. Due to the urgency of the situation, the arrangements lacked opulence, yet a considerable number of nobles had gathered. These nobles, having heard whispers of Seann and his formidable army, had come to discern the truth for themselves. Upon witnessing the celestial archangels patrolling the skies above the fortress and the imposing seraph that accompanied the young silver-haired king, they were finally convinced that the long-awaited reinforcements of the Stormwind Kingdom had indeed arrived. For over a year, these nobles had endured considerable hardship. The majority of their enterprises were situated within the city. Should Stormwind fall, their extravagant lifestyles would vanish without a trace. Despite King Ryan's unwavering assurances that the green-skinned orcs could never breach Stormwind's defenses, the haunting memories of the terrifying siege a few months prior still lingered, often invading their dreams with visions of monstrous invaders breaching the gates and slaughtering innocents within the city. Consequently, the nobles eagerly approached Seann, their faces adorned with smiles, paying their respects while subtly inquiring about his circumstances. Some even seized the opportunity to promote their daughters to him. The banquet concluded amid a lively, yet somewhat cacophonous atmosphere, and one by one, the nobles departed from the keep. Only then did King Ryan usher Seann and Lothar into a secluded chamber to convene a confidential meeting. The agenda centered on the matter of alliance, specifically the signing of an official agreement to meticulously document the terms previously discussed. During the deliberations, a vigorous debate arose concerning the fortresses and territories that the Stormwind Kingdom was expected to provide. Seann boldly asserted his demands. Bestow upon me the West Spring Keep and its surrounding lands. This would alleviate some of the pressure on Stormwind during the Orcish sieges. Ryan and Lothar were initially reluctant, for West Spring Keep served as a vital gateway in the west, long protecting the citizens of Stormwind and the Elwyn Forest from the marauding wargen. However, Seann readily accepted this responsibility, assuring them that all subjects of the kingdom would receive aid in times of need, with the soldiers of Flamehuang City poised to respond swiftly. After much deliberation, the two could conceive no more suitable alternative and reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Subsequently, regarding Seann's army's assistance in resisting the orcs, the kingdom offered provisions, sources of water, weaponry, and a fair amount of gold. There was virtually no dissent from either party, and an agreement was swiftly reached. After all, during such a critical period, the willingness to provide support and aid was indeed a tremendous kindness. Ultimately, the pact also encompassed various vocational training techniques and the selection of instructors. To fortify his army's strength in this realm, a profound understanding of diverse professions was indispensable. The intelligence pertaining to this knowledge was considerably significant. Much like the humans of the Earthy Empire, who ventured great distances to assist the High Elven kin in battling trolls, sacrificing countless warriors along the way to acquire a modicum of foundational knowledge on magic. Had it not been for the orc invasion, such knowledge would have held immense value. However, if they failed to withstand the orcs and faced the destruction of their homeland, what significance would clinging to these secrets possess? We can engage in mutual exchange and learning, sharing our respective experiences and techniques, Seann earnestly proposed, emphasizing the benefits for both parties. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan and Roses nodded in agreement. Thus, after a thorough and earnest discussion, both sides ultimately reached a consensus, solemnly signing and sealing the agreement. Once the matters were concluded, Seann rose to take his leave, contemplating visiting the cathedral to seek guidance from the venerable Father of Twilight before darkness fell. He had resolutely decided that should this individual reveal any ulterior motives, he would not hesitate to turn the tables, summoning the archangels to deliver a righteous thrashing, allowing him to experience the warm hospitality of the footmen firsthand. Regardless of whether he gleaned any insights, he was not overly concerned, as Roses had just mentioned that they would be returning the sacred tome to the Northshire Monastery the following day. According to Roses, the esteemed Archbishop Frail was also present there. This would provide him the perfect opportunity to pay a visit to the elder, as the assistance and enlightenment obtained from Archbishop Frail would further reassure him. Moreover, this venerable figure was the pioneer of the paladin profession. If all the units within his sanctified faction could learn the light or paladin skills, then the orcs would pose even less of a challenge. Filled with eager anticipation, Seann exited the Keep of Stormwind, striding purposefully towards the cathedral. Chapter 7. The state of the territory with boundless expectations for the future growth of the archangels. Seann approached the cathedral with a light step. The grand entrance of the cathedral exuded solemnity and reverence. As he crossed the threshold, a profound aura of spirituality enveloped him. The candlelight flickered gently on the walls, casting warm shadows that danced upon the ground and surfaces, creating an atmosphere of mystery and dignity. "Good day, Your Excellency the Bishop." Benedictus had been awaiting Seann's arrival within the cathedral for some time. Upon seeing Seann enter with the archangels, he greeted them with a warm yet measured smile, gesturing for them to take a seat. Subsequently, Benedictus began elucidating the path of the holy light to the archangels. His voice, deep and resonant, imbued each word with a sacred potency that lingered within the cathedral's hallowed walls. Yet, Seann remained ever vigilant. He observed subtle expressions that occasionally flickered across Benedictus's countenance during his discourse. While demonstrating the application techniques of the holy light, Benedictus showcased several fundamental spells. The staff in his hand radiated a gentle luminescence, instantly illuminating the entire cathedral. This divine light fell upon an injured bird, mending its wounds, allowing it to soar once more. The archangels watched intently, occasionally conferring with one another as they endeavored to blend the teachings of the holy light with their own inherent luminosity. Seann silently observed, noting the remarkable aptitude displayed by the archangels in their learning process, their comprehension of the holy light far exceeding expectations. Some simple spells were executed flawlessly after just one demonstration. However, Benedictus seemed to withhold crucial techniques and knowledge, often glossing over them. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the candles within the cathedral burned ever brighter. Benedictus concluded his lecture, smiling at Seann as he remarked, "This day's instruction comes to a close. These archangels possess astonishing gifts. Given time, they shall surely achieve extraordinary feats along the path of the holy light." Seann expressed his gratitude politely, yet internally pondered Benedictus's true intentions. After departing from the cathedral, Seann returned to the guest quarters of Stormwind Keep with Phil, embracing Finny as they lay in bed. Listening to Phil recount the changes in their domain during his absence, "We stepped through the portal only to discover you were not by our side, and we were transported to distant corners of the world. I hastened back to Miracle City, believing it was merely a malfunction of the teleportation spell. General Elena was preparing for a second voyage. When you left, most of the large indigenous tribes had been eradicated, and for the ensuing years, no large-scale battles occurred, except for those involving General Ozer's forest kin. Your mother and several generals, after deliberation, resolved to exploit the resources of the forest while simultaneously expanding the size of our vessels and naval forces, seeking to explore further continents in search of news of you. Each year, after reporting back to the domain, I would set forth once more, yet I have little knowledge of other changes within the territory. This time, it coincided with my return to Miracle City for a report, when suddenly I was summoned by you. When I departed, your 2 children were already 12 years old. They resemble you greatly, displaying obedience and maturity. This is all I know, my lord. Knowing that my family is safe is sufficient. Thank you for your efforts, Phil. Go and rest." Seann sighed softly after hearing Lucifel's account. He felt a profound relief, grateful that only a decade had passed rather than several centuries. From the information at hand, it appeared they returned to the domain annually, affirming that his family was healthy and unharmed. Moreover, the territory continues to flourish, showing no signs of stagnation due to his disappearance. Although the developmental trajectory has leaned towards the naval aspect, the situation remains relatively stable, at the very least. The family is safe, and the territory has not collapsed. This may be attributed to the fact that he has not perished. Thus, the heroes who exist because of him are not overly troubled, instead dedicating themselves to maintaining the stability of the territory. Of course, aside from the tireless efforts of the heroes, the system castle, under their command, continuously provides powerful and loyal warriors, which may well be the most crucial factor. In the serene guest room, Seann's mind replayed the events of the day, accompanied by a gentle fragrance, gradually lulling him into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gracing Engel's face, as Finney roused him from his dreams, assisting him with his morning routine and breakfast. Once revitalized, Seann summoned 200 archangels, 10 paladins, 5 holy judges, 5 crossbowmen, 10 guards, and 20 royal griffins to serve as mounts. He retained 100 archangels to safeguard King Ryan's family. For until he fully assimilates into this world, chaos must not befall the Storm Kingdom. With the archangels' watchful eyes, even in the event of an accident, they could swiftly rectify the situation. He also dispatched 100 to gather intelligence on the orcs before proceeding with the remaining forces alongside Lhasa to the Northshire Monastery. It must be said that the archangels epitomized the pinnacle of versatile warriors. With their swift flying speeds, martial prowess, compact and agile forms, striking appearances, and unique resurrection abilities, they are exceedingly reliable whether in direct combat, reconnaissance behind enemy lines, or merely serving as guards. Although both archangels and paladins, as well as priests, can wield the power of light, the archangels have a superior foundation, allowing them to unleash even greater strength when infused with holy light. Therefore, until all the archangels are summoned, he will only call forth a limited number of various troops to engage in occupational learning within this world, studying the transformations therein, such as the different forms of the cathedral soldiers, the secret archers of the forest tribe, druids, and so forth. Notably, after reviewing the military forces within the system castle, he was astonished to discover the presence of the forest tribe's Emerald Dragon unit. However, he distinctly remembered that it had not been constructed due to unmet building requirements. Could it be that the system heroes have regained their autonomy? Chapter 8. Northshire Monastery. Throughout the journey, Seann pondered these matters as they traversed dense forests and babbling brooks, surrounded by breathtaking natural beauty. The Northshire Monastery is situated in the eastern part of Stormwind, nestled within the valleys of the northern Elwyn Forest, serving as the most significant stronghold of the Holy Light Church in the south. Not only is the area heavily patrolled, but its outer walls are fortified with a dual-layered structure, constructed from robust white stones, towering and majestic. A circle of brown tiles graces the rooftop, exuding an exquisite charm. The interior walls, adorned with regal lion reliefs, are also entwined with vibrant green foliage. The monastery, modest in size, embodies the essence of Gothic architecture, while a river meanders through the Northshire, cleaving it in twain. This river, known as the Crystal River, originates from the towering mountains in the northern reaches of the Elven Forest and ultimately flows into the crystalline lake north of Gold's Heir. Within the realm of the game, the Northshire Monastery serves as the birthplace for human players of the Alliance, where they embark on their journey through the initial 6 levels before venturing beyond the Northshire Valley towards Gold's Heir. This virtual world feels as familiar to him as his own backyard. During the initial public release of the game, driven by curiosity, he dabbled in the roles of the undead and trolls. However, for the subsequent decade, he devoted himself solely to humans and elves, for it is universally acknowledged that in the realm of gaming, aesthetics reign supreme. The intricacies of the Elven questline and its map are notoriously convoluted, rivaling the complexity of any other race's narrative. One moment, players are tasked with fetching water from a well, and the next, they must descend into beastly dens. Not only are the quest creatures and locations hard to locate, but the task descriptions are also obscured in ambiguity. In that era devoid of questing add-ons, undertaking such missions could drive one to madness. In stark contrast, the human questline offers an entirely different experience, presenting a simplicity that is light years apart from the Elven struggles. The human maps are compact, and the quest progression is straightforward, involving only a handful of locations. Moreover, the entire scene is bathed in sunlight, ensuring a delightful gaming experience devoid of any oppressive atmosphere. The Northshire Monastery is a place of great renown. Some assert it to be the epicenter of disaster in Azeroth, for it was here that a slumbering mage, after years of hibernation, tore open the dark portal, unleashing a savage green storm upon the continent. Conversely, others regard it as a beacon of hope, as it was within these walls that Sir Anduin Lothar recuperated after narrowly escaping the Death Mines, before shouldering the mantle of command for the Alliance forces. Regardless of the perspective, it is undeniable that many heroic figures have emerged from this tranquil valley, including Alonsis Fail, the founder of the Silver Hand, whose rallying cry of "We defend our honor with blood" resonates widely. Upon their arrival at the monastery, they were greeted by an atmosphere of serene tranquility. The garden was a riot of blooming flowers, releasing fragrant wafts into the air, while birds jubilantly sang from the branches, seemingly welcoming their presence. Guided by a young apprentice, they entered the study of Archbishop Frail. The archbishop, seated at his desk, was engrossed in an ancient tome. Upon hearing their footsteps, he looked up, a gentle smile illuminating his face. His eyes conveyed profound wisdom and boundless compassion, evoking an instinctive reverence. "Welcome, children." The archbishop's voice was warm and inviting. "I have heard of your deeds, and your arrival brings renewed hope to this land." "Good day, esteemed archbishop." Seann and Lhasa respectfully bowed to Archbishop Frail, after which Lhasa presented the sacred tome with both hands. The archbishop received the book, gently caressing its surface, a look of profound satisfaction illuminating his eyes. He remarked with a sense of nostalgia, "This relic bears the hopes and faith of countless ancestors, and now it has returned to its rightful place." Following this, Seann recounted his experiences, along with the origins and current state of the archangels. The archbishop listened intently, occasionally nodding in understanding. The power of holy light is a mysterious and formidable force, necessitating the user to possess a pure heart and unwavering conviction. After a moment of contemplation, the archbishop added, "They have made significant progress, yet to truly harness the full might of holy light, further refinement is essential." Archbishop Frail led the group out of the monastery and into the training grounds, personally guiding the archangels in their cultivation. His approach differed from that of Benedictus. He not only imparted knowledge, but also emphasized the guidance of the soul, helping them to comprehend the essence and significance of holy light, thereby establishing a deeper connection within their hearts. Under the archbishop's tutelage, the archangels experienced a qualitative leap in their holy light prowess. They not only became more adept at utilizing holy light for healing and enhancing states, but also seamlessly integrated its power with their own, forging more potent means of attack. Observing the flickering radiance emanating from the archangels, as if they were testing something, Seann seized the moment while the elderly man paused to observe, taking a brief respite. He stepped forward gently and spoke softly, "Your Excellency, I must confess that I am also a priest of light, well-versed in various blessing spells. And I even possess the innate ability to resurrect the deceased. However, I lack substantial self-defense capabilities. In previous wars, I was always protected by my subordinates in the rear, unable to fight alongside the valiant warriors at the front lines, which has troubled me greatly. Upon arriving in the Storm Kingdom, I learned of the predicament faced by the priests of light during the Orc invasion. They are truly magnificent, unafraid of death, even without self-preservation abilities. They steadfastly remain at the front lines amidst the Orcs' relentless slaughter, healing countless soldiers and civilians, bringing hope. I hold them in deep admiration and envy. Therefore, I ponder whether it is possible to combine the power of holy light with that of elite warriors, to create an entirely new vocation, a powerful priest clad in heavy armor. As Seann spoke, he carefully chose his words, striving to ensure the elderly man grasped his vision, a being capable of bringing hope and redemption to the people, while also delivering despair and destruction to their foes. After listening to Seann, Archbishop Frail fell silent for a moment, gazing into the distance before slowly articulating, "The holy light reveals to me that this world is facing a tremendous crisis. The invasion of the Orc tribes is merely the tip of the iceberg. In the depths of darkness, a more formidable malevolent force lurks, compelling us to unite all our strengths to safeguard our peace and tranquility. My child, you have not disappointed my expectations. Your arrival heralds hope for all humanity." The archbishop, slightly stirred with emotion, turned around, his face adorned with a benevolent smile as he gazed at the youth before him. He then spoke with heartfelt sentiment, recounting, "I have long desired for the church to possess its own power to protect the dissemination of the holy light. For nearly a decade, I have contemplated this notion, preparing in silence, yet when it came to the final step, I found myself at a loss, and progress halted. It was only after the Orc invasion, upon hearing that the Northshire Abbey had been breached by the Orcs, resulting in the tragic slaughter of innocent civilians and numerous holy light priests, that a profound tragedy finally inspired me, under the guidance of the holy light, to conceive the new vocation of the paladin. A formidable warrior who seamlessly merges the healing spells of priests with the martial prowess of warriors is the paladin. Those who aspire to become paladins may be powerful warriors or devout priests, drawing upon their own spiritual strength to channel the power of the holy light. As long as they pass the trial of the soul, they shall successfully transition into this role, bringing hope and peace to all humanity." The archbishop spoke passionately, his voice brimming with joy and anticipation. "Understanding this, may I become the first pioneer?" Seann could no longer contain his excitement and eagerly proposed. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if ablaze with an inner fire. Chapter 9. Merging with the power of the holy light. Certainly, my child. The holy light never turns away those who are devout and benevolent. The archbishop smiled warmly, his tone gentle and nurturing, his gaze filled with love and encouragement. However, to conduct the ritual, we may need to prepare further. Here, the archbishop hesitated for a moment, glancing at the towering, sacred figures surrounding him. These beings, known as angels, radiated an aura of brilliance, reminiscent of the indistinct humanoid forms he had glimpsed during his prayers, differing perhaps only in the abundance of energy they possessed. Let us consider this a modest experiment, my child. Prepare yourself, before my holy light is exhausted. I hope you can manifest your own power of the holy light. With that, the archbishop slowly raised his staff, and an overwhelming surge of holy light enveloped him. A resplendent golden radiance erupted from his entire being, drawn by an unseen force, condensing and converging upon the staff. He then gently touched the staff to Seann's forehead. In an instant, a flow of holy light, reminiscent of a gentle stream, surged rapidly into Seann's body. The intense golden glow enveloped him entirely, rendering him akin to a divine statue. Warning: alien energy detected. Ding. Please make a choice, host. Integrate and obliterate the alien energy. Amidst the serene and warm glow, as Seann awaited the so-called trial set forth by the archbishop with eager anticipation, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. He paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, yet he swiftly regained his composure and resolutely made his choice, to merge with the magical essence. His purpose for this journey was to learn the holy light. Should he extinguish it, how could he possibly complete the trial? However, the system's merging of the holy light with magical power raised a question. Did this imply that he could bypass the trial and directly succeed in his class change? With this thought, a wave of expectation surged within Seann, prompting him to eagerly inspect his attributes. Human Hero, Seann Yanhuang class, Cleric level, 20 attack, 7, enhancing strength, defense, 7, toughening skin and bones, magic power, 12, augmenting magical potency, knowledge, 17, increasing maximum mana capacity and accelerating mana recovery, health, 1,600, attack plus defense 10, mana, 345, wisdom 50, talent, limited resurrection experience, 2190200000. Holy Light Priest, has my magic and knowledge increased as well? Wait, has the limitation on my talent vanished? Am I mistaken? A sense of confusion enveloped Seann as he pondered. Warriors wielding the holy light are paladins, while mages harnessing it are holy mages. This line of reasoning seems plausible. Just as he was lost in thought, the radiant light enveloping his body gradually dimmed, ultimately dissipating and merging within him. Subsequently, a warm current flowed throughout his being, fortifying his limbs and bones. Child, are you well? How do you feel? Archbishop Fao, leaning on his staff and breathing slightly heavily, inquired with a hint of concern in his gaze. Quite well actually. It's pleasantly warm. Let me try, Seann replied, scratching his head uncertainly. He then attempted to channel the warm current within him, gathering it into his palm. In an instant, a wondrous scene unfolded. A soft, warm golden light began to emanate from his palm, reminiscent of the Archbishop's earlier display. The light danced like a lively spirit, continuously gathering and swelling, gradually coalescing into a brilliant, radiant sphere. This sphere radiated a sanctified glow, illuminating his youthful and resolute face. With curiosity and delight sparkling in his eyes, Seann moved his hand gently. The sphere seemed to possess a life of its own, trailing his movements like a shadow. There were no lengthy or convoluted incantations, nor were there intricate and obscure casting requirements. With a mere thought, the power of the holy light was effortlessly at his command. It is worth noting that prior to this moment, his radiant magic had already reached an expert level, and he had mastered all forms of light magic. Yet he had never been able to manipulate his internal magical energy with such freedom. Previously, he was merely a wielder of power, methodically employing various preordained spells. Now, it seems that he has become the master of power, capable of altering and creating the magic he desires at will. However, that may not be entirely accurate. The transformations of holy light are likely not as intricate and unpredictable as the arcane magic wielded by sorcerers. In any case, having made significant progress, the exhilarated Seann began to experiment with directing the holy light, attempting to shape it into various forms. Simple objects, such as swords and hammers, quickly took form, albeit only in rough outlines. In contrast, more complex entities, like birds and flowers, manifested in an abstract and indistinct manner, leaving much to the imagination. Nevertheless, Achieving this level of control was enough to fill him with joy. With continuous practice, the formidable skills from his past life in the game might just be resurrected in his hands. After a series of experiments, Seann sensed the depletion of energy within him and thus entered the system interface to assess his attributes. The results were fairly satisfactory, although his magical power was limited. The recent exertion had only consumed a mere dozen points. "Phil, come down. Approach me." Satisfied, Seann exited the system and, after a moment of contemplation, called out to Lucifiel, who was not far away. Lucifiel moved in an instant, arriving at his side. Taking a deep breath, Seann summoned the holy light energy within him, condensing it in his hand before gently placing it upon Phil's form. "Child, stop. This process cannot be interrupted." The ever-watchful Archbishop Frail, who had been astonished by Seann's previous manipulation of holy light, was suddenly jolted back to reality upon witnessing Seann's attempt to infuse another with holy energy. However, it was evidently too late. Having already established an energy conduit with Phil, Seann found himself unable to halt the flow and had no choice but to persist. Waves of energy surged forth from within him, enveloping Phil's towering figure. As moments slipped by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, Seann could distinctly feel the transformation occurring within him, even without glancing at the system panel. At this point, it was no longer him imparting energy to Phil. Instead, a powerful draw emanated from Phil's body, voraciously siphoning the holy light from within Seann. With his energy, or magical power, on the brink of exhaustion, Seann found himself in a precarious predicament. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he had no time to concern himself with it, gritting his teeth to endure. The fatigue, both physical and mental, was an unprecedented experience for him. Sighing softly, the Archbishop, who had anticipated this scenario, reluctantly gathered his weary strength. Channeling the last of his holy power, he contributed to the ongoing transfer of energy. Chapter 10. Lucifiel's Ascendance, with the Archbishop's more potent and concentrated holy power being infused. Seann's burden was suddenly alleviated by more than half. 2 hours had elapsed, and the overwhelming force had finally dissipated. At that moment, Seann shivered, his body going limp as he fell backward. The Archangel beside him reacted swiftly, rushing forward to securely embrace the sweat-drenched Seann. The weary Archbishop, utterly exhausted, sank to the ground, his labored breaths echoing like a bellows, filling the air with a deep, resonant sound. One could not help but worry that he might take his last breath without finding the strength to recover. "I apologize, Archbishop. It was my recklessness," Seann, cradled in the Archangel's arms, expressed his deep remorse upon witnessing the elder's fatigued state. "I am also immensely grateful for your timely assistance. This bond of friendship shall forever remain etched in my heart." The Archbishop, on the verge of unconsciousness, continued to struggle for breath. Although he lacked the strength to speak, he managed a slight nod to acknowledge Seann's words. At that moment, the golden radiance enveloping Lucifer began to gradually contract. Moments later, the resplendent seraph reappeared before Seann. "Phil, has the fusion of the holy light been successful?" Observing that Lucifer seemed unchanged, Seann inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing his question, Lucifer closed her eyes and remained silent for a moment. Then, an astonishing burst of divine light erupted from her being, a force exponentially more potent than that of the Archbishop in his prime. This overwhelming power left the Archbishop in a state of astonishment, rooted in disbelief. The magnificent holy light radiated from Phil, spreading outwards like the sun. It then flowed and coalesced, enveloping the immense red and white wings. Moments later, beneath the golden-tinged wings, a dazzling pair of wings composed of pure golden energy emerged, shining brilliantly. The two pairs of sacred wings swayed gently in the breeze, showering sparkling fragments of energy, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Seann couldn't help but murmur, "Archbishop, do you see this? We have succeeded. Indeed, we have succeeded. The embodiment of the holy light. This represents humanity's hope and future," the Archbishop replied slowly, his eyes filled with gratitude and reflection. Ding. The fusion of diverse energy types is successful, unlocking a new direction for unit advancement. The system notification arrived belatedly, and Seann, disregarding the elder's well-being, eagerly dove into the system panel. However, it was awkwardly apparent that his castle had yet to be summoned, and there were no angel recruitment structures available. With a sense of helplessness, he could only sigh in frustration. Due to his hasty actions, the elderly Archbishop was utterly drained, and even Seann's attempts to rejuvenate him with vitality regeneration proved futile. To avoid disturbing the elder's recovery, he made arrangements for a future visit before hastily departing. After leaving the monastery, Seann waved farewell to Lhasa, whose face was clouded with thoughts. Freed from the burden of the balding loser, Seann was finally able to let the great white griffin take flight. For the past few days, the griffin had been confined to the ground, moving at a pace akin to a tortoise's crawl, much to the frustration of both Seann and the creature. Upon receiving the command to ascend, the griffin joyfully flapped its wings and let out a resounding call. Its sharp, piercing cry instantly drew the attention of other griffins, resulting in a cacophony of eagle-like calls that filled the air with exuberance. Seann, indifferent to the ruckus caused by this exuberant creature, had his sights set on the Western Spring Fortress. After signing the agreement the previous day, King Ryan had promptly dispatched messengers to inform the fortress's garrison to prepare for evacuation. Seann was now en route to oversee the transfer of the stronghold. A small battalion, comprising several hundred men, soared above the forest, their majestic wings casting vast shadows that elicited gasps from the inhabitants below. Before long, the group arrived at the clearing before the fortress. Numerous wagons were already stationed there, with soldiers bustling about, transporting supplies. After landing, the griffin took a few steps before coming to a steady halt, allowing Seann to dismount. The griffin's size now rivaled that of a youthful dragon, making the process of mounting and dismounting rather cumbersome. While awaiting the fortress commander, Seann took a keen interest in the relatively modest structure before him. This fortress appeared to have been constructed prior to the war with the Wargen. In those times, the Western Plains, along with the Elven Forest and the Red Ridge Mountains, bore witness to the brutal presence of the Wargen. This stronghold was erected to provide swift assistance to the farms in the Western Plains when under siege. During the reign of King Balthasar Urian, the Wargen's influence reached unprecedented heights, culminating in the outbreak of the First Wargen War. The cunning and ruthless leader of the dark-furred tribe, Crocktooth, united the Wargen across the region. Subsequently, this formidable Wargen warlord launched a series of assaults on the human settlements of Stormwind, audaciously even attacking the city itself. However, by the time the garrison stationed at the Western Spring Fortress was able to respond, the farms of the Western Plains had already been ravaged. It was then that the people realized that these seemingly unintelligent beasts possessed a strategic acumen, executing feints to mislead their adversaries, plunging the situation in Stormwind into dire straits. The kingdom of Stormwind had long been self-sufficient, engaging in minimal trade with other human realms, which meant that the king's appeals for assistance went unanswered. The indifference of neighboring kingdoms thoroughly incensed King Balthasar, who resolved to alter the course of events through his own might. He subsequently led a cadre of armored knights away from the city, biding his time for the opportune moment. When the Wargen laid siege once more, the king discerned that the cunning Crocktooth had not brought his forces along. Without hesitation, King Balthasar charged forth with his knights towards the Red Ridge Mountains. The king's gamble paid off, as Crocktooth, like many of his kin, preferred to have his subordinates fight on his behalf while he observed from the rear. Thus, the vacuous realm, devoid of any guardians, saw its cunning Gnoll ruler suffocated within his own lair by King Baelithorn. With the demise of this treacherous Gnoll, all his kin reverted to their true nature, succumbing to chaos and disarray. Under the leadership of several formidable chieftains, they turned upon one another in a brutal struggle for supremacy. Naturally, King Baelithorn seized this fortuitous opportunity, rallying all his soldiers to march towards the Crimson Ridge. Following a fierce battle, the majority of the Gnolls were eradicated, their ranks shattered, leaving only a few stragglers hiding in secluded corners. Among them was the Riverclaw Gnoll, nestled in the southern stronghold. Chapter 11. The City of Flame and Yellow. Initially, these creatures posed little threat, mere nuisances, until a colossal Gnoll named Hog emerged among them. Seann harbored a deep-seated loathing for this beast. Although it no longer posed a danger to him, he resolved that once his castle was constructed, he would capture it for his own amusement, tormenting it whenever his spirits waned, only to have it resurrected by the Archangel thereafter. As Seann indulged in his musings, the garrison guards began to exit the stronghold one by one, and a young officer approached him. After bowing respectfully, he inquired, "You must be His Majesty Seann? We have received the orders from His Majesty Ryan. The stronghold has been cleared, and all soldiers will soon complete their evacuation. You may inspect it at your convenience." "Very well, thank you for your efforts. You may return to Stormwind," Seann replied with a smile, then resumed waiting for the soldiers to finish their tasks. The young officer, having heard his response, fell silent, observing these peculiar beings nearby. When these winged giants had returned from the Western Plains, he had been particularly curious about their origins. Now, up close, he realized they were not merely tall. An imperceptible yet profoundly terrifying aura emanated from them, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A voice within urged him to steer clear of these menacing entities, a sentiment far more despairing than facing the giant Gnoll. The garrison was sparse, Logically, a stronghold of this scale should have housed around 1,000 defenders. Yet, at present, only 400 or 500 soldiers emerged, burdened with their packs and equipped with weaponry. Once the soldiers loaded their belongings and the items from the stronghold onto the wagons, the officer bid farewell to Ingalls and led the bulk of the troops towards Stormwind. After a brief pause, as the soldiers disappeared into the distance, Seann stepped into the stronghold. The moment he crossed the threshold, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Stronghold successfully captured. The sanctuary castle can now be summoned. Would you like to designate the summoning area? Upon hearing the system prompt, Seann did not immediately confirm. Instead, he exited the fortress, leapt onto his griffin, and soared above the stronghold, finally feeling reassured enough to issue his command, using the forward fortress as the coordinate. Merge and summon. The Sichuan fortress was originally situated beside the road leading to the western meadows, nestled against the unending mountain range that extended to the outskirts of Stormwind. However, with Seann's command, the immense power originating from the system began to reveal its awe-inspiring strength. In the blink of an eye, the towering peaks that had stood behind the fortress, accompanied by the thundering waterfall, were abruptly severed in half, along with the cascading waters vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. At that moment, the ethereal silhouette of the sanctuary castle appeared above the fortress, gradually descending to envelop it. Subsequently, under the influence of this mysterious force, the square structure of the castle completely surpassed the mountains behind it, and the former fortress was entirely replaced in the process. At this juncture, the castle, now nearly merged, found itself surrounded by vast plains, offering an exceptionally broad vista. Even more astonishing was that the Sichuan River, which flowed between the Sichuan fortress and the western meadows, along with the picturesque Mirror Lake and lush orchards outside Stormwind, were all encompassed within the boundaries of the castle by a ring of low walls. Once this series of transformations concluded, it was as if a brand new city had materialized out of thin air around Stormwind. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking and magical, a sight Seann had never anticipated or witnessed, leaving him astounded and speechless as he observed the unfolding events. Ding! The merging summon has been completed. Ah, what an eye-opening experience. Could this be the power unleashed after the system seal was lifted? What else might I be unaware of? How exhilarating. Regaining his composure, Seann smacked his lips, murmuring with excitement. Now then, let us commence the construction of my first tavern in this new world and see what further surprises await. Sanctuary Castle, Yanhuang City Constructible Buildings. Level 1 City Hall. For 1,000 gold, 10 units of stone and wood, daily income. 2,000 gold. Tavern, 1,000 gold. 5 units of stone and wood, can recruit wandering heroes. Blacksmith, 1,000 gold. 5 units of wood, can manufacture siege engines. Market, 500 gold. 5 units of wood, limited resource trading. Level 1 Magic Tower, 2,000 gold plus 10 units of wood and stone, can learn first-tier magic skills. Peasant Hovel, 500 gold, can recruit 30 peasants daily. Level 1 Spearman Barracks, 1,000 gold. 5 units of stone and wood, can recruit 30 spearmen daily. Naturally, the first structure to be built is the tavern. This decision requires no contemplation. What he now pondered was whether, if a hero perished in the Game of Thrones, he could summon that fallen hero back to his tavern in Azeroth. However, this experiment is somewhat burdensome for the heroes, and Seann is not yet inclined to proceed. It seems prudent to wait until the number of heroes reaches its limit. Subsequently, he began to peruse the information on heroes available for recruitment in the tavern. Upon completing the recruitment, a tall, slender figure clad in form-fitting leather armor, adorned with a hood and bearing 2 short swords, materialized before Seann. Around his neck was a peculiar necklace composed of dozens of metallic daggers linked together. According to the information provided, he is a formidable stealth assassin. Greetings, my master. Vysen stood rigidly, his body taut, gazing at Seann for a moment in silence, before bowing respectfully in salute. Ah, greetings to you as well. Observing the pallid complexion and the cold, merciless gaze of the dark elf, Seann could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He responded with a faint smile before turning his attention to another hero. This hero was a young male mage from the Academy faction, known as Heir. His hair was short, and his attire was remarkably extravagant, featuring gemstone earrings, a pearl necklace, and finely crafted leather armor embedded with blue gems. He appeared neither as a mage nor a noble, but rather like an immensely wealthy merchant. His innate skill was that of an elemental master, capable of augmenting both the quantity and potency of summoned elements. Once this individual matures, he could summon hundreds of formidable elements with a mere wave of his hand, stirring both awe and admiration. Seann harbored a glimmer of hope that this mage would swiftly master the arcane skills of this world, such as the art of teleportation. For a mage who cannot open portals is hardly deemed competent. Hello, master. I am Mage Zehir, and it is a pleasure to meet you. After surveying his surroundings, Zehir greeted Seann with a respectful bow, his large crystal earrings swaying gently with his movements. Greetings to you both. I am Seann Yanhuang, and I welcome your presence. Here, we maintain few rules. As long as you diligently fulfill the tasks I assign, we shall remain friends in our private lives. Seann smiled contentedly, extending a warm welcome to the two new heroes. Come, let us proceed to the castle. We shall reside here from now on. By the way, Zehir, ride your griffin and take a few archangels to Stormwind, keep to retrieve Finny, and while you're in the city, procure some supplies and provisions. With a decisive clap of his hand, Seann assigned the task to the red-haired hero before leading the way into the castle. At your command, master. Zehir accepted the assignment without question and promptly departed. Chapter 12. Transition. During this period, the tranquil lives of the residents of Stormwind were abruptly disrupted by an earth-shattering event. A colossal city rose abruptly from the ground, and the surrounding terrain underwent a dramatic transformation. News of this phenomenon spread throughout Stormwind like wildfire, capturing the attention of all. On the walls of Stormwind, throngs of curious onlookers gathered daily, each straining their necks and peering inquisitively to uncover the mystery beyond. Among the crowd, a young man clad in coarse linen garments leaps with excitement, attempting to rise on his toes while shouting, "Hey, did you see that? The silhouette in the distance must be an extraordinarily vast city." Beside him, an elderly gentleman with graying hair shields his eyes, squinting thoughtfully as he shakes his head in disbelief. How peculiar. Just days ago, this area was nothing but flatland. How has such a grand city emerged in the blink of an eye? Could it be the manifestation of divine intervention? Meanwhile, the Mage District nestled behind the mountains typically exudes an air of tranquility and mystery. The mages, who value decorum and dignity, harbor a fervent thirst for knowledge. And this extraordinary occurrence acts like a colossal magnet, arousing their intense curiosity. A royal mage stands atop the tallest tower in the Mage District, gently tapping his staff against the ground, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He murmurs to himself, "This enigmatic force is anything but ordinary. It has even disturbed the surrounding magical elements, leaving me utterly perplexed." Nearby, a young apprentice mage named Eric, his eyes wide with anticipation, implores, "Master, may we not go and see for ourselves?" The royal mage nods slightly, a flicker of curiosity dancing in his eyes. Indeed, it merits exploration. Elsewhere, Ryan and Rosa can no longer suppress their curiosity, leading their family, under the protection of the Iron Horse Brotherhood and the Royal Guard, to join the eager throng. In a gesture of unity, Seann, the ruler of this world, naturally welcomes them. Upon receiving the news, he hosts a grand banquet that evening on the castle's rooftop terrace. As torches flicker in the night breeze, the aroma of fine wine wafts through the air, accompanied by an array of delicacies and fruits procured from Stormwind. Though he possesses billions of gold coins within the system that he cannot utilize, his storage space still holds over a dozen chests of gold and silver, primarily gathered during his campaigns against the indigenous tribes. At present, he finds no lack of wealth. As the center of attention, Seann strides through the crowd, engaging warmly with everyone. Nobles adorned in splendid attire whisper amongst themselves, exchanging opinions. A rotund nobleman, cradling a goblet, approaches Seann with a broad grin and exclaims, "Your Majesty Seann, this city is truly astonishing. However did you accomplish this? Have you mastered some arcane magic?" Seann smiles, waving a hand dismissively. "The birth of this city is but a twist of fate. It is not something that can be achieved at will." A burly representative from the blacksmith steps forward, thumping his chest. "Your Majesty, should your city require skilled artisans for weaponry, armor, or construction, do not hesitate to call upon our guild. Our craftsmanship is second to none." "Very well, I shall undoubtedly seek your assistance in the future." The merchants, with their sharp eyes, were eager to contribute. A shrewd businessman rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation as he said, "Your Majesty Seann, we are also willing to lend our support to the trade of this city." "Oh, that would be splendid." The representative of the Mage Guild stepped forward, bowing slightly. "My Lord Seann, the magical fluctuations in this city are rather peculiar. We, the Mage Guild, wish to delve into their mysteries." Seann nodded with a smile, responding, "Then I shall rely on the Grand Mage." The representatives of the common folk looked on in awe. A humble farmer cautiously spoke, "Your Majesty Seann, we have never encountered such grandeur. It is truly an honor to be here." Seann kindly replied, "We are all human. There is no need for formality. Feel free to explore." After the banquet, noticing the curiosity of the people towards his city, Seann generously relaxed his requirements. allowing everyone to enter and tour the city. They could even apply for residency, although the selection criteria were said to be quite stringent, causing most of the lower-class populace to remain hesitant. This news ignited a fervor among the people. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, the roads from Stormwind City to Yanhuang City buzzed with activity, as carriages flowed like a river and crowds of people streamed forth. Everyone was filled with an inexplicable excitement. They had often passed by the West Spring Fortress and frequently visited the Mirror Lake and Thunderfall, familiar with the terrain. Yet now, all that was once recognizable had vanished. A colossal city had risen without warning, enveloping the land. A young adventurer, lost in thought, followed the throng into the massive and sturdy gates of Yanhuang City, only to suddenly snap back to reality. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "This feels like a dream. Am I still asleep?" A companion beside him pinched him playfully and laughed. "Does that hurt? This is no dream. This is the might of the divine." The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with wonder and reverence. Although the city was still quite sparse, with only 3 towering walls and a small castle, everyone believed that it would not be long before it rivaled Stormwind City as a great metropolis. The town of Seann, however, bore the brunt of this development, as a multitude of merchants and commoners flocked to the excitement, leaving many shops unattended. Yet, the inns in Seann were fortunate. Those merchants and nobles who lingered too long in Yanhuang City, unwilling to travel through the night, sought refuge in the lodgings. It was said that the bustling scene, filled with throngs of people, even frightened the ordinarily arrogant Lord Hogg, causing him to flee in panic, though the truth of this remained uncertain. In the ensuing days, Seann dedicated himself to the relentless construction of his stronghold in Yanhuang City, summoning more archangels than soldiers. At times, he summoned twice in a single day. As previously mentioned, each summoning not only drained his magical energy, but also required the expenditure of half the summoner's physical strength. The act of exhausting his stamina twice was tantamount to depleting his energy reserves entirely. The recovery of stamina was significantly slower than that of mana, leading him to abandon this self-destructive approach after a single attempt. This was also one of the reasons he remained in Yanhuang City. Without stamina, even walking became a strenuous endeavor. In recent days, he had encountered various heroes from different races. Aside from temporarily foregoing the recruitment of demon and undead heroes, he successfully enlisted the new elven heroes Wenlier and Oga, both of whom were adept at tracking and locating enemies in jungle terrains, specifically chosen for his orc allies. Chapter 13. The meeting. While he was occupied, the others were not idly waiting. Vishen, a master assassin, had been dispatched by Seann to Stormwind City to acquire the skills of thieves and assassins in this world. The chill of his gaze was quite discomforting for Seann. Furthermore, Seann was eager to ascertain the power of a master who had fused assassination techniques from 2 distinct worlds. The archangels, who were the earliest practitioners of the Light's Path, would daily attend the Northshire Abbey. This group included over 100 paladins and judges. Upon their arrival, they joined the patrol and defense teams to ensure a peaceful environment conducive to learning, eliminating any nearby threats. The 2 elven heroes, along with Zehir, led dozens of secret archers and crossbowmen, collaborating with hunters and mages from the Iron Horse Brotherhood to study various relevant skills and knowledge. 3rd tier Secret Archer, Attack 6, Defense 5, Life 14, Speed 5, Initiative 11, Damage 89, Ammunition 16, Special Skill, No Shooting Penalty. Force Field Arrow. Force Field Arrow ignores 50 defense of the target and generates a knockback effect. A contingent of guards and wind dancers journeyed alone to the Stormwind Keep, training under Lothar to learn various warrior abilities. 2nd tier Wind Dancer, Attack 6, Defense 6, Life 12, Speed 7, Initiative 15, Damage 46, Special Skill, Agility. However, Lothar's schedule was quite constrained, allowing only a few hours each day for training. Fortunately, those dispatched to acquire knowledge were individuals of exceptional strength or insight, resulting in a rapid pace of learning. To complete the city's construction, it would likely take about half a month, though he was uncertain if there was sufficient time left. The archangels sent to scout returned with intelligence regarding the orc stronghold and the movements of their main forces. They had spread out from Stormwind City in a fan-like formation towards the east, west, and south, maximizing Seann's ability to clarify the current timeline. Upon hearing the report from the archangels, Seann fell into a contemplative silence. In the east, several archangels discovered a lakeside town ravaged and occupied by orcs, near which lay a colossal pyre where everything had been reduced to ash. Upon careful confirmation, they reported that the ashes were remnants of numerous bodies, a testament to how the orcs treated their dead after plundering all their possessions. A cadre of over a dozen archangels, searching towards the southeast. Discovered the rampaging orcs wreaking havoc in the marshes, alongside a formidable fortress amassing substantial reinforcements in the rear. They stumbled upon the imposing dark gate by the seaside, from which a relentless tide of Orcish warriors surged forth like a deluge. In the sun-drenched forests of the south, they encountered not a single living soul, only the charred remains of homesteads and countless haphazard burial mounds. The remnants of overturned carts and shattered vehicles littered the landscape. Continuing southward, they reached a primeval forest, where they encountered a towering creature, hunched and adorned with protruding fangs, engaged in skirmishes with a small band of green-skinned orcs. In the fertile western plains, they cleared a handful of orcs pillaging the agricultural villages and rescued numerous civilians, escorting them through the verdant fields until they arrived at the former West Spring Bridge. Seann's knowledge from his past life provided only a vague understanding of each event's outcome, leaving the intricacies and details shrouded in obscurity. In this moment, he comprehended just how mild his previous conflict with the headhunting tribe had been, though fierce. It had not reached the gruesome extremities of indiscriminate slaughter. Perhaps this truly encapsulated the essence of a relentless, existential war between races. As he absorbed the stark descriptions, vivid images flooded his mind, and he seemed to hear the anguished cries of his kin as they faced their demise. The horrific scenes of carnage ignited a tempest of rage within him, compelling him to rally his entire army to vanquish these brutal creatures. At dawn on the following day, burdened by disquiet, Seann mounted a griffin alongside a group of eager students, soaring towards their respective destinations. Given the current proximity of the two cities, it was akin to the distance between two neighboring houses. The intervening mountains, now reduced to half their former height, served as a barrier between them, with the mage district of Stormwind nestled just beyond those walls. Upon reaching Stormwind Fortress, Seann recounted all the intelligence he had gathered to King Ryan, who, wary of the gravity of the situation, promptly summoned the relevant leaders to a war council. Military commanders, heads of intelligence, nobles responsible for logistics, and court mages gathered in the meeting room. Once assembled, they huddled around the rectangular table shaped like a map, murmuring amongst themselves. Seann wasted no time. He reiterated all the intelligence in detail, plunging the room into an eerie silence. After a moment, an unexpected voice erupted, demanding justice for the blood debts owed by those green-skinned monsters. The noble counselors exchanged incredulous glances, soon swept up in a fervor, their emotions indistinguishable between genuine outrage and feigned indignation. Blood for blood. Indeed. Hang them all. Your Majesty, deploy the army to eradicate the orcs. Everyone, please. Allow me a moment. Seann interjected, raising his hand to quell the uproar. Firstly, I trust you all know who I am. He surveyed the assembly and continued. Though I am not a noble of the kingdom, I have entered into a cooperative agreement with King Ryan. The current West Spring Fortress is now my domain. Thus, in the face of the orc menace, I stand resolutely in support. However, I implore everyone to comprehend how we ought to confront the incursion of these beasts. Shall we hold our ground within the fortifications? Or take the initiative and strike? Perhaps flee without a fight? At this juncture, Seann paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the faces of those present, observing their expressions, before continuing. Therefore, it is imperative that we establish a clear direction before we can engage in further discourse. A burly general, his face adorned with a thick beard, slammed his fist upon the table, causing the sand table model to quiver. He bellowed with fury, "These accursed orcs! How dare they brazenly regard our homes and citizens as mere prey for their wanton plunder? This is an intolerable affront. I propose we immediately assemble our forces and launch a proactive assault, delivering them a resounding lesson." His eyes blazed with fierce indignation, as if he were ready to charge into battle at any moment, prepared to fight the orcs to the bitter end. Chapter 14. Meeting 2. The head of the intelligence department furrowed his brow, his expression laden with concern as he retorted, "Based on our current intelligence, the orc horde is far larger than we anticipated. We cannot recklessly initiate an attack. We must devise a comprehensive battle plan, or we risk falling into their traps." As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers on the sand table, attempting to identify the weaknesses of the orc army and potential routes of assault. The noble responsible for logistics wore a troubled expression, sighing in resignation. To muster an army for war, logistical support presents a significant challenge. Our current stockpiles are woefully limited, compounded by the orcs' rampant destruction and pillaging. All of the kingdom's outer territories have been obliterated. If we were to wage a large-scale war now, it would be exceedingly difficult to gather sufficient provisions and armaments in the short term. His words deepened the already tense atmosphere. and the faces of the assembly were marked by anxiety. The court mages whispered amongst themselves, engaging in hushed discussions. One elder mage stepped forward, clearing his throat to speak. Though we mages wield formidable magical powers, we cannot guarantee absolute success against such a vast orc army. Moreover, the casting of magic demands substantial reserves of mana. We require ample time to recuperate and replenish. Hence, when formulating our battle strategy, we must take into account both the capabilities and limitations of our mages. King Ryan and Sir Lassa listened attentively to the discourse, occasionally exchanging quiet words. King Ryan's countenance was grave, for the formidable orc army assembled before them loomed like the sword of Damocles over their heads. If they failed to respond judiciously, the entire kingdom could descend into irreparable ruin. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Esteemed colleagues, we currently face an exceedingly grave situation, but we must not succumb to disarray. We must remain composed and collaboratively devise the optimal response plan. I express my gratitude to His Majesty Seann for providing us with such crucial intelligence. We must leverage this information to formulate a battle plan that effectively counters the orc onslaught while minimizing our losses to the greatest extent possible. There is no need for formality. It is my duty as an ally. Seann humbly replied, and after careful consideration of his words, he addressed everyone. We must understand the enemy we are facing, who they are, where they originate from, and what their intentions are. If anyone believes that the orcs are ignorant and primitive, they are gravely mistaken. According to the intelligence gathered by my warriors, these beasts possess a well-structured social system and a stable societal composition. From the various traces left at the scene, we can discern their clan affiliations. Different clans have united to form a large tribe, and this is our adversary. We are not confronting a mere horde of cannibalistic beasts, but a formidable civilization from another world, driven by the motives of conquest and destruction. The orcs are far stronger than humans, generally. It takes 3 human soldiers to defeat a single orc. However, their crude tribal civilization places them at a disadvantage in terms of equipment. 100 members of the Stormwind Royal Guard would easily overpower 100 orc soldiers, a fact that I believe resonates with everyone present. Thus, in the face of such a vast orc tribe, a blind assault would be unwise, as it would only strip us of our advantageous position within the city. We do not have an abundance of soldiers, yet if we continue to adopt a passive defensive stance, we are courting disaster, for our city harbors countless civilians. Without ample supplies and resources, we need not wait for the orcs to attack. Chaos will ensue among the starving populace, leading to our self-destruction. Of course, some may think that given the dire circumstances, it would be better to abandon the city and flee by ship. But have you considered how many vessels you possess? How many people can you carry away? The homes, shops, and countless fields and farms surrounding the city cannot be taken with you. Would you be content with such a loss? Even if you harden your hearts and abandon everything to escape, I have previously stated that these orcs, driven by their desires for conquest and destruction, will not halt their advance upon the lands of the Storm Kingdom. Perhaps some of you doubt me, thinking I am merely being alarmist. Yet my archangel has informed me that in the eastern volcanic plains, a large number of green-skinned creatures are constructing their fortifications and strongholds. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Seann abruptly halted his lengthy discourse to pose a piercing question. It signifies that these orcs are relentlessly encroaching upon and occupying all lands. They may continue their advance northward until they are left with no path to pursue. Lassa's expression darkened as he took the floor with a hoarse, somber voice. Indeed, they will march northward, seizing every piece of land and resource in their sight, regardless of ownership. Once they have claimed all the land, they may very well take to the seas to continue their conquest. Do not be skeptical. It is common knowledge that orc society is more primitive and savage than that of humans. They are powerful individuals who glorify violence. And with the high mortality rate among male warriors, their young must mature at a rate surpassing that of humans. In such an environment, female orcs are undoubtedly better adapted to reproduction than their human counterparts, much like sows that can give birth to numerous offspring with astonishing growth rates. This is merely my conjecture, yet I am confident that it is close to the truth. What I wish to convey is this. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. Once you leave this homeland, where your ancestors have dwelled for generations, there is no returning. Summon your courage to face the reality. You have an army, mages, countless citizens supporting you, and me. The forces under my command are steadily increasing, continually harnessing greater power, just like this. With that said, Seann raised his hand, gathering a sphere of holy light, which he then shaped into blades that slowly pierced the tabletop amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Do you see? Everything I have stated is true. I have no reason to deceive you. After his lengthy discourse, Seann finally ceased his speech. To be honest, his exhaustive explanations were not driven by a genuine concern for these individuals, but rather a necessity to maintain the safety of Stormwind and its populace at this critical juncture. Each additional day of preparation strengthens his forces, and his ultimate goal is not the annihilation of all orcs. Setting aside whether he could achieve such a feat, if he dared to attempt it, countless bronze dragon forces would likely come knocking. As for the reason, that tale is lengthy. Suffice it to say, the world of Azeroth requires the presence of orcs. Humanity also needs the pressure from orcs to unite the alliance, for there are far more perilous foes looming. And the orcs are merely the prelude. Chapter 15. The third conference. King Ryan's gaze swept across the faces of the assembly, finally settling steadily upon Seann. Your Majesty, Seann is correct. Evasion will not resolve any issues. We must confront this crisis head-on and formulate an entirely new strategy, one that fully exploits our strengths while effectively compensating for our weaknesses. At this juncture, a young staff officer rose, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Clutching a map, he hastened to the sand table. Your Majesties, esteemed lords, I have an idea. We are all aware that while the orc army is vast, their equipment is relatively rudimentary, and they lack effective coordination in combat. We can capitalize on this by employing a tactic of luring the enemy into our midst. As he spoke, he gestured over the map. We can establish traps and ambushes at key locations outside the city, deliberately exposing some vulnerabilities to entice the orc army into our encirclement. Then, our main forces can launch an assault from the flanks and rear, overwhelming them in one fell swoop. Sir Lothar nodded slightly, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. That is a commendable idea, but how do we ensure that the orcs will take the bait? Furthermore, how shall our main forces lie in ambush without being detected? The staff officer smiled confidently, gesturing towards a complex mountainous terrain on the map, stating that this region is ideally suited for our troops to conceal themselves. We can deploy a portion of our soldiers disguised as civilians to operate in the villages outside the city, deliberately creating an atmosphere of chaos and panic, thereby misleading the orcs into believing we are engulfed in disorder. Simultaneously, we shall position our main forces in ambush within the mountains. Once the orc army enters the encirclement, we can launch an immediate attack. Upon hearing this, Seann acknowledged the plan's viability but expressed his concerns. Although the strategy is commendable, we must consider the orcs' reconnaissance capabilities. Should they uncover our ambush, our efforts would be rendered futile, and our logistical supply issues remain unresolved. The noble responsible for logistics furrowed his brow and remarked that he had already dispatched individuals to gather supplies, yet the quantity remains woefully inadequate. In any realm, for sentient beings, sustenance is of paramount importance. In the annals of Seann's previous life, numerous instances abound where logistical failures led to the downfall of wars. In the face of fortifications that are easier to defend than to assault, the tactic of besieging the enemy into starvation is not uncommon. In the world of political intrigue he once inhabited, Seann had never harbored such concerns, for within his domain, countless slaves toiled to provide ample provisions. Moreover, in that temperate land, abundant harvests were commonplace. It was this unceasing supply that sustained his relentless campaigns of conquest. However, at this juncture, the vanguard of the orc forces had already pillaged every human settlement and food source within the Storm Kingdom. Though they had been repelled during the siege, it constituted merely a small fraction of the vast orc horde. The farmers and miners who had narrowly escaped the brutal slaughter were gripped by fear, lacking the courage to return to the fields where orc scouts could appear at any moment. This presents a critical dilemma. Even with Seann's formidable and loyal forces, who require no wages and toil tirelessly, they too need sustenance. Lingering hunger can lead to debilitating weakness, a condition no magic can remedy. This issue must be addressed proactively. Currently, constrained by manpower and food supplies, they are confined to the Elven Forest. To compel the orc horde to abandon the Storm Kingdom, they must prepare for a protracted struggle, demonstrating to the orcs that this is a bastion they cannot conquer, where any assault would only result in heavy losses and futile endeavors. In this vast world, rather than squandering time and energy here, the orcs would be better served by advancing northward. Contemplating this, Seann formulated a somewhat immature proposal and spoke up. Esteemed colleagues, I have a suggestion that merits our collective analysis for its feasibility. Presently, we are persistently confronted with a severe food supply crisis due to subsequent logistical challenges. If we do not address this issue, even if we succeed in delivering a significant blow to the orcs this time, what are the next? Can we amass a substantial harvest during the orcs' retreat? None can predict when they will regain strength to assault our cities once more. After all, the crops we plant cannot be relocated. Destroying them is as simple as igniting a torch. We cannot abandon our walls for the sake of a meager food supply and confront the orcs directly in the wilderness. How, then, shall we respond? My recommendation is to wholeheartedly safeguard the vast granary of the Western Wilderness. At the confluence of the Western Wilderness and the Sunlight Forest, we should establish a meticulously fortified trench line, while Stormwind City continues to bolster its defenses and prepares for a protracted conflict. As long as we can engage the orcs in a stalemate, the substantial grain from the Western Wilderness can be transported directly to the port of Stormwind City via waterways. Should the orcs divide their forces to assault the Western Wilderness, attempting an offensive from the Elwyn Forest, they would encounter resistance from Yanhuang City. An attack from the Sunlight Forest would meet with a well-defended trench fortification. Only in this manner can we compel the orcs to retreat, relinquishing our Stormwind Kingdom's tenacious hold, and continue their march northward. This is my preliminary plan. I invite you all to deliberate on its suitability. Upon hearing Seann's proposal, a brief silence enveloped the conference room, as everyone weighed the plan's merits and drawbacks in their minds. Moments later, Sir Lothar broke the silence, his brow furrowed and his expression grave. Your Highness Seann, your vision possesses strategic insight. Protecting the Western Wilderness would indeed fundamentally resolve our logistical supply dilemma. However, establishing such a fortified line demands substantial manpower, resources, and time. Our forces are already stretched thin. Diverting some to fortify the Western Wilderness may weaken the defenses of Stormwind City. If the orcs seize the opportunity to concentrate their forces and launch a fierce assault on Stormwind City, how shall we respond? The noble responsible for logistics also displayed a troubled countenance, slowly articulating. Moreover, the construction of fortifications requires building materials, tools, and labor, which we may not be able to gather at present. Even if we manage to scrape together the essentials, transporting these supplies poses a significant challenge. The orcs ravage the surrounding regions, rendering the roads perilous, and our supplies could be ambushed at any moment during transit. Additionally, once we establish a defensive line in the Western Wilderness, the ongoing provision of materials will necessitate continuous support, undoubtedly exacerbating our logistical burdens. The young staff officer, with a discerning gaze, thoughtfully remarked, I believe that although His Majesty Seann's plan carries certain risks, it also presents a viable strategy to break the deadlock. We could implement some ingenious arrangements in troop deployment by reallocating a portion of experienced veterans from Stormwind to the Western Wilds. Concurrently, we might recruit some local young men for basic military training, thereby bolstering the defensive capabilities of Stormwind. This approach would not only ensure the combat effectiveness of the Western Wilds frontline, but also prevent a significant weakening of Stormwind's defenses. Regarding the issue of supply transport, we can organize an elite escort team to enhance vigilance during transit. Additionally, we could harness magical powers to establish concealed protective barriers, ensuring that supplies reach their destination safely. After a whispered discussion among the court mages, they expressed their willingness to fully support this plan. During the construction of the fortress trenches, we can utilize magic to expedite progress, such as reinforcing the walls and excavating the trenches. We can also erect formidable magical barriers along the defenses of the Western Wilds and Stormwind to repel the orc assault. Furthermore, we can employ magical reconnaissance to gain advanced knowledge of orc movements, providing valuable intelligence for our operations. Seann attentively listened to everyone's contributions, nodding slightly. Once all opinions had been voiced, he stated, the concerns raised are crucial and constructive. Sir Lothar's apprehensions regarding the potential weakening of Stormwind's defenses are valid. However, the City of Flame and Yellow can dispatch 1/3 of our archangels for assistance, and Sir Lothar is well aware of their formidable strength. As for the construction of the fortifications in the Western Wilds, it will require the active participation of the kingdom's populace. But I assure you that my troops will always be at the forefront of their defense, with the garrison forces provided by the Empire of Flame and Yellow. Additionally, we can enhance the training of the new recruits as suggested by the staff, improving their combat effectiveness. The logistical concerns raised regarding supply transportation, along with the mage's magical protection recommendations, are excellent. We can combine the escort team with magical safeguards to ensure the safety of our supplies. I will also deploy formidable warriors to participate in the escort duties, guaranteeing absolute security. King Ryan had been quietly listening to the discussions, and once everyone had shared their views, he slowly rose, his gaze resolute. Though His Majesty Seann's plan is fraught with challenges, it currently stands as our best option to extricate ourselves from this predicament. We cannot remain passive. We must proactively seek opportunities. I have decided to fully support this plan, and all departments must work closely together to expedite implementation. I firmly believe that as long as we unite our efforts, We will safeguard our homeland and demonstrate to the invaders that the Kingdom of Stormwind is not a target to be trifled with. Inspired by the king's words, everyone expressed their commitment to give their utmost effort. In the ensuing period, the Kingdom of Stormwind became bustling with activity. The soldiers were divided into two factions. One contingent headed to the western wilderness to commence the construction of fortifications and trenches, establishing a defensive line, while the other remained in Stormwind, continuing to bolster the city's defensive structures. Logistics personnel scurried about, rallying the townsfolk and skilled artisans, gathering supplies, and organizing transport and construction teams to provide unwavering support for the engineering and defense efforts. Meanwhile, Seann personally ventured to the western wilderness to oversee the construction of the defenses. He adjusted the composition of the summoned troops over the past few days, selecting a mixed force of approximately 600 men. This battalion primarily consisted of 20 emerald dragons, supplemented by numerous druid elders, secret archers, wind warriors, and holy adjudicators. To enhance their mobility, royal griffins were indispensable, specifically prepared by Seann for the guerrilla warfare among the orcs in the forest. The only uncertainty lingered regarding whether the presence of so many emerald dragons might provoke the Green Dragon Legion. Additionally, he assembled a smaller squad specifically chosen to complement his casting of potent supportive magic. For instance, high-level druids could amplify the hero's spell power through their spell surge skill, while the magic sustenance of the druid elders could channel their own magical energy to the hero. He prepared 40 elders to rotate in and out. Furthermore, he readied 10 silver unicorns with their anti-magic aura and 100 holy unicorns, whose splendid presence, endowed with the follower of light ability, could rival the strength of 7-tier emerald dragons, albeit with slightly lesser mobility. Under his leadership, the construction of the defensive line progressed smoothly. Yet it must be noted that several blank areas remained along the banks of the Sichuan River, potentially allowing the orcs to breach the defenses. However, Seann anticipated this concern and planned to reinforce the patrols with Griffin Knights to provide timely warnings. While everyone was diligently preparing for battle, engrossed in their tasks, Seann, overseeing the construction in the western wilderness, abruptly received a summons from Ryan regarding critically important intelligence concerning the orcs. Although Seann was unaware of the specifics, he decisively entrusted his current responsibilities to the newly recruited Dougal. Unbeknownst to him, the earlier victory of humanity during the orc siege of Stormwind was no mere coincidence. Lothar and King Ryan, through Khadgar, had acquired crucial intelligence from Garona, leading to precise strategic deployments in the defense of the city, ultimately securing victory. Meanwhile, the orc warlock Gul'dan had persistently attempted to invade Garona's soul through sorcery, intending to monitor her every movement and, if necessary, directly control her body. However, the process of invasion proved to be exceedingly arduous, as the mental fortitude of the half-orc was remarkably formidable. Nevertheless, the function of surveillance continuously played its role. Garona discreetly conveyed information regarding orc culture and tribal activities to her human allies, all of which was observed keenly by Gul'dan. Yet this aged orc refrained from alarming his prey. Due to the limitations of his spells, he could only impart subtle mental suggestions to Garona, thereby influencing her actions imperceptibly. Through Garona, Gul'dan acquired numerous invaluable insights concerning Medivh and the enigmatic tower. Chapter 17. Garona. The council chamber was adorned with opulence, reflecting the extraordinary nature of royalty. A vast circular conference table, crafted from exquisite oak, boasted a smooth surface that mirrored the flickering candlelight around it. Portraits depicting the kingdom's glorious past adorned the walls, while a crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow from above. Ornate chairs, both exquisite and comfortable, surrounded the room. Yet, a palpable tension enveloped the entire chamber. King Lane leaned against an intricately carved chair, expressing his thoughts. People often tell me that Medivh has gone mad. Yet history invariably proves that our ignorance of him is the true folly. I grew up alongside Medivh. He frequently spoke of grand schemes and destinies. The peculiar behaviors attributed to him in recent years, I believe, are merely facets of some grand design. Lothar, as his friends, should we not place our trust in him? Must we truly disrupt his plans based on mere whispers of speculation? He stroked his beard, his gaze revealing both trust and helplessness towards his old friend. Khadgar rose respectfully, stating, "Your Majesty, perhaps Master Medivh is indeed orchestrating a grand design, but in this scheme, do the kingdoms of Stormwind and our world truly hold significance? Are we not mere pawns in his game?" Lothar remained largely silent, refraining from commenting on the matter. However, he suddenly interjected, "Lane, Medivh's magical prowess is of paramount importance to us at this juncture. Should he falter and fail to render timely assistance against the orc menace, our kingdom could face defeat. You must seriously consider their words. Lane straightened, responding earnestly. I am listening and pondering deeply. Just as the debate intensified, the doors of the chamber creaked open slowly. Seann entered, clad in a resplendent white robe adorned with golden embroidery, crowned with a gem-studded diadem. Lucifer followed closely, donned in silver armor. His massive red and white wings unfurled behind him. Forgive my intrusion, esteemed guests. What is the topic of your discourse? May I join the conversation? The female orc? Seann quipped, having overheard their discussion, his tone lighthearted. Yet before he could finish, his gaze fell upon Garona, whose green skin bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. Seann's brow furrowed as he murmured, Garona? Kill her, feel. His voice was deep, yet resonated with authority. Suddenly, Lothar was taken aback, leaning forward with both hands pressed against the conference table, his face a picture of shock as he attempted to intervene. However, Lucifer paid him no heed. With the command from Seann, the conference room was instantaneously enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A flaming holy sword was swung forth from Lucifer's grasp, its blade shimmering with brilliance, flames of a vibrant yellow swirling around it. In the blink of an eye, the holy sword was thrust before Garona, the searing flames seemingly poised to incinerate her into charred remains. Garona, without a moment to ponder, instinctively vanished into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The remaining individuals in the conference room, save for Lothar, were only now regaining their senses. Khadgar's face flushed crimson with rage. His eyes wide as he shouted, Who are you? Why are you attacking Garona? She is an orc, is she not? Why do you protect her? Seann feigned innocence, his expression one of confusion, yet his actions remained relentless as the power of holy light spread from beneath his feet. Seizing the moment, Lucifer returned to his side, preparing to reopen the summoning portal. Your Majesty, Seann, please cease your disrespectful actions at once. She is not our enemy. King Lothar, now fully aware, spoke urgently, his face etched with discontent. He rose from his seat, leaning forward with both hands resting on the table. As you wish, Your Majesty Lothar. Seann chose to disregard Lothar's words, but could not ignore the king's plea, feeling a pang of regret within. Subsequently, the holy light beneath his feet dissipated, the angel retracting his wings and retreating behind him, bringing a hush over the room. Sir Lothar, you may find my actions perplexing, and I shall provide an explanation shortly. However, for now, it is prudent that you remain vigilant to every move of that orc, Seann advised earnestly, casting a glance at Garona, who had manifested beside Lothar. Tension coiled within Lothar at these words, and instinctively, he stepped forward to shield Lothar, clenching his fists. She is not an enemy. Your Majesty Lothar, you know this. Khadgar also stepped forward, placing his hands on his hips as he spoke up. This mage, how much do you truly understand about the dark sorcery wielded by the orcs? Seann inquired, tilting his head slightly as he regarded Khadgar. As far as I know, there are many ways to manipulate both the mind and body of a person, and she harbors a dark aura within her. I believe she must be aware of it. Am I wrong? After speaking, he turned his gaze to Garona. When I previously encountered King Lothar, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent suddenly engulfed me. I assumed it was merely an illusion. Garona lowered her head, her eyes reflecting confusion and fear. The revelation left everyone astonished, and Lothar, feeling an acute sense of urgency, retreated protectively alongside Lothar towards the door. How can this be? Khadgar murmured in disbelief, deeply shaken. However, there exists a solution, Seann declared confidently, for in my eyes, dark sorcery is trivial. Light and holy power are their ultimate nemesis. You must act to save her, Khadgar implored, stepping forward with his hands clasped in prayer. This caused Seann to raise an eyebrow, contemplating whether the two had formed some unique bond. Your Majesty Seann, I sincerely apologize for my previous misunderstanding. However, if it is possible to eliminate the hidden dangers surrounding Lady Garona, I kindly request your assistance. Ryan squeezed past Lothar and approached Seann, offering a heartfelt apology before explaining the situation. It is worth noting that Lady Garona is also a benefactor of the kingdom. It was her intelligence that led to the defeat of the orc army during their siege. I see. Since she is a friend of humanity, I shall gladly lend my aid. Seann nodded and subsequently offered several solutions. Upon hearing Seann's proposals, everyone gasped in disbelief. To ensure absolute certainty, all plans required a sacrificial measure. So, is that the reason you sought to eliminate me upon our first encounter? Garona inquired with curiosity, tilting her head slightly. Indeed, the malevolent force within you cannot deceive me, Seann replied with casual amusement. Which method do you believe would be most suitable for me? Uncertain of her choice, Garona humbly sought his guidance. Let us begin with purification. Are you prepared? We shall commence. Seann pondered for a moment before advising. Without waiting for Garona's response, he began to chant the incantation. The purification spell was brief, and in the blink of an eye, a radiant white light enveloped Garona. Yet, as Seann sensed the lingering presence of the dark magic, his brows furrowed in concern. He recited the incantation once more, but the malevolent force remained unvanquished. Unfazed, Seann chanted again, this time preparing a spell of magical immunity. After a minute, a cascade of multicolored light illuminated Garona, and as the evil aura finally dissipated, he nodded in satisfaction. Is this a success? Khadgar asked anxiously in a hushed tone. I dare you to test her with the spell. The young Khadgar, obedient as ever, recited the incantation, releasing a magical arrow. The arrow, swift as the wind, glowed pure white and radiated a chilling aura, striking Garona's abdomen in an instant, only to vanish as if it were mere air. Is that an ice arrow? Upon witnessing this familiar magic, Seann instinctively exclaimed, marking his first encounter with the magic of this world. The group snapped back to reality as Garona, startled, lunged at Khadgar, knocking him to the ground and delivering 2 slaps. You fool, do you wish to kill me? Enough. Rise now. We must proceed to the next step. Seann interrupted their amicable exchange, offering a reminder. Close your eyes, it will be over soon. As Garona stood up, Seann stepped back a couple of paces and urged the others to keep their distance, focusing intently. All right, here we go. Garona inhaled deeply and shut her eyes. Phil, proceed. At Seann's command, the flaming holy sword swiftly arced across Garona's neck. Before her body could collapse, Khadgar rushed forward, supporting her limp form and head. Steady her. Do not let go. After reiterating his instruction, Seann began to chant a new spell. After a brief moment, Garona, regaining consciousness, absent-mindedly touched her neck and murmured in confusion. Have I truly died once? What else would you prefer? Enough of these trivialities. Let us resume our earlier discussion. So, what were you just talking about? They brought news of Medivh's potential betrayal. I am quite curious. Who is this Medivh? Is he significant? Indeed, Medivh, the guardian of the Nexus, is the most formidable sorcerer among humanity. His mother, Lady Aegwyn, the previous guardian, once even vanquished the demon lord who sought to invade this world. Lothar succinctly explained to Khadgar. We grew up together, the best of friends. Medivh has always wielded his immense magic to protect the kingdom, making him our most powerful ally. Khadgar added. At this juncture, Khadgar and Garona, having adjusted their states, rejoined the discussion, elaborating on the intelligence they possessed to the newly arrived Khadgar. Throughout the discourse, Khadgar listened intently, occasionally nodding, feigning a contemplative demeanor. He was not intentionally deceiving them. Rather, it was a position of necessity as an outsider. He could not openly disclose Medivh's corruption, as it would be challenging to explain how he possessed knowledge that even the locals were unaware of. Just as he had previously navigated the matter involving Garona, he could not directly indicate that the orphan, Dan, might have been surveilling them. However, upon absorbing all the information, a sudden notification reverberated in his mind. Ding! The task module has officially commenced. The first system task has been issued. Eliminate the fallen guardian. Ding! Task reward. Upon completion, a cross-world portal will be granted. Ding! Task penalty. Should the task remain unfulfilled within the stipulated time, the system will initiate a month-long respawn of wild creatures. With the respawn locations encompassing all areas of both worlds, the quantity determined by weekly castle recruitment figures. Types and ranks of wild creatures are unlimited. There is a 10 chance of various race heroes appearing. Ding! Task duration, 24 hours. What in the world? Khadgar's suggestion was abruptly interrupted by this unexpected notification, leaving him stunned, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as he hastily inquired within his mind, System? What is the task module? The system's mechanical voice replied, unhurriedly, Ding! The task module is one of the core schemes for collecting operational energy for the system. The system's functionality relies on a special energy supply, and completing various tasks is a vital means of acquiring energy. Through the feedback and fluctuations generated by the host's task completion, the system can gather and convert it into the energy it requires. Khadgar furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity, and pressed further, energy? Why was a task not initiated in the realm of Westeros? Does energy not deplete there? It was only at this moment that he realized the system's energy was not boundless. Ding! In the Westeros realm, the system was in its initial debugging and adaptation phase, and the environmental conditions did not align with the operational requirements of the task module. After optimization and enhancement, the world we currently inhabit has met the activation standards for the task module, thus it is officially initiated. Seann remained relentless in his pursuit, So how exactly is this energy collected? Ding. The collection rules of the task system state that the host's mental fluctuations, emotional changes, and the feedback from world rules triggered during task completion will be captured and transformed into energy by the system. Ding. The specific transformation mechanism involves complex regulatory principles, which may prove challenging for the host to comprehend at this stage. It is advised to consult the user manual, which contains detailed explanations regarding various energy collection methods. This inept system, what nonsense is it spouting, belittling my intelligence? Seann scoffed, inwardly lamenting that the system's response remained perplexing. He couldn't help but reminisce fondly about that adorable little creature, murmuring, "Bring my cutie back." However, he could not afford to remain in a daze. Suppressing his doubts and deciding to conduct a thorough investigation upon returning to Yanhuang City. Thus, he resumed the previous topic, gently reminding everyone, given this, what are you all debating? Isn't it worth dispatching someone to verify the situation of such an important figure who might be in trouble? If there's no issue, that's splendid, but if there truly is a problem, wouldn't it allow us to resolve it early and adjust the kingdom's strategic deployment in a timely manner? Lhasa and the others nodded in agreement, while only King Ryan fell into contemplation after hearing his words. Deep down, he remained convinced that Medivh could not possibly be in jeopardy, but as Seann pointed out, since someone had brought back such detailed intelligence, for the sake of the kingdom and the safety of friends, it was prudent to send someone to investigate and confirm. What was the point of his stubbornness otherwise? Your Majesty, Ryan, I have a general understanding of the current situation. You need not be overly troubled. Allow me and Lhasa to handle this matter. Considering your friend's formidable strength, I will gather more powerful personnel. After we depart, you can oversee the defenses of Stormwind. The Western Plains and Yanhuang City are under the command of my generals, so you need not worry. Your arrangements are quite reasonable. I have no grounds for opposition. Since you are so insistent, then proceed. It would be best to bring Medivh back. He has been isolated for too long. Listening to Seann's well-reasoned plan, Ryan let out a soft sigh. Since they did not require the kingdom's manpower, what further objections could he raise? He could only nod in acknowledgement. Ultimately, the king stood up and announced the dissolution of the meeting. King Lhasa, observing the king's retreating figure, spoke with a somewhat vague tone. He is overly confident in Medivh's strength and the defenses of Stormwind. However, someone will rectify his misjudgments. Such as us. Khadgar wore a troubled expression. Indeed, us. Lhasa reiterated, looking steadfastly at Khadgar. Let us conclude for today. We shall act tomorrow morning. What do you think, Your Majesty Seann? Excellent. Then I shall return to Yanhuang City and gather the warriors for tomorrow. You may come to find me in Yanhuang City in the morning. Seann nodded in affirmation, then took the lead alongside Phil as they exited the council chamber. Chapter 19. Karazhan, who is this person, exactly? The straightforward young Khadgar inquired. That individual? He is a sovereign from another realm, commanding countless formidable warriors. For instance, the radiant being known as Lucifiel, who stood behind him just moments ago. His strength is immense, though I cannot ascertain the total number of warriors like him. However, it is known that nearly 1,000 warriors, referred to as archangels, have been identified. While escorting them to their quarters for rest, Lothar briefly recounted Seann's origins and identity. The following day, as dawn broke, Khadgar, having scarcely slept, was roused by a knock at the door. Lothar arrived with Garona at Khadgar's chamber. Leaning against the door, he spoke with an enigmatic tone. During the years you spent as his apprentice, I had asked you about him. What is your perspective? Indeed, Khadgar replied hesitantly, his back turned as he organized his belongings. While I have shared the truth with you, at least the part one currently comprehend, my respect for him remains intact. However, this truth is one I cannot conceal. I understand, Lothar responded, for I also trust him and believe in him. Yet, we must verify the authenticity of your claims. It is also important for you to recognize that certain actions, if necessary, must be undertaken. Khadgar paused in his movements, responding earnestly, you have come to believe. Have you not? Lothar, in pain, nodded slowly. At the time, I thought it was merely a dream, yet I swear I witnessed it, standing right beside Medivh. With twisted horns adorning its head, a body shimmering with a bronze hue, engulfed in green flames, the aura of malevolence remains etched in my memory. That was Sargeras, Khadgar affirmed with conviction. Lothar sighed heavily. I once presumed it was just a dream. Yet, throughout these many years, I have steadfastly believed in him. And that dream has only grown clearer in my mind, culminating in this day. If we fail to prevent Medivh from succumbing to the abyss, we must resolve to liberate him. This is undoubtedly a formidable choice, so are you prepared? Khadgar remained silent for a moment before solemnly nodding. Subsequently, the five of them, traveling light, made their way to the city of Huang, with Lothar opting not to bring too many companions. The additional 2 were a priest and a court mage, as he harbored some doubts regarding Khadgar's magical prowess. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the castle and Huang atop their griffins, they were abruptly intercepted. Under the watchful gaze of the emerald dragons, archangels, and griffins surrounding them, they landed on the castle's platform. To his astonishment, his world also possessed majestic dragons. After landing, Lothar disregarded the restless agitation of his mount, instead gazing in awe at the dozens of emerald dragons soaring in the sky. This sovereign's realm must be immensely powerful. As she observed the emerald-hued giant dragon, sprawled across the ground like a small mountain, Garona's expression mirrored her reverence. She, hailing from the world of Draenor, possessed a profound understanding of the formidable creatures that roamed the land. A mere ogre warrior typically required the strength of 2 or 3 orc champions to be countered effectively. Yet, the imposing presence of the colossal beings before her felt far more potent than that winged entity encountered the previous night. "You arrived quite early," Seann remarked as he approached with his guards, exuding confidence as he introduced, "These are the soldiers I have prepared for this adventure. What do you think? We have frontline warriors, ranged archers, spellcasters, and priests. They should be well equipped to handle the challenges of that magical tower, don't you think? Impressive. This journey should proceed exceedingly smoothly," Lothar exclaimed in genuine admiration before suggesting, "Shall we depart now? Let us set forth," Seann declared with a grand gesture as he mounted the back of his dragon, Little T, commanding authority. Subsequently, the entire party took to the skies on their steeds, rallying around angles as they sped toward Karazhan. In truth, with his understanding of the strengths on both sides, he believed that merely a few hundred archangels could clear Karazhan. However, considering the nature of the indoor structure, these towering angels might not maneuver freely in every room. Thus, he assembled this peculiar team. Most members of the party were the first pioneers he had previously dispatched for training and education. Aside from the ones stationed behind, Olga and Duggar, 2 heroes had emerged with notable accomplishments, Vashen and One Liar. Vashen, the master assassin of the dungeon faction, had merged the rogue skills from the world of Warcraft, rendering him even more elusive and unpredictable. As for his prowess, it would surely be revealed during this adventure. One Liar, on the other hand, had embraced the path of the hunter. He was already a renowned tracker within the forest tribe, accompanied by his reconnaissance owl. Now, having acquired further tracking and hunting techniques, Seann was curious to discover how many beings could possibly evade his pursuit. Upon returning to the castle last night, he meticulously scoured the system, finding the explanations to be utterly confounding. The energy within the system stemmed from the convergence points of spiritual energy across the multiverse, with its consumption linked to the complexity of tasks and the distribution of rewards, maintained by a precise balancing mechanism to ensure stable operation. The methods of energy collection varied. The aforementioned task mode was merely one of the many avenues available. Additionally, energy could be harvested through the exploration of new worlds, resolving global crises, and engaging in combat. All residual energies during battles, including soul energy and life energy, fell within the scope of collection. Throughout the lengthy flight toward Karazhan, Khadgar bore a heavy heart. As if burdened by a colossal stone, Garona, riding silently on her griffin, trailed closely behind him. The 2 remained silent, allowing the earth to rush beneath them. The griffin soared gracefully above, while the landscape below lay in ruins. Farmlands had been ravaged into desolate black wastelands, with overturned structures and debris scattered across the ground. A vast expanse of forest has been ruthlessly felled, with timber transported to the front lines of war, leaving behind a haunting tapestry of scars. While scattered deep pits lay bare the veins of the earth. In the distance, wisps of smoke rise languidly, their origin shrouded in uncertainty. The interminable journey seems devoid of conclusion as they soar through the night. Chapter 20. Mediv Karazhan looms like a colossal beast of ebony, solitary at the heart of a circular mount, greedily consuming the last vestiges of daylight, yet exuding an air of desolation. The tower and its windows are shrouded in darkness, and the torches within, which require no fuel, appear to have been extinguished long ago. A flicker of doubt stirs in Khadgar's heart, prompting him to question whether Mediv has already fled this place. Upon reaching their destination, Lothar nimbly dismounts from the griffin, with Khadgar close behind. As soon as the griffin lands, it takes to the skies to the north, emitting a sharp cry. Lothar draws his sword, tensing his shoulders, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Ever ready for unforeseen circumstances, Garona, brandishing her long-bladed dagger, cautiously enters stealth mode, while Khadgar, burdened with his staff, bears a grave expression. Simultaneously, Seann leads more griffins in descent. One by one, soldiers and archangels swiftly form ranks, awaiting further instruction. Seann stretches his limbs, and, considering the tower's narrow and intricate layout, begins to organize them into squads. In the front line are soldiers who have mastered the various skills of the warrior class, while the guardians wield the shield and one-handed weapon techniques, once recognized by the system. The barracks have introduced a new advanced class known as the shield bearer, an amalgamation of traditional skills resulting in a formidable defensive tank capable of rivaling unadvanced 6th-tier knights due to its exceptional defensive prowess. Another branch of warriors has evolved into berserkers, having grasped the skills and techniques of two-handed greatswords. They forsake the traditional sword and shield, wielding massive greatswords, clad in blood-red armor and adorned with demon-like helmets. The spectacle of their collective charge resembles the emergence of a demon from the abyss. Additionally, there are those who, having learned the art of dual-wielding from the Elven Wind warriors, have ascended to become sword dance masters. Their martial prowess is ethereal, with movements that are both agile and graceful. Enhanced by their nimbleness, their defensive capabilities rise significantly during mobile assaults, and their numerical advantage renders them formidable skirmishers. On the ranged front, a blend of elven sharpshooters and crossbowmen, alongside hunters versed in various shooting and trapping techniques, have advanced to become hunting masters and marksmen. These snipers, once fearful of close-quarters combat due to their high attack power, now possess the ability to set traps and summon various companion creatures to assist in battle, making their strength formidable. Following them is a hybrid support squad composed of druid elders and holy justiciars, the former capable of wielding 3 types of magic, 2 for offense and 1 for support, in addition to wielding 3 advanced auxiliary magics. The latter has also acquired certain skills possessed by the clergy of this world, such as healing, mind fire, and the shield of truth. Thus emerged the new advanced form, the Holy Light Priest, ultimately the most formidable of Seann's forces manifested as the Archangels. The earliest batch has already fused with the Holy Light, giving rise to a new branch known as the Seraphim, or the Four-Winged Archangels. This is a legendary assembly, currently increasing at a pace of 200 members daily. On this occasion, he has summoned 200 Archangels, nearly depleting the garrison strength of Yanhuang City. Each squad consists of 2 shield bearers, 3 berserkers, 5 master hunters or marksmen, 3 holy light priests, 1 druid, and 24 winged archangels, totaling 34 members. Xiao Chui, you and your kin along with the griffins shall patrol outside the tower. Ready to assist us, Seann organized with meticulous precision. 1 Lear and Zai Shear, each of you shall lead a squad to follow behind Vaishon for support. Sir Lothar, you along with Khadgar and Garona shall form a team with me. Aside from those assigned, the rest will accompany me, and we shall decide on our course of action upon entry. Is everything clear? Understood. Everyone, including Lothar and the others, replied in unison. Such a large-scale operation, naturally, could not be compared to a mere squad of a dozen. Without meticulous pre-planning, a chaotic rush into the fray could easily lead to confusion should they encounter the enemy. Now, let us proceed. Flatten Karazhan. Defeat the Demon King. Seann nodded in satisfaction, gesturing grandly towards the entrance. Flatten Karazhan. Defeat the Demon King. The crowd roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Vaishon and Garona exchanged glances, a spark igniting in their eyes, and then, as if ignited by a race, they surged forward into the entrance, with all others following closely behind. They arrived at the desolate and silent tower, and under Khadgar's guidance, they scoured the theater, banquet hall, and other areas, finding them deserted, and eventually discovering the bodies of Moros and Cook. Even after exiting through another door from the tower, Medivh remained elusive, prompting Garona to insist on another search. Eventually, on the ground floor, Khadgar utilized magic to unveil a concealed arcane stone door, behind which lay an unfathomably deep staircase. The main force continued onward along the staircase, but the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly eerie and terrifying. Upon reaching the mirrored level of the library, Khadgar triggered a magical trap, unleashing a horde of monsters that roared forth from the shadows, leading to a fierce battle. Observing the unfolding chaos, Seann swiftly pulled Khadgar back, shouting, "We must continue our search for Medivh. Leave this to my subordinates." 1 Lear, Zai Shear, at the sound of his call, the 2 heroes led their frontline shield bearers and berserkers to confront the incoming demons, their blades gleaming with golden light. Subsequently, the master hunters and marksmen unleashed arrows imbued with arcane energy, dispatching the demons one by one. The archangels wielded their colossal holy swords, each strike cleaving through the advancing demons, reducing them to mere remnants, consumed entirely by the sacred flames of their blades. Garona urgently pulled Khadgar down the staircase. With Angus and Lothar leading the main battalion closely behind, the air filled with the warriors' furious roars and the anguished cries of the monstrous foes. As they spiraled deeper into the darkness, the walls exuded a dim phosphorescence, and the temperature gradually ascended. Upon reaching the dining hall, Khadgar and Garona found themselves ensnared in an illusion. They felt as though they were atop the towering spire of Stormwind, witnessing the city engulfed in roaring flames. As the Orcish horde besieged its walls, their siege engines relentlessly launching assaults. No, Garona shrieked, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, they were back in the mirrored dining hall. The king's lifeless body and the burning city had vanished, yet Garona's tears continued to flow. "What has transpired with you two?" Seann and Lothar approached with their squad, having seen no illusions themselves. "We fell victim to an illusion trap and beheld her slaying King Lane," Khadgar hesitated to explain. "That may be a glimpse of your future, but it shall not come to pass once I cleanse the darkness within you," Seann interjected, offering solace. Khadgar knelt beside her, reassuringly stating, "Do you understand? It's all right. Even if that were your future, it will not occur, for His Majesty Seann has purified the dark magic from within you." A glimmer of hope sparked in Garona's eyes. "In the illusion, I was under Gul'dan's malevolent spell, acting against my will. But now, I have escaped his grasp." They continued their descent until they reached the base of the tower, the very observatory they had entered. The corridor no longer descended but extended horizontally, adorned with cooled obsidian tiles, reflecting enigmatic flames in the shadows. At the center of the vast cavern stood simple iron furnishings, a replica of Medivh's workshop. There, a tall figure resembling Medivh stood silently, hands clasped behind his back. "At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for long." Chapter 21. The boss battle. At that moment, Seann led the battalion in a timely arrival, the metallic clinks of gauntlets tightening around sword hilts punctuating the air. As the atmosphere grew palpably tense, amidst the crunch of boots over gravel, he faced this ultimate foe, the holy light gathering in his palms with a resonant hum. Without hesitation, he swiftly cast a series of empowering spells, including resilience of the masses and extraordinary might. The prayers of the holy priests resonated with a chime reminiscent of sacred bells as they invoked Mindfire Shield, providing robust protection for all. Once the enhancements were complete, Seann radiated with holy light, the golden glimmers spilling from the seams of his armor casting flickering reflections upon the ground. He stood ready alongside heroes such as Vashan, Zephyr, Windril, and Lucifiel, their respective forces poised for combat. With a deep voice, as his Adam's apple rolled beneath his neck armor, he declared, "Medivh, no, Sargeras, your nefarious plot shall not succeed." The voice reverberated against the cave's vaulted ceiling, the echo trailing off into a hoarse timbre. "Everyone, attack!" With the command issued, Wenlier's fingertips crackled with arcane energy, and the blue-gold arrows conjured by the master hunters sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The holy light priests and druids collided their energy orbs, unleashing a series of fragmented explosions, scorching the stone walls as they erupted. Lassa's battle boots struck the ground, sending debris flying as he and the frontline melee fighters advanced in unison, the sound of their hammers cutting through the air mingling with the clanging of armor, akin to the beating of war drums. Yet, Sargeras laughed derisively, his mirth crashing against the cave's stalactites, shattering into a cacophony of buzzing. "Ha! The ants have finally reacted. But alas, it is too late." As he flicked his fingers, the air sizzled with intense heat, and a dozen infernal arrows, trailing black-red flames, howled forth. The momentum of the Orcish army was unstoppable. "You are merely flailing in futility." No sooner had he spoken than the magical array before him emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, and a colossal figure materialized from within. The ground trembled under the metallic footsteps of the curator, and Seann's pupils constricted, his knuckles whitening. "Ants, do you think such an assault will prove effective?" Sargeras sneered, a twisted grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Accept your pathetic fate. Destroy them, curator." As the infernal arrows descended, Lucifer's wings beat like drums, the archangels executing rapid maneuvers. The arrows grazed the tips of their wings, the scent of charm mingling with the warmth of the holy light erupting forth. All their spells and arrows struck the curator's chest, the metallic surface collapsing with a muffled thud, sparks dancing in the shadows like flickering stars. Lassa and his comrades' charge was disrupted by the curator's immense bulk, their formation skewed amidst the resounding clash of shields, with some being swept off their feet by the force of the wind. "Phil, you and the archangels hold Sargeras at bay. The warriors and I will first dismantle this oversized toy." Seann gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his lips as he issued the decisive order. Lucifer's silver fangs clicked together, the edges of her wings coalescing into blades of holy light, as she and all the archangels formed a formation akin to AV formation. As the first seraphim to merge with the holy light, her wings vibrated with a high-frequency hum akin to a hummingbird's flutter. With her left hand, she struck the fell energy shield with her cross-shaped sword, generating a shower of blue-gold sparks amidst the cacophony of sound, like a torrential downpour. Her right-hand energy sword carved an arc through the air, the sharpness of the cut echoing as sparks flew from Sargeras's chest armor. Dozens of archangels flitted around Sargeras, their wings beating like a sudden storm, and as their blades pierced his fel-infused body, they hissed like sizzling meat. Each strike from the holy sword, ablaze with blue flames and augmented by the holy light, elicited a pained roar from Sargeras, laced with electrical agony, as blood droplets splattered against the stone walls, producing dark red plops. He howled in torment, his voice rasping like a broken bell, yet as he adjusted his stance, his fingertips swiftly formed sigils in the shadows. And in an instant, illusory duplicates materialized, causing the air to ripple like water. On the other side, the scar on Lothar's brow tightened in the flickering firelight, harboring an endless fury towards Sargeras. The grand royal sword cleaved through the air, emitting a shrill whistle. He was the first to launch an assault on the curator. As his heavy sword descended, the joints of his armor creaked softly. The forceful strike crashed onto the construct's shoulder, twisting metal producing a cacophony of sounds, with tiny arcs of electricity bursting forth from the fissures. The barbarian warriors followed with guttural roars, their heavy swords striking the curator's feet, the clanging sparks flying amidst the dull thuds of the shield guards absorbing the blows, sending tremors through their arms. Garona moved as silently as a feline, her boots gliding over the stone surface without a sound, as she and Vashin ghosted behind the curator. In the muffled sound of the dagger embedding into flesh, she plunged her blade into his neck, attempting to choke off the arcane circuits. As Vashin thrust his short sword into the indent, a disjointed clatter of gears echoed. The curator's joints screeched as gears ground against each other, his body trembling as white sparks erupted, electricity coursing through the ground, raising the hairs on everyone's necks. At last, Lothar seized the curator's moment of rigidity, launching himself upward with a powerful push from his battle boots. The light sound of taut armor buckles resonating as he swung his sword with full force. With a roar, as the blade severed the energy core, the air erupted with a sound akin to a bursting balloon. The curator's head was sent flying, his body crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, the sparks sizzling into silence. With the curator vanquished, the group exhaled, their breaths mingling with the sound of weapons dragging on the ground, their internal pressure slightly alleviated. Yet, they knew the true challenge had merely begun, and they swiftly directed all their focus towards Sargeras. Pitiful ants, you seek your own demise. Sargeras' chest reverberated, his roar causing stone dust to cascade down. As he unleashed his formidable presence, the air exploded with a sonic boom, a tangible wave of force surging towards all. The angels soaring above altered their wing beats, colliding with the stone walls as they were flung aside, the sound of their wing bones bending filling the air. A white mist enveloped the visors of Lothar and his comrades, their breaths becoming labored, cold sweat seeping through the seams of their armor. They hastily raised their long swords and staves before them, the shrill screech of metal against air sounding as they summoned their energies to resist the oppressive force. Under this Titan-level terrifying will, droplets of water from the stalactites were shaken free, plummeting onto their helmets with a soft patter. Sargeras' eyes blazed with a green, malevolent fire, a sneer twisting his lips as his gaze swept over them. A low, gravelly chuckle emerged from his throat. Humph. Do you insignificant ants truly believe you can thwart my grand designs? Such delusions are the folly of dreamers. In an effort to withstand this oppression, Seann pressed his fingertips into his palm, blood dripping onto his bracers. As the blessing ritual commenced, the incantation's final syllables breaking in pitch. Under the divine endowment, the muscles beneath the armor of the assembled warriors tensed abruptly. Lothar felt a metallic taste surge in his throat, yet he gritted his teeth and raised the royal sword. Glaring fiercely, the blade reflected his bloodshot eyes. Dark Titan Sargeras, you have taken possession of my dear friend's body and committed an unforgivable sin. This shall be your end. The great battle erupted once more, the sounds of boots striking the ground, wings flapping, and spells exploding intertwining into a cacophony. Chapter 22, The Great Battle. Sargeras, however, paid no heed to Lothar's furious roar, his ears tinged with a pale hue under the waves of fel energy. As if he had heard a ludicrous jest. As Velan lunged from behind, The wind generated by his garments had barely stirred when Sargeras casually waved his hand, unleashing a sonic boom that sent Velan hurtling away, his back crashing against the stone wall with a muffled thud. Simultaneously, a shield of dark green fell flames coalesced, precisely blocking the whistling energy arrows. The sizzling sound of melting arrowheads caused ripples to form on the surface of the shield, akin to an oily sheen. Khadgar bellowed, unleashing a torrent of arcane missiles from his staff, their whistling crescendo, forming a sharp line through the air. Such trifling skills dare to flaunt before me? Sargeras sneered as he observed, his pupils constricting into vertical slits amidst the fell energy. He slightly raised his hand, and as he rotated his knuckles, a shriek echoed as the arcane missiles slowed to a crawl, as if ensnared in a mire, ultimately dissipating into nothingness with a soft pop. With a dual assault, the piercing shriek of one missile from his left hand alternated with the scorching sound of a hellfire arrow from his right. The crisp sound of Sargeras forming a one-handed seal mingled with the rustling flow of fell energy, a feat he accomplished with effortless ease. Lucifie's wings coalesced into blades of holy light, causing the archangels to dance around him. The resonant clash of sword against fell-infused flesh forced Sargeras to tilt his head to evade, the edge of his ear narrowly grazing the sword's radiance, producing a sound akin to sizzling meat. Suddenly, seizing the moment when Lucifiel retracted his attack, Sargeras interlocked his fingers with a thunderous crack. As his fell energy field unfurled, the air emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Within this force field, the beating of the angels' wings grew heavy, the hum of holy light dropped an octave, their movements sluggish as if ensnared in viscous liquid. Sargeras fixed his gaze on Lucifiel's tightly pressed lips, a peculiar smile creeping across his face as his tongue caressed his fangs. Enough? Ents, what is your relation to those birdmen and the Naru? Taking advantage of the momentary confinement of the angels, he pressed his fingertips into his brow, and from beneath Mediva's skin, a distorted bulge erupted with the cracking of bones. As the power of fell energy surged into his corporeal form, the sound of tearing muscles accompanied the fissures in his skin, from which the fell energy seeped, sizzling and scorching the air. At this moment, Mediva's physical form was utterly corrupted by fell energy, his appearance becoming more akin to his true essence. His towering frame, reaching 10 meters in height, was engulfed in dark green fell flames, crackling with the sound of sulfur igniting. His skin, desiccated and cracked, revealed a green luminescence that turned the faces of those present pale. His visage flushed as red as molten iron, with curved, flame-tinged horns sprouting from his forehead, accompanied by the brittle sound of shifting bones during their growth. A row of sharp spines erupted from his chin. The subtle sound of skin being pierced echoed as black blood dripped onto the ground, rising in wisps of white smoke. His hands transformed into monstrous claws. The sound of scales rubbing against one another was distinctly audible as the knuckles bent. The battle reached its zenith. Entering the second phase, the demonic form began. As Sargeras completed his transformation, his eyes, ablaze with infernal energy, opened wide, the pupils constricted, emitting a hiss reminiscent of a serpent's tongue. He bellowed, "Ants, perish!" The reverberating roar from his chest unleashed a wave of green light that illuminated the entire cavern, and as the shockwave coalesced, the air resonated with a buzzing hum. As the overwhelming green energy surged towards them, the first to bear the brunt was the stone stalagmite, which shattered with a thunderous crack, the jagged edge burning with malevolent energy, sizzling ominously. The pressure of the shockwave stirred the still air within the dome, causing Lothar's cloak to billow dramatically. Metal gauntlets dented shields as he shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." His voice was torn asunder by the force of the wind, and faces paled in dread. Boots screeched against the ground as they exerted every ounce of strength to evade the impending doom. Lucifiel and the archangels simultaneously unleashed the divine light within them. As their wings unfurled, a metallic tremor resonated, resembling a constellation of miniature suns that soared above, shielding the others from the onslaught of the shockwave. The dazzling golden radiance of holy light clashed with the sinister green energy, the air crackling as the two forces tore at one another, emitting a series of corrosive hisses. Seann, hidden among the crowd, knelt on one knee, fingertips digging deep into the crevices of the stone, his brow taut, beads of cold sweat trickling down to stain his robe. He was intoning the highest tier of holy magic, the holy word, the key to turning the tide of battle. Level 5 spell Holy Word. Inflicts massive holy damage to all undead and infernal beings on the battlefield, particularly those orcs with berserker blood. MP 11. As the incantation spilled from his throat, it carried a metallic tang of blood, drowned out by the cacophony of energy colliding. Only in the movement of his lips could one glimpse the swift patterns of light etched by his tongue. Repugnant holy light. Kill Jaden and Archimond, those two wretches. Sargeras emitted a low growl akin to burning sulfur, his pupils narrowing into slits, fingers slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. He sensed the divine power coalescing. And as his gaze swept through the crowd, the demonic runes upon his brow writhed violently. Seeing the shockwave's ineffectiveness, he quickly formed new sigils with his hands. In an instant, the entire cavern began to tremble violently, the ground cracking with the sound of splintering stone. Countless sharp tendrils of dark energy erupted from the ground like spring bamboo, their surfaces swirling with emerald energy, hissing madly as they lunged towards the crowd, intent on interrupting Seann's incantation. At the critical moment, Luciphiel's wings folded into a shield, the feathers producing a delicate buzzing as she appeared beside Seann in a flash of golden lightning. Her silver teeth nearly shattered. The holy blood spilling from her lips scorched the ground, while her arms encircled her trembling master tightly. The holy light at the edges of her wings flowed like liquid metal, dissolving the piercing spikes that sought to strike. The dense spikes collided with the golden light, producing a brittle sound reminiscent of torrential rain striking upon glazed tiles, akin to a swarm of frenzied venomous bees fiercely assaulting her, yet failing to penetrate the seemingly delicate golden barrier. In stark contrast, the individuals on the ground were engulfed in a cacophony of clinking armor and piercing spikes. They darted clumsily like monkeys pursued by hunters, desperately weaving through the thicket of malevolent spikes. The frontline warriors, clad in heavy armor, moved sluggishly, falling victim one after another amidst this deadly thicket. Their once proud, sturdy armor proved as fragile as parchment in the face of overwhelming dark energy, offering no effective defense. As the malevolent spikes pierced through their breastplates, the shattering of armor echoed with a crack, accompanied by dark purple blood spewing forth. They fell with anguished cries, the bubbles of blood bursting under the corrosive influence of the dark energy, extinguishing the flame of life in an instant. Chapter 23. The End of Medivh Sargeras. Witnessing yet another failed assault, displayed no trace of regret or discouragement upon his countenance. His fingertips traced intricate patterns across his chest, the air resonating with a sound akin to fabric tearing. Each swirling emerald vortex writhed like a living entity, incessantly disrupting the movements of the archangels, rendering their attempts to counterattack increasingly arduous. Whenever the archangels endeavored to approach, their wings were violently tugged by the vortex, emitting a dissonant, tearing sound, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. Simultaneously, the dark energy coalescing in his palm emitted a low, buzzing hum, forming a robust beam of malevolent energy. As the beam sliced through the air, it let out a shrill wail reminiscent of a steam locomotive's whistle, imbued with a destructive force, precisely targeting the most vulnerable point in the defensive line. Sargeras's intent was unequivocal, to breach the defenses in one decisive blow and obliterate the two immobile adversaries. The piercing beam, akin to a needle puncturing a balloon, surged forward uncontested. The first archangels bore the brunt of the assault, their protective holy light sizzling in response. The moment the beam traversed their forms, it produced a sound akin to sizzling meat. This terrifying strike, albeit somewhat mitigated by the mutated holy light within the angels, nonetheless shattered their last vestiges of vitality. Their holy swords clattered to the ground, and as their bodies transformed into motes of light ascending into the sky, their sighs mingled with the faint echoes of dissipating holy light. Subsequently, they erupted into brilliant beams of radiance, vanishing into the boundless void, leaving behind a few extinguished holy swords, testaments to their existence. In the face of the ascending light, Seann maintained an unyielding calm, devoid of any panic, for he had unwavering faith in Lucifer, and indeed, his trust proved well placed. Radiating with divine luminescence, Lucifer, fortified by the surging energy within, resolutely withstood the significantly weakened beam of attack. The violent clash of two fundamentally different energies erupted in a dazzling display, the thunderous reverberations deafening. As the confrontation persisted, the situation evolved into a stalemate, with both sides engaging in a breathtaking contest of energy reserves. At that moment, the remaining archangels swiftly harnessed their divine abilities, resurrecting their fallen comrade. As if time itself had reversed, radiant light once again emerged from the void, cascading like raindrops, precisely landing above the holy sword. The true angels descended. The resurrected archangels opened their eyes amidst the celestial rain, their wings stirring a melodious chime. As they drew the holy sword, flames erupted from its blade with a resounding roar, as if celebrating the return of its master. This unabashedly extraordinary spectacle caught the attention of Sargeras, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. A flicker of surprise and confusion crossing his eyes. Sargeras, you wretched demon. Your doom has arrived. To the abyss with you. For Medivh, Lothar bellowed as he charged forth, unleashing a dazzling barrage of attacks against Sargeras's fell shield. The blade of Queldella collided with the fell shield, producing a series of metallic clangs, sparks flying onto his bracers with a sizzle. As Sargeras diverted his focus to defend, his face suddenly twitched, Medivh's visage flickering amidst the fell energy. No. Medivh's soul should have long been at rest. It is impossible. Yet at that moment, Sargeras roared in fury, sensing the struggle of his friend's soul. Medivh's spirit had not yet perished. Responding to Lothar's furious cry, he launched a final counterattack. Medivh's voice emerged as a broken whisper from Lothar's throat, the tip of his sword hesitating slightly. At that instant, Medivh's fell energy surged once more, seizing the opportunity during Lothar's brief pause to strike back. Sharp claws were poised to pierce his throat, but a sphere of purifying energy, formed from the fusion of holy light and luminescence, coalesced into a ball the size of a human head, radiating brilliant golden light, hurtling towards him with cataclysmic force. Sargeras remained unfazed, rapidly conjuring multilayered fell shields before him. He astutely employed fell energy to create a special force field around the shields, capable of absorbing and transforming energy, attempting to diminish the impact of the energy sphere. However, the hastily assembled fell shield was swiftly dissolved by the purifying force, the residual energy inflicting continuous burning damage upon his form. The purifying energy caused the fell energy on his surface to emit a shrill wail, as plumes of white smoke rose from his body. Simultaneously, all present unleashed their full might. Lothar and the remaining berserkers roared as they raised their great swords, charging once more. Wryn and several master hunters concentrated their final energies into their arrows, while Seann launched a second decree of light, infusing the battle with a glimmer of hope. Sargeras found himself in an increasingly dire predicament, frantically channeling energy to defend against and retaliate against others, while simultaneously suppressing Medivh's soul. As the shield shattered, the deteriorating situation left him with no time to mend his own damaged body. Endless shame and frustration surged within him, yet he responded with remarkable swiftness and clarity. He conjured a thin layer of dark energy armor around his battered form to withstand the onslaught. Then, with astonishing speed, he unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, repelling the surrounding foes in an attempt to secure a fleeting moment of respite. However, Lucifiel was evidently unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. She led the archangels in a final, rapid charge. The shriek of wings slicing through the air coalesced into a torrent, as the flame holy sword, imbued with all the energy of holy light, pierced his darkened form from all directions. The relentless onslaught of holy swords penetrated him, filling his body with metallic thuds, as the dark green blood dripped and sizzled on the ground, creating smoking craters. With the collective effort of all, Sargeras let out a despairing wail as his energy-constructed body shattered like fragile glass, the fragments crackling with dark energy. As Sargeras's malevolent will dissipated, Medivh's body reverted to its original state and slowly collapsed. Khadgar rushed over to support him, his eyes filled with sorrow and concern. "Thank you," Medivh uttered weakly before closing his eyes. "I have done my utmost to resist him." "Huh, you think you can just run away after leaving such a mess?" Seann knelt on the ground, tearing away the tattered collar of his robe, revealing the skin on his neck scorched by dark energy. Breathing heavily, his fingers weakly traced Medivh's brow, the last remnants of his magical power dissipating into shimmering motes of light. "Get up." The golden light of resurrection flashed, a relieved smile tugging at his lips before he fell back, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 24. The Portal That Was Sargeras. Once the mightiest of the bronze titans within the Pantheon, accompanied by his lieutenant, the Avenger Agramar, having cleansed countless planets and worlds. The vast combat experience and wisdom accumulated over his lengthy existence made this battle exceedingly arduous. Seann had indeed not anticipated that a Sargeras stripped of his physical form and reduced to a mere soul could exhibit such ferocity. Even 100 upgraded archangels would struggle to subdue him. Sending forth more archangels into the fray might overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Yet the accursed Karazhan was not a battlefield capable of accommodating a multitude of soldiers. Hadn't he those dozens of emerald dragons remained outside the tower, ever vigilant? Even the archangels, when descending the stairs to the final battlefield, had to crouch low, retract their wings, and hunch over to squeeze through. It could be said that their victory was remarkably fortuitous. Firstly, Sargeras utilized Medivh's body, possessing only the power of a guardian, which was not even in its complete state. Secondly, he had collaborated with Gul'dan, expending vast amounts of energy to empower the dark portal numerous times between the first and third year of its inception. During this period, he engaged in a fierce battle with his mother, Aegwynn, against a blue dragon. Although he swiftly vanquished the creature in a single blow and banished Aegwynn, he nonetheless sustained significant injuries. Despite the numerous adversities he faced, he relied solely on his past combat experience to dominate the battlefield, firmly suppressing his opponents with remarkable ease. Had it not been for the presence of several archangels infused with the holy light, shielding everyone from harm and acting as the primary source of offense, the outcome of this battle would have been uncertain. Though victory was hard-won, fortunately, there were no casualties. While Seann fell into unconsciousness, the archangel remained vigilant. And although their energy was severely depleted, reviving dozens of soldiers was still within their capability. Notably, before succumbing to unconsciousness, Seann successfully resurrected Medivh. Although he was uncertain of his ability to bring the latter back to life, the outcome proved his gamble to be correct. The upgraded talent abilities post-system enhancement were undeniably remarkable, treating even a mere husk with equal regard. However, the resurrected Medivh was not without his own struggles. The residual chaotic energy within him clashed with the holy light at the moment of his revival. Had it merely been pure holy light, such a conflict would not have transpired. Seann's upgraded version of the holy light, a result of system fusion, contained the purifying power of the light dragon. Consequently, Medivh fell into a state of slumber due to the collision of these opposing energies, while the holy light continually eroded and purified the residual chaotic energy within him. The process was gradual, but as long as no new chaotic energy was introduced, the rate of purification would accelerate over time. Following the fierce battle, the group refrained from scavenging the items within the tower, as the master was still alive. Thus, after some deliberation with Lothar and a few heroes, they left a contingent of emerald dragons and the archangel as guardians to prevent any intruders from entering Karazhan before setting off on their return journey. When Seann regained consciousness, it was already midday the following day. Rising from his bed, he eagerly accessed the system to check his quest rewards. First and foremost was the coveted portal. Wonder, interdimensional portal, capable of autonomously absorbing energy particles from the air. Upon reaching full energy capacity, it opens a gateway to any world. Current energy, 100,100. Delightful. After reviewing the Portal-S information, Seann felt that yesterday's battle had been rather too effortless, and this reward felt almost too hot to handle. Yet he relished it. Please, increase the intensity. The emergence of this portal thoroughly alleviated his current weakness in accumulating military strength. He remained fixated on the fact that he had millions of troops in the Game of Thrones world. In addition to the portal, the totality also generously contributed his third-tier experience. He was unsure of the experience levels of the other heroes, but he estimated that each must have begun at no less than a dozen levels. Now, it was time to find a suitable location to establish this portal. Where should it be placed? With a rumbling stomach, Seann, without waiting for Finney's assistance, donned his attire and stepped out of his chamber. On the way to the restaurant, Seann was deep in thought. After hastily consuming a light meal, he rushed to the top platform of the castle. There, the great white beast lay basking in the sun. Seann dashed to its side, leaping onto its broad back. Wake up, Dabai! Fly towards the first city wall. When Dabai showed no signs of waking, Seann began to slap its large head with his palm. Finally roused by the commotion, Dabai turned its head and let out a resounding roar, as if to scold Seann for disturbing its sunbathing. Reluctantly, the colossal creature shook itself awake and took to the sky. You stubborn beast. I'm doing this for your own good, you know? Stop lazing around all day eating and sleeping. Just look at how plump you've become. Seann chattered incessantly to the massive head before him. Once Dabai landed outside the castle's small watchtower, Seann finally relented, dismounting onto the ground. This location was hardly ideal, surrounded by houses. However, these dwellings were currently uninhabited, so Seann planned to demolish a few. With his decisive nature, he saw no need to summon others for assistance. He simply opened his summoning portal. One by one, emerald dragons swiftly emerged from the portal, and in no time, an army of 200 colossal dragons filled the sky. Tear down these houses, Seann commanded the emerald dragons. Moments later, breaths of dragon fire engulfed the structures, while dozens of dragons acted as bulldozers, clearing the debris to leave a flat expanse of land. Now for the main event. Seann retrieved a brilliant sphere of light from his storage space and tossed it onto the cleared ground, where it rapidly began to expand. Within just a few minutes, the outline of a structure rivaling the dark portal emerged on the surface. Following the System S instructions, Seann began to touch the outline, channeling energy into it. In a short while, an ancient and mysterious gigantic archway materialized, crafted from a peculiar metal that emitted a faint blue glow. Its surface was adorned with intricate runes and lines that shimmered softly, as if whispering the secrets of the universe. The archway stood approximately 20 meters tall and about 15 meters wide, its immense size delivering a striking visual impact. The columns on either side were robust and thick, embellished with spiral patterns resembling the flow of energy. The top of the archway formed a graceful curve. At its center embedded a gem radiating with a kaleidoscope of colors. This gem served as the core component for absorbing energy factors, resembling a massive eye, constantly observing its surroundings and drawing in energy from the air. The interior of the portal revealed a profound darkness, akin to the endless abyss of the cosmos. Yet within that darkness, flickers of light occasionally sparkled. At this moment, the portal had yet to be activated, and Seann was eager to proceed. Thus he began to chant the incantation to open the door. Chapter 25. Reunion. Seann stood before the portal, the air around him seemingly suspended in tranquility, with only the steady rhythm of his breath echoing across the vast expanse. His lips parted slightly as he softly recited the incantation provided by the system to open the door. The incantation encompassed both fixed and random teleportation, with energy consumption fluctuating according to the level of the interconnected worlds. The spell he uttered was designed to anchor itself to the coordinates within his mind, unveiling a gateway to the world of Game of Thrones. As the final syllable fell from his lips, the colorful gems at the center of the portal erupted in dazzling brilliance, akin to the birth of a nascent star within the confines of this space, the blinding radiance rendering it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Within the portal, the previously profound darkness began to whirl rapidly, coalescing into a massive vortex of energy. Within this whirlpool, countless flickering points of light emerged and vanished, reminiscent of stars scattered across the vast cosmos, exuding an aura of mystery and allure. A palpable surge of powerful energy surged forth, as if an invisible hand were compressing the surrounding air, rendering it increasingly weighty. He had succeeded. Seann could scarcely contain his exhilaration, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes sparkling with brilliant light. It was a yearning for the unknown and a thirst for exploration. This portal would serve as his bridge to countless worlds. At that moment, the energy field of the portal gradually stabilized, and a clear image slowly materialized at the center of the vortex. A boundless plain unfolded before his eyes, the even terrain stretching into the distance, merging seamlessly with the horizon. At the edge of the plain, the silhouette of a colossal city emerged, its towering walls and intricately arranged structures radiating the prosperity of this urban expanse. Upon closer inspection, Seann immediately recognized the place. It was indeed his territory in the Game of Thrones universe. However, despite his overwhelming excitement, he refrained from stepping into the portal hastily. Recalling the treachery he had previously endured at the hands of those deceitful oracles, a lingering sense of dread still haunting him. In an act of prudence, he turned to summon the several emerald dragons that had been quietly awaiting by his side. "Go forth, my valiant warriors," Seann whispered, his gaze brimming with anticipation. The emerald dragons, receiving their command, let out soft roars before gracefully soaring into the teleportation channel, without a moment's hesitation. Outside the portal, Seann's eyes remained fixed on it, not daring to relax for even a moment. He closely monitored the transformations of the emerald dragons within the portal while meticulously observing the energy consumption of the gateway. At last, good news arrived. The emerald dragons emerged safely outside the plane, leisurely awaiting his arrival. Furthermore, the energy consumption of the portal had proven to be negligible, showing almost no variation. A new data point appeared in the portal's introduction, 1,000 to 1. Given the current circumstances, he speculated that perhaps the portal consumes a modicum of energy for every 1,000 individuals who pass through. Upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. According to the narratives of his past life, the world of Game of Thrones exists as a realm of minimal or even no magic. Thus, breaching the spatial barriers of this world would surely not be more arduous than traversing those of Azeroth. If even orcs can traverse between two worlds at will, then his artifact system, born of diverse deities, should be capable of the same. With newfound assurance, Seann could no longer contain his excitement. Drawing a deep breath, he strode purposefully towards the portal alongside Lucifer. In an instant, it felt as if he had passed through a delicate curtain of water, his body becoming light and ethereal. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing on the plains of Miracle City, having journeyed from the fiery city of the Storm Kingdom. This was nothing short of miraculous. Seann surveyed his surroundings, his eyes brimming with awe and delight. Everything before him appeared so tangible, yet simultaneously surreal. He could not help but marvel at how timely the introduction of this new quest system was, resolving his long-standing concerns about returning home. Moments later, Seann, mounted on the resplendent emerald dragon with shimmering scales glistening under the sunlight, landed gracefully upon the towering city walls. His penetrating gaze traversed the densely packed houses below, fixing upon the majestic castle in the distance, his symbol of power and sanctuary for the soul. "People of the flame and yellow, your emperor has returned," he whispered, a smile involuntarily curling upon his lips as he looked down. The city he had meticulously crafted had transformed into a bustling metropolis at the heart of the continent, with streets teeming with life and vibrancy. Though over a decade had slipped by like a fleeting shadow, his memories remained vividly anchored at the moment he had conquered all tribes, poised to return to the castle. It felt as if time had silently flowed through his fingers in an instant. Shaking his head, he endeavored to cast aside these tumultuous thoughts. This was certainly not the moment for nostalgia. He paid no mind to the soldiers on the walls who, upon his arrival, erupted in cheers and respectful salutes. Instead, he gently patted the neck of the emerald dragon, signaling it to ascend once more toward the castle. On the upper platform of the castle, a gentle breeze wafted, carrying with it a warmth reminiscent of home. His mother, his 2 wives, along with the old steward and children, had long awaited his return. Despite the passage of time that etched deep wrinkles upon her face and grayed her thinning hair, his mother, Savina, remained spirited, her eyes reflecting profound concern for her son. As Seann's figure materialized in her sight, tears welled in Savina's eyes. With a somewhat unsteady gait, she hurried forward, enveloping her son in a tight embrace. "Thank the dragon god for his protection," she exclaimed, her voice choked yet filled with joyous laughter. "You have finally returned, my child. For these years, I have prayed for you day and night." As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently caressed Seann's face, as if to ascertain the reality of the person before her. "I have returned, mother. With the dragon god's blessing, I shall be unharmed." Seann tenderly patted his mother's back, offering her solace, and then gently released her embrace. His 2 wives, Mira and Della, once youthful and radiant, now bore the gentle maturity of motherhood. Strictly speaking, Seann was now merely 17, a decade younger than they. With tear-brimmed eyes, they hurriedly approached him, each grasping one of his hands, their eyes shimmering with excited tears. Myra's hand trembled slightly as she softly spoke. "My dear, we have been waiting for you, hoping for your safe return every single day." Della leaned against his shoulder, silently weeping, and after a long pause, choked out, "Though everything at home has been well while you were away, it always felt unstable without you." Seann embraced both women, soothingly reassuring them, "It is all behind us now. Everything will be all right." 2 children, a boy and a girl, timidly stood behind their mother, gazing curiously yet fearfully at the father they had never seen. The boy clutched the hem of his mother's garment tightly, his eyes never leaving Seann, while the girl hid behind Della, revealing only half of her small head. Sensing their apprehension, Seann slowly crouched down, a gentle smile gracing his face as he softly stroked the children's heads. His hands were broad and warm, his movements tender, as if he were calming 2 frightened fawns. He spoke softly, "Children, I am your father, and I shall never leave you again." Then he crouched lower, gazing into their sparkling eyes, and promised, "From now on, I will play with you, teach you to ride and shoot arrows, and watch you grow." Hearing this, the children's fear gradually faded, replaced by surprise and anticipation. The boy mustered his courage and quietly asked, "Father, will you really not leave?" Seann nodded emphatically, embracing both children, a warm surge of emotion swelling within him. He understood that during his absence, his family had been consumed with worry for his safety. Seann rose once more, looking at his family with unwavering determination, and declared in a resounding voice, "This time, I shall not leave you again." The old steward smiled kindly nearby, occasionally wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. The family held each other tightly, laughter and joy echoing throughout the castle, and in that moment, all the longing and waiting transformed into boundless happiness. Unbeknownst to him, at the very instant of his return, all the deities in the world sensed it. Chapter 26. The gods. A massive, pearlescent halo in the shape of a 7-pointed star suddenly appeared in the sky over King's Landing. This phenomenon was difficult to describe. It resembled a dazzling rainbow arching across the horizon after a fresh rain, materializing unexpectedly. The gigantic 7-pointed star enveloped an entire region above King's Landing like a celestial canopy. In the grand and solemn great sanctuary of Junlin City, an atmosphere of tranquility and sanctity enveloped the space. 7 towering divine apparitions hovered in midair, emanating a soft and enigmatic radiance as they received the devout worship of countless faithful below. The Father's visage was austere, his eyes brimming with an undeniable authority. His voice, deep yet resonant, echoed through the sanctuary. The emissary of the other gods has manifested once more. As he emphasized his words, he commanded with a stern tone, "We must act immediately to thwart the incursion of the heretical deities. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." The blacksmith, impatient and impassioned by the proclamation, swung his robust arms and bellowed, "Why go to such lengths? Let us possess the bodies of the believers, catch that emissary off guard, slay him, and obliterate his domain. Let it all end there." His voice, laden with the scent of gunpowder, rang harshly in the vast sanctuary. The moment his suggestion escaped his lips, it garnered unanimous approval from the warriors and the crone alike. The warrior, gripping his ethereal sword with unwavering resolve, declared, "Indeed, Father, we cannot remain idle while the forces of the other gods expand." The crone trembled slightly, her voice sharp. "Yes, we must strike first. If we wait until they gain strength, our challenges will only multiply." The 7 deities, originally united, found themselves at an impasse. The Father, as the dominant personality among them, wielded considerable influence. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before slowly articulating his dissent against the blacksmith's notion. "Your thoughts are overly simplistic. That human army grows stronger with each passing day. How many believers must we gather to defeat him? Should our followers be exhausted in this conflict, how shall we sustain our divine power? Without our power, how shall we confront the other gods?" The Father's reasoning was clear and methodical, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. With his words, a rift emerged among the 7 deities. The Father, the Holy Mother, and the Maiden exchanged grave glances, and the Father spoke first. "I believe we should ally with the King of Light. His strength may provide us with considerable support in opposing the other gods." The Holy Mother nodded slightly, her eyes filled with compassion and concern. "Indeed, an additional force increases our chances of victory." The Maiden bit her lip gently, her gaze resolute. "I concur. To safeguard our faith, we must seek collaboration." However, the warrior, blacksmith, and crone vehemently opposed this idea. The blacksmith leapt up, agitated once more. "Collaboration? Who knows what the King of Light truly desires? He may seize this opportunity to weaken us. It is far more prudent to resolve the emissary issue with our own strength first." The warrior nodded vigorously, tightening his grip on the sword. "The blacksmith is correct. We cannot place our hopes in others. We must strike first and catch him off guard." The crone echoed in agreement. "Indeed, we cannot take risks. Relying on ourselves is the true path." In an instant, the 7 deities divided into 2 factions, each steadfast in their beliefs, engaged in fervent debate. Amidst this intense discourse, the only figure remaining silent was the enigmatic stranger, a symbol of death. He stood silently to one side, emanating an aura of mystery and coldness. The pallid skull appeared especially eerie in the dim light. The Father of Heaven noticed the stranger's silence and turned his gaze towards him, inquiring, "Stranger, you have yet to voice your opinion. Share your thoughts with us. Whom do you support?" The crowd's attention shifted to the stranger, and an immediate hush fell over the grand hall, awaiting his response. The stranger slowly raised his skull, and within the hollow eye sockets, a peculiar glimmer seemed to flicker. His voice emerged deep and hoarse, as though it were conjured from the depths of eternal darkness. "My thoughts. I wish for you to face death with composure, to relish the remaining moments. Is that not permissible? That distant continent has been completely seized by the alien gods, and our previous plans for exile have been declared a failure. In the current situation, we find ourselves utterly powerless." His words landed like a thunderous bomb, igniting fury among the other 6 embodiments. "Stranger, your pursuit of death is your own affair and does not represent us." The smith roared in anger, his veins bulging. "We have 30,000 years left before our energy is depleted. How can we be powerless?" The warrior retorted defiantly, "You have no right to dictate our fate, stranger." The elder's voice was sharp and urgent, brimming with discontent. In the face of their accusations, the stranger offered no rebuttal, merely retreating back into his quiet skeletal form, as if all that had transpired was of no consequence to him. "When I say nothing, you continue your discourse." Within the grand hall, the clamor of debate resumed. The divisions among the 7 gods remained irreconcilable, while the crisis they faced loomed ever heavier, like an ominous cloud. In the shadowed lands of the Essos continent, in the region of Ashar, the red-robed monk Melisandre knelt before the black stone altar. The flame dagger in her hand suddenly trembled violently, unfamiliar golden patterns emerging along the obsidian blade. "Lareth," she murmured, and as her fingertips brushed against the patterns, the flame erupted into a swirling emerald vortex. The parchment upon the altar unfurled of its own accord. Ancient prophetic text twisting and distorting in the light of the fire. The child of the stars shall rend the heavens, purifying the world with dragon fire. In the boundless void, Laritha's indistinct whispers arose. Azor Ahai should be a warrior wielding the Lightbringer, not an usurper riding upon dragons. On the continent of Ulths, the flames would eventually scorch forth the truth. Should his soul wither in the sacred fire, he would be deemed a false god. Should he allow the flames to unfurl new colors, my altar shall never refuse a fiercer blaze. The unequivocal oracle resonated for the first time within Melisandre's mind. Within the encampment of the holy city of Vistaslak, the Dashikarians danced around the fire, performing an enigmatic ritual. When the energy wave from Seann reached them, the smoke rising from the flames suddenly coalesced into the indistinct form of an emerald dragon. Lord Cao, an elderly Dashikarian, knelt before Jakael. This self-proclaimed dragon god threatens your pastures. The blood riders of Drogo tightened their grip on their curved blades. Let him come. A fierce fire of battle ignited in Drogo's eyes. The Dothraki plains yield only to the mightiest. He turned to stride towards the city gates, as Karassa began to assemble behind him. Moments later, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberated across the grasslands. A witness on the Fingers Peninsula spoke of a sea monster, its deep crimson tentacles assaulting a whaling ship from Ibans. A vessel of 25 meters, ultimately dragged into the abyss. The man's face was etched with terror as he recounted how one tentacle was as thick as a water barrel, seemingly stained with blood, reminiscent of demonic appendages. A red octopus? In the Iron Islands pike, Balon Greyjoy gazed intently at the turbulent waves. In the hands of his priest lay a drift bottle inscribed with runes, within which the seawater erupted into a boil, reflecting the visage of the drowned god beneath the sunlight. The drowned god above. The priest's beard whipped wildly in the sea breeze as the sea creature stirred from the depths, poised to contest the Iron Throne with the dragon god. A cruel smile curled Balon's lips as he caressed the shard of a sea stone at his waist, instructing my sons to prepare the ships. This time, the target of their plunder would be the east. In the Fishbone Forest, north of the wall, Bran Stark, the three-eyed crow, abruptly awoke from his verdant dream. His crows flapped their wings, colliding with the stone walls, their feathers glimmering with emerald scales. Countless ancient runes materialized on the cave's stone surface, heralding Winterfell, urging Ned Stark to remain vigilant against the dragon god's envoy from the east. Furthermore, there existed the Lady of the Spear worshipped by the Unsullied, the Black Goat revered by the Qohori, the god of harmony adored by the Naths, the love goddess R'hllor, the Harpy, the Lady of Waves from Karth, the Pale Moon, and the Night Lion of Elysium, among others. All deities were thrown into disarray at the return of the drowned god. Chapter 27. The massive army. A day later. In the castle's council chamber, flickering candlelight cast elongated shadows upon the gathered figures. Seated at the head of the table, Seann maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. At his command, messengers swiftly departed in all directions, summoning the heroes and officials stationed throughout the lands to converge in one place. Among them were familiar faces such as Vittorio, alongside several unfamiliar heroes. Each led their respective forces stationed across the territories. Due to the burgeoning size of the army, Seann had reorganized the legions he had previously delineated. Vittorio provided him with current data on the military and populace, alongside the distribution of garrisons throughout the regions. When he departed the territory, the two core cities alone boasted a population of approximately 1 million, supplemented by over 100,000 conquered indigenous slaves. After more than a decade of proliferation, the population had swelled to a staggering 15-fold, indicating that the current total population of the territory stood at around 2.6 million. The Holy Army, Core Forces. Each legion consists of 20,000 heavy infantry and 20,000 crossbowmen. Supporting forces. Each legion includes 5,000 holy adjudicators, 5,000 guards, and 1 squadron of griffin riders. Quantity, approximately 30 mixed legions, each comprising around 52,000 soldiers, totaling approximately 1.56 million. The Holy Hall Air Force and the Griffin Knight Legion are organized such that each legion consists of 10 battalions, with a total of 20, amounting to around 420,000 personnel. The commander of the garrison in Miracle City is currently Alani. Upon seeing this name, Seann finally comprehended the reason behind the staggering figure of over 4 billion gold coins in the system data. Her innate ability doubles the daily tax revenue from farmers. Currently, Under her jurisdiction in Miracle City, aside from the 50,000 strong Archangel Legion that has not been allocated elsewhere, there are 10 Royal Griffin Knight Legions, approximately 210,000 in number, 10 Mixed Ground Legions, around 520,000, and 1 Paladin Legion consisting of 50,000, with an army of 800,000 stationed around a single city. Who would dare to raise their head? This is not the end. Next is Vittorio at the Watchtower Fortress, with 1 Paladin Legion of 50,000 and 10 Mixed Ground Legions totaling 520,000. At Yanhuang Port, the garrison led by Galeb includes 1 Mixed Legion of 52,000 and 1 battalion of Griffin Knights with 100 soldiers. At Fortress No. 1, stationed in Haas, there is 1 Mixed Ground Legion of 52,000. At Barrow Fortress, Talarna commands 70,000 Wood Elves, 50,000 Wind Dancers, and 50,000 Secret Archers. At Greenleaf Territory, Alina oversees 5 Mixed Ground Legions of approximately 260,000 and 5 Griffin Knight Legions totaling around 1.05 million, responsible for guarding 1 gold mine, 1 iron mine, 3 lumber yards, 3 ore fields, 1 wolf den, and 1 hunter's cabin. At Eastern Sunrise City, Raslo commands 3 Elite Knight Legions with 200,000 and 3 Mixed Ground Legions of approximately 156,000. Plower is stationed in the Eastern Fire Mountain region with 40,000 Hellhounds and 60,000 Longhorn Demons, tasked with guarding 3 Sulphur Mines, 1 Howling Kennel, and 1 Devil's Tower. At Southern Nightfall City, Ozer commands a Mixed Cavalry Legion of 100,000 and a Mixed Ground Legion of 280,000, surrounded by 5 lumber yards, 1 gold mine, 2 iron mines, 1 silver mine, 2 battle arenas, and 1 hunter's cabin. At the site of the Western Indigenous Tribe, Vanguard commands a Mixed Cavalry Legion of 100,000 and a Mixed Ground Legion of 280,000, surrounded by 2 lumber yards, 1 gem mine, 1 crystal mine, 2 silver mines, 1 iron mine, 1 fairy forest, 1 hunter's cabin, and 2 wolf dens. A dizzying array of data overwhelmed Seann. She merely glanced at it before setting it aside, intending to study it further when she had the time. Subsequently, everyone took their seats, and the formal report commenced. Vittorio stood first and spoke in a serious tone. My lord, during your absence over the past decade, although we have endeavored to protect and develop the territory without authorization, the number of castles remains unchanged from when you departed. However, we have meticulously managed and constructed the existing castles, fortifying the walls and expanding the facilities within, significantly enhancing both defense and capacity. He paused slightly, a hint of regret crossing his face. Although there had been considerable success in occupying outposts and towns, it was unfortunate that new castles could not be summoned after an occupation. Laj took over the conversation and added, it is precisely for this reason that, despite numerous recruitment structures for various military factions, no new castles have been established. When you departed so abruptly, we did not have the opportunity to discuss these matters. Otherwise, upon your return, the scale of our territory and troops would have likely expanded by several dozens, if not hundreds, of times. Subsequently, Klaus rose with enthusiasm and declared, however, during our exploration of the continent, we have discovered over a dozen tribes of varying sizes. We have encircled them, awaiting your return to seize them, thus significantly augmenting our bases. Seann nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Well done, everyone. He stood, placing his hands firmly on the table, his gaze resolute. His voice low yet powerful. This world requires swift unification. The world of Azeroth, which I have now reached, faces monumental threats. Of course, with threats come opportunities. The unique occupational system of that world could empower us greatly, and the resources available would yield substantial benefits for our territory. Therefore, we must hasten our development, striving to amass sufficient strength to safeguard our interests and protect our people and nation when danger arrives. He paced slowly, his gaze sweeping over each individual present, as if to impart his determination to them all. Thus, I have resolved to ascend to the throne in 10 days. The continent of Erdis shall become a unified empire. We will use this empire as our foundation to conquer this world, and then march into the realm of Azeroth. From there, we shall continue our campaign against the remaining planets in the universe, utterly vanquishing the threat of the Burning Legion and restoring peace and tranquility to the cosmos. Seann tapped the table lightly, methodically stating, we shall gather 2/3 of our army under the guise of nation building and military review. Upon establishing the empire, We will immediately strike at the nearby regions of Asia and E. They will certainly be caught off guard by our sudden assault. After conquering them, we will center our operations around the castles, systematically advancing into their territories. With each city we capture, we shall gain a new source of troops, continuously growing until we have seized all cities and lands. Now I command, everyone shall return to their posts immediately, prepare their forces, and await the coronation ceremony before launching our full-scale attack. Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the Yanhuang Empire. We shall be invincible in battle and unstoppable in our conquests. As Seann's war mobilization order was officially issued, the warriors, who had long harbored their fervor for war, rose with a thunderous uproar, striking their chests with their right hands, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they chanted in unison. The fervent heroes departed, hastening back to their respective jurisdictions, where they needed to assemble their troops, gather supplies, and arrange for garrison forces. Chapter 28. Preparations for nation building. Following the conclusion of the military mobilization meeting, Seann did not pause. He summoned all administrative officials waiting in a side hall once more. In the assembly hall, documents were piled high, and the officials gathered around, engaging in fervent discussions regarding the various matters of the nation-building ceremony. From the meticulous design of the ceremony's proceedings to the thoughtful arrangement of the venue and the carefully curated guest list, every detail was deliberated with utmost care. Amidst the fervent discussions, Seann remained occupied, as yet another report concerning territorial trade and demographic data was presented to him. A cursory glance revealed a comprehensive overview of the material transportation and commercial taxation of all strongholds over the past decade, alongside the burgeoning villages and farms established due to population migrations. In summary, trade flourished, resources abounded, the populace thrived in affluence and joy, and the territory prospered vigorously. As the general outline was solidified and the evening approached, the meeting gradually drew to a close. Following respectful gestures, the officials departed the castle hall in an orderly fashion. Yet Francis lingered. "Your Majesty, do you recall the task you assigned to me?" Francis hesitantly inquired. Time had elapsed, and he was uncertain whether the Lord still remembered this matter. If so, what might his disposition be, especially since he had yet to return with the individuals in question? Which task do you refer to?" "I recall it distinctly," Seann replied, puzzled. In his memory, the assignment had been given merely 2 months prior. Realization dawned upon him, and he continued, "You mean the Targaryen survivors? Have you located them?" "Indeed, Your Majesty. However, upon your disappearance, I dispatched my subordinates to Pentos. Yet the search was persistently hindered by external forces, the most formidable opposition stemming from a certain governor of Pentos. Initially, I was unaware of the reasons behind this obstruction until my men received a letter from one Sir William Derry, wherein I discovered that the individuals you seek had been concealed by that very governor. Your Majesty, here is the letter sent by that night." At this juncture, Francis cautiously retrieved the somewhat aged correspondence from his breast pocket. "What does the letter convey? Speak plainly." Seann, reclining languidly on his plush throne, extended his hand to accept the letter, perusing it without the intention of fully opening it. "Of course, Your Majesty. The letter primarily details the circumstances surrounding the 2 Targaryen royal members and their journey to Pentos. Sir William expressed gratitude for our assistance and implored us to devise a means of rescue and to seek asylum. The governor wields considerable influence in Pentos. Should a rescue operation be undertaken, it would undoubtedly necessitate the mobilization of greater familial resources. However, your abrupt departure disrupted our plans, and I could only present my recommendations to the Interim Management Council. They deemed that such an action could potentially incite war, thus only approving a strategy of surveillance and waiting. Consequently, it has remained thus until today." Francis recounted with a flourish, as if he were availing a grievance to his sovereign. "Oh, who comprises the Management Council?" Seann, indifferent to Francis' narrative, shifted his focus to the council, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. "The management was proposed by several generals, involving your mother and lady in its establishment. Among them were Lady Mira, Governor Illich, General Vittorio, Fleet Commander Alex, and myself." Francis respectfully addressed his inquiries. "Ah, I see. The rescue mission will commence after the coronation ceremony, and you shall oversee it. I will allocate personnel to assist you." Seann propped his chin with his left hand while gently tapping the table with his right, contemplating for a moment before making arrangements. Then wearily inquired, "Is there anything else?" "Your command, Your Majesty." Francis, ever perceptive, rose to acknowledge the order and took his leave. "Mother of Dragons, you must be nearing 13 years of age, The fate of the dragon and the pseudo-deities scheming against me will exact a price. Let me see how you shall falter without the foundation of faith." Let us wait and see. Watching the receding figures outside the door, Seann gazed at the ceiling, reflecting deeply. He then recalled those who conspired against him, a smirk involuntarily forming at the corners of his mouth as he murmured softly, his voice laced with a palpable malice. After a day of deliberation and establishing a clear direction, he entrusted all preliminary preparations to the heroes and officials under his command. He remained within the castle, cherishing moments with his family and savoring his long-awaited happiness. He even took the opportunity to conquer over a dozen tribal territories, yielding only 2 new castles and 9 outposts. The heroes and officials were not only tasked with organizing the foundation ceremony, but also engaged in military training and strategic planning. The entire territory buzzed with activity. Troops assembled, soldiers lined up in formation, the clashing of weapons mingling with the neighing of war horses. Food supplies began to dwindle and were being meticulously gathered, wagon after wagon churning up clouds of dust. The garrison was also carefully arranged to ensure stability and security at the rear. Meanwhile, he did not forget about Azeroth. The professional forces there were a formidable asset in enhancing his military strength. Additionally, the alliance agreement with Ryan could not be overlooked during this time of orc invasion. Considering the geographical circumstances of the Kingdom of Stormwind, he dispatched a regiment led by Ozer, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of elven troops, to provide support. Azeroth, Yanhuang City. Ozer and the elven heroes, leading the elven army, majestically traversed the portal and shortly arrived in another world. Upon entering the portal, Ozer, now at level 20, mounted his personal griffin and soared into the air, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Observing a castle that, while not identical, bore a striking resemblance to others, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Had it not been for the Lord, oh no, the words of His Majesty himself, he might have thought someone was deceiving him. How could this possibly resemble another world? Ozer's griffin's talons gripped the stone observation platform's edge, its metallic spurs sparking against the rock. He tugged at the linen robe beneath his chainmail and turned to gaze at the elven lieutenant, Salia, who stood beside him. Have you ever contemplated the day when we might lead the elven army into the miraculous city of another realm? Salia's longbow arched gracefully in her palm, the moonblade arrowhead glimmering with the faint light of the portal. More than that, I am concerned about the human priests. She raised her hand to point towards the portal's rear, where over 100 priests joined hands to form a magical matrix, their pale faces tinged with a ghastly hue. For every 10 times they channeled their magic, 3 would faint, yet the energy of the portal scarcely increased. Below the viewing platform, the young priestess Elia stumbled, propping herself against the stone wall, her fingertips still dusted with the portal's residual emerald glow. Her mentor, Matilda, offered her a waterskin made of sheepskin, a sigh escaping her lips. During our studies in the sanctuary, the archbishop always insisted that the holy light should not be employed for such mechanical tricks. Before she could finish her thought, the distant low rumble of an emerald dragon reverberated, shaking the stone bricks and causing her voice to falter in her throat. Chapter 29. The cross-dimensional expedition. The main force continued to pour forth from the portal, thousands of priests stationed nearby to recuperate, perpetually channeling their magic into the portal. Their reserves of magic were scant to begin with, and of low quality, often necessitating the combined efforts of hundreds to yield a slight increase in energy. Fortunately, within the magical milieu of Azeroth, they could recover naturally, albeit at a sluggish pace. However, the alternating cycles of tens of thousands would suffice for the needs of hundreds of thousands. First to emerge were the myriad emerald dragons, colossal beings with wingspans of approximately 20 meters and lengths to match. They resembled a floating range of mountains, their imposing presence palpable from afar. Following them were the wild treants, akin to a moving forest, their stout, deep green trunks supporting their towering forms of over 10 meters as they advanced slowly. With each step, the ground beneath them cracked with fine fissures, while the forest spirits concealed themselves amidst the woven camouflage of vines above. Next came countless elven warriors mounted on unicorns and white dire wolves, the entire procession flowing like a tumultuous tide, continually surging forward. This immense host would naturally not pass through the city itself. Instead, they circumvented the miraculous city, arriving at the plains to minimize their impact on the populace. Yet, such a spectacle could not escape the notice of the frequent travelers between the port and the city, who would spread word of the events. The final group of emerald dragons swept over the city's skyline, while the area near the portal became crowded with onlookers, countless lights flickering to life. The throngs of curious spectators gathered around the portal, the atmosphere reminiscent of a festive celebration. Naturally, this influx attracted an array of vendors, and soon, Makeshift stalls began to sprout around the entrance, forming a rudimentary marketplace. Human merchants rolled barrels brimming with ale, peddling smoked meats to the elven warriors, while elven artisans displayed amulets crafted from shards of dragon scales, drawing the attention of chattering human children. Merchant Marcus was stuffing bread and ale into a wooden crate when he was suddenly startled by a thunderous flapping sound overhead. Looking up, he beheld 3 emerald dragons soaring low through the sky, their wings stirring up a fierce wind that sent his sunshade flying. By the gods! He hurriedly grasped a rolling apple, only to see several small sprites descend from the dragons' backs, using luminous vines to secure the scattered goods. Forgive us, human. The leading forest sprite fluttered its dragonfly wings, returning the apple to the crate. Our treant grandfather is too large. Trampling your stall would earn us a scolding from Lord Ozer. Marcus stood in stunned silence as a sprite pressed a glowing acorn into his hand, said to promote rapid crop growth. Meanwhile, Priestess Elia sat on the stone steps, watching as the magical crystal in her hand gradually regained its luster. Suddenly, a figure clad in a shimmering emerald cloak took a seat beside her. It was Gavin Horn, the paladin commander of the Empire of Yanhuang. Participating in interdimensional teleportation for the first time, he offered her a piece of honeyed bread. I recall my first encounter with a moving treant. It nearly startled my warhorse into stumbling. Elia took a bite of the bread, the sweetness of the honey alleviating the bitterness of the magical backlash. I hear His Majesty has allied with the human king of Stormwind. Do they truly trust us outsiders? Gavin Horn's fingers glided over the dragon-shaped carvings on his sword's hilt, his gaze fixed on the starry sky of Azeroth beyond the portal. When orcs were severing the heads of countless innocents, trust became a trivial concern. What mattered was finding a reason for both sides to survive. The objective of the elven army on this mission was the orcs, a brutal and cunning race. Their task was not only to support Stormwind, but also to guide the orcs northward, preventing them from inflicting devastating damage upon the kingdom. Following their strategy, the elven forces, with their cavalry advantage, swiftly crossed the incomplete western defenses and penetrated the sunlit forest. They then proceeded eastward, dispatching wave after wave of scouts to chart the area, mark resources, and eliminate all orc factions and large beasts. Within just 2 days, they had rapidly occupied most of the sunlit forest. This forest served as a natural barrier. The elves leveraged the terrain's advantages to establish concealed camps and fortifications near the future Nightshade town and the mountain paths close to the Windward Trail. The elven army also successfully captured the Thornvale. Despite the area's complex terrain and the myriad dangers it held, the elves quickly established a foothold there. Utilizing their agility and exceptional archery skills, they set up numerous traps along the mountain paths leading from Thornvale to the sunlit forest. Hidden spiked pits and tripwires lay in wait to deliver lethal strikes to any invading creatures. Subsequently, the elven army commenced harassment operations against the Swamp of Sorrows and the Reedridge Mountains. Hundreds of fully equipped squads traversed the Windward Trail, entering the Swamp of Sorrows. A squad comprising 21 combat units, including melee fighters, archers, spellcasters, and mounts, meticulously established a network of sentinels amidst the branches near the entrance. The elven archers concealed themselves within the dense foliage, ever vigilant of the orcs' movements. At the edge of the sorrowful marsh, 2 orc scouts were diligently cutting through the obstructive vines with their daggers when they were suddenly startled by an eerie bird call from above. As they glanced upward, a multitude of luminous eyes flickered in the treetops. These were the arrowheads of the elven archers, coated with phosphorescent powder. A warning fell silent as 2 arrows simultaneously pierced their throats. Lindell leapt down from the canopy, using the orc's tattered garment to wipe his dagger clean, hang the corpses at the mouth of the secret passage, and inscribe a warning on the shafts. Ariel observed his actions, questioning whether such overt displays would be too conspicuous. We want them to see, Lindell replied, smirking as he gazed at the approaching orc horde in the distance. When they retreated in fear to the north, only then would the defenses of the Storm Kingdom be truly secure. He flicked his fingers, sending an arrow inscribed with fiery runes streaking through the night, igniting a distant watchtower. Blast it! How many times has this happened? Roared the orc centurion Gru, rushing to provide reinforcements, his battle axe cleaving through the 3rd tripwire in frustration. Suddenly, a spiked trap sprang from beneath the decaying leaves, piercing his green skin. As black blood dripped onto the poisonous vines, hissing ominously, his war-wolf emitted a terrified howl, its forepaws suspended inches above the ground. The mithril wire trap tensed like a violin string just as the wolf's paws were about to touch down, producing a resonant hum. It's the forest spirits. An orc novice dropped his torch, illuminating the green figures surging from all directions. The trent's robust trunks crashed to the ground, sending shards of stone flying, while the hidden forest wraiths lashed out with vine whips soaked in paralyzing venom, striking the orc shields with a dull thud akin to wet leather. These small elite forces infiltrated the orc encampment under the cover of night, moving like phantoms, silently dispatching orc sentinels with their keen daggers and lethal poison. They then ignited the orc provisions, inciting chaos, and as the orcs scrambled to mount a counterattack, the elves swiftly vanished into the enveloping darkness. Those skirmishes erupted intermittently. A full-scale battle was still a while away, as most of the high-ranking officials within the Legion had returned to Miracle City. Chapter 30. The Empire of Yanhuang. The castle of Miracle City resembled a vast beehive, bustling with unprecedented activity in anticipation of the forthcoming coronation ceremony. The Royal Knight Order, consisting of 100 paladins who had mastered the path of the Holy Light, was fully mobilized. Clad in resplendent golden steel armor and draped in robes adorned with the golden dragon of the sun, each knight was accompanied by 10 holy warriors as they patrolled the castle's interior and exterior. Griffin heralds raced to every corner of the continent, proclaiming this momentous event to all cities, towns, and farms. At long last, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Francis, busied himself with the monumental expenditures required for the forthcoming ceremony. Following the establishment of the empire, a dedicated financial institution would be instituted, ensuring that the distinctions between public and private affairs would no longer blur as they had in the days of family enterprises. Thus, from the procurement of costly spices and silks to the crafting of new throne embellishments, every expenditure demanded meticulous calculation. Simultaneously, the high priest gazed into the celestial bodies, selecting the most auspicious date for the ascension. In the kitchen, chefs toiled day and night, preparing a lavish feast. From roasted suckling pig and honey-glazed duck to an array of exquisite pastries, a cornucopia of delights awaited. To enhance the festive atmosphere, a special dessert shaped like a golden dragon, symbolizing the Yanhuang lineage, was also prepared. On the chosen auspicious day, the castle's conference hall, now transformed into the resplendent throne room, was adorned in opulent glory. The myriad lights of crystal chandeliers fractured into fireflies upon the golden armor of the royal knights. 100 paladins, wielding nearly 3-meter-long steel lances, held aloft the Yanhuang banner, flanking either side. The golden dragon scales on the silk banners, crafted with a unique dyeing technique, shimmered with dynamic light and shadow, as though ready to soar at any moment. King Ryan's fingers unconsciously caressed the hilt of his sword, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, catching glimpses of the elusive elven archers. The figures concealed in the shadows of the columns bore attire distinctly different from the scouts he had encountered in the Storm Kingdom. Amidst the retinue of royal knights, His Majesty, Seann Yanhuang I, gradually entered the throne room. The high priest stood before the opulent throne, holding the ancient codex, and commenced the lengthy and solemn coronation ceremony. He began by reciting praises for the Yanhuang family, beseeching the protection of the dragon god, before gently placing the crown, emblematic of sovereignty, upon Seann's head. In the name of the dragon god, may the empire be shielded by the wings of the great dragon, safeguarding all beings. The high priest's voice echoed beneath the dome as the codex in his hands suddenly radiated an emerald glow, each page transforming into ethereal golden dragons that swirled around Seann. Adorned with a crown set with rubies and emeralds, Seann exuded an air of majesty and solemnity. Clad in a resplendent robe, he slowly turned to face the gathered nobility and representatives of the populace, accepting their homage. At the moment he turned, all 36 floor-to-ceiling windows of the throne room swung open simultaneously, and 100 emerald dragons swooped down from the clouds, their wings casting shadows over half the sky. Sunlight filtered through the dragon's scales, illuminating his robe, where the embroidered golden dragon patterns seemed to come alive, casting dynamic light and shadow upon the ground with each of his steps. Beside King Ryan, Varian's eyes widened in astonishment as he quietly inquired, "Father, can he truly summon the dragon god?" Lothar could not suppress a chuckle, yet he noticed Seann's gaze linger on the observation platform, the corners of his lips curving slightly as he paused momentarily on the delegation from the Storm Kingdom. When they first learned of the news, they had nearly been rendered speechless. To think that a cross-border portal had been established in silence, yet they had not received any notification from the royal mages. According to common reasoning, the magical fluctuations emanating from such a portal should not escape the notice of the mage district, especially given that the two locations are merely a little over 1,000 meters apart. Yet, regardless of their astonishment and reluctance, it proved futile. For the kingdom's urgent dispatch of spies had already relayed intelligence concerning the advancing elven army, a formidable force akin to a rolling deluge. How could one halt such an advance? The army had already reached the foot of the city walls. It was fortunate that Seann harbored no intentions of resistance. Otherwise, the Storm Kingdom would have had to seek a new ruler forthwith. Consequently, King Ryan displayed remarkable composure as he accompanied his family and a select group of kingdom dignitaries, escorted by the Iron Horse Brotherhood, to this otherworldly realm. King Ryan and Sir Lozer stood upon the observation platform, quietly observing the ceremony, while occasionally engaging in hushed conversation. Beside them stood his queen, Taria, and their son, Varian, with several ministers of the Storm Kingdom positioned behind them. Following the coronation ceremony, a grand military parade unfolded, showcasing representatives from various military branches selected from the heroes' jurisdictions, numbering approximately 10,000. Among them were the flame-hued sword and lucky barrow from the Griffin Knights, the flame-hued shield from the Guard Corps, and the vanguard of the heavy halberdiers, alongside berserkers and others. Additionally, a contingent of elven troops and several hundred hellhounds from the abyssal race were present. The royal army stood in orderly formation on the plains outside the city, with infantry clad in gleaming armor, wielding heavy halberds and sword shields, arrayed like an iron fortress. At the forefront were the commanders of the Intera and Isengard Corps, alongside the renowned leaders of the Vanguard and Berserker legions. Fully armored elite knights rode upon majestic steeds, adorned with splendid barding, exuding an air of authority and intimidation. Above, Captain Flavi and Captain Libero, radiant and spirited, hovered with their subordinates over the army. These were the esteemed forces that had accrued innumerable honors in the battle against the Forest Hunter clan. Naturally, many of the soldiers recruited in the years following that conflict felt a sense of discontent, believing their predecessors had merely been fortunate to partake in the Great War. Mounted upon his magnificent white steed, Seann I, under the protection of the Archangel Guard led by Lucifel, gracefully flew at a low altitude, inspecting the assembled troops. Long live His Majesty Seann! Long live the flame-hued empire! The soldiers, faces alight with fervor, collectively shouted, their resounding voices echoing to the heavens, a testament to their unwavering loyalty to the emperor. Returning to the city walls, Seann offered a slight nod of acknowledgement to King Ryan, then gazed down upon the throngs below, his heart swelling with pride and exhilaration. Today, we are not merely celebrating the birth of a nation. We are heralding the dawn of a new era. Seann's voice, amplified by the sound magic of the Zehir Academy, reached the ears of all within and beyond the city. For from this day forth, the continent of Ults would no longer be a land of primal division, but rather a unified and formidable empire. With Seann's proclamation, the entire city erupted into a cacophony of thunderous applause and jubilant cheers. King Ryan gazed upon the scene before him, suddenly noticing that Las's hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, not out of caution, but rather from exhilaration. The legendary warrior's Adam's apple bobbed as he murmured, "If only we had such an army back on the windward path." His voice was drowned out by the jubilant cheers and shouts of the crowd. The bell tower of Miracle City tolled 12 times, each chime accompanied by a burst of fireworks in the sky, interwoven with holy light and nature's magic, painting a magnificent image of a dragon soaring amidst the clouds. The people waved banners of the Golden Dragon, singing hymns in celebration of this momentous occasion. After the military review, the entirety of Miracle City was engulfed in a sea of joy. Crowds flooded the streets, celebrating the ascension of the emperor and anticipating a future of greater splendor and prosperity under the reign of Emperor Seann. Chapter 31. The Conquest of War. The golden sunset cast a radiant hue upon the dome of the council hall. Following the conclusion of the founding ceremony, Seann and Ryan engaged in a profound discussion regarding their previous agreements. Seann watched as Ryan's cloak vanished at the end of the corridor, his fingers unconsciously tracing the newly signed alliance treaty. The wax seal upon the parchment still bore warmth, and the terms of military cooperation under the economic collaboration glimmered with a cold light in the candle-less glow. The plan to compel the orcs northward, the delineation of territorial claims, all outlined in red ink upon the map, transformed into flickering flames of war in his eyes. "Your Majesty, the troops have assembled as planned." Vittorio's voice interrupted his reverie. Seann turned, his gaze sweeping across the sprawled map of the continent of Essos, his finger landing upon the coastal ports of the Outlands. Let us commence with the Outlands, where the warlord's fragmentation presents us with an opportunity to strike them down one by one. The Outlands, a vast nation with a population of 50 million, was currently writhing in the pains of division. Towns both large and small were under the sway of various leaders, such as the coastal cities of Isabahad and Ichi, and the inland city of Tiji. Meanwhile, the ostensible rulers, the Blue Dynasty Esbuk, indulged in decadence within the capital, while the Orange Dynasty's Boxiong schemed in the mercantile towns over trade routes. In the forsaken city of Kokosa, by the hidden sea, the Yellow Dynasty's sorcerer lord maintained his eerie dominion through gruesome human sacrifices. To the northeast lay the Five Forts defense line, reputed to have withstood nameless horrors from the Grey Wastes for millennia. Seann speculated that it could be some dark entities. If this were true, he found admiration for those valiant warriors and began contemplating how to bring them under his sway for a peaceful transition. Quilth, a city dominated by 13 magnates, the Barrel Brotherhood, bankers, and the Spice Guild, trade magnates, boasted 3 towering walls that proclaimed itself impregnable. With a population of approximately 800,000, Quilth maintained a standing army of 5,000 camel riders, 34,000 mercenary infantry, 200 three-masted warships, and an abundance of 2-masted sailing vessels. In Seann's military strategy, these forces were merely pebbles to be easily crushed, posing little concern. In the enigmatic city of Ayasha, a realm shrouded in shadow, the Council of the Black Goat, composed of the Shadowbinders, blood sorcerers, and moon-chanting seers, sustains its magical dominion through the sacrificial offerings of the living, particularly slaves. The city itself is vast, yet its population is sparse, not exceeding 50,000 souls, with a significant majority being enslaved. The pure-blooded Ayashans refer to themselves as the Children of the Shadows. Ayasha lacks a formal military, relying instead on the elite Darkblade Council, comprised of a mere few hundred Shadowbinders. They defend against invasions using summoned shadow creatures, magical barriers, and the toxic mists of the Ashen River. I personally lead the expedition, declared Seann with an unwavering resolve. Crowl, you command the Helkin forces. Alina, you shall lead 2 legions of Griffin riders alongside the Archangels in support. He turned his gaze toward the Helkin hero, Crowl, whose blood-red muscles twisted into a sinister grin as he rumbled. With 40,000 hellhounds and 60,000 horned demons, we shall raze Ayasha to the ground, leaving no shadow to linger amidst the ruins. The dark elf Alina caressed her staff, crimson and ebony light swirling in her palm. 40,000 Griffin riders and 10,000 archangels are poised to depart at a moment's notice. 3 academy mages stood nearby. The Firemaster Nasir toyed with the flames in his hand, while the elemental master Zehir's staff spun with a miniature tempest at its tip. The lamp god Galib leaned languidly against the wall, a sardonic smile playing upon his lips. I hope Ayasha's magic proves entertaining. I do not wish to be bored. With an army exceeding 100,000, capturing a port city should suffice. If reinforcements are necessary, the narrow strait separating us allows for swift support. Seann was eager to witness whether this formidable coalition of magical races could withstand the might of the fabled, eternally sunless, and sinister city of shadows. The Siege Master Vittorio, a level 23 strategist, tapped rhythmically on the table, scrutinizing the map of various cities. 20 mixed ground legions combined with 10 Griffin Rider legions, totaling 1,250,000 troops, are sufficient to flatten every city in the conquered lands. Armored and resolute, Klaus, a level 16 warrior, rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes gleaming with the thirst for battle. With 200,000 elite knights and 100,000 holy knights, the warlord shall learn the true meaning of iron hooves. Meanwhile, the camouflaged figure of Weingar lingered quietly in the corner, lost in thought. He was an expert specially selected by Seann for the jungles of the conquered lands, bringing with him 2 mixed forest legions, comprising 560,000 soldiers of varying ranks. Such a colossal army necessitated a comprehensive array of siege machinery and logistical support, preparations for which had commenced upon Seann's return to his territory. The entire transportation plan was divided into 2 phases. The first batch consisted of the main assault forces and all war machinery, accompanied by a limited supply of provisions. The second batch would include the remaining troops and the entirety of food supplies. At Yanhuang Port, 2,000 flat-bottomed transport vessels docked in succession. As groups of enslaved workers loaded counterweight trebuchets, ballistae, medical tents, and ammunition carts onto the ships, the flat-bottomed transport vessels, tasked with supplying resources, are prioritized for departure due to their sluggish speed. Each ship is escorted by 5 squads of Griffin riders. Only after their departure do the 4 fleets, comprising 800 warships, sequentially enter the harbor to load troops. Countless supplies of grain are continuously transported to Yanhuang Port, where the granaries overflow with provisions, readily available for dispatch to the front lines. The captains of the fleets stand at the bows, gazing at the bustling activity within the harbor, exuberantly cheering alongside their colleagues. As these legions gather, the 40,000 Archangel Vanguard will be the first to cross the strait. Their mission is to seize 4 coastal ports to establish bases, eliminate the majority of the ruling elite, and undermine their power structures, thereby gaining control over certain territories such as Edi and the 13 Lords of Kiris. The transport fleet will follow closely behind, disembarking from these ports and spreading inland towards Essos. Accomplishing this, without considering the subsequent ramifications, is remarkably straightforward. After all, 40,000 archangels equate to at least several tens of thousands of adult dragons. A decapitation force composed of them leaves Seann pondering what other power could withstand such might. The pinnacle of strength in this world is represented by the dragon tier. If the gods of the Game of Thrones wished to intervene, they would need to muster a force equivalent to at least 20,000 adult dragons. Furthermore, the troops from the Emerald Territory and other fortresses will gradually converge at the Watchtower Fortress after the main legions set forth, with each stronghold retaining only a minimal force for basic defense. In the absence of external threats on the continent of Alts, Seann need not fret over defensive matters. The daily reinforcements of various troops can swiftly fill any vacancies. Standing alone atop the highest lighthouse at the port, Seann surveys the swarming armies below. Reminiscent of an ant colony, to his left, the 100,000 hellish kin of Crowl are boarding the ships along the gangplank, the metallic hooves of the horned demons rhythmically clashing against the wooden planks. To his right, Vittorio's mixed legion is forming ranks, a forest of 400,000 steel pikes glinting with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight. Further out to sea, the luminous wings of the Archangel Vanguard have transformed into golden ripples along the horizon. In the storage area of Yanhuang Port, the golden armor of the paladins brushes past the crimson-scaled hellish kin, both sides deliberately avoiding each other's gaze. Yet, when the ox-drawn carts laden with grain pass by, all eyes are irresistibly drawn to them. The cart is piled high with fist-sized chunks of salted beef, and freshly baked rye bread still emanates steam. 500 tons of grain daily. The logistics officer shouts, gesturing at the parchment scrolls. The oats for the griffin riders must be sifted for stones, and the holy flame bread for the paladins must be baked before dawn. In the distance, sailors from the 4 Yanhuang fleets are applying fresh tar to the warships, repainting the dragon-headed figure at the bow in gold and silver, which glimmers in harmony with the black and gold dragon flag of the Yanhuang family beneath the moonlight. Chapter 32. The Conquest of War II. The moonlight cascaded upon the surface of the sea as Seann stood on the deck of the flagship, gazing at the fleet as it gradually set sail. The initial loading operation spanned 2 days, yet Seann was determined not to be the last to board. He had proactively orchestrated the Asha army's departure, setting forth ahead of schedule. Given the short distance between the 2 locations, it would take no more than half an hour to reach on Griffinback. By the time they landed in Asha, it was likely that the fleet at Yanhuang Harbor would not have even completed loading half of its personnel. Your Majesty, intelligence from Asha indicates that the shadow creatures there are exceedingly perilous. Alina presented a dossier, which Seann casually perused, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Dothraki's Karasa failed due to their ignorance of the vulnerabilities of magic. However, we are different. We possess the holy light, the lamp god capable of reversing magic, along with mages well-versed in the elements. He closed the dossier, casting his gaze towards the distant sea. The shadows of Asha shall ultimately dissipate under the radiance of the holy light. An hour later, the Yanhuang Third Fleet, flowing downstream, arrived off the shores of Asha. From the bow of the ship, Seann could already discern the dark silhouette of the city in the distance, along with the assembling fleet. Your Majesty, we have spotted the Asha fleet. Shall we engage? Alina, having received word from the lookout, hastened to Seann's side for instruction. Let the archangels gauge the depth of these Asha people. Notify Zephyr to join them, Seann instructed while examining the sea through a Milt lens. Yes, Your Majesty. Alina acknowledged and departed. Seann continued to observe, yet was dissatisfied. The craftsmanship of this era proved too coarse for clarity. Frowning, he roused the slumbering white steed and mounted it, following closely behind the archangels as they leisurely soared towards the coastline. The battle unfolded like child's play. The Asha vessels were unable to withstand even the Archangel's initial probing dive. The crew aboard the ships was swept away like pebbles in a tumultuous wave, all clamor and flames vanishing with the rising tide. Seann's army had already reached the banks of the Ashen River. Before the river shrouded in toxic mist, a dense legion of hellish forces blanketed the ground. Hellhounds emitted low, menacing growls, while the massive fists of the horned demons pounded the earth like urgent drumbeats. Flames above resembled blazing torches, poised for the command to charge. Moments later, Kralos advanced before the army, raising his colossal axe and roaring thunderously. The infernal army surged forth with a resounding roar, like a crimson tide crashing towards the toxic fog. Shadow creatures emerged from the mist, only to dissipate beneath the onslaught of the Hellhound's bites and the horned demon's heavy fists. Seann, accompanied by the Holy Light troops and 3 mages, followed closely behind. Galeb's reversal magic carved a path ahead, while Nasir's flames and Zephyr's storms relentlessly battered the shadow barrier. Alina's Griffin Knights provided aerial support, and the Archangel's light arrows fell like rain, illuminating the city of Asha enveloped in darkness. The Shadowbinders gazed in terror at the scene before them. The shadow creatures they had summoned crumbled under the relentless assault of holy light and magic. Members of the Black Goat Council frantically unleashed their most potent spells in an attempt to thwart Seann's advance. Yet they were met with relentless defeats under the reversal magic of the Lamp God and the formidable attacks of the Elemental Master. Is this the magic of Ashar? Standing before the collapsing barrier, a flicker of disappointment crossed Seann's eyes, as it became evident that your reign was destined to end. He raised his longsword, the holy light coalescing upon its blade, and with a single stroke, the final shadow barrier shattered into oblivion. The city of Ashar, this enigmatic realm of shadows, was finally laid bare to the sun's embrace. Simultaneously, as the fleet at Flame Yellow Port busied itself with the initial cargo loading, 40,000 archangels, under Elena's command, transformed into golden ripples, vanishing beyond the inky horizon. They flapped their luminous wings, their armors adorned with dragon insignias, while their holy flames danced like twinkling stars beneath the moonlight. Their target was clear, the 5 core ports of the Outlands and Quails, Asaberhad, Itchy, the main port of Quails, Half Moon Bay, and Ashensands Port. Remember, we are not butchers. Elena's voice resonated through the mental network, echoing with an undeniable authority akin to the piercing cry of a griffin as it cleaved through the air, commanding the slaughter of lords, the subjugation of councils, and the protection of port facilities. Under the holy light, all willing to submit shall be spared. The fleet divided into 5 independent formations, each consisting of 8,000 archangels. Dispersing like migratory birds, the elite Dawn Spear Squadron surged toward Quails, the lair of the 13 giants. Michael's Sun Shield was tasked with the dual ports of the Outlands, Asaberhad and Itchy, cities shrouded in the clutches of warlords and sorceress rites. The remaining 2 squads maneuvered around the flanks of Quails, targeting Half Moon Bay and Ashensands Port to sever the enemy's maritime escape routes. The 3 granite walls of Quails loomed in the night like a silent behemoth, the torches atop illuminating the sharp weapons of the defenders. The Dawn Spear descended in the darkest hour before dawn, their pristine wings unfurling and tearing the night asunder. 8,000 golden streaks plunged from 10,000 meters above, akin to a meteor shower striking the city's heart. This aerial assault was unprecedented for the city, known as the Triple Iron Wall. As the citizens awoke amidst the clamor, 8,000 archangels hovered in formation above the third wall, their white wings casting shadows over half the sky. The personal guard of the 13 giants set up the scorpion tail crossbow upon the wall, yet before a single bolt could be loosed, the leading archangel Raphael raised his hand to unleash divine dissuasion. A visible wave of light swept across the battlements, incapacitating 300 crossbowmen as if their very sinews had been severed, while rusted cracks marred the bronze framework of the crossbows. In the name of holy light, judgment, Cyril's holy sword cleaved through the dome of the first council tower, where the 13 giants were engaged in astrological calculations within a secret chamber. The eldest merchant oligarch was about to summon guards when the holy sword pierced his wrist, flames erupting upon the parchment, reducing those ledgers stained with the blood of slaves to mere ashes. As the mercenary infantry clad in venomous lizard skin armor charged up the staircase, they were met with a shattering force from the holy light barrier, causing their knees to crash heavily against the marble floor. They watched helplessly as the archangels bound their master with chains of star silver. Within the harbor of Quails, the warships and dockworkers were roused by the strange noises emanating from the deck. Upon looking up, they beheld countless wings obscuring the stars and moon, as flames of the holy sword rained down upon the ropes and masts. The flagship's sails ignited in holy fire, the mast hissing as it melted in the divine light, while dozens of sailors, who had just emerged from the hold, were pinned against the ship's side by the holy swords. A more lethal strike came from the harbor's defense tower. Elena personally led 300 angels hovering 100 meters above, their hands channeling a 5th-level magic incantation. Purify these foul and wicked spells. The totem projected upon the harbor's barrier melted through the morning frost like the scorching sun, as 3 layers of defensive barriers, forged from the blood of Shadowbinders, crumbled one after another. The seawater surged into the treacherous traps, swirling the attempting two-masted sailboat into a vortex. Meanwhile, the Azure Sovereign, Yubiki, was indulging in wine with a golden-haired dancer in the bathtub of the coastal palace. When the sound of shattering glass reached his ears, 3 archangels burst through the window, their pristine wings scattering the crystal chandelier, while their holy swords severed the curved blades of 20 heavily armored guards at the entrance. Your drunken revelry must come to an end. Archangel Gabriel seized the trembling Yubiki, pinning him against the wall adorned with pearls. Henceforth, the land shall fall under the jurisdiction of the Yanhuang Empire. You may continue as your sovereign, provided you are willing to sign the document of submission. Chapter 33, the final chapter outside the harbor. The warlord of Ichi City commanded 20,000 private soldiers to construct a defensive line upon the beach, where living sacrifices burned in braziers in an attempt to summon sea monsters. However, the archangel's holy swords pierced the altar first, causing the hearts of 12 sorcerers to explode within their chests. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the sea, the bodies of 2,000 soldiers lay prostrate upon the sand, their weapons melted into molten iron by the sacred light, their armor emblazoned with dragon insignias, akin to the most devout of adherents. At the ashen sand harbor of Half Moon Bay, guarded by the corpulent cousin of the orange-yellow sovereign, Botu, who was well-versed in blood magic, 300 corpse poison mines were buried within the port. As the archangels swept past the shoreline, the toxic mists dissipated as if meeting a flame, transforming the mines into harmless pebbles under the holy light. Botu, hiding in an underwater chamber, activated a shadow teleportation array, only to have his ankles bound by the Archangel Michael with a holy chain. The black mist of the teleportation array exploded upon contact with the divine wings, revealing the chamber walls, which were densely covered with records of slave brands, each mark corresponding to a boy who had been severed of his tongue. Your understanding of shadows is but that of a child playing with fire. Michael crushed the core of the teleportation array as holy flames flowed across the chamber floor, incinerating the wicked marks into ashes. Yet the holy light shall remember your transgressions, Botu. You will be the first lord to stand trial before the slaves. By the time the first transport vessel of the main fleet arrived at Quail's Harbor, the harbor's tower had long since raised the black flag adorned with a golden dragon. Thousands of mercenaries, under the watchful gaze of the Archangel, dismantle the defensive armaments of the city. The slaves of the 13 Giants caravan kneel at the docks, offering freshly baked holy flame bread to the incoming troops. Elena stands atop the tallest obelisk in the harbor, the vast shadow of griffin wings sweeping across the sea. The lighthouses of the 4 ports simultaneously ignite, casting a golden glow that unfurls like a red carpet for the subsequent 1,000,000 tons of provisions and an army of countless men. In the slave market of Asabard, Gabriel brandishes 2 pairs of wings, severing iron cages and showering the battered bodies with holy light. Henceforth, you are no longer mere commodities. The healed slaves gaze up at the luminous wings in the sky. Some kneel to kiss the sandy shore, while others pick up the warlord's sword, melting it down to forge farming tools. These individuals, once regarded as the lowest of the low, stand tall under the sanctity of the holy light for the first time. When Seann's flagship arrives at the shores of Ashar, the first report received is not one of triumph, but a cryptic missive from Elena. The 5 ports have been secured, the enemy leadership decapitated, and all key figures are under control. Wherever the holy light reaches, the populace dines on sustenance they have never encountered. War can indeed be this merciful. The ruler of the empire gazes at the blood-stained alliance pact in his hand, suddenly chuckling softly. The military cooperation clauses on the parchment warm in the morning sun, no longer mere cold stipulations. For the archangels have imbued these words with true authority through holy light and sword. When your fleet can bring an entire coastline to its knees overnight, when your soldiers can grant freedom to slaves while vanquishing tyrants, the so-called agreements become nothing more than a natural signing ceremony. The sea breeze wafts across the deck, carrying the distant clamor from the port. Seann looks northward. The smoke of war has yet to ignite within the interior of the barbarian lands. Yet the ports awakened by the holy light stand like golden rivets, firmly anchoring the eastern coastline of the continent of Eros in the Empire's map. And this is merely the prologue to conquest. After all, when the light of the archangels can rend the shadows, what walls can withstand the advance of iron hooves and holy light? Swiftly, Ashar and the barbarian lands were seized, marking an initial victory. He then continued to expand his triumph, relentlessly capturing new cities and territories. The flames of war were rapidly ignited. Seann's army commenced from Ashar, marching northward along the coastline, conquering the coastal cities of the continent of Eros. With each city seized, Seann summoned a castle reminiscent of those in Heroes of Might and Magic V. These strongholds served not only as the vanguard of his army, but also as emblems of his dominion over the world. Dozens of castles rose across the continent of Eros, each representing the formidable strength of a race: the human sanctum, the elven forest citadel, the undead necropolis, and the demonic infernal fortress. These bastions not only provided Seann with a ceaseless supply of troops, but also became the core strongholds of his rule over the continent. As the castles were established, Seann's army rapidly grew in strength. The generals, leading soldiers from various factions, relentlessly advanced inland, conquering city after city. The other powers on the continent of Essos found themselves almost powerless in the face of Seann's formidable army. As the flames of war spread, the boundaries of Seann's empire continued to expand. His ambitions extended beyond merely unifying the continents of Ulthuris and Essos. He sought to bring the entire realm of the Game of Thrones under his dominion. All of this was merely the initial step in his conquest of the world of Azeroth. My journey has only just begun. Standing atop the walls of a newly captured city, Seann gazed towards the distant horizon, ready to embrace the world of Azeroth that awaited him. The end.